When my school beauty and I first awakened to the sequence, a miraculous sight manifests between heaven and earth. The school belle awakened as a sequence 035 control mage, and I awakened as sequence 001, the plague doctor. Even so, the classmates still mocked us for being worthless. Control mages can cast control spells indefinitely, is limited to control magic of 3rd tier and below, but wanting to enter the instance, at least a 5th level or above destruction magic mastery is required. The plague doctor I awakened, once the strongest existence in the Gen 10 meta, capable of analyzing all plague viruses. It can even freely spread the already parsed virus. But as human hygiene standards improved, all plague pathogens have been thoroughly analyzed, no longer able to spread. Yet no one knew that. The bug in the talent system between me and the school beauty, yet can complement each other. At this moment, I'm starting to get a headache. Who would have thought that the sequential inauguration mission would trigger a historic plague? Then he turned his gaze to Su Mumei, who was continuously wiping away her tears beside him. Hastily asked, "What is your initial talent?" Hearing this, Su Mumei replied, "The characteristics of any control effect can be enhanced, and the quantity will be increased. But my inauguration mission was to forcibly control over 1,000 units. I think I cannot embark on the path. Hearing effect improvement." A bold idea suddenly popped into my mind. My ability is pathological analysis, analyzing the transmission pathways and modes of pathogens, and claimed it for his own. But now, no pathogenic agent of any plague can be analyzed. Common negative conditions such as diarrhea, analyzing it still makes it trash. However, the control effects are generally negative statuses. If Su Mumei were to be enhanced, I parsed it again, repeating the process several times. Even the slightest illness can also evolve into a terrifying plague. At this point, my gaze toward Su Mumei suddenly changed. At this moment, Su Mumei grew nervous under my gaze. She hastily raised her hand to cover her chest and took half a step back. "I have a bold idea, and if it's feasible, our ceremonies can take place simultaneously. Appropriate coordination. It might not be impossible to clear some dungeons by then." Hearing these words, Su Mumei's eyes instantly lit up. "It seems like seeing the dawn," he said, "then I'll listen to you." Then, I simply took Su Mumei's hand, walking toward the outside of the school, said, "Let's go, get some things ready." Su Mumei's face flushed slightly as her hand was suddenly held, nor showed any resistance. Just like that, I led her away from the school. 10 minutes later, I just grabbed the Epsom salt I bought from the veterinary pharmacy, arrived at the school equipment storage room, because the principal keeps a little cat here. It was brought out of the dungeon by the headmaster. Just like any ordinary cat, it's lazy and fond of good food. The only advantage is understanding human language, with exceptionally strong physical fitness. Due to seniority reasons, within the school, every student has to call it senior. At that moment, Su Mumei gazed at her senior lying on the ground with his belly exposed. He asked with confusion, "Classmate Chen, are you going to feed medicine to the senior?" "No, I'm just analyzing the ability of diarrhea. The diarrhea ability targets the affected unit. If successfully parsed within the replica, it might be possible to complete the ritual." "Chen, none of us have an employment sequence. Isn't it not very good to grind dungeons like that?" "Nothing is really that bad, trust me. You cast the control boost first, then I'll analyze it. This counts as poisoning, right?" "This is not good. I have a pathological analysis of senior's condition. Even diarrhea can be cured by me. The current situation, it's just like leading a well-behaved student into mischief." Su Mumei was completely taken in by my smooth talking. Then he dissolved the Epsom salt in water and fed it to his senior. But after more than 10 minutes, the senior didn't respond at all. Indeed, the degree of Epsom salt was still too low. "Su Mumei, how many times can your control effect be enhanced at most?" "The maximum seems to be 8 times. Hearing this, I was instantly startled. 8 times? 3 more times, and the power will multiply to 512 times its original. 4 times is a 4,096-fold increase, 5 times is a 32,768-fold increase. Wouldn't that senior end up with unbearable diarrhea?" At this thought, I spoke directly to Su Mumei. "You can directly max out control and enhancement with senior students." And Su Mumei's little face was filled with shock. "Huh? Go all out?" After a moment of hesitation, in the end, I ended up unleashing the maximum enhancement effect on my senior. The next moment, the senior lying on the ground begging for pets suddenly gave a start. Then I hugged my senior, and locked it in the cage. At this moment, Su Mumei said with some concern, "Maybe we should choose another animal. My senior looks so pitiful." Great minds focus on the big picture, not the trifles. It's just laxative politics. Nothing major will happen. With that, I turned to address the panicked senior scurrying around in the cage, enduring the pain to utilize pathological analysis, intestinal peristalsis. It will cause accelerated gastrointestinal motility for a period of time. Quickly eliminate excess water and impurities from the body. After pathological analysis, intestinal peristalsis has become one's own skill. Then I raised my hand, releasing that eightfold enhanced, pre-analyzed gastric peristalsis toward the senior. Chen Yao, do you have any skills? Haven't you been appointed to the sequence yet? At this moment, Su Mumei was leaning in very close. Her little face was almost pressing against mine/hers. Looking at the senior trapped in the cage before me, I could even catch the milky scent wafting from her. Don't stress, talent comes naturally. Just keep using control reinforcement on the senior. Su Mumei hesitated for a moment, still chose to be obedient. Continue unleashing innate talents and abilities. After being strengthened upon release, the senior's body began to tremble. The waist slightly bends, and the hind legs crouch, shifting his butt, as if holding in something substantial. Su Mumei, when I say release, you must act quickly. If it can stack up to 5 times, heal the senior as quickly as possible. It's also fine. Su Mumei nodded and said, okay. He focused intently on the senior standing before him. Pathological analysis reveals a 64-fold acceleration in gastrointestinal peristalsis. In an extremely short time, it will cause accelerated intestinal peristalsis. Quickly eliminate excess water and impurities from the body. Mumei, quick, power up. Pathological analysis completed. I immediately used the ability. The next second, the senior's entire body began trembling violently. A strange smell wafted out. Su Mumei raised her hand to grant a talent boost. Pathological analysis reveals 512-fold accelerated gastrointestinal peristalsis. In an extremely short time, it will cause rapid intestinal peristalsis. Quickly eliminate excess water and impurities from the body. Additional negative effects include dehydration, strong control, and persistent weakening status. At this moment, the senior in the cage began to let loose uncontrollably. The pitiful cries of the cat kept coming. Pathological analysis, 4096 times plague intestinal extremis. This is an extremely rare occurrence, and specifically for diseases of animals. Its origins can be traced back to an extreme case of diarrhea. This plague spreads through the air, highly contagious with rapid spread characteristics. Strong dehydration control effect. Infected beasts cannot move for an extended period. Fragile resistance. All abnormal negative effects on infected beasts will be increased 100-fold. Restore resistance, cannot be restored naturally. At last, the analysis of the plague is now complete. But I suddenly realized there was no rescue training yet. So there is currently no available treatment. Plague. He created a plague himself. But then again, it only affected beast units and merely caused dehydration, not some deadly plague. If this plague spreads quickly, he'll definitely achieve a record-breaking feat without causing too much harm. Now, he could either pray not to be discovered or go all in with the school beauty, diving into the dungeon to complete some special hidden clear records. Things were spiraling further out of control. Every dungeon held various records, and completing them earned special official rewards. Even low-level dungeons that had already been cleared still held unique records. Perhaps taking an unconventional approach might just work. In an instant, Chen Yao's mind raced. The key now was to convince the school beauty to break into the dungeon with him. A duo like them would be unstoppable. The pig lay sprawled on the ground, its entire body dehydrated and utterly weakened. Its evolution into a plague had only increased its contagiousness, alongside dehydration and accelerated intestinal peristalsis. Confirmed. No issues. The ingredient pig, it's not dead, is it? Chen Yao shifted his gaze nervously. No, it's still breathing. It won't die. But I know we're screwed. Through repeated multiple enhancements, I've acquired an absurdly powerful skill. By combining this skill with your innate talent, we can utilize some small-scale instances to perform our profession initiation rite. Su Mumei looked at Chen Yao. After all, no one had ever heard of 2 uninitiated individuals attacking a dungeon. Your ritual requires 1,000 units of forced control. What I need is to spread a plague. From certain perspectives, our rituals are quite similar. Using your control multiplier to spread my plague could complete our rites. Chen Yao's resolute words made Su Mumei hesitate. If it truly worked, it might be another glimmer of hope. She nodded. All right, fine. Su Mumei felt an inexplicable unease, yet an equally inexplicable sense of security beside Chen Yao. The clash of these emotions left her flustered. Spread a plague, control 1,000 units. Once the ritual is complete, we'll exit the instance, no need to clear it. Those newbie dungeons that have already been cleared are simple, anyone can handle them. Chen Yao offered Su Mumei a reassuring pill. If they couldn't clear it, he'd just reply to Su Mumei with the 3rd emoji pack on his phone. Wait, where are my hands? Alright, fine. Su Mumei was already so flustered she'd believe anything Chen Yao said. Chen Yao felt that the innocent school beauty was lucky to have met him. If it had been anyone else, she would have been completely duped by now. Though she was practically fooled into stupidity already. There were 2 ways to enter the instance. Teams with fewer than 3 members could use an awakening card to enter directly. The second method, 4 teams larger than 3, required using a special device located within the city to enter the instance. Su Mumei pulled out her awakening card and selected the option directly on it. Which dungeon should we choose? Chen Yao glanced at his senior's condition, which didn't look great. However, due to the progressively worsening diarrhea from previous episodes, it had developed some resistance, so it wouldn't be a problem for the short term. Su Mumei handed her awakening card to Chen Yao. The two cards overlapped, and each card displayed the other's name and photo. This completed their team formation. I'll just pick one at random. Let's get this ritual over with quickly. We can always leave a dungeon we've already cleared anytime. Chen Yao's gaze lingered on the hell difficulty beginner dungeon, Orcs. High difficulty, maybe they could farm some hidden records. Plus, all the monsters inside were beasts, perfectly matching the newly acquired skills. The next second, a dialogue box appeared before both Chen Yao and Su Mumei. Heroes from another world who have yet to join the ranks. By choosing to challenge the hell difficulty dungeon of the ancient war with only 2 mortal bodies, you have triggered the hidden dungeon condition. The dungeon difficulty has been elevated to SS level hell, and you cannot voluntarily leave the dungeon. Dungeon name, Orcs shall never be slaves. Chen Yao was stunned. Triggered a hidden instance with special conditions? Su Mumei looked utterly confused, then snapped to attention, pouting as she protested. Chen Yao! You lied to me. We're screwed. At that moment, the largest professional guild in Jiangbei City suddenly received an alert: a hidden dungeon had been activated. The emergence of an unexplored dungeon triggered specialized monitoring protocols within the professional sequence guild. Guild leader. The hidden instance has been triggered. The list of initiators. Chen Yao and Su Mumei. Why did the name Su Mumei sound so familiar? The monitor strained to recall, then realized, didn't the guild leader's daughter also go by Su Mumei? Identity confirmed, location confirmed, it was indeed the guild leader's daughter. Su Yuntian, who had rushed over in a panic, slowed his pace. President, your daughter and a male student have triggered the hidden instance. Excellent. A hidden instance. Clearing it means we gain an entirely new instance. Even if they can't clear it now, once the instance ends and the unlocked conditions appear, we can assign someone to tackle it. This meant another substantial profit. Tonight, he could treat his newly graduated little darling to some of her favorite peach cookies. Typically, when adventurers encounter a hidden instance, they gather as much information as possible and wait for it to end, relying on dedicated raid teams to clear it. Similarly, those who unlocked it could also make a tidy sum by selling information. Su Yuntian smiled broadly, but mid-smile, something seemed to dawn on him. Su Yuntian's smile froze instantly. Wait. What did you just say? My daughter. With a boy. Together. Smiles don't vanish, they merely shift. Chapter 4, you handle the carnage, I handle the cackling. A hell tier dungeon, or even a higher tier hidden level. What's going on? What do we do now? Su Mumei, entering a dungeon for the first time, felt exceptionally nervous. She instinctively moved closer to Chen Yao. Didn't you say the normal dungeon had a ritual? Are we going to die here in hell tier? Su Mumei's voice trembled with fear. She was genuinely terrified. Even professionals tackle hell-level dungeons in large, well-equipped groups. Yet here she and Chen Yao were, boldly entering the hidden hell tier instance. Chen Yao remained unnervingly calm. The newly analyzed plague intestinal disease was powerful enough. He was terrifyingly powerful now. He shifted the topic and asked, check if your ritual progress is changing. Su Mumei, who had been slightly flustered, looked down. The numbers on the ritual sequence she needed to forcibly control 1,000 units of were now jumping wildly at an incredible speed. 10, 20, 100, 300, 500, 1,000. A stair-step surge. It really is increasing. Purple light intertwined with golden radiance erupted from Su Mumei's body. First-tier control mage initiation successful. It really worked. The ritual actually succeeded. Su Mumei's mouth fell slightly open as she stared at Chen Yao in astonishment. I really did become one. Throughout the entire process, Chen Yao simply smiled as he watched Su Mumei. It must be said, someone this good-looking is a pleasure to look at, except she's a bit of a ditz. After tricking her a few times, it'll be fine with a little coaxing. But inside, he was doomed. At this rate of advancement, control over 1,000 units had been achieved in mere seconds. It showed the terrifyingly high transmission efficiency outside. The transmission rate of plague intestinal disease was far faster than he'd imagined. At 4096x speed, a single bout of diarrhea spawns a full-blown plague. It was truly absurd. The downside? He'd become a plague doctor despised by all. The upside? It wouldn't be long before Chen Yao successfully became a professional, taking up the position of Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. And a plague doctor wielding plague skills, at that. 1 hour on this side of the river, the next on the other. Never underestimate a young person's potential. Now that Su Mumei has joined the team, this dungeon run will revolve around her as the core. Clearing dungeons is practically second nature to Chen Yao. It's all about technique. After your class sequence, you should be able to see your stats panel now, along with an experience bar. Tell me what spells you know currently. Su Mumei nodded excitedly. The sequence's initiation had completely made her forget that Chen Yao had chosen a hell-level dungeon. She immediately opened her attributes to examine her stats. Image panel. Character panel, Su Mumei. Basic information. Name, Su Mumei. Class, Mage Pathway Sequence 035 Control Mage Tier 1. Level, 3 gains experience far faster than average, can reach level 10 in short order. Magic power, 100 points. Core talent, control effect amplification, all cast control skills receive enhanced effect intensity and increased maximum stack count. Support type talent stacks up to 8x per turn. Synergizes with Chen Yao's Pathological Analysis skill to trigger multi-round multiplier stacks. Skill list. 1. Lightning Surge Control Damage, summons an electrified ring to encircle the target, dealing 1 base damage. Amplified by Chen Yao's Plague Intestinal Disease at 100x negative effect, and stacked with the talent's maximum 4096x multiplier, it can deal 9999 plus burst damage. Theoretical cap exceeds 400,000 plus. 2. Poisoned Vine Entangle Area Control DPS, summons thorny vines from the ground to bind all targets within range. When negative amplification triggers, contact instantly deals lethal damage, e.g., orcs turn to bone dust upon contact, ideal for clearing groups of enemies. 3. Paralysis Single Target Control, inflicts paralysis, instantly halting the target's movement once caused a charging exploding rabbit to break on its face, losing mobility. 4. Hypnotism Single Target Control, not yet deployed in combat, presumed to induce deep slumber, temporarily incapacitating the target. Thunder Surrounds, Poison Vines Entangle, Paralysis and Hypnosis. Not bad. Starting with 4 skills, all control type with negative effects. Next, let's test these skills in actual combat. From the start, Chen Yao disagreed with Teacher Li's claim that Sequence 35 Control Mage was an unused sequence. On the contrary, control skills paired with certain elements could create explosive synergy. Teams that only rely on brute force simply don't understand the value of a control mage. This also spared Chen Yao from having to convince Su Mumei. Chen Yao scanned his surroundings and immediately locked onto a target, a bright red rabbit hopping about in the distance. Exploding rabbits, the most common dungeon mobs, nearly powerless in combat. But if provoked, they'd suddenly kick you before exploding on the spot. There's an exploding rabbit over there, perfect for testing. The exploding rabbit looked no different from an ordinary rabbit. How do I cast skills? Facing a wild monster for the first time, she was so nervous that all the knowledge she'd learned in class flew right out of her head. Chen Yao stepped forward, gently taking Su Mumei's soft little hand, stealing a quick touch. This girl hadn't even started the fight yet, and she was already experiencing intermittent memory loss. Leaning his body against the back of her hand, his chest nearly pressed against her back, he whispered patiently into her ear. Focus your gaze. Lock onto your target, mentally recite the skill, and wait for confirmation. Are you even listening? Ah. I'm listening. Lock on, recite, release. Fearing Chen Yao would notice her nervousness, Su Mumei flushed and repeated her instructions at breakneck speed. Try it. Paralyze it first. Got it. Paralyze it. The exploding rabbit spun around, its crimson eyes flashing with a faint red glow as it spotted the 2 unfamiliar humans. Its limbs surged forward, charging toward Su Mumei and Chen Yao. Su Mumei's fingers trembled with tension, but Chen Yao caught her hand. Release the skill. Hearing Chen Yao's command, Su Mumei calmly recited the skill in her mind. A dark purple beam shot from Su Mumei's fingertips, striking the charging exploding rabbit. The exploding rabbit, mid-stride, halted abruptly like a car whose engine had suddenly cut out. Its limbs froze, and its face made intimate contact with the grass. A perfect face-breaking skid left a deep gash in the ground. Perfect. Su Mumei stared at the exploding rabbit, now paralyzed. I don't have any damaging spells. Should we kill this exploding rabbit manually? That rock over there looks handy. Ah. Wait. We can use the poisonous vine and lightning ring to apply a slow dose of poison combined with electrotherapy. Su Mumei wore the expression of a living demon. Poison vines and lightning wraps deal exactly 1 point of damage per hit, no more, no less. Only the frequency varies. An exploding rabbit has 1000 HP, grinding it down bit by bit? How long do you expect that to take? If we really had to grind it down bit by bit, this method would truly be like a living demon king. Are my skills really that useless? Just control with no damage. Am I really that useless? Su Mumei's voice trailed off, her mood sinking. Chen Yao patted her head gently, as if comforting a little girl. Not at all. Every skill has its own strengths. The defining feature of crowd control is that it guarantees 1 point of damage. Plus, this skill is cast by you. Those 2 factors alone are enough to outclass other mages. Remember, guaranteed usually means invincible. Just listen to me and try it. Chen Yao leaned forward and unleashed the pathology-derived plague intestinal disease upon the exploding rabbit. As the plague intestinal disease took effect, the rabbit began convulsing violently. Now, try using lightning surround. Su Mumei obediently cast lightning surround, its electrified ring compressing the exploding rabbit. An instant later, an explosion damage pop-up appeared. Within the instance, players who had completed their initiation sequence could see the damage output of their skills. As Chen Yao, who hadn't completed the initiation ceremony yet, he only saw a thunder surround compressing an exploding rabbit into powder. In Su Mumei's eyes, a damage number appeared that baffled her beyond comprehension. What should have been a mandatory 1 damage instead displayed 9,999. 9999 signaled that the exploding rabbit's maximum HP had been completely depleted by the damage. How much damage did it take? 9999. Hearing this number, Chen Yao showed no surprise. His initial thought was that his plague skill inherently amplified negative effects by 100-fold, which should have allowed Su Mumei to deal impressive damage. The appearance of 9,999 damage confirmed that the 4096x damage multiplier was indeed active. Combined with Su Mumei's innate control talents, it transformed ordinary diarrhea into plague intestinal disease. Moreover, the hidden 4096x control enhancement effect applied to her own skills. Combined with the plague-induced intestinal disease's inherent 100x negative effect boost, even a single point of force jump damage multiplies to a terrifying 409,600 damage. 40,000 damage points, and its forced jump damage. Most monsters couldn't withstand that and would be instantly obliterated. 400,000 damage. A tier 1 control mage pulling off a monkey trick to dish out 400k damage. Even high-tier practitioners couldn't unleash such absurd damage with a single skill. This allowed Su Mumei to unleash explosive damage on mobs infected with plague intestinal disease. How is this even possible? Su Mumei was utterly baffled. How could such damage possibly come from a control effect? Your talent continuously multiplies my skill's base damage by the same factor. After 4 stacks, the multiplier reached 4096x. Combined with my skill's mutation granting an extra 100% negative skill damage multiplier, even a single lightning strike gets amplified to 400k. And the reason it gets amplified is because control skills deal force damage. Force damage multipliers ignore defense, status effects, and any other countermeasures. The string of numbers left Su Mumei even more confused. Observing the plague enteric disease already spreading around them, the slaughter could begin. The advantage of this plague was that it only affected beasts. Neither he nor Su Mumei would be affected in the slightest. Let's go. Chen Yao, where are we going? To farm monsters, of course. With your explosive damage, this hell difficulty dungeon will be a piece of cake. Alright. I'll handle the slaughter, you handle the massacre. The worry on Su Mumei's face vanished completely. Her cheeks flushed rosy, and she even pumped her fist excitedly, responding with a resounding got it. Alright. Su Mumei now felt, to put it bluntly, incredibly powerful. Chapter 5, 1 hit, 99,999. The two continued exploring the area, casually taking down 3 exploding rabbits along the way. The explosive 99999 damage made Su Mumei's cheeks flush with excitement. Even a sequence mage specializing in explosive damage couldn't achieve such a damage figure. The lingering gloom Su Mumei had been hiding finally dissipated. Her chosen sequence wasn't the useless one Mr. Lee had claimed it to be. With Chen Yao's assistance, it could unleash damage even more explosive than that of an explosion mage. Damage that some level 6+ spells couldn't deliver was effortlessly unleashed by a single low-level control spell. So sequences really depend on the person. Teacher Lee doesn't know everything. Humans have probably only unlocked less than 1% of a sequence's potential. Su Mumei found this statement quite convincing. But I still want to know how that 9999 damage was achieved. Chen Yao patiently explained, your control multiplier boost is 8-fold. So when you cast a control skill on an enemy and then boost the damage, it becomes 8 times the base, right? Yeah, but how do you get 9,999? Diarrhea is technically a control skill too. After its first 8x boost, I used skill analysis to capture it. When I cast it again and you boosted it, the damage multiplied by 8 on top of the base value. I captured that and repeated the process. The skill damage keeps increasing exponentially by 8. Su Mumei felt dizzy from listening. Every sequence has room for development. Never mind, just recite with me first. Recite what? Su Mumei stopped in her tracks. What goes around comes around. Don't underestimate a girl just because she's poor. Remember this phrase and tell Teacher Lee when you see him. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank? Isn't that a bit harsh? After all, Teacher Lee is our homeroom teacher. But if you say so, I'll listen to you. I'll give it a try. Su Mumei spoke with such ordinary words that Chen Yao felt he should treat this young girl better. In Su Mumei's eyes, Chen Yao shone like a genius radiating golden light. You're such a good girl. Su Mumei's cheeks flushed even redder at the compliment. Chen Yao, you're so amazing. How do you know so much? Su Mumei felt that the current Chen Yao exuded an even more compelling aura than he had back in high school even though they had only graduated a single day ago. After all, sometimes all it takes for a person to grow is a single night. What did you say? Chen Yao lifted his head and deliberately leaned in to meet Su Mumei's face. Her fair, delicate skin, long lashes fluttering softly, even her gentle breaths seemed audible. A top-tier beauty in the making. I said, how do you know so much? Pay attention in class and take notes. Always think for yourself about everything. Chen Yao extended his right index finger, curving it to tap his temple. Got the meaning of thinking? Oh, thinking for yourself. Chen Yao changed the subject. You don't need to think about it. Just listen to me. Okay. How about we make a bet? What kind of bet? Su Mumei asked with interest. If I can get you through this dungeon, will you be my girlfriend? Chen Yao stared at the dazed Su Mumei for a moment. Pretty face, plus points. Kind-hearted, bonus points. Her personality is perfect, bonus points. Plus, after all these years in high school, I know Su Mumei better than even her own parents do, bonus points. She was naive and obedient, major bonus points. Now her innate abilities complement his own perfectly. The success of his plague doctor legacy hinges entirely on her. So he'd shamelessly sweet-talk her into becoming his wife. The moment she heard this wager, Su Mumei's ears flushed bright red. She turned and quickened her pace ahead, offering no reply to Chen Yao. Her flushed cheeks deliberately avoided Chen Yao's gaze. After all, who would be asked so bluntly to be someone's girlfriend right off the bat? Chen Yao followed her. The fact that she hadn't refused already meant he was halfway to success. Hidden hell level dungeons weren't exactly a walk in the park, but with Su Mumei's coordinated tactics, they could practically steamroll through them now. The further they advanced, the more pungent the strange, fecal stench became. A vast plain stretched out before them, and as far as the eye could see, a dense horde of orcs was gathering ahead. The ground trembled as waves of orcs surged from both sides, their green-skinned, muscle-bound forms brandishing rusted iron weapons and bellowing. It felt like an epic-scale Warcraft battle was about to commence. This was the Hidden Hell difficulty dungeon. This scene instantly shattered most of the confidence Su Mumei had just gained from Chen Yao's encouragement. Scanning the horizon, they saw nearly 10,000 orc warriors, and they were positioned right in the center of the three orc forces. There are far too many monsters. Chen Yao, why don't we just hide until the dungeon ends? This kind of challenge is beyond our capabilities. Thump! Chen Yao extended his index finger and gently tapped Su Mumei's little head. Stop talking like that. I told you to just follow me. I'll handle the gaga, so what exactly are you responsible for? Su Mumei rubbed her forehead, pouted her lips, and cautiously replied. I'll handle, just killing randomly? Su Mumei replied uncertainly. You should have paid attention in class. This dungeon was cleared 40 years ago. Even Hidden Hell dungeons keep the same background story. It's about the war between orc clans. After the three-way conflict ends, a final king will emerge to lead the orcs' revival. You could call it a free-for-all. Su Mumei rubbed her forehead again. She hadn't even done anything yet, and this guy was already picking on her. Watching the advancing orc army, Su Mumei still hesitated. Let these orcs jump around for a little longer. In Chen Yao's eyes, the invisible plague had transformed into a greenish aura drifting through the air. The plague in the atmosphere spread at a terrifying speed. The time is almost right. Control your psychic energy and use the widest reaching poison vines to bind and control them. Chen Yao extended his index finger, pointing forward. In that direction, release your skills freely. Cast them as fast as you can, cover as wide an area as possible. At that moment, the orc army on the left suddenly slowed their pace. The spread of the plague was invisible to these orcs. In an instant, under the effect of plague intestinal disease, the orcs at the front staggered. Beneath their sturdy frames, they clutched their stomachs, low growls escaping their mouths. The orcs following behind, caught off guard, collided with them. The strange action of clutching their stomachs began to spread. The entire horde of orcs let out a wretched howl. Roar! 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 The wails echoed across the heavens and earth. Su Mumei frantically unleashed her widest area skill poison vine entangle. The ground ahead began to writhe as long, spiked green vines shot out, snatching at the orc's feet. Snap! 99,999. Wherever the poison vines touched, the orcs' bodies rapidly withered, turning to skeletal remains. Beams of white light flashed from Su Mumei's body. The instant annihilation left Su Mumei's pupils contracting in shock. Level 4. I'm level 4. She had reached level 4 with a single cast of her control skill. Stop slacking off. A normal sequence user can reach level 10 in a month and level 20 in half a year. Today, you can easily level up 10 times by grinding experience points. Chen Yao hadn't completed the ritual yet, and frankly, he didn't care much about this experience. Because Su Mumei was a treasure trove, her talent could elevate any basic pathology to plague level severity. Her power growth would greatly benefit him. In other words, barring any surprises, a few more persuasive words would surely bind this little girl to him. Such a method was unmatched anywhere in the world. Thus, manipulating this little girl into becoming his wife was absolutely essential. Keep using it. Don't worry about the rest. When you have time, toss a couple of poison vines over there for control. Chen Yao kept a constant watch on the surroundings. He let the little girl patiently farm monsters. Su Mumei nodded and began unleashing her skills without hesitation. After a long while, Chen Yao looked up at the sky with a worried frown, murmuring to himself. Outside, my ritual should be halfway done by now. Chapter 6, Inauguration Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. The Ritual. Just as Chen Yao had surmised. A plague that goes down in history doesn't need to be particularly dangerous. It only needs to be sufficiently despair-inducing. That was all. At this moment, within Jiangbei City, an atmosphere of despair was gradually spreading throughout the entire city. The external plague intestinal disease was spreading through the air at a terrifying speed. Initially, the outbreak was confined to pet shops near schools, with the city's largest pet store bearing the brunt of the devastation. All the pets began screaming in agony, vomiting uncontrollably, and rapidly dehydrating. This left lifelong trauma on those who had visited the store hoping to purchase their dream pets. The sight of pets screaming, thrashing, and dehydrating shattered their dreams of pet ownership. The foul stench mingled with splatter damage, leaving no one safe to escape. Inside an elevator, a young boy held his beloved husky. The energetic husky always needed walks, otherwise, it would tear the house apart. The moment they stepped into the elevator, the boy saw his dog suddenly crouch down. This posture was all too familiar to the boy. It was about to mark its territory. He tugged on the leash. The husky's body began to tremble. It was the elevator. He seemed to be holding back. The little boy shouted. We're almost at the first floor, here. Get off this thing. You hear me? You hear me? Get up. Another tug. The husky's body shook even harder. He couldn't hold it anymore. The boy's sense of impending doom grew stronger. Get up! Get up! The next second, a spray of liquid erupted. The husky's body staggered and collapsed inside the elevator. The husky on the floor still churned violently. Its intestines convulsed violently, unable to stop the diarrhea. Terrified, the little boy frantically pressed the elevator door open button, wailing hysterically. In the confined elevator space, the boy had no way to avoid the shower-like spray. He could only struggle to shield himself with his hands. His entire body turned away, screaming frantically. Stop it! Stop it, here! Stop it! Here! Please, I beg you! The same phenomenon rapidly spread outward from Jiangbei City's first high school. The plague spread in a stair-step pattern. Birds in the sky formed an apocalyptic scene, all species gathered in dense, dark flocks, their screams piercing the air. They obscured the sun, their cries piercing the air. In alleys, homes, shopping malls, hospitals, anywhere animals existed, they all began to howl to the heavens. Fish in aquariums floated belly up, their intestines exposed. Water pollution levels skyrocketed to a new, catastrophic level. The whales shook the entire city of Jiangbei, sending shivers down listeners' spines as if some terrifying natural disaster were imminent. Despair. What is true despair? This disaster-like scene sent shockwaves through Jiangbei City's leadership. After all, animals often sense impending natural disasters long before humans do. Such a terrifying scene sent shockwaves through Jiangbei City. Every influential figure in Jiangbei City gathered together. Within just 3 or 4 minutes, they had convened to discuss this catastrophe. Inside the tallest building, a middle-aged man in a suit stared intently at the sky, his expression grave. A dark, oppressive mass hung overhead, like the apocalypse itself. Any findings yet? Is it an earthquake? Monsters from another dimension invading reality? Or are other nations stirring trouble? Everyone waited for answers. Time was money. If this truly was a natural disaster. No! This absolutely must be a natural disaster. No one could cause such an absurd catastrophe, and they wouldn't even consider human involvement. Had they responded just 1 second sooner, the sequencers could have saved thousands. The secretary frowned, reporting painfully. No, nothing. This situation is too strange. The instance shows no anomalies, and the latest strategy team reports no monsters invading reality. It doesn't look like a natural disaster. If it's not a natural disaster, then what is it? Who could create this scene? A high-level sequence? Don't give me that nonsense. Keep searching for the cause. Thud. Thud, thud. White bird droppings exploded onto the glass in front of the middle-aged man like grenades, splattering in a spray pattern. Soon, more and more bird droppings began falling from the sky. In an instant, a terrifying rain fell upon Jiangbei City. The sight darkened the middle-aged man's face. A citywide animal carnival. What on earth is happening? Clueless, everyone could only watch as the glass before them gradually filled with white. Pedestrians on the streets and vehicles exposed to the elements suffered greatly. This day would be etched into the annals of history. Its name, Death Diarrhea Day. Plague intestinal disease paralyzed 1 million people in Jiang City. Among the conference attendees, Principal Liu of Jiangbei No. 1 High School's eyes flickered. His fingers, resting on the table, lifted slightly before slowly lowering again. After a moment's hesitation, he chose silence. For today's awakening ceremony at the high school had yielded 2 unique level sequences. One was the Control Mage sequence 035 from the Mage Path, and the other was sequence 001 from the Physician Path Plague. Physician. Given the current situation, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone wouldn't dare cause such a massive uproar. Perhaps it really was a natural disaster. Within the instance, the plague spread with terrifying speed. Screams erupted from the tens of thousands of orc troops. In an instant, all orc forces across 3 fronts ground to a halt. The sound of gurgling and splashing echoed throughout the dungeon. A peculiar odor assaulted the nostrils. Orcs aren't exactly known for their cleanliness, so a bit of stink is normal. Su Mumei's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her delicate nose twitched. The stench was unbearable. Yet she kept releasing it, using the poisonous vines to control the monster spawning. Their relentless, brutal tactics had drawn the attention of the 3 orc leaders. At that moment, the orc leaders from all 3 directions also sensed something amiss within their bodies. Priest! Human priest! Roar! 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 The 3 orc chieftains roared in unison, their bodies erupting in crimson light. Hate maxed out? Despite their guts churning violently, the 3 orc chieftains forced their bodies into rigid control. Beast blood boiled. 3 crimson beams charged toward us from 3 directions. Charging recklessly? Chen Yao frowned. Monsters immune to plague skills or possessing exceptional constitution were the only real challenge now. Su Mumei attempted to cast a control skill, but the orcs, fueled by boiling beast blood, were completely immune to it. The hidden hell dungeon was proving far more complex than anticipated. The powerful control damage failed to land on the orc chieftain, who was immune to control effects. Seeing she couldn't halt the 3 orc commanders' advance, Su Mumei spun around in panic. Chen Yao, we have to run. The boss-level orc is charging at us. Chen Yao remained calm. No need to panic. I have a plan. Hold on tight. Ha! Just do as I say. Su Mumei listened to Chen Yao's words and quickly moved closer to him. Without hesitation, she wrapped her entire body around him like an octopus, clinging tightly as her head pressed firmly against his chest. Chen Yao desperately wanted to complain who hugs someone like this? Especially with her legs wrapped around his waist, locking him in place. He opened his mouth to speak, but the overwhelming scent made him swallow his words. Well, fine. This embrace, though overly intimate, had the advantage of being secure. A golden light flared around Chen Yao. He had changed jobs. The ritual was complete. He had truly accomplished something that would go down in history. Don't panic. He sighed. Completing the ritual so early meant the real world had already descended into chaos due to the plague intestinal disease. Chen Yao could vividly imagine the state of pets in the city and birds in the air under this plague. This is driving me mad. But for now, I'll just have to rush through this dungeon. Doctor Sequence 001 Plague Doctor activated. Chen Yao scanned his innate talents and instantly understood why Plague Doctors served as beacons of hope and terrifyingly powerful in chaotic times. As Sequence 001 Plague Doctor, he gained 4 skills. Plague Garb, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Mystic Potion. Plague Garb active, the medieval Plague Doctor's attire a heavy black robe and beaked mask allows him to blend into the plague. Wherever the plague is, there the Plague Doctor resides. Reverse Cure active, analyzed pathological plagues can be reversed through massive mana expenditure, generating equal healing. Plague Extraction passive, each plague mastered grants either an all-attribute boost or a unique special ability. Mystic Potion passive, max alchemy, max occultism. Combine plagues to concoct unique mystic potions. Chen Yao raised his hand, sweeping it across his cheek. The plague in the surrounding air solidified, coalescing onto his body. Skill, Plague Armor. A heavy black robe enveloped his form, and a bird-beaked mask adorned his face. Chen Yao's attire had been replaced with garments resembling those of a medieval plague doctor. Yet, an aura of profound mystery now shrouded his form. His left arm hooked around Su Mumei's waist, pulling her close. With his right hand, he swept the black cloak behind him, enveloping both himself and the woman clinging to him. Chapter 7, The Horrors of Plague at 32,768x Magnification. The 3 beastmen chieftains charged toward them, their axes swinging in unison. A powerful sense of oppression surged toward them as the charging orcs compressed the air around the pair. Su Mumei panicked and closed her eyes, her small hands clutching Chen Yao's clothes tightly. Her legs, like octopus tentacles, wrapped around his back and squeezed even harder. Her nerves were so frayed she could only hear her own breath, the world around her plunged into deathly silence. The axes of the 3 orc chieftains slid simultaneously across Chen Yao's body. Unexpectedly, there was no gore-spattered dismemberment. The axes swung through empty air, striking only the black mist. Chen Yao's body dissolved into black smoke, gradually merging into the plague. Only the 3 beastmen chieftains remained, frozen in place. Human sacrifice. Roar. The 3 orc chieftains roared furiously. Amidst the waves of furious roars, Chen Yao and Su Mumei had already appeared a kilometer away, gazing at the three orc chieftains in the distance. Plague Displacement is a skill allowing instant teleportation to any location within the user's plague zone. With this skill, Chen Yao could consider analyzing a plague that served no purpose but maximized transmission rate. This allowed him to move freely within the plague zone. It was essentially instantaneous movement with virtually no cooldown. Seeing no movement around them, Su Mumei quietly opened one eye to peek at their surroundings. She found herself clutched around the waist, pressed tightly against Chen Yao's body. Tilting her little head up with wide eyes, she whispered in a barely audible voice. "Did we survive? What do you think? Then, can I get down?" Su Mumei tried to pull away, but Chen Yao's left arm hooked tightly around her waist, keeping her pressed against his abdomen. She couldn't get down. Su Mumei stared intently. Chen Yao had changed into a peculiar medieval plague doctor's outfit. "That outfit looks kinda cool on you." Chen Yao released his grip, letting Su Mumei down. He looked toward the enraged orc chieftain in the distance and spoke. "These three chieftain-level orcs are a major problem. They're immune to crowd control." Chen Yao clenched his left hand slightly. The plague particles surrounding Su Mumei exploded into healing particles that merged into her body. Fatigue dissipated, and her nearly depleted mana instantly refilled. The reversal effect of plague intestinal disease clears debuffs, restores significant mana and stamina, and continuously regenerates a small amount of health over time. It served as one of his healing methods. Each plague corresponds to a different healing method, with more terrifying plagues inflicting higher damage upon reversal. Otherwise, the physician path would be unbearably frustrating without a single healing skill. In a way, plague intestinal disease is actually a formidable affliction. Then what? Does that mean my skills are completely useless? Don't worry. When you break free from control, those three orc chieftains clearly enter a skill state and skills have cooldowns. It's just a beginner dungeon. Completely immunity to control effects shouldn't exist. Still, we need a way to counter immunity to control debuffs. What countermeasure? Chen Yao didn't speak. Instead, he performed plague extraction on the surrounding air. Extraction, plague intestinal disease. Status enhanced. Acquired special element, high temperature toxin. High temperature toxin can be used in occult potion crafting. Toxin synthesis is also a required course for plague doctors. Chen Yao's interface now displayed. Name, Chen Yao. Profession, Physician Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. Appearance, clad in heavy black robes, wearing a bird-beaked mask. Level, 1. Title, None. Core role, a beacon-like figure in chaotic times, possessing formidable survival, healing, growth, and support capabilities. Core skill, Tier 1 Talent Plague Analysis. Special Plague Mastery, Plague Intestinal Disease. Skill List. 1. Plague Garb active, embodying the attire of medieval plague doctors. Its core effect is plague concealment. Within plague zones, it hides the wearer's position and transforms the plague environment into a personal advantage. 2. Reverse healing active, requires analyzing the target's pathological plague, then expending significant mana to reverse plague damage into healing equal to the plague's destructive power. 3. Plague extraction passive, core progression skill. Each new plague mastered unlocks extraction of one special element corresponding to that plague. 4. Arcane potions passive, innately possesses max proficiency in both alchemy and arcane arts. Utilizes plagues as ingredients to concoct unique arcane potions beyond conventional systems. Chen Yao observed that beneath the spread of his plague, the robust orcs had merely lost mobility, not suffered complete dehydration. Their formidable constitution mitigated some of the negative effects from the plague intestinal disease. These orcs were still remarkably resilient. As a pig for cooking, it couldn't withstand Su Mumei's fifth talent. With a 32,768x multiplier, Chen Yao could imagine the sheer horror. Now that this group of beastmen possessed such robust constitutions, Chen Yao's mind began to race. His sole focus was maximizing the plague intestinal disease effect within this instance. To reach a 32,768-fold multiplier. He wanted to see what the plague would become under the 32768x multiplier. The orc chieftain was merely immune to control effects. His skill couldn't remain active indefinitely, and the plague status still lingered upon him. Hold on tight. I'll take you to one of the orc chieftains. Once we're there, activate your talent immediately and see if there's any special effect. He didn't choose ordinary orcs. Chen Yao felt that at 32,768x, the plague's mutation might be too much for ordinary beings to endure. Got it. Plague armor was undeniably incredibly useful. Moving while the plague was active granted explosive speed, almost like teleportation. Su Mumei nodded and, as before, obediently clung to Chen Yao like an octopus. She was clinging way too tightly. Inhaling Su Mumei's scent, he suppressed his wandering thoughts before once again cloaking himself in the black cape and diving back into the plague. Just as the orc leaders prepared to depart and return to their respective groups, Chen Yao's figure materialized behind one of the orc chieftains. Sensing something amiss, the orc chieftain spun around and swung his axe down with all his might. Following Chen Yao's earlier instructions, Su Mumei immediately applied her innate ability to the orc leader the moment she materialized. This time, the talents release. Enhanced control. The Orc chieftain's movements froze as numerous green, red, and yellow bubbles rapidly swelled on his skin. Immediately after, the flesh on the Orc chieftain's body began to warp. The flesh on his body melted away like wax exposed to intense heat. His vital energy and flesh dissolved at a terrifying speed, his blood essence converging toward the sky. In an instant, the Orc chieftain's vital energy was completely evaporated. Only a pile of bones remained on the ground. The melting process was completed within just 3 breaths. Not even Chen Yao's pathological analysis had finished releasing. Can't handle it? Oh no! An ominous foreboding emanated from Chen Yao. Centered around this beastman chieftain, a foul, crimson wind of strangeness began to stir. Underestimated it by a 32,768-fold amplification. This far surpassed the scale of a plague. Tens of thousands of orcs in the vicinity instantly dissolved into pools of blood. Instantaneous spread. The grassland began to wither. A terrifying aura of death engulfed the scene. Pathological analysis interrupted. Frenzied white light of leveling danced across Chen Yao and Su Mumei's bodies. After several flashes, Chen Yao instantly reached level 10. After level 4, experience points nearly multiplied tenfold. Over 10,000 orcs instantly surged to level 10. But Chen Yao had no time to notice the changes in his body. He immediately embraced Su Mumei, shielding her with his cloak. Dungeon cleared. S rank clear. Completed dungeon special achievement, The Butcher. The Butcher cleared the dungeon within 1 day, with no monsters left alive inside upon completion. The next second, the two exited the dungeon and returned to the real world. Chen Yao didn't immediately check the rewards he'd earned. Instead, he immediately cast reverse healing on Su Mumei and himself, fearing even the slightest trace of that world-ending plague might carry over into reality. The green glow of healing wrapped around both of them. Chen Yao was still trembling with fear. He grabbed Su Mumei's hand urgently. Su Mumei, do you feel anything unusual? Chen Yao released the plague outfit, and the plague doctor's attire dissolved into a cloud of black mist. And no. Nothing unusual. Su Mumei's face flushed slightly. His tense concern made her heartbeat quicken. She was still dazed. How had a sudden red wind swept through and cleared the stage? What just happened? How did we clear it so suddenly? Chen Yao spoke with a serious expression. No one is to mention this again. If anyone asks how we cleared the instance, I'll handle it. You stay silent. Su Mumei nodded. In that split second inside the dungeon, Su Mumei felt like she was about to die. It was Chen Yao who had pulled her out of that terrifying sensation by holding her close. Chapter 8, The Fourfold Limit. Chen Yao understood that the terrifying, tearing apart scene in the dungeon was caused by that 32,768-fold coefficient increase being far too godlike. Not even the most devastating apocalyptic spells could unleash such catastrophic effects. Even a minor upgrade to the plague would be catastrophic. And under a 32,768x multiplier? 4 times was the dungeon's absolute limit, not the ceiling for Su Mumei's talent combined with his own. Fortunately, this time the mutated plague did not target humans. Had even the slightest trace of that mutation been directed at people, they would never have survived to leave the instance alive. It was like a child playing with a nuclear bomb, nearly blowing themselves to bits. Chen Yao understood that his talent combined with Su Mumei's could trigger fission. He never imagined it could trigger nuclear fission. The Orc chieftain died instantly, and all orcs within nearly several kilometers were annihilated. The transmission speed and lethality rate for beast-type creatures had both reached their absolute limits. This devastation rivaled the aftermath of a nuclear bomb detonation. Chen Yao felt a twinge of relief that during the battle against the ingredient pig, he had only used Su Mumei's control talent enhancement 4 times. The 5th time, his conscience had stopped Su Mumei from continuing. Had he pushed forward the entire Jiangbei city? Wait. He had changed professions. The ritual concluded, and it seemed he had just unleashed a plague for the history books. Chen Yao frowned deeply. Upon exiting the instance, he was immediately assaulted by a foul stench. Glancing at the devastation strewn across the floor, he immediately grabbed Su Mumei and hurried to a warehouse that hadn't been affected yet. Once he regained his composure, Chen Yao pulled out his phone to check the latest news. Animal carnage in Jiangbei City. Confirmed, plague spread unrelated to humans. Watch your step when outdoors. Thousands of tons of animal waste produced every hour. The screams of sows. Is it moral decay or? The source of the epidemic remains unidentified. That post about the animal plague in Jiangbei had reached the maximum reply limit of 9,999. Chen Yao took a deep breath. This is brutal. How long has it been? Truly a plague for the history books. But thankfully, aside from being utterly disgusting, it seemed there might still be room for recovery. He prayed his current magic would be sufficient to reverse the treatment. Even if it weakened the healing effects, he had to purge every trace of the plague. His run had been brief. The affected area shouldn't extend too far. This is bad, Chen Yao. When we left for the dungeon, it seemed like a plague broke out outside. All the animals are suffering from severe diarrhea. Diarrhea. As Su Mumei uttered those last 3 words, something seemed to dawn on her. Her eyes narrowed suddenly as she fixed Chen Yao with a piercing stare. Chen Yao chuckled, anticipating what Su Mumei was about to say. It's not me, it's us. We're in this together. Us? You stack the buffs, I unleash the attack credit split 50-50. I told you I'm awesome, you're a killing machine. Perfect teamwork. What do we do now? It's total chaos out there. Clean up the mess first. Chen Yao raised his hand helplessly, his magic surging outward as he unleashed reverse release. In an instant, the entire city of Zhongbei was enveloped in a terrifying green healing glow. Most noticeably, the pigs lying lifelessly in the pigsty, utterly devoid of will to live, rapidly recovered under the green light. Aside from losing a significant amount of fat and becoming drastically emaciated, they appeared otherwise unchanged from before. Green light particles drifted through the streets, causing the entire city of Zhongbei to erupt in chaos once more. Zhongbei City's high command had summoned over 100 doctors priests of sequence 0354 who possessed area of effect dispel abilities. They prepared to conduct a comprehensive plague cleansing across the entire city. But just as they gathered, the overwhelming green glow engulfed the entire city. A top-tier healing spell, its range nearly encompassing the entire city. In that instant, the 100 sequence 0354 priests, their hands raised, stared in bewilderment at the terrifying area of effect healing spell. They couldn't continue their actions, yet they couldn't back down either. They exchanged glances until all eyes finally turned toward the city's influential figures. Healing spell? That wide a range? It must be one of the top 10 high-tier practitioners with the physician path who resolved this crisis in Zhongbei. Resolved? The team of priests hired at great expense hadn't done a thing. Principal Lu, standing to the side, glanced at the healing light surrounding him. He reached out, feeling the green healing particles enter his body. Stamina restored. Mana restored. Fatigue dissipated. Multiple healing effects. Though faint, the plague lingering in the air seemed to vanish. Principal Lu narrowed his eyes. The magic felt too thin to be the work of a high-ranking sequence. It felt more like a novice forcibly casting a healing spell. Though the range was absurdly large. The plague spreading throughout the city, the presence of a student who had awakened the physician path within his own school sequence 001, the plague physician combined with a healing spell capable of dispelling the plague over an extremely large area. Piecing it all together, Principal Lu had already formed a conclusion. He immediately suggested to the other high-ranking officials of Zhongbei City. Resolving this incident would certainly bring us peace of mind. Moreover, that individual chose to act precisely when we had gathered so many priests signaling their intent to minimize the scale of this event. I see no significant damage to the city now. I believe urban sanitation is paramount. The priest team remains useful. They can eliminate breeding grounds caused by excrement. As for the plague spreaders, I propose investigating them through a high-reward bounty system. Let's conclude this incident and temporarily close the case. Principal Lu's words drew nods of agreement from everyone present. They were all busy, and investigating the source of this plague would likely consume significant manpower and resources, a thankless task that offered little reward. Principal Lu is correct. I, Su, concur. Su Yuntian, president of the professional guild, was the first to speak up in agreement. He had received word that his daughter and that boy named Chen Yao had already cleared the hidden dungeon, so he had no time to linger here. Everyone chattered away in discussion. This plague hadn't caused particularly significant property damage. It was merely the morale and mental state of the citizens and the priests invited to handle the excrement that had been thoroughly shattered. Healing had clearly turned into manure cleanup work. The Dr. Path Sequence 362 psychologist would likely be swamped with appointments for quite some time. After exchanging brief pleasantries, over 100 priests exchanged glances, their faces grim. If a high-level sequence had intervened earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Now so many people had been made to look like fools. Su Yuntian called out to Principal Lu as he turned to leave. Principal Lu, where are you headed? Back to First High. What a coincidence. My daughter is still at First High and hasn't come home yet. I was just heading to pick her up. Let's go together. Principal Lu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. That's out of my way. I'm in a bit of a hurry. How is it not on the way? I'm in a hurry too. Let's go together, it'll be more convenient to handle things that way. He was going to catch that scoundrel who deceived his daughter right in front of the principal. His fists weren't for show. Chapter 9, Chen Yao goes wild at the dance club. After releasing the reversal treatment within the school, Chen Yao felt nothing but a pounding headache. The agony of drained magic left him utterly weak. Chen Yao sat on the ground, his face pale. His entire body slumped forward, utterly drained. He fell directly into Su Mumei's arms. Su Mumei gently lowered Chen Yao, and the two of them sat together on the ground. The exhausted Chen Yao was easily maneuvered. His head rested on Su Mumei's hands, cradled upon her fair, slender legs. A lap pillow. Others might rest their heads on thick, sturdy thighs, but hers were long and pale. Su Mumei lowered her gaze, blinking as she studied Chen Yao's pale face, her voice tinged with concern. Chen Yao, are you okay? I used up all my magic cleaning up the mess. I just can't move for now, but I'll be fine after resting a bit. Take a look at the loot from this dungeon run and tell me about it. Sure. The most important thing is the achievement title, Butcher. And it's a unique title. That title alone is worth at least 100 million. Su Mumei excitedly shook the reclining Chen Yao. Hey, stop shaking me, I'm dizzy. My level hit 10 and I also got a bracelet. Bracelet Cloud increases mana regeneration rate by 1 point per minute. Base mana increased by 5 points. Mana regeneration is accelerating. Faster, way too fast. Equipment like this is incredibly rare. You only have a minuscule chance of getting gear by clearing dungeons. Equipment that boosts abilities was already priceless, let alone one with an additional skill. This is worth a fortune. Chen Yao murmured to himself. You're lacking mana. This gear is perfect for you. Su Mumei examined the equipment she had obtained, Bracelet Cloud. She immediately retrieved it and slipped it onto Chen Yao's wrist without a second thought. Even though this single bracelet would be worth tens of millions if sold on the open market, perhaps even far more than that. She put it on Chen Yao without hesitation. Chen Yao struggled to sit up. After fastening it, Su Mumei leaned close to Chen Yao's face, her eyes blinking as she watched his condition. Her cool little hands cupped his cheeks as she asked. Feeling any better? His lips were still pale, and Su Mumei couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Not bad, feels much better now. We all share the same butcher title, and we've reached level 10. At level 10, if we take on group runs, it'll take about half a year to complete. As for gear, I haven't obtained any. What Chen Yao didn't mention was that the instant his pathological analysis interrupted, he had already activated his skill, Plague Extraction. However, during the instant of Plague Extraction, he didn't gain any attribute bonuses. Instead, he acquired one item. High Temperature Toxin, a mystical potion, a foundational blend of special elemental ingredients. Simultaneously, due to the interrupted pathological analysis, the process yielded a mutated plague named Plague Incomplete Combustion. Plague Incomplete Combustion, transmitted through blood. Upon infecting a single host, it raises blood temperature, pushing all physical attributes to peak levels within 10 minutes. If not neutralized within 10 minutes, the host enters a weakened state. After 10 minutes, failure to neutralize triggers a frenzied state, causing loss of reason. By 15 minutes, bodily fluids evaporate completely. Death occurs 20 minutes later. Plague Incomplete Combustion spreads exclusively through blood. Self-release is impossible. Transmission relies solely on biological fluids. Moreover, since the analyzed strain is incomplete, the original beast-type restrictions no longer apply. Before 10 minutes, it acts as a stimulant. After 10 minutes, it becomes a slow poison, a plague of extreme duality. Chen Yao's assessment: transmissibility, 1 star; infectivity, 2 stars; lethality, 3 stars. Overall rating falls short of Plague Intestinal Disease. Plague Intestinal Disease, in Chen Yao's view. Transmissibility, 10 stars; infectivity, 5 stars; lethality, 0 stars. The restriction to beasts is both a blessing and a curse. But it must be said that Plague Intestinal Disease remains the fastest spreading. Chen Yao's current stats are as follows. Name: Chen Yao. Path: Physician. Sequence: 001 Plague Doctor. Tier: Tier 1. Each tier spans 10 levels. Completing the corresponding sequence ritual is required for advancement. Level: 10. Skills: Plague Garb, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Mystic Potion. Talent: Pathological Analysis. Mastered Plagues: Plague Intestinal Disease, Plague Incomplete Combustion. Su Mumei suddenly pinched her own back and whispered softly. Chen Yao, wake up. Just let me rest a bit longer. Clearing the dungeon is exhausting. No. It sounds like my dad is here. Su Mumei's voice trembled slightly as she gently nudged Chen Yao in fear. Who's here? Chen Yao shot upright. Just then, the warehouse door swung open, revealing Su Yuntian and Principal Lu standing in the doorway. Su Yuntian's face turned ashen as he stared at Chen Yao and Su Mumei. His daughter was in the warehouse with a boy. And that kid had just had his hand on his daughter's thigh. Su Yuntian's eyes seemed to shoot flames, as if he wanted to tear the boy apart with his bare hands. Principal Lu adopted the air of someone who'd been through it all. He shot a sidelong glance at Su Yuntian, then looked back at the two kids. Fine. This scene with Su Yuntian, I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Mumei, come here. Su Mumei instinctively started to move forward, but her steps halted when she glanced at Chen Yao. Chen Yao was already drenched in sweat. Why are you looking at me now? This is like pushing me into the fire. Su Yuntian was famously protective of his daughter. Having lost her mother early, Su Mumei had always craved her father's affection. Last year, Sumpon publicly confessed to Su Mumei and scared her into tears. Su Yuntian dragged the kid to the school gate and beat him black and blue. He ended up in the ICU that same day. He paid compensation, and no one dared say a word. Those fists, as big as clay pots, struck fear into everyone. No one dared to mess with Su Mumei. Seeing Su Yuntian's face darken to its absolute limit, Chen Yao realized his earlier enjoyment had likely been seen clearly by her father. If he didn't do something to save face, he might get beaten to death. Father-in-law, hello? My name is Chen Yao. Su Mumei is my girlfriend. The moment those words left his mouth, not only did Su Mumei's face flush crimson, but Su Yuntian's face turned red too. It was a crimson flush of rage. Not the blush of embarrassment, the veins on his temples were bulging. A tough guy's face flushed. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Kid, say that again. Su Yuntian's outstretched hand was grabbed by Principal Lu. President Su, we're on school grounds now. The last time you caused quite a stir. You promised me there would be no more incidents of you assaulting my students. Chen Yao cleared his throat. Sure enough, Principal Lu was still standing nearby. The peacemaker. He felt no fear. Lu Wei, let go of me. Dad. Chen Yao interjected again. Father-in-law. Mumei, come here. And you. You good-for-nothing brat. Shut up. Who are you yelling at? Mumei, don't go over there. Stand behind me. You little brat, I'll tear you apart. Mumei is my name. He's my student, Su Yuntian. Don't overstep. The scene descended into chaos. Lu Wei was a 4th-tier warrior, a light warrior of sequence 065. Su Yuntian was also a 4th-tier warrior, following sequence 059 as a Soya Knight. Neither of their sequences ranked in the top 50, but both were powerful sequences within the top 100, meaning their combat prowess was nearly equal. Su Yuntian, I know you're furious, but hold your temper and hear what these two kids did first. Why should I listen? Father-in-law, please listen. Mumei and I truly love each other. Chen Yao quickly added fuel to the fire, confident that Principal Lu was present and Su Yuntian wouldn't dare harm him here. Damn it! I'll kill you. Su Yuntian. Chairman Su. Chen Yao, you'd better shut up. Chen Yao pulled Su Mumei behind him and spoke up, playing his strongest card. Mumei and I cleared the hidden hell dungeon in just 1 hour. Bull. Principal Lu exclaimed in shock. Say that again. What did you clear? I recall Su Mumei's class as a control mage, right? Su Yuntian had calmed down slightly, though his bloodshot eyes still made him resemble a raging bull. Chapter 10, Curse of Plague, Powerless. Clearing a hidden dungeon was already a rare feat. Clearing it within an hour. Both the intelligence value and the potential of the two who cleared it. Su Yuntian was so furious his head ached, only then remembering why he'd come here. What did you just say? 1 hour. Cleared the hidden dungeon. Principal Lu deliberately raised his voice and repeated the statement. After speaking, he shot a sidelong glance at Su Yuntian standing beside him. Hearing Principal Lu's loud repetition, Su Yuntian's anger subsided somewhat. But the red-hot fury within him wasn't so easily extinguished. Su Yuntian closed his eyes. He tried to suppress his rising blood pressure once more. This is precisely why I came to outline the entry requirements and strategy. I won't say. Su Yuntian's suppressed blood pressure surged once more. I was the one who took Su Mumei to this instance, so don't expect to get anything out of her either. President Su, if you want to know about this hidden dungeon, you'll have to offer something in return. He kept calling her Mumei, sounding even more intimate than I do. Su Yuntian gritted his teeth, demanding each word with deliberate emphasis. What? Do you want your daughter? You bastard. In that instant, Su Yuntian erupted with fury. His figure flickered like lightning. Principal Lu pinned Su Yuntian's head down with one hand, subduing him. Lu Wei. Old bastard. Let go of me. Principal Lu truly hadn't expected Chen Yao to be so outrageously powerful. With just a few words, he persuaded the guildmaster to deliver a punch like a clay pot. It was hard not to suspect some deep-seated grudge between Chen Yao and Su Yuntian. Every word was pure provocation. Watching Su Yuntian pinned down, Chen Yao smiled as he raised his hand. Birdbeak mask, black cloak, brown robes. He flicked his cloak aside. Amidst the scattered plague intestinal disease, Chen Yao took Su Mumei's hand and vanished into the plague. They reappeared at the far end of the equipment room. Staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar attire, Principal Lu felt a faint ache in his head as long-dormant memories resurfaced. He was momentarily lost in thought. His lips murmured a word no one else could hear. But Principal Lu quickly regained his composure. Teleportation. That was the first thought that flashed through both Principal Lu and Su Yuntian's minds. Chen Yao raised his hand, and the plague scattered throughout the equipment room reversed into healing magic. Healing light flowed into everyone's bodies. This localized healing proved far more terrifying in its effects than the earlier citywide treatment. Energy restored, fatigue dissipated, magic replenished, all accompanied by a calming effect. This restorative power made Su Yuntian's eyes light up, while Principal Lu's lips curved into a faint smile. A previously unseen sense of pride surged within him. He felt as though he were reunited with a long-lost friend, his heart pounding with excitement. It's you! Su Yuntian's flushed state subsided. The healing sensation before him felt eerily familiar. The healing spell unleashed by this young rascal, the very one everyone assumed was a high-tier sequence user, capable of casting city-wide healing spells. He must be an elite of the healer path. And he even possessed the life-saving divine skill of teleportation. Having seen countless practitioners, Su Yuntian instantly realized this bastard sequence must be incredibly high. And incredibly powerful. At that moment, Su Yuntian realized why Lu Wei had been following him all along. This kid's awakened sequence was no ordinary one. Principal Lu, what sequence did he awaken? As the school principal, you must know what sequence this child awakened today. Principal Lu suppressed the twitch at the corner of his mouth, cleared his throat, and replied. Over 300 students graduated from First High today. How could I possibly remember every single sequence? But as luck would have it, I do remember this kid's sequence. Chen Yao flicked his wrist, causing his plague outfit to vanish. His gaze fixed on Principal Lu. Principal Lu shouted out my sequence number. Doctor, first sequence. Plague Doctor. Principal Lu's lips curved upward. He winked at Chen Yao and announced in a clear voice. Dr. Pathway, sequence 002, Mystic. Occultist? Seems like a sequence that's never appeared before. At least it's not that bastard from sequence 001. What does not that bastard from 001 even mean? First off, as a plague doctor, I haven't provoked anyone. Of course, that plague I got stuck with last time doesn't count. Su Yuntian's words made Chen Yao realize that plague doctors didn't exactly have the best reputation. But he couldn't understand why the principal would cover for him. Su Mumei stole a glance at Chen Yao, suppressing a twitch at the corner of her mouth but daring not to say more. She knew full well that Chen Yao's designation was Plague Doctor 001, but hearing her father say, as long as it's not 001, she really couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Mystic is an excellent profession. Being able to cast healing spells over such a vast area made him absolutely the most crucial strategic core sequence in a 100-person team. Not to mention mystic potions, they're practically priceless on the market. President Su, these two children must be exhausted after emerging from the dungeon. Please go to my office to rest. You may proceed ahead. I'd like to have a chat with Chen Yao. Mumei, let's go to Principal Lu's office first. Su Mumei glanced at Chen Yao, who nodded before she walked over. This scene made her father's hands clench so tightly his veins stood out. After Su Mumei and Su Yuntian left, only Chen Yao and Principal Lu remained in the warehouse. In the quiet warehouse, Principal Lu took a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement. Aren't you curious why I hid your sequence from you? Before Chen Yao could answer, Principal Lu continued speaking. It wouldn't normally matter, but seeing your attire always reminds me of someone from the past. As the first sequence among the physician paths, the Plague Doctor isn't just powerful in its own right. Its innate abilities can unleash both catastrophe and nuclear devastation. Chen Yao met Principal Lu Wei's intense gaze. Principal, couldn't you have found a nicer way to put it? You have no idea how many people in this city once hated the Plague Doctor. Was it the previous generation? Did they unleash plagues that killed countless people? Were the plague doctors of the previous generation even less human than himself, deserving such hatred? Exactly. Doctors who walk through plagues are considered a cancer in this era. 30 years ago, plague doctors were beacons of hope for the world. Alas, times have changed. When a blind man regains his sight, what's the first thing he does? Open their eyes to see the world? No, to discard their walking stick. That's what happens when plague doctors become obsolete. Therefore, do not reveal your sequence 001 status. I will alter your records, and I possess methods to ensure others cannot disclose your sequence. Chen Yao couldn't understand why Principal Lu was doing this. The next moment, Principal Lu's expression shifted. He glanced around the room, then looked back at Chen Yao. After all I've done for you, could you return a small favor? My health is failing day by day. I keep having these minor ailments. Principal, what are you saying? As a doctor, saving lives is our very purpose. This ailment of mine is rather embarrassing to discuss. Other sequence doctors simply can't treat it. Hearing this, Chen Yao finally understood why his sequence had been preserved. He was curious, though, what kind of illness could only be treated by a plague doctor? Principal, let me examine you. No, I'll just tell you directly. Chen Yao cut off Principal Lu before he could continue, raising his hand to perform a pathological analysis. Pathological analysis, weakness and exhaustion, curse of plague. After reaching age 40, sudden weakness occurs during physical activity, preventing sustained exertion whether in combat or combat. Solution, no cure. No cure? This was the first time Chen Yao had encountered an incurable plague. Perhaps his own rank was too low. Well, what do you see? Principal, your condition is a bit unusual. This isn't just a minor ailment, is it? It's called weakness. Well, that's exactly it. In my youth, I was the sole defender holding back a 100-man team. Now, as a top 100 light warrior, my combat time can't exceed half an hour. At over 50, I'm forced to step back to the third line and become a principal. Do you have any idea how agonizing this is for me? Isn't the pain caused by weakness stemming from emotional issues? Principal Lu's aged face flushed slightly. He opened his mouth, paused for a few seconds, then spoke. As expected, those selected for the Plague Doctor sequence are all deserving. This disease is a form of plague. It provides me with analysis material and helps the principal eliminate it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Principal, treatment isn't impossible, but I want to administer a potent remedy to eradicate it completely. The headmaster's curse could only be stalled for now. Once I reached a high enough rank, I'd resolve it once and for all. Then I'll have Su Mumei enhance it. Just imagine how powerful a plague formed from sheer weakness could be. Chen Yao glanced at Principal Lu. The warrior path of sequence 065 light warrior should be quite resilient, right? After all, even the ingredient pig could withstand 4 enhancements. Chapter 11. You don't want others to find out either, do you? What kind of potent remedy are we talking about? This will take time. Healing is one aspect, but I also have a condition. Go ahead. Help me pursue Su Mumei. Principal Lu's pupils dilated in shock. He couldn't believe an 18-year-old boy would say such a thing to him, the headmaster. Ask him to be the wingman? What a joke. Everyone else treated him like the principal, but Chen Yao didn't even see him as a person. Help him chase a girl? How old did he think he was? You need my help chasing girls? I can't exactly chase her for you. Principal, you're overthinking it. I just need your help to handle her, old man. From the moment I stepped into the school, I saw that your presence alone already overshadowed Su Mumei's father. Principal Lu sighed inwardly. Young people's thinking was so unpredictable these days his old bones could barely keep up. You're the first person to provoke Su Yuntian into such rage and walk away unscathed. From that perspective, you're definitely a talent. Principal Lu gave him a thumbs up. Leave this to me. I'll secure your placement in the internship team under the school's authority. Su Yuntian can't interfere, it's a formal procedure. But after 6 months, I won't be able to protect you anymore. After all, her father is the head of the professional guild. Future developments will depend entirely on the guild's decisions. Still, he won't harm you while I'm around, he won't be able to touch you. 6 months? 6 months is plenty. Wait until I reach tier 3. Once it's a done deal, no one can stop it. Bold words. Principal Lu was stunned. What did he mean by reaching tier 3 in half a year? What did he mean by no one can stop it? A done deal? Su Yuntian really deserved to be punished for his actions back then. Principal Lu took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. This kid really deserved a beating. Then could you tell me about what happened inside the instance? There was nothing to hide about how to activate the instance, so Chen Yao spoke frankly. Any awakened who hasn't joined the ranks yet can trigger the hidden instance by choosing Hell difficulty in the Orc War. As for how to clear it, well, it's better if you don't know, Principal. This exploit couldn't be revealed, it only worked for him and Su Mumei anyway, and sharing it held no intelligence value. Principal Lu froze. He'd seen each of these conditions before, but combined together, they seemed strangely off. What did it mean for an unassigned sequence awakener to select and enter the Hell difficulty Orc War? Was this even a choice a human could make? Lu Wei increasingly sensed that this particular student of his was truly extraordinary. Making such a choice was absurd in itself. Perhaps this was also why he could become a plague doctor. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Yao and Principal Lu headed toward the office. Yellow-haired kid divider. Inside the office, Su Yuntian's resigned voice drifted out. He had thought that by leveraging his role as a father, his beloved daughter would immediately reveal every detail of the hidden copy to her hardworking old father. Little did he know, Su Yuntian had truly overestimated things. After wasting his breath for ages, Su Mumei stubbornly refused to utter a single word. I'm your dad, and you won't even tell me? What's so great about that little punk? Dad. Chen Yao is a great guy, not the little jerk you make him out to be. You don't even know him. And stop talking about him. I promised Chen Yao I wouldn't say a word about the dungeon. Su Mumei crossed her arms, turned her back to Su Yuntian, and sulked. There was nothing she could do about it. When she awakened as the sole sequence control mage, no one except Chen Yao had come to offer her a single word of support. In the end, it was Chen Yao who dragged her through dungeons, helping her grind for her class change. So there was no way she'd spill the beans. What was that called? Something about honor, like in those TV dramas. Though Su Mumei didn't quite grasp the meaning of honor, she knew better than to break her word. Su Yuntian clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. His heart ached like a cherished cabbage patch trampled by pigs. Mumei, you know your mother and I parted ways early. Raising you alone was incredibly hard. You must keep your eyes open. Your father has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice in your life. You absolutely must see through that good for nothing. At that moment, the door swung open. Chen Yao, buoyed by Principal Lu's assurance, strode into the office with his chest puffed out and head held high. The sight of Chen Yao's scruffy appearance instantly ignited an unnamed rage within Su Yuntian. He shot to his feet. Principal Lu swiftly stepped forward and pressed down on Su Yuntian's shoulders. He genuinely feared that if he wasn't careful, Su Yuntian would raise his hand and slap Chen Yao. President Su, we'll discuss the dungeon matter in detail later. Additionally, I intend to have these 2 students join the school's internship team dungeon. Impossible. Mumu absolutely cannot be grouped with that brat. I refuse. Dad. How could you? President Su, this decision depends on the students' wishes. Moreover, the school's internship arrangements are formal. This is an essential path for any professional graduating from this institution. It cannot be skipped. Su Yuntian gave a cold laugh. His daughter was so obedient no one could force her to do anything she didn't want. Daughter, speak your mind. No one can force you to do anything, not even Principal Lu. If you don't want to team up with that kid, just say so. Don't be afraid. Dad. I want to team up with Chen Yao. Su Yuntian felt his body freeze in place, unable to move an inch. A lump formed in his throat. His throat convulsed twice, words stuck fast, unable to escape. In that moment, as a father, it felt like the sky had fallen. Chen Yao immediately chimed in. Chairman Su, rest assured I'll take good care of Su Mumei. You bastard. At that moment, Su Yuntian could have punched Chen Yao right in the face. Saying that right in front of me. Damn it all. Chen Yao knew Su Yuntian was a doting father. No matter what he did, it would never satisfy him. Might as well break through his defenses more easily. He could ease his own mind by just fooling Su Mumei. Mumu, would you like to team up with me? Sure, I can. Veins throbbed at Su Yuntian's temples as his fists clenched until they cracked. But he was powerless to refuse, forced to concede. The internship is fine, but I'll have guild members assist you from the rear. And I need to assign a mentor for those 2. No problem. I'll personally lead the team for this internship dungeon run. Principal Lu agreed with a smile, simultaneously sharing with Su Yuntian the hidden dungeon strategy Chen Yao had previously discussed with him. Access to hidden dungeon intelligence. This finally lifted Su Yuntian's spirits slightly. After a brief exchange, Chen Yao prepared to leave, scheduling a dedicated internship instance for 3 days hence. Then I'll see you in 3 days, Su Mumei. See you in 3 days. Su Mumei stood on tiptoe and waved her arms. This gesture made Su Yuntian's breathing grow even more rapid as he stared intently at Chen Yao's retreating figure. Dad, Chen Yao really isn't what you think. He's genuinely kind. Brother Yuntian, sometimes you need to lighten up. I think this kid Chen Yao does have his good points. What merits? Principal Lu cleared his throat. What good points? My hen laid a second egg, Brother Yuntian. Next time we meet. Yellow hair divider. Meanwhile, after returning to the rental apartment, Chen Yao didn't rest but headed straight for the kitchen. Surveying the pots, pans, and utensils, he decided to test his mysterious potion skill. Especially since Principal Lu had publicly revealed his sequence as a mystic, the Plague Doctor's innate skilled mystic potion demanded he master at least 1 or 2 concoctions. The most expensive mystical potion currently on the market was the powerful recovery potion, priced at 3 million per bottle. Its primary effect was to instantly restore the user to full health when they were on the brink of death. The ingredients for such potions were prohibitively expensive, far beyond Chen Yao's means. Of course, there are also offensive type mystic potions, but their ingredients are generally just as costly. Chen Yao pulled 2 bowls from the kitchen cabinet. He prepared to truly craft potions by hand, foregoing test tubes, alcohol lamps, and all that fancy equipment. Medieval plague doctors didn't have such favorable conditions, and he had to uphold the doctor's ethos. Any potion that worked was a good potion. Chen Yao's primary experiment involved combining the high-temperature toxin extracted from the plague with his own pathological analysis of plague incomplete combustion. After all, on a literal level, these 2 elements seemed perfectly matched. The real question is how to fuse them. Since plague incomplete combustion spreads through blood, the potion must contain blood as a medium. Chen Yao glanced at his finger. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to buy a chicken from the market instead. Using his own blood would be far too painful. Of course, blood transmission was only the first step. He also needed cooling agents. Chen Yao checked his phone. Only 30,000 yuan remained on his part-time job card. Broke, Chen Yao immediately thought of Principal Lu. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Principal Lu's number. The moment the call connected, Chen Yao spoke. Principal, you don't want others to find out about your illness, do you? Chapter 12, The Unseen Side Effects of the Rage Potion. Principal, you know how expensive occult studies can be. I need to make some potions. Asking for a consultation fee isn't too much, is it? Upon hearing the words mystical potions, Principal Lu paused on the other end of the line, his tone shifting. Those who became plague doctors were generally viewed unfavorably by others, but their skills were undeniably extraordinary. Mystical potions were another matter entirely. If a little money could secure exclusive rights to a brand new formula, such an investment was bound to pay off handsomely. After 2 or 3 seconds of consideration, the wealthy Principal Lu spoke. I'll transfer 10 million yuan to you, but for every 3 bottles of the mysterious potion you develop, you must give me 1. Chen Yao glanced at the mysterious potion he intended to create. Plague incomplete combustion combined with high-temperature toxin. These ingredients certainly didn't seem like the building blocks for a proper mysterious potion. Still, since the principal wanted it, he agreed without hesitation. After all, he only intended to test what would happen when plague and medicinal toxins fused together. Anything produced would be experimental anyway. The call ended. Before long, the funding from Principal Lu arrived in his account. 10 million yuan transferred in an instant. Chen Yao couldn't help but marvel at how absurdly wealthy the principal was. He must have amassed quite a fortune during his years in office. He walked down the street as if gold bars were littering the ground, too rich to bother picking up. But in reality, maybe it wasn't that little. With that 10 million, Chen Yao purchased essential test tubes and equipment for his mysterious potions, along with some raw materials, spending less than $1 million. He'd originally planned to mix potions by hand, but how could he resist when the principal handed him 10 million? His original plan was to ask for a few thousand, mix some potions by hand, and call it a day. 10 million. He changed his mind and decided to make something worthwhile. He kept the remaining 9 million with him for now. After all, pursuing Su Mumei would cost money. After all, the potions were just test samples he'd save wherever possible. You can choose not to spend money, but you can't afford to be without it. For material procurement, Chen Yao relied on the passive effects of the mysterious potion Max Mysticism and Max Alchemy to purchase ingredients for accelerated fusion. This knowledge was innate. First, the plague incomplete combustion fusion requires blood. Bloodvine is the most crucial mystical ingredient, needed to neutralize the toxins within the high-temperature poison. Various animal livers are the best choice. As he spoke, Chen Yao tossed bloodvine material into the test beaker, followed by several mysterious animal livers and other ingredients. Finally, he infused the high-temperature toxin and plague incomplete combustion into the mixture. After Chen Yao incorporated both elements using his professional skills, the liquid in the beaker began to churn violently. It transformed from green to red, and finally became transparent. Rage Potion, within 10 minutes of consumption, grants immunity to toxins and mania while boosting strength by 300%. Hidden, after 10 minutes, there's a 90% chance the toxin and mania will erupt violently, causing the user to mistakenly believe they are a special kind of animal. Hidden properties are only visible to the alchemist who created the mystic potion once their mysticism skill reaches its maximum level. Coincidentally, Chen Yao's passive mysticism skill was maxed out. This hidden effect, in short, is a side effect invisible to all users except the creator. Any professional player seeing the preceding properties would absolutely go mad. The properties are far too powerful. This potion is so messed up? It even has hidden properties. The inclusion of hyena, parrot, mongrel, and mongoose livers was solely to counteract the side effect of plague incomplete combustion. The side effect was eliminated, but it gave birth to another strange thing. Would giving this to Principal Lu be too much of a risk? Maybe I should hint at it more subtly? This mysterious potion works wonders for others. But with all the potent ingredients added, he couldn't possibly use it himself. After drinking it, he'd be gone in a flash. But if he ended up barking like a hyena in place again, wouldn't that be? Chen Yao dared not dwell on it. A total of 30 bottles of the mysterious potion were produced. It wasn't that Chen Yao wanted to make so many, it was simply because it was so cheap to produce. The main components were his own plague incomplete combustion and high-temperature toxin mystical elements. The rest were ordinary, inexpensive materials. The next day, Chen Yao kept only 10 bottles of the rage potion for himself. Truthfully, he could have given them all to Principal Lu. This stuff wasn't exactly wholesome, and he'd never use his own concoctions. Mr. Chen, I never imagined you'd create a new mysterious potion in just one day. May I take a look? Chen Yao handed the rage potion to Principal Lu. As Principal Lu examined the potion's extraordinary effects, his hand trembled violently, nearly causing him to cry out. A 300% increase in 10 minutes? You made this? Principal Lu exclaimed the moment he saw the potion. No way? 300% boost? You know, the highest grade potions on the market only boost stats up to 100%. Yours only lasts 10 minutes, but the boost is insane. This 10 million was well spent. Saying this, Principal Lu opened a bottle, ready to down it in one gulp. This reckless act startled Chen Yao to his core. He actually dared to drink the potion made by the plague doctor. Chen Yao immediately grabbed Principal Lu's hand, stopping his reckless action. If he drank it and made a fool of himself, he might even have to give back that 10 million. Chen Yao hurriedly added. Principal Lu, your body has too many deficiencies. You shouldn't drink this rage potion yet. Besides, it's extremely rare. Since it hasn't fully cured your condition, you should keep it for yourself. Right. It would be a waste to drink such a precious thing all at once. It must have been incredibly difficult to create. There are 20 bottles in total. Money is the least of it. You know how potions are, Principal. They burn through cash. Principal Lu didn't question Chen Yao's explanation at all. Money isn't an issue. I've saved quite a bit over the years. I'll transfer another 10 million to you. Focus on refining this formula. The training dungeon will open in a couple of days. You can use that time to hone your skills. We'll discuss the potion further after you return from the dungeon. Principal Lu examined the rage potion in his hand with great satisfaction. Once this potion hit the market, it would be nothing short of revolutionary. He intended to make the most of these 20 bottles of rage potion. Networking and social connections were crucial in this world. These 20 bottles of berserk potion, if I give them away, I might just get a promotion, or even trade them for some resources. Everyone looked at Chen Yao as if he were a lucky charm. As he was leaving, Chen Yao still couldn't shake his unease and reminded Principal Lu. Principal, the potion's effects remain unknown since they haven't undergone clinical trials. These 20 bottles are merely samples for you, don't distribute them carelessly. Once your health is restored, we'll conduct tests together. Alright. Principal Lu agreed readily. But inwardly, he thought, after all these years as principal, wouldn't I know a good potion when I drink it? The brand new berserk potion promised a 300% power boost. To Principal Lu, any potential side effects paled in comparison. The 100% strength enhancement potion lasted 30 minutes and sold for 6 million. Principal Lu calculated that spending 10 million to create a mysterious potion for Chen Yao that far surpassed anything on the market was an absolute steal. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for his discerning eye. Sometimes choice trumps effort. Indeed, helping Chen Yao conceal his terrifying 001 serial plague doctor status had been the right move from the start. Chen Yao was simply coaxing more gold coins out of Principal Lu. It wasn't that mysticism was too costly, it was that he himself was too poor. After all, these were hidden attributes. Even if side effects appeared after consumption, they wouldn't be linked to his potions, the side effects were concealed. But, while Principal Lu was still buzzing with excitement, Chen Yao felt his conscience gnawing at him so fiercely that he slipped away alone. After leaving, Chen Yao watched as another 50 million appeared in his account and took a deep breath. They actually gave that much. At the same time, it made Chen Yao's conscience ache a little. He sighed softly. Truly heartless, he could have made even more. He seemed to grasp a tiny bit why so many people called the plague sequence a monster. He'd barely lifted a finger, yet he'd already made the entire city cheer for him. Chapter 13, Sequence 049, Eternal Guardian. The time for the school dungeon arrived quickly. Chen Yao arrived at the school on time. This time, Principal Lu led the training dungeon group. Participating in the training dungeon wasn't just Chen Yao and Su Mumei, there were 21 others from their graduating class. Chen Yao stood alone to the side, while the remaining 19 had clearly formed a tight-knit group. He didn't mind the solitude. In truth, Chen Yao had already reached level 10, and any subsequent experience points gained would be stored. This was because every 10 levels required a focused ritual to advance to the next rank in the progression sequence. Before performing the ritual, they would complete at least 3 dungeons. No one had ever done what Su Mumei and Chen Yao did, grinding through hell-tier hidden dungeons. A single dungeon run could level them up by 10. He had been preoccupied with concocting mysterious potions. Only now did Chen Yao recall checking the requirements for his level 10 advancement to the second tier. Complete the physician's ladder and perform 100 field surgeries. Surgery. Chen Yao stared at his advancement rite and fell silent. The abilities of Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor, were always so abstract. This made him feel deeply unsettled. After confirming his rite, Chen Yao gained his second innate ability. Field Surgery passive. When performing field surgery, all negative status effects on the target are removed, fully restoring their physical condition and granting an immunity status boost. A powerful healing passive. Chen Yao realized his scalpel wasn't useless after all. Whether it was a minor cold or an injury, a thorough wilderness surgery could restore everything. Su Mumei also entered through the school gate. Spotting Chen Yao immediately, she jogged over. She leaned close to Chen Yao and whispered softly, "Chen Yao, my dad agreed to let us be together for now." Su Mumei's voice wasn't loud, but those nearby could still hear it. As if a switch had been flipped, all 19 pairs of eyes turned to stare at Chen Yao. Chen Yao raised an eyebrow, then took Su Mumei's hand and led her to the other side. "You've reached level 10. What's the ceremony for your second stage advancement? Didn't you ask me how I convinced my dad to let us be together?" Chen Yao was genuinely curious. "How did you manage that?" "Simple. Even my father couldn't help me with my level 10 advancement quest, but I knew you could. Promotion ritual, complete 100 instances of controlled praise, heartfelt praise. The acquired second tier talent is passive continuous release. This allows multiple control effects to be instantly unleashed on the same target within a short time frame. Chen Yao thought his own ritual was already absurd enough. But Su Mumei's ritual involved controlling praise and the controlled target had to praise? What the hell is this? Where on earth was he supposed to find 1,000 masochists to control? "This ritual of yours?" Chen Yao paused, as if something occurred to him. "I have a solution." Hearing he had a solution, Su Mumei's wide eyes lit up instantly. "I knew you could handle it. That's why Dad agreed to let me be with you." "Mississippi." A sudden voice interrupted. A pale, stick-thin man stood beside Su Mumei. "Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is..." Before he could finish, he began coughing violently, his body shaking uncontrollably with each convulsive fit. "He's been assigned by my father to monitor us. Miss, this isn't surveillance. I was assigned to accompany you to prevent any accidents. My name is Li Su. I'm Warrior Sequence 0049, Tier 3, Eternal Guardian. Cough cough cough. Li Su began coughing again. Chen Yao felt this guy named Li Su was practically coughing his lungs out. He performed a medical analysis on Li Su. White lung skill side effect. Each time the sequence's abilities are used, the symptoms of white lung intensify. It seemed his father-in-law had deliberately sent this fellow along with him. I can treat your condition. No need. Li Su raised his hand in refusal, forcing an awkward smile as he waved it off. I know you're a Dr. Path. But the more severe the illness, the higher my sequence power becomes. That's why I deliberately maintain this state. When I'm healthy, my sequence ability is no different from that of a cripple. Cough cough cough. As he spoke, Li Su began coughing again. Alright, if you can't hold on, I can treat you. Thanks. This 40-year-old man looked exceptionally frail, yet he gave Chen Yao an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It must be the passive effect of his sequence. Principal Lu scanned the entire group. Everyone present? This training instance is straightforward. Ms. Sun and I will lead the group. There will be absolutely no mishaps. This instance is solely for familiarizing yourselves with team combat within instances. Beside Principal Lu stood an intellectual-looking woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a teacher's skirt. Ms. Sun pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose, a gentle smile on her face as she addressed the group. This is my second time leading a practice instance. Please work together and assist one another within the instance. Now, everyone, follow me to the special dungeon within the school grounds. Unlike previous instances where two players could enter directly via the awakening card, this time it was a team-based instance group exceeding 20 members required access through a special instance device. A unique portal. Teacher Sun waved his hand. Everyone, don't crowd. There's no need to be nervous about entering this training instance. With Principal Lu and me leading the way, it's basically just a test of your overall capabilities in foundational combat training. Seemingly concerned these newcomers might be intimidated, Teacher Sun deliberately emphasized this point once more. The portal device glowed a deep blue, its center swirling with a small vortex of fluorescent light. Chen Yao, Su Mumei, and Uncle Li Su stood to one side. 19 people stood on one side. Teacher Sun entered the instance first, and the group began entering the special teleportation device in an orderly fashion. Chen Yao stepped forward, and Su Mumei immediately followed. Lastly, Li Su stepped in. Principal Lu took a stride forward, intending to enter the instance. Just as Principal Lu lifted his foot, his head collided with the teleportation device. The originally deep blue portal suddenly flashed purple, then exploded. In the next instant, the portal's deep blue vortex twisted into pitch black. Principal Lu, who had been holding back, stared at the suddenly mutated portal before him, his eyes narrowing sharply. He raised his hand, and a golden artifact instantly equipped itself. He then delivered a powerful punch directly into the black portal. The instant his fist made contact, lightning flashed. A shadowy image of a black skull roared from within the portal. Principal Lu was knocked back half a step. He stared at the increasingly pitch-black teleportation array before him, his furrowed brow slowly relaxing. A whisper echoed. Doctors, he has come to see you. Special instance, Netherworld Grounds Chaotic Graveyard. The moment they entered the instance, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Everyone couldn't help but shiver twice. Special instance? The moment he heard the prompt, Chen Yao sensed something was off. Wasn't this supposed to be a training instance? A special instance used for training? Glancing back, he noticed Principal Lu, a level 4 warrior, sequence 065 of the light sequence, hadn't followed them in. Chen Yao reached out, grabbed Su Mumei's hand, and pulled her back. Su Mumei turned her head in confusion. Something's off. Chapter 14, Necrotic Pathogen. Miss, this isn't a training instance. Li Su's already pale face grew grim. The surrounding circumstances and the pressure they exerted were nothing like an ordinary instance. At this moment, anyone could sense something was wrong. Panic spread like a disease. A crimson moon hung in the night sky. The howling wind carried an eerie chill. The biting cold wind stung their faces, sending an inexplicable chill through everyone. In the distance, shattered gravestones stood scattered around the area. This was no ordinary training dungeon. What kind of training dungeon is this eerie? Are you nervous? Chen Yao felt Su Mumei's grip on his hand tighten slightly. A little. Su Mumei admitted it. Don't worry, just hold on to me when the time comes. You. Su Mumei started to say something, but swallowed it back. Chen Yao glanced around. The surroundings were dim and eerie, with no monsters in sight, only rows upon rows of tombstones. The truly terrifying presence lurked in the shadows. To ensure complete safety, he raised his hand and dispersed the entire plague intestinal disease. This plague intestinal disease targeted only beasts. Spreading rapidly through the air, given enough time, the plague intestinal disease could engulf the entire dungeon. The sense of impending danger thickened around them. Buzz. The ground shook violently. Skeleton soldiers glowing crimson burst through the earth, crawling out from beneath the tombstones. Each skeleton radiated a crimson glow. This crimson glow startled Chen Yao. He sensed something was amiss. Even if this was a Hell tier hidden dungeon, the monsters couldn't possibly exceed tier 1. This warning of glowing red clearly surpassed tier 3, reaching at least tier 4 standards. If even the minions were 4th tier, the dungeon's difficulty was unimaginable. Chen Yao felt Principal Lu had no reason to sabotage him, yet he hadn't even entered the instance. Where exactly had things gone wrong? Besides the level 2 teacher's son accompanying them, the strongest presence was Li Su, a warrior pathway eternal guardian ranked within the top 50. Teacher's son halted, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Her face grew deathly pale. Everyone! We have to get out of here. Teacher! There are too many skeletons. And they're glowing red. Teacher, I'm scared. Everyone stood tense, backs pressed together, trembling as they raised their weapons. Not wetting themselves was already a blessing. Chen Yao marveled at his foresight for spreading the plague immediately. At worst, they could stall until the dungeon ended and escape with Su Mumei. After all, his plague outfit could only equip one item. There was no way he could equip it for 20-odd people. Chen Yao glanced at Li Su, the consumptive standing nearby. At most, he could equip one more person, Li Su. The rest would have to fend for themselves. A group of complete newbies tackling a tier 4 dungeon for the first time felt despair rising within them. Skeletons bursting through the earth had already surrounded them. These students couldn't even muster the will to fight. Li Su cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Miss, step back. At that moment, Li Su stepped forward. His frail steps pressed into the ground. Li Su moved slowly, his right hand pressed to his chest. Eyes closed, he murmured a silent prayer. Yet every step drew the gaze of those around him. He captured the gaze of every student. The very next second, a burst of golden light erupted from every person, forming ethereal golden shields that sank into their chests. Everyone, don't be afraid. Cough, cough, cough. Li Su's coughing grew worse. Standing at the front, he spoke in a weak voice. I've placed a protective barrier on everyone. These 4th tier minions can't break through the defense. Chen Yao raised an eyebrow. The Eternal Guardian, ranked within the top 50? It's actually this powerful? Capable of casting a protective skill on the entire group. Chen Yao continued to observe. There must be a reason for suddenly ending up in this 9 Hell's graveyard. Either someone had targeted them. In Chen Yao's view, the only targets worth targeting were himself and Su Mumei. The principal concealed Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor, fabricating the identity of Sequence 002, the Mystic. But there was no reason for the occultist's identity to be involved in something as significant as modifying the dungeon. That leaves only Su Mumei. Her identity as a control mage isn't noteworthy, only her father, the head of the Zhongbei City Practitioners Guild, holds significance. Perhaps there were other possibilities. Teacher! These monsters' attacks really aren't affecting us. Some students who had been fighting nervously relaxed instantly when they realized the skeleton monsters' attacks were being nullified by golden light, leaving them completely unharmed. Cough, cough, cough. Li Su's coughing grew more frequent. Chen Yao frowned. It seemed the sequence ability absorbed damage, converting it into the white lung side effect, then further enhanced a specific attribute by compromising health. Chen Yao had already guessed the nature of Li Su's skill conversion. The students who sensed they wouldn't get hurt began to let loose, following teacher Sun's commands to pull the monsters and attack. The 19 worked together with remarkable coordination. Li Su stood in front of Su Mumei and Chen Yao, his frail fists relentlessly striking the approaching skeleton soldiers. Each punch looked feeble, yet delivered devastating damage. However, Chen Yao could tell these were merely ordinary 4th tier skeleton soldiers. At this rate of monster elimination, encountering a single elite 4th tier monster would guarantee the entire group's annihilation. Of course, what Chen Yao could see, Li Su could see too. That was precisely why he chose to step forward now. All he could do was buy enough time to see the dungeon through to the end. Chen Yao crouched down, his gaze fixed on the skeleton reduced to bone fragments. The fragments still trembled. The bone fragments of the skeleton soldier that Chen Yao hadn't picked up reassembled themselves into a complete skeleton soldier once more. Chen Yao's brow furrowed. Unkillable? Then there was only one possibility: these skeleton soldiers weren't even monsters, they were creatures controlled by necromancers. A necromancer is controlling these skeleton monsters. Teacher Sun shouted from within the crowd, but it was useless. Even with Li Su's defense, their pitiful damage could barely scatter a handful of the 4th tier skeleton soldiers. They couldn't break through. Their tier was simply too high. Chen Yao stared at the skull bone in his hand, black liquid swirling within its crevices. He began to ponder. The method of undead manipulation must be similar to a plague contagious. Skeleton soldiers within range were destroyed only to be reborn. Pure magic alone couldn't sustain such a vast skeleton army, something else must be mixed in with the magic. Only pathogens possessed both contagiousness and manipulative properties. This was merely his conjecture, he had no knowledge of the necromancer profession. Such secrets were the necromancer's trade, and Chen Yao might not be able to decipher anything useful. Still, he wanted to test his hypothesis. Chen Yao attempted pathological analysis on the black liquid. Analysis successful. Pathological analysis, necromantic pathogen. Necromantic pathogen, a pathogen exclusive to necromancers. Requiring only a minimal amount of magic, it attaches itself to skeletons, enabling their manipulation into effective combat units. It really worked. Indeed, death and plague are the perfect terrain for a plague doctor. Truly worthy of sequence 001's innate analysis. It can even analyze this. With the pathological analysis complete, we can now reverse the treatment to directly disband these skeleton soldiers. Chen Yao showed no urgency, placing the bone in his hand before Su Mumei. Su Mumei jumped in surprise. What are you doing? Try using your talent to enhance control. According to Chen Yao's hypothesis, this manipulative necrotic pathogen could be classified as a form of control ability. Su Mumei obediently used her control enhancement on the skeleton in Chen Yao's hand. The skeleton showed no noticeable changes. Ineffective. Wrong guess. The necrotic pathogen couldn't be affected by Su Mumei's control enhancement effect. It could be considered a plague, but not a control-type debuff. Chen Yao raised his hand and clenched it. Reverse healing. The plague intestinal disease already scattered around instantly transformed into healing light. Simultaneously, the necrotic pathogen within the skeleton soldiers was also reversed and healed. All the skeleton soldiers that had just risen instantly crumbled apart, green healing light bubbling from their bones. In that instant, everyone was stunned. How did the skeleton soldiers suddenly start healing? Chapter 15, Death Bacteria Ultra Advanced. Chapter 1. The necromancer lurking in the shadows felt no different from those students. It was just as bewildered. Why were its skeletons healing? The necromancer's wrinkled, mummy-like face clearly showed its bewilderment. As a 4th-tier lord-level monster, the necromancer's frail form meant its attack patterns were extremely simple. It could only hide in the shadows, relying on its summons to attack enemies. It couldn't comprehend why all its skeleton soldiers had suddenly lost contact and why they'd gained healing abilities. At the edge of the graveyard, Chen Yao turned and used the necrotic pathogen obtained through pathological analysis on the scattered bones of the fallen skeleton soldiers. Chen Yao sought to take it further, attempting to control these skeleton soldiers. After all, necromancers could control these skeletal soldiers through the necrotic pathogen. Since he also possessed the necrotic pathogen, perhaps he could do the same. The air was already thick with plague intestinal disease. This plague intestinal disease spread through the air, making it the perfect medium to carry the necrotic pathogen. Chen Yao effortlessly harnessed his own plague-like properties to enable the spread of the necrotic pathogen. Thus, the necrotic pathogen attached itself to the disintegrated skeletal soldiers. He regained control over these 4th-tier skeleton soldiers. Not being part of a necromancer's sequence, Chen Yao couldn't precisely command these skeleton soldiers. He could only issue general commands, allowing them to act freely. Even so, these 4th-tier skeleton soldiers represented a top-tier acquisition for Chen Yao. This instantly granted him a significant number of 4th-tier skeleton soldier minions. The pathological analysis brought an unexpected delight. Indeed, with the right angle, abilities can be maximized. Chen Yao silently thanked the necromancer lurking in the shadows for this gift. Amidst the stunned and panicked stares of everyone present, the fallen skeleton soldiers slowly reassembled themselves one by one, rising back to their feet. Teacher! What on earth is happening? The skeletons are rising again. Teacher, what should we do now? Are we going to die? I want to go back. Watching the skeleton soldiers rise once more, Teacher Sun took a few hesitant steps backward. She cursed silently inside. She wanted to go back too. She was just an accompanying teacher. The principal assured us this internship would be trouble-free. But the principal isn't even here, and this isn't an internship dungeon. We can't force an exit. Who is she going with? To complain. The inability to force an exit indicates this instance is entirely new. Either death or waiting for the instance to end. Those are the only two options. Perhaps a necromancer lurking in the shadows cast a healing spell on these skeleton soldiers. Classmates, don't worry. With Mr. Lee's protection, these skeletons can't break through our defenses. Teacher Sun didn't even realize the nonsense she was spouting. Her mind was in chaos, and she could only rely on her instincts as an educator to comfort this group of greenhorn students. On the other side of the crowd, Chen Yao, who continued experimenting with these skeleton soldiers, was in a completely different state. Chen Yao began experimenting with commands, directing the risen skeleton soldiers to crowd to one side. To avoid frightening these mentally fragile students, the necromancer lurking in the shadows could no longer hold back. It was a lord-level monster after all. A mere group of 4th-tier skeleton soldiers held little value to it, but being controlled by others was something it could not tolerate. Hidden in the shadows, it raised its withered, tree-like arm and continued summoning its most capable dipping sauce war generals. The earth trembled as a thunderous stomp echoed through the air. A skeleton knight, bearing a battered greatsword, crawled out of the graveyard. Its towering frame, nearly 2.5 meters tall, crushed tombstones beneath its feet as it emerged. Rotten rags hung from the knight's skeletal frame. Rusty, tattered armor barely covered part of its frame. All could see the flaming heart beating within the skeleton knight's bones. The blinding red glow signaled extreme danger. A ghostly blue light flashed in the skeleton knight's eyes. With one hand, it raised its massive sword. Swing! A terrifying sword wind swept through the air. Crash! The instant the elite-level monster appeared, Li Su crouched low and darted forward. His frail frame stood before everyone, arms bent in front of his head, ready to block. The moment the stance was completed, a massive shield-like phantom materialized before his arms, forcefully absorbing the full impact of the strike. The residual sword wind alone knocked the students off their feet. The overwhelming power the skeleton knight displayed in that instant filled everyone with utter despair. 4th tier. Elite class. The mere presence of the skeleton soldiers had already pushed the students to the brink of collapse under the pressure. At this moment, the 4th tier elite skeleton knight could no longer hold back. Under immense pressure, some of the girls finally broke down and cried. The terrifying environment, the relentless damage, and they were only level 1. Facing this 4th tier elite undead monster was too much to bear. Negative emotions were contagious. When one person broke down, the others, already teetering on the edge of collapse, could no longer hold on. Su Mumei bit her lower lip, her nerves making her instinctively shuffle closer to Chen Yao. She was a girl too, and she was scared. After drawing near to Chen Yao, she discreetly pinched the hem of his shirt when he wasn't looking. Chen Yao sensed Su Mumei's state. He reached out and took her small hand, pulling her closer to him as he spoke in a relaxed tone. What's the big deal? I've got this. I can even get you through a hell-level hidden dungeon. This is nothing. Why do guys like taking girls to horror movies and haunted houses? When the atmosphere is just right, that instinctive reliance can rapidly deepen their bond. Chen Yao continuously radiated this intense sense of reliance toward Su Mumei. When he took her hand, Su Mumei didn't resist. She nodded earnestly. She forced down the panic rising within her. The moment the skeleton knight appeared, Teacher Sun's face turned deathly pale. A 4th tier elite skeleton knight. Except for Chen Yao, the panic in everyone's eyes dissipated. His eyes gleamed as he watched the elite-level skeleton knight battling ahead. As if he had spotted fresh prey. The skeleton knight raised his sword once more with a single hand, and even Li Su struggled to withstand the pressure. He retreated swiftly. Stand back. The pathogen controlling the skeleton knight in his eyes was undoubtedly more advanced than the one he had just analyzed in the skeleton soldiers. It retained the skills from its living state and could autonomously unleash them. A fine specimen. The skeleton knight's level itself wasn't low either. Mr. Li. Guard me. I think I have a way to deal with it. You're out of your mind. Even Li Su, the staid and reliable man, couldn't help but curse under his breath. But Chen Yao's speed was astonishingly fast. He'd already nearly charged forward. Left with no choice, Li Su could only maximize the protection level on Chen Yao. After all, Su Yuntian had specifically instructed him to look after this group of kids from the start. Chen Yao raised his hand, and under Su Mumei's gaze, his entire body swiftly underwent the plague outfit transformation. The next instant, Chen Yao vanished from his spot, completely submerged within the plague. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind the skeleton knight. The moment the skeleton knight sensed someone approaching from behind, his body twisted violently. He flipped his massive sword at an impossibly sharp angle and swung it down with devastating force. Boom! The shield Li Su had cast over Chen Yao halted the blade mid-air. Chen Yao's hand smoothly plunged into the core within the skeleton knight's chest. Pathological analysis. Hand it over. Necrotic pathogen ultra-high grade, especially engineered pathogen that consumes vast amounts of mana to attach itself to a corpse. The infected corpse awakens self-awareness, retains most of its original skills and combat prowess, and gains the ability to level up. Success. The advanced designation following necrotic pathogen meant success. Chen Yao was ecstatic. This necrotic pathogen ultra-high grade displayed a deep crimson hue, indicating it was unusable. The likely reason for inaccessibility was the massive amount of mana requirement. He'd hit the jackpot. Reversal. Just as Li Su moved to advance, the skeleton knight's body erupted with terrifying healing green light. Then, shattered skeletal remains, weapons, and armor littered the ground. Necrotic pathogen ultra-high grade. He couldn't use this pathogen himself yet, but the corpse of a 4th-tier skeleton knight held immense research value. Furthermore, perhaps by using some special magic storage items, he could accumulate enough reserve magic power to cast necrotic pathogen ultra-high grade. Then he could summon a 4th-tier skeleton knight once more. This would instantly grant me the combat strength of another 4th-tier skeleton knight. Thanks to the necromancer's gift. Chapter 16, Slaying the 4th-tier necromancer. Chapter 16. Everything around him had returned to stillness. Only Chen Yao, crouched on the ground picking up the knight's bones, stood out starkly from the petrified crowd. The fragments of the skeleton knight were too numerous, and since he couldn't cast necrotic plague ultra advanced yet, he had no choice but to collect the bones one by one. His classmates found his actions utterly incomprehensible. We're all about to die, and you're here collecting bones? Sure, the knight's bones might fetch a decent price, but was it really worth it? Getting out alive was already a huge question mark. Su Mumei glanced at her classmates, then at Chen Yao picking up bones. She too began to move, silently picking up the skeleton bones from the ground, gathering them in her arms, and handing them over to Chen Yao. She didn't know why Chen Yao was doing this, but she knew that helping him within her means was the right thing to do. After the battle, Li Su collapsed exhausted onto the ground. As a third-tier warrior, he had struggled immensely against this fourth-tier skeleton knight. After catching his breath for a moment, Li Su suddenly clapped his hand over his mouth and coughed twice. The coughing grew increasingly violent, causing his entire body to shake violently. A streak of blood appeared in his palm. He was coughing up blood. This meant the side effects of his white lungs were worsening. But it also meant his strength had grown. He considered the potions on his person, but ultimately decided against taking one. Only by allowing his physical condition to deteriorate further could he stand a chance of protecting the others within this instance. For now, the coughing up of blood hadn't reached a fatal stage. His gaze settled on Chen Yao, a faint smile spreading across his pallid face. A fourth-tier elite skeleton knight, even guild leader Su Yuntian wouldn't find it easy to fight one. What the hell did that guy do? A student took down a fourth-tier elite monster in one move? He couldn't fathom it. But now, the only key to returning alive was this peculiar student. Li Su's face broke into a smile reminiscent of an old father's. Watching the young lady picking up bones for Chen Yao, he recalled his own youth. There had been a girl who always wanted to follow him around, but give the young lady a hand. Life should leave no regrets. Miss, Li Su called out. Su Mumei heard Li Su's call, handed the last bone to Chen Yao, then turned around. Li Su sat on the ground, his face pale. Uncle Li. Su Mumei hurried over to Li Su. Your injuries. It's fine. Nothing serious. Thankfully, he helped take care of the skeleton knight. It's just that the side effects of the ability made me feel a bit worse. Li Su spoke as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. This dungeon run is fraught with danger, and we won't be able to leave anytime soon. You know that, Mississippi. Su Mumei pursed her lips and nodded. That kid isn't what the guild leader described. What I saw was bravery, fearlessness, composure, even absolute rationality. Li Su's praise of Chen Yao caught Su Mumei off guard. Uncle Li, he's a good person. My father just has some biases. Fathers always want the best for their daughters. This dungeon run might bring unexpected dangers. So if there's anything you want to do or say, now is the time. Li Su paused, clearing his throat. Ahem, ahem. Supporting himself on his knees, his shoulders shook twice from the violent cough before he continued. He's a decent guy. Su Mumei hesitated. If this truly was the final dungeon run, perhaps she could afford to be a bit more reckless. Summoning her courage, she turned around. Chen Yao was gone. Where was he? 30 kilometers away, inside a coffin, a necromancer lay within. Found you, little bug. Chen Yao, who had vanished into the plague, slowly materialized before the coffin. His face was filled with excitement. A necromancer, a fourth-tier creature with formidable magic and unrivaled control. The only pity is its body is far too fragile. Now, if anyone dared claim book knowledge was useless, Chen Yao would absolutely smash their skull with a hammer. Master math, physics, and chemistry, and you'll conquer the world. Master monster lore, and it might just save your life in a pinch. Chen Yao was dressed as a plague doctor. He raised his hand and cast reverse healing, purging all necrotic pathogens from the surrounding area. This effectively neutralized the necromancer's primary means of attack. A necromancer is an army unto themselves, their primary power being the command of skeletal legions. The necromancer scrambled out of his coffin in shock. The next instant, Chen Yao's leather-gloved right hand seized the necromancer's mummified skull. A scalpel sprang from the sleeve of his coat. With a flick, a cold gleam flashed across the blade. The surgical blade pierced the necromancer's skull with precision. Chen Yao twisted the blade and slashed. Half the skull was severed, crashing to the ground. The severed head revealed the half-exposed, pulsating brain clearly. Chen Yao made full use of the situation, performing a special field surgery directly on the necromancer. Half an hour later. Ritual, Wilderness Surgery Success +1. You have acquired the special sequence Necromancer's Pathogen Circuit. Unexpected gain. Necromancers cultivate necrotic pathogens within their bodies using magic. Over time, this magic gradually nurtures more advanced pathogens, enabling control over more powerful creatures. Interesting. Chen Yao never imagined necromancers' magic principles also involved pathogens. No wonder they look so lifeless. With frail bodies, using their own flesh to cultivate pathogens inevitably erodes the very foundation of their physical being. Over time, this process leaves the body nearly incapable of combat. A fourth-tier necromancer was weaker than an ordinary person, even weaker than an 80-year-old grandmother walking with a cane on the street. Pitiful indeed, hiding within this coffin-like cabinet to manipulate creatures into battle. He was no different from a corpse. After completing the procedure, Chen Yao began sorting through the necromancer's estate. Among the items were several special crystals, a notebook titled Notes of a Necromancer, and a ring of the undead. Undead ring enhances necrotic effect by 10%. Necrotic energy must refer to necrotic pathogens. Useless. Penniless as I am, I'll take them all for now. Last time in the Hell Hidden Dungeon, I didn't get a chance to loot anything because I cleared it with the plague. This time I'm broke again. Chen Yao glanced at the coffin cabinet. He couldn't leave empty-handed. This coffin. Taken. The necromancer's corpse. Taken. After all, there's plenty of storage space. Just move his entire estate over here. The necromancer's death didn't trigger the dungeon completion prompt. This means one or more boss creatures still need to be defeated before the completion notification appears. Killing the 4th tier necromancer was a bit of a shortcut. The plague spread showed no signs of stopping. Within a 30-kilometer radius, Chen Yao found no other boss-level creatures besides the necromancer. Therefore, this instance likely follows a regional boss classification system rather than being a story-driven instance. Waiting out the instance within the necromancer's territory was a perfectly viable option. But Chen Yao wasn't one to sit idly by. Especially now that he knew necrotic pathogens were cultivated using magic. Chapter 17, Plague Host the Necromancer. Facing his timid classmates, Chen Yao, having dealt with the necromancer, appeared directly behind Su Mumei. He reached out and hooked his arm around her slender waist. Then they vanished into the darkness. Li Su cleared his throat twice, only to find his young mistress had vanished as well. At that moment, Chen Yao led Su Mumei to an open area. Chen Yao? What are we doing here? An experiment. Another experiment? She recalled the plague that had wiped out the entire instance in an instant, nearly taking her soul with it. Whether we can return depends entirely on whether my plan succeeds. Trying to wait out this eerie dungeon until we can leave is simply unrealistic. Su Mumei nodded. What do you need me to do? Chen Yao tossed the necromancer's corpse onto the ground with one hand. The desiccated corpse landed with a thud. Su Mumei instinctively grimaced in disgust. She didn't scream, but her hand instinctively clutched Chen Yao's arm. It's nothing, just a corpse. His casual tone turned her grip into a tight squeeze. A necromancer's corpse? That's a lord-level monster in this area. You killed a tier 4 lord? Su Mumei turned to stare at Chen Yao, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. I got lucky. But since the lord's death instance hasn't ended, it still counts as another lord-level creature. So I want to convert it into my own vessel. Vessel? Exactly. The route of the necromantic bacteria circulating within the necromancer had already been mapped out during Chen Yao's dissection. Now, the only thing left was to get the necromancer to generate magic power on its own. But generating magic on its own was impossible now, because it was dead. The only option now was to create a special plague. By circulating it within the necromancer's body, it would continuously self-replicate and spread, accelerating the cultivation of the necrotic bacteria. Since both the necrotic bacteria and the plague were self-releasing entities, once the cultivated bacteria merged with the plague, he might achieve indirect control over this necromancer. Chen Yao outlined these theories to Su Mumei. The theory is what it is, but practical application is uncertain. This is merely my hypothesis. What do you need me to do? Activate your talent, then evolve the plague under the multiplier. I'll analyze it and let you continue stacking, but... Su Mumei looked at Chen Yao with a puzzled expression. Chen Yao cupped her cheeks with both hands. But what form the mutation will take is anyone's guess, so... There was one more thing. Chen Yao removed the birdbeak mask from his own face. Then he placed it over Su Mumei's face. This mask grants immunity to the plague. It's a valuable thing. This way, we'll be completely safe. Su Mumei didn't refuse. She had always accepted every decision Chen Yao made. Perhaps this was also what Uncle Li meant when he told her not to have regrets. After all, trusting Chen Yao had indeed left her without regrets. I'll infuse this corpse with one element and one plague simultaneously. You must amplify my analysis immediately. That way, even if complications arise, I can reverse the treatment. Chen Yao estimated that as long as the multiplier didn't exceed 32,768 more than 4 times, there shouldn't be any major issues. But to be safe, 3 times would be better. Chen Yao slowly injected the plague incomplete combustion into the necromancer's corpse. Plague incomplete combustion spread through the bloodstream. Though the necromancer resembled a desiccated corpse, blood still flowed within him. The side effects of plague incomplete combustion were severe, so it was paired with high-temperature toxin. Previously, they had used these to create a rage potion. Now, injecting both simultaneously into the necromancer's corpse might yield unexpected results. Should we enhance it now? Hold on. After several minutes, the necromancer's corpse began to turn crimson, with wisps of white vapor drifting from its surface. Ready. Enhance. Su Mumei raised her hand. Enhance. Chen Yao immediately unleashed his innate ability. Pathological Analysis. Pathological Analysis, blood plague, a peculiar form of plague transmitted through blood. It induces high fever, causing the infected's body surface temperature to rise. A peculiar plague indeed. But the emergence of a distinct strain confirms the first step succeeded. Chen Yao directed vast quantities of necrotic pathogens into the necromancer's body. Under the scorching heat, the necrotic pathogens rapidly perished. Yet through Chen Yao's relentless infusion, some managed to survive within the bloodstream. They clung to life through the blood plague. Continue strengthening it. Su Mumei nodded. She raised her hand and activated the enhancement. Chen Yao immediately performed a pathological analysis. Pathological analysis, plague entity furnace, a plague entity dwelling within a corpse, having abandoned its ability to spread. To function within the dead body, they ignited the corpse's heart, driving the flow of blood solely to keep this colossal furnace operational. They produced necrotic pathogens, using the pathogens as fuel for the furnace's heart. Something's not right. This isn't what I wanted. The pathogens became fuel. This path seems to lead to the precursor of zombies. Wrong. But it's best that it's not contagious. If it were contagious, turning the living into plague host smelting furnaces, things would get serious. That would be a full-fledged zombie virus. Now Chen Yao hesitated about whether to continue enhancing Su Mumei. Are you hesitating? It's rare to see you hesitate. Su Mumei's voice echoed. Chen Yao chuckled. He was being overly cautious. Worst case, he could just reverse the treatment and erase it. Continue the enhancement. Got it. Su Mumei raised her hand once more. Chen Yao felt the necromancer before him radiate heat like a scorching sun. The intense temperature surged, then rapidly cooled. He immediately cast pathological analysis. Plague body necromancer, non-contagious. A bloodborne plague trapped within the corpse of a deceased necromancer. To survive, the plague has completely taken control of this necromancer's body. It is a singular existence. Chen Yao, who controlled the plague, could now perfectly manipulate this plague body. He distinctly felt his consciousness could settle upon it. The sensation was utterly bizarre. The plague body necromancer obeyed his commands like a puppet. Chen Yao commanded the necrotic pathogens within it to begin circulating along the previously dissected pathways. The necrotic pathogens truly succeeded in self-replication. It seemed that with sufficient time, he could replace the pathogens within it after releasing the necrotic pathogen ultra-advanced himself. Then he wouldn't need to expend extra mana on the necrotic pathogen to maintain control over the skeletal creature. How about it? Though it deviates slightly from my initial plan, the outcome is the same. Originally, Chen Yao had only intended to use the necromancer's corpse as a vessel to cultivate the necrotic pathogen. Now that it had become a puppet under his complete control, it was an unexpected bonus. Rise! Chen Yao raised his hand. The necromancer's corpse lying on the ground abruptly sat up straight, then slowly rose to its feet. You've taken control of a 4th-tier necromancer. For now, yes. But it still needs time to cultivate the pathogens within its body. Chapter 18, Lord Creature, the Rotten Dragon. How about it? Su Mumei hesitated to interrupt Chen Yao at first, but when she saw him successfully control a 4th-tier necromancer, she finally couldn't resist asking. Can we still go back? Chen Yao's stern expression suddenly shifted. He smiled cheerfully. We've got this. Just give me a little time, and there's a chance we can clear this dungeon. A 4th-tier dungeon had a chance of clearing? Su Mumei thought she must have misheard. Clear it? She cautiously asked again for confirmation. He had already figured out how to penetrate and clear this dungeon. The second boss creature was a rotten dragon. 60 kilometers away in the caverns. It was still the plague intestinal disease that sensed the 4th-tier aura. Unlike undead creatures, the rotten dragon's body still retained some animalistic traits. It existed in a state of half-life, half-death. Therefore, plague intestinal disease was effective against it. With a single dose of Su Mumei's control effect, even its thickest armor couldn't withstand the force debuffs, making the kill effortless. After the kill, regardless of clearing the dungeon, the corpse was nothing short of a top-tier summoning material for Chen Yao, who already possessed the plague body necromancer. The material for crafting a bone dragon. The texts state that bone dragons are high-tier summon creatures for necromancers. Once obtained, it would significantly boost Chen Yao's combat power in the future. This dungeon run would make Chen Yao the biggest winner. Hold me tight, I'll take you monster hunting. Su Mumei obediently nestled close to Chen Yao's side. Her eyes fixed on Chen Yao, she reached out and slowly wrapped her arms around his waist. Unlike her previous octopus-like cling, this time Su Mumei rested her head against Chen Yao's chest. Even if we don't clear the dungeon, it's okay. If we both make it back alive, I'll fulfill the promise we made during the last dungeon run. The promise from the last dungeon run. That was when she and Su Mumei had bet on becoming her girlfriend. Everything will be fine. The more dangerous the place, the richer the treasure. Chen Yao raised his hand and vanished into the plague. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself 60 kilometers away. The rotten dragon's body trembled, its hanging flesh quivering with each convulsion. It was clearly suffering from the effects of the plague intestinal disease. Use all your control skills on it. If danger arises, I'll get you out immediately. Su Mumei raised her hand and unleashed the control skill. Lightning surged around it. Poisonous vines coiled around. Binding spell. Silent abyss. Slowing field. Unlike the earlier control skills cast by Su Mumei, these were some of the most powerful divine tier control skills among the level 3 options. It was clear Su Mumei's father had spared no expense, purchasing at least 3 skill books for her. 5 control spells were unleashed simultaneously. This was the hidden passive of control spell, instant cast. The decaying dragon, which had just sensed an unfamiliar presence in its cave. All 3 control skills landed on it. Immediately followed by relentless bursts of 9,999 damage. 99,999. 99,999. 99,999. 99,999. Dozens of 99,999 damage spikes flashed across the screen in an instant. The rotten dragon let out a mournful cry as its massive head crashed onto the ground. Thud. Su Mumei swallowed hard. Instant kill. She stared in disbelief at the dead rotten dragon before her. That explosive burst of damage had instantly taken down a 4th tier lord level creature. What are you standing there for? Go loot the corpse. The rot dragon was a unique type of dragon creature. Their territorial instincts were extremely strong, so within the cavern, they didn't worry about other creatures appearing to disturb their looting. A corpse this big, we should. Chen Yao was about to suggest cutting the corpse into pieces to carry back when, in the next instant, the rotting dragon's body vanished. Su Mumei touched the ring on her finger, then slipped it off and handed it to Chen Yao. This is a storage ring. It increases the base storage space within the awakening card by 100-fold. Plus, special items like food won't rot inside. Clearly, the special items referred to the rotting dragon corpse that had just been stored inside. Is this a token of our bond? What are you thinking? This is a reward for you. Chen Yao grinned as he accepted the ring and slipped it onto his finger. Ring 100-inch mountain river, crafted by a special artisan. Items stored within will be perfectly preserved. Craftsman attribute, enhanced mana regeneration. It was another item with special properties. This piece was just like the bracelet on his wrist. Selling it would fetch at least 10 million yuan. This little girl is way too extravagant, giving away a ring worth tens of millions like it's nothing. Look. What is this? Just as I was about to thank Su Mumei for her generosity, she turned around. She was already crouched on the ground, sifting through the dirt. Magic crystals. A whole cluster of magic crystals. Magic crystals. Magic crystals are a special material used to craft magic recovery potions. They were expensive and rare. Watching Su Mumei crouch down and dig up that entire cluster of magic crystals. This time, just getting back would make us rich beyond our wildest dreams. Pack it up, load as much as you can. Fill up your awakening card and your ring too. No way, I've got a storage necklace too, it's a pair with your ring. If we fill both storage spaces, we'll never have to worry about anything for the rest of our lives. And she said it wasn't a token of affection. Chen Yao's gaze fixed on Su Mumei as she blushed, lowering her head to fiddle with the magic crystals. Just pack first. I'll go find some help. Get some help? Chen Yao vanished on the spot and reappeared moments later. He tossed a pile of skeleton soldier bones onto the ground. He produced the plague body necromancer and commanded it to control the 4th tier skeleton soldiers. Mining was backbreaking work, but with the help of over 100 4th tier skeleton soldiers, it became fully automated. Su Mumei, within her capabilities, used her control skill, Venomous Vines, to manipulate the vines into lifting and extracting magic crystals from the ground. Chen Yao stood by. The death of the 4th tier lord creature, the corrupted dragon, did not end the dungeon. Just how many more boss creatures were there? Generally speaking, having 2 lord-level creatures in a high-level dungeon was already rare. The 3 orc chiefs encountered earlier in the Hidden Hell dungeon were part of a specific storyline. They would attack each other to spawn a new orc lord. Thus, under normal circumstances, a dungeon would only contain a single lord-level creature. Where could the 3rd lord creature be? Never mind. The plague is still spreading. Once it covers the entire dungeon, Chen Yao doesn't believe the 3rd boss creature won't discover it on its own. At that moment, within the 9 Netherworlds dungeon, an ancient tower stood tall 100 kilometers away. The ancient tower had 7 floors. Most of its floors lay in ruins. Only a dim purple flame flickered at the tower's summit. Until when the purple flame touched the spreading plague. The dim purple flame seemed to have been doused with a potent accelerant. It erupted violently, casting an intense purple glow from the tower's summit. A pair of violet eyes flashed brightly from the dilapidated window on the 5th floor of the tower. A low murmur, unlike anything of this world, echoed through the air. Captain, you're back. Chapter 19, The Tower, the Light, the Plague. 30 years. How did I survive these 30 years? These 30 years. Captain. Why did you only return now? I hate it. A bandaged arm reached out. Reaching for nothingness. But grasped only air. The plague's lighthouse, Captain, I've been here all along. I've been here all along. Chen Yao frowned. The plague had spread to an area spanning 100 kilometers before abruptly vanishing, as if purified by some force. Perhaps that was where the third fourth-tier Lord Monster resided. The third Overlord Monster. The third unidentified Lord creature was at most a fourth-tier being. Its abilities and all other information remained unknown. To play it safe, even if the goal is merely to wait out the instance timer and exit safely, gathering as much information as possible about this third Lord Monster is essential. Chen Yao glanced at Su Mumei and beckoned her over. Mumei, come here. Crouching on the ground like a curious child, Su Mumei watched the skeleton soldiers excavate magic crystals. Hearing Chen Yao's call, she stood up and trotted over to him. I'll go scout other areas. Should you stay here mining magic crystals or go to Uncle Li's place? I want to go with you to explore. Chen Yao reached out and ruffled Su Mumei's hair. With a girl like Su Mumei kind-hearted, beautiful, and always considerate, he couldn't help but tease her. You promised to be my girlfriend, be a good girl and come on this adventure with me. The dungeon isn't over yet, so it doesn't count. Though she protested, she didn't brush away Chen Yao's hand, letting him continue stroking her silky hair. The mining skeleton soldiers forced a wave of lovey-dovey moments upon them. I'll be back soon. It's safer to stay here. These skeleton soldiers are all tier 4. If anything happens, I'll sense it immediately. I'll be back in a flash. Without giving Su Mumei a chance to refuse, Chen Yao swept his cloak and vanished into the plague. He headed for the edge of the uninfected zone, 100 kilometers away. Standing at the edge of the plague intestinal disease, Chen Yao dared not advance. In areas untouched by the plague, his plague armor was nearly useless. He looked up ahead. Purple light flickered, and beneath it, he could barely make out a particularly dilapidated tower. A tower? Perhaps the third Lord creature lay within. Chen Yao began surveying the area, searching for any clues that might yield useful information. After circling the area, Chen Yao only confirmed that the purple light was the entity purifying the plague intestinal disease. It was less a purification and more a devouring. The purple light had visibly intensified since Chen Yao's arrival, using plague as energy to illuminate the tower with purple light. The two seemingly unrelated phenomena before him left Chen Yao utterly baffled. Under these circumstances, he couldn't possibly approach that tower. After all, he had defeated the previous two fourth-tier Overlord-level monsters through clever tactics. He was only a tier 1 now. Even as a Dr. Path, Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. Chen Yao, who had been preparing to leave, suddenly halted in his tracks. He stared at the flickering purple light. Since the plague was the source it had devoured, might reversing the treatment trigger other reactions? Chen Yao's thinking was unconventional. In this situation, he was prepared to give it a try. After all, reversing only part of the plague intestinal disease would cause no harm. Reverse? As Chen Yao raised his hand to activate the reversal treatment, an inexplicable shroud of death enveloped him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Escape! Run! Without a moment's hesitation, he aborted the reversal treatment, yanked his cloak, and plunged into the plague. He left the front of the tower at the very first opportunity. He reappeared within the cave where the corrupted dragon dwelled. The moment he appeared, Chen Yao collapsed to his knees, bracing himself with both hands as the plague armor passive effect disengaged. He gasped for breath, his entire body heaving. The sensation of death felt eerily similar to the first time Su Mumei had used the 32768X enhancement, that same crushing helplessness. No. This was even more despairing, more suffocating than that time. Seeing Chen Yao crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, Su Mumei immediately stepped forward and patted his back. What's wrong? Did something happen? After a long moment, Chen Yao realized his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. A tower. A strange purple light source atop the tower. Both were right there. For a moment, I felt suffocated. Chen Yao's speech had grown strange. Su Mumei reached out and wrapped her arms around his head. As she held him close, Su Mumei could feel Chen Yao's entire body trembling. It was despair emanating from the depths of his soul. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Su Mumei kept murmuring the same phrase, repeating it softly. Chen Yao's emotions were soon calmed. It was the first time she'd ever seen the usually calm and collected Chen Yao so terrified. Even when confronted with a misplaced fourth-tier instance, where others would panic at first sight, he could still maintain his own rationality. What exactly did you see? Time ticked by. Chen Yao's state had stabilized. Now leaning against her and fast asleep, Chen Yao prompted Su Mumei to blush as she muttered under her breath. This guy really knows how to take advantage. Sitting on the floor, Su Mumei gently cradled Chen Yao's head and placed it on her lap. This was the second time she'd served as his pillow. Poke. Su Mumei feigned annoyance, gently poking Chen Yao's cheek with her index finger. After poking for a while, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Up close like this, he's actually pretty handsome. Lost in her thoughts, Su Mumei blushed shyly at her own thoughts. Chen Yao slept for over 10 hours straight. When he opened his eyes, Su Mumei was yawning sleepily. He hadn't expected to fall asleep so suddenly. Too much pressure? Or lingering effects? Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the scent lingering on Su Mumei's skin, and suddenly felt like a shameless fool again. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Su Mumei also woke up, her legs numb and unsteady. She could only stand with Chen Yao's support. You look much better. We should have mined most of the magic crystal ore. What should we do next? We can't contact the Third Lord right now. We can only hope it's not an unsolvable problem. Chen Yao felt uncertain now. Let's go check on our classmates. We finished mining the magic crystals anyway. Chen Yao knew the textbooks stated that standard dungeons were unbeatable, surviving 4 days would end the instance. But this was an untouched tier 4 instance, too many unknowns. Stalling for time was the worst possible option. At the same time, he trusted that Principal Lu and Su Mumei's father, who were outside the dungeon, wouldn't just sit idly by. Let's go. Uncle Li must be getting impatient waiting. Chen Yao's plague garb arm naturally wrapped around Su Mumei's slender waist. Drape of his cloak over them, he teleported into the plague with Su Mumei. The moment they appeared, Chen Yao frowned as he looked at the students. A peculiar red glow emanated from everyone's bodies, varying in intensity. Most of the students had already collapsed, while Teacher Sun bustled about, attending to them. These students were emitting strange red glows. Chen Yao, miss, step back. Plague. Li Su's weak voice called out as he saw Chen Yao arrive with Su Mumei. Chapter 20, I don't want to die. Plague. Hearing this, Chen Yao instinctively reached up to remove his own mask and place it over Su Mumei's face. But a slender hand pressed down on Chen Yao's birdbeak mask. He turned his head to look. In his eyes, a crimson glow now emanated from Su Mumei's body. Don't take it off. Su Mumei's voice grew unusually weak. From the moment Chen Yao arrived here, Su Mumei received a special notification about plague exposure. A countdown had begun. This alert manifested as a special skill, which is why she immediately stopped Chen Yao when she saw him about to remove his mask. If it weren't for Chen Yao's plague-proof gear, he'd have fallen victim too. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. Chen Yao reassured her. He was absolutely certain it was the plague. If it was indeed the plague, wouldn't it be like a gift delivered to him for analysis, becoming his own skill? Su Mumei's lips had already turned pale. Seeing these symptoms, Chen Yao immediately sensed something was amiss. This plague's intensity was unusually high. He dared not delay, immediately performing a pathological analysis on Su Mumei. Once the disease analysis identified the plague, a reversal treatment would easily resolve it. Phew! He needed to resolve this sudden outbreak swiftly. Chen Yao felt puzzled. Why had a plague emerged? What had these classmates been up to while he was away? He swiftly suppressed all the questions welling up in his mind. Resolving the plague was the critical task at hand. An inexplicable sense of urgency made Chen Yao's hand tremble slightly as he attempted to activate pathological analysis. The next moment, a red exclamation mark froze Chen Yao in place. Pathological analysis, unable to analyze and obtain. Force acquisition of plague information. Forcibly acquiring the solution. Plague blood coagulation plague, a highly contagious plague spreading rapidly through human hosts. Transmission radiates outward in 10-kilometer concentric circles from each infected individual, exhibiting extreme lethality and contagiousness. Without treatment within 24 hours of infection, the blood gradually solidifies like jelly, leading to death. Any treatment administered by a doctor can only delay the onset of the blood clotting plague. Solution, none. Eliminate the source of infection and cremate it to prevent further transmission by carriers. Special note, as a beacon of hope amidst the plague, you must understand sacrifice, gain, true guardianship, and what it means to be a true beacon. Make the true judgment befitting a plague doctor. The infallible pathological analysis proves useless at this moment. Unable to analyze. Especially the final hint. What does this mean? Chen Yao felt as though his heart had been seized and squeezed tightly. Unsolvable. Those two words echoed in Chen Yao's mind, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. Hopeless. An incurable plague. Eliminate the source of infection. Faced with an unsolvable plague, eliminating the source of infection was indeed the only solution. But Chen Yao looked at his classmates, Uncle Li sitting on the ground, and Su Mumei beside him, who could barely stand without leaning on him. He asked himself if he could truly carry out those 4 words, eliminate the source of infection. Chen Yao possessed the plague garb, granting him complete immunity to all plagues. His desperate wish for the dungeon countdown to end and return to reality shattered instantly. Returning with the plague would inevitably unleash catastrophic contagion upon the real world. The terrifying contagiousness and lethality made it impossible to bring them back to reality to resolve this plague. It seemed only one path lay before Chen Yao. Kill them. Eliminate the source of infection. Are you kidding me? For a student who had been trained as a doctor to turn against his own classmates. Chen Yao had always considered himself rational, but in this instant, any shred of reason was violently rejected by his mind. Under the relentless onslaught of denial, his hands began to tremble. As a Dr. Path, Sequence 001 Plague Doctor, he couldn't handle a sudden outbreak. Su Mumei felt her body growing weaker by the second. She sensed the tremor in Chen Yao's hands. It's a disease, isn't it? After Su Mumei's hint, she had already realized the countdown seemed to be the time until death. A plague, but... It's okay, there must be a way to fix this. You don't need to be so nervous, you're the Dr. Path, right? Su Mumei was still trying to comfort Chen Yao. In truth, Su Mumei was terrified too, especially as the death countdown ticked away second by second. Chen Yao tried to speak, but he didn't know how to respond. Using healing spells to keep delaying their return to reality, perhaps a high-level doctor in the real world could still find a way to treat him. But such contagiousness and lethality would be devastating for ordinary people. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao raised his hand and reversed the treatment. All surrounding plague intestinal disease was instantly reversed into healing magic. Plague blood-clotting plague could not be analyzed and thus could not be reversed. With this wave of healing spells unleashed, the red glow on everyone's bodies dimmed by a third. This restored a measure of vitality and spirit to each person. The countdown is down to 2 days now. Su Mumei murmured softly as she leaned against Chen Yao. She understood that if others discovered Chen Yao's clothes were immune to the plague, then human nature would push things toward an even worse reversal. Let me lean on you. You pervert, you fell asleep on my lap both last times, you really do sleep like a log. Su Mumei rested her head on Chen Yao's shoulder, murmuring her gentle complaint. Chen Yao raised his hand to continue the reversal treatment. After a couple of strokes, his magic was completely depleted, and it would take some time for it to regenerate. It's been 3.5 days. The third time barely added any time. Stop now. Su Mumei spoke while practically leaning against Chen Yao. The plague had left her with little strength. Silence. A long silence. Chen Yao didn't continue the reversal treatment. It was useless now. What else could he possibly do now? Su Mumei simply leaned against Chen Yao's shoulder. Li Su sat nearby, coughing violently. After each fit, he tilted his head back to stare at the dim sky, lost in thought. Everyone hung their heads in dejection. An overwhelming sense of deathly stillness enveloped them all. Teacher, are we going to die? A girl finally asked in a hoarse voice. It'll be all right. Teacher Sun reassured the students as always. Chen Yao clenched his fists tightly. There was nothing he could do now. Analysis failed. The pathology report's solution was to eliminate the source of infection. How could he possibly do that while watching this group die? I really like you. Chen Yao's body trembled at the sudden sound of Su Mumei's voice by his ear. He turned to see those large, watery eyes staring back at him. But I'm going to die, I'm scared. No matter how hard she tried to stay strong, Su Mumei couldn't hold back any longer. Her hand clutched Chen Yao's palm tightly as tears streamed down her face. In a low, trembling voice, she spoke. I don't want to die. Chapter 21, The Three Doctors Who Died, and a Tower at Dawn. Chen Yao became her only confidant. Hearing those words, Chen Yao's grip tightened. There must be a way. Let me think. We still have plenty of time. A way? Plague incomplete combustion? Using poison to counter poison? But this time, the target of the plague wasn't monsters, it was humans. Any adverse effect could lead to uncontrollable consequences. No. Chen Yao slowly unclenched his fists. The immense pressure. You tried to fight the plague, but you failed. After all, as a plague doctor, your experience is still too shallow. A sudden voice echoed in Chen Yao's ears. Who's there? He immediately spun around to look at his surroundings. An unsolvable plague demands the most rational solution. As a physician, you are utterly unqualified. Who's speaking? Su Mumei grabbed Chen Yao's hand, her eyes filled with concern. No one speaking, Chen Yao. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Chen Yao sensed a connection between this sudden plague and the owner of that voice. You showed some skill in slaying the necromancer and the rotten dragon. Come to the tower, and I'll show you what a true physician is. Oh, and you must eliminate the source of the infection. Only after resolving this plague may you come. After all, that's the only way to prove you're a competent doctor. Damn it! It was inside after all. The sudden mention of the tower meant it was inside. Chen Yao squeezed Su Mumei's slender hand. I've found a way. Just give me some time. Su Mumei quickly wiped her eyes with her other hand. I believe in you. Being entrusted with trust, especially from this girl, put immense pressure on Chen Yao. He walked over to Li Su's side. Uncle Li. Kid, you're okay, right? Seeing Chen Yao's state, Li Su now lacked even the strength to stand. Can you tell me what happened while we were gone? Chen Yao now intended to head for the tower, but he still wanted to understand what had transpired in their absence. Gaining intelligence on that third lord monster would greatly aid his ascent into the tower. A monster, wrapped head to toe in bandages, wearing a frayed cowboy hat. He said he was looking for his captain, but after scanning the area, he couldn't find the captain he mentioned. Captain? Is that some kind of special profession? What happened next? The guy pulled out a scalpel and plunged it into his chest. After the blood dripped, everyone was infected with the plague. Li Su took a deep breath. You know, that guy stood there, and none of us could even fight back. He wasn't a 4th-tier being. After all, the odds of surviving the chaos of a dungeon run are practically zero. So don't put too much pressure on yourself, Chen Yao. Li Su offered reassurance. It's fine, Uncle Li. I'll handle this plague. Sounds familiar. Are all doctors this confident? Li Su gave a wry smile. Looking up at Chen Yao's peculiar medieval beak-nosed physician costume, he saw a faint overlap with a figure from 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Liaoning province had experienced its worst plague outbreak in recorded history. It was later identified as being spread by Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. Back then, 5-year-old Li Su had forever etched into his memory the image of that strangely dressed man, perpetually weary from treating the sick. You look just like that doctor from 30 years ago. 30 years ago? Yes. But he died later. They say he succumbed to the plague himself. Chen Yao did not press further. The events of 30 years ago likely pertained to the previous generation of plague doctors. But those old tales and memories couldn't solve the problems of the present. I'll find a way. First, the Third Lord was a humanoid creature. Similar to a necromancer, except it spreads plague and can converse with you. Captain. This was a term heard from Uncle Li. Uncertain whether it was a special title or a designation within their hierarchy. Regardless, this captain entity is not among them. The owner of that voice came to the classmates' side seeking some captain. A being above the 4th tier capable of sowing plague possesses a strong sense of self-awareness. Especially one that knows its own path and directs itself toward the tower. Was it because of its physician path, or because of its Sequence 001 designation as the plague doctor? After all, among all the classmates, only he followed the doctor path. After intense contemplation, Chen Yao felt his thoughts growing increasingly chaotic. He couldn't understand why, but he had to go to the tower. The tower. That place that had filled him with utter despair. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chen Yao plunged into the plague, using its power to reach the tower's base in an instant. Looking up at the tower, the purple light atop the dilapidated structure grew brighter. Unlike before, the light now illuminated the ground beneath the tower. Chen Yao's pupils contracted. Beneath the lighthouse lay a field of crumbling tombstones, each one glowing red in his eyes. Did each tombstone represent a plague? Chen Yao looked ahead. The plague ended less than a meter away from him. If he took a single step forward, his plague armor would be unable to retreat into the plague and escape swiftly. It would be like abandoning his most powerful life-saving skill. But beneath his mask, Chen Yao's gaze hardened with resolve. A doctor who fails to eradicate the plague is a quack. Only a quack resorts to using others' hands to solve problems. You are unworthy of entering the tower. Unworthy. The voice in his ears grew increasingly shrill. Chen Yao ignored it, stepping onto the ground and entering the tower's vicinity. You have discovered a special structure, the Dawn Tower. Tower of Dawn, a tower standing atop the world's peak, once the aspiration of countless physicians. The legendary Mage's tower pales in comparison. It is a beacon amidst the mist. Tower of Dawn, healer. These two instances had already sparked Chen Yao's conjecture. His physician path must have satisfied some unique unlocking conditions. Quack. You defile this tower. You have no place here at Dawn Tower. At this point, Chen Yao realized the voice was nothing but empty threats. He pressed onward toward the tower, gritting his teeth. Passing by the glowing stone tablets, he saw strange characters inscribed upon them. These must be useful clues. He began examining the tombstones. Most bore only names, but 3 featured peculiar inscriptions. Their graves lay empty, with only hollow, decaying coffins resting in the earthen pits. Dr. Squirrel, Zhao Su. Epitaph. At 3 years old, he began studying medicine. At 15, he embarked on the path of the warrior, becoming Sequence 001, the Angel of Light. Yet deep within, he still yearned to be a doctor. Even without his sequence rank, his surgical skills remained among the world's finest. Even when no specific cure existed for complex ailments, he could resolve them through surgery. But when a warrior cherishes his hands and refuses to raise a shield, he becomes an outcast, rejected by the world. He perished in a plague. He saved 351 lives during that plague, but not his own. Shepherd Dr. Luo Yong. Epitaph. The physician who discovered the blood-clotting plague, perishing in his attempt to create a special blood coagulant using his own body as the catalyst. He was a talkative man, not particularly clever and easily deceived, yet he was a doctor of great vision, a truly great physician. Bandage Doctor Sun Bei. Epitaph. He did not enjoy being a doctor to save lives, but he loved plagues. Everyone thought him mad, even when he did nothing but study the disease. He perished on the path of plague research. When an epidemic suddenly erupted, he was branded the culprit. People, consumed by fear, burned him alive in his own home. Even among his executioners were patients he had once saved. Even though he had already developed a cure for that plague. His life was as tragic as his name. Chapter 22. The Sheep-Headed Mask, the Bandaged Man. Bandages? Could it be connected to the one who unleashed the blood-clotting plague? No. It must be connected. Chen Yao saw the epitaph stating that this bandaged doctor named Su Mumei possessed a special antidote for a plague. Moreover, the name of the plague that killed the ram-headed doctor was also called blood-clotting plague. All three of them might have perished in the same plague. Then the bandaged man must be Su Mumei, the one known as the bandaged doctor. The cure might be on his person. Analysis of the red light emanating from these tombstones confirmed it was the blood clot plague, further solidifying the belief that these physicians all perished from that very disease. With this realization, Chen Yao pressed deeper into the tower. The oppressive atmosphere at the base of the tower had already begun to cause waves of stabbing pain in Chen Yao's heart. You stand beneath the Dawn Tower. What a pity. Wait. You stepped on me. Chen Yao looked down. Buried in the soil on the tower's steps, a mask lay crushed beneath his foot. It was a strange mask shaped like a sheep's head. It was this object that spoke. You've discovered something extraordinary. This is the masterpiece of a great physician. After his death, part of his soul resides within this mask. You can learn a great deal of knowledge from him. Chen Yao picked up the mask and stared at it for a long time. He spoke. You've been speaking all along, guiding me here, haven't you? What is your purpose? No sound. On the steps of the tower, an unavoidable passageway, anyone seeking to enter the tower would inevitably encounter it. At first, he thought this creature might be the same monster that unleashed the plague, but it turned out to be two separate entities. Seems you're not keen on chatting. Fine, stay here then. Chen Yao casually tossed the ram-headed mask onto the ground. The fact that it could only use words and guidance to make me pick it up meant it either lacked true power or possessed extremely limited abilities. Thus, he felt no concern about it making any sudden moves. Sure enough, after Chen Yao discarded the ram-headed mask, the voice echoed in his ears once more. This mask offers you a deal. It will cure your blood clotting disease, but you must eliminate the madman within the tower. The madman? Are you referring to the bandage doctor? Bandage doctor? Is that his new name? It sounds awful, but he really is pitiful. The mask suddenly spoke. The mouth of the ram-headed mask moved as if it belonged to a living being, though only the hollow features shifted rhythmically with each word. Communicating solely through thought drains my magic too quickly. My limited reserves simply can't sustain it. The madman inside wants to spread the plague. You must stop him because you are. The ram-headed mask deliberately paused before continuing in a deep voice. You are a doctor. You have a duty and a mission. I only want to save my classmates. The deal our deal. Kill the madman inside, and you can have everything you desire. Though killing him might be tricky. Why not subdue him instead? After all, he's already lost his mind. The mask was incredibly long-winded. Chen Yao wanted to extract more useful information from it, so he picked it up once more. Its verbosity reminded him of the second guy in the epitaph, Luo Yong. What's your name? Chen Yao wanted to confirm whether it might be Luo Yong from the second tomb. Perhaps Luo Yong had attached himself to this mask after death. My name is easy to remember. I am Luo Nashi Dezuo, fourth mate of the plague ship, first mate Jin. What a ridiculous name. Thump, 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 creak. The creaking of wooden stairs echoed from within the tower. Chen Yao felt the oppressive atmosphere growing stronger and stronger. Huff. The next moment, before the tower, the already dilapidated door was blown open by a gust of wind. The door creaked and groaned as it swung open, its sound as shrill and piercing as an old violin being played. Captain, you finally arrived. A voice, weak beyond measure, drifted over. It was followed by an overwhelming sense of oppression. The pressure he had felt before at the tower's base had been emanating from this creature. Chen Yaoyuan couldn't muster the strength to lift a single finger. His body felt frozen in place before the tower's steps. Without the plague intestinal disease surrounding him, he couldn't even slip into the plague to escape. Merely through sheer presence, he was utterly crushed. Chen Yao felt like a mere insect, facing imminent death at any moment. From the darkness, a figure emerged, its body wrapped in bandages and wearing a frayed cowboy hat. Captain, I've waited far too long for you. I've waited for you to set sail and take these people back. We don't want to stay in this place any longer, a place that makes my body stink. I beg you, Captain. Captain. Take us back. Does that mean returning to the dungeon? Did he call him captain because of his role as a dungeon trial participant? Chen Yao barely had the strength to move, let alone fight. Killing the madman as demanded by the ram-headed mask was utterly preposterous. I'll take you back, but tell me how to cure the blood clot plague. Chen Yao spoke up, still hoping to find a solution for the blood clot plague. According to the tombstone inscription, the bandaged doctor possessed a specific antidote. The moving figure abruptly halted. Blood has no cure, didn't you say so yourself? No, you're not the captain. Who are you? The bandaged man suddenly grew alert. His weakened body stiffened abruptly, the eyes beneath the bandages fixed on Chen Yao like those of a predatory wolf. The mask in his hand suddenly roared. Of course he's the captain. Don't you see his uniform? Don't you see his abilities? If he weren't the captain, how could the Dawn Tower be illuminated? What the hell are you thinking? You're questioning the captain. You're questioning a great man. Do you intend to look at the captain with the same contempt as those others? The bandaged man's momentum instantly faltered under the barrage of roars. His entire being wilted as he spoke again. Right, you're the captain. It's my fault. I can't think straight. Captain, I feel like my brain's full of mush. The bandaged man standing ahead lifted his hand, flipping back the frayed brim of his cowboy hat, revealing the half of his head that had been sliced off at an angle. Rotting insects wriggled within. He plunged his hand into his skull, grasped something precisely, and pulled it out. 3 enormous black worms were pulled straight out, their bodies snapping as he crushed them in his hand. These insects prevent me from thinking clearly, yet I cannot rid myself of them. After the 3 insects died, the oppressive aura that had weighed on Chen Yao weakened by a third. His fingers could move again. Communicate. Communicate with him. The voice from the ram-headed mask echoed in Chen Yao's ears. He understood now all he had to do was drive himself mad and tear the insects from his mind. Tell me your name. The bandaged man froze, his body trembling twice. After a long moment, he knelt down, clutching his head with both hands and frantically scratching at it. Clumps of worms were dug out and crushed in his hands. Captain, I've forgotten my name. You said that once a name is forgotten, it truly dies. My name, what was I called? I've forgotten. Name. Chen Yao recalled the name on the tombstone, Su Mumei, the bandaged doctor. The epitaph chronicled a life as pitiful as his name. Chapter 23, The Bandaged Man's Name. But was he truly the bandaged doctor? The consequences of mispronouncing a name were severe. He might well die here. You don't even remember your own name. Madman, you truly are a madman. You're not even worthy of being called a doctor. You don't deserve a name at all. The ram-headed mask kept ranting, its voice growing louder with every word. These 2 monsters clearly knew each other. As the bandaged man pulled another 4 or 5 black insects from his head and crushed them, his sanity sharpened another notch. How could there be so many insects in his brain? The scene was utterly nauseating. Even Chen Yao, with his strong nerves, felt his stomach churn. After taking a beating from the ram-headed mask, the bandaged man actually began to repent. My fault. My fault. My fault. But I truly wanted to prove I was a doctor. Captain, take us back. Only when the blood-clotting plague strikes again will they remember us. 3 great doctors had perished in the plague. No, wait. He recalled the rows of tombstones beneath the tower. A group of doctors perished in that very plague. And now he dared to unleash another plague, merely to be remembered. Madman. You're a madman. Who would remember you, some freak, because of a plague? You're not even a doctor. What gives you the right to spread disease? Besides the captain, who are you to unleash a plague? The ram-headed mask roared. The bandaged man crouched, clutching his head as he stared down at the scalpel piercing his chest. No. I just didn't want them buried here, forgotten even by their faces, only their names remembered. He'd say it was just a plague, that no one wants to recall that tragic history, that no one understands what we sacrificed. The bandaged man's emotions boiled over, and he let out a furious roar. Chen Yao silently watched the bandaged man's gradual collapse, his hands clenching slightly. Earlier, due to his sequence, he had researched the plague. But his searches revealed no records of plagues in the past century. But recalling Li Su's mention of a plague 30 years ago, it meant everyone had imposed an information blockade on that event. This place was called the Dawn Tower, and its lights were illuminated by absorbing the plague. Everything seemed to connect. Chen Yao had already formed a rough conjecture in his mind. What price had this forgotten group of people paid? Zhao Su. The moment the name Zhao Su was uttered, the bandaged man's body jerked violently. It's all over now. After Chen Yao spoke, the bandaged man slowly rose to his feet, pulling at his bandages and carefully unwinding them from his body. Yes. My name is Zhao Su. I performed 25,331 surgeries. Saved 25,330 lives. But I died on the operating table because I failed my own surgery. A plague showcased my talent. I operated non-stop, 24 hours a day, just to save more lives. But when those people heard they were being treated by someone with a warrior path, they felt not just disgust, but utter contempt. They couldn't understand why their loved ones were entrusted to a warrior for surgery. But I refused to accept this. I won't die in obscurity. If I'd been a doctor, I could have done so much better. Why did those people curse me? Why did they think I was born only to be a warrior? Why was I destined from birth to be nothing but a warrior? As Zhao Su gradually recounted her ordeal, the bandages on her body were slowly unwound. A massive incision across her chest was exposed, where something black and slimy seemed to be writhing inside. The stench of decaying flesh assaulted the senses. Skin like that of a desiccated corpse clung to his bones. Half her skull was missing, and her back was riddled with black holes. She bore no resemblance to a human being. Captain, you remember my name, right? The ram-headed mask fell into an unusual silence. I remember your name. I remember everyone's name. Zhao Su, Su Mumei, Luo Yon, and the others. I think bringing them back would be better than just bringing the plague, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Su lifted her head, her cloudy eyes clearing slightly. Yes, Captain, you're right. But can a ship with broken sails still sail? Just as can the dead be remembered again? It can. As long as it sails the sea, the ship can still sail. When Chen Yao realized Zhao Su's extremism stemmed solely from those buried bones, he found himself at a loss for words. Something else seemed to occur to him. He spun around and sprinted toward the upper levels of the tower. After Zhao Su departed, the oppressive atmosphere vanished completely, and Chen Yao fully regained his ability to move. Are you sure you want to set sail? Chen Yao didn't understand the implication, but he wasn't foolish enough to ask about the true intentions of that monster with the sheep's head mask when he couldn't fully grasp them yet. He could only bluff his way through. Yes, but I need to eliminate that blood clot plague, just like before. I don't want more doctors' bones buried here. The ram-headed mask, unusually concise, replied with just one sentence. You are not the captain. The words made Chen Yao's hands clench instantly. He wanted to tear the ram-headed mask to shreds right then and there. The creature had slipped up in front of the crazed Zhao Su, and now he might very well die here. Facing a mask that could only speak, what could he possibly do to threaten it? Discard it? Hide it? He lowered his gaze. But Chen Yao saw a look of sorrow on the ram-headed mask. But you two are so alike, truly alike. You and the captain are cut from the same cloth, only that madman couldn't see it. At this point, Chen Yao sensed that the ram-headed mask didn't seem to harbor particular hostility toward him. The mask now radiated no trace of hostility toward him. I can help you, because you truly spoke his name. It would be even better if you knew mine. His tone held both expectation and sorrow. Chen Yao sighed inwardly. With a name that long, how could anyone possibly remember it? He hesitated, then decided to ask for some information. What does voyage refer to? The ram-headed mask evaded the question. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to sacrifice everything to solve the blood clot plague? I am. The ram-headed mask sighed, then quickly gave in to its inherently verbose nature, launching into a lengthy explanation. The price of sailing is steep. I hope you won't regret it. I deceived you before. I cannot cure the blood clot plague. Only Zhao Su can resolve it. Find a way to learn his surgical techniques. His procedures can effortlessly cure even incurable plagues. He possesses extraordinary talent. Even as a warrior, he developed those groundbreaking surgeries. Had fate not dealt him such a cruel hand, he would have become a truly great physician. Chen Yao murmured. He still is a great doctor. True. Only now, he is no longer himself. Chapter 24, Flawed Authority Source of the Plague Sin Ship. Woo woo woo. A deep, resonant horn sounded. Zhao Su, standing atop the tower, held the luminous source at the summit in both hands. To her surprise, it was a peculiar horn. As the horn sounded, the entire tower shook violently. Chen Yao swiftly exited the tower. What is that guy doing? Launching the ship? Sailing? What does that mean? The shadowy outline of a decaying vessel gradually coalesced atop the tower. At that moment, a series of prompts appeared. Inheritance Authority loading. Sequence 001 Plague Doctor confirmed. Plague Laboratory logged in. Plague Operating Table logged in. Plague Tavern logged in. Lounge logged in. As row after row of login prompts appeared, the ship gradually began to solidify. What is that? Explained the ram-headed mask. It's clearly a ship, a proper ship, Captain. A tool. It's called the Source of Plague Sin. No. Why a ship? Chen Yao had assumed the voyage referred to some method of leaving this instance and returning to the real world. But now, a genuine, decaying vessel was suspended mid-air. And this ship was an authority? Wasn't that something only awakened by sequences who had reached peak combat power after breaking through to the 5th tier? Authority represented the full unleashing of a sequence's combat potential. For some, authority manifested as a specific ability, while for others, it took the form of unique artifacts. Authority is not singular but diverse in nature. Why are high-tier sequences favored? Because the higher the sequence rank, the more and stronger their authority becomes. Of course, not all high-ranked individuals are favored. Take Chen Yao's Plague Doctor, Su Mumei's Control Mage, and other peculiar high-ranking sequences. Their authority might be formidable, but no one wants to team up with them because a 5th-tier powerhouse is a 1 in a million rarity. And yet, the authority of Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor, was actually a ship? That plague ship, already solidified for the most part. Its entire form now unfolded before Chen Yao's eyes. A ghost ship drifted upon the sea, its broken mast jutting like a skeletal finger into the gray, hazy sky. The hull was mottled, time and storms having carved indelible marks upon it. The planks rotted, covered in eerie moss and tattered outer layers. Frayed shreds of canvas hung from the broken masthead, fluttering in the wind with a wailing sound, as if whispering of past glory and present solitude. Moonlight spilled across the hull, casting an even more terrifying glow upon the vessel. Source of Plague Sin. Thud. A corpse slammed heavily onto the ground before Chen Yao. Zhao Su's body hit the ground like a lifeless weight. Black insects wriggled in the muddy sludge. Seconds later, Zhao Su's body was once again slowly molded back into shape, piece by piece, like clay being kneaded. Crew, squirrels in position. Zhao Su's skin, clinging to her bones like that of a desiccated corpse, twisted into a smile that looked more like a ghastly cry. Captain, board the ship. Board the ship. Chen Yao tucked the ram's head mask into the inner lining of his clothing beneath his skin. He had received a special prompt. Corrupted authority loaded. Sin ship login. Whether loading this authority at his current tier 1 level was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't tell. But now he had no choice. It felt like a giant hand was pushing him forward from behind. Ever since entering this instance, he'd been utterly deprived of any choice. Chen Yao let out a bitter laugh. He recalled Su Yuntian's assessment of the previous generation of plague doctors. A bastard. In some respects, his predecessor truly seemed exceptionally effed up. After all, the very existence of authorities signaled that this dungeon was entirely the previous generation of plague doctor's test. Therefore, he could only make the right choice to truly lead those classmates including Su Mumei to safety. No matter the cost, this was a promise made. Chen Yao scanned the gravestones surrounding the tower. True to their prior agreement, he addressed Zhao Su. I want to take everyone out of here. Really? Captain. I'm sorry, Captain. I shouldn't have doubted you. But I have one condition. Chen Yao turned to look at Zhao Su. I want to learn your surgical technique to cure the blood-clotting plague. Then I'll lead them. Board the ship. Zhao Su, who had been raving moments ago, suddenly fell silent. Her cloudy eyes fixed on Chen Yao. Then the dry skin on his face twitched as if hesitating, but he still raised his hand and lifted the horn in his grasp. After a long moment, he spoke. Yes, Captain. The words were spoken with unusual force. Then he picked up the horn and began to blow it once more. Woo 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 woo. A long, eerie horn call echoed through the air. As the horn sounded, Chen Yao felt an inexplicable pressure bearing down on his shoulders. The sensation was utterly suffocating. It felt as though someone was standing behind him. After taking one step, Chen Yao stepped forward again, and the ground beneath his feet had already begun to sink slightly. To get this group aboard, you must first carry them onto the Sin ship. The ram-headed mask in his arms spoke. You might die. Chen Yao replied indifferently, clenching his teeth. Who cares? The ram-headed mask seemed to freeze up at that remark, taking a long while before speaking again. You're quite humorous. Just don't die. The moment Chen Yao stood before the tower, there was no turning back. Either they all lived, or they all died. The horn sounded. The gravestones among the ruined walls began to tremble. One by one, ghostly blue figures slowly emerged from the gravestones. Translucent hands pressed down on Chen Yao's shoulders. A memory flashed before Chen Yao's eyes. A middle-aged doctor stood at the doorway, blocked by someone who was cursing him out. It was all because he had forcibly disregarded regulations and treated a dying patient without following proper procedures. Fortunately, the patient survived, but unfortunately, they were left with irreversible complications. For performing surgery and practicing medicine in the real world while ignoring regulations, he had his medical license revoked. Then a plague broke out. The doctor still followed his conscience, saving 77 people before contracting the disease himself and dying. In his final moments, he thought that if only his skills had been a little more advanced, perhaps things wouldn't have gone wrong. What is this? Their memories? Chen Yao could sense that pure, unwavering devotion, that unyielding resolve. But as an observer, he could only curse under his breath, how utterly foolish. Yet in that instant, Chen Yao felt the pressure on his body suddenly grow heavier. A flood of memories began surging forth. Bearing 17 souls. Cost, agony. The impact of the memories left Chen Yao's consciousness reeling. As the warning appeared, the relentless onslaught of doctors dying and their unwillingness to accept their fate caused such intense agony that his knees buckled. But he could still endure this level of torment. Chapter 25, Extraordinary Wretchedness. The sound of numbers changing echoed continuously. Carrying 217 souls. Cost, agony, pulmonary disease. The pressure on his back made breathing difficult for Chen Yao. The increasing burden began to exert an overwhelmingly negative effect. His body began coughing uncontrollably, his lungs burning like fire. His legs trembled violently with each violent cough, blood splattering from his mouth with each forceful expulsion. Bearing 517 souls. Cost, agony, pulmonary disease, blindness. After the violent coughing fit, Chen Yao's vision rapidly deteriorated. He could only rely on rapid mental calculations to arrange his steps and direction. Carrying 956 souls. Cost, agony, lung disease, blindness, hearing loss. Complete blindness set in, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. The ringing stretched on endlessly until the world fell into complete silence. The loss of hearing wasn't particularly agonizing for him, merely groping in the darkness. Now, Chen Yao had no choice but to keep taking steps. He had to keep going, knees bent. Bearing 1,766 souls. The cost, agony, tuberculosis, blindness, hearing loss, nose severed. The number of souls increased once more. Chen Yao felt a sharp pain at his nose tip. Half his nose was forcibly sliced off. The agony made Chen Yao cry out, though no sound escaped his throat. Blood dripped down the edges of the birdbeak mask. Holds 2194 souls. Cost, agony, lung disease, blindness, hearing loss, nose severed, tongue severed. Snap. Chen Yao's tongue snapped clean off. He couldn't swallow if he did, the severed tongue would block his windpipe. Beneath the mask, he couldn't stick his tongue out either. Agony. Every inch of his body was agony. Bearing 2917 souls. The price, agony, lung disease, blindness, hearing loss, nose severed, tongue severed, skin torn inch by inch. Chen Yao relied solely on memory with every step. When his soul reached the 2917th, every inch of his skin suddenly felt like needles piercing him. The moment this sensation appeared, everything before him became chaotic. The memorized route, the approximate distance, even the direction all became chaotic. He walked in darkness. The sensation was suffocating, helpless, and bewildering. Unable to discern direction, unsure if he was straying off course, uncertain if he was truly advancing toward the sinner. Was this the price? No wonder the ram-headed mask said the price was more than I could bear. I'm about to break down. But I still need to solve the blood clot plague. I must return. Go! Go! Board that ship. Claim your rightful power. Boom! A flickering flame ignited ahead. Guided by Chen Yao's conviction, he found his way through the darkness. Flames began to appear on both sides beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, the flames were revealed to be candles. Holding the flames were shadowy figures kneeling on the ground. Though he could see nothing, within the darkness of his consciousness, he found his way. Outside, Jiaosu watched as Chen Yao, who had already walked halfway, suddenly felt the soul he had been carrying begin to slip away. She followed the outline of his back, pressing down inch by inch as she pushed it forward. Jiaosu's hands began to tremble as he roared in a low voice. Don't you want to go back? Do you want to stay here forever? After shouting this, Jiaosu could only grab the horn and rush aboard the ship. In his consciousness, Chen Yao's footsteps halted. He felt the weight on his shoulders lighten. Voices echoed in his ears. Those who are already dead needn't return. Life beneath the tower is quite fine. Had my talent been just a bit greater, perhaps I could have prevented the tragedy. You are a genius destined by the heavens, you must not kneel here. In any era, plague doctors are beacons of light whether you are him or not. I cannot return, but you can. After 70 years as a doctor, I become a burden to others for the first time. The murmured whispers echoed endlessly in Chen Yao's ears. Woo 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 woo. The familiar horn sounded. Those souls began moving instinctively toward the sound. Jiaosu, standing on the ship of sin like a desiccated corpse, raised the horn and blew it loudly. With each blast, Jiaosu's body crumbled further. By the third blast, Chen Yao had already stepped aboard the ship of sin. The souls of all 2,917 doctors who had perished here were guided by the horn's call and boarded the ship. Truthfully, Chen Yao was still groggy. The overwhelming flood of memories had left his mental state severely compromised. He didn't even know how he'd boarded the ship. Once aboard, all the pain and everything else vanished completely. By now, those souls had entered the hold of the ship of sin. On the deck, Jiaosu's body was parched like soil that hadn't seen rain in a year, devoid of moisture. Huge, gaping wounds covered his entire body. To Chen Yao, it felt as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment. The horn in his hand had slowly hardened into stone and shattered. Jiaosu weakly opened his eyes to look at Chen Yao. The next moment, he laboriously raised his hand, plunged it into his own chest, and fumbled around inside for a long while. His body seemed to have become extremely parched, and the act of digging into his chest produced a constant scraping sound. After fumbling for a while, he pulled out 3 rusty scalpels. His withered hand held the 3 scalpels as he reached out toward Chen Yao. These 3 scalpels can cure the blood clot plague and also help you perform certain specialized surgeries provided you understand them well enough. Chen Yao reached out to grab the scalpels, but Jiaosu clenched his hand abruptly, stopping Chen Yao from taking them. You're not the captain. The words plunged Chen Yao into an icy abyss. His entire spirit instantly wilted. But you're just as mad as he was. The fact that you've been acknowledged by sin means he's already dead. All 2,920 people here are doctors who followed him. Only you can lead them back. He was a beacon in the plague. I hope you can become that beacon too. I've always wanted the plague to return to this world. In truth, its absence is the best proof of our existence. With that, Jiaosu released his grip, allowing Chen Yao to take the scalpel. Simultaneously, his body began to disintegrate. Is this the price of using the horn? The ram's head mask beneath his clothes spoke. He's dead. He died because of you. You're nothing but scum. Hearing this, Chen Yao offered no rebuttal. He closed his eyes in agony, unable to bear the side effects of those souls as he brought them aboard the ship. I'm lying. He's not dead. No one dies on this ship. Chen Yao snapped his eyes open. Sure enough, Jiaosu's shattered body began to coalesce once more. He couldn't help but curse. The next second, he realized something. Wait. He can blow the horn to bring this soul aboard and stay alive on the ship. Why make me carry it? Why doesn't he just blow the horn himself? No one told you to carry it, you chose to. They can board the ship, but they have no captain. What good is boarding this vessel if it can't sail? Chen Yao? He didn't even bother pretending, just laid out this brutal truth to me? Chen Yao felt like all that suffering he'd endured earlier had been for nothing. And all the emotional build-up he'd carefully cultivated just shattered. His mental state deteriorated further. If he had a sanity meter, it would have plummeted below average. Especially now that he was wearing this sheep-headed mask, Chen Yao felt it was truly a mistake. Didn't you say the cost was enormous? It is. Isn't dying instantly if you're not recognized by the Sin ship a huge price to pay? Fair enough, but this mask felt not only bothersome but also downright obnoxious. Chapter 26, Are you out of your mind? Actually, you're doing pretty well. Considering those terrifying side effects, you haven't collapsed or screamed in agony. That's already remarkable. Oh right, you can't scream. The Sin ship's greatest feature is that its crew never dies aboard it. It can appear anywhere and in any instance. You can use it to enter unexplored instances for combat, or to escape from instances like this one. Of course, it has many other uses. You can treat it as your secret base, a special laboratory, or even a combat machine. The Sin ship's authority allows it to sail freely, though certain specialized ship structures require you to spend specific items to purchase them. The ram-headed mask continued its explanation. Why do you know so much about this ship? Of course I do. I'm Ronahid's plague ship's left helmsman and fourth chief mate. Chen Yao ignored him. Though the guy was a bit of a jerk, he was still a valuable source of knowledge. Especially since he still didn't fully understand this broken authority. The most pressing matter now was how to use the 3 scalpels in his hands to combat the plague. Chen Yao weighed the 3 scalpels in his hands. Each scalpel bore a serial number, 1, 2, 3. A prompt appeared. 3 scalpels of an ordinary person, legendary masterpiece. These 3 scalpels embody the pinnacle of surgical skill, honed through years of hands-on experience. Simply holding them allows them to perform surgeries autonomously, even without surgical experience. However, using them comes at a small cost. With the first scalpel, no external injury is beyond healing. The second scalpel can heal any internal injury. The third scalpel can extract and transfer any plague. The first scalpel requires 100 milliliters of blood. The second scalpel demands 200 milliliters of blood. The third scalpel calls for 500 milliliters of blood, along with a specific human tissue as payment. What absurd scalpels, and the costs are utterly bizarre. 500 milliliters of blood, the maximum amount a person can donate in a single session is 400 milliliters. Is the cost that high when using the third scalpel on oneself? The sheep-headed mask in his arms suddenly spoke. Can't you use someone else's blood? Yes. Someone else's blood. Why didn't I think of that? You're a genius. I've always thought so myself. Then how does this ship sail? It's your authority that pays the price for navigation. How should I know what your price is? The price paid by each generation of plague doctors is different. Every generation? Chen Yao said nothing, simply examining the ship of Sin. Currently, none of the Sin ship structures were unlocked. To sail and unlock them required praise and contempt. Sailing, however, required pain and courage. The two complement each other. Chen Yao's current interface displayed as follows. Name, Chen Yao. Path, Physician. Sequence, 001 Plague Doctor. Authority, Sin mark broken authority. Tier 1. Tier 1 corresponds to level 10. Advancing to the next tier requires completing the corresponding sequence ritual. Level, 10. Life, 18 plus 10 plus 10 10 for ordinary humans. Speed, 9 plus 10 plus 10 normal human, 10. Magic power, 200 plus 10 plus 10 normal human, 10. Skills, Plague Garb, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Mystic Potion. Talent, Pathological Analysis. Mastered Plagues, Plague Intestinal Disease, Plague Incomplete Combustion. Equipment, Awakening Card, Bracelet Cloud Heaven, Ring 100-inch Mountains and Rivers, Ring Necromancer, 3 Scalpels. Authority Attribute, Sin mark Source of Plague. Crew, none. The horn held by the previous generation of crew members has been decommissioned. After boarding, a new horn must be crafted. Hull structures, Plague Laboratory unlocked, Plague Operating Table unlocked, Plague Tavern unlocked, Lounge unlocked, Captain's Cabin unlocked, Storage Room unlocked. Plague Engine Room unlocked. Praise Energy, 0 unlocks and upgrades ship compartments at 100. Degradation Energy, 0 reach 100 to enhance ship compartment buildings. Agony, 100 maximum 100 allows passage through one instance. Courage, 50 maximum 100 allows one descent into reality. After reviewing your attributes, praise and degradation are the keys to upgrading special structures on the Sinner. Crafting the horn requires substantial materials. Its function is to allow others besides yourself to summon the Sinner's vessel. But he couldn't use it yet. After reviewing everything, Chen Yao glanced at the entire ship of Sin. Having inherited its authority, he could freely board and control the vessel. Set sail. The longer his classmates delayed, the greater the danger they faced. He commanded the Sin ship to navigate through the dungeon. The precariously balanced Sinful began creaking and groaning as its swaying hull started to move. Under the effects of plague blood clot, Su Mumei felt a chill spreading through her entire body. She curled up into a ball, hugging herself tightly. The already dim sky suddenly plunged into pitch blackness. Su Mumei struggled to open her eyes. Is this an illusion? Why is there a ship floating in the sky? Her pale, bloodless hands gently patted her head. She looked back again. On the deck of that enormous ship, a figure stood at the bow. Dressed like a medieval beak doctor, clad in a pitch-black cloak and a brown leather-lined coat. The next moment, a familiar figure embraced Su Mumei. I'm back. The next moment, Chen Yao carried Su Mumei back onto the Sin ship. Lifting the blood clot plague required the third of 3 surgical knives for medical treatment. However, the 3 scalpels required 500 milliliters of blood. Su Mumei was so frail that Chen Yao couldn't bear to use her blood for the exchange treatment. After placing Su Mumei on the deck, Chen Yao began shuttling back and forth, transporting Li Su and all the students and teachers onto this ship. Some of the weaker students had already passed out. For those students, the 500 milliliter blood transaction would surely cost them their lives. Using their blood won't cause any harm. After all, how could one survive without making deals? The sheep-headed mask in his arms continued to spout reckless ideas. The old Chen Yao would have used their blood without hesitation. After all, life and death were their own responsibility, no one else would pay the price for them. Even demanding a fair return would have been acceptable. After all, he despised the concept of a saintly mother. Wasn't profit paramount? But he had witnessed 2,920 doctors nameless and faceless perish in a plague. He had witnessed their memories, their pure devotion. And now, facing the blood-clotting plague once more, he simply couldn't bring himself to do something inhuman. Forget it. On the ship, I won't die, right? The ram-headed mask in his arms jerked in alarm. What do you think you're doing? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 27, just like before, help me. Are you insane? 22 people require 22 surgeries. The scalpel needs 11,000 milliliters of blood, but the human body only holds 5,000 milliliters at most. The sheep-headed mask couldn't comprehend Chen Yao's actions. What are you thinking? I never said I'd drain my own blood, that would be utterly foolish. Then what do you intend to do? Standing on the deck of the Sin ship, Chen Yao surveyed the group of classmates. In hindsight, he had led them all astray. An experiment. An experiment? The ram-headed mask looked puzzled. The ship's cabins weren't unlocked yet, where could they possibly conduct an experiment? He slowly walked over to Zhao Su, who lay motionless on the deck. He looked at Zhao Su, lying nearly lifeless and motionless on the deck. Chen Yao needed help now. If he could recruit Zhao Su as the first crew member of the Sin ship, it would be a huge windfall. Beyond 4th tier strength, Warrior Sequence 001 Angel of Light had reached the pinnacle of healing through the warrior path. In every aspect, willpower, strength, talent, he was exceptional, save for his poor physical condition. Zhao Su remained alive only because of the residual power of the previous captain. But now that Chen Yao had inherited the Sin ship, Zhao Su was no longer its crew member. Chen Yao looked at Zhao Su lying on the ground and spoke. Help me. Zhao Su slowly raised her head, as withered as a mummy's, her vacant gaze settling on Chen Yao. I can't help you. Become my crew. Zhao Su turned his head away, exhaling deeply. I want to rest. I've given you the scalpel. You can end this plague. There's no need for me to become your crew. Zhao Su was utterly exhausted, both physically and from his prolonged vigil. Though he had unwittingly spread the plague again while delirious, he had given Chen Yao the scalpel. Chen Yao could handle this plague entirely on his own. He felt no desire or motivation to continue living. The fading of life was faster than he had imagined. Chen Yao shook his head. No, this blood coagulation plague hasn't been resolved. From the very beginning, your solution has been isolation. Even those you operated on would be isolated. Completely blocking transmission routes is your method for resolving this plague. That's why 2,917 doctors appeared here. Their bodies couldn't withstand the surgery, and their physical states couldn't be suppressed. Zhao Su turned to face Chen Yao. Clearly struck by her words, he struggled to his feet and shouted. This is one way to end the plague. You're not the captain, you don't understand. Necessary sacrifices are essential. We volunteered for this. But I have a better solution. Even just staying here, I might completely eradicate this plague without needing to operate on these people. Don't you want to see how I solve this plague? Do you just want to die here? Or are you not interested in such matters? For Zhao Su to create legendary masterpieces, the 3 scalpels relying solely on ordinary techniques and experience was truly absurd. His talent was off the charts. A flicker of life returned to Zhao Su's hollow eyes. Clearly, this very matter fueled his obsession. Want to make a bet? He didn't respond to Chen Yao. Once I find the perfect solution to this plague, you become my crew. Provided you help me. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yao repeated solemnly. I want to try. Help me. These words clearly struck a chord with Zhao Su, who slowly raised his hand. I'll help you. I hope you're not a doctor who talks big. Chen Yao reached out and grabbed hold. The hand, dry as kindling, pulled him up. In my current state, I can't do much only. Just observe. Intervene only when absolutely necessary. Chen Yao handed the 3 scalpels back to Zhao Su. That thing is merely a vessel for my experience. I don't need them. Zhao Su plunged his hand into his own skull and began frantically stirring. He pulled out the corpses of several black insects, along with a rusty scalpel that was extracted from his brain. The rusty scalpel wiped against the black insect carcass. It regained its bright silver sheen. This is the trusty old tool I'll use until my dying day. Watching Zhao Su's skull gouging motion up close nearly made him vomit. The echoing crunching sounds were unbearable, sending his sanity plummeting. All right. Chen Yao tucked away the 3 scalpels, then waved his hand to instantly shed the plague suit. His entire body was now completely exposed to the air. You've contracted blood clot plague. Chen Yao smiled faintly. Blood clot plague, a disease so mysterious it defied pathological analysis. He was determined to master it completely aboard this ship. He raised both hands, feeling the crimson light slowly invade his body. This gesture drew Zhao Su's keen interest as she stared at Chen Yao for a long moment. The blood clot plague, spreading around him, stripped of its plague armor, instantly infected him. He felt his body changing. The sensation of his blood gradually coagulating was unbearably painful, and his physical strength steadily drained away. Is this what slow death feels like? You're quite the thinker, but recklessness isn't the key to solving problems. We've done this kind of human experimentation far too many times, otherwise those 2,917 people wouldn't be here. Zhao Su understood Chen Yao intended to use his own body as a test subject. You won't die on the ship. The blood coagulation virus inside you will undergo strange changes. The lethal strain that fails to kill you will mutate in unpredictable ways. Using yourself as a test subject won't save you. You'll merely avoid death aboard the ship. But once you're irreversibly altered, how will you ever leave? The best course is to donate your blood and undergo surgical termination. With your background, focus on advancing to a higher rank. That way, you can contribute far more in the future. Zhao Su felt a sense of frustration akin to scolding an uncooperative child. Chen Yao smiled faintly, his complexion visibly draining pale. You're wrong. Now I am a doctor. I will walk through the plague itself to find a solution. That is the true use of authority and the plague doctor sequence. No matter what happens to me in the future, at this moment, I refuse to be controlled by the plague. Only I can control the plague. This statement silenced Zhao Su, and the sheep-headed mask beneath his robes betrayed a look of astonishment. For Chen Yao at this moment, using the 3rd scalpel to resolve the current plague was the best choice. It was precisely because of the immortal ship's undead nature and the 3rd scalpel given by Zhao Su that he dared to attempt his plan. He sensed a genuine possibility of resolving this plague, the blood clot plague. 2nd generation blood clotting plague. Was this 2nd generation mutation a blessing or a curse? The blood clotting plague is unsolvable. I'm stuck here, but it's an interesting experiment. A countdown appeared before his eyes. 1 day. Too long. He must find a way to accelerate this plague's progression. He thought of Su Mumei. Her enhancement could serve as a catalyst for the plague's evolution. If the direction could be controlled, perhaps enhancement could be attempted. Zhao Su was merely a backup plan. Su Mumei was the key to his experiment. At that moment, Su Mumei was placed alone beside Li Su. Weak and barely able to sit upright on the deck, her gaze had remained fixed on Chen Yao ever since he brought her here. Chen Yao, already infected with the plague, approached Su Mumei. He crouched down and smiled at her. You're infected? Just testing it out, like how we experimented on the seniors. No need to be nervous. Su Mumei pursed her lips, a hint of hurt visible. Whether it was recalling how he had deceived her back then, or the discomfort of knowing Chen Yao, as a doctor, intended to use her body for experimentation, was unclear. Chen Yao's expression turned serious as he leaned closer to Su Mumei and spoke once more. Mumei, I need your help. Faced with Chen Yao's sudden words, Su Mumei's eyes locked onto him. The cause of the blood coagulation epidemic had drained all color from her pretty little face. Though Su Mumei had countless questions. Like what this dilapidated ship was, where they were. Or even what the solution might be. Yet she asked none of these questions, merely nodding. A faint smile touched her lips. On her pale, exquisite face, that smile was as gentle as if Diu herself had returned to life. She reached out her right hand to touch Chen Yao's cheek, then gently wiped away the bloodstains that had stained his cheek with her slender fingers. I'll always be with you. What do you need me to do? Su Mumei didn't know what Chen Yao had been through recently, but she could guess a little from his state. Chen Yao stood up. If he had been hesitant moments ago, Su Mumei's words now confirmed he had made the right decision. I need you to strengthen the control over me. Like before? Just like before. Chapter 28, The Captain's Choice. Zhao Su's body, as withered as a mummy, shuffled behind Chen Yao. The sight of Zhao Su sent a chill through Su Mumei and Li Su, who sat nearby, utterly drained of strength. Her monstrously terrifying appearance made them instinctively want to fight. But now, they couldn't muster the strength to fight. Even with the bandages removed, Li Su failed to recognize him. Don't worry, he won't harm you. He's a doctor, just one with a rather peculiar appearance. Hearing Chen Yao's introduction, Zhao Su's hand trembled uncontrollably. Her voice was hoarse as she addressed Su Mumei. I'll protect his safety. I'm a doctor. After speaking, Zhao Su took out a scalpel and severed a section of her left pinky finger. She handed the severed finger to Chen Yao. Eat it. All pathways for the plague to spread will be sealed. Staring at the finger offered to him, forced to swallow it whole, Chen Yao hesitated. Can I juice it? I can down something gross in one gulp if it's juiced. Please don't tell me what it is. No. Zhao Su pinched Chen Yao's nose, shoved the finger segment into his mouth, and with a quick swallowing motion, it was gone. The action was so swift that Chen Yao didn't even have time to react. Cough, cough, cough. The disgusting sensation made Chen Yao cough and retch repeatedly. It's just a finger. It's not that scary. Chen Yao was speechless. It was a finger, not a sausage. But, facing someone who could pull a scalpel out of his own mind, such complaints felt utterly futile. Whenever he was near Zhao Yao, he felt his sanity steadily plummeting. All these actions defied common sense. Feeling any better? The weak Su Mumei struggled to stand and gently patted Chen Yao's back. After a moment's rest, he finally felt somewhat better. The nausea subsided too, as long as he didn't dwell on the fact he'd swallowed a finger. It wasn't too bad. Ugh. After 2 more dry retches, Chen Yao managed to speak to Su Mumei with great effort. Just enhance me when I tell you to. Okay. Plague isolation activated. Your own plague will not spread. Is this what isolation means? Chen Yao seemed to understand everything at that moment. The reason Zhao Su was still alive was that he needed to use his own flesh and blood to cast the barrier on others. Those doctors had all perished in that plague, to varying degrees. But they were resurrected by the sinner, and they continued to fight, ultimately sealed away beneath the Dawn Tower in the mass grave. The horn of the sinner was fashioned into a lighthouse. Zhao Su became the sole guardian. The sole survivor atop the Dawn Tower. She became the link in the chain where the previous generation of plague doctors had arranged for her to appear here and inherit the ship of sin. Chen Yao glanced back at the massive gash across Zhao Su's chest. Inside, it was hollow. The filling was nothing but the corpses of black insects. Some things demanded far more than he had ever imagined. He took a deep breath and looked at plague incomplete combustion. Plague incomplete combustion, transmitted through blood. After infection, the victim's blood temperature rises. Within 10 minutes, all physical attributes reach peak levels. If not neutralized within 10 minutes, the victim enters a state of extreme weakness. After 10 minutes, failure to neutralize triggers a frenzied state, causing loss of reason. At 15 minutes, bodily fluids evaporate. Death occurs 20 minutes later. This strain of plague incomplete combustion was derived from a portion of the plague intestinal disease found within Su Mumei's 32768-fold multiplier. When this unknown plague was generated, any animal it touched instantly dissolved into a pool of blood. Even in its fragmented state, its potency remains exceptionally high. Therefore, using it to counter the blood-clotting plague was the most likely option. This was Chen Yao's initial hypothesis, though hypotheses remain just that. One must try to know. Using plague incomplete combustion, target Chen Yao. After silently reciting the incantation. As plague incomplete combustion activated, Chen Yao distinctly felt his body begin to shift. His body, which had been gradually losing strength, started to recover, and a burning sensation flowed through his veins. But this sensation was fleeting. It's working. We're on the right track. Yet in the next instant, his legs buckled and he collapsed heavily to his knees. His entire body temperature began to rise rapidly. Cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Cough. A large mouthful of blood mixed with shredded flesh spewed forth. Surprisingly, the blood's high temperature didn't trigger any resistance. Instead, it began scorching his internal organs. How could this plague incomplete combustion be like this? Mumei, activate your enhancement. Su Mumei hesitated not a moment, though her eyes brimmed with heartache. There are 2 enhancement options, blood coagulation and blood boil. 2 options means it hasn't fully fused yet. Strengthen blood coagulation. Su Mumei hesitated briefly before reciting. Enhance. The moment the 8-fold enhancement surged through his body, Chen Yao began convulsing violently. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Put. A mouthful of thick blood spurted out, this time accompanied by a foul, bloody stench. Black blood trickled from his pupils. The blood transformation intensified. Plague incomplete combustion began its counterattack. Where would such a peculiar equilibrium lie? Chen Yao immediately conducted a pathological analysis of his condition. Pathological analysis, plague incomplete combustion unchanged. Pathological analysis, plague blood freezing syndrome airborne transmission. Blood gradually began to freeze like frozen water, until all blood froze solid and death ensued. Solution, none. No cure meant he couldn't pathologically analyze it, and Su Mumei, who had acquired the skill, couldn't continue strengthening it either. However, his physical condition seemed slightly improved. The two plagues had begun to clash. Body temperature fluctuates constantly. Dizziness, nausea, vertigo, chest tightness, shortness of breath, blurred vision. Various complications rapidly manifest throughout Chen Yao's body. This isn't something easily resolved. Do you need me to operate? Chen Yao's body curled into a ball on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Even in this state, he gritted his teeth and spoke. No. I have a way. Feeling the changes in his body firsthand, Chen Yao had another method. If there was no solution, he'd have to resort to drastic measures. High-temperature toxin injection. Target, Chen Yao. As the extracted mysterious element was injected, Chen Yao's body began convulsing violently. Blood seeped from his skin, and within less than a minute, he was covered in blood. Su Mumei tried to step forward but was stopped by Zhao Su. The plague's transmission is contained but only if we avoid contact with him. He's dying. Can't you see? Su Mumei's pale face and lips, drained of color, pleaded with every ounce of strength. I know. Zhao Su paused briefly before her hoarse voice continued. The captain's choice. Chapter 29, Plague Hemolysis. Status, boiling blood applied. Status, frozen blood cancelled. Two terrifying plagues raged within him. Due to the sinner's curse, Chen Yao could not die. All he could do was writhe in agony on the ground. Too many have failed. Problems aren't solved by mere thoughts. Can you truly accomplish this? The ram's head mask hidden within his clothing's lining posed the question. Chen Yao remained silent, merely continuing to feel the changes within himself. No human blood could withstand such torment. A new plague was born. Plague Hemolysis. This was an eightfold enhancement derived from Su Mumei. Pathological Analysis, Plague Hemolysis, a plague created by the counteraction between high-temperature toxins and a special plague. Its effects are extremely vicious. Blood transmission, the blood within infected individuals dissolves into water within an extremely short time frame. Cure, none. The plague hemolysis effect produced by interacting with blood-clotting plague remains incurable. No solution. No solution. Feeling the blood within my body rapidly dissolve, only to be restored once more due to the sin ship. No solution. I've tried every possible solution I could think of. Is it truly unsolvable? No. The sin ship. Amidst the agony, Chen Yao seemed to grasp a crucial insight. Blood-soaked, he slowly rose to his feet, his body already hunched over from the pain, unable to stand straight. Tiny droplets of blood seeped continuously from his skin. I understand now. The death process of the blood clot plague was slow. The sin ship only completes its transformation at the very instant of death. Whereas plague hemolysis brings swift death. During the process where one does not die, the sin ship's repair continues unceasingly. The solution lies hidden within this cycle of repeated agony. By wielding true authority, one must uncover the method to break the unsolvable curse. Yes. That's it. Chen Yao's breathing grew slightly ragged, whether from the torment of his physical suffering or the exhilaration of discovering the solution, he couldn't tell. A resolute gleam flashed in the sickly body's eyes. She spoke calmly. Autopsy me, Zhao Su. The words had barely left his lips when not only did Su Mumei's eyes instantly redden, but Zhao Su herself was overcome with disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Chen Yao swayed, blood clinging to his lips. A grim smile finally spread across his face. The method. I found it. The method lies within the process of my body's transformation. Cough, cough, cough. He forced down a large mouthful of blood before continuing. My body is rapidly dying while simultaneously rapidly regenerating. This cycle repeats itself over and over in a short span of time. So dissect me. Find the real solution. Seeing Zhao Su's hesitation, Chen Yao forced himself upright, waved his large hand, and shouted loudly. Dr. Zhao. Your medical skills. Let me see them in action. Chen Yao could no longer hold himself up and fell backward onto the floor. Su Mumei covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. He's not dead. He's just in immense pain. Zhao Su's tone remained calm, yet his skeletal frame trembled visibly for the first time. Talent? The feeling of being acknowledged. Zhao Su raised the scalpel in his right hand, gave it a glance, then walked toward Chen Yao, who lay sprawled on the ground. Other students had noticed the commotion, but none approached. The unfamiliar surroundings, the deadly plague. Despair hung heavy in the air as everyone waited calmly for death. Even teacher Sun no longer tried to comfort the students, sitting off to the side lost in thought. Li Su looked at Chen Yao lying on the ground, then at Zhao Su walking toward him. The sight of that familiar silhouette, combined with the distinctive silver scalpel in her hand, stirred something within him. He seemed to recall something, yet couldn't quite grasp it. He had been too young back then, a sealed chapter of history. A wave of emotion surged in his chest. He covered his mouth and coughed violently twice, blood staining his pale palms. Memories flooded back. Li Su let out a bitter smile. The dying flashback really is something. He recalled certain things. Su crouched down, staring at Chen Yao, who lay on the ground, blood still pouring from his body. He reached up and tugged at his own head again. His right hand grabbed a handful of black insects, wrenching them out and crushing them in his palm. This left his head nearly empty. The more his sanity returned, the faster his vitality drained away. The procedure required a perfectly lucid state of mind. The captain had considered this approach before, but the blood-clotting plague's effects were weak, highly lethal yet slow-acting. Integrating it with other plagues to induce mutations also required time. Everything demanded time. He had only one chance to perform the surgery within 2 days. Failure would mean the death of the entire cohort infected with the blood coagulation plague. By the time a solution was researched, everyone would likely be dead. Thus, the most brutal isolation method was the only option, saving as many as possible. But this guy, his approach is truly unique. He's a madman, Su remarked. She never imagined that he, who had drained his own flesh and blood, was no less insane when he isolated the doctor. He stared at Chen Yao lying on the ground. A flicker of light passed through his eyes. He pressed down with the scalpel, slicing open a wound on Chen Yao's abdomen. Then he slowly reached inside. Sterile environments and painkillers were unnecessary aboard the Sin ship. He didn't have much time, and there was no point in bothering with such useless things. Time ticked away, second by second. The grating sound of flesh being forcibly torn echoed across the silent deck. It was horrifying and terrifying. At that moment, the desperate classmates began turning their heads toward the scene. Seeing Chen Yao being dissected, fear spread across every face. To them, it seemed as though this monster might dissect them next. Su Mumei closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her fingers interlaced, she clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Like family members praying outside a hospital, all she could do was plead for Chen Yao's safety. Lying on the ground, Chen Yao could clearly feel his internal organs being removed and examined during the surgery performed without anesthesia. Yet the searing pain of hemolysis overwhelmed everything. Though the sensation of his body being dissected was terrifying, he clung to his sanity, trying to observe the changes within. 1 hour. 2 hours. Just staring. Su's scalpel suddenly paused in mid-air as she slowly rose to her feet. Her face, as dry as a mummy's, betrayed no emotion. His hand trembled as he gripped the scalpel. "It's done," he murmured softly, without a single cry of release. The unsolvable puzzle from 30 years ago was finally solved in this moment. There was no overwhelming excitement, for the price had already been paid in full 3 decades ago. He had succeeded in finding the method. A calm that was frightening. At this moment. Case analysis, plague hemolysis. Plague hemolysis, high-temperature toxins combined with a specific plague strain create a severe epidemic with devastating effects. Blood transmission, the blood within infected individuals dissolves into water within an extremely short time frame. Solution, a cure exists. Analysis successful. You have fully grasped the principles of hemolysis and discovered a solution through life or death surgical intervention. You have mastered the skill, plague hemolysis. Chen Yao's mind had been utterly numb, but upon hearing these words, he instinctively raised his right hand and struggled to speak. Reverse, the treatment. Chapter 30, Become My Crew. A dense green healing beam appeared on Chen Yao's body. The sutured abdominal wound rapidly closed, while the plague hemolysis within his body completely dissipated. In that instant, Chen Yao's body recovered rapidly. Only the blood covering his body made him look exceptionally terrifying. This healing spell instantly brought his body to peak condition. He stood up. He immediately walked over to Su Mumei's side, ready to deal with the blood clot plague. The blood-clotting plague was vastly inferior to the plague hemolysis. Since the case analysis had already deciphered plague hemolysis, plague coagulation plague could be directly deciphered as well. Before he could speak, just as he approached, Su Mumei still had her hands clasped together in prayer. Feeling playful, Chen Yao pushed the exposed intestines back into her abdomen, then watched as the wound slowly began to heal. All good. He crouched down quietly. He edged closer to Su Mumei. "Were you praying for me?" Hearing the voice, Su Mumei's eyes snapped open. In an instant, joy and panic flashed across her face, followed by heartache as she reached out to wipe the blood from Chen Yao's cheek. But the thick, seeping blood was impossible to wipe away. "I thought you wouldn't make it." Chen Yao raised his hand, offering a medical explanation as he spoke. "Didn't I tell you? You can always trust me." With those words spoken, pathological analysis, plague blood clotting epidemic, spreads rapidly through human hosts, with transmission radiating outward in a 10-kilometer radius centered on each infected individual. The blood clotting epidemic possesses extreme lethality and contagiousness. Without treatment within a day, the blood will gradually solidify like jelly, leading to death. Any treatment obtained through the doctor route can only delay the onset of the blood clotting plague. Solution, curable similar to hemolysis but highly contagious. You can handle it easily. Acquire skill, plague coagulation plague. Perhaps due to the fusion of plague incomplete combustion and high-temperature toxin. Both plague hemolysis and plague coagulation plague were retained as Chen Yao's skills. It's all over. A cure exists. Reverse treatment. In that instant, magic drained completely. A vast green healing glow spread throughout the entire Sin ship. This healing came at a tremendous cost to Chen Yao. His relentless pursuit to perfectly unravel this plague stemmed from witnessing the memories of those 2,917 doctors, or perhaps Jiao Su's steadfast vigil in the lonely tower. Or perhaps it was for this plague's skill. In any case, one must have something to pursue. Chen Yao couldn't say which category he fell into. All he knew was that he had succeeded. Under the reversal treatment, everyone's physical condition rapidly recovered. Plague blood-clotting plague had completely dissipated. After completing everything, Chen Yao stood up and surveyed his surroundings. It's time to go back. This is over. Li Su, now recovered, had most of his lung disease cleared by the treatment. His coughing had become less frequent and less severe. His gaze fell upon Jiao Su, who remained standing motionless to the side. He rose, walked slowly over, and looked at Jiao Su with a confirming gaze. Midway, Li Su halted, his lips moving as if searching for words. He didn't know what to do either. Jiao Su met his gaze briefly before walking past him. She stopped behind him, her voice weak and hoarse. You recognize me? Even looking like this, you still recognize me? Dr. Zhao, is that you? Just one dead person. You're so healthy that means the others are fine too. That's good. With that, Jiao Su walked toward Chen Yao. Li Su suddenly turned to watch Jiao Su's retreating figure, then collapsed to his knees with a thud. He remembered. He remembered everything. 30 years ago, 5-year-old Li Su and his entire family were quarantined due to a plague outbreak. The initial response for the first wave of infected individuals was simple: isolate them in a dedicated plague ward. In that isolated zone, survival itself was a struggle. No one dared enter the quarantine area. The plague was highly lethal. Infected individuals died within 3 days at most. Just when everyone thought death was imminent, a man dressed as a bird-beak doctor and a lean man arrived at the quarantine zone with over 1,000 of the most skilled physicians. Li Su's memory of Dr. Zhao and his distinctive silver scalpel overlapped. No one wanted to die. Yet the arrival of those 1,000 physicians felt like a suicide mission. No one understood. Li Su bowed his head heavily, his forehead touching the ground. Dr. Zhao, thank you. Jiao Su's footsteps faltered momentarily, but she continued walking toward Chen Yao. Chen Yao turned his head to greet Jiao Su with a grin. Ready to be my crew, Dr. Zhao? But Jiao Su remained silent. His gait grew slower and slower, the edges of his body beginning to turn to ash and burn. Something was terribly wrong. Chen Yao sensed something was amiss and hurried forward. Don't come any closer. Jiao Su raised his hand to block Chen Yao's approach. His parched skin was forcibly stretched into an ugly, eerie grin. I can't hold on any longer. I need to rest. Thank you so much for letting me experience my medical skills once more, and for allowing me to find the solution myself. Jiao Su's voice grew weaker and weaker. You are a perfect plague doctor. In my eyes, you surpass any plague doctor of any generation because you have someone by your side. Her gaze shifted to Su Mumei. This era belongs to you. You are powerful and intelligent enough. As she spoke, Jiao Su's body burned away until only her right hand, right leg, and half her head remained, propped up by the others as they dissolved into pitch black ash drifting across the deck of the Sin ship. Become my crew. You promised me. Chen Yao shouted in frustration. Now it wasn't just that Jiao Su was sequence 001 light angel of the warrior pathway. More than that, he felt she should have survived. She should see how the outside world had changed. 30 years had wrought immense change upon the world. He should see those he had saved. Promise me. Become my crew. Let's go out and see the world, see those. Sorry, Captain. Jiao Su cut Chen Yao off. I wish I could agree, but I've already removed all the black worms. From the moment I operated on you, I knew my fate. This is my best ending, dying aboard the Sin ship. And I'm so tired, so tired. Chen Yao tried to step forward, determined to forcibly convert Jiao Su into his crew. At that moment, the ram's head mask hidden within the lining of Chen Yao's clothes, which had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. It didn't say much, offering Chen Yao only one sentence. Let him rest. He's too exhausted. As Jiao Su neared complete dissipation, he finally extended his right hand. The special silver scalpel was handed over. Chen Yao caught it. In an instant, Jiao Su vanished without a trace. As if she had never come into this world at all. Chapter 31, You're crazy. This can be contagious? Jiao Su vanished before his very eyes. Chen Yao's body trembled as he gripped the scalpel he'd taken from Jiao Su. The sharp blade unexpectedly sliced through his palm, yet he felt nothing as blood trickled between his fingers. Su Mumei said nothing, gently cradling the hand that held the scalpel. Equipment name, Jiao Su's scalpel white. Equipment story, a surgeon's most cherished scalpel. Beyond its sharpness, it possesses no other traits much like its owner. Though not trained through the surgeon path, he remains an exceptional surgical specialist. After a moment of silence, Chen Yao smiled. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand, his tears acting as a lubricant to remove the dried, congealed bloodstains. He was crying, yet his smile looked strangely out of place. Let's go back. Su Mumei moved closer to Chen Yao. She responded without asking any questions. The Sin ship activated. Simultaneously, he gained 2,918 points of praise power. That familiar number. Chen Yao's heart ached even more. 2,917 doctors and Zhao Su had contributed their final strength. You might try unlocking the Plague Tavern first. Upgrading it to level 3 seems to have some good perks. The ram's head mask hidden in the lining of his clothes used magic to make the voice sound only in Chen Yao's ear. I know this ship best, for I am Rona Hidzwa, 4th mate of the plague ship, 1st mate of the port side. Stop repeating that ridiculously long name of yours. Chen Yao's soft words still reached Su Mumei's ears. She said nothing, only tightened her grip on his arm. Chen Yao composed himself, began unlocking the cabin, and reinforced it within his mind using the power of authority. These powers were used to perfect the authority. Plague Tavern heeding the ram's head mask's call just once. Unlocking the Plague Tavern. The motion of unlocking the sinner accompanied the process. The dark door lock of the final cabin below deck suddenly clicked open, and a strange sound emanated from within. A purple glow seeped through the door's crack as a pitch-black hand opened it from within. A peculiar sign was hung upon the door before it slammed shut. The sign read, Plague Tavern Open. Beside the sign was a strange carving of an octopus face. 100 likes for power. Level up. 600 praise power. Level up. 900 points of praise power. Level up. 1400 points of praise power. Praise power remaining, 21 points. 3 upgrades to the Plague Tavern perfectly leaving 21 points remaining. Plague Tavern LV3, a tavern located beneath the decks of the Ship of Sin. Within, one may glimpse peculiar sights and acquire unique artifacts provided you're willing to part with something of value. The initial unlock of the Sin ship's hold granted Chen Yao complete control over the vessel. On this ship, he could instantly travel anywhere and freely manipulate anyone who entered the ship. The bewildered students hadn't even grasped what had transpired. Upon witnessing the strange figure vanish from where Su Mumei and Chen Yao had stood, a group of students and teacher's son rushed over to demand answers. Chen Yao raised his hand, and a swirling black mist enveloped everyone's heads. In an instant, everyone except Li Su fell unconscious, including Su Mumei. The students who had been running lost consciousness and stumbled, crashing heavily onto the deck. Chen Yao paid them no mind. He carefully laid Su Mumei on the deck, then removed his own coat to place it behind her head as a pillow. He needed to speak with Li Su privately, so it was best for the others to remain unconscious. After completing these tasks, he approached Li Su. This time, Chen Yao's smile vanished. Li Su watched him warily. With the students and the young lady all unconscious, he found himself increasingly unable to fathom this young man. What do you want? Chen Yao spoke calmly. Let's talk, Uncle Li. I want to know about the plague 30 years ago, and why this particular outbreak has been completely silenced in Liaojiang province. Li Su hesitated, rubbing his temples. Dr. Zhao's appearance, the strangely familiar symptoms, everything seemed to point back to 30 years ago. He strained to recall and began speaking. This information lockdown might be because it's too brutal. I don't know the specifics. They say that plague was caused by a plague doctor researching a highly lethal strain that accidentally leaked. I was too young back then to understand much, but I know it was a rumor. At first, those who fell ill didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until deaths began occurring the next day that panic truly set in. As panic spread, the sick were driven like rats into quarantine zones to die. Isolating all carriers could have contained the plague, but that decision ignored human nature. Too many people, desperate to survive, began fleeing, lying about their symptoms, or even deliberately infecting others to get help. The plague spread unchecked. Li Su's voice trembled slightly, as if recalling a painful memory, his tone shifting. I was infected at 5 years old. I remember little from that time, only fear. Corpses were piled high, and all we could do was wait for death. Li Su's matter-of-fact words painted a picture of utter despair, leaving the barely living to die. But then, a man dressed like you arrived in the infected zone with many others. All I recall is that scalpel and the bird beak mask. Dr. Zhao operated on my mother, my brother, and me single-handedly, then safely escorted us out. That's all I know. Chen Yao found it somewhat absurd. Was the news suppressed because so many died? Li Su nodded. I believe so. That dark history wouldn't be recorded. Even with those doctors' efforts, the death toll from that plague was staggering. I don't know the exact number. But for a long time, the air was filled with that peculiar smell of burning bodies. The city's crematoriums ran non-stop for a month. Not recorded. At those words, Chen Yao's fists clenched instantly. Uncle Li, do you know what happened to the 2,920 doctors from the epidemic zone? Li Su shook his head. No idea. There were no reports about them. How did you even know that number? Chen Yao pointed downward, toward the deck below. They're buried within this dungeon. Because their bodies were sealed off by Dr. Zhao's ability, they could only be buried here to die in silence, while the outside world concealed this dark chapter of history. Zhao Su's demise only strengthened Chen Yao's resolve to reclaim what belonged to these doctors. They died here? They're all dead? How could they all have died here? Li Su was momentarily dazed. Uncle Li, I need your help. Chen Yao spoke calmly. Go ahead. I want to reclaim their rightful place in history. I'll discuss this matter with Chairman Su Yuntian. He'll be able to assist you. Chairman Su? All right. Uncle Li, I'll await your news after you return. Chen Yao agreed outwardly, but inwardly, he had his own plans. With a raised hand, Li Su also collapsed unconscious on the deck. The entire deck was now empty except for Chen Yao standing alone. I have a plan. He spoke these words to the ram-headed mask. For he could only confide in this monster he'd encountered within this instance. I intend to unleash a plague. No. The sheep-headed mask in his arms froze in shock. You're insane. How could that madman Zhao Su's idea of spreading plague be contagious? As a doctor, you absolutely must not do this. Chapter 32, The Plague Tavern. Zhao Su is right. The sheep-headed mask hurriedly interceded. Perhaps there are other reasons for the information lockdown. I know I wouldn't unleash a plague unless absolutely necessary. As Chen Yao spoke, he descended into the ship's hold, heading toward the plague tavern below deck. The pitch-black hold was filled with a chilling wind the moment he stepped inside. This was less a ship and more a domain all its own. A mobile source of plague. Chen Yao pressed onward. Though he could teleport instantly to the plague tavern, he wanted to see what lay beneath the ship's hull. Unlocked compartments were sealed by locks steaming with black mist, their surfaces crawling with strange thorns. Not only could he not unlock them, he couldn't even touch them. Continuing on, a wooden door bearing a sign reading Plague Tavern, now open, came into view. This is the Plague Tavern. The ram's head mask hidden in his clothing lining spoke. There are many valuable things inside. They'll be most helpful to you, and you might even find something you desire. Things I want? You'll see when you go inside. Pushing open the door, he entered the Plague Tavern. Inside, tables and chairs stood empty. Only a monster with 8 tentacles and 8 eyes scrubbed a wine bottle with its arms. You're in luck. That hot-tempered customer just left. If you'd shown up a moment later, you might have gotten into a fight. You know how it is, drinking and brawling are common in taverns. Chen Yao glanced at the rows of bloodstains smeared across the tavern floor. A severed purple arm lay in the corner, being dragged by tentacles into the back counter. Clearly, when the bartender said left, he probably meant slaughtered. What can I get for you, Captain? I've got every kind of liquor here. The ram's head mask in the alcove spoke. Let me out. I'll talk to this guy. Chen Yao reached into the lining of his coat and pulled out the ram-headed mask. Oh, a rare find, sir. This could fetch quite a price. Paul, I need the most recent inventory list. Paul's eyes sharpened. You know your stuff, guest. As he spoke, Paul raised a tentacle from beneath the counter and gave it a shake, causing a sticky piece of paper to fall from its suction cup. Chen Yao picked it up and began reading. Most of the contents were materials containing mysterious elements, any one of which would fetch astronomical prices on the outside. Even more numerous were entries on equipment and peculiar creatures. Black worm parasitizes the bodies of the dying, allowing hosts to survive in a special state. However, the longer they remain attached, the more their sanity deteriorates without limit. This was the blackworm from Zhao Su's mind. This thing came from the Plague Tavern. I need this. Chen Yao selected an item. Staff of Nose provides an unpredictable boost to low-tier magic. Instantly restores 1000 mana points 24-hour cooldown. A piece of equipment perfectly suited for Su Mumei. Since he didn't know what exactly he was trading for, Chen Yao didn't dare ask for too much at once. He didn't believe his own money would be of any use here. Your 400 milliliters of blood. Paul stated his condition and retrieved the wand from beneath the liquor cabinet with a tentacle. Can't we just pay? Why demand blood right off the bat? The ram-headed mask interrupted Paul's demand. Fine. 30 million is a bargain price. 30 million was indeed cheap. But Chen Yao didn't have that much money on him. Pay with blood. The sheep-headed mask was about to object. Octopus tentacles swiftly slithered up from beneath the counter. Deal. You're a brave customer. Raise your arm, I'll be gentle. The tentacle latched onto Chen Yao's arm, sending a faint prickling sensation through his limb. After a mere moment, the tentacle retracted, leaving a row of pinprick marks on Chen Yao's arm. The curse of Aloysius Paul, a bargain struck with an unnameable deep-sea doppelganger. You sacrificed 500 milliliters of blood. The wound will not fade for 7 days, and no secondary transactions are possible. Over these 7 days, your sanity will deteriorate at an accelerating rate. Come out. I need to talk to you. The ram-headed mask spoke. Chen Yao carried the ram-headed mask back to the deck. The Plague Tavern is a unique marketplace. You can trade goods, learn about special dungeon information, and even encounter certain friendly creatures. The rule is, never agree to any deal Paul offers. Always firmly state your own terms and haggle. You didn't warn me about this beforehand. I told you to let me handle it. You rushed into agreeing without giving me a chance to speak. You act like you've never seen any decent gear before. I really haven't. This is only my second dungeon run. The ram-headed mask was momentarily speechless. Cover it with your sleeve for now. The wound will lose pus, and the scab will eventually rot and fall off. Just hold out for 7 days, the first day should be fine. You sound so familiar. I've been hit before, back when I was human. You were human? Got hit? Did I say that? You never did? I've never been human. Then what are you? I am Ranashid left, 4th mate Jan, 1st mate of the plague ship. With a thunderous crash, the sinful one shook violently and broke through the dungeon. On the school playground, a decrepit ancient ship plummeted straight from the sky. The next instant, it crashed onto the playground with a deafening roar. The massive hull crushed the grass, plowing enormous furrows into the ground. Chen Yao tossed his classmates one by one into the ship. Holding Su Mumei in his arms, he leapt from the Sin ship. After departing, the Sin began to slowly fade away, vanishing into nothingness. Chen Yao felt it wasn't yet time for the 2,917 doctors' souls trapped within the ship's hull to depart. Until he found them a proper resting place, he wouldn't allow them to drift back into the real world alone. Turning to look at the students sprawled haphazardly on the ground, Chen Yao pulled out his phone, restored the signal, and dialed Principal Lu's number. The call didn't last long. Principal Lu hurriedly emerged. His eyes darted over all the students and the still-standing Chen Yao as he urgently exclaimed, "You're all safe. Thank goodness. Principal Lu." Chen Yao stared at Principal Lu for a long moment before finally speaking. "This was a close call. Thank goodness you were here." At those words, Chen Yao's gaze sharpened slightly. "Principal Lu, there are only the two of us standing here now. Tell me what you were thinking. Why did you do this?" Principal Lu's flustered expression calmed slightly. "I'm not quite sure what you mean. If everything's fine, that's wonderful. Chairman Su and the others were all worried about you." Chapter 33, Principal Lu, what exactly are you trying to do? About 2 days have passed inside the instance, but when I returned and called you immediately, only you appeared. The rescue operation outside never happened. You know we couldn't possibly escape or survive. Principal Lu's expression straightened as he glanced at the gash-like scar on the playground, seemingly plowed by some colossal force. "You must have met my uncle by now, since you've obtained the authority." "Uncle?" A bitter smile touched his lips as he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "My uncle's name is Jiao Su. He's a doctor. Is he okay?" "Just as expected. Principal Lu, who oversees the internship program, is also part of this scheme. He's dead. He died aboard the Sin ship." As the words left his lips, Chen Yao's hands clenched slightly, a wave of helplessness spreading through him. He really died? That stubborn old man, after 30 years he must have been exhausted. "Tell me everything. What exactly are you trying to accomplish, Principal?" Chen Yao frowned, the feeling of being manipulated unbearably uncomfortable. His tone grew 3 degrees colder. Seeing Chen Yao's attitude, who would have thought a sequence of the 1st tier could question a sequence warrior of the 4th tier in such a tone? However, Principal Lu showed no sign of anger. Instead, he appraised Chen Yao. "In just 2 days, your demeanor has undergone a remarkable transformation. That place truly hones one's character, or perhaps you are a genuine prodigy. I had indeed intended to enter the dungeon with you all. Yet, after 30 years, that dungeon has unexpectedly become an abyss-level challenge. Ironically, I ended up at the rear and didn't make it inside." Principal Lu continued. "Others assume I became principal by relying on my 4th tier sequence strength, but truthfully, I couldn't care less about such things. Allow me to reintroduce myself, my proudest identity." Principal Lu stood ramrod straight, his entire demeanor undergoing a dramatic transformation. If before he had been kind-eyed and approachable, now an undeniable sense of pride radiated from him. He spoke slowly. "I, Lu Wei, crewman of the Sin ship. The last crew member aboard the Sin ship. 30 years ago, at 18, I personally escorted my uncle and those 2,917 doctors into the mass grave. I returned solely to wait for you." Chen Yao stared at Principal Lu, utterly baffled. What kind of charisma did the previous generation of plague doctors possess, that 2,917 doctors chose to die together? To make a nephew personally escort his uncle into the mass grave dungeon to wait silently for death. To make a man of world-renowned medical talent cut his own flesh to isolate the plague, guarding a lonely tower alone. To make a man who waited 30 years still take pride in his unrecognized identity. Were these people madmen? Principal Lu pulled a horn from his breast pocket, one that was nearly shattered. It was the same horn used to summon the Sin horn as Zhao's. "When I saw the horn fail, I knew you'd succeeded. Unfortunately, my uncle still hasn't returned. Having consumed the black insect, he's nothing but an empty shell even if he's still alive." "Principal Lu," Chen Yao called out. Instead of pressing further, he shared some news. Dr. Zhao finally found a cure for the plague, the blood clot plague. "What?" Lu Wei seemed not to have heard clearly. He took 2 steps toward Chen Yao and grabbed his shoulders with trembling hands. What did you just say?" Chen Yao spoke slowly, enunciating each word deliberately. Dr. Zhao used his talents to find a solution to the blood-clotting plague. He cracked it. Uncle cracked the blood coagulation plague. He defeated the blood clot plague. Lu Wei kept repeating the words under his breath. Ha 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 ha. It sounded like wild laughter. Then he burst into tears. His whole body shook with sobs and laughter as if he had gone mad. Not at all like an elder should be. It's done. It's done. Finally done. It's finally done. Done. I envy you, uncle. He roared at the top of his lungs. I envy you. You did it. You finally did it. Your talent. Your medical talent truly is the best in the world. Medical talent that doesn't rely on the sequence, no one can overshadow that. You did it. I knew you could. The boss said it too, your talent is unmatched. You're the real doctor. His voice grew fainter and fainter. The figure collapsed to the ground with a thud, head pressed against the grass, and began to sob silently. The excited shouts gradually faded, leaving only resentment. Why? 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 Why make me wait 30 years? Why? Couldn't you have come back alive to see me? Why? Why couldn't you keep the promise you made to me? Lu Wei, who had been feigning composure, erupted with raw emotion in that moment. His hands clenched the grass as he pounded it in agony, looking as if he had truly lost his mind. Chen Yao didn't know what to say. This group hadn't done anything wrong. They had simply made the most correct choice. After venting his fury, Lu Wei slowly raised his head. The middle-aged man immediately wiped his face. Did my uncle say anything else? Chen Yao opened his palm, revealing a surgical knife uniquely belonging to Dr. Zhao Su. Dr. Zhao Su's scalpel white, a surgeon's favorite scalpel, possessing no traits beyond its sharpness. Like its owner, it wasn't even forged through the physician path, yet it remained a top-tier surgical instrument. The specially crafted silver scalpel lay in Chen Yao's palm. The moment Principal Lu saw it, he scrambled to his feet, one hand snatching the scalpel. The blade sliced through his palm, yet he paid it no mind. His entire body trembled as he clutched the scalpel. Principal Lu, returning with me this time are the souls of 2,917 doctors. Due to isolation, their spirits have not dissipated. So, what are your intentions? Principal Lu pressed the scalpel against his chest, then looked up at Chen Yao and asked. What are your intentions? Chen Yao raised his index finger. Spread the plague. Infect the world with me at its center. I'll be the one to step into the fray. Chapter 34, The Doctor Ascends the Ladder. Chen Yao planned to spread the plague from himself, then, once it had reached a certain level of diffusion, appear under special conditions and resolve the plague. A self-directed play. Though infected with the blood-clotting plague through his own plague-controlling methods, those affected would only experience dizziness, discomfort, and weakness for a few days at most. As for any lingering effects, they could be completely reversed with proper treatment. You're my student. How could you even suggest spreading a plague? What if someone overheard? I've secured considerable resources over the years, but it still falls short. If you could get Su Yuntian to assist you, I'd have a 70% chance of success. It's best not to proceed with spreading the plague. I know you want justice for those people, but this isn't easy. I've been trying for 30 years, there are too many tangled issues involved. Clearly, spreading the plague was an extremely reckless move. Other complications? Is there more to that plague than meets the eye? I've recently uncovered some leads on this matter. I'll notify you when there's news. Just as Chen Yao was about to speak, a low, buzzing hum filled his ears. The scenery before his eyes began to double, causing a painful dizziness akin to drunkenness. A strange whisper repeated incessantly in his ear. A sharp sting shot through his arm. Damn it! The curse of Aloysius Paul was taking effect. Chen Yao grabbed Principal Lu's hand and managed to speak with great effort. Take me home. As he seized Principal Lu's hand, the rows of puncture marks now blackened and clearly visible were laid bare before the principal's eyes. Is this Aloysius Paul's curse? You're quite the brave one, trading curses for items right after inheriting your powers. Principal Lu sighed helplessly. His own weakness plague curse also originated from the plague tavern, though the severity of the curse depended on what was exchanged. The curse of Aloysius Paul is manageable enough. Surely this lad doesn't inherit authority without knowing anything at all? Principal Lu shook his head. Wei, you've done quite well. The ram-headed mask in Chen Yao's embrace spoke. Lu Wei froze. His lips trembled slightly. That familiar voice struck fragments of memory, leaving him speechless. Chen Yao had a very, very long nightmare. Like a ship tossed relentlessly by waves in the ocean, he struggled in the pitch-black darkness. He bolted upright. Beads of sweat poured from his forehead. After several heavy breaths, he clutched his chest in agony, gasping for air. Simultaneously, he noticed a series of special class notifications. Curse resistance increased. Preliminary understanding of curse-type plagues. You have mastered a low-level curse. Low-level curse, vomiting. You have obtained the mark symbol of Paul. He slowly rolled up his sleeve. Rows of piercing holes had scabbed over on his arm. The remaining wrinkled skin formed a strange row of octopus patterns. The ram-headed mask spoke from within the lining of his clothes. Don't worry, this is the mark. Digest these octopus patterns, and you'll randomly gain a curse ability from Tavern Paul. Who'd have thought your constitution is so well suited to curses that you can actually absorb them? You're in luck, kid. The Plague Tavern is about to get fleeced. Who brought me back? How long has it been? Where's the headmaster? You ask too many questions. First, we need to stabilize your mental state. Then we'll proceed with the second stage sequence ritual. Chen Yao felt parched, grabbing the water on the table and gulping it down. A handwritten letter lay at the edge of the desk. Chen Yao opened it without thinking. Principal Lu, I've handled all follow-up matters. I've altered others' perceptions of this instance run. However, the Su family girl still needs you. Once you wake up, you'd best bring her into stage 2 as soon as possible. Additionally, I've deposited 100 million into your card. Purchase any gear or potions you need first. I'll transfer more funds later. P.S. Burn this letter after reading. 100 million? Principal Lu is surprisingly wealthy. Chen Yao hesitated, wondering if he should find a chance to tell the principal about the side effects of that mysterious potion he'd tricked him into taking earlier. Ouch. The side effect of losing his mind had mostly subsided, save for an occasional burning sensation in his arm. He burned the letter and opened his phone, only to see that 8 days had already passed. The unexpected incident during this instant's teleportation hadn't made the news, just as Principal Lu had said. He'd altered everyone else's memories except for Su Mumei's and his own. Thinking of this, Chen Yao felt a pang of longing for Su Mumei. After all, she had agreed to become his wager once she left the instance. He had to find a way to make her honor that wager. He dialed her number. Mumei, are you free? Let's go out for a walk. I've been resting at home these past few days, waiting for your call. Wait for me, I'll be right over. Su Mumei sounded incredibly excited on the other end. Before Chen Yao could say another word, she hung up. So proactive. After the call ended, the ram-headed mask remarked enviously. You're really lucky to have such a girlfriend. Too bad I had a genuine love right in front of me once, but I didn't cherish it. Only after losing it did I regret it bitterly. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I'd want it to be 100 years. Chen Yao cursed, you're crazy, then began calculating. Reaching the second stage was indeed his top priority now. His initiation rite required completing the physician's ladder and performing 100 field surgeries. So far, he'd only performed the necromancer's field surgery. The physician's ladder could be completed today. The physician's ladder was an exclusive ritual required for the physician path. After entering the physician's tower, one advanced through illusory realms to clear each level. Each cleared level represents ascending one step on the ladder. The highest recorded level on the doctor's ladder is currently 172. Outstanding performers can have their names permanently engraved on the ladder. Chen Yao originally believed that clearing over 100 levels would pose no problem with his abilities. Grinding through such a secret realm by exploiting minor glitches for temporary advantages is a breeze. After all, that doesn't include the plague blood clot plague. He commanded a necromancer who continuously produced necrotic pathogens. A squad of 4th-tier skeleton soldiers was practically an unstoppable force. But he now has another option. Chen Yao produced the item 3 ordinary surgical scalpel's legendary masterwork. Perhaps, instead of spreading plague, there was another way to let people 30 years from now witness your talent. Dr. Zhao, with your experience and skill, how many steps could you climb? I'll guide you through the ladder of the physician's path. This time, he resolved to rely entirely on Dr. Zhao's 3 scalpels, without any assistance from the sequence's power, determined to secure Zhao's name among the highest echelons of the medical ladder. Chen Yao, still mulling over the details of his plan, was interrupted by a knock at the door. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded, and without a second thought, he knew it was that girl, Su Mumei, rushing over. Chen Yao opened the door. Su Mumei stood at the doorway wearing a blue floral dress and a pair of white sneakers. Her fresh, pretty face tilted as she smiled upon seeing Chen Yao open the door. You've lost so much weight since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Come on. Accompany me to the physician tower. I'll tell you everything I know along the way. Sure. Su Mumei agreed without hesitation. There was no need to hide anything from Su Mumei. Everything had been possible only with her help. She was the one who helped her acquire the plague intestinal disease and embark on the plague doctor sequence. She was the one who dealt with the rot dragon. She was also the one who resolved the blood-clotting plague. On the way to the physician's tower, Chen Yao recounted everything that had transpired in the mass grave instance to Su Mumei. This included the story of the 2,917 souls, Zhao, and Principal Lu. After listening, Su Mumei murmured softly. To think such a story existed 30 years ago. So what do you intend to do? Clear their names? I'm with you. Seeing Su Mumei's eager determination, Chen Yao gently pressed her hand down. There's no rush with this matter. With Principal Lu here, I want to go to the physician's tower to complete the physician's ladder. That's wise. Complete the ceremony swiftly. The matter of authority mustn't be exposed. You need sufficient strength to protect everything. After you finish at the physician's tower today, I'll accompany you to see my mother. Meeting my parents so soon? Chen Yao asked, half joking. To his surprise, Su Mumei didn't deny it. She quickened her pace slightly, her cheeks flushing as she turned her face away, her voice soft as a mosquito's buzz. I told you if I survive this dungeon, I'll be your girlfriend. Then kiss me to prove it. Show me the young lady isn't lying. No way. I only agreed to be friends. You think I'd kiss you? Manhwa. In the deserted corner, Chen Yao cupped Su Mumei's cheek with one hand and leaned in. Su Mumei's hands, which had been frantically patting Chen Yao's chest, grew lighter and lighter until finally they just tugged at his clothes. Chapter 35, The Good Girl Su Mumei. Inside the physician tower. Numerous practitioners pursuing the physician path bustled within. The physician's tower not only hosted the essential rite of passage for doctors ascending the ladder, but also served as the primary location for selling equipment exclusive to physicians in various concocted medicines. The physician tower stood as a tower of equal renown alongside the mage tower. Standing before the tower, Chen Yao murmured, "What grandeur," before taking Su Mumei's hand and stepping inside. After Chen Yao's initiative, Su Mumei's cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. The moment they entered the physician's tower, Su Mumei's striking beauty drew considerable attention, with many eyes shifting toward Chen Yao. If looks could kill, Chen Yao would show them what it meant to guard his territory. After sweeping a warning glance around, he pulled Su Mumei even closer. He strode directly to the window of the physician's tower. The attendant greeted them warmly. "Sir, are you here to purchase medicine or other supplies?" Ascension. Chen Yao handed his awakening card through the window. All items stored within the awakening card had already been transferred to Su Mumei's storage ring on his finger. The attendant glanced at Chen Yao's appearance, scanned the awakening card, and discovered that this young man had only awakened half a month ago yet was already preparing to enter the second stage ritual. Such prowess was impossible for anyone but a top-tier wealthy disciple. With this thought, the attendant's fake smile grew even sweeter and more natural. "Sir, the ascent ladder is on the 7th floor of the tower." Chen Yao pressed further. "After climbing, how many steps will the synchronized recording activate?" Reaching the 100th floor signifies entry into the top 100, while the 150th floor grants access to the top 70. Top 100 entrants have their records logged, while top 70 participants receive real-time display of their progress. No items are prohibited during the climb, correct? Yes, but the effects of any items used during the climb will be diminished. Other items' recovery effects and usage effects would be reduced, but the 3 scalpels in Chen Yao's hands were entirely Zhao's experience. No skills are prohibited, correct? MHM. Similarly, the higher the floor, the lower the healing effect. Alright, then register me for the ladder climb now. My name is Zhao Su. Sir, please don't joke around. That's not the name on your awakening card. I only want this name to ascend as a doctor. Is it possible or not? Sir, it's possible. We've charged you 1 million credits. 1 million per trial. Honestly, coming to the physician's tower without money is pointless. A single ascent just wiped out 1 million. Before long, the attendant had swiped the awakening card and handed it back to Chen Yao with both hands. Taking the card, he turned to Su Mumei. "Mumei, wait for me in the lobby." "Okay." Su Mumei nodded. Chen Yao ascended to the 7th floor alone, activating the elevator. Ascent initiated. At that moment, the display screen in the lobby showed the ascent count as 1. It also displayed the number of ascending ladders. "Zhao Su, first step time, 0 seconds. Now please treat a patient with internal bleeding." A doctor wearing a mask and surgical gown addressed Chen Yao. Internal bleeding of this severity could be easily resolved with a single healing spell. But Chen Yao still pulled out his tools, 3 ordinary surgical knives, legendary masterpieces. Simultaneously, he activated his plague outfit. Dressed as a medieval physician, Chen Yao approached the patient, scalpel in hand. He proceeded to surgically pierce the doctor from head to toe. In the hall, Su Mumei stared at Chen Yao's name for half an hour before it finally ascended to the 3rd step. "Young lady, is that your boyfriend climbing the ladder?" A man clad in red leather, his ears studded with a row of piercings, approached Su Mumei and struck up a conversation. "A boyfriend like that is useless. The first 30 tiers are incredibly easy. Any doctor passing through could clear them in half an hour, no matter how bad they are. Your little boyfriend only made it through 3 tiers in half an hour? He's the worst of the worst." As if he hadn't vented enough, the man raised his voice louder, seemingly afraid others wouldn't notice. "Everyone, check out this ridiculous climber. The first 30 floors take anyone just half an hour, but this guy only made it through 3 in that time? Hilarious." Su Mumei's brows furrowed, her face flushing red with anger as her fingers clenched tightly. Someone had directed their insults at Chen Yao. For the first time, the usually docile Su Mumei instinctively raised her hand and slapped the gossiping man across the face. Smack! "Shut your filthy mouth." The loud noise drew the attention of the physician tower's staff, who came over. "What's going on?" The slap stunned the earring-wearing man. Clutching his face, he stammered and pointed at Su Mumei. She hit me. Is that what happened, young lady? The two managers turned questioning looks towards Su Mumei. Su Mumei was furious. Normally, she would have confronted this jerk regardless of her image as a lady. But suddenly, she remembered what Chen Yao had told her back in school, just stand there looking a little wronged, and even if it's not someone else's fault, it'll become theirs. You're wasting great resources. Somehow, those words had stuck with Su Mumei until now. She blinked her eyes and instantly changed her expression. A look of hurt appeared on her face, her lips slightly pouting as she spoke. Uncle, he was saying nasty things over there, then suddenly started shouting weird stuff. Uncle, I'm a little scared. Her pitifully helpless look momentarily softened the administrator's tone of reproach. But after all, she had hit someone. Having spent so much time with Chen Yao, Su Mumei had naturally picked up his knack for stirring things up. As the administrator hesitated, she immediately chimed in to fan the flames. Uncle, if your daughter came to the physician's tower and was approached by some greasy-haired punk with piercings spouting weird stuff, what would you do? Uncle, if your daughter were being bullied, what would you do? Imagine a girl out there all alone, with no one to help her, being bullied like this. Uncles. Her pitiful expression and words. The surrounding crowd began to join in. This man is harassing the girl. Physician tower, you need to rein in the behavior here. Yeah. I say it's that man. He picked on this girl because she's easy to bully, probably said some filthy things. Exactly. The surrounding crowd started siding with Su Mumei. After all, the guy across from her sported an earring and wore a gothic red leather jacket. Compared to Su Mumei in her floral dress with her pretty little face looking slightly wronged, everyone felt like the man was bullying her. Su Mumei's timid words stabbed the two administrators like sharp needles. Others didn't know, but they themselves truly had a daughter. Daughter. Yellow hair. Those two words were absolute taboo for any father. What family doesn't have a little cotton jacket? When their little cotton jacket gets bullied outside, who wouldn't lend a hand? Whose daughter was this? Whose little cotton jacket? Seeing the administrator's face flush red, the man grew flustered. He was the victim here. Administrator, she hit me first. You have to. Smack. A sharp crack. The administrator's hand landed squarely on the other side of the man's face. The slap echoed loudly, silencing the onlookers who had been siding with him. This is for you. Disrupting public order. Getting hit is the least of your worries. If others hadn't pulled him back, the other security guard would likely have kicked him a few times before stopping. Su Mumei's mouth fell slightly open. She'd always listened to Chen Yao's teachings. Sometimes, by leveraging your strengths, you could perfectly resolve situations. As the school's model student, this was the first time she'd ever acted so uncharacteristically. The effect was surprisingly effective, so much so that even she was a bit shocked. The man who'd been slapped was then dragged out by the security guards. Turning back, Su Mumei, the one who had intervened, was even comforted by the administrator. Don't worry, young lady. Scum like that won't show up in Physician Tower. If he appears again, just call the administrator, I'll be the first to kick him out. Thank you, sir. Su Mumei thanked him politely. Her sweet voice was soothing to the ears. The two administrators beamed with satisfaction, looking at Su Mumei as if she were their own daughter. After the commotion, Su Mumei's gaze once again fell upon the name Chen Yao displayed on the screen. Jiao Su level 6 time, 1H. Chapter 36, High-Speed Challenge. Using a scalpel demanded not only intense focus but also tremendous physical stamina. Even with the benefits of being a professional, 6 consecutive surgeries in 1 hour still sent a chill down Chen Yao's spine. Standing for that hour performing increasingly intricate procedures took a toll on his body. Having just recovered from a serious illness and with the curse's effects still lingering, the burning sensations in his arms made him feel utterly miserable. He had only cleared 6 levels in that hour. He couldn't help but think of the 25,331 surgeries Jiao Su had completed. What a terrifying feat that must have been. Spending nearly half her life performing surgeries was precisely why she had created the ordinary person's 3 scalpels legendary masterpiece. At his snail's pace, reaching the 100th floor would take him until tomorrow. Chen Yao immediately clenched and twisted his wrist. The searing curse had already rendered his other hand unable to hold the scalpel. He had to find a way to shorten the surgery time. Chen Yao sat down on the floor, needing a moment's rest to gather his thoughts. The ordinary man's 3 scalpels legendary masterpiece was indeed formidable with Jiao Su's experience, but the only hardship was that every illness, big or small, required surgery. And these procedures all required an operating table. Even if he performed them personally, it wouldn't advance the ritual's progress, the requirement of 100 field surgeries. Field surgery must be performed under harsh conditions. Since performing it myself is simply too exhausting, then what if someone else performed the surgery? He recalled the necrotic pathogen he'd collected in the mass grave and those skeleton soldiers. Chen Yao hesitated briefly before summoning 3 4th-tier skeleton soldiers. Infected by the necrotic pathogen, the skeleton soldiers possessed absolute obedience. He only needed to release the necrotic pathogen once to control their actions. More precise maneuvers would be handled by the 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpieces wielded by ordinary people. Skeletons never tire. They felt nothing. I only need to rest. Perfect. Chen Yao began experimenting with having 3 skeleton soldiers perform surgical procedures. The skeleton's bones glowed with a fluorescent light, the growth of necrotic pathogens. The moment they reached the operating table, the 4th-tier skeleton soldier's hands flew about like a chaotic dance. Unlike controlling Chen Yao's body, which was not only weak but offered subconscious resistance, the 3 surgical knives, legendary masterpieces held by ordinary hands, couldn't unleash their true potential. Watching the surgical blades blur into afterimages, Chen Yao slowly rose to his feet. He'd only intended to use the 3 skeleton soldiers to cut corners, but unexpectedly, the 3 ordinary surgeon's scalpel's legendary masterpiece in their hands unleashed unprecedented surgical speed. So fast, truly so fast. Incising, excising the lesion, suturing. One fluid motion. Done. In just a short while, one surgery was already finished. In the main hall, Su Mumei noticed Chen Yao's floor count beginning to leap forward in stair-step increments. Jiaosu 7-tier leap time, 1 hour 15 minutes. Jiaosu level 8 time, 1 hour 17 minutes. Jiaosu tier 9 time, 1 hour 19 minutes. Jiaosu tier 10 time, 1 hour 21 minutes. Jiaosu level 11 time, 1 hour 23 minutes. Jiaosu 31st floor time taken, 2 hours 6 minutes. Jiaosu 32nd floor time taken, 2 hours 7 minutes. Jiaosu 33rd floor time taken, 2 hours 8 minutes. Jiaosu 60th step time, 2 hours 27 minutes. Jiaosu 62nd step time, 2 hours 28 minutes. Jiaosu 63rd floor time, 2 hours 29 minutes. Jiaosu 64th step time taken, 2 hours 30 minutes. Initially maintaining a pace of 1 floor every 2 minutes, she accelerated dramatically after reaching the 30th floor, nearly 1 floor per minute. This terrifying efficiency drew the attention of every physician in the tower. Didn't that Jiaosu guy only clear 6 floors in an hour? How come he's moving so fast now? Damn! 1 floor per minute after the 30th floor? That's ridiculous. Something's off. After floor 60, the lesions become too complex for simple healing spells. Pathological knowledge is required. How is this guy moving so fast? Never heard of this Jiaosu before. Her pace of 1 floor per minute had already surpassed every speedrun record set by previous challengers. And it's still accelerating. The doctor ascended the ladder. The 3 skeleton soldiers had already reached the 63rd floor. Their hands moved with increasing speed, blurring into a blur. Even before the doctor in the illusion could finish describing the patient's symptoms, the skeleton soldiers had already completed the suturing. For others, the complexity of lesions beyond the 60th floor increased exponentially, so much so that even healing spells couldn't eradicate them. But for the prodigy Jiaosu, who had honed his surgical skills through ordinary human experience, this level of challenge was utterly insignificant. Operating at breakneck speed, the skeleton soldiers resembled ruthless surgical machines, every action streamlined to its purest form. Raise hand, excise, suture. As one skeleton finished, another's movements instantly filled the gap. They worked with lightning speed, seizing every opening. Chen Yao silently watched the seamless coordination of the skeleton soldiers. The silhouettes of the 3 skeletons seemed to gradually merge with the mummified monster. He vividly recalled the moment Jiaosu had emptied the worms from his brain during his own surgery. For him, compared to living, that perfect surgery performed at the brink of death was the truest choice. At the time, Chen Yao hadn't understood. But now, watching these 3 skeletons perform surgery with Jiaosu's accumulated skill on the operating table, radiating brilliance in a different form, he understood. Sometimes, the unrestrained release of talent matters more than anything else. A fluorescent glow began to appear on the surface of the 3 skeleton soldiers' bones. The glow intensified. Skeleton soldiers undergoing transformation. Skeleton soldiers undergoing transformation. Skeleton soldiers undergoing transformation. A purple glow appeared on the heads of all 3 skeleton soldiers. The cause of this change remained unknown, but Chen Yao simply admired the flawless coordination of the 3 skeleton soldiers as they performed one surgical procedure after another. At 2 hours and 10 minutes, the staircase had reached the 100th level. Upon completing the 100th floor, a special name appeared on the physician tower's display screen. 100th floor achieved, Jiaosu. The number of people lingering at the physician's tower began to grow. This was not only because of the 100th floor achievement, but also because someone was still climbing at a pace of nearly 1 floor per minute after reaching the 100th level. This pace made it clear that the ascending physician was undoubtedly a prodigy. Certain corporate factions also took notice of the extraordinary physician emerging from the physician's tower. They began investigating the origins of the name Jiaosu. A name spelled Jiaosu is extremely rare. Check his identity. In the vast database, a single name could yield a person's complete information in under 3 minutes. Boss, nothing found. Only one deceased professional, a warrior with sequence 001, passed away 30 years ago. His name was Jiaosu. A fake name? That's against the rules. I wonder how Physician Tower will handle this. Boss, this approach shouldn't be illegal. Some Physician Towers actually prefer using strange aliases for their climbers. I know, but using a dead person's name could cause problems. Understood. Chapter 37, Unparalleled Talent. Sometimes winning over a professional doesn't require much money. Just a few tricks can bind them tightly. I'll reach out to the Tower of Physicians higher-ups to help set a trap for him. We'll step in to assist afterward, same as always. A talent who still ascends a floor per minute after 100 levels, how could he let that slip away? He might even become a flagship talent. With the backing of the Tower of Physicians upper echelons, the Lu family consortium effectively controlled access to nearly half of the high-tier physician path professionals. This was precisely why the Lu conglomerate could carve out a slice of the Sequence Guild's territory. Their teams possessed the capability to clear 100-player dungeons. Forcing countless physicians into exploitative labor contracts through unscrupulous means had become their standard recruitment tactic. Every promising practitioner could generate tens of millions in profits for the Lu conglomerate. It was precisely through this series of maneuvers by Lu Qing, the new leader of the Lu conglomerate, that the group reached the pinnacle of its glory. Jiaosu floor 139 time, 3 hours 43 minutes. 130 floors already. Is this guy even a real physician? His pace hasn't slowed at all, jumping from the 100th to the 130th floor in just 30 minutes. He'll hit the 150th floor soon. How long has it been since anyone reached the 150th floor? Another monster has appeared. Every practitioner who could ascend to the 150th floor via the physician path was a prodigy. The physician tower's lobby was already packed to the brim, the crowd growing increasingly dense. Su Mumei stood in a corner, her eyes fixed on the numbers dancing across the display screen. He's pushing it. Look! Half a floor every 30 seconds. A gasp rippled through the crowd. After reaching the 135th floor, the sequence of numbers began to flicker wildly, updating every 30 seconds. Jiaosu staircase level 134 time, 3 hours 40 minutes. Jiaosu staircase level 135 time, 3 hours 41 minutes. Jiaosu level 136 time, 3 hours 41 minutes. Jiaosu staircase 137 time, 3 hours 42 minutes. Jiaosu level 138 time, 3 hours 42 minutes. Jiaosu 139th step time, 3 hours 43 minutes. Jiaosu 140th step time, 3 hours 43 minutes. Jiaosu 150th step time, 3 hours 48 minutes. The entire physician's tower lobby gasped in unison. 150 floors already. And she reached 150 floors in just 3 hours and 48 minutes. The 150th floor screen began live recording. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could ascend a step every 30 seconds. The physician tower lobby fell suddenly silent. Every pair of eyes was glued to the overhead display. Anticipation filled the air. Scenes of ascending beyond the 150th floor were a rarity, occurring perhaps once every few years. Regardless of whether one could learn any techniques from it, merely witnessing the rise of a new star in this era was a privilege in itself. The next second, the image appeared in the hall. In the scene, Chen Yao, dressed as a medieval beak doctor, stood to one side. On the operating table, 3 skeleton soldiers with bones glowing emerald green wielded scalpels in a flurry of movements. This scene instantly plunged the audience's anticipation to its lowest point. A deafening roar erupted throughout the hall. No way! Is this still the doctor's ladder? Why are there summoned creatures? Isn't this supposed to test medical skill? What's going on here? What the hell is this? Is this even a physician tower? It's a mage tower, right? Isn't this cheating? They'd expected someone climbing the ladder through sheer skill, but instead, here was a guy relying entirely on summoned creatures without lifting a finger. Everyone was utterly disappointed, even starting to curse wildly. The live feed from the 150th floor made it painfully clear to everyone that the challenger wasn't lifting a finger. It was all the summoned creatures performing the surgeries. Equipment effects are nerfed, but what can you do when he's using legendary gear? He's being way too sneaky. Money talks. Using equipment to climb the ladder was considered normal. But someone spamming summoned creatures to refresh the ladder rankings every 30 seconds? Most doctors couldn't stomach that in plain sight. Half an hour passed. The hall erupted in growing shouts of anger. Jiaosu ladder level 200 time, 4 hours 13 minutes. 200 floors, the highest recorded in decades, was only 240. At this pace of 1 floor every 30 seconds, it would break the doctor's ladder record in just 20 minutes. Chen Yao stood silently watching the 3 skeleton soldiers perform their frenzied surgery. 200 floors. Even as he climbed, Chen Yao understood that reaching the summit this way would inevitably invite skepticism. But skepticism was the last thing he feared. His sole desire now was to showcase Jiaosu's talent before this assembly of doctors. He wanted them to see what doctors could achieve not by relying on their sequence, but solely through innate talent and passion. As for why he was doing this, was it merely out of resentment? Or was there something else? Chen Yao didn't know. He simply wanted to do it. That was all. Within the physician's tower, the murmurs of doubt grew louder. No one paid attention to why those 3 skeleton soldiers possessed such extraordinary surgical skills. To them, Chen Yao, the doctor climbing the ladder, was merely standing there. Such a feat, they thought, was something even a dog could easily accomplish. The insults grew harsher by the moment. Su Mumei watched the number of steps rise several more levels. Everything unfolded exactly as Chen Yao had described. Even with Zhao Su's talent, reaching the summit still required external aid, something that would make anyone envious. She grew concerned for Chen Yao, now at the center of the storm. The surrounding protests grew louder and louder. The physician tower administrators had no choice but to report the incident. The moment this incident surfaced, the entire upper echelon of physician tower immediately convened for discussion. We restricted equipment effects and weakened healing spells precisely to prevent this kind of cheating during the climb. Now we have someone blatantly cheating. Some executives held differing views. He's still operating within the tower's established rules. Making hasty adjustments could significantly damage the tower's reputation. We shouldn't interrupt his climb. Punish him after he finishes. No. If this guy breaks the record, his name will be permanently etched into the physician tower. No solution, no compromise. This meeting isn't for vetoing proposals, you need to present a resolution. Increase the difficulty of the climb. Add special requirements to each surgery he performs. That's the only option left now, and it's the maximum intervention we can manage. As long as he doesn't surpass the 240th floor, we can work with anything. Right. Let's go with that for now. At this point in the footage, after reaching the 220th floor, Chen Yao noticed the surgery's difficulty had suddenly skyrocketed. Whereas he'd previously cleared skeleton soldiers at a rate of 1 per half minute, it now took over 10 minutes to advance a single level. Clearly, someone had tampered with the system. Yet even with the difficulty adjustment, the skeleton soldiers continued charging toward the 240 floor record at terrifying speed. Nothing seemed capable of stopping him, nothing could stand in the way of Zhao Su's unparalleled talent. After an hour and a half had passed, Chen Yao also reached the 240th floor. At that moment, everyone's perspective had shifted. By relying on items to break the record, they seemed to have witnessed another piece of history. The earlier shouts and curses in the hall had died down. All eyes were fixed on the screen. However, Chen Yao on the screen did not immediately make his move. Instead, he halted the skeleton soldiers. Now that he had reached the summit, what he needed was for everyone to remember Zhao Su's talent. At times, Chen Yao felt he was losing his mind standing atop physician's tower to defy everyone for the sake of a dead woman. But then he recalled how Zhao Su had drained her own body to create isolation for 2,919 people, how she had emptied herself of black worms to await death while completing his final surgery. He found his reason to persist. He turned. Chen Yao stood before the screen, his entire body facing the screen. Facing everyone. Chapter 38, Captain. The identity of the ram-headed mask. He tapped the cold bird beak mask covering his face. How far do you think an ordinary person can go on the path of medicine? No, how could an ordinary person who isn't even a doctor walk the path of doctor? He asked and answered himself, refuting his own words. A dialogue with the void. No one could fathom what this challenger truly intended. Was it a display of arrogance? Or sheer audacity? Or perhaps a provocation aimed at the entire physician's tower? Only Su Mumei knew what Chen Yao was about to do. Before proceeding with the surgery, I'd like to introduce the tools I'll be using this time. That arrogant attitude, brazenly introducing his cheating tools, had Foam cursing under his breath while straining to listen in the physician tower lobby. Legendary tier tools cost at least 80 to 90 million credits. It might be worth listening to. It came from someone who claims to be a doctor but isn't really one. I've never even seen his true face. The tool I'm using this time has a special name, 3 Scalpels of an Ordinary Person, a Legendary Masterpiece. Legendary Masterpiece. The name alone is peculiar. 3 Scalpels of the Common Man. You should be quite interested in this tool. After all, what kind of person could create something capable of speed clearing the entire doctor's ladder? The crowd began whispering among themselves. Legendary masterpieces were exceedingly rare, and revealing their attributes and usage offered little benefit to the user. The creator is named Zhao Su. In his lifetime, he performed 25,331 surgeries, saving 25,330 lives. From the day he awoke, his life was destined for tragedy. Warrior Pathway Sequence 001 signified the highest tier warrior rank, yet he never desired to be a warrior. All he ever wanted was to become a doctor. To abandon the path of a Sequence 001 warrior for medicine, doesn't that sound laughable? Yet everyone compromises with life's changes. He did not. He took up the scalpel with hands born for battle. The existence of Sequence 001, the envy of all as the warrior prodigy, was more of a curse to him. It was precisely his unwavering desire to be a doctor that gave birth to this legendary masterpiece. His talent is unparalleled. With experience from tens of thousands of surgeries, he can resolve nearly any medical condition, even plagues. His skill could crush all of you. Yet innate talent and innate warrior instincts are inherently contradictory. Chen Yao's tone grew increasingly solemn. A plague proved his genius. For him, demonstrating his abilities meant facing death without fear. Yet, as unfortunate as his entire life, news of that plague was suppressed. Ultimately, no one knew of his true talent. No one realized his medical genius far surpassed that so-called warrior path sequence 001 by 100-fold. His choice was correct. He was a born physician. This legendary masterpiece artifact possesses no special powers. Its sole function is to grant its wielder access to the terrifying surgical expertise of its former owner, nothing more. A tale of a legendary masterpiece artifact. Silence fell over the entire hall. A life of contradictions, an individual of contradictions. In the end, they had never even heard the name Zhao Su. Regardless of the outcome, I will continue my ascent to the summit. Su Mumei pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on Chen Yao's image on the screen. In that moment, Chen Yao's image radiated a blazing light within her heart. There was no benefit for him in doing this, yet he did it anyway. He acted on his convictions. Nothing that came his way would ever bury him, no matter the cost. As numerous administrators appeared around them, whispers began to circulate. The Lu conglomerate is up to something again. That kid's got a legendary masterpiece item, troubles brewing. We're done for. They've been targeted before many ascending physicians were taken away by the Lu conglomerate and administrators. Su Mumei overheard the conversation, and a surge of unnamed fury flared up inside her. Her fingers turned white as she clenched them. Her pure white teeth clenched tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mumei pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The call connected. "Mom!" Su Mumei called out. A lazy female voice came from the other end. "Sweetie, did that old bastard bully you again?" "No, Mom. I need you to come to the physician's tower." "The physician's tower? Aren't you a control mage?" "Oh, I see. I'm nearby anyway, I'll be right over." Su's mother immediately agreed with a knowing tone. After hanging up, Su Mumei picked up her phone again and dialed Principal Lu's number. "Principal, Chen Yao's encountered trouble climbing the physician's tower. Can you come over?" "I'll be right there." After making the call, Su Mumei glanced at her father's number but ultimately didn't dial it. Her father and Chen Yao didn't get along, and having him there might just make things worse. At that moment, in Chen Yao's home, Principal Lu pushed open the door to his room and walked to the dresser. After ending the call, he slowly opened the drawer and took out the ram's head mask. "You finally came. I was about to suffocate." He went to clear Zhao Su's name, used his scalpel to climb the ladder. The features on the sheep-headed mask suddenly grew stern for a moment before breaking into a mischievous grin again. "But that's always been his nature, hasn't it? Isn't that exactly what your uncle wanted?" Hearing the sheep-headed mask's flippant tone, Principal Lu couldn't help but roar. "I don't know why you've become this way. But why are you still alive? My uncle died there." "Why?" The sheep-headed mask fell silent. "He could have lived." "Then was it you who spread the plague all those years ago?" "My captain. Chen Qi." The moment the name Chen Qi was uttered, the brown hue on the ram-headed mask dimmed by 3 shades. Lu Wei roared, his hand clenching the ram's head mask with deadly force. "Tell me the truth. You truly were heroes. After I went to find the source of the plague, your approach was indeed the optimal solution, completing the quarantine and preventing the 2,920 doctors who couldn't handle his surgery from continuing to spread the plague in this world." "Coward! Why did you vanish? If you'd analyzed the blood clot plague, they wouldn't have died. Now you tell me you think they were heroes? Why didn't you say a word when you disappeared?" "I'm sorry." The ram-headed mask could only utter these words. "Why did you return? To seize my students' authority and revive yourself? Or to rejoin the crew and become immortal?" Principal Lu's body trembled. For the first time in 30 years, he was this impulsive. "I'm sorry." The rambling sheep-headed mask could only repeat the same phrase. After a long silence, the mask spoke once more. "I have my own mission. Trust me one last time, Lu Wei, sailor." As the sheep-headed mask uttered the words Lu Wei, sailor, its tone faltered, weak with uncertainty. "Captain." Lu Wei's voice softened. "I'll trust you one last time, but you can't stay by his side. I'll take you with me just as you pulled me from the dead once before." "Sailor Lu Wei, thank you for your trust." Lu Wei picked up the sheep-headed mask and tucked it inside his clothing. He turned and headed toward the physician's tower. Chapter 39, I'll see who dares. Inside the physician's tower, Chen Yao continued his ascent. Chen Yao raised his hand and waved it. The 3 skeletons behind him sprang into motion with blinding speed. Simultaneously, the emerald glow emanating from their bodies intensified. "Are you out of your mind? The difficulty beyond the 240th floor is plague level, and beyond the 260th floor lies the legendary, unsolvable plague. Thinking you can clear it just by performing surgery with items and summons? That's pure fantasy. The later stages are purely theoretical, no one's ever attempted them. Could this guy actually reach the summit? What kind of person could possibly create a legendary masterpiece item based solely on experience? The buzz in the lobby grew louder, filled with skepticism. Could someone relying solely on items truly reach the summit? As Chen Yao ascended the ladder, a peculiar notification suddenly sounded. Skeleton Soldier has completed 240 surgeries. Resonating with the legendary masterpiece item, it has advanced to become a dry corpse doctor. The skeletal soldiers on the skeleton frame began to fill with dried flesh. Their bodies, composed solely of dried meat without skin, resembled walking corpses. A peculiar cross pattern appeared on their chests, and red eyeballs filled the hollow eye sockets of the skeletons. The skeleton soldiers had actually undergone a transformation. The necrotic pathogen within them hadn't transformed into the advanced necrotic pathogen. This peculiar transformation was entirely due to the influence of the 3 surgical blades of the common man legendary masterpiece. As desiccated medical corpses, their surgical movements grew faster. Their coordination reached a level of precision that seemed to exploit every possible opening. Chen Yao stood by watching. This coordination was currently being applied to performing surgery on a person. But what if they were facing a living opponent in combat? 4th-tier skeleton soldiers were inherently formidable attackers, their primary weaknesses being sluggish movements and fragile defenses. With this level of coordination and speed, combined with the reinforcement of dry meat, these 3 skeleton soldiers would become Chen Yao's formidable combat assets. The doctor's ladder had a total of 300 levels. Chen Yao believed that with sufficient time, he could reach the summit. At this moment, a crimson glow began to emanate from the surface of the skeleton's dried flesh. This signaled that continuing the procedure would trigger further metamorphosis. After this transformation, the 3 skeletal medical corpses moved with astonishing speed, breaking through the 241st floor in just 3 minutes. For decades, the rankings within the physician's tower had remained unchanged. Finally, a change occurred. Zhao Su, 241st tier time, 5 hours 23 minutes. She shattered the previous record for ascending the physician's tower in just 5 hours and 23 minutes. Compared to the previous record of 20 hours and 32 minutes for clearing 240 floors, Zhao Su's 5 hours and 23 minutes stood out even more. And this number was still changing. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The record had been broken. Silence fell over the crowd. A single legendary masterpiece item had shattered the physician's tower record. Just imagine how terrifyingly talented Zhao Su must be with her surgical experience. Perhaps, as the young man dressed in medieval bird-beaked physician attire had said, this young man named Zhao Su might possess a talent even more terrifying than his own warrior path sequence 001. Setting aside whether their experience could forge an artifact into a legendary masterpiece, even the question of whether an artifact imbued with their experience could break through the 10th tier of the physician's ladder remained uncertain. At this moment, Chen Yao revealed to everyone within the physician tower the vast chasm and innate talent between himself and the unseen physician Zhao. How terrifying is innate talent? What kind of monstrous being could possess such terrifying surgical expertise to forge this legendary masterpiece? Everyone's attitude shifted. Previously, Chen Yao's record-breaking climb up the physician's ladder relying solely on tools had sparked envy and resentment. But now, upon learning the origin of that 3 scalpels of an ordinary man legendary masterpiece artifact, everyone subconsciously wanted to witness the limits of a surgeon. Could an artifact imbued with a surgeon's lifetime of experience truly reach the pinnacle? To see if anyone could truly reach such heights through their own talent alone. After all, this was a moment to witness history. Zhao Su level 242 time, 5 hours 37 minutes. Floor 242 took 15 minutes. Level 243 took half an hour. Floor 244 took 1 hour. At this accelerating pace, everyone could sense that the legendary masterpiece artifact was struggling more and more after handling the 241st floor. Chen Yao chose not to intervene and assist the 3 dry medical corpses in climbing the stairs, instead letting them continue their surgery on their own. As everyone focused intently on the screens within the physician tower, more and more figures clad in uniform black attire began entering the physician tower. A young man in a purple coat with violet hair was pushed forward by the crowd. With an air of arrogance and a look of disdain, he shouted the moment he entered the tower. Everyone, my apologies. An incident has occurred in the physician tower. We must now remove the troublemaker. Lu Qing, the current head of the Lu family, pushed his glasses up with his index finger. The glint from the reflective lenses revealed a cunning gaze that swept around the room. Everywhere his gaze fell, people instinctively averted their eyes. Lu Qing chuckled boredly at their reactions. Finally, his gaze settled on Chen Yao, dressed in the bird bee costume, on the screen. Legendary masterpiece item. Lu Qing wanted it. Lu Qing pulled out a piece of paper. Per physician tower regulations, Zhao Su's participation in the physician ascension must be temporarily suspended for disrupting its coordination and special nature. Step aside, everyone. This is an arrest warrant issued by the physician tower. Therefore, now. Lu Group is handling business unrelated parties, move aside. Formally dressed black-clad figures began advancing, prompting surrounding physicians to make way if possible. No one dared cross the Lu conglomerate. Everyone automatically parted to form a clear path. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and smiled as he spoke. You all know your place. Rare, very rare. This single remark made those around him feel profoundly ashamed. A delicate figure stepped forward, arms outstretched, blocking the path before everyone. Su Mumei lifted her stubborn little face, her eyes blazing with anger. Don't bother him. Oh ho, someone dares to stick their neck out and it's a pretty little girl at that. Lu Qing pointed a finger and burst into laughter. Miss, if you're feeling unwell, please seek medical attention. Don't stand in the way here. The Tower of Physician staff hesitated, unsure whether to step in and help the girl. Young lady, how old are you to even dare? Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. A man nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a raging bear, radiated golden light as he closed in on Lu Qing from behind with crushing speed. Before Lu Qing could react, he felt immense force slam down on the back of his head. The 3-meter-tall man in the black suit pressed Lu Qing's head into the floor of the physician tower with one hand, shattering the tiles beneath him. Gripping Lu Qing's head like a chicken, the man held him aloft as the golden glow dimmed. His massive frame, once as imposing as a raging bear, slowly shrank back to around 1.8 meters. Principal Lu's familiar figure appeared. Principal. Mumei, are you okay? I'm fine. Principal Lu casually tossed Lu Qing aside and glanced up at the name displayed on the screen. Jiaosu level 244 time, 7 hours 18 minutes. A faint smile touched Principal Lu's lips. He then turned and stood before Su Mumei. I stand here today. Let's see who dares. The aura of a 4th-tier sequence powerhouse erupted within the physician tower. Principal Lu ranked among the top 10 4th-tier sequence masters in Jiangbei City. With him standing there, who dared approach? Chapter 40, Sun Yuan, teased by his own mother. Against absolute power, all tricks are useless. Lu Qing was flung aside. Lu Wei understood the reason behind his curse. He couldn't sustain prolonged combat. That was precisely why he chose the most extreme method to suppress the Lu conglomerate. If his face held no sway, matters would only grow more dire. As for certain people, offending them was simply unavoidable. Principal Lu stood there, and the people Lu Qing had brought dared not approach. The 4 tower masters and senior officials of Physician Tower slowly descended from the top floor. An extremely tense atmosphere spread throughout the Physician Tower. The 4 tower masters were elderly figures clad in white robes, staffs in hand. Every part of them chest, wrists glowed with the radiant gold of priceless artifacts. From the moment they descended the stairs to the ground level, the aura they radiated caused the surrounding physicians to instinctively part, clearing a path for them. All 4 addressed Principal Lu, who stood before Su Mumei, in unison. Lu Wei, you've got some nerve. Of course I am, old man. That all-powerful bastard has been pulling strings behind the scenes, messing with my students. Disrupting harmony? Destroying balance? Principal Lu picked up the arrest warrant lying on the ground. Did Physician Tower forget that a doctor climbing the ladder is a sequencer's ritual? This is the first time I've ever seen a sequencer arrested after completing the ritual by any means. If that old geezer doesn't give us an explanation today, we're going outside to settle this with fists. Principal Lu kept calling the old codger left and right in front of all these people. The 4 high-ranking Physician Tower officials flushed red and then white in turn. But the strength of a 4th-tier sequentialer speaks for itself. Even though the 4 Physician Tower elders were also 4th tier, their physician path inherently lagged behind Lu Wei's warrior path in direct combat prowess. This is the Physician Tower. All rulings are made by the Physician Tower. Principal Lu chuckled. Very well. I recall that once a physician ascends to the summit, the Physician Tower must establish a new tower master. I wonder if my interpretation of this rule holds true. Faced with Lu Wei's words, the 4 high-ranking members of the Physician Tower remained silent. Because it was true. Since no one had ever reached the summit of the tower since its construction, over the decades it had become the private domain of the tower's senior elders. They had even colluded with the Lu conglomerate to exploit physicians through underhanded schemes, amassing immense wealth in the process. Now that it was being stated so openly, they lost another 3 points of face. This was what it meant to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. The 4 high-ranking members of the Physician Tower harbored a deep-seating hatred for Lu Qing, who lay unconscious on the ground. Why did they have to provoke him? They'd kicked a steel plate. The revelation of this hidden rule sparked a roar of discussion among the surrounding crowd. Everyone began discussing it, especially the display screen in the main hall. That guy dressed in medieval beak-nosed doctor attire was currently challenging the summit. But even as they spoke, the rankings climbed again. Jiaosu, 246th step time, 7 hours 38 minutes. Jiaosu floor 247 time, 7 hours 39 minutes. The steadily climbing floor count made the upper echelons of Physician Tower restless. What good is that rule? A climber relying on props. The Physician Tower falling into this person's hands. The Physician Tower won't accept it. The thousands of physicians in Jiangbei City won't accept it either. As the 4 high-ranking officials watched Jiaosu's ranking climb another tier on the screen, they realized they could no longer allow Chen Yao to continue climbing. Because he truly had a chance to reach the summit. I don't need your approval, nor theirs. This is the rule. It was part of the very foundation of the Physician Tower. When my student becomes the next Tower Master, the first thing they'll do is sweep all 4 of you out the door. Stand together against me now, all 4 of you. So fierce. The other physicians gaped in utter shock at Lu Wei. A 4th-tier powerhouse wreaking havoc in the Physician Tower. Unheard of. Fine then. Today, we 4 old bones will see if you, Lu Wei, can walk out of here alive. The 4 slowly approached, various tools already clutched in their hands, ready for battle at any moment. Cold sweat still beaded on Lu Wei's forehead. This was bad. He wasn't afraid of these opponents in a fair fight, but his curse. His mind immediately turned to the mysterious potion Chen Yao had given him. The one that boosted strength by 300%. Rage potion, upon consumption, induces immunity to toxins and mania for 10 minutes, boosting strength by 300%. Hidden undetectable side effect: after 10 minutes, there is a 90% chance the toxin and mania will erupt violently, causing the user to mistakenly believe they are a special kind of animal. A 3-fold surge in power, even if it only lasted 10 minutes, would be enough to punch these old fools to death and let his student ascend to inherit the Physician's Tower. An extreme plan rapidly formed in Principal Lu's mind, regardless of the consequences. He trusted Chen Yao, but he trusted his uncle's talent even more that he could successfully reach the summit. As the 4 high-ranking Physician Tower elders closed in, Lu Wei silently drew out the potion, his murderous intent seething. If they took one more step forward, he would strike and eliminate them all. It's not just the Physician Tower of Jianbei that has this rule, every Physician Tower in every province follows it. A lazy yet dignified voice echoed. A figure in an exquisitely tailored cheongsam appeared before everyone's eyes. The garment hugged her form perfectly, accentuating her graceful silhouette so captivatingly that no one could look away. The deep forest green base was embroidered with intricate golden peonies, the blossoms vividly lifelike. The woman appeared to be around 40, her hair piled high in an updo adorned with a jade hairpin. Holding a small fan, she gently swayed it as she stepped lightly into the Physician's Tower. The license plate bearing the dragon emblem 0000 at the entrance caught people's attention. Anyone who glanced at it knew the visitor must have terrifying connections in the capital. Was Physician Tower this bustling today? The crowd watched, their heads buzzing. On one side, 4th-tier powerhouses were on the verge of clashing again. On the other, someone with connections to the capital had appeared. Mom! Su Mumei whispered softly from behind Principal Lu. Hearing Su Mumei's soft call, a faint smile touched the woman's icy-cold face. She took small steps toward Su Mumei, completely ignoring the 4 high-ranking Physician Tower figures who had stepped aside. The middle-aged man in the white suit followed slowly behind the woman. With each step he took, his aura grew more imposing. After 4 or 5 steps, everyone felt as though a heavy stone had been pressed onto their chests. A 5th-tier powerhouse. That was a professional who had already awakened their authority. A 5th-tier powerhouse as an attendant, coupled with a background in the capital, either of those alone would be enough to walk all over Jianbei City. That's quite the compliment. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Sunday. My name is Sun Yuan. I represent the Sun family of Shangjing. And this is my daughter. The Sun family. The mere mention of that name sent a collective gasp through the crowd. The Sun family of Shangjing, among the 5 most powerful clans in the capital, the Sun family ranked 4th. And that little girl was actually the daughter of the Sun family matriarch. Sun Yuan gently patted his daughter's hand, staring at her for a moment before a resigned smile appeared on his face. My Mumu actually gets angry over other men now, and she's not the least bit afraid standing before so many people. That's truly remarkable. Affectionate praise, teasing from her own mother. Su Mumei's face flushed crimson up to her ears as she stammered. No. No. Chapter 41, A 30-Year Late Admission. Sun Yuan wore a faint smile, his peripheral vision stealing a glance at the steadily climbing name on the screen. Jiaosu Floor 248 time, 7 hours 42 minutes. Using a fake name and only props to reach the summit? That's not cute, it's insane. No, Mom, it's because he's. You're already defending him before anything's even happened. Sun Yuan turned to look around. I won't interfere with what you want to do, but first off, don't bully my daughter. I'm a softie at heart, can't stand seeing my girl suffer even the slightest injustice. If she gets so much as a scratch, I'll skin that bastard alive. She's standing right here, and you still want to walk past her? No way. The word no hung in the air. Sun Yuan nodded slightly toward the middle-aged man in the white suit. The overwhelming aura of a 5th-tier powerhouse erupted without mercy. The terrifying pressure forced the 4 elderly physicians at the top of the tower to their knees instantly. Everyone clearly heard the heavy thuds of knees striking the ground. The sound of bones shattering could even be heard if one listened closely. These 4 pairs of legs were essentially ruined. The wrinkled skin on the faces of the 4 high-ranking Physician Tower elders seemed to stick together. Their faces contorted into masks of agony. Principal Lu and his group might be able to provoke someone of the 4th-tier sequence, even if he held some influence in the entire Jianbei city. But the Shangjing Sun family and a 5th-tier powerhouse? That was beyond their reach. All traces of their earlier composure vanished. They spoke in a groveling tone. Madam Sun, we are also high-ranking members of the Physician Tower, respected figures in Jiangbei City. Why must you press us so relentlessly? Sun Yuan seemed not to hear them. Her arms crossed, accentuating her perfect figure, she spoke in a voice that brooked no argument. None of you are leaving today. You'll all witness my Sun family's son-in-law reach the summit. At the word son-in-law, Su Mumei's face flushed crimson. Below the 5th tier, no one dared question his authority. Who dared to question? The 4 high-ranking officials of the Physician Tower could do nothing but kneel on the ground. Now they could only pray that the young challenger wouldn't reach the summit. After all, the Doctor's Ladder has the lowest difficulty level, yet no one has reached the summit so far. The current Doctor's Ladder route was deliberately set to the hardest difficulty earlier. It's their only hope. All they have left now is their pride. Once they reach the summit, they'll have nothing left. Principal Lu never imagined Su Mumei's mother was Sun Yuan from the Sun family of Shangjing. In all his years as principal, Lu had only known Su Mumei as Su Yuntian's daughter. With a divorced ex-wife residing in Shangjing, he couldn't help but marvel. Su Yuntian had risen to become the head of the Jiangbei City Sequentialers Guild at just the 4th tier. He'd assumed it was sheer luck, that he was just living off someone else's money. But his ex-wife's background was truly extraordinary. The numbers on the screen shifted again. Jiaosu, tier 249 time, 7 hours 50 minutes. Jiaosu tier 250 time, 7 hours 55 minutes. Her clearing speed had returned to several minutes per floor. She had already reached the 250th floor. Chen Yao stood by, watching the 3 dry medical corpses perform surgery. The entire Physician Tower hall was deathly quiet. One could even hear the sweat dripping from the 4 high-level Physician Tower members. With each floor Chen Yao ascended, their heartbeats slowed by a beat. Jiaosu, 253rd floor time taken, 8 hours 5 minutes. Jiaosu level 257 time, 8 hours 15 minutes. Jiaosu 260th step time, 8 hours 35 minutes. Jiaosu 280th step time, 9 hours 15 minutes. 280 floors. Less than 20 floors left to the summit. The eyes of the high-level Physician Tower kneeling on the ground began to redden. The steadily climbing floor count felt like an invisible giant hand squeezing their hearts. The atmosphere in the air grew increasingly scorching. Jiaosu staircase level 285 time, 9 hours 50 minutes. Jiaosu level 294 time, 11 hours 15 minutes. Another hour passed. Everyone stood motionless, not only the 5th tier sequence masters, but more so because the number 294 was now dangerously close to 300. The summit was within reach. No one in Jiangbei City had ever seen the Physician Tower's summit reached before. Everyone's breathing grew ragged as the summit loomed before them. Jiaosu level 297 time, 12 hours 15 minutes. Another hour passed. Only 3 floors remained this time. In the footage, Chen Yao remained standing the entire time. Even as the summit loomed, he showed no sign of making a move. Exactly as he had stated from the beginning, it might not be him reaching the summit, but that legendary masterpiece. He had declared it from the start. He would make this crowd witness the chasm between his own talent and that of Jiaosu. Jiaosu 299th floor time, 14 hours 20 minutes. Another 2 hours of standing. No one could leave, no one could enter. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of those gathered in the Physician Tower's main hall. The summit of level 299 was within reach. Su Mumei's palms were sweaty, and he too felt a flicker of hope about reaching the summit. Sun Yuan, however, was intently watching the large screen. Because she sensed the time was almost right. Jiaosu, 300th floor time, 15 hours 20 minutes. No cheers echoed through the hall. Only the heads of the 4 high-ranking physicians slowly lowered, their faces contorted with pain. Chen Yao didn't leave. Instead, he retrieved the 3 dried medical corpses into his storage space. The screen showed no wild celebration, no jubilant cheers. He walked forward calmly. He picked up the 3 scalpels from the operating table. By now, the blades in his hands glowed crimson, cracks beginning to form along their surfaces. Chen Yao felt no regret whatsoever. His gaze lingered on the item description of the now useless legendary masterpiece. Its description had changed. 3 surgical blades of an ordinary person, legendary masterpiece, extreme damage unusable. This scalpel ascended the surgeon's ladder, inheriting its master's surgical expertise, talent, and fragments of consciousness. During this ascent, it performed the ritual its master could never reach due to status, scaling the highest tier and achieving the ultimate accomplishment of a surgeon. Inscription, truly a masterful operation. Thank you, Captain. I'm sorry, but this time it's truly goodbye. Chen Yao gazed at the final message, knowing it was the response from Jiaosu's consciousness within the scalpel. To pull back over 20,000 lives from the grip of death by human effort alone. Barring a plague with one's own flesh and blood. Waiting 3 decades in solitude for a new captain. With a broken body, he performed a near-perfect surgery to defeat the blood-clotting plague. With the experience and consciousness inherited from 3 scalpels, he shattered every record on the physician's ladder. This is you. Zhao Su. Chen Yao's hand trembled slightly, a bitter smile flickering beneath his mask. In novels, the great emperor subdues prodigies, yet you mere remnants of experience and consciousness can utterly destroy them. As if responding to Chen Yao, the scalpel began to crack open a gap. It couldn't hold on any longer. As if apologizing, it truly bid farewell afterward. The power sustaining it had completely dissipated. Chen Yao slowly clenched the scalpel, listening to the crackling sounds emanating from his palm. His voice trembled. You've reached the summit, relying entirely on your own talent. These words told Zhao Su that even if she wasn't a warrior, she was still a great doctor. Chen Yao used every legendary artifact to prove that a warrior named Zhao Su existed in this world, one who had ascended to the pinnacle of medicine through sheer talent alone. All physicians in Jiangbei City now heard the name of a genius doctor, 30 years too late, Zhao Su. A recognition 30 years overdue. Chapter 42, The Tower Master's Seat is Mine. Chen Yao tucked his hands away, slipping the fragments of the 3 scalpels into the inner pocket of his chest. He took a deep breath. Chen Yao had spent little time with Zhao Su, and even less time when she was conscious and able to communicate with him. But this time, he truly felt the heartfelt gratitude emanating from her soul. Next came the souls of the 2,917 doctors. It was time to leave. The ascent had taken so long that Chen Yao felt Su Mumei must be anxiously waiting outside. After gathering his things, he exited the doctor's ladder. Chen Yao, clad in medieval beak-nosed physician attire, descended from the 7th floor of the physician tower. The moment he stepped off the stairs, he sensed an unusual silence in the hall, every pair of eyes fixed on him. What's going on? The thought flashed through Chen Yao's mind. Scanning the crowd, he spotted Su Mumei standing behind Principal Lu, accompanied by a beautiful woman in a qipao. Before them knelt 4 elderly men. These elders wore lavish attire adorned with numerous accessories. Even the most modest items were worth millions, and their clothing signified high-ranking status within the physician tower. Their identities were self-evident. This bizarre scene flooded Chen Yao's mind with so much information it nearly caused his brain to overload. What was happening? Then Chen Yao noticed the man on the other side, a middle-aged figure in a white suit radiating a terrifying aura. That aura surpassed the 4th tier. Chen Yao suspected it was likely 5th tier. Not a single 5th tier cultivator could be found in Jiangbei City. A 5th tier powerhouse appeared in the physician tower? All eyes turned to Chen Yao. The pressure on him intensified abruptly. My mind raced to piece together what had happened. Chen Yao! Come here quickly. Su Mumei waved her hand and called out to Chen Yao. At that moment, the beautiful woman standing beside Su Mumei watched Chen Yao descend the stairs with keen interest. She's my mother. Su Mumei quickly introduced Sun Yuan standing beside her. Sun Yuan shot her little girl a disapproving look. The little brat was turning her back on her. She had planned to tease this young boy a bit. Chen Yao was somewhat shocked. This beautiful woman in a qipao was Su Mumei's mother. What was Su Mumei's background? Her father, Su Yuntian, was the head of the Sequence Union in Jiangbei City. Her mother had a 5th tier powerhouse as her bodyguard. This background was simply mind-blowing. Little one, you're still using your abilities to conceal your appearance. Isn't it impolite to behave this way in front of elders? No one dares to harm you here. Chen Yao immediately waved his hand in front of himself, causing his plague-like attire to dissipate into black mist and vanish. He revealed a blue casual outfit beneath, his tousled hair framing a fair, clean-cut face that looked exceptionally pleasant. This appearance could easily be called handsome. He is fair-skinned and easy on the eyes. Sun Yuan's first impression of Chen Yao wasn't too bad. His daughter Eske's hen tea left the young boy for a moment. In fact, Su Mumei had even moved closer to Sun Yuan, hooking her arm around her mother's. Su Mumei spoke softly at this moment, offering a gentle reminder. Chen Yao, say hello. Chen Yao nodded. He immediately bent down and addressed Sun Yuan. Hello, mother-in-law. That single word, mother-in-law, made Principal Lu gasp in surprise. Su Mumei's little mouth opened slightly in surprise. Wasn't the proper greeting for parents, auntie? The 5th tier sequence user beside him shifted uneasily. Sun Yuan's slightly furrowed brow shot him a fierce glare. The 5th tier sequence powerhouse immediately lowered his head, pulling his raised hand back. Cold sweat beaded on Principal Lu's forehead. In his mind, he cursed Chen Yao 800 times over. Sun Yuan, however, shielded his face with a small fan and chuckled softly. How amusing. Who bows upon meeting someone and addresses them as mother-in-law? Because Mumu's father addressed him as father-in-law when they met. Calling her aunt would feel too formal. At the mention of Su Yuntian, a flicker of emotion crossed Sun Yuan's eyes, and his tone softened noticeably. Well, you're fair enough. I'll accept that title. Reaching the summit was no easy feat, but don't you feel it's a pity about that legendary masterpiece? As someone who chose the path of medicine, you should know its value and the benefits it could bring. If used to save lives, wouldn't it be more valuable? Don't you think it's a shame and a waste? Chen Yao straightened his back and replied without a trace of subservience. Its sole purpose is to serve as proof. He pointed at the screen, and Chen Yao followed his gaze. Jiaosu floor 300 time, 15 hours 20 minutes. To prove its owner's talent is unparalleled. That is sufficient. This answer surprised Sun Yuan greatly, piquing his interest in the young man even more. Quite interesting. It's been ages since I met such an intriguing young man. A high-ranking physician tower official kneeling on the ground, determined to go down fighting, shouted frantically. He used an item to reach the summit. And that item was even damaged. Even if he made it to the top, he has no right to become the tower master. I won't acknowledge it. The Jiangbei City Physician Tower certainly won't acknowledge it. Sun Yuan's expression instantly turned icy. His piercing gaze fixed on the shouter. The next second, the 5th-tier sequence expert grabbed the old man's head, and a piercing scream erupted. A 4th-tier powerhouse burst into flames, reduced to charcoal in mere seconds before being casually tossed aside. Complete suppression. A ruthless display of power. Sun Yuan glanced at Chen Yao, finding his face utterly expressionless. A smile tugged at the corners of his own mouth. You're not surprised at all? Not surprised. Mother-in-law always has her reasons for everything she does. You're finally wrong. I do whatever I please. Do you want to be the tower master? The tower master of Jiangbei City Physician Tower? If you want it, I can put you in that seat. Conversing with Sun Yuan, Chen Yao felt an overwhelming pressurous sensation he hadn't even experienced when facing Su Mumei's father, Su Yuntian. I do. But could you give me a chance? A chance? Sun Yuan looked puzzled. Chen Yao slowly walked over to the 3 old men still kneeling on the ground. Do you still believe my path to the summit is improper? No one spoke. No one dared to speak. The answer lay in the charred remains of the 4th-tier sequence master who had just been burned alive. Sun Yuan watched Chen Yao, trying to gauge his true intentions. That legendary masterpiece inherits less than a tenth of its master's power. Relying solely on it, one could effortlessly ascend to the top. Frankly, I find reaching the summit rather straightforward. If I can reach the 299th floor within an hour and a half, I'll secure the tower master position. Any objections? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone felt it was utterly arrogant. 299 floors in an hour and a half? 5 floors per minute. Reaching 40 floors in an hour and a half would already be exceptional. Chen Yao's goal was simple: become the tower master. As the tower master of Jiangbei City's Physician Tower, he would immediately clear the names of the 2,917 doctors. Chen Yao's tone brooked no argument, and his intense confidence even stirred something in Sun Yuan. The old man kneeling on the ground gritted his teeth and spoke. 1.5 hours. 299 floors. If you can do it, we'll recognize you as the tower master. Excellent. But I don't need your recognition. I need theirs. Chen Yao pointed his finger at every physician in the hall. Chapter 43, Too hard. Impossible to achieve. Sun Yuan couldn't quite figure out this young upstart. 1.5 hours to reach the 299th floor. Such a claim sounded utterly absurd. Are you sure you can do it? Chen Yao shoved his hands into his pockets. Some things can't be approached from a conventional perspective, and some people shouldn't be viewed through an unusual lens. This isn't difficult at all. He walked to the window, and everyone instinctively parted to make way. Chen Yao handed his awakening card to the attendant. Name: Chen Yao, Sequence 002, Occultist. A high-tier practitioner ranked in the top 5 of Sequence 002. This young man was actually a mystic of 002. As someone who studies all manner of mysterious phenomena, it made sense he wore protective gear reminiscent of medieval physicians. Registration complete. The attendant's hand trembled slightly as he handed back the awakening card through the window. Pocketing the card, Chen Yao resumed climbing the stairs. The instant his left foot touched the first step, his body was enveloped in thick black mist. By the second step, the fog slowly dissipated, revealing Chen Yao now clad in the garb of a medieval beak doctor. Watching Chen Yao's retreating figure, Su Mumei's gaze never wavered. Such confidence isn't always a good thing. Mom, he can do it. Su Mumei added emphatically. He's never broken a promise. Sun Yuan sighed, observing how his daughter had already developed the first signs of being love-struck. But then she remembered how she herself had been back then. Sun Yuan shot a sharp glance at Principal Lu standing beside them. Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat, instinctively taking 2 or 3 steps back. Sun Yuan spoke softly to his daughter, Su Mumei. A catastrophe is coming to Jiangbei City. This comes from the prophecy of Sequence 003, the Mage Path. The prophet revealed a key word. Su Mumei listened intently, her ear caught. A plague is coming, an outbreak is imminent. That's why I came to Jiangbei City, to see you and to review the records. Has any doctor recently passed through Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor Reborn? Upon hearing the name Sequence 001 Plague Doctor, Su Mumei's face instantly drained of color. The Plague Doctor holds the key to resolving this crisis. Should a plague indeed occur, the emergence of the Plague Doctor would be the prerequisite for averting disaster. Su Mumei hesitated but did not reveal Chen Yao's true sequence. A wave of gasps erupted in the physician tower lobby. Chen Yao's name, who had already begun ascending the stairs, appeared on the hall screen. The floor number displayed on the screen began to change wildly in an instant. Chen Yao ladder level 10 hours 0 minutes. Chen Yao staircase level 20 hours 1 minute. Chen Yao staircase level 50 hours 0 minutes. In just 1 minute, he had ascended 5 levels. Chen Yao staircase level 60 hours 0 minutes. Chen Yao staircase level 70 hours 1 minute. Chen Yao 10th step 0 hours 1 minute. Not even a minute had passed, yet in the blink of an eye, he had already ascended 10 flights. At this moment, Chen Yao was climbing the stairs. Upon reaching each new level, his first action was to release the blood clot plague and then reverse its effects. Any fever, discomfort, blood disorder, or heart disease was no match for the blood clotting plague. Once covered by the plague, the reversal treatment instantly restored health. Chen Yao, 50th floor 0 hours 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, he had ascended to the 50th floor. Since he hadn't reached the designated floor, no one knew how Chen Yao had done it. He couldn't possibly have another legendary masterpiece item, could he? Unlikely. Legendary masterpieces are practically priceless. How could a low-tier rookie possess two? Amidst the discussions, the floor number changed once more. Chen Yao, 70th floor 0 hours 8 minutes. 70 floors in 8 minutes. That's speed. Even listening to that doctor climb the stairs while explaining the condition wouldn't take less than 8 minutes for 70 floors. Chen Yao 80th floor 0 hours 10 minutes. Chen Yao 85th step 0 hours 12 minutes. Chen Yao 90th floor 0 hours 14 minutes. Chen Yao 100th step 0 hours 17 minutes. 100 floors. Chen Yao's figure appeared on the screen. As soon as the patient's condition was announced, Chen Yao rushed forward and plunged his fingers into the patient's chest. Then, accompanied by the patient's convulsions, a burst of green light erupted and the crossing of one floor was complete. This sequence repeated on every floor treatment administered before anyone could comprehend what was happening. Chen Yao, staircase level 110 0 hours 20 minutes. Chen Yao staircase level 120 0 hours 22 minutes. Chen Yao level 130 0 hours 25 minutes. Even though Chen Yao's pace was fast, 25 minutes for the 130th level meant he hadn't even reached halfway in half an hour. The difficulty would only increase from here, and no one still believed Chen Yao could complete all 299 floors within an hour and a half. Nevertheless, this pace still astonished everyone. Chen Yao 140th step 0 hours 27 minutes. Chen Yao 150th step 0 hours 30 minutes. Chen Yao staircase 160 0 hours 33 minutes. 10 floors in 3 minutes is indeed fast, but it still falls short of his stated goal of 299 floors in an hour and a half. Sun Yuan truly felt this young man had something special. His gaze grew serious. Such ascent speed was unheard of not even in Jiangbei City, let alone the demon-infested capital. What Sun Yuan hadn't mentioned was the prophet's prediction and the emergence of another figure. Yet the prophet's definition of genius boiled down to just a few phrases. Absolute charisma, absolute talent, absolute dedication. Thus, Sun Yuan wondered if Chen Yao might be the figure foretold by the prophet. At this moment, the climbing speed began to accelerate. Chen Yao, 170th step 0 hours 38 minutes. Chen Yao 180th step 0 hours 40 minutes. Chen Yao 190th step 0 hours 42 minutes. Chen Yao 200th step 0 hours 44 minutes. With only 48 minutes left and 119 steps remaining, everyone sensed danger looming. The higher the floor, the more visibly difficult it became. Chen Yao's hands began to tremble. After continuously casting the plague spell Blood Clotting Plague and then performing reversal treatments on the 190th floor, his mana was completely depleted. He was barely hanging on, relying solely on his gear for recovery. Chen Yao raised his hand. 3 dry physicians materialized. To everyone's stunned gaze, the 3 dry physicians dragged the patient to the ground, swiftly cut open his chest, and then Chen Yao performed field surgery right before everyone's eyes. The field surgery must be completed within 3 minutes. The greatest advantage of field surgery was its brutally efficient speed. But Chen Yao's own hand speed was currently far from sufficient. As if influenced by some force, the 3 dry medicine corpses began coordinating their movements with Chen Yao's actions. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to break through the 200th floor. Chen Yao, staircase level 2010 hours 49 minutes. This was almost the slowest time he'd ever taken to clear a floor. After that, Chen Yao moved with practiced ease, the dry medical corpses working with lightning speed. Dumping the patient, cutting open the abdomen, waiting for Chen Yao to remove the organ, assisting with the suturing, all done in one fluid motion. All these actions compressed back into 2 minutes. Chen Yao staircase level 222 0 hours 51 minutes. It's not enough. There's simply not enough time. He won't be able to finish. Sun Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. Overconfidence breeds arrogance, and even with exceptional talent, arrogance would stifle his growth. Clearing 77 floors in 40 minutes was too difficult. Originally, her influence could have easily secured Chen Yao the position of Tower Master. But if he failed now, she wouldn't be able to force his promotion. He can do it. Su Mumei spoke firmly from beside him. Sun Yuan looked at his daughter and shook his head. Love struck brain, love struck brain. Chapter 44, The Ruthless One's Approach. Chen Yao staircase level 232 0 hours 53 minutes. His speed picked up again. Chen Yao's surgical speed began to accelerate. With the surgical assistance of the corpse doctor skill, his experience in wilderness surgery was skyrocketing. As a skill of the plague doctor, wilderness surgery's power speaks for itself. A single procedure can fully restore your health. Whether it's fever, headache, or even a simple cold, it can all be cured through surgery. Treatment without reason. Chen Yao, staircase level 235 0 hours 56 minutes. The rankings shifted once more. With 64 floors remaining, everyone felt that the remaining 34 minutes would be completely insufficient. The three old men kneeling on the ground wore excited expressions. They'd bet right. This youngster couldn't handle the pressure. As long as he didn't reach floor 299 within an hour and a half, everything would still be theirs. At that moment, Chen Yao halted his movements. He had completed 45 field surgeries. After 45 wilderness surgeries, a unique solution was finally discovered, a rapid method to clear the critical doctor's ladder ceremony. From level 190 onwards, each floor no longer presents isolated illnesses but rather organ-specific plagues. Next stage begins. Chen Yao remained motionless, his body slowly turning to face the dried corpse of the doctor. Just as everyone wondered why Chen Yao had suddenly stopped moving, the desiccated corpse erupted violently. Its hand shot out at lightning speed, piercing straight through Chen Yao's chest. The sound of flesh being torn and blood spilling filled the air. The unexpected attack sent a collective gasp of shock through the physician tower hall. The excruciating pain from the piercing wound turned Chen Yao's lips pale. This was the sensation of having one's heart ripped out. The dry doctor corpse withdrew its hand with blinding speed. It pulled its hand out of Chen Yao's chest, still clutching the blood-soaked heart. This action stunned everyone. On the screen, everyone watched as Chen Yao's heart was removed, a heart that was still beating. Its crimson veins still pulsed with life. Chen Yao was in agony, though this pain paled in comparison to the torment of carrying the souls of 2,917 aboard the ship. He could even feel the hollow emptiness where his heart had been. The peculiar plagues beyond the 190th layer all stemmed from a single organ. By the time he operated, the patient's body was already beyond salvation, necessitating special treatment methods. The simplest approach was to reverse the damage through analysis. But that was too slow. Moreover, these plagues were far too primitive. Chen Yao ordered the dry corpse doctor to remove organs from his own body and transplant a healthy heart into the patient on the operating table. Heart extraction. Heart transplant. This entire procedure left the crowd in the physician tower's main hall utterly speechless. What kind of devilish treatment is this? Heart extraction and replacement. What does this mean? Only Principal Lu's pupils were filled with shock. It bore a resemblance to his uncle's unique ability, isolation, using flesh and blood to contain the plague. But it was merely a resemblance. The two abilities held no actual connection. To have already reached the stage of heart extraction. The speed of this little one's transformation is truly astonishing. The voice of the ram-headed mask echoed within Principal Lu's mind. You should leave now. The time is nearly right. We have something to accomplish, something extremely important. Principal Lu glanced around the hall, where everyone was intently focused on the screen. Seizing the moment, he prepared to depart. The timer had reached 56 minutes. Only 34 minutes left. Chen Yao staircase 234, 0 hours 57 minutes. Chen Yao staircase 235, 0 hours 57 minutes. Chen Yao staircase 244, 0 hours 57 minutes. Chen Yao staircase level 253, 0 hours 57 minutes. Taking a heart to replace the patient's heart, after the next level, that heart belonging to Chen Yao would still end up in the hands of the dry medical corpse. To the point where Ganesher only needs to cut open the patient's body, replace the heart, and haphazardly stitch it back up to complete the level. Extremely fast. Devilishly skilled technique. This maneuver even left Sun Yuan speechless. This was pure ruthlessness, heart extraction and replacement for rapid level clearing. Immediately after, the corpse doctor casually tossed Chen Yao's heart aside. Starting from level 254, a heart was no longer required, and he began extracting other organs from Chen Yao's chest. In sequence, liver, spleen, stomach pouch, even the small intestine was torn out. The floor count skyrocketed within those 6 minutes. Chen Yao, ladder level 254, 1 hour 4 minutes. Chen Yao staircase level 267, 1 hour 8 minutes. Chen Yao staircase level 278, 1 hour 18 minutes. Chen Yao staircase 288, 1 hour 22 minutes. The number of floors climbed increased 4 times in a row. This pace and manner of ascent silenced everyone. Too brutal. Only 11 floors remained. Chen Yao unfastened his plague suit. His hands were already trembling. Beyond the physical reactions to the extreme pain, his mind had gone numb. His fingers slowly reached toward his own eyes, then plunged deep inside. Curling his fingers, he dug out his own eyeballs. The sight of the blood-stained eyeballs he had forcibly removed made everyone gasp in horror. As the eyeballs fell, the dry doctor immediately took them and began replacing the parts. The floor counter jumped to 299. A ranking second only to Zhao? Appeared. Chen Yao, 299th floor, 1 hour 28 minutes. After witnessing Chen Yao's insane run from start to finish, every heartbeat in the hall skipped a beat. No. There was such a high-speed way to clear it. After having organs removed, ordinary physicians couldn't possibly move on their own. They'd need a puppet master like Chen Yao with surgical expertise. Combined with those extreme maneuvers, no one dared attempt this approach. It was terrifying. After completing level 299, Chen Yao exited the ritual illusion of the physician's ascent. The removed organs regenerated upon his departure, and the excruciating pain vanished entirely. By the time he descended from the 7th floor of the tower, everyone's gaze had shifted. A youth had cleared 299 floors in this manner. More remarkably, he had genuinely completed the challenge within an hour and a half. As Chen Yao descended, Sun Yuan asked, "Did you know this method beforehand?" "No." "Then how did you know you could clear all 299 floors within an hour and a half?" Chen Yao spread his hands. "Because I was arrogant." The moment that self-deprecating word arrogance left his lips, Sun Yuan found himself liking this young man even more. "How fascinating. You're truly remarkable. At the very least, you possess tremendous drive." Sun Yuan turned to address the 3 elderly physicians kneeling before the Tower of Physicians. "Since the conditions have been met, do you still have any objections?" The 3 elders bowed their heads, pressing them against the ground. They said nothing. They knew only expulsion awaited them. Complete the transfer of authority to the new Tower Master within a week. The necessary documents will be synchronized in the coming days. No need for you to drag your feet with applications. Sun Yuan's words shattered all their illusions. The new Tower Master was confirmed to be a young man. A young man who dared to swap hearts, spleens, and organs while doctors were climbing the ladder. By now, night had fallen completely. After this matter concluded, all physicians began leaving the physician's tower one after another. Lu Wei followed the crowd out of the physician tower. Chen Yao noticed Principal Lu leaving and was about to follow when Sun Yuan called out to him. "It's getting late. Auntie, let's grab dinner together." Sun Yuan's invitation was readily accepted by Chen Yao. Emerging from the physician's tower, Lu Wei addressed the sheep's head mask tucked within the lining of his chest garment. "Captain, where are we headed?" "The Monument Forest." Kanbai? Chapter 45, The Ram-Headed Physician Luo Yong. The Monument Forest. The Monument Cluster is where all professionals who contributed to Jiangbei City are laid to rest. Principal Lu felt a slight ache in his head after uttering the word group of monuments. Heeding the demand from the ram-headed mask in his arms, he began walking toward the group of warrior monuments. "Don't you want to know how that plague happened 30 years ago? Perhaps it was the long walk, or perhaps the silence had grown too heavy. On an empty street, the ram-headed mask suddenly broached the subject. "I've searched for 30 years and still. Isn't the answer obvious? If you truly seek it, you'll find the truth. Because I was the one who spread the plague." Lu Wei's footsteps halted abruptly, his expression darkening instantly. It was as if he'd heard something utterly unbearable. "It really was you." The ram-headed mask hesitated before speaking. "It was me." "Why?" Silence. "Besides me, they all know about this?" "Yes. They also know they're doomed to die." Principal Lu's mind grew increasingly chaotic. And the pain grew worse. "It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. How could it be the captain? How dare you let so many people die for you? All for your disgusting research. I'm the one who failed them. I'm telling you this today only so you can find some closure. Give me peace? What nonsense are you spouting? 3 days. That's the longest you can remain in the real world. There's much you must accomplish within those 3 days. If even one thing goes wrong, Jiangbei City will face the same catastrophe as 30 years ago. What do you want now? You lunatic!" Lu Wei ripped the sheep-headed mask from the lining of his clothes and threw it to the floor. His head throbbed even more intensely. "No. What do you mean I only have 3 days left? I don't understand." Lu Wei's headache intensified, clouding his consciousness. He began cursing. "You want me to die for you again? Like those others? Like my uncle? I'm telling you, you're wrong. I'm not my uncle. I'm not those 2,920 people. I'm not your crew anymore. I won't listen to your lies and walk into my death." The agonized curses of Lu Wei, clutching his head, echoed through the pitch-black, deserted alley. Why? Lu Wei broke down. "Because you're my crew. You don't belong in this era. Luo Yong, haven't you remembered yet? How long do you plan to keep wearing this identity?" With that shout, Lu Wei felt his head splitting open. The agony twisted his features as he curled up on the ground, clutching his head. "I wish I could let you continue living as Lu Wei, but I'm sorry their era has ended. Everything must be concluded within 3 days." It seemed like the trigger word had been activated. Lu Wei slowly raised his head, his pupils beginning to glow crimson. From the back of his head, a jet black beetle struggled to burrow its way out from beneath the skin. I am Luo Yong. I am the ram-headed doctor. He had never been a warrior path. His ability to alter others' memories stemmed from the Doctor Path's capabilities. He altered the fact that Chen Yao was Pathway 001 of the Doctor in others' memories. He altered the memories within the copies of his fellow interns. He even altered his own memories using fragments of the Physician Path's abilities to create an entirely new warrior path sequence 065 in the eyes of outsiders, the Light Warrior, Lu Wei. After all, swapping an identity and name among piles of corpses 30 years ago was child's play. The curse of weakness on his body also came from a special item in the Plague Tavern. He was never a warrior from the start because the potion's power only lasted for a limited time during combat, preventing him from fighting like a warrior. Thus, the Plague Tavern's curse served as the perfect disguise, the finest method to cloak a physician as a warrior. He succeeded. Everything succeeded perfectly. Lu Wei rose once more, his gaze utterly transformed. Perhaps it wasn't Lu Wei rising now, but Luo Yong. Lu Wei, the ram-headed doctor among the 2,920 physicians. Luo Yong. The ram's head mask on the ground emitted a black particle aura. Luo Yong crouched down, picked up the ram's head mask from the ground, and slowly placed it over his own face. As the mask adhered to his skin, it began to gradually sink into Luo Yong's face. All memories interlocked, fitting together perfectly. The captain had long been dead. There had never been a living captain, otherwise, how could authority have been inherited? The sheep-headed mask was merely a vessel for his memories. He had even altered both his own memories and those of the mask, creating distinct identities for each. Lu Wei was programmed as the identity of Zhao Su's nephew, his best friend, living in this world for 30 years. The ram-headed mask was programmed with the memories of the former plague captain. This was done so that when they met, keywords would be triggered, allowing Lu Wei's true memories to be awakened. His sole purpose in doing this was to survive the man-made purge of the plague. Lu Wei's eyes grew slightly red. Captain. Zhao Su, Sun Bei. The painful memories felt as fresh as yesterday. Now he must do what he must do. Light the candle buried 30 years ago. Luo Yong reached out and took his phone, staring at the wallpaper on the screen. It showed a family of 3 smiling happily. As the vessel for those memories, Lu Wei had also built a perfect family over the past 3 decades, a wife and an adorable 5-year-old daughter. Had he not triggered the keyword, he might have lived out his days perfectly with his wife and daughter, growing old as a school principal. But now it was different. He no longer lived as Lu Wei. Luo Yong initiated a video call to his wife. Honey, you're out so late and haven't come home yet? Dinner's almost ready. I stewed some pork knuckle for you. Little Bean is fussing about wanting to eat piggy's feet with daddy. The woman on the other end of the call was wearing an apron and cooking. Suddenly, a little girl's head appeared, accompanied by a wobble of the screen. The little one's voice sounded full of hurt. Daddy, hurry home. Don't be so busy. Don't go to work? Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yong's face broke into a smile. Daddy will be right back. You and Mommy eat first. Let Mommy take the call. Mommy. Mommy. Phone. The little one clutched the phone and placed it crookedly on the table. What's wrong today? You seem a bit off. The woman wiped her hands on her apron. Nothing. Honey, I love you. After saying that, Luo Yong hung up the phone. His eyes stung, and Luo Yong hurriedly looked up. From the dungeon to carrying the souls of 2,917 friends back to reality, even the ram-headed mask was part of the scheme he'd laid out 30 years prior. If any one of these elements had gone awry, he could have continued living as Principal Lu, with his memories intact. But what a waste. Once scolded by the captain as a puppy bird, every suggestion he made was the worst. After a lifetime of failed schemes, things were going surprisingly smoothly at this moment. It felt like fate itself was deliberately sabotaging Principal Lu's peaceful life. Everything unfolded too smoothly. He became Luo Yong, returning as the sheephead doctor. Yet the moment he became Dr. Luo Yong, his life was reduced to 3 days. There was no turning back. This was the dead end he had set for himself 30 years ago. The sheephead doctor wouldn't live alone, nor could he sink into despair for the sake of a character born from fabricated memories. The moment the trigger word activated, there was no turning back. He pulled out his phone and sent I love you emoji to his wife. His silhouette stretched longer and longer beneath the streetlights. Luo Yong crushed his phone in his hand and walked toward the direction of the group's deal. The Monument Cluster. The largest monument to practitioners in Jiangbei City. Though called a monument, it was essentially a cemetery. Here lay buried countless so-called great men, yet not a single plot here could accommodate a doctor from 30 years ago. Even his friends and teachers could only rest eternally beneath the Tower of Dawn. Luo Yong eyed the locked iron gate. With one hand, he yanked it open effortlessly and pushed his way inside. Inside the monumental graveyard, rows upon rows of stone markers stood orderly planted in the earth. Luo Yong walked along the main path, continuing on and on. Finally, he stopped before a particular tombstone. Tomb of the great elder of the Situ clan, Situ Qingji. Seeing the inscription on the tombstone and the abundance of flowers before it, an unnamed rage surged within Luo Yong's heart. Situ Qingji had been the first crew member of the Sin ship, the Lookout, and the Plague Doctor's most favored apprentice. He was also the mystic of Sequence 002, the Doctor's Path. Damn it all. Luo Yong cursed fiercely, grabbing a shovel from the props. With one sweep, all the flowers were scattered. Then, he swung the shovel at Situ Qingji's tombstone, shattering it. He dug up his coffin, pried open the lid, and took his bones. You traitorous bastard, Situ Qingji. You never expected me to survive, did you? Your bones will make perfect material for the gift I'm giving someone else. Chapter 46, Dual Sequence Potion. Delusional Madman. Luo Yonghan's bloodshot eyes began to tear up as he wrapped each exhumed bone tightly in cloth. He picked up a moss-covered stone at random, knelt on one knee, and brought the stone crashing down onto the bones with both hands. You betrayed your captain. Ungrateful traitor. Traitor to your country. Because of you, the captain had to spread the plague and become a sinner. Because of you, 2,920 people were exiled to another world. Because of you, Zhao cut flesh to isolate himself. Luo Yong raised his hand faster and struck down once more. The sound of crushed bones echoed through the cloth-wrapped bundle. You betrayed Zhao. You betrayed Sun Bei. You have betrayed the 2,917 who died for you. You betrayed the over 3.7 million people of Jianbei City. Luo Yong struck down with fury. Blow after blow. Until every bone of the entire Stu Qingji skeleton was smashed into powder. Grind the bones. Only then did Luo Yong slowly straighten his back. Your bones make the perfect gift. It's remarkable that the mystery within your bones remains so intact despite your status. He didn't store it in his storage ring. Instead, he pulled the cloth strip tight, slung the bag over his shoulder, and carried the sack of ashes away from the monument cluster. Downstairs at the dormitory, Chen Yao stepped out of the taxi, feeling utterly exhausted. They had planned to have a meal together, but after receiving a phone call, Sun Yuan left with Su Mumei. Losing the chance to get closer to his mother-in-law was truly regrettable. He had no choice but to take a cab back. For Chen Yao, becoming a tower master came with many benefits. However, becoming a tower master through a level 1 doctor path wasn't entirely positive. But none of that mattered to Chen Yao. All he cared about was pursuing what he wanted to do. His immediate priorities were figuring out how to complete the remaining field surgeries and finding a way to navigate Su Mumei's ritual. The unfinished ritual was currently stalled at Tier 1, and the experience points accumulated within the dungeons couldn't be fully utilized. As he ascended the stairs, Chen Yao's hand paused above the doorknob. The door stood ajar. Come in. It's me. Principal Lu's voice echoed from within the room. Chen Yao pulled open the door and saw Principal Lu seated beneath the window. Bathed in moonlight streaming through the window, his face remained indistinct against the backlight. Chen Yao instinctively reached out to turn on the light. Don't turn on the light. I'll just say a few things and leave. Principal Lu interrupted his attempt to switch on the light. In the dim light, those pair of red eyes momentarily made Chen Yao feel a bit dazed. Chen Yao sensed something odd about Principal Lu, but complied nonetheless. Principal Lu placed a mysterious vial on the table. This potion has severe side effects. Give it to someone else, don't drink it yourself. By the moonlight, Chen Yao recognized it as the mysterious potion he had given Principal Lu, the Rage Potion. Had he been discovered? Was he back to demand money? But Principal Lu spoke again. As my student, I have nothing else to give you. This bottle of potion is my gift to you. Principal Lu once again pulled out the mysterious potion and tossed it toward Chen Yao. Chen Yao raised his right hand and caught the vial steadily. Take a look. Following Principal Lu's instructions, Chen Yao picked up the vial. Dual Sequence Potion. Upon consumption, you will gain an additional sequence path, Physician Sequence Occupation 003 Delusionalist. As your sole sequence, it will inherit half the abilities of the Delusionalist sequence. Only upon the death of another true Delusionalist sequence can you fully obtain all abilities of the Delusionalist sequence and advance. This Delusionist Principle. This is far too valuable. Chen Yao felt this serum was terrifying. Just considering its effects alone, this potion was utterly absurd. If converted to monetary value, even hundreds of billions wouldn't be enough to purchase it. It granted an entirely new sequence augmentation, allowing one to possess two sequences simultaneously. Just a small token. Drink it immediately after I leave. Its potency fades quickly. The sooner you consume it, the better the effect. The Delusionist's primary ability is thought. Its power of thought surpasses any other source of strength. What it imagines becomes reality, what it conceives becomes truth. But the cost is immense. Use its power with extreme caution. Principal, what happened? As the principal described the Delusionist sequence's abilities, Chen Yao felt a strange illusion. That the principal was the very Delusionist described in the potion. He immediately dismissed the thought the principal's path was that of a warrior. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that bestowing such a monumental gift upon him suddenly felt like a dying wish. Chen Yao, you are the plague doctor of this age and inheritor of authority. You witnessed those 2,917 innocent wandering souls and recognized Zhao Su's talent. What I wish to say is that they deserve to be remembered in this world. Is that not so? They will be. Chen Yao couldn't fathom why Principal Lu was saying these things. If you think I've been a competent principal, would you be willing to hear me out just this once? Chen Yao nodded immediately. Do not use your position as Tower Master to erect a monument for those 2,917 doctors. Do not bring them back here. Let them remain aboard the ship of sins. After speaking, Principal Lu stood up. He repeated once more. Remember my words. Do not use your position as Tower Master to erect a monument. Do not bring them back. 30 years, even 3 years won't make them remember them. Even if they return, they'll only be cold, lifeless tombstones. Principal. Hearing Principal Lu's voice grow fainter, Chen Yao called out to him. They should come back. I promise Dr. Zhao. Principal Lu's footsteps halted. Since you won't heed my words, do as you wish. I've said all I can say. Principal Lu walked straight out of the room. What Chen Yao failed to notice was that the cuff of Principal Lu's right sleeve was now empty. Chen Yao couldn't understand why Principal Lu seemed like a completely different person. After Principal Lu left, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over Chen Yao. He rushed after him, but upon stepping outside, Principal Lu was nowhere to be seen. He could only return to the room, fumbling along the wall to find the light switch. Click! The moment the light illuminated the room, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The entire wall, floor, and even the desk were covered in dense, mysterious formulas scrawled in marker, as if someone had been performing calculations here. These formulas were written by the principal? Just staring at these formulas made Chen Yao's head feel like it was about to explode, a reaction stemming from his rationality slipping away. In a daze, Chen Yao grabbed the bottle of dual sequence potion from the table. A prompt appeared in his hand, weakening. Dual sequence potion, the mystical power within this potion is fading. It will lose all effect in 3 minutes. Note, this mystical potion, forged through a peculiar sacrifice, should not exist. It is now failing. Without hesitation, Chen Yao grabbed the bottle of dual sequence potion and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 47, Inheritance. The Delusional One. Memory. Leaving Chen Yao's room. Principal Lu no. It should be Luo Yong, who had awakened his memories and become the sheep-headed doctor. On the icy street, Luo Yong leaned painfully against the wall, slowly sinking to the ground. His left hand reached out to grasp the now empty sleeve of his right arm. His right hand had vanished completely. The price of delusion is truly steep. I must say, Stu Qingji's ashes are truly awful. The throbbing in his head stemmed more from the side effects of diminished rationality. The delusional man had become Sequence 002 Mystic, accelerating his own transformation by deducing his mystical formula. To better deduce the path to becoming a doctor as Sequence 002 Mystic, Luo Yong even consumed all of Stu Qingji's ashes, all for the sake of perfect illusion. He successfully created the world's only dual sequence potion, inheriting the sequence delusionist. As long as he died within 3 days. The combination of delusionist and plague doctor might allow this new captain to go further. This gift was jointly presented to Chen Yao by Zhao and 2,917 physicians. Especially since he had conquered the physician's tower, fulfilling Zhao's lifelong wish to prove his talent. Luo Yong rested for a moment, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had no time to rest, much remained to be done. Inside the room, Chen Yao, who had consumed that vial of dual sequence serum, now lay curled on the floor, writhing in agony. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, yet despite the agony, he struggled to his feet. Principal Lu, you bastard. No one said drinking this potion would hurt this much. A flood of strange knowledge surged into his mind in a terrifying manner. Simultaneously, fragments of unfamiliar memories began washing over Chen Yao's mind. Chen Yao strained to process each fragment. They belonged to someone named Luo Yong. The name Luo Yong reminded Chen Yao of the ram-headed doctor beneath the Dawn Tower, renowned alongside Dr. Squirrel, Zhao Su, and Dr. Bandage, Sun Bei. Born in a small town at the age of 3, Luo Yong loved tinkering with peculiar inventions. He concocted useless junk using alcohol and strange tree sap liquids, calling himself an alchemist. He claimed he was a natural-born alchemist. At 18, he awakened the physician pathway sequence 003, the delusionist, and instantly became a sought-after rising star. A high-sequence professional represented the hope of an entire town. At 19, Luo Yong finally realized delusionist was a sequence incapable of true action. Every delusion demanded a price. Even learning medicine to save lives required sacrificing his own blood. At 20, Luo Yong arrived in Jiangbei City. He joined various dungeons to hone his skills. In one such dungeon, he encountered 3 individuals. One was a warrior who only healed others from the rear, oddly mimicking a doctor performing surgeries. Another was a madman obsessed with secretly studying plagues. Luo Yong was delighted. He too believed his high-tiered delusion sequence was utterly useless. After all, hanging with a bunch of losers made him feel right at home. The three of you soon formed a team of misfits, a squad no one else would accept, a warrior who couldn't fight, a doctor obsessed with plagues, and a delusional fantasist who demanded a price. To anyone else, this combination was madness. So you adopted even crazier aliases: Bandage Dr. Sun Bei, Ram-headed Dr. Luo Yong, and Squirrel Dr. Jiao Su. But you soon discovered that spreading plague, healing, and delusional combat formed a cohesive system. You didn't need anyone else's help. From then on, you began speed-running dungeons at a relentless pace. This rhythm continued for 10 years until a man dressed as a medieval beak doctor appeared before you, bringing an 18-year-old boy who wished to join your team. The three of you were already a tight-knit team, reluctant to let in a stranger. That was until Sun Bei accidentally administered the plague to people on a street, an act that would land him in jail in the real world. The medieval bird beak doctor stepped in, resolving that small-scale outbreak and taking the blame for Sun Bei. He served a month in jail for it. That's how you learned his name. The plague doctor Qing Qi. And the boy who followed him was named Situ Qingji. After all, he went to jail for you. The three of you had no choice but to become plague Dr. Chen Qi's subordinates, expanding the trio into a 5-person team. As the group grew larger, more and more peculiar doctors joined the ranks because of Chen Qi. Chen Qi even arrogantly bestowed a special name upon this motley crew: Dawn Tower. He declared Dawn Tower to be a tower walking amidst darkness, a guiding light within the plague. Within 3 years, the Dawn Tower swelled to 1,520 members. By the 4th year, Chen Qi somehow acquired a dilapidated ship from unknown origins. It contained research compartments and even a peculiar tavern. This vessel became the Dawn Tower's base, and by then, the group had swelled to 2,920 members, excluding only Situ Qingji and Chen Qi himself. Until that day. The youngest and most harmless among them, Occultist 002, was discovered conducting covert human experiments. After being exposed, he was expelled from the Dawn Tower. And then the worst news arrived. Situ Qingji began contacting neighboring nations, preparing to unleash a widespread instant death plague with Jiangbei City as its epicenter. Over 100,000 people perished in Jiangbei City within a single day. The instant death virus's transmissibility and lethality were terrifying. Anyone infected would die within half a day to a day. Chen Qi, determined to save Jiangbei City, began analyzing and developing a weakened version of the instant death virus. He released a blood-clotting plague to replace it. While equally deadly, this plague could be treated to prolong the time before death, extending it to a maximum of 4 days. 4 days. 4 days to treat every single person infected with the blood-clotting plague. For a city of millions, this was nearly impossible. 2,920 doctors from Dawn Tower threw themselves into treating the blood coagulation plague without hesitation. To enhance the treatment, Luo Yong expended one of his eyes using his delusionalist abilities, granting each of the 2,920 doctors a surgical knife, a blade that required blood to function and could be used on anyone. From this point onward, Luo Yong began to fully harness his delusional abilities. Zhao replaced his eyes with those of the Red Rabbit from the dungeon, transforming his vision into a crimson world. Yet Luo Yong felt it was a price worth paying for. Without this sacrifice, that monumental feat could never have been achieved. Yet societal condemnation grew fiercer. The spread of the blood-clotting plague plunged everyone into extreme panic, turning the plague doctor into a rat everyone wanted to beat. Sometimes, even after completing an operation, instead of gratitude, you'd be met with a thick glob of phlegm spat in your face. As a visionary, Luo Yong began to realize it was all futile. He had to do something. 73 days passed. Every member of Dawn's Tower endured without complaints. Saving lives was their sole purpose. For over 2 months, even wielding the authority of plague doctors, they operated non-stop to heal patients. But their human bodies had long since broken down. They could no longer be human. Before them lay a choice: become undead aberrations aboard the ship, or be buried in this alien world. Chapter 48, The Moment of Delusion. Bonus chapter. Yet what awaited them was not choice, but expulsion. This group of doctors no longer possessed human bodies capable of surgical treatment. Each was a walking pathogen. Like demons, they could only be contained by Jiao Su's flesh and blood, preventing the plague within them from spreading. Once isolated, they were utterly no longer human. Luo Yong, Jiao Su, Sun Bei, and the 2,917 doctors of Dawn Tower witnessed their leader kneel before that group for the first time. Desperately explaining why he released the plague, even pleading that his comrades wouldn't infect the lowly. But it was all in vain. The terror of the plague had robbed them of reason. Stu Qingji fanned the flames behind every hothead, and they became consumed with the desire to purge the last vestiges of the plague. The only fate awaiting everyone was extermination and exile. Because Su Qingji knew this group absolutely could not survive here. There are many ways to kill a person, but lies and incitement are the most effective. Luo Yong saw the crowd's murmurs of dismay, even among those who had been cured, and stood among them. They no longer wished to be infected. They refused to endure that suffering. Amidst the crowd, he spotted Situ Qingji wearing a smug smile. Rage surged to its peak within him. Luo Yong used his delusionist abilities to set 2 crucial memory triggers. Then, using his delusionist powers, he replicated an 18-year-old youth named Lu Wei to live again in this world. The other trigger was a mask shaped like a sheep's head. The cost was that once triggered, Luo Yong could only revive for 3 days. Suddenly, Luo Yong's face in the image shifted, as if addressing Chen Yao. Kill Situ Qingji. Kill their descendants. Wipe out their bloodline. As if recalling something, Luo Yong's tone softened in the image. Forget it. I'll handle this matter myself later. Zhao Su, now resembling a desiccated corpse, forced a grim smile as he draped an arm over Luo Yong's shoulder. What are you muttering to yourself about? Let's go to the other world and build our own dawn tower. I'm sick and tired of their disdainful looks at this half-human, half-ghost state of mine. After these casual words, Zhao Su sighed softly. After all he'd done, his talent still went unrecognized. These bastards. What a pity. As if by unspoken agreement, not a single member of the Dawn Tower objected. They silently turned and boarded the Sinner in orderly fashion. 2,920 souls boarded the Sin ship, leaving behind Chen Qi, who slowly rose from his kneeling position. It was a place untouched by sunlight. Like the Sin ship itself, it bore the weight of sin and exile forever regardless of right or wrong, sacrifice or otherwise. Amidst the crowd, a small boy tried to rush forward, only to be yanked back by the collar. Tears and snot mingled as he seemed to cry out something. But the memory began to fade, finally stopping abruptly. This is the power of a delusional. What you imagine becomes reality, but it demands a sufficient price. Like an alchemist, it demands sufficient sacrifice to fulfill your delusions. Live on with my sequence. Chen Yao was roused by sunlight. The violent memory shock left him feeling groggy and disoriented. He rubbed his throbbing head. You possess the second sequence. You have become a dual sequence practitioner. You have become sequence 003 delusionalist on the physician path. The previous delusionalist is not dead. You have acquired some of their abilities. Delusion moment. When contemplating something, you may pay double the cost to materialize it in reality double. Cognition. You possess a temporary ability to alter others' perceptions. Each use requires sacrificing a portion of your own memories double. Chen Yao stared at the dense array of mysterious symbols on the ground, realizing that the delusionist was Principal Lu and Principal Lu was none other than Luo Yong. The true architect behind all the schemes, the sheep-headed doctor. Chen Yao hadn't fully recovered from processing the memories. Staggering to his feet, he stumbled toward his bedroom. Opening the drawer, he found the ram's head mask had vanished without a trace. The Situ family. Luo Yong must have gone to seek revenge on the Situ family. Even without investigating, Chen Yao knew the Situ family controlled resources across all industries in Zhongbei City. They were woven into the fabric of ordinary people's daily lives. Most notably, they owned a colossal skyscraper right in the heart of Zhongbei City, the Situ Tower. Glancing back at the watch from the Situ group on his desk, Chen Yao grabbed it and slammed it hard onto the floor, smashing it to pieces. No matter what it took, Chen Yao had to help Luo Yong. His reputation as a plague doctor was already ruined anyway, he didn't care. After standing for a moment, the side effects of the memory shock had largely dissipated. He raised the index finger of his remaining right hand and pointed it forward. Delusional. Dreamer. He uttered his delusion in a low, deliberate tone, one syllable at a time. Delusion. Temporary tracking technique locks onto Luo Yong. Chen Yao's face instantly drained of color. This simple, one-time skill delusion cost him dearly. 1,000 milliliters of blood was drained from his body. Leaning on the table, he cast Plague on himself and reversed the healing, regaining some vitality. A vast panoramic map appeared in his mind, its center marked by a slowly moving blue dot, the tracking target, Luo Yong. Not far from him stood the Situ Tower. Chen Yao had no idea what Luo Yong intended to do, nor could he fathom what actions could be taken in such a short time or what methods could be used to retaliate against the Situ family. But Luo Yong must have his help. A bold idea suddenly struck Chen Yao. He pulled out his phone, ready to dial the Situ family's special hotline. The Situ family had always maintained a dedicated hotline for mysterious potions. It now seemed these hotlines weren't just for requesting mysterious potions circulating in society, but also served other purposes involving illegal potions on the black market. Before dialing the number, Chen Yao tapped his finger on the table. His eyes filled with a multitude of strange golden magical patterns. Delusion. Profit. 3 minutes. He envisioned every possible conversation, every dialogue guaranteed to grant him access to the Situ building. A flood of memory fragments surged into Chen Yao's mind. Just 3 minutes meant tens of thousands of possible conversations. Chen Yao clutched his head with his left hand, bowing his head in agony. Simultaneously, his right hand seemed to be lifted and straightened by some unseen force. Horrifying blood streaks began churning through his right hand. In an instant, his sleeve ripped apart, blood spurting everywhere. His right hand was a mangled mess, all 5 fingers twisted and dislocated. The excruciating pain made him grimace as he pressed his left hand against his right, taking deep breaths to ease the agony. After several minutes of silence, Chen Yao stared at the time on his watch. At 8 hours 31 minutes and 25 seconds, he dialed a number with his still functional left hand. Hello? My sequence is 002, the occultist. I have a brand new rage potion for sale. You'll definitely be interested. Effect: induces immunity to toxins and a frenzy-like state for 10 minutes, boosting combat effectiveness by 300%. I'm not joking. You want me to come to the Situ building? I'm free right now. Many people have already contacted me about the serum. Today, I want to see what the Situ family's offer is. Chen Yao hung up the phone. His left hand trembled as it grasped the bottle of rage potion left on the table by Principal Lu. His gaze hardened. The opportunity has arrived. Luo Yong would be stunned if he could see his student wielding the delusionist's power like this. P.S. The author will be updating frequently during this period. Please leave positive reviews and request updates for free. Just to clarify, the protagonist follows the pure action thriller template for male leads. Chapter 49, Situ Tower, Situ Yun Luo. He stowed away the rage potion. Chen Yao pulled out a scalpel and performed a makeshift operation on his twisted, knotted fingers. He brutally sliced through the flesh on his finger, using his left hand to straighten each bone one by one. Then he scraped away all the blood from the mangled arm. The more excruciating the pain, the higher the success rate and effectiveness of the field surgery. The entire process was excruciatingly painful. Merely indulging in 3 minutes of prophecy nearly rendered his entire right hand useless. The cost was too great. But it must be said, the synergy between the delusionist and plague doctor sequences is remarkably high. As long as he wasn't dead and his arm still functioned, a single field surgery could restore it to its original state. Half an hour later, Chen Yao changed into fresh clothes, though his face remained as pale as paper. His once twisted right hand had been restored by the field surgery. He reached up with his left hand to pinch his right shoulder, flexing it to ease the tension. Apart from occasional phantom pain, there were no side effects. This phantom pain would last at most half a day before disappearing completely. With everything done, Chen Yao headed straight out the door and made his way to the Situ building. As soon as Chen Yao stepped out of the car, a staff member at the entrance of Situ Tower compared his photo and immediately approached him warmly. You must be Mr. Chen. Chen Yao stepped out of the car without changing his expression, his eyes glancing sideways to see that the person held a photograph of himself. Noticing Chen Yao's gaze, the attendant covered the photo with his hand. Mr. Chen Yao, this is standard procedure at Situ Tower. We need to verify identities after receiving reservations. Rest assured, it's just a photo. During the phone call, he hadn't disclosed his identity, yet now they not only knew his name. They'd even dug up his photo. The Situ family's influence in Jiangbei City was practically all-encompassing. Chen Yao suspected that every detail of his life, from birth to the present, had likely been compiled into a dossier sitting on some executive's desk at Situ Tower. The discussion regarding the serum's price is on the 72nd floor. Sir, you brought the serum, correct? I have. Just as Chen Yao reached to retrieve the serum, the attendant hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Chen, I'm not authorized to handle matters concerning the serum. My role is solely to assist with reception and guidance. Please follow me, Mr. Chen. Lead the way. The attendant stepped forward and closed the car door. Thud. Thud. Inside the Situ building. Sito Yun Luo examined the documents in his hands. Chen Yao, sequence 002 Mystic. He summoned Physician Tower yesterday and set a record of clearing 299 floors in just 1.5 hours. He's a talent. Has he arrived yet? Sito Yun Luo was growing impatient. The secretary before him bowed his head and replied. He's here. He's already been escorted to the building. All right then. Tell those vermin downstairs to halt their experiments. Have them all come up and get acquainted with this mystic. It would be a shame if such talent didn't join the Situ family. If they refuse, we'll simply remove them. A red glint flashed in Sito Yun Luo's eyes. He was the lucky path. A peculiar path that doesn't exist in this world. His grandfather, Stu Qingji, concocted a mysterious potion that transformed his path into the lucky path. The fortune pathway, sequence 00F, coward. It was precisely through this fortune path that the Sito family had grown into such a formidable power in just a few decades, even constructing their own towering building. The strongest ability of the coward path was to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. It grants an intense premonition about a specific event. Originally, Sito Yun Luo felt intense unease about that phone call, yet that unease had vanished on its own. The exact time was 8 hours 31 minutes and 25 seconds. This was an unprecedented occurrence for Stu Yun Luo, compelling him to answer the call personally. On the other end was someone claiming to be a mystic. Hearing the words mystic scholar, the hand holding the phone trembled. He couldn't care less about any rage potion. His sole concern was the mystic scholar designation. The mere thought of the occultist sequence sent Yun Luo into near frenzy. For the first time ever, Stu Yun Luo suppressed his inner warning and invited this mystic to the Stu Tower. He made the first decision in his life that defied his coward ability. After all, his grandfather had once been a sequence 002 mystic. A mystic. It didn't matter whether this particular mystic worked for him or not. He, Situ Yunluo, had plenty of ways to ensure he made full use of him. Situ Yunluo rose anxiously, pacing back and forth in the hallway. Meanwhile, Chen Yao had sensed a faint chill in the air ever since entering the Situ building. His footsteps halted as he glanced toward the stairwell in the lobby. An extremely faint black plague seeped out from the stairwell, stopping at the entrance of the Situ building before vanishing. This unseen spectacle revealed much to Chen Yao. The fact that the building could block the plague yet traces lingered in the stairwell meant something was definitely there. Mr. Chen, let's take the elevator. That stairwell is rarely used. The attendant interrupted Chen Yao's thoughts. Right. He responded with a nod. This Situ mansion was indeed eerie. The plague seeping from the stairwell clearly signaled that the Situ family was still up to something. He could only wait until he met someone from the Situ family to find out more. He continued following, but Chen Yao's hand rose involuntarily. A foul stench suddenly wafted from the fish tank beside the front desk, and all the fish floated belly up. The pet cat in the storage room began to scream in agony. A smile curled at the corner of Chen Yao's mouth. After entering the elevator, the attendant swiped his card. The elevator shot upward, reaching the 72nd floor in no time. The moment they reached the 72nd floor, a man in a blue suit, glasses, and a slick-back hairstyle excitedly came to greet them in the hallway. He called out as they walked. Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen, you're finally here. The attendant raised his hand to introduce him. This is our boss, Sito Yunluo. With that, the attendant retreated into the elevator and departed immediately, as if lingering on this floor for even a second longer was unbearable. Midway through walking, Situ Yunluo abruptly halted. His earlier excitement froze into a look of intense wariness toward the mystic before him. The coward from the fortune path was sounding the alarm frantically. Situ Yunluo was forced to halt, maintaining a 2-meter distance from Chen Yao. Mr. Chen. Mr. Situ, hello. Chen Yao approached slowly, his expression unruffled. Situ Yunluo instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back before waving his hand and saying, Mr. Chen, you can stay right there. No need to come closer. We'll discuss matters inside. Later, I'll introduce you to many experts here. All right. Chen Yao showed no sign of displeasure. Chapter 50, Skeleton Knight, Rise. Stu Yunluo led the way, maintaining a steady 2-meter distance from Chen Yao. He led Chen Yao into an enormous conference room exceeding 200 square meters. A massive white table dominated the space, flanked by uniformly white chairs. Even the floor was white. The eerie whiteness exerted immense psychological pressure on Chen Yao from the moment he entered. Something was wrong. That inexplicable sense of alertness from Situ Yunluo, had something about him been discovered? No. The excitement on Situ Yunluo's face when they first met was definitely genuine. After taking their seats, Situ Yunluo sat at a considerable distance from Chen Yao, maintaining a distinct separation between them throughout. Only then did Chen Yao realize this conference room hadn't been infected by the plague, the intestinal disease he'd released downstairs earlier. The Situ Tower was equipped with devices to isolate external plagues. This enormous conference room even had its own separate plague isolation device. Not good. With the plague isolated, his plague garb could no longer perform instant teleportation. Mr. Chen, please wait here for a moment. The others will arrive shortly. Did you bring that vial of berserk potion? Chen Yao pulled out a vial and placed it on the table. Sitting far away, Situ Yunluo didn't reach for it but continued speaking. I've heard about the effects of the rage potion from you, it's impressive. I have high hopes for you. Mr. Chen, would you like to work at Situ Tower? Here, every contributor receives a minimum annual salary in the tens of millions. And for you, Mr. Chen, I could even offer 100 million yuan per year. How does that sound? Interested? Absolutely. I'm very interested. Chen Yao replied with a smile, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the tabletop as a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Delusional. Fragmented foresight. The previous 3 minutes of the prophet, tens of thousands of conversations, nearly shattered one of Chen Yao's arms. This time, he dared only to use his one-time precognition ability, extracting only the crucial information, fragmented as it might be. The cost should be manageable. Any anomaly in the conference room would easily alert that bastard, Situ Yunluo. During their brief interaction, Chen Yao sensed something profoundly unusual about Situ Yunluo. He maintained an air of absolute control, and that heightened vigilance, perhaps even his sequence ability, was unlike anything Chen had encountered. As the delusion began, 3 distinct images materialized within his mind. The first showed a group of doctors in white coats surrounding him, each radiating an intense red glow. The second image showed the conference room doors sealed shut by iron walls, transforming the space into a massive steel box. The flickering red lights overhead cast an eerie glow upon Stu Yunluo's excited face, while lying on the floor was none other than himself. The third scene unfolded in a dimly lit basement. Situ Yunluo, holding a scalpel, appeared deranged. He himself was bound by chains to a blood-stained wooden cross, while the floor and surrounding walls were covered in dense, mystical symbols. Facing these flashes of memory, Chen Yao quickly extracted several key pieces of information. First, he would be attacked by a group of people. Second, Situ Yun Luo clearly intended to do something to him. Those occult symbols represented some kind of ritual. However, the incomplete nature of the memory prevented Chen Yao from identifying the exact nature of the ritual. From Situ Yun Luo's behavior upon entering the conference room, Chen Yao realized he might already be in grave danger. After these three flashes, Chen Yao's left thumb began to crackle with a popping sound. In that instant, Chen Yao knew the price had come due. He swiftly withdrew his left hand beneath the table to avoid arousing Situ Yun Luo's suspicion. Snap! His thumb bent backward 150 degrees across his palm before twisting a full circle. The excruciating pain made sweat bead on Chen Yao's forehead, yet outwardly, he showed no sign of distress. Just to foresee 3 scenes, he'd broken one of his own fingers. The delusionist's power was formidable, but the double fold cost meant Chen Yao couldn't wield this sequence's abilities at will. Chen Yao grasped his left hand's twisted thumb with his right hand and forcefully snapped it back into place, simultaneously performing a simple realignment treatment. The thumb would be unusable for a short time, but at least it was saved. Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen? Stu Yun Luo called out twice. I'm here. Is it hot in here? I see sweat on your forehead. Even from that distance, Situ Yun Luo could tell something was off with Chen Yao. It is a bit. Don't worry. Our professional team will be here shortly. Once they arrive, we'll conduct a business assessment. Regardless of Mr. Chen's decision afterward, Situ Tower will always welcome you. Professional team. This guy talks a good game. This guy must think he's got me in the palm of his hand. Chen Yao slowly rose to his feet, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed Situ Yun Luo. Mr. Situ, I actually have more than just this mysterious potion. I also have a special bone you might find quite appealing. A special bone and the remarkably intact corpse of a necromancer. Chen Yao slowly emptied the skeleton knight's bones from the ring 100-inch mountain river onto the table. Bones? And a corpse? These two words intensified the foreboding, and Stu Yun Luo's got a feeling that had been growing ever stronger since the moment he'd been labeled a coward. Just as he was about to stop him, the plague body necromancer was extracted from the ring 100-inch mountains and rivers by Chen Yao. Mr. Situ, has your team arrived? These two treasures are just what I need to show them. Situ Yun Luo glanced outside the door. His people hadn't arrived yet. His premonition grew stronger by the second. Without his men present, he couldn't seal off the conference room. It seems they haven't arrived yet. Mr. Situ, why don't you take a look at this item? Chen Yao slowly raised his hand. The plague body necromancer before him also slowly rose to its feet, mimicking Chen Yao's movements as it raised its right hand. The same movements. Over these past days, the plague entity necromancer had successfully cultivated the necrotic pathogen advanced, signifying that 4th-tier elite skeleton knights could now be summoned and controlled. This was Chen Yao's trump card. Rise! Skeleton Knights! Chen Yao murmured the command. More skeletal knight bones on the ground began to slowly rise under the influence of the necrotic bacteria advanced. The advanced necrotic pathogen lacked contagious properties, rendering the meeting room's quarantine measures ineffective against them. The skeleton knights rose to their feet within mere seconds. Situ Yun Luo's face drained of color. An unprecedented death warning instantly robbed him of his ability to think clearly. Chapter 51, The Old Days, Passing Through Raya. 3 seconds later, an expression of excitement appeared on Situ Yun Luo's face, growing increasingly exaggerated until his entire countenance began to contort. You've discovered the true purpose of the occultist. This corpse, this skeleton. You are one of us, of the Sutu clan. Join us. You may even take the Sutu surname. Chen Yao remained unmoved. Stop pretending. A mystic manipulating the dead? You're even more despicable than my grandfather. Chen Yao stared at Situ Yun Luo for a moment, as if observing a cute little thing. Without explanation, his right hand rose and swung down with force. The 4th-tier skeleton knights simultaneously mimicked his motion, each raising a massive one-handed greatsword. Swinging down. Terrifying force surged through the one-handed greatsword in his grasp. The sword's wind sliced through the air. Situ Yun Luo neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the greatsword to cleave through his body. Even as he was cleaved in two at the waist, a twisted smile remained frozen on his face. Chen Yao did not approach but instead sent a 4th-tier skeleton soldier forward to inspect Stu Yun Luo's corpse. If all was clear, the soldier would sever his head and limbs first. This was the safest approach, guarding against any hidden traps the enemy might have. After all, compared to monsters in dungeons, humans held far too many hidden cards. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway, growing louder as they drew nearer. Hearing the footsteps, Chen Yao's heart skipped a beat. It must be that group of doctors in white coats from his premonition. Chen Yao knew that confronting this strange group of doctors head-on was the most unwise choice. Here in the Situ building, any choice could plunge him back into danger. Once imprisoned, any action would be futile. He thought of Situ Yun Luo, severed cleanly at the waist. Chen Yao decided to sacrifice one finger once more, using the delusionist's power to swiftly glimpse the future. Thus, he could make a choice. Gaining even a glimpse of those doctors' abilities would suffice. He now possessed 10 fingers, temporarily losing 2 would not hinder him. As the footsteps grew closer, Chen Yao immediately activated his delusion to conjure a temporary vision of the future. The second time he used his delusion to project the foresight images, they were clearer than before. The first image showed a skeleton knight charging into the corridor to fight. In the vision, the so-called doctors began sprouting strange tentacles and spikes. Octopus-like tentacles grew from their mouths, and a pair of tattered bat wings appeared on their backs. Their twisted limbs prevented them from standing upright like humans. Instead, they crawled on the ground, their limbs contorting in irregular directions. This vision lasted but a single glance. It was enough to give Chen Yao a headache, his mental state becoming unstable as double vision began to distort the images in his mind. If not for the burning sensation on his arm, Chen Yao might have been completely consumed. The curse of Aloysius Paul had actually helped him. The mere sight of those doctors' forms felt like his sanity was rapidly unraveling. He quickly switched to the next vision. The second showed the group surrounding him once more. His right hand gripped Su Yunluo's head, her face frozen in terror while his left cradled a still beating heart. The third was pitch black. Complete darkness. Dead? This is death. Damn it! Chen Yao knew that bastard wasn't dead. He immediately ordered the skeleton knight to charge out of the corridor, temporarily blocking the group of doctors. To survive under those bizarre doctors now, he must get whatever those things were from Situ Yunluo. That was the only way out. At that moment, Chen Yao's left pinky finger began to twist. In an instant, it was twisted into a pretzel. SSS-tier. Chen Yao sucked in a sharp breath. After suppressing the pain with a healing spell, he thought, the Situ mansion is far too bizarre. The Situ family truly are no good. Recalling the images now, those doctors had transformed into inhuman beings just like Paul in his plague tavern, utterly repulsive. Yes. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the unnameable horrors from the deep sea. If Situ Qingji had once been a crew member who betrayed the captain, that bastard must have obtained something from the tavern aboard the Sin ship. Now, Situ Yunluo was Chen Yao's only lifeline. The skeleton soldier had already stepped forward, brandishing its rusted blade. One swing. Clang. The blade, chipped and jagged, failed to sever Su Yunluo's head. Instead, it sliced through flesh, bone, and tendon, cleaving him in half. Another blow followed, then a second, then a third. Finally, the skull soldier hacked off the head with its jagged blade. Under Chen Yao's command, the skeleton soldier kicked the rolling head like a ball while continuing to hack at Su Yunluo's limbs with the jagged blade. The head that rolled to Chen Yao's feet suddenly screamed. Madman! Madman! What do you think you're doing? Situ Yunluo began screaming. Chen Yao reached out, grabbed a handful of hair from Situ Yunluo's head, and yanked him up. He wasn't dead after all. What kind of path and sequence did this guy follow that he couldn't die even after being cut in half at the waist and beheaded? The doctors outside are about to come in. I probably won't make it out alive. So before I die, I want to take someone down with me. You'll do just fine. The doctors outside are under my command. We have no grudge between us, you don't need to finish me off. I can add another 10 billion to the deal. Chen Yao remained silent. Unless he instilled sufficient fear in this man, he'd never cooperate. Your sequence is no ordinary one surviving this. But truthfully, my sequence isn't mysticism. You've surely heard its name. Plague. Doctor. The words plague doctor had barely left his lips. Su Yunluo's face contorted into pure terror. You're not a mystic. His voice suddenly rose sharply. I know this place blocks the airborne transmission of plague, so the plague I released upon entering was halted. But plague never spreads through just one method. A severed hand was tossed over by a skeleton soldier. Chen Yao didn't even lift his head. He extended his left hand and caught the severed limb. Simultaneously, black mist began to envelop his body. Under the stunned gaze of Situ Yunluo, Chen Yao had already donned a medieval beak-nosed physician's outfit. This outfit. The very attire from his grandfather's portrait. This guy really was a plague doctor. Grasping Situ Yunluo's severed hand. Plague hemolysis unleashed. Within seconds, the arm in Chen Yao's grasp melted like a wax candle, dripping crimson blood onto the floor. That terrifying crimson warning made Situ Yunluo realize he must act now or die. Wait. I'll tell you. My path is fortune, my sequence is coward. Those doctors are experimental products of our Situ family. A special path called the Old Ones, their sequence is rites, but they're all half-finished prototypes. Situ Yunluo looked genuinely terrified. The Old Ones? Rites? I'm telling the truth. These things are incomplete, but you absolutely must not look at them. My coward ability protects me from harm. You just need to gouge out your own eyes and avoid seeing them. Gouged out my eyes? Then let's die together. Chen Yao's hand grabbed Situ Yunluo's head. Wait. There's another way. Don't kill me. They're part of the Ancient One's sequence, but they're only incomplete. If you say the specific trigger phrase, they'll die. Only I know the trigger phrase. If you don't believe me, take my heart. Carry my head over there. My heart is the key to my immortality. As long as it keeps beating, I won't die. If I say those words, they will absolutely die. I've told you everything. Carrying a head, holding a heart? This isn't the scene from the second vision. This guy still isn't telling the truth. The moment Su Yunluo spoke, the death warning grew even stronger. He'd revealed everything, half-truths and all, yet this guy's killing intent only grew heavier. Chapter 52, My mind's blown. You want to die, don't you? Chen Yao's other hand grabbed Sidu Yunluo's face. I really don't want to die. The sight of that arm turning into a pool of blood had already scared the out of Situ Yunluo. If he still had a body. He'd never encountered a plague that could reduce a person to blood in an instant. What kind of plague could be this catastrophic? The sounds of battle outside the door grew ever closer. The skeleton knight couldn't hold out much longer. The skeleton knight could resist this so-called Ancient One approach because it was undead itself, immune to negative status effects, allowing it to hold out for a while. But this thing? He absolutely must not face it head-on. Not even a single glance. Merely witnessing the foretold vision had already plunged his mental state into extreme instability. I'll count down to 3. If you don't offer a solution by then, I'll have no choice but to send you on your way. Not far away, a skeleton soldier had already thrust a rusty blade into Situ Yunluo's chest. With brutal force, they ripped out his still beating heart. Violently torn out, the severed blood vessels of his heart continued to spurt crimson blood. The sight was utterly revolting. 1, 2. Chen Yao counted twice. Finally, with eyes closed, Su Yunluo began speaking at breakneck speed. Simply utter these words: the slumbering Lord of Laya has awakened and is watching you. They will die. They are incomplete. The name of the Ancient One is not meant for their ears. Merely speaking these words will cause them to end their own lives. Situ Yunluo delivered the entire sentence in one breath. The ability of the coward sequence granted Situ Yunluo perfect foresight to avoid danger, but once he entered peril, any available resource became a means to save his life, an inescapable consequence of the sequence's influence. If only he hadn't answered that call in the first place. But there were no ifs. Chen Yao had sacrificed the near-total loss of one arm to foresee that uttering the word occultist at that precise moment would guarantee a meeting with Su Yunluo. From the moment he answered that call, defying the warning of the coward sequence's power, Situ Yunluo had already embarked on a path of no return. I hope what you say is true. Only then can you survive. Chen Yao's hand patted Situ Yunluo's cheek. The smile that had just appeared on Situ Yunluo's face froze instantly. Because he had contracted the plague, blood-clotting plague. A one-day countdown appeared before his eyes. Others might not know about the plague, blood-clotting plague, but as a member of the Situ family, Situ Yunluo knew it all too well. An incurable disease. You're insane. I told you everything about myself, and now you want to kill me. It spreads through airborne transmission, blood contact, and physical contact. You sounded so convincing just now, cooperating so well I was almost moved. Here's a little gift for you. Rest assured, you won't die within a day as long as I'm still alive. No. Situ Yunluo's composure shattered. He'd never been so thoroughly manipulated before. Now I'm tossing you out. Remember to use the code word to deal with those inhuman, ghostly things outside. Otherwise, you won't make it back. That plague infection will claim your life within a day. Chen Yao grabbed his hair, yanked him twice, and flung him out the conference room door. The flying head slammed into the wall, bounced off the floor, rolled twice, and came to rest behind the skeleton knight. Inside the conference room, Chen Yao took the heart from the skeleton soldier's hand and glanced at the necromancer, who remained standing at attention. The necromancer was too wooden now, nothing more than a puppet under his control. He needed a shred of self-awareness. Come here. Chen Yao called out to the necromancer. The wooden necromancer shuffled awkwardly to Chen Yao's side. Staring at the necromancer mere inches away, Chen Yao reached out and plunged a scalpel directly into his chest, slicing open a large gash. He withdrew the scalpel. His right hand plunged into the necromancer's chest. After a few stirs and probes, he successfully grasped the heart still beating with the necrotic bacteria. Time for a heart transplant. The necromancer, temporarily deprived of its heart, did not immediately lose control over the skeleton knights. Plague body necromancer, a non-contagious plague flowed within its body. Holding it in his hand, Chen Yao could feel the necromancer's beating heart radiating intense heat. With each beat, torn blood vessels oozed black blood onto the palm. Chen Yao held the necromancer's heart in his hand. A special prompt appears. Delusion moment cost item acquired. Necromancer's heart, a heart forged from the plague-ridden body of a delusional being. Its value is immense, seemingly capable of restoring a delusional master's authority to complete a delusion moment. Alternatively, it can absorb an immense delusion cost. The necromancer's heart has such immense utility. Then what if, by constantly replacing its heart, one could mass-produce delusionist cost items? Then I wouldn't have to foolishly break my fingers or pay with blood anymore. But before Chen Yao could secure that heart, it began to fade, slowly dissipating until it vanished before his very eyes. Gone? Chen Yao clenched his fist, but the sensation from moments ago had vanished completely. No. It was definitely there just now. Chen Yao searched everywhere but still couldn't find the heart. How could it be gone? A loud, squelching sound of flesh being crushed began emanating from outside the stairwell door. Chen Yao dared not peek outside. Instead, he waited quietly while placing Situ Yunluo's heart into the necromancer's chest. The still beating heart was grafted onto the necromancer's body. As the heart gradually fused, the pathogens began infecting Situ Yunluo's organ. If Situ Yunluo truly dealt with whatever was outside, he could send it a grand gift. The creaking sound of flesh being crushed outside the corridor grew louder and louder. Soon, Situ Yunluo's voice echoed through the corridor. They're all dead. Truly all dead. Chen Yao didn't rush out. Instead, he turned to the torso-only remains of Situ Yunluo and began performing field surgery. Field surgery in progress. Outside the stairwell, Situ Yunluo began shouting. It's over. What did you do? Why is my heart gone? Wait. You're dissecting my body. I did everything you asked. Don't do this. I beg you. My sequence ability isn't innate. You won't find anything by dissecting me. My grandfather traded the lives of 110,021 people 30 years ago for the 7 paths of luck. I'm just a defective product. Let me go. Chapter 53, Trust Collapses Hard to Build. Chen Yao's hands, midway through the field surgery, froze. 30 years ago? Chen Yao stood up, but instead of walking out into the corridor, he addressed Situ Yunluo across the distance. What happened 30 years ago? Situ Yunluo froze. 30 years ago? How could he know? He wasn't even born yet. I don't know. I only heard my grandfather mention it casually during the process of receiving the luck path. The materials he used to create luck were the lives of 110,000 people. But my eldest brother knows. He's the heir. I can take you to him. He's on the 300th underground level of the Situ Tower. 300 floors underground? The Situ Tower actually has 300 basement levels? To survive, Situ Yunluo would sell almost anything that was the passive ability of the coward sequence, utterly unavoidable. But Chen Yao couldn't fully trust everything he said. Is it over outside? Yes. Chen Yao kicked aside the pus-filled blood that had once been Situ Yunluo's arm. Soon after, the skeleton knight returned to the conference room, carrying Situ Yunluo's severed head. This 4th-tier elite skeleton knight had scarcely a single intact bone left on its frame, suffering severe battle damage. Evidently, even these experimental subjects in their unfinished state possessed considerable power. Having no immediate use for the skeleton knight, Chen Yao released its control and stored all its bones into his ring 100-inch mountain river. My heart! My heart is infected with something. Situ Yunluo began to scream frantically. Chen Yao grabbed him by the hair. Stop barking like a dog. Tell me what the 7 types of luck are and their abilities. I don't know. The fortunes don't communicate with each other. These are the very foundations upon which every member of the Situ family stands, and the key to their inheritance. Then tell me about the 300 underground levels of the Situ residence. What are you researching down there? I don't know. How can you not know anything? What use are you to me? I truly don't know. I only handle the family's surface level affairs. I'm the lowest ranking lucky one. They all mock me. What can I do? The ancient path is your new research. How many more of these Dr. Monsters are there? I don't know. I only have the right to use those monsters. Sigh. Chen Yao desperately wanted to strangle Situ Yunluo right then and there. This useless piece of trash knew nothing. Keeping him around served absolutely no purpose. How can you know nothing? Of course I know nothing. But I know you're dead meat. I'm not that fool. Situ Yunluo. The head of Situ Yunluo, dangling in midair, suddenly twisted. A maniacal grin spread across his face, his expression instantly turning savage. Wait for death. The entire conference room began to flicker with red light as iron walls clanged down. The entire conference room was sealed off. Ha ha ha, what a fool. You couldn't even tell the difference between me and my brother. The head of Situ Yunluo in Chen Yao's hand began to transform into a viscous liquid. A bizarre gray octopus writhed within the viscous fluid. The moment Chen Yao regained his senses, he grabbed the unborn octopus, pinned it to the floor, and plunged a scalpel into it. With a screeching cry, the octopus spewed viscous fluid. Chen Yao felt his head grow dizzy, his sanity plummeting rapidly. He'd been set up. Closing his eyes, he wildly raised the scalpel, stabbing repeatedly. Stab. 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 After dozens of strikes. When he sensed the octopus pinned to the ground had stopped moving, he slowly opened his eyes. The burning sensation on his arm brought Chen Yao back to his senses. Amidst the corpses littering the corridor, an octopus tentacle lifted Situ Yunluo's head and slowly stood upright. Finally rid of that devil. We must leave this place quickly, cannot stay any longer. That damned creature actually used blood clot plague. That plague is a major problem. Shut up. From the mass of corpse fragments, a young man emerged, covered in slime and bearing a striking resemblance to 7/10 of Su Yunluo. He grabbed her hair roughly. If I hadn't sensed these test subjects were dead, do you think I'd bother saving a useless piece of trash like you? Fourth brother, you're the best. My mischief ability can only last a little longer. Staff will be here soon, and this body is about to collapse. Let me hide you first. Fourth brother, it's no use. The iron walls of the conference room are already sealed. Could he still get out? The eye on Su Yunluo's head widened like he'd seen something unimaginable, his pupil trembling violently. He's out. Chen Yao abruptly materialized behind him, grabbing the man's head. In the next instant, before Su Yunluo's eyes, his fourth brother's temporary body began to rapidly rot away, dissolving into a pool of blood within mere seconds. Chen Yao reached out with his other hand and grabbed the head-only form of Su Yunluo. Grabbing him by the hair, he hoisted him up to face him. I told you before, your conference room blocks airborne transmission, but you can't stop bloodborne transmission. Only then did Su Yunluo notice the large splatter of blood that had appeared in the corridor. That was precisely the blood-containing plague hemolysis that Chen Yao had kicked out earlier. The blood flowed through the cracks in the iron wall, connecting to the corridor. I never believed you'd play nice from the start. If I hadn't left myself a way out, I'd have been finished the moment I stepped into this conference room. Chen Yao had heard every word of their conversation clearly. Su Yunluo's fourth brother also possessed a lucky sequence named Mischief Maker. A stand ability? The stand Chen Yao had just killed was precisely the one using plague hemolysis. The plague suit was immune to plague infection, so his left palm was covered in blood previously infected with plague hemolysis. That's how he achieved an instant kill. Using plague inside the situ building really requires some brainpower. It isolates everything. Big brother. You're my big brother. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you about the past 30 years. I'll tell you the sequence of how every single one of them obtained their luck. Chen Yao shook his head, his voice tinged with regret. Sorry, but once trust collapses, it's hard to rebuild. You understand? Chapter 54, The Path of Calamity. I gave you a chance. Su Yunluo was truly panicking. I can take you to the 300th floor. You need a card to get in there. You can't do it without me. I don't need it. I'll find my own way to get what I want to know. Chen Yao dragged Su Yunluo by the head before the necromancer. Your heart has already been consumed by it, infected with advanced necrotic pathogens. Next, we'll use your brain to spread this infection. I truly hope your luck will protect you. Su Yunluo let out a shrill scream. Don't do this. Please, don't. I know something else. I can lure my big brother here. Kill him. Kill him. He's about to emerge with a massive plan. This time, Su Yunluo truly felt his end was near. But Chen Yao no longer believed a word he said. Chen Yao pressed down on the necromancer, swiftly severing his head with a raised hand. He then replaced it with Su Yunluo's own. Trapped in this unfamiliar body, Su Yunluo began screaming frantically. His face grew increasingly pale as spiderweb-like cracks spread across his skin and black stripes, the progression of necrotic infection. Use your luck. Let's see what happens. As the necrotic bacteria spread, Su Yunluo's screams gradually faded. The entire process lasted less than 10 minutes. A notification appeared. Plague Body Necromancer acquired the special trait Luck. Luck and Necromancer created a paradox. Plague Entity Necromancer has generated a brand new path. Catastrophe, behind Luck lies a sea of corpses and blood. The scent of death ignited the negative aspect of Luck, transforming it into a divergent catastrophe. The Catastrophe Path, Sequence 00D, Wandering Evil Spirit. The Wraith possesses a dual-state existence, with its physical body and spirit form existing separately. Its physical form serves as a vessel for cultivating unique bacteria, while its spirit remains bound within shadows. The spirit cannot betray its host, surviving only through the bacteria inhabiting the body. It can move through any physical barrier. It cannot attack, nor can it be attacked. You have researched the Plague Body Evil Wandering Spirit. Plague Body Evil Wandering Spirit, absorb calamity, absorb suffering, it will grow stronger. Chen Yao discovered that the Plague Body Evil Wandering Spirit he could control had split into two entities. One is the Wraith's physical form, the other is its spirit within the shadow. The spirit form could move freely within a certain range and even provide vision. Wherever the spirit form went, the wicked wanderer's physical body could teleport there simultaneously. This was utterly terrifying. Combined with plague, it was practically an unrestricted nuclear-level poison-dealing artifact. The physical form of the Plague Body Evil Wanderer currently has low mobility, but its advantage lies in its potential for further evolution. This unexpected mutation caught Chen Yao off guard. This head swap was merely intended to observe whether, under the influence of the advanced necrotic pathogen, Su Yunluo would transform into a necromantic creature and thus become controllable. Instead, it caused the Plague Body Necromancer to transform into the Plague Body Wraith. Simultaneously, it had spawned the Catastrophe Path. These paths were entirely unprecedented. Even more astonishingly, Situ Yunluo's fortune could now be accumulated through human lives. He slowly raised his left hand. The thumb and pinky, once twisted like a pretzel, could now move slightly. The delusionist path had been inherited as well. But why was the delusionist a physician path? Shouldn't this transcendent ability belong to a mage? What do you hear most often in hospitals? Luo Yon's voice suddenly rang out. Principal. Chen Yao quickly glanced around, only to realize the voice had come solely from within his mind. What you hear most in hospitals is prayer, and what you see most is delusion. Patients delude themselves that their suffering is merely a dream. Doctors delude themselves that no illness can stump them. Family members delude themselves that their loved ones' diagnoses are all wrong. That's why delusionists follow the physician's path. Principal. Where are you? But the voice in his mind only explained, offering no reply. After several inquiries, there was still no response. The previous delusional tracking hadn't vanished. The principal's blue dot had overlapped with his own, confirming he too had arrived at this building. The real problem now wasn't the 6 remaining fortune pathways of the Situ family, but that incomplete old days sequence. Merely glimpsing it caused one's sanity to plummet rapidly, rendering them combat ineffective. A solution must be found. Chen Yao looked at the brand on his arm. He scooped up all the corpse fragments scattered across the corridor floor. He must go to the Sin ship and inquire what this thing truly is. Accessing the Sin ship required merely plunging into the plague, though his daily entry attempts were not unlimited. At his current tier 1 level, entering the Sinner once per day was already his limit. It was his most powerful escape method, to be used only as a last resort. But today, he had to enter the Plague Tavern to inquire about these things. Chen Yao stepped on the bloodstained floor marked with plague hemolysis, his body swiftly transforming into a black mist as he vanished into the plague. At that moment, in the highest conference room of Jiangbei City, a heated discussion about the Situ building was underway. The information about the Situ family's illegal experiments cannot be used as evidence. Sun Yuan, I know you're from the capital. You have a mage who possesses the 003 prophet ability. But the Situ family is the pillar of the entire Jiangbei City. Without evidence, I can't touch them. Relying solely on your so-called prophet to restrict the investigation is absolutely unacceptable. Sun Yuan and a group of influential figures from Jiangbei City sat in the conference room, engaged in heated debate. At that moment, Su Yuntian abruptly stood up. I believe this matter requires careful deliberation. The leader is absolutely correct. It involves too many complexities to decide in a few words. Hearing his ex-husband Su Yuntian actually speaking in support of others, Sun Yuan instantly felt like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. Fine. Very fine. Absolutely fine. Su Yuntian, has staying here turned you into a complete fool? Have you lost all sense of loyalty and treachery? Facing Su Yuntian, Sun Yuan showed not a shred of ladylike composure. Mark my words today. I've brought 4 5th-tier professionals with me. Whether you agree or not, I will investigate. I'm not afraid of the traitors among you aiding the Situ family. My great-grandfather said the Situ family must be destroyed. He waited 30 years for this day. Now that his time is near, your ridiculous rules won't hold me back. With that, Sun Yuan stormed out of the conference room without looking back. Bang! The door slammed shut. Su Yuntian hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. Sun Yuan, stop being so stubborn. Smack! The moment Su Yuntian caught up, Sun Yuan slapped him hard across the face. Su Yuntian, are you even a man? If it weren't for you stopping me 10 years ago, I would have wiped out the Situ family long ago. You honor. Things aren't as simple as you think. Even with 4 5th-tier professionals, you couldn't have touched the Situ family. They're too terrifying. This isn't something a handful of people can accomplish. Listen to me, wait just 1 or 2 more days. I'll give you an answer within that time frame. Pa! I've waited 10 years. How dare you ask me to wait longer? This time, success or failure, Mumu is coming back to the Sun family with me. How could my daughter ever amount to anything stuck with a good-for-nothing like you? With that, Sun Yuan stormed off without looking back. Su Yuntian watched her retreating figure, his hand clenching and unclenching slowly, as if deflating. Then he murmured to himself. 1 more day. Just 1 more day. Chapter 55, The Errant One. Buzz. Su Yuntian's phone vibrated in his pocket. He answered the call. Situ Yunluo is dead. Dead? Su Yuntian was utterly shocked by the news. There's no mistake. We've been monitoring the Stu family's vital signs. He's disappeared 3 minutes ago. Will the chairman make his move? With that guy out of the picture, our success rate will jump by at least 30%. Situ Yunluo's ability to avoid misfortune was terrifying. Any move against him would be defused at minimal cost. Yet even the most terrifying abilities prove useless in the face of greed. Over the past decade, Su Yuntian had grown somewhat numb to it. He had no solution whatsoever for Stu Yunluo's uncanny ability to evade danger and seek fortune. Su Yuntian fell silent for a moment, taking a deep breath. He didn't know if the sudden disappearance of Situ Yunluo's vital signs truly signaled his death or if it was itself a trap. But he couldn't wait any longer. Even if it was a trap, he had to take the gamble. Everyone, prepare to move out. Chen Yao, having entered the Sin ship, he headed straight for the Plague Tavern. As soon as he entered, Paul was still polishing glasses behind the bar. Finally, another customer. It's the captain. We haven't had any new patrons in days. Captain, don't you ever run dungeons? Paul's octopus tentacles set down the glass, and the pair of eyes on his cephalopod head fixed on Chen Yao. Captain, you smell strange. Chen Yao sat down on a stool at the bar without a care. Indeed. I just obtained some interesting information. Would you like to hear it? Human information holds no value for me. I merely sense a faint familiarity in your aura. With that, Paul resumed polishing the glasses. Captain, care for a drink? No thanks. The information I mentioned concerns this very aura. You've heard the term the old ones, haven't you? Paul's demeanor the moment he entered confirmed he'd come to the right place. The ram-headed mask had once mentioned Paul could bargain. Perhaps piquing the other party's interest might yield unexpected rewards. The moment the word ancient surfaced, Paul's tentacles twitched twice. The old days? Such a niche term. Where did you hear it? Mr. Paul, may I take that as a question directed at me? Whatever the captain desires, I can select an item for you. As he spoke, an octopus tentacle beneath the counter emerged, clutching a list. Those creatures beneath the ancient days, just seeing them nearly paralyzes me. They resemble you, Mr. Paul, but they're not nearly as approachable as you are. Is that so? Then I believe you'll find this item to your liking. Paul's other tentacle lifted a visor coated in slime and pushed it toward Chen Yao. Sanity goggles, equipment belonging to an observer who attempted to observe the unnameable entity known as Aloysius Paul, ultimately meeting his demise at its hands. Wearing these goggles prevents any mental corruption and preserves sanity. A fine piece of gear. Are you satisfied with this? Chen Yao smiled. He retrieved the corpse fragments from the ring. Some unfinished products. They call it Raya. These things aren't worthy of being called Lalai. They don't even measure up to a single tentacle of it. Let's make a deal. Bring me 100 corpses like this, and I'll give you a special potion, a true ancient one's path. Chen Yao grabbed the sanity goggles from the table and tucked them away without paying. Stu Qingji made a deal with you, didn't he? That's right. He asked me for the formula to create a fortune potion. You know what potions are, right? They allow people to alter their own paths and step onto entirely new roads. So, what do you want? I want the fortune list, all 7 names of fortune. As payment, I can give you 4 corpses like this one. Besides the one Chen Yao melted with plague to create a decoy, 7 corpses remained in the corridor. 4 won't be enough. 5. Still not enough. 6 at most. Not enough. You have 7, and these things are completely useless to you, Captain. Chen Yao's eyes narrowed. This guy. How did he know there were 7 bodies? You're the captain. As your bartender, I wouldn't harm you. It's precisely because you're the captain that we can communicate. All my tools carry some contamination. But it depends on the user. Zhao Su relied on the black insects to live 30 years. Situ Qingji took luck and harmed tens of thousands. Everyone's choices are different. So Captain, don't hold back with me. The 7 paths of luck from the 7 corpses, their abilities and names are yours. He flung all 7 severed limbs from his ring onto the bar counter. Paul's tentacles extended 7 times, dragging all the corpses beneath the counter. Moments later, a yellowed parchment was handed to Chen Yao. These are the names and abilities of the fortune paths. I must say, Situ Qingji is truly mad he actually pulled it off. Captain, if I may add, this luck if not handled properly will only invite greater calamity. Chen Yao took the parchment, which bore 9 lines of text. Luck is not constant, its flip side is calamity. Only by creating sufficient calamity can one uncover the ultimate path of luck hidden beneath it. Amidst vast quantities of luck, misfortune, even calamity, always lurks. 0G Fortune Weaver, craft specific events, the inherent luck within suffering will amplify. 00A Fortune and Wealth, reaches the pinnacle of human fortune and prosperity. 00C Fortune Thief, steals others' luck for personal gain. 00J Mischief Maker, can attach itself to any unfortunate individual and perform any action. 00P Fate Twister, transforms misfortune into luck, wielding formidable control over destiny. 00H the Errant One, the calamity among the 7 fortunate beings. It must survive for the other 6 to fully activate the fortune sequence's power. 00F the Coward, seeks fortune and avoids misfortune, providing warnings. The Errant One. Everything comes at a price. Luck is a constant. The Errant One is the key to your breakthrough. Kill it, and all luck becomes null. These things they could think of, the Cedo family could think of too. They must have protected the erroneous one sufficiently well. Captain, the familiar scent I mentioned earlier on you wasn't from the past, nor from these corpses, it was calamity. Calamity cannot be detected by luck. Only then did Chen Yao realize that the aura Paul had described was the plague entity, the Wicked Wanderer. I think I know what to do now. Just as Chen Yao was about to leave, Paul called out to him. Captain, one corpse is worth 5 million. You can come back anytime to trade it for money or gear. This corpse smells rich, I love it. Chen Yao ignored Paul's final words, closed the door of the Plague Tavern, and donned his rationality goggles. Chapter 56, A Plan to Shock the Heavens. The goggles were tiny, barely larger than 2 thumbs. Once on, they clamped tightly against his eye sockets. Apart from the pressure that felt like it would squeeze his eyes out, and the mucus coating slightly obstructing his vision, they had no other drawbacks. The compact goggles fit seamlessly beneath the bird beak mask without any conflict. Departing the Sin ship. Chen Yao, back in the corridor of Stu Tower, found himself completely surrounded by doctors in white coats. Waiting for me right here, huh? The moment they saw Chen Yao, their bodies began to twist and contort, rapidly transforming into those unnameable entities just as before. This time, however, the rationality goggles prevented Chen Yao from experiencing a decline in his mental state. Chen Yao immediately recited the trigger phrase spoken by Sidu Yun Luo when begging for mercy. The slumbering lord of Laya awakens. It watches you. After uttering these words, the horde of monsters hesitated briefly but did not commit suicide. That brat tricked me again. Killing him was the right call. The suicide trigger exists, but this phrase isn't the one that makes them kill themselves. There are other keywords. But now, never mind. Kill them all. Chen Yao stepped on the blood on the ground. Plague hemolysis spread. Blood splattered as he stepped. His right hand extended, the plague doctor's gloves catching the splattered blood laced with plague hemolysis. As the monster lunged forward, Chen Yao's body dissolved into black mist and vanished on the spot. He reappeared behind the monster. One hand seized the monster's head. Before the creature could struggle, it twitched twice and melted like a wax candle, dissolving into a pool of blood on the ground. Under the effects of plague hemolysis, any monster that came into contact with it was doomed. The remaining monsters swarmed forward. We have to kill them all. This time, Chen Yao truly walked through the plague without holding back. 3 minutes later, the walls and ceiling of the 70th floor corridor in the Situ building were splattered with blood. Not a single inch of Chen Yao's body remained untouched. With these monsters dead, their masters will surely grow impatient and send reinforcements. But I must take the initiative, find the traitor among the 7 and eliminate them. Chen Yao's killing intent reached its peak. Though the rationality goggles prevented his sanity from declining, slaughtering so many old ones monsters at once still took an emotional toll. He drew the plague body evil wandering spirit. Beneath the shadow of the plague body evil wandering spirit, a translucent spirit form began to materialize. Unless one looked closely, it was nearly impossible to discern. Locate the anomaly point in this building at top speed. As an anomaly, it would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Chen Yao even suspected it might be located at the very bottom of the entire building. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, causing the building to tremble slightly. Chen Yao slowly sensed the plague intestinal disease he had deployed on the first floor beginning to flow outward. Someone's breached the main entrance of the Situ building. The corridor lights flickered momentarily. Simultaneously, the steel walls of the conference room began to slowly open. Chen Yao could sense that the device controlling the plague's flow within the building had been destroyed. The blood-clotting plague within the conference room also began spreading rapidly, though this time Chen Yao did not intervene to contain it. Apart from hemolysis, the other plagues weren't particularly lethal. Particularly the plague intestinal disease, which targeted only animals. Yet it spread through the air. Given enough time, plague intestinal disease could permeate every corner of the Situ building. After that, Chen Yao could appear anywhere in the Situ building at will. It would just mean more suffering for the animals of the entire Jiangbei city. Chen Yao flexed his fingers and discovered 2 of them could now move. So he used his delusion once more. Don't use it. A familiar voice echoed. This time, he truly saw the principle. Chen Yao immediately reversed the entire corridor's plague hemolysis. Downstairs, Sun Yuan led 4 5th-tier professionals straight into the Situ building. This incident sent shockwaves through the entire city of Jiangbei. At the same moment, 300 floors below ground in the Situ building, Situ Long, a Sequence 0G fortune fabricator who had obtained his abilities through the luck pathway, was in a special chamber. He abruptly opened his eyes. His face contorted into a maniacal grin as he excitedly dialed a number. It took me 2 years and 7 months to finally fabricate this incident. Once it plays out, the Situ family will be completely whitewashed. According to my plan, that woman should have infiltrated by now. See if I'm right. But the response on the other end was only a brief, heavy silence. Boss, the woman did infiltrate, but 7th brother, he's dead. Stu Long's expression froze, then his eyes began to fill with bloodshot veins. I spent 2 years and 7 months weaving this web. And you tell me 7th brother is dead. I told you to watch over him. What were you doing? Do you realize this could destroy the Stu family? I know. But a man dressed as a bird-beak doctor instantly turned those half-finished products into blood. Boss, what should I do? A beak-nosed doctor's outfit? A plague doctor? Forget it. Proceed with the original plan. The entire weaving is complete. We can only pray for no further mishaps. Seventh brother is dead. Now I only have a 50% chance. How's the other side progressing? I've dispatched numerous men there. No need to send anyone. No one knows the errant one, and no one cares about her. Deliberately sending people would only raise suspicions. Understood, boss. What should I do next? Release the instant death plague. And unleash all the incomplete copies of the Ancient One's pathways. As long as enough people die, the replicas will emerge. Grandfather plotted this for so long, our generation must succeed. And the plague doctor. The previous generation of plague doctors all fell at grandfather's hands. Do you really think this new doctor could unlock the instant death plague? So don't overthink it. We have no turning back now. The only way forward is to press on. After hanging up, Stu Long slowly rose to his feet, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Weaving luck, orchestrating grand events. This time, with just 100,000 deaths, his sequence, Luck Weaver, might even leap directly to Tier 6. 1,000,000 deaths? Breaking through to Tier 7 would be no problem. If the instant death plague spread worldwide, he could even become the true god of the 10th tier luck path all by himself. As for helping the entire Situ clan clear their name? What was that? Situ Long wanted nothing less than to become the god of fortune himself. Chapter 57, Delusion, Utter Delusion. Principle. Luo Yang leaned against the hallway wall, his eyes concealed beneath blood-soaked white cloth as streams of fresh blood trickled down his cheeks. His entire body trembled. Chen Yao, the cost of using the delusion ability accumulates. Before you awaken your authority, you must not use it more than 3 times a day. Otherwise, the price will be immense. Chen Yao rushed forward and grabbed Luo Yang's hand. Principal, your eyes. Luo Yang slowly turned his head toward Chen Yao's voice, a smile stretching across his pallid face as he uttered 2 words. The price. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. As he spoke, Luo Yang pulled a note from his pocket. It listed 3 specific times and 3 locations. This holds the key to resolving this matter. Remember, it's the only key. The 3 times and locations were as follows. Time, 11:32 a.m. Location, Physician Tower. Time, 11:42 a.m. Location, Medical Room, 200th floor, Sidu Tower. Time, 1:10 p.m. Location, North Jiang City Plaza. Clearly, these were 3 times and locations information Luo Yang had paid for with his own eyes. Delusion. Luo Yang shook his head, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Principal, let me take you back first. The next moment, Luo Yang's expression changed, his pale face contorting in agony. Pain. It hurts so much. I am Luo Nashizwa, first mate of the plague ship, Jan IV. Why can't I see anything? What the hell is this place? I must sail. I, first mate Jan IV of the left plague ship of Rona's Idizu. I must sail. Luo Yang shivered, one hand clutching his hair as he screamed. Principal. After calling out 3 times in succession, Luo Yangkai finally calmed down. But now he felt restless and anxious. It hurts. My head hurts so much. He stretched out his only left hand, grasping helplessly forward. Chen Yao. Is that you, Chen Yao? I can't see anything. I followed the captain out. Did you see the captain? That ram-headed mask. That ram-headed mask belongs to the captain. He's back. He told me he unleashed the plague 30 years ago. He deserves to die. I should have told you sooner. But I got lost. In the alley. What evil is he planning now? Principal, I'm here. Chen Yao understood, the ram-headed mask was Luo Yang, and Luo Yang was also Principal Lu Wei. Yet in another sense, they were distinct entities, each possessing their own memories. Chen Yao shed his plague garb, gripping Luo Yang's outstretched hand firmly. As if struck by a sudden realization, Luo Yang bowed his head, his body beginning to tremble. Blood tears streamed down his cheeks faster. Chen Yao, you're a good boy. He opened his mouth, his lips trembling. I want to go home. I don't want to die. I miss Little Bean in Chantian. I don't want to become Luo Yang. In that moment, Chen Yao couldn't tell whether the current Luo Yang was Principal Lu or the sheep-headed mask. Principal, I'll take you home. Chen Yao prepared to stand and help Luo Yang home. At that moment, Luo Yang's body shuddered violently. As the 3 days drew near, the memories of Luo Yang, Lu Wei, and the sheep-headed mask began to clash more intensely. His mental state grew increasingly unstable. Chen Yao. Did I just say something strange? Chen Yao heard the confusion in Luo Yang's voice. Chen Yao shook his head in denial. He knew it was Luo Yang speaking now. No, you didn't say anything strange. Then why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Time. Place. Not a single detail can be wrong. You know this is the only outcome my delusions could produce. Do you understand? There's hope here. 30 years ago, my delusions couldn't conjure a single path to save them. Not a single possibility. I can't save them, but I'm obsessed with saving them. Luo Yan's mental state plunged into instability once more, his blood tears flowing faster. He let out a self-mocking snort and demanded of Chen Yao. Alright. Chen Yao, I ask you. 30 years ago, if you were the captain, what would you have done? Would you have chosen to save them or not? Chen Yao, tell me. Tell me. Luo Yan's emotions grew increasingly agitated. Chen Yao, who had witnessed the memory, hesitated. If he were the captain, knowing the future, would he choose to unleash the blood-clotting plague to save lives? The answer was, I wouldn't. Bearing such a burden was too heavy for him, especially when it meant purging a group of people who had been cured, watching his 2,920 comrades die. Especially those who died with eyes wide open. Chen Yao knew he couldn't do it. Luo Yan's maniacal grin grew even wider. Good. 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 This is my good student. This is my good student. This is my good student. He repeated it 3 times. Luo Yan's state seemed off again. He shoved Chen Yao aside, stumbled back, and slowly slid down to sit against the wall. If you were the captain, no one in the Dawn Tower would have to die. If you were the captain, Zhao Su wouldn't have become this half-human, half-ghost thing. But you're not the captain, and I can't go back. His words were saturated with agony as his memories began to clash and fragment. Why aren't you gone yet? I won't die. Time. Place. I said it. Time and place. This is your only chance. You can delude yourself into thinking you can save all this. You have a chance. I don't. I don't. I'm delusional. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yang screamed with all his might, tears and laughter mingling. Chen Yao gritted his teeth, glancing back once before abandoning the plague body evil wraith and the skeleton knight. He spun, kicked the window to shatter it, and plunged from the 70th floor. The entire Sutu Tower was enveloped in the plague intestinal disease, his body dissolving into black mist in midair. When he reappeared, he was already standing below. At that moment, 4 5th-tier sequencers tore down the main gate of the Sutu Tower. Chen Yao, who had been about to leave, halted in his tracks. He saw a terrifying crimson glow erupting from the Sutu building. It was the plague. Pathological Analysis. Instant death plague, an extremely lethal plague transmitted through biological contact with high contagion rates. Ordinary individuals encountering it die instantly, while those with abilities may delay death for up to 1 hour. Solution: release a lower tier, highly contagious blood coagulation plague to replace the instant death plague. Once the blood coagulation plague has fully infected all targets, a reversal treatment can be administered. Instant death plague. Does the Situ family intend to repeat the events of 30 years ago? To create a new Lucky? Chen Yao raised his hand. Just as he prepared to unleash the blood clot plague, Luo Yan's question echoed in his mind. If he had been the captain 30 years ago, would he have released the blood clotting plague and become the scapegoat? He took a deep breath. This time was different. He had the antidote for the blood clot plague. No one had to die. Everyone could survive. And he had no one else behind him, only himself. Even if he took the fall, he'd be alone, and that was fine. After all, this city still held those he wished to protect. A graceful figure. Honestly, if it came down to it, did I really have a choice? Chen Yao chose to unleash the blood clot plague. After completing this, clad in medieval beak-like armor, he vanished into the plague intestinal disease and sped toward the physician's tower. Bonus chapter. 3 more updates today. Free content fueled by love. Please support and demand more. Your support means everything. Chapter 58, The Plague Doctor. Chaos. The physician's tower was bustling with activity. 2 plagues had suddenly erupted in Jiangbei City. One was the same plague that had caused animals to suffer from severe diarrhea during the previous encounter. The other was the blood coagulation plague released by the plague doctor 30 years ago. The blood coagulation plague from 30 years ago. Blood clotting plague? What do you mean 30 years ago? Some newcomers were confused by the physician tower's explanation of the blood coagulation plague. Blood clotting plague. That bastard isn't dead yet. Some middle-aged physicians knew the inside story about the plague from 30 years ago. They began recounting the story. 30 years ago, Jiangbei City experienced its worst plague outbreak, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. The source of that epidemic was traced back to sequence 001 plague doctors spreading it. Word is they rounded up over 2,000 people involved in manufacturing the blood clotting plague. In the end, they were all purged, expelled, and fled. Why would they do that? Rumor has it, just for fun. For fun? They were all madmen obsessed with plague research. Let me think. I can't quite recall the term. What was it called? Dawn Tower. Anyway, that plague doctor was pure evil incarnate. Killing so many people just for fun? If those people aren't demons, what are they? The plague doctor leading them was even worse. He ended up begging for mercy on his knees. How was that plague resolved 30 years ago? No one knows. It just vanished suddenly. Could there be some hidden truth behind it? After the plague doctor vanished, the plague vanished too. What hidden story could there be? The plague doctor, what did he look like? No one ever saw him. His most distinctive feature was the bird beak mask he wore. You mean the guy wearing a bird beak mask dressed in medieval doctor's garb with a black cloak? Not sure about the cloak, but it was definitely medieval attire. You know that already, kid, so why ask me? One person shivered as they pointed toward the entrance of the physician tower. Because, he's standing right there. Ah! A wave of commotion swept through the physician tower as all the physicians turned their gaze toward the entrance. Chen Yao stood right there, still clad in his plague-proof gear. He heard every word clearly. He stood at the entrance of the physician tower, motionless. Plague doctor. Plague doctor. I knew he'd come back to unleash the plague. Wait, what is this guy up to? Chen Yao stepped into the physician tower. That single action alone. All the physicians instinctively took a step back, terror spreading like wildfire as if they'd seen a ghost. They were all talk, but seeing the legendary figure in person truly terrified them. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The psychological pressure was overwhelming. The top-tier figure from 30 years ago, the plague doctor, this tower of physicians wouldn't be enough for him to slaughter alone. That demon has returned. The timid ones were already trembling. What do you want? Why unleash the plague again this time? A bold physician pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yao. Yet his own finger trembled uncontrollably. Chen Yao offered no explanation, merely glancing at the time. The current time was 11:32. Location, physician's tower. He needed to proceed to the next location. He had already understood why he had come to the physician's tower. Chen Yao slowly turned, tilting his head indifferently as he spoke. I released the plague. If you don't want all of Jiangbei City to be ravaged, go save people. The source of the plague release is at the Situ building. Whether you can contain it depends on the capabilities of your physician tower. Chen Yao didn't explain that the blood-clotting plague was meant to mask the instant death plague. He didn't have time to explain anyway, and even if he did, they might not believe him. People only believed what they saw with their own eyes. He had to race against time to reach the building once more. With events having reached this point, Chen Yao could only proceed according to Luo Yang's prophecy. The plague's spread grew increasingly severe. It wasn't just the blood clot plague, a plague as devastating as a nuclear bomb within the city, but also the other plague, the gut disease, that was spreading rapidly. He calculated that within 3 hours, the entire city of Jiangbei would be utterly consumed by the plague's rampage. As a plague doctor, he would bear the same infamy as his predecessors. But at this point, he no longer cared. Chen Yao stepped forward, about to vanish into the black mist. Su Mumei's call came through. Chen Yao answered. Chen Yao, is something wrong at Situ Tower? And, your name is all over the internet now. All the doctors are rushing to Situ Tower. Did you release the blood clot plague? Chen Yao froze. Had the news spread that quickly? Then he understood. After all, it was the physician tower. He admitted it openly. Yes, it was me. Wait a moment. I know you may have your reasons, but I really need to say this to you. You must be extremely careful. If you need help, call me anytime. I'll be right there. Chen Yao had expected Su Mumei to launch into another heartfelt plea about turning back from the brink, but instead, the call was filled with genuine concern. Truthfully, at this point, he felt like a grain of sand in a raging storm. He could only go with the flow. You silly girl, I'll reach out if I need anything. He hung up the phone. Gazing into the distance, the plague in Chen Yao's eyes had already spread like a dark cloud obscuring the sky, enveloping the entire city of Jiangbei. His body dissolved into black mist, vanishing into the plague. Situ Tower. The 5 brothers of the Situ family stood at the entrance of the tower. The eldest, Situ Long Fortune Fabricator II, Situ Shiqin Wealth and Prosperity III, Situ Jun Fortune Thief IV, Situ Fengjia Mischief Maker and the 6th, Situ Huifeng Fate Twister. Watching tens of thousands of incomplete old days sequences surge out of the building like floodwaters released from a dam. Smiles spread across the faces of the 5 brothers. Situ Fengjia spread his arms wide in excitement and shouted. So what if they're 5th-tier sequencers? They're just a bunch of hastily produced warriors who haven't even inherited any authority. This time, the Situ family will surely achieve greatness. The 5th-tier sequencers were locked in fierce combat. The plague was only part of it. The unfinished products of the unspeakable Raya were far more terrifying to humanity than the plague itself. Any sequential below Tier 3 who saw these incomplete forms would fall prey to mental corruption, descending into madness. Sun Yuan had believed that with 4 sequencers who had forcibly advanced to the 5th tier, crushing the Situ family was a foregone conclusion. But he never imagined things would turn out like this. How could this happen? Watching the monsters scatter and flood into the city, a profound sense of helplessness overwhelmed her. For a moment, she wondered if she had truly made a mistake, just as Su Yuntian had warned. Simultaneously, she had contracted the blood clot plague, causing her condition to rapidly deteriorate. Already exhausted as a mere 3rd-tier practitioner. In a moment of distraction, a monster lunged towards Sun Yuan. A powerful hand shot out, grabbing the monster's head mid-air. With terrifying force from 5 fingers, the creature's skull exploded like a watermelon in his grasp. The other hand caught Sun Yuan just as he was about to fall. Chapter 59, Terrifying. I told you to wait. Why won't you ever listen to me? If you just waited half a day longer, even half a day would have been enough. Though spoken as a rebuke, Su Yuntian's tone was the gentlest he could muster. Mind your own business. Sun Yuan looked at Su Yuntian with hurt eyes, pouting like a little girl. Only then did she notice Su Yuntian covered in blood, a gaping wound in his chest exposing stark white bone. The words she'd been about to hurl at him caught in her throat. Finally, she couldn't help but ask in a voice thick with hurt. How could you end up like this? Sun Yuan trembled as she reached out to touch the wound on Su Yuntian's chest. I rushed through 3 dungeons just to reach tier 5 and come help you. I'm sorry I made you wait. I should have come sooner. Su Yuntian turned his head awkwardly, smiling to reveal teeth stained with blood. Even now, Su Yuntian was still blaming himself. Sun Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. Your little cutie? Can't you heal yourself? He slowly set Sun Yuan down. There's no time. Let me handle this. 10 years ago was my fault, but this time I arrived just in time. Su Yuntian stepped forward, his massive, bear-like figure suddenly looming even larger before Sun Yuan. His right arm bent upward. A thunderous roar erupted. Heavy crossbow. Fire. His hand swung downward. The sound was deafening, and a terrifying gust of air radiated outward from Su Yuntian. At that command, centered on the Situ Tower, thousands of massive heavy crossbows were launched within a 100-meter radius, firing thousands of giant arrows as tall as men. The terrifying arrows screeched through the air. All the monsters still charging forward were blown apart by the thick, massive arrows. A smile remained fixed on Situ Long's face. Every arrow veered off at impossibly precise angles, sparing the 5 Stu brothers. Despite their luck, they couldn't break the formation. Arrows fired point blank couldn't even scratch them. President Su. Situ Fengzhao's face twisted into a maniacal grin as he bellowed from a distance. Chairman Su. All these years of endurance must have been grueling. You've pulled out all the gear from the 100 guild raid on the major dungeon. Do you truly regard our Situ family as monsters within the dungeon, ready to be farmed? Monsters that had been reduced to corpses struggled to reassemble themselves, while an endless stream of new monsters surged forth from beneath the Situ Tower. We have tens of thousands of these half-finished monsters. Can you possibly kill them all? Situ Long's face remained utterly unruffled. Barring any unforeseen twists, the Situ family would emerge as the biggest winners in Jianbei City. Su Yuntian raised his left hand to press down on his right arm, unleashing a burst of golden light. 5th tier. His power surged. He had cleared the dungeon solely to reach 5th tier. He inherited the authority power of the Knight of Soya, sequence 059, from the warrior path. The phantom of a knight clad in black armor, mounted upon a black steed, slowly solidified behind Su Yuntian. A warrior who has genuinely achieved the 5th tier. Soya Knight. The knight's right hand gripped the reins as his body leaned forward, swinging the massive spear in his left hand. A black, frenzied aura rapidly dispersed. This force alone knocked over hundreds of inhuman, ghostly monsters surrounding them. Upon seeing the colossal phantom of the knight, for the first time, Situ Fengzhao felt fear. He took a half-step back, his worried gaze fixed on his elder brother. Brother, this is way too intense. President Su, having served as the head of the Sequence Guild for so many years, he certainly possesses this level of power. Brother, let me handle this. Situ Jun, Thief of Fortune, stepped forward. But Stu Long stopped him. This matter falls to you, 4th brother. Brother, you're joking. That's a 5th tier. I haven't even unlocked my authority yet. I didn't say you should confront it head-on. Some things require careful consideration and execution. An excited look spread across Situ Fengzhao's face. The mischief maker's power could attach itself to the unfortunate. What constituted misfortune? His gaze fell upon Sun Yuan, his expression gradually twisting into something twisted. Little lady, 3rd tier, plagues so many negative statuses. Truly an opportunity. Su Yuntian, a seasoned 4th tier sequence user, had inherited authority after ascending to 5th tier. He single-handedly prevented the half-formed creatures emerging from the Situ building from breaching the city walls. Combined with the relentless barrage of massive arrows piercing the surrounding area, slaughtering monsters, this moment created a pincer formation. Behind them, Sun Yuan, who had been utterly exhausted, slowly rose to his feet. His face was deathly pale, his eyes vacant. She picked up the dagger from the ground and plunged it directly into her chest. Damn it! Chen Yao suddenly materialized from the black mist. His hand grabbed the dagger Sun Yuan had thrust toward her chest. Sun Yuan's body convulsed as she released the dagger. One hand still flailed, her fingers like razors slashing toward her own throat. From a distance, Situ Junwen, the thief of destiny, glanced at Chen Yao. Chen Yao felt a chill run through his body, slowing his movements by a split second. But he grabbed air. Those razor-sharp fingers sliced clean across Sun Yuan's throat. Blood spurted out. It splattered onto Chen Yao's bird beak mask. His vision turned crimson. Watching Su Mumei's mother slit her own throat in front of him. Chen Yao's rage reached its peak. He roared with all his might. SSS-tier. He swiftly pinned Sun Yuan's body down, his right-hand scalpel springing out at lightning speed. A lightning-fast field surgery commenced. Simultaneously, over 100 4th-tier skeleton soldiers and 3 mutated dry medical corpses from his storage ring were all unleashed. Situ Fengzhao snapped awake, trembling as he pointed at Chen Yao, who was holding Sun Yuan down. Brother! Brother! The plague doctor! The plague doctor! He's the plague doctor! Su Yuntian fought like a war god, his mouth beginning to spew blood. The severe injuries sustained from forcing his way through the dungeon, combined with displaced internal organs and the effects of the plague blood coagulation plague, caused his combat effectiveness to plummet. Chen Yao's cries of Sidu drew his attention to Sun Yuan's condition. He cried out in anguish. Yuan-er. Chen Yao was still performing surgery, but time ticked away second by second. Less than 2 minutes remained until the 11:42 deadline Luo Yon had set. Now he faced a choice: abandon saving his mother-in-law, or forfeit the time and location Luo Yon had promised in exchange for his own eyes. Forced into a decision, he chose a compromise. Perform the surgery in the wilderness to save Sun Yuan's life. Continue the operation on the corpse, but he himself must leave. As for those 5 brothers, even with the blessing of luck, relying solely on plague hemolysis might not guarantee an instant kill. Standing boldly at the entrance of the Situ mansion, he relied solely on that lucky path. There was no time left. Chen Yao's body dissolved into black mist and vanished from the spot. Don Yisher took over Chen Yao's surgery. He arrived at the medical room on the 200th floor at 11:41, moving at top speed. Chapter 60, A Masterful Kill. In the medical room on the 200th floor of the Sutu Tower, the malevolent wandering spirit had already scanned the area through the shared vision. Chen Yao learned that aside from an elderly woman covered in tubes, there was nothing else there. No guards were present, not even a medical attendant. Inside the medical room on the 200th floor of the Situ Tower at that moment, a surge of black mist churned. Chen Yao's body emerged anxiously from the darkness. He stared at the elderly woman lying in the hospital bed. This old woman must have something special about her. His first instinct was to grab the medical records from the bedside table and scan them. Symptoms of dehydration requiring daily intake of specific fluids. Lung failure requiring artificial lung support. Stomach cancer, lung cancer, esophageal cancer. A multitude of cancers alongside over 30 specific conditions, all converging in one elderly woman. He closed the medical records. These conditions were documented in meticulous detail, with precise medication regimens and observations for each ailment. It was as if someone were forcibly prolonging her life. The idea of an elderly woman surviving with over 30 conditions is almost unimaginable in a single person. The probability was too low. There was only one possible explanation. Chen Yao understood why Luo Yon had summoned him here. This old woman was the one who made the mistake. The erroneous one was not any of the brothers. Earlier, Chen Yao had assumed the 7 brothers were the culprits, and that the wrongdoer was one of them. But now it seemed, it was her. For an old woman to become like this, to go to such lengths for the Situ brothers, she couldn't be a complete stranger. Given the Situ family's nature, Chen Yao suspected this old woman was most likely their mother. To have a blood relative bear the calamity, truly insane. This was also why Luo Yon had brought him here. But, why insist on this particular moment? Time, 11:42 a.m. Location, medical room, 200th floor, Stu Tower. The elderly woman on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes. For the first time in decades, she saw a different face. She struggled to speak, but the breathing mask and the tube inserted into her throat prevented her from making a sound. Fingers slowly lifted. Chen Yao followed the movement. The old woman's trembling fingers lifted and fell. Chen Yaosho remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the old woman. Only a mother would bear the side effects of fortune for her sons. The elderly woman in the hospital bed was lucid for only a few minutes each day. During those moments of clarity, she endured unimaginable torment. After decades of this, she could no longer endure. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Her trembling hand lay on the bed, awkwardly tracing the character for death. Chen Yao withdrew his scalpel. Only by eliminating the mistake could the luck of the Suta brothers be nullified, so Chen Yao's raised scalpel ultimately did not fall. Too merciful. No! He remembered something else. The plague body evil wandering spirit swapped places with its spirit form and entered the medical bay. Disaster is your sustenance. Consume her. Eat her slowly, bit by bit, from her feet to her head. The plague body evil wandering spirit approached the old woman with its terrifying form. Whoa! The old woman on the hospital bed began to struggle violently. She wanted to die, but not devoured alive. At that moment, the 5 Stu brothers in the Stu mansion suddenly sensed something. Especially Sidu Long, his pupils contracted sharply. With a sweeping gesture of his hand. Back! Someone's in the medical room. Mother! Hurry! This place. What does this place matter now? If mother dies, what use are we? Chen Yao stared at the elderly woman struggling on the bed as he unstrapped his plague suit. His left hand drew the scalpel, his right hand gripped it tightly. As the scalpel was drawn, blood spilled from Chen Yao's palm onto the floor. Chen Yao smeared blood across the entire ceiling of the medical room. After completing all this, he donned a bird beak mask and medieval physician's garb, then released the plague hemolysis before slowly sinking to the floor. At this moment, the only thing that could bring him back to this place was the old woman's awakening. Killing the wrongdoer could happen any time, even without waiting for her to regain consciousness. Asking her if she wanted to die was superfluous. But Luo Yong had insisted he come at this precise moment. Clearly, it wasn't just about killing her. The only possibility left was to lure back that pack of bastards. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, the medical room door swung open once more. When Stu Long saw Chen Yao sitting on the floor, he instinctively took 2 steps back, retreating behind his brothers. Second brother Situ Shichin Fortune and Wealth narrowed his eyes sharply. Plague Doctor. How did you get in? What do you want? Third brother, Situ Jun Fortune Thief, fixed his gaze on Chen Yao, attempting to steal the luck radiating from him. The fourth brother, Situ Fengzhao Mischief Maker, stood helplessly by. The sixth brother, Situ Huifeng Fate Twister, crossed his arms and stared thoughtfully at Chen Yao. The 5 brothers reacted in vastly different ways. Situ Long couldn't fathom why the fate he had woven was growing increasingly distorted. Under the fortune path, 0G Fortune Weaver, 00 A Great Fortune, 00C Fortune Thief, 00J Troublemaker, 00P Fate Twister, 00H Mistake Maker, 00F Coward. These sequences are truly unique. Chen Yao recited each of their sequence names and even their code names one by one. At that instant, the 5 Stu brothers were simultaneously stunned. How could he possibly know such things? Not only do I know all your sequence names and abilities, but even your grandfather, that bastard, had to call me dad when he saw me. Wait, no, I didn't give birth to that bastard. Wait, no, my fertility is perfectly fine. Chen Yao continued, speaking to himself. The 5 Stu brothers were more stunned than anything else upon hearing this. If you come out, we can appoint you as the Sita family's honored advisor. You'll be the first to access all research findings from the old sequences. Chen Yao shook his head with a smile. Your recruitment tactics are all so similar. That coward Sita Yun Luo kept using this same trick on me right up until his death. The second brother, Situ Shichin Fortune and Wealth, immediately stepped forward. He walked on without noticing, while blood droplets hung from the ceiling, slowly dripping down. Drops containing the plague hemolysis virus landed on Situ Shichin's face. He slowly raised his head. He wiped the blood from his face. I feel awful. Sensing something was wrong, Situ Shichin swiftly turned to flee. But his movements grew slower and slower. As he did so, his body began to dissolve, melting away like a candle. His hand remained outstretched, pleading for the 4 brothers to save him. The remaining 4 brothers of the Situ family all recoiled in horror. Especially Situ Fengzhao, the troublemaker. He fled the fastest, overcome with terror. For he had experienced this affliction before. Chapter 61, Captain. Return. Bang. Before the medical bay, Chen Yao vanished from his spot. The next instant, a piercing pain shot through Situ Fengzhao's back. Before he could even turn around, he felt the familiar sensation of something grabbing the back of his head. A demonic whisper echoed from behind. This time it's not a stand, is it? Chen Yao's hands were drenched in blood containing the plague hemolysis toxin. The instant the blood touched Situ Fengzhao's scalp, the terrifying plague took effect on his body. His body convulsed violently. This time, he truly experienced the plague's invasion firsthand. Witnessing this, without a second glance, Stu Fengzhao turned and fled, without the slightest hesitation. Like a gust of wind, he vanished in an instant. Situ Huifeng raised his hand to unleash his power, and a massive greatsword suddenly sliced through the air. The massive blade whistled through the air, cleaving the bodies of the brothers, Situ Huifeng and Situ Jun, clean in two. The battered form of a 4th-tier skeleton knight appeared, wielding the greatsword to cleave the brothers in two. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground like burst water bags. None of you are leaving. Die here. The skeleton knight stomped down with a heavy foot. Despite being severed at the waist, Situ Huifeng still gasped for breath before his head exploded like a watermelon. It all happened too fast, completed in mere seconds. Rather than killing the wrongdoers, did none of you notice your lucky abilities couldn't activate near them? Well, that makes sense. You were only here to admire the sight of your mother bearing calamity for you, rejoicing in your own luck. Chen Yao spoke calmly. His objective from the start had been to exterminate the entire Situ family. The plague trap, deliberately infecting Situ Fengzhao to death, and even the skeleton knight's surprise strike, everything had been meticulously planned by Chen Yao from the very start. All accomplished within mere seconds. Behind the towering figure of the skeleton knight, Chen Yao slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Situ Long, who had abandoned his brother. Beneath the lenses, those eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, whether from the pressure of the protective goggles or Chen Yao's fury, it was unclear. Situ Long's body abruptly halted. Chen Yao's gaze locked onto Situ Long. You're the only one left. Situ Long slowly turned around, his entire body trembling before erupting into maniacal laughter. Finally, they're all dead. Finally, they're all dead. This feeling is too wonderful. Stretching his arms wide, Stu Long drew in a deep breath, greedily savoring the surreal moment. He shouted aloud. Do you know how many years I've waited for this day? How much effort I've poured into it? When I heard you killed Sida Yunluo, do you know how hard I had to hold back my excitement? I still had to tell those little darlings. Stu Long seemed genuinely lost in recollection, reliving the moment he'd received the devastating news of his seventh brother's death from Stu Huafeng's Hao. His face contorted with anguish, as if he were genuinely grieving the loss of a brother. Situ Yunluo, my seventh brother is dead. With him gone, my plan's success rate drops by 30%. My brother, how could he be dead? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. A look of sudden madness seized Situ Long's face. I simply couldn't hold back any longer. You know that whenever I even slightly concoct something detrimental to these people, that useless fool sniffs it out like a bedbug tracking its scent. His luck ability is the weakest, yet the most troublesome. Thank you so much. It's because of you that I changed my fabrication. Fortune truly favors me. I am the one destined to become the true god of luck beneath the ancient ones. As he spoke, Stu Long pulled out a syringe and without hesitation, plunged it into the artery on his own neck, injecting the contents. The special potion of the ancient one's path was injected. The elderly woman on the medical ward bed convulsed violently. Her heart monitor flattened abruptly, emitting a long, irritating beep. The errant one was dead. This guy has completely lost his mind. Chen Yao watched Situ Long's reaction. The fact that he could articulate all this meant he had undoubtedly entered his web. Fortune. Favor me. Let me feel the true power beneath the ancient ones. Such an incomplete injection would be a certain death sentence for an ordinary person. Even if they somehow survived, they would become a monstrous creature, neither human nor ghost. But Situ Long was different. Everything up to this point had unfolded precisely as he had woven it. Everything was part of his plan. In this grand event, he would steal enough luck to last him a lifetime. After the potion was injected, the voice from Stu Long's mouth suddenly grew deep and resonant. Great Lord of Raya, your servant seeks fortune beneath calamity. I pledge to forever serve you. I offer the souls of an entire city as sacrifice. When disaster strikes, I shall claim only their fortune from among the multitudes. Protect me. Stu Long's body began to transform. His mouth exploded open, rows of sharp barbs sprouting from the bloody wounds. Twisted, writhing tentacles of slimy octopus flesh slowly sprouted across his face. His hair began to fall out in patches, and scales emerged from beneath his skin. Gigantic bat wings abruptly unfurled. Unlike the incomplete forms of the ancient ones before. At this sight, the lens of his sanity goggles cracked with a sharp snap, a fine fissure appearing across its surface. Chen Yao immediately fled the Situ building. He swiftly plunged into the plague. He returned once more to the plaza. At the square before the Situ Tower, all the incomplete experimental subjects of the old days path had perished. In the center of the square, the solidified Soya Knight knelt on the ground, while Su Yuntian held the motionless Sun Yuan in one arm. The overwhelming stench of blood made Chen Yao's head spin. Dead? All dead? What have I done? If I hadn't left, they wouldn't have died. How did it come to this? Chen Yao's mental state began to spiral out of control. Not only Su Yuntian, but Su Mumei's mother was dead too. In the distance, over 1,000 practitioners were being twisted and shaken by strange tentacles, and the ground began to tremble. Chen Yao's body began to tremble. No! No! How could this happen? Chen Yao, save me! Su Mumei's shrill scream pierced the air. He turned to see Su Mumei's body suspended high in the air. The entire Situ Tower had vanished, replaced by a sea of corpses and blood beneath which a colossal head emerged. It was a grotesque octopus monster, its eyes blood red, its face covered in tentacles. Chen Yao looked down. His legs were already sinking into the blood, his entire body struggling desperately. No! 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 This wasn't real. A searing pain shot through his right arm. Captain! That cry snapped Chen Yao back to his senses. Captain! Zhao Su's voice suddenly rang out. Her figure stood right behind Chen Yao. Chen Yao whipped his head around. A handsome young man stood there. Though his appearance had completely changed, Chen Yao unconsciously murmured his name. Zhao. Zhao Su? Captain! Did you run all the way here to learn surgery from me? I've got nothing to teach you. This isn't where you should be, Captain. They need you. Zhao Su placed his hand on Chen Yao's chest and gave him a gentle push. Captain, go back. An overwhelming sensation of drowning engulfed him. Unable to breathe, Chen Yao suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. You have broken free from the mental corruption of the Master of Raya. Chapter 62, Dawn Tower, the final lesson. When Chen Yao opened his eyes once more, his sanity glasses, designed to prevent his sanity from declining, emitted a series of sharp clicks. Cracks spread across the lenses like spiderwebs. He immediately grabbed the glasses and yanked them off. In his hands, the glasses shattered completely. Was all that just an illusion? No, it was contamination. Mental contamination. What kind of being had that bastard Situlong become? That single needle strike was absolutely beyond comparison with those half-baked monsters. Even the rationality glasses couldn't withstand it. Chen Yao looked up and surveyed his surroundings. He was no longer near the Situ building. Instead, he had ended up not far from downtown Jiangbei City. It must have been the mental contamination he absorbed while diving into the plague intestinal disease. That's why he'd lost his bearings. A special notification appeared. The ritual is underway. From beneath the calamity, countless misfortunes shall descend. Madness and reason shall be utterly corrupted. All skills and talents are temporarily sealed. You have become immune to the mental corruption emanating from the Lord of Laya. Death toll, 21,379. The death toll continues to rise. 32,479 people. 33,195 people. 34,873 people. The death toll is rising every second. At an alarming rate. The ritual. This reminded him of what Stu Long had said after injecting the serum. Chen Yao seemed to grasp something, but before he could fully process it, the plague armor enveloping his body dissolved into black mist and vanished. His skills were unusable and his rationality glasses were shattered. Though he himself was immune to mental corruption, judging by the death toll from the ritual, within an hour, the entire city of Jiangbei would become a ghost town. His mind raced frantically as he considered every possible course of action. Think. Finally, it seemed he had thought of something. Time. He immediately looked down at the time. Time, 12:43. So much time had passed. He recalled Luo Yang's last known time and location. Time, 1:10 p.m. Location, Jiangbei City Square. Only 27 minutes left. Time, location. I can still make it there in time. The solution the principal left for me must be at Jiangbei City Square. Chen Yao began sprinting toward Jiangbei City Square. 1 p.m. Chen Yao arrived at Jiangbei City Square. The square was deserted. He scanned the area frantically. Finally, Chen Yao spotted a familiar figure sitting beside the fountain in the center of the square. He sprinted over. Luo Yang sat there, missing a leg. Another leg gone. What had he been scheming this time? Now he had only one leg and one arm. His sole remaining hand trembled as it gripped a stick, preventing his body from toppling over. Principal. He recognized the familiar voice. Luo Yang abruptly looked up toward the source of the voice. You're right on time. Principal. It's too late to undo what's been done. The death toll had reached 73,197. Chen Yao dared not think about whether Su Mumei was among those who died from mental contamination, whether any classmates he knew were among them, whether there were. He dared not dwell on it. His mind was a muddled mess, paralyzed by helplessness. Chen Yao, you need to stay calm. Don't let the death toll cloud your judgment. You're a plague doctor. Luo Yang's heavy tone carried a hint of reprimand. You are the tower amidst the plague, the beacon guiding others. Your duty is to find a solution. To uncover every possible way to reverse this. I don't know. I truly don't know what to do. Principal. For the first time, Chen Yao's mental state had deteriorated this badly. He couldn't think of a solution. You handled the first two situations well, but it still couldn't alter the Sita family's plans. Luo Yang slowly rose to his feet, leaning on his wooden staff. Chen Yao regained his composure and reached out to help him up, but Luo Yang waved him off and spoke on his own. Time always flies. Half of the 3 days have already passed. For me, Luo Yang, those events from 30 years ago feel like yesterday. For Principal Lu, however, those 30 years of happiness were very real. As for the ram's head mask, it spent those 30 years waiting for its moment to be triggered. In truth, they all exist in reality. The solution is simple. Every situation has a turning point, and that turning point requires a bridge to connect it. Principal. What do you need me to do? I've told you only need to bear witness. For you, remembering us is enough. Memory is the truest existence of all, so there's no need to prove anything for us. We. This word. The moment Luo Yang stood up, Chen Yao instantly realized something. He whipped his head around. The square in Jiangbei City was no longer empty. Instead, thousands of figures appeared, people dressed in medical uniforms. Their translucent forms gradually shifted toward solidity. Sparkles of golden light fell from the sky, continuously solidifying them. 2,917 doctors. The figures of 2,917 doctors. The time was 1:10 a.m. The location, North Jiangbei City Square. As he looked around, a shout rang out. Captain. A familiar title, and the only person who would ever call him that. Chen Yao, my student, this is my final lesson for you. Now is the moment of delusion. Luo Yong slowly released the wooden staff in his hand, but he didn't fall. 2 hands, one on each side, caught his body. Sun Bei, Jiao Su. Under the golden light, their forms gradually solidified. This was the first time Chen Yao truly saw the 3 of them. Only now did he truly discern his features: young, handsome. That was Jiao Su's appearance when the spiritual pollution had pushed him back. Chen Yao tried to speak, his mouth slightly parting, but no sound came out. How did you come back? Am I still within the mental contamination? Luo Yong's right hand extended, his left slowly returning to normal, while a beating heart gradually materialized in his palm. Chen Yao, I must thank you. Without you, I might not have completed this final lesson. That was the previous one. The necromancer's heart. Luo Yong reached out, removing the blood-soaked white cloth that had covered his eyes. His missing hand, severed foot, and lost eyes all returned. The power of delusion, the authority of delusion, it was only through this that I could wield it for the sole and final time. Luo Yong raised the necromancer's heart high. He raised it above his head. Will you all join me in one last glimpse of Jianbei City to become its final beacon? All 2,917 souls in the square turned their gaze toward Luo Yong. Beneath the Dawn Tower. I pledge my will. Beneath the Dawn Tower. I pledge my allegiance. Beneath the Dawn Tower. I pledge my allegiance. The resounding voices echoed in Luo Yong's ears. Luo Yong's crimson eyes slowly closed, tears streaming down his face. His fingers tightened, crushing the heart in his palm. The moment of delusion fell. Time arrived. 11:42, outside the Situ building. Chapter 63, The Dawn Tower descends. At 11:42, Chen Yao abandoned treatment for Sun Yuan as agreed and departed alone, entering the medical bay on the 200th underground level of the Situ building. At that moment, before the Situ building, in the distance, Su Yuntian lay utterly exhausted, covered in wounds, nearly on the brink of death. Over 1,000 sequence-skilled warriors, their chi and blood nearly depleted after firing heavy crossbows hundreds of times. It was all too late. All 4,234 physicians from Physician Tower were still en route to the Situ building. The result, beneath the Situ building, Sun Yuan lay dead, Su Yuntian fell in battle, and over 1,000 sequencers perished. The physicians who arrived too late could do nothing but fall victim to those monsters. Everything seemed to happen too late. There was simply no bridge connecting them. While the dry doctor corpse was desperately trying to save Sun Yuan, a golden light projected downward. The figure slowly crouched down, taking over the surgery while speaking softly, as if afraid to disturb Sun Yuan. Dawn Tower, Physician Jiao Su, performing surgery for you. Sun Yuan, on the brink of death, fluttered her eyelashes twice. The name Jiao Su felt strangely familiar. Delusion. Golden beams of light streamed down one after another along the timeline. Voices echoed beneath the projections. Dawn Tower, Physician Zhang Chenxi. Dawn Tower, Physician Li Yuran. Dawn Tower, Physician Lu Xian. Dawn Tower, Physician Huang Haoren. Dawn Tower, Physician Sun Yu. Dawn Tower, Physician Luo Wenhao. Dawn Tower, Physician Tang Jie. Dawn Tower, Physician Yuan Xiaojun. Dawn Tower, Medic Koijuan. All 2,920 physicians appeared here. Chen Yao appeared as well. Gazing at the golden light drifting down from afar, he finally grasped just how extravagant the delusion moment truly was. The true delusion moment, the true authority and power belonging to the delusionist. Rewind time. Bridge the gap. All 2,920 individuals from the Dawn Tower, 30 years later. At this very moment. For Luo Yong's moment of delusion has arrived. Descending back to their familiar yet unfamiliar city, descending back to the city they'd longed for. Dawn Tower, Physician Sun Bei. Sun Bei glanced at Sun Yuan lying on the ground. After just one look, he immediately rushed to Su Yuntian's side to treat him. Chen Yao watched as 2,920 people returned to this exact moment. He finally understood what Luo Yong's 3 time points represented. Everything came full circle in that instant. He had truly witnessed it all. Chen Yao slowly raised his hand. Reverse healing. A massive wave of healing descended upon Jianbei City. All plagues vanished in an instant. The instant death plague, triggered by the departure of the Stulong brothers, would no longer be released. No one would die in this battle because the Dawn Tower has arrived. Chen Yao stood at the rear, gazing at the figures with their backs turned to him. Bathed in golden light, they charged forward without hesitation. Though they had already died once, they descended once more upon this city that had abandoned them. Just as before, they threw themselves into the fray without reservation. As before, they honored the glory that came from beneath the Dawn Tower. Ha! A figure clad in a beak-nosed doctor's attire stood in a distant corner, silently observing the 2,920 souls. He dared not approach, murmuring softly instead. Tower of Dawn. Captain. Chen Qi. With the arrival of 2,920 physicians from the Dawn Tower, everyone received effective treatment. Su Yuntian's body was undergoing simultaneous treatment, and the Soyanites, empowered by the authority of their mandate, proved utterly unstoppable. Over 10,000 half-formed monsters. Suppressed. At this moment, all the physicians from the physician tower arrived. They witnessed a large group of unfamiliar physicians joining the battlefield to provide treatment. How did so many physicians appear in Jiangbei City? Perhaps reinforcements from other cities. The plague has vanished too. Never mind that. Look, they're fighting over there. We're already here, hurry up and treat them. Right. Hurry up and go. Bridge grafting successful. The deaths of these incomplete specimens also meant that the serum injected by that Stulong wouldn't take effect. Without luck, without sacrifices, without death, Situlong cannot succeed. His weaving spiraled out of control. On the 200th underground level, Situlong injected that vial of potion. In his excitement, he transformed into an indescribable entity. At that moment, Chen Yao slipped into the plague and departed. Situlong began to laugh wildly. His weaving had succeeded. Outside, tens of thousands must have perished. The fortune of those tens of thousands, even without the blessing of the erroneous one, had allowed him to perfectly consume this incomplete elixir from the Ancient One's path. But the next instant, Stulong's face, now covered in octopus tentacles, suddenly contorted. His entire body began to warp in place, and the bat wings that had spread behind him were twisted and torn apart in that moment. Situlong began to scream wildly, to wail in agony. He couldn't understand. What the hell was happening? Impossible. How could this be? The death toll must be in the tens of thousands by now. Where did the luck of those tens of thousands go? How could there be a mistake? He couldn't comprehend who had stolen his luck. Could it be that Sidu Jun was still alive? Impossible. They're all dead. Only I survived. I won't make a mistake. I won't be wrong. I won't be wrong. With each repeated declaration of I won't make a mistake, Situlong's body began to contort into a massive, shapeless mass of flesh. Finally, his voice grew strange as he began to repent. I was wrong. I was wrong. He wasn't just realizing his mistake, he truly understood that this time, he was truly doomed. The final mass of flesh shrank, until it vanished completely. Chapter 64, Witness Everything. Before the Stew Tower. Zhao Su performing surgery, Sun Bei undergoing treatment, and all the other doctors from Dawn Tower tending to the wounded. Particles drifted from their bodies. As if an invisible giant hand were tugging at them. Zhao Su still held the scalpel, treating Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan had regained some consciousness, her gaze fixed on Zhao Su. She's a beautiful girl, no scar should mark her throat. Give me a moment. Luo Yong. Did you hear me, Luo Yong? I'm not done yet, Luo Yong. Luo Yong. I have one more patient. Bandage him up. Give me some time. Let me save one more. At that moment, the man known as Luo Yong among all the doctors in the Dawn Tower slowly knelt to the ground. His pupils began to rapidly dilate and contract. The limits of his delusion were reached. He struggled to hold on, his body trembling. His mental state deteriorated rapidly. His right hand gradually disintegrated and rotted away, eventually revealing bone before falling to the ground. His eyes began to shrink, dark red blood flowing down his eye sockets. All he wanted was for the delusion to last just a little longer. Listening to the final pleas of every doctor in the Dawn Tower echoing in his ears. Luo Yong gritted his teeth, trying everything he could afford to pay to sustain the delusion. But everything came at a price, and that price kept growing. Watching Luo Yong's legs slowly rot away. Chen Yao could no longer bear it. Principal. It's over. It's all over. Stop fighting it. I'm not Luo Yong. I'm Lu Wei. I don't want to die. Luo Yong was even beginning to lose his memories. Principal. Chen Yao murmured his name. At that sound, Luo Yong's movements froze. Principal. Don't let them look down on you. I am Lu Wei. I am Luo Nazhideswa, fourth mate of the plague ship, first mate Jin. I am also Luo Yong. I am a dead man. I'm delusional. I can't hold on. I truly can't hold on. A figure clad in a beak-nosed doctor's attire stood beside Chen Yao. Approaching Luo Yong, he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Luo Yong, you have always been the finest first mate. The moment the voice spoke, Luo Yong's body trembled slightly. Blinded, he cried out uncertainly. Captain. Chen Qi's figure appeared. All the Dawn doctors quickened their movements. Those who had finished treatments began rising one by one. 2,919 doctors began rising one after another, their gazes fixed on the figure behind Luo Yong, a figure clad in bird-beak doctor attire. You shouldn't bear this burden alone. I'm sorry. I truly arrived too late. The plague-resistant suit on Chen Qi began to slowly dissipate as he started to bear the cost in Luo Yong's place. You're wrong. Chen Yao spoke. The mistake was apologizing to them. Chen Qi turned back in disbelief, staring at Chen Yao. The fact that you and they have descended upon this city once more speaks volumes. Your apology is utterly superfluous. Chen Yao pointed ahead. At this very moment, Zhao Su, Sun Bei, and all 2017 doctors of Dawn Tower stood watching Chen Shi. There was no blame, no resentment. This time, go with them. You're their captain, you coward. And principal, I don't want to be the only one witnessing this. You said I couldn't indulge in delusions more than 3 times a day, but this stuff is truly addictive. I can't help but use it. You said this would be the final lesson. Chen Yao took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Help me see if I'm doing this right? Chen Yao. Luo Yong, kneeling on the ground in agony, screamed Chen Yao's name. He seemed to have realized something. Chen Yao. There's no need. Really, there's no need. This time, Chen Yao refused. Principal, I don't want this. I don't want to be the only one who witnesses it. You said memories are what truly matter. I'm so pathetic, I'm genuinely afraid that one day I might die prematurely and never get to tell your story. That's why I want to be selfish just this once. As Chen Yao spoke, golden light began to radiate from his pupils. Delusional. In that instant, every scene within the Situ Tower was projected into the minds of millions across the city. The price for multiple overloads of delusion within a single day multiplied tenfold, so Chen Yao sacrificed one of his arms as payment. Chen Yao's left hand twisted in the air before exploding. Like churning blood, the skin and flesh across his entire hand melted away in an instant. The excruciating pain did not deter him from continuing his delusion. The sky darkened, the surroundings plunging deeper into pitch blackness. Everyone atop the Dawn Tower glowed like beacons, radiating golden light. The rising lights were ignited. More and more physicians from the Physician Tower gathered here. In that moment, millions within the city felt an unfamiliar emotion. They witnessed the Dawn Tower's sacrifice, saw the true beacon of this world. Perhaps after 30 years, they finally saw the Dawn Tower's existence. An existence to look up to. To reach this point was a delusion, yet the cost was merely one hand, barely enough. Chen Yao raised his right hand without hesitation, poised to use his second hand when 3 withered physicians stepped forward. Their dried-up bodies exploded. Emotions spread. The sky grew darker, yet the city lights of countless households flickered to life. More and more residents raised their lamps, gazing toward this spot, gathering here as they followed the beacon. Under the golden light, the forms of the 3 dry doctor corpses began to dissipate. But the toll soon halted. The scene of the 3 dry doctor corpses exploding reversed like a flow in reverse. Chen Yao's left hand, reduced to shattered bone, began to regrow veins and flesh. In that instant, the delusional healer's penalty was nullified. Beneath the darkness before Chen Yao, sparks burned brightly. Thousands of physicians from the Physician Tower stood there. They stood dozens of meters away from the Dawn Tower of 30 years prior. The price of delusion was voluntarily borne by the millions of people in the city behind him. Luo Yong's body likewise began to feel less pain, and he grew dazed. At this moment, Luo Yong was no longer the sole bearer of the delusion's burden. Millions of people and the physicians of the Physician Tower had taken up the burden of the delusion. Beneath the sea of lights, the tower's consciousness flickered like a firefly in the darkness, gradually igniting and spreading. Everything hidden beneath the delusional memories was witnessed by this new generation of physicians, born 30 years later. All the injustices were laid bare before humanity. Chen Shi seemed to realize something. Half of his plague-ridden attire had dissipated, revealing half his face, a face bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Yao. He reached out and removed the bird-beak doctor's mask. The other half of his face revealed severe burns. You're truly mad, you know? Fate brought us together. Fate made us witness all this. Chen Yao, your arrival in this world was destined. As fate, I see more. Remember, you must find the crew that truly belongs to you. Your first crew member is a sick man. I can't see clearly. Perhaps we will meet again. Chen Shi's blurred yet familiar face etched itself into Chen Yao's mind. Chapter 65, The Delusional Heir. You. Chen Shi slowly backed away, not giving Chen Yao a chance to ask. Turning to face all the physicians of the Physician Tower who had gathered here, he spread his arms wide. In the loudest voice possible, he proclaimed his title. Chen Shi, Plague Doctor of the Dawn Tower. Dawn Tower, glory endures forever. This time, he stood before all physicians of the Dawn Tower. The voices of the Dawn Tower members behind him echoed in unison. Dawn Tower, Physician Zhang Chenxi. Tower of Dawn, Physician Li Yuran. Dawn Tower, Physician Lu Xian. Dawn Tower, Physician Huang Haoren. Dawn Tower, Physician Sun Yu. Dawn Tower, Physician Luo Wenhao. Dawn Tower, Physician Tang Jie. One by one, all the tower members stepped forward, shouting their names at the top of their lungs for the first time, holding nothing back. This time, however, they did so with greater pride and confidence than ever before. Each Dawn Tower member who shouted their name began to fade into transparency, calling out their names beneath the last rays of twilight. Luo Yong also slowly rose to his feet. Zhao Su and Sun Bei stepped forward. Dawn Tower, Sun Bei. Dawn Tower, Zhao Su. Dawn Tower, Luo Yong. They faded even more intensely. Zhao Su shouted once. Captain! Let's go! Chen Shi spun around, shedding the cloak unique to the plague doctor. He turned, hooking his left arm around Zhao Su and Luo Yang's shoulders. At that moment, the remaining men turned in unison. Zhao Su whipped her head around, grinning widely. Captain! I'm really leaving. Watching the four figures gradually fade away, Chen Yao couldn't help but shout after them. Luana Shidazua, first mate of the plague ship, Captain Gen 4. See? I still remember that long name. Headmaster. Luo Yang. Luo Yang's footsteps faltered, but he still didn't turn around. He raised his right hand high and waved it without looking back. The silhouettes of the 2,920 doctors and the previous generation of plague doctors began to grow increasingly transparent and blurred. Until they vanished completely. The delusionist is dead. You have inherited the physician pathway, sequence 003, the delusional. Your delusion cost has decreased. You can now clearly see the delusion cost. Your delusionist sequence is fully inherited. Your plague doctor has received a blessing from the previous generation. You have obtained plague blacklight. You have acquired the skill, death extraction. You have received the blessing of 2,920 physicians. All your healing effects are increased by 200%. You have obtained the title, Beneath the Dawn Tower. Title replaced. Effect of the Butcher title removed. Title, Beneath the Dawn Tower, the Tower of 2,921 Souls. Their collective wisdom holds enough lessons for you to study a lifetime. Any challenging ailment before you will automatically downgrade by 1 tier. Your healing prowess receives an additional 200% boost. You have received 2,921 praises. Countless pop-up windows appeared. Chen Yao gazed at the empty doorway. The moment of delusion ended. They had truly departed. They're gone? Were they really doctors from 30 years ago? The Dawn Tower, events from 30 years ago. I'm going back to kick my old man a couple of times to vent my frustration. I'm going to dig up my grandfather's grave. That's unnecessary. The young physicians in the crowd began murmuring among themselves. Suddenly, a young physician raised his right hand and shouted, Dawn Tower. The entire square fell abruptly silent. Tower of Dawn. The young physician shouted once more. The young physicians around him raised their hands and joined the cry. Tower of Dawn. Tower of Dawn. More and more people raised their arms and shouted. Tower of Dawn. Tower of Dawn. Tower of Dawn. The resounding cries echoed through the city that had witnessed life and death. In this moment, they truly remembered. The spirit of Dawn Tower was truly remembered. They would also remember this day the miracle of 2,920 physicians returning once more to save all. Chen Yao listened as the cries grew louder and louder. His hands clenched. He wasn't the only one who witnessed it. He had truly sent them home. Why isn't Daddy coming back? That uncle who looked just like Daddy left in my mind just now. Did Daddy leave too? Daddy hasn't. Daddy he just did what he had to do. The woman held the little girl, her sobs growing louder until she could barely speak. Mommy, don't cry. Daddy will come back, right? The little one gently wiped her mother's eyes with her tiny hands. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The woman wiped her tears and took a few deep breaths. She rose and opened the door. After opening the door, he witnessed the most astonishing sight he had ever seen. A familiar figure stood at the doorway. Lu Wei. Sorry, I was really swamped yesterday and couldn't celebrate your birthday. I just rushed back today and have to leave again later. Husband, you're not. Lu Wei stepped into the room. Daddy! Daddy really came back. Little Bean was so excited she nearly jumped up, running wildly around the room. Then she suddenly threw herself into Lu Wei's arms. Lu Wei spun the little girl around in his arms. Honey, wait here while I warm up your dinner. And Little Bean, you go help your mom too. Okay. Wait a minute. Lu Wei called out, a smile spreading across his face. Honey, Little Bean, I love you both. Stop being so sappy. Close the door. I'll go warm up the food. Okay. As his wife turned away, Lu Wei vanished completely from where he stood. He was nothing more than a figment of her imagination. This was Lu Wei's resolution, a final closure for his memories paid for with one of his own legs. Sun Yuan, having regained consciousness, felt a peculiar letter. A letter addressed to Sun Qianduan, with the words an unfilial son, a grieving grandson written on the envelope. Her great-grandfather was named Sun Qianduan. Sun Bei, Dawn Tower, great-uncle. Is this why you always insisted on uprooting the Situ family? Is this the principle you've been pursuing all along? Sun Yuan did not open the envelope but tucked it away carefully. Su Yuntian, covered in blood, approached Sun Yuan timidly. Yuaner. Are you alright? Sun Yuan shot Su Yuntian a fierce sideways glance. But seeing the big, clumsy man covered in blood, his gaze softened abruptly. You! Look at yourself! Sun Yuan's tone softened. Don't do this again. Next time, I won't scold you either. Look at your foolishness. Su Yuntian pulled his hand back and secretly hooked it around Sun Yuan's slender waist. She offered no resistance. You. Get ready to go back to the capital with me. Me? Of course. And bring my son-in-law along. My son-in-law? Su Yuntian followed the direction of Sun Yuan's finger. His face instantly flushed crimson. Chen Yao's figure appeared. Not that kid. Hey. Yuaner, stop tugging my ear. I know. He's my son-in-law, Sun Yuan. Stop barking like a dog. I didn't bark. If you say so, then it is. Chapter 66, The First Crew Member. Moments of delusion, traversing time, building bridges over water, burning oneself, forging a new dawn. This group returned, only to depart as hurriedly as they had 30 years prior. The only difference was this time, the entire city of Jiangbei had etched every one of them back into its collective memory. The unique brilliance of Dawn Tower was etched firmly into everyone's memory. For a long time to come, the name Dawn Tower would be the proudest term on the lips of every young physician in Jiangbei City. For this alone, every sacrifice was worth it. Chen Yao couldn't tell if he felt sad or heartbroken. He had witnessed firsthand the prevention of a catastrophe, but everything had been meticulously planned by that group of doctors years ago. He could only be the catalyst, standing on the shoulders of those who came before him, freely reaping the rewards. The tension finally eased. After everything concluded, Chen Yao returned to his room and collapsed into sleep. He slept for 2 full days and nights, during which he was plagued by recurring strange nightmares. He dreamed of himself descending into a dimly lit dungeon. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were covered in filth. Crawling insects scurried about, and rats, coated in excrement, darted across the ground. He walked forward through the dungeon, endlessly forward, until at the end he saw a disgusting mass of flesh. Various weapons, wands, and even jewels were stuck into the flesh. The mass writhed as if alive. Just as he was about to approach it, he jolted awake with a start. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of the mental corruption, he remained in a dazed state. He drifted back into a deep sleep. When Chen Yao awoke once more, he opened his eyes to find a familiar figure sitting at his desk, holding paper cranes. Hearing the sound, Su Mumei, seated at the desk, immediately stopped her movements. She helped Chen Yao sit up. How long have I been asleep? Su Mumei thoughtfully poured a glass of cool boiled water and handed it to him. 2 days. I thought you'd sleep as long as last time. Plus, you've had a high fever these past 2 days. A doctor getting sick, who would have thought? Doctors can't heal themselves, it's an age-old truth. Su Mumei murmured softly, you're being sarcastic again. Chen Yao said, look, pointing to 3 or 4 bottles filled with paper cranes on the table. You've been here all along? My mom told me to wait here for you. She wants to talk to you after you wake up. Did you fold these? Nothing better to do, so I folded you some paper cranes for good luck. I sure don't want anything bad happening to you. We're bound together, after all. A hint of pride and petulance tinged his tone. Chen Yao pretended to cry out a few times. Ouch, my chest hurts. Su Mumei hurriedly reached out to rub Chen Yao's chest, her anxious little expression clearly visible. As she rubbed, something felt off. Su Mumei looked up and saw Chen Yao's smug grin. How dare you? You tricked me. I'm getting angry. Su Mumei tried to pull her hand away, but Chen Yao grabbed it firmly. Sorry for worrying you again. Her heart raced as her small hand was held tightly. She pursed her lips and spoke. I saw everything. I saw everything you did. Even though I couldn't help this time, I want to be your crew too. Can I? Become my crew member? Yes. Become your crew. Chen Yao nodded. All right. Chen Yao recalled Chen Shi telling him that his first crew member was a sick person. Now it seemed that guy had been spouting nonsense. How could someone who was already dead, consumed by delusions of eternal return, possibly know anything about the future? He decided not to dwell on it further. Chen Yao slowly sat up and took a deep breath. He glanced back at the paper crane on the table, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him once more. The little girl was the kindest person to him now, without a doubt. He began attempting to contact the Sin ship. The moment the connection was established, the Sin ship transmitted a brand new instance coordinate. Special World Instance, New Dance Exorcism, Fragmented Divine Authority. Proceed? Proceed? Special World Instance. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Yao frozen in place, Su Mumei asked with growing concern. A brand new instance prompt has appeared on the Sin ship. Dungeons were commonplace in this world, practically everywhere. Collecting materials and grinding monsters in them was routine. The Sin ship possessed the innate ability to traverse between reality and instances. After noticing the dungeon prompt, the phrase Divine Authority caught his attention. The word authority was highly sensitive to sequencers. A dungeon? Could it be like that internship dungeon last time? Probably not. Let's focus on getting you on board as crew first. The previous training instance was likely just an accident. In other words, 99% of the reason it turned out that way was because of Chen Yao. Encountering the Dawn Tower was the Plague Doctor's destiny. Chen Yao dismissed the prompt. Give me your hand. Su Mumei, wanting to become his crewmate and bind herself to him, this thought had played out countless times in Chen Yao's mind. He'd never known how to broach the subject, but now that she'd taken the initiative, Chen Yao wanted to take Su Mumei aboard the Sin ship immediately. Su Mumei grasped Chen Yao's hand. Chen Yao pulled her gently, drawing her into his embrace. Su Mumei's cheeks flushed as she looked up to see Chen Yao already wearing a bird beak mask, his body transformed into the attire of a medieval physician. Plague attire. Plunge into the plague. Disperse the plague. The routine was practiced to an almost unnerving degree. As if fearing any delay would allow the city's mountain of filth to unfold before the performance. When Su Mumei opened her eyes again, she found herself on the deck of the Sin ship. Mumei, come with me to the tavern. Su Mumei followed Chen Yao with small steps as they walked along the deck toward the plague tavern below deck. After the previous battle concluded, Chen Yao had collected nearly 10,000 monster corpses. Disposing of these corpses was already a major headache for Zhongbei City. Looking at them too long could cause mental contamination. But to Chen Yao, they were treasures. Paul at the Plague Tavern had offered a hefty price for them. By then, Chen Yao's rationality glasses had shattered. Yet, having broken free from the mental corruption of the Lord of Laya, he achieved complete immunity to the corpse's corruption for a short time. After the battle concluded, Chen Yao collected all 10,000 monster corpses. This time, Chen Yao could trade these corpses for quite a few valuable items from Paul. It was Su Mumei's first time following Chen Yao below deck. Nervous, she instinctively clasped his hand with her small one. A pitch-black, damp environment. A dilapidated wooden door. Sounds echoed from within the Plague Tavern. Chen Yao stood at the doorway, hearing voices inside before he even pushed the door open. Mr. Paul, you truly are a great dark god. May I sketch your likeness and sing your praises nightly when I return? Certainly, provided you cover the cost of the drinks. This mask of yours isn't worth much. Just pay with your blood. 2,000 cubic centimeters will do. 2,000 cubic centimeters? That'll kill me. I only drank a little bit. Chen Yao pushed open the door and entered the tavern. The moment he entered, Paul's sprawled body quickly retracted beneath the counter. Captain, you're here. Chen Yao glanced at him, a lean, pale-faced man with a red bandana tied around his head, holding a mask that looked like a fierce, demonic spirit. That demonic mask was what he called a Nua mask. Paul, what's going on? With the storage ring holding tens of thousands of monster corpses, Paul spoke with much greater confidence. A freeloader, Captain. What should I do when someone eats without paying? The man protested indignantly. I said I'll pay with my Nua mask. It's the real deal, I swear. Chen Yao casually interjected. Why not just take advantage of him yourself? Paul extended a tentacle and said, good idea. Wait. This isn't a joke. I'm not edible. The man immediately stood up, his body retreating backward. Earlier aboard the Sin ship, through conversations with bartender Paul, he'd learned that outsiders did appear in his tavern. How exactly these people had arrived at the Plague Tavern, or what had brought them here, remained unknown. However, the term New Dance seemed strikingly similar to the dungeon named New Dance Exorcism hinted at by the Sin ship. Perhaps this man came from another world instance. Su Mumei, meanwhile, stared curiously at Paul's octopus-like form. Charming lady, I've mixed you a special tequila. Try it, no charge. Paul retracted his tentacles and turned his attention to Su Mumei. After a few deft movements, he slid a glass of bright red liquor across the counter toward her. Su Mumei glanced at Chen Yao, hesitating to pick up the glass. She looked at him with a questioning expression. Ma'am, don't mind what others think. This drink will be beneficial for you. Mumei, Paul means well. It'll be fine. Only my captain understands me. Paul nudged the glass again. Su Mumei picked it up and took a small sip. After finishing it, she felt a warm flush spread through her body. Paul's body shifted closer to Chen Yao, tentacles moving. I've already sensed it, Captain, the vast number of corpses stored in your storage ring. Is there something you wish to exchange? Items, intelligence, strategies, or even recruiting crew members? Recruit crew members. Indeed. Captain, this is the Plague Tavern. Crew recruitment is certainly possible. Though I can't guarantee they're human, but... Paul's octopus eyes shifted slightly, landing on the man who had just eaten for free. That fellow might make a decent lookout. Chapter 67, a strategy paid for with lives. Chen Yao didn't take Paul's advice, instead continuing his questioning. I want to know everything about the Sin ship, including the Plague Tavern. How many corpses will it take? You're asking how to make others your crew, aren't you? Paul's gaze fell upon Su Mumei. That's only part of it. He had come to the Plague Tavern hoping to learn about the Sin ship from Paul. After all, aside from the ship itself and the seaweed clinging to its hull, Paul was the oldest thing aboard. He couldn't possibly know nothing. This ship was the Plague Doctor's authority, albeit a broken one. 1,000 corpses. I can reveal every hidden detail and the true method of wielding this authority. 1,000 corpses equaled 50 billion. That's a bit steep. 500 at most. And your information better be worth that many corpses. Stingy Captain, those corpses are useless to you anyway. But I'll accept your bargain after all, this information is useless to me too. 500 corpses it is. Chen Yao felt he'd gotten a raw deal. He could have pushed harder. Smack! Su Mumei slammed her hand on the table, her cheeks flushed red as if drunk. 100 corpses. Take it or leave it. Su Mumei's voice was shrill as her body swayed unsteadily. She grabbed Paul's tentacle with one hand. Paul. 100, is that okay? Chen Yao reached out to steady Su Mumei. For the lady's sake, 100 corpses it is. That cut the number down by another fifth. So Su Mumei just got away with it by acting drunk? The dazed Su Mumei flashed a silly grin, chuckled twice, reached out to touch Chen Yao's cheek, and then slumped forward and passed out with a thud. Paul retracted his tentacle and began to speak. Here's some special intel, that guy's origins are tied to the dungeon coordinates you received. Paul was referring, of course, to the freeloading man. He's from that dungeon? Nuwu exorcism? Yes. He's also been approved by both the authority and me, which is why he appeared in the Jia Tavern. Everyone who comes to the tavern has the potential to be a cultist of the evil god. Their mental strength is all quite weak. Oh, and if you're willing to pay a price, I can help you select suitable crew members from various dungeons again. Aren't instances reset periodically? Who told you instances reset periodically? Those are real worlds. They only reset after the world's source energy is stolen and absorbed by the authority. Aren't you a sequence user? Didn't you know that? This was something he genuinely didn't know. After you sequencers complete a dungeon, you seize its primordial essence as your own. Then you reshape it into your own world. Isn't that what humans do? Creating so-called safe dungeons. Chen Yao finally understood why undeveloped instances couldn't be exited. Death was inevitable while ordinary instances allowed exit at any time, even death carrying no consequences. Paul felt he'd gotten the short end of the stick. Pay up. 100 corpses. And you didn't even know that? Paul, keep talking. We'll discuss the corpses later. This particular detail was genuinely news to him. You humans are way more savvy than the dark gods in this regard. Don't you usually convert places into trial grounds, letting people enter for a fee? A terrifying thought took root in Chen Yao's mind, a vision of rebuilding the Dawn Tower. How to steal the primordial essence. Clear the dungeon and obtain the primordial artifact within. But you're only at the first rank. Relying on your authority, you can absorb at most one dungeon for your own use, though that would be a tremendous burden for you. The world's power will gradually corrupt your spiritual energy. Your condition will deteriorate steadily. You'll have to expend immense effort managing the dungeon. It's still too difficult for you now. Your rank is too low, even your authority is incomplete. Chen Yao's mind raced with thoughts of how to make the 9 netherworlds his exclusive dungeon. Could the 2,920 doctors of the Dawn Tower who perished there be revived? Forget it. Juyudi is a 7th tier instance. Its primordial energy is beyond your grasp. Even if you somehow conquered it, your 1st tier spiritual power couldn't withstand it. You'll need to wait until you reach 5th tier and renew your authority power, that is, the power of the Sin Ship. Paul's voice grew strange. So, do you think why the previous plague doctor didn't go there with him? Why he died alone in the real world? Because the 9 netherworld instance was a gift prepared for you and also the final chance for all of them. Only then did Chen Yao realize Chen Qi had been waiting here all along. The 2,920 doctors of Dawn Tower perished within the 9 netherworlds instance. And by bringing them to witness the spirit of Dawn Tower, he had sealed his resolve to reclaim the 9 netherworlds dungeon for himself. Thus, he would forge Dawn Tower anew. The previous generation of plague doctors was terrifying. He seemed to have calculated everything. Chen Yao's mind flashed with insight. Was the lucky sequence also something Chen Qi had you give to Situ Qingji? Of course not. That guy just happened to discover the instant death plague and came asking me about it. I told him about the ritual of luck. He's got deep cunning. He even had the ritual 30 years hence in his calculations. He even anticipated Luo Yong's delusional moment. So that guy gave everyone a path to survive again, using his own life to design the next generation of plague doctors. Me. He designed all of this with his own life. For as long as he lived, no new plague doctor would emerge. Once a new plague doctor emerged, everything would unfold according to his plan. No wonder Chen Yao had always felt a giant hand pulling him from behind. He was a great captain, and you will become one too. As for the Sin Ship, I suggest you unlock the captain's cabin. All the information lies within. For that one sentence, you'll need 100 corpses. Of course. The captain's quarters hold the wisdom of generations of plague doctors, how to recruit crew, how to navigate the dungeon. What I've told you pales in comparison to the details there. And, are you willing to pay for that guy's booze? That'll cost you another 100 corpses. Chen Yao froze. Why? Because he's about to die. If you don't want him, I'll just toss him overboard. Chen Yao turned to look. The man with the red bandana was developing black spots on his face. The man clutched the Nuwa mask in his hand, refusing to let go. Chen Yao walked over and saw his name. Name, Shiluo. Sequence, Evil God Path 0732 New Face Dancer. Status, possessed by the evil god, lost sanity. Notes, he carries a trace of Fate's essence, making him more susceptible to the evil god's favor. His keen eyesight makes him well suited for a lookout. He recalled Chen Shi mentioning that his first crew member had been a patient. He felt a pang of emotion again. Captain, do you still want him? If not, I'll drag him away. If he dies in the tavern later, I'll have to clean up the mess. I'll take him. And cure him. Got it. That'll be 200 corpses total. Chen Yao poured 200 corpses out of his storage ring. Paul's tentacles swiftly dragged the corpses under the cabinet, emitting an eerie creaking sound. With each corpse dragged down, the minute hand of the clock behind Paul, which had stopped, moved one notch. But in the dimly lit tavern, Chen Yao didn't notice that insignificant clock. 200 corpses, thank you for your patronage. Would you like any accessories? I have many items suitable for this lady. Paul's tentacle gave a light pat. Drunk and disoriented, Su Mumei opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment. As if constantly asking, who am I? Where am I? Only then did Chen Yao recall the scepter he'd bought earlier, still waiting for the chance to give it to Su Mumei. Ma'am, take a look at the list. Is there anything you'd like? Paul's tentacle curled out a slime-covered list from beneath the counter. Chapter 68, Plague Props. Su Mumei glanced at the list. There weren't many items on it. Props. Black blood, a special spider blood. Injection grants personal enhancement, but carries a partial chance of partial transformation into a spider, leading one down the path of the dark gods. A decent mystical material. Purple sandworm, a peculiar insect extracted from corpses, usable in medicine or eaten raw when hungry. A decent mystical ingredient. Equipment, blood-stained boots. They enable flawless movement. An excellent tool for escape. Note, after sprinting to the absolute limit, its wearer was left with only 2 legs. Su Mumei shook her head. I don't need it for now. Paul's tentacle flung itself onto the counter. Ma'am, embracing the darkness to gain power is the key. You must understand yourself. These items all have some history, but they're all good things. They might just save your life. Then I'll take this one. Su Mumei seemed to have adjusted somewhat. Her finger landed on an equipment name. Equipment, Chirping Bird Gun. Quality, Evil Masterpiece. The Chirping Bird Gun fires unique attacks when loaded with special materials. Note, a weapon assembled from the bones of 1,000 cooing creatures. Blood, potions, even water, any liquid can serve as ammunition. However, it prefers the saliva of pure maidens. Though this item is perverse, it's the only one among Su Mumei's collection that's somewhat plausible. A wicked masterpiece, a mischievous little contraption, but its power is formidable. Paul's tentacles moved for a long time, seemingly searching beneath the counter. Sorry it took a while, this thing's too sneaky. Clack! The final bone-assembled bird gun was placed on the counter. Oh. Ma'am, I'm terribly sorry about the slime. Let me clean it up. Paul skillfully rolled up a cloth and began wiping it down. I've always been this responsible with my merchandise. He even gave himself a pat on the back after wiping it down. The polished, squeaky bird gun was placed on the table. 1,000 corpses gets you a discount, and I'll throw in an extra item. Paul tossed the blood-stained boots onto the table. Consider them a bonus. And that guy ate my curse, he'll probably wake up in a bit. Captain, he's yours now. Take him whenever you like. 1,000 corpses were dumped out. Trading 1,000 useless corpses for 2 highly useful items was still a bargain. But at Paul's rate of consuming corpses, 10,000 bodies wouldn't last him more than a few purchases. This guy kept subtly nudging him to spend. Stepping into his spending trap. Oh, Captain. You must have seen the authority from that new demon slaying instance. It belongs to the Sin ship. The broken mast, the dilapidated hull, and other parts of the Sin ship are fragments of that authority. Collecting the complete authority will make your power even stronger. The Sin ship can detect the instance best if you log in within 7 days. Also, I suggest you log in as an evil god. That guy is a loyal follower of evil gods. This info's free. Paul provided Chen Yao with a wealth of additional information. The dungeon's emergence wasn't without reason. Special instances even let you collect authority. This made heading to the new demon slaying instance a done deal. With only 7 days left, his field surgery rituals were nearly depleted. He must reach tier 2 before entering the new demon slaying instance. Chen Yao glanced at the motionless figure sprawled across the tavern floor, then walked over to pick up the fallen Nuwa mask. Nuwa mask, evil spirit. Note, a low-grade painting of a demon worshipper. The Nuwa dance can summon the demon ghost, granting its power. Evil spirit, an existence born from nothingness, possessing extremely weak combat power. Its only method of battle is to vanish into the void. These ghosts relish consuming fresh, tender corpses. Summoning them demands a price. Paul's voice sounded from behind. I told you it was junk, right? Keeping it here just clogs up my warehouse. Throw it out. Chen Yao chuckled. Mr. Paul, are you certain the items you sell aren't stripped from the dead? If you kill it, won't this thing just appear on your inventory list? Caught out, Paul didn't argue. He just made a simple creaking sound. He'll be staying here with you. I need to make a trip to the captain's cabin. I've paid for his care. Keep an eye on him and see him through to recovery. Welcome back, Captain. Paul continued wiping the wine glass with his octopus tentacles. Chen Yao turned and headed toward the captain's quarters, while Su Mumei found a table, sat down with the 2 pieces of gear, and began testing them. He now possessed 2932 praise points, sufficient to unlock the captain's quarters. Chen Yao intended to unlock 3 areas. They were the plague operating table, the captain's cabin, and the storage room. Unlocking the storage room required 700 points, the captain's cabin needed 1000 points, and the plague operating table required 1100 points. After unlocking all 3 cabins, Chen Yao had only 132 praise points left. As the unlock notification appeared, the sinful began to tremble. The door locks at both ends of the ship's sides unlocked. The navigation wheel emblem appeared in the captain's cabin. The storage room displayed a wooden sign bearing a food parcel. Click, click, click. The plague operating table unlocked in the lower deck below. Captain's cabin, the resting place of successive captains. Here you may gain some special knowledge. Remember, it's knowledge. Plague operating table, a dedicated surgical chamber for harvesting organs from. You might just craft some unique plague gear here. Storage room, an immense dimensional space capable of holding anything, even living or creatures. Oh, and it's more like a dungeon. 3 unlockable cabins, each with a unique function. The descriptions of 2 of them both mention the same thing, Are these evil gods the same kind of monsters as Paul? Or are they like the incomplete entities encountered during the Stew Tower incident? An existence that corrupts the mind with a single glance? Either way, they're not good things except for Paul. The more Chen Yao looked at this sinner, the more it seemed like a place for dissecting and studying the evil god. Chen Yao made his way toward the captain's quarters, now desperate to learn the requirements for becoming a crew member of the Sin ship. The cold, damp atmosphere below deck sent a shiver down Chen Yao's spine. The dim lighting barely illuminated the path ahead. We're here. At the end of the lower deck lay the captain's quarters. The unlocked door stood ajar. Chen Yao turned the doorknob, and a pungent, fishy stench of seawater hit him. Inside the captain's cabin, the furnishings consisted only of a broken bed and a desk. The most striking feature was 3 peculiar boxes placed upon the desk. 3 peculiar black portraits hung on the walls of the small room. Chen Yao approached the boxes and opened one of them. Finding it could be opened, he pried it open with his fingers. Inside the box, a parchment lay inside. Chen Yao picked it up. Parchment plague item. Crafting materials, skin of a truth-speaking sheep evil god. Function, stores and accesses knowledge. It will answer any question you pose. Whether the answer is correct is another matter, but at the very least, it won't lie. Note, the knowledge itself does not lie. Words began to appear on the once blank parchment. State your question. Plague item. Is this exclusive to the Sin ship? Seeing the request materialize on the parchment, Chen Yao voiced his own question. How does one become a crew member? Craft a horn. The materials for the horn require something from each crew member, something given to you wholeheartedly. The specific item varies for each person. Sometimes it's a strand of hair, sometimes a fingernail, and occasionally even blood. How do I find out what that specific item is? As Chen Yao continued his inquiry, he received a series of prompts. Chapter 69, Paul's Request. You have acquired the method to craft horn plague item. No matter how much he questioned the parchment afterward, no further text appeared. Subsequent attempts to open the subsequent chests proved unsuccessful. Parchment plague artifact. Chen Yao connected these 2 items to the newly unlocked plague operating table. The note there mentioned crafting plague artifacts using the dark god. The captain's cabin wasn't large. After another thorough search, no useful items were found. According to the parchment's requirements, crafting the horn demanded something genuine from the other party. Chen Yao returned to the tavern and quietly asked Su Mumei. As she leaned in suddenly, Su Mumei blinked her eyes in a dazed, innocent manner before gently closing them. As if waiting for something? If I needed something truly sincere from you, what would you give me? Ha? Not a kiss. Su Mumei felt a pang of disappointment, but as she savored Chen Yao's words, confusion deepened. She understood every word, yet the phrase as a whole felt oddly unsettling. Su Mumei looked utterly bewildered. Chen Yao finally couldn't resist and pressed his finger against her forehead. Forget it. Let's go. Chen Yao stopped dwelling on it. There must be a pattern to this kind of thing. Boom. The entire Sin ship suddenly shook violently. At that moment, on the deck of the Sin ship, Shi Luo moved slowly, like a marionette on strings. His face was pale. His eyes were vacant. In a dazed state, he murmured softly. Murderer, follower of the Luozhong water demon cult, Shi Luo, your sins are profound. Death is no punishment. You shall die by the new dance. Shi Luo slowly placed the new dance mask over his face. Once the mask was fully in place, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. A terrifying aura of evil emanated from him. His body suddenly stiffened and his entire frame began to tremble from the shoulders up. As if entirely possessed, Shi Luo spoke. New dance, summon the spirits. Shi Luo, the murderer. Incorrigible. Death is no pity. Shi Luo, the murderer. Unrepentant. Shi Luo's voice grew louder and louder. His eyes instantly turned blood red. His voice abruptly changed. Like a madman, he clutched the demon mask on his face with both hands. He tried to tear it off. A furious voice roared from his mouth. Shi Luo, the murderer. I won't change. I will not 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 change, even in death. Murderer. Without fault. Beneath the mask, Shi Luo's pupils blazed crimson as he thrashed wildly. Originally, beneath the ritual dance, his legs slammed down as he knelt. He was still roaring. Behind him, the shadow of the demonic spirit began to dissipate. But before the phantom could fully materialize, a massive octopus tentacle shot out from the deck hatch, piercing the shadow of the demon god. Sharp claws materialized out of thin air. In an instant, the shadow of the demonic spirit was torn to shreds. Cracks began to form on the mask covering Shi Luo's face as he knelt on the ground. Then, snap! Shattered! Shi Luo's body slammed onto the deck. Octopus tentacles coiled around him, dragging him back beneath the deck once more. Chen Yao watched as Paul's massive octopus tentacles wrapped around Shi Luo and carried him back to the Plague Tavern. He did not intervene. Because he had paid his dues. From what he could tell so far, Paul was a competent dealer in demonic affairs. And the man named Shi Luo still held many secrets. Though Paul claimed he was a competent lookout, Chen Yao still needed to carefully consider his specific crew selection. Mumu, let's head back. It was no longer time to linger aboard the Sin ship. After advancing to the second tier as soon as possible, heading to the Nuwa demon slaying instance within 7 days is the best course of action. But the very next second, a red notification box appeared. Chen Yao realized he couldn't leave the Sin ship. The Sin ship has been drawn by the demon ghost and is now heading to the Nuwa demon slaying instance. Startled, Chen Yao whipped his head around and shouted toward Paul at the bar. Paul! All this was undoubtedly connected to that guy named Shi Luo. Paul remained behind the counter, wiping down the tables. Shi Luo lay slumped on the tavern floor, covered in slime. Paul, tell me what happened. Paul set down the glass he was holding and spoke calmly. Captain, this guy performed the Nuwa dance. You must head to the Nuwa demon slaying instance immediately. I'm only a level 1. This guy came out of your tavern. I told you to keep an eye on him. Paul replied. I know, Captain. This is my fault. I didn't expect that little thing to be so powerful. You may choose one item from the list and I will grant you the protection of the evil god. You have gained the blessing of Aloysius Paul. You have temporarily become a walking demon god. Simultaneously, a new list appeared. It was entirely different from previous lists. This was a list entirely composed of paths. The path of the ancient ones. Paths of the archmage. The ranger path. Evil god path. Fortune path. Chen Yao hadn't expected Paul to offer him a choice of any item and blessing after just a casual remark. Something was definitely off about this. Sure enough, Paul continued speaking. I'd been haunted by some unpleasant memories. I need the captain's help with something. Paul the octopus's face twisted into an expression of pain. It was eerie. Paul in the Plague Tavern was also a dark god. A dark god asking for his help. Chen Yao still asked. What favor? Paul's tone grew peculiar, tinged with an unusual emotion. I don't recall the details clearly. All I know is a name Tiger Leap Ravine. I'd like to ask you, Captain, to help me find that place within that dungeon and retrieve something. I can't remember exactly what it is either, but you should discover it once you find it. These potion recipes I've given you the dual sequence formulas. If you wish to boost this lady's combat prowess, the Archmage path is optimal. Though Archmage and Mage paths appear similar, they differ greatly. Moreover, dual sequences achieved their most perfect inheritance only at Tier 1. Captain, you won't lose out. With your strength, what difference is there between Tier 1 and Tier 4? Paul was right. His primary combat power now relied on the skeleton soldiers and skeleton knights spawned by the necrotic bacteria. Shake! The entire Sin ship began trembling once more. Time is running out. Take this fellow with you, Captain. Though his memory is fragmented, he can serve as a valuable guide within that instance. Paul handed Chen Yao a potion recipe as he spoke. Captain, those people are already calling for you. Remember, you are a walking dark god. No need to be polite to them. Paul's voice grew fainter and fainter. Finally, the octopus reached out, wrapping its tentacles around Chen Yao, Su Mumei, and Shi Luo, hurling them swiftly onto the deck of the Sin ship. Thud! The Plague Tavern's doors slammed shut. The ship continued to sway, rocking even more violently. Glasses clattered against each other in the liquor cabinet behind the bar. Amidst the clatter, a bottle slid down the shelf behind Paul, its surface gripped firmly by an octopus tentacle. Amidst the clatter of falling glasses, a no mask painted with a purple octopus became visible behind the cabinet. Its pupils flashed with a deep, dark light. Chapter 70, Engraved No Mask. Chen Yao still couldn't grasp what Paul meant by entering the instance with the posture of a walking demon god. As the sinful vessel swayed, the vast curtain of the world was drawn open. The instance entry prompt appeared. Logging into instance, new dance exorcism divine authority. You have gained the protection of the demon god Aloysius Paul. You are now immune to the unseeable spiritual corruption. Su Mumei received the same notification. However, the symbol of Paul on Chen Yao's arm began to glow crimson, as if his body had received some special blessing. The colossal sinner crashed onto the ground, crushing jungle trees as it advanced, plowing a deep trench into the earth. The vessel shook violently. After it finally came to a halt, Chen Yao glanced at Shi Luo lying at his feet. The guy from this dungeon still hadn't woken up. What a mentally unstable little piece of trash. He raised his hand, grabbed Shi Luo, and tossed him off the ship. The dual sequence potion formula from the Archmage path, just this single item Paul had given him, was something he truly couldn't refuse. Chen Yao wielded two terrifying plagues, hemolysis and black light. This move was essentially lethal with no chance of survival, so there was little to worry about in this instance. The primary objective of this dungeon run was to locate the divine authority and clues about Tiger Leap Ravine that Paul sought. After landing, Chen Yao deployed the Skeleton Knight and 30 skeleton soldiers. Since sustaining damage in the last battle, the Skeleton Knight's broken bones had fully regenerated under the cultivation of necrotic bacteria. Under the influence of the necrotic bacteria, Chen Yao could fully function as a necromancer. Controlling formidable skeletal forces required minimal mana expenditure from him. After all, it was the necromancer's corpses that nurtured the plague, leaving him to act as a mere hands-off operator. Chen Yao also dispatched the plague-form wraith to scout the surroundings. After completing these tasks, Chen Yao kicked Shi Luo twice beneath his feet. Stop playing dead. I know you're awake. Shi Luo's kidneys took the impact of Chen Yao's kicks, forcing him to open his eyes in pain. He slowly sat up, his expression oddly blank as he stared ahead, muttering to himself. I should be dead. You're not dead. Answer me. Why were you in the tavern? I don't know. I only remember being in the village. No. Mother. I have to find my mother. Shi Luo suddenly struggled to his feet, his entire body straining to flee. Chen Yao stuck out his foot and tripped, landing flat on his face. I can help you. I don't need it. I'm going to find my mother. I'm going to find my mother. Moo. Chen Yao raised his hand. Their eyes met, and in an instant, they understood each other. Su Mumei nodded silently, then unleashed 10 uninterrupted, non-repeating control spells, all landing on Shi Luo. This guy was truly troublesome. Unreceptive to advice, impossible to reason with, stubborn as a mule. I've never seen anyone this stubborn. Can we talk now? A cold gleam flashed in Chen Yao's eyes as black mist enveloped his body, transforming him into a medieval physician clad in a beak-like hood. Only then did Shi Luo truly look at Chen Yao for the first time. In his eyes, Chen Yao radiated a terrifying crimson glow, his eerie form contorting. You're the evil god. I am the evil god. Chen Yao's voice grew heavy, his aura shifting instantly. He embraced the claim outright, casually inventing a name for the demon god. The benevolent father of plague, the evil god of filth, an entity walking among mortals. As he spoke, he placed his hand on a large tree. The instant his touch made contact, the tree withered instantly. A terrifying aura of death spread through the air. Shi Luo, with his naive expression, was left utterly stunned. That tree, its life force drained in an instant. Truly a demon god. I've just arrived in this world. Tell me everything about it. Offer your honesty to the demon god, and only then will you gain its aid, like helping you find your mother. Under this compelling display of power, Shi Luo fell silent, his bewilderment replaced by excitement. To appear before him and unleash such power, this being was undoubtedly a demon god. No wonder that disgusting octopus treated him with such reverence. Even the demon gods who could easily tear apart evil spirits were his subordinates. Shi Luo trembled as he struggled to kneel. After a few desperate twitches, he blurted out. Lord Demon God. My name is Shi Luo, a native of Lujiangshui. We worship the gods, carve Nuwa masks, and perform the Nuwa dance. You are such a mighty demon god, please let me carve a new face mask for you. How did I get sidetracked again? Don't interrupt. Continue describing this world. I need to understand it to help you, child. I understand. We Luojiang people have sought the spirits to enter the Nuwa masks for generations, using the Nuwa dance to fight, using the Nuwa dance to awaken the spirits. Do you remember where your home is? I don't remember. My head hurts so badly. The word home made Shi Luo's expression twist with pain. It didn't seem feigned. Paul had mentioned this guy had some memory issues. Child, it's hard for me to help you like this. You can't even find your own home. I know a place. Its name keeps calling to me. Where? Tiger Leaping Gorge. Chen Yao raised his hand. Without needing to be told, Su Mumei immediately understood and released her hold on Shi Luo. Take me there. Huyu Canyon, the place Paul told me to find any clues. Now I've found them. This dungeon run should be a breeze. Please let me first carve the ritual mask for the dark god. Shi Luo pleaded. Once freed from the control, he knelt on the ground, crawling swiftly toward Chen Yao's feet, his hands forming a supplicating gesture. His forehead pressed against the ground. Humbling himself to the very dust. The Luojiang people need a new face mask. My new face mask, my previous one was damaged. I beg the evil god to let me carve yours, please. Shi Luo opened his mouth, then remembered that mentioning another demon god in the presence of one was a grave taboo. His words trailed off into stammering mid-sentence. Chen Yao also wanted to see what this so-called Nuwa mask would look like. Especially what a Nuwa mask engraved with his own likeness would look like. How long will it take? Not long. I only need half an hour. Your Excellency, wait here while I gather the materials. Shi Luo sprang to his feet like a madman, dashing off to gather materials for carving the new face mask. His erratic behavior made Chen Yao suspect Shi Luo wasn't merely forgetful but perhaps mentally unstable. But since he knew about Tiger Leaping Gorge, it meant Paul's quest was somehow connected to him. With the blessing of Aloysius Paul, Chen Yao also wanted to see what his own demonic god form looked like. Half an hour later, Shi Luo sat down on the ground, clutching a piece of wood with excitement. A carving knife in hand, he bent his head and began crafting the new face mask. His near-frenzied state made his carving motions grow faster and faster. Within half an hour, Shi Luo had carved a bizarre new face mask. This new face had 3 distinct sides. One side depicted a human face covered in sagging, drooping flesh, flanked by swords and peculiar jewelry. Another side bore the form of an octopus, while the third resembled a raven. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yao felt as though the back of his head had been struck with a heavy blow. The sheer revulsion nearly made him vomit. Were it not for the protection of Alaxis, he would likely have succumbed to mental corruption. Su Mumei also turned away in discomfort. A potent wave of corruption radiated from beneath the 3 faces. Shi Luo's carving was simply too revolting. Chen Yao glanced over it. The central mask bore a striking resemblance to the monsters he'd encountered in his nightmares. The octopus resembled Aloysius Paul, while the crow represented his own plague doctor. Chen Yao couldn't comprehend how the entities from his dreams had materialized in Shi Luo's carving. After completing the carving, Shi Luo mixed various plant juices into pigments and applied them to the mask. In that instant, Chen Yao felt a subtle connection form between himself and the Nuwa mask. Chapter 71, The Second Native. Dark God. The new face is complete. You truly are a mighty dark god. 3 distinct, different shadows dwell within you. You are truly powerful. Shi Luo spoke as he placed the carved, grotesque Nuwa mask over his face. Lord Evil God, you have 3 forms, but I could only carve your most handsome one. Chen Yao glanced at the carved new face out of the corner of his eye. The mask was remarkably lifelike, yet at that single glance, Chen Yao felt profoundly nauseated. He calls this handsome? 3 eerie Nuwa masks were thus placed upon Shi Luo's face. Take it off. Lead me to the Tiger Leaping Gorge. Shi Luo, mask still in place, leapt up in excitement, shouting. Memories! Memories! Dark God, your power has allowed me to see more of my own memories. I am a warrior. A Nuxi warrior. Shi Luo stared blankly at his own hands. Suddenly, a piercing whistling sound cut through the air. Terrifying arrows rained down like hail. Plague intestinal disease had been unleashed. Chen Yao's toes touched the ground as he grabbed Su Mumei's hand, swiftly carrying her into the plague. Within the plague, Chen Yao watched the arrows descend. Shi Luo's body twisted in an unnatural contortion. Right hand pressed against the ground, legs twisting convulsively, his entire body inverted to dodge the arrows in an impossibly awkward stance. Shi Luo! You bastard! Whoosh! Amidst a shrill female roar, several even more powerful arrows flew toward him. This time, Shi Luo turned his head slightly to the side. The arrows whizzed past his mask, leaving a long scratch on the wet, undried lacquered surface. A slender figure darted swiftly through the jungle's trees, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more arrows flew forth. Shi Luo planted his feet firmly on the ground, twisting and leaping in a new dance. Every arrow that came his way was kicked away by his feet, executed with the grace of the new dance. Shi Luo! You bastard! The figure had already closed in on Shi Luo, delivering a kick to his chest while planting his right foot on Shi Luo to pin him down. The long bow in his hand was drawn taut to the limit, the arrowhead trembling on the string, ready to be fired. The face of the man was concealed by a colorful Rakshasa no mask. Shi Luo! Why are you still alive? How many people have died because of you? Do you even know? Who are you? Shi Luo's voice was filled with confusion. The figure before him, wearing the Rakshasa mask, felt both familiar and utterly foreign. You! What are you pretending now? Go to hell and repent to your evil god. Chen Yao slowly emerged from the plague. Evil god? Are you referring to me? The sudden voice caused the attacker to raise his bow, aiming at Chen Yao. The next instant, a 4th-tier skeleton soldier swung his longsword. The longbow in the man's hands shattered instantly. The arrow shot forward. The skeleton knight's heavy sword blocked the arrow in front of Chen Yao, taking the full force of the strike. Shiluo, you're communicating with the evil god again. You bastard. The woman who had been knocked to the ground struggled to her feet, though the heavy blow from the skeleton soldier had left her badly injured. The next moment, Chen Yao, who had vanished into the plague, reappeared. One hand grabbed the Rakshasa mask covering his face. Beneath the mask lay the features of a strikingly beautiful young woman with a high nose bridge. Chen Yao didn't linger on her features, instead focusing on the Nuwa mask in his hand. Nuwa mask, Rakshasa. Note, Rakshasas are the lowest tier deities. They grant summoners extraordinary agility and warrior genes. Not a demon god, but a deity. Before he could finish examining the Rakshasa mask, a cloud of black smoke began to emanate from Chen Yao's hand. The Rakshasa mask instantly petrified, then exploded. You have stolen a thread of divine power. The protection of Aloysius Paul has been strengthened. Divine beings, demon gods, is this the standard of power in this world? You. The woman who had been about to speak upon seeing Chen Yao destroy her mask clamped her mouth shut. In her eyes, Chen Yao's form was a grotesque fusion of 3 distinct demon gods, all crammed together. A high-level demon god. What's your name? Chen Yao desperately wanted to say, sorry about blowing up your new face mask. But the words that came out instead were a demand. I remember now. I remember. Tu Yi. You're Tu Yi. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at Huyu Canyon too? No, you couldn't have left Huyu Canyon. Shiluo seemed to recall something else, clutching his head in anguish. In that instant, Tu Yi's eyes flashed with a savage glint. Biting his lip, he drew the dagger at his waist and lunged toward Shiluo. Su Mumei reacted with lightning speed. With precise control over her power, she instantly immobilized Tu Yi's body. Tu Yi hurled the dagger aside, thrashing and screaming like a madman. 3,200 lives from Luojiang all dead because of you, you bastard. And you have the nerve to mention Huya Canyon. You son of a. The 3,000 people who gave birth to you and raised you in Luojiang. All dead. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. This woman also hailed from Huayue Canyon. It seemed clues about Huayue Canyon were easier to find. Don't get too worked up. He died once before and his memory's already muddled. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between you two. Chen Yao's peacemaking words turned into a clear threat in Tu Yi's eyes. Kill me if you must. There's no misunderstanding. He's already pledged allegiance to the Dark God. Tu Yi bit his lip, adopting a resolute expression of readiness to die. Chen Yao glanced back at Shiluo, crouched on the ground. What exactly had this guy done? Evil gods aren't necessarily bad. Take me, for instance, I'm a benevolent evil god. It's the person wielding the power that matters. Chen Yao didn't realize that in others' eyes, he no longer resembled the bird-beak doctor. Instead, he appeared as 3 sinister deities crowded together in a grotesque form. Tu Yi merely glanced at him, searching for any trace of benevolence, when the controlled Tu Yi immediately vomited. Ugh. Su Mumei was stunned. Chen Yao had literally made someone vomit. Chen Yao was equally bewildered. Sure, his bird-beak doctor outfit was a bit bizarre, but that hardly warranted vomiting. 2 people ready to pick a fight at any moment. Sigh. Knight, take her. He commanded the skeleton knight to do the heavy lifting. Su Mumei watched from the sidelines. Chen Yao couldn't possibly pick her up himself. The skeleton knight hoisted Tu Yi onto his shoulder with one arm. As for Shiluo, there were simply too many issues with this person. First off, why he'd even show up in a tavern was a mystery. In the past, anyone who caused trouble in the tavern without paying their tab had long been humanely disposed of by Paul. Not only had this guy caused a huge mess, but Paul had also given him a potion recipe for the dual sequence path of the Grand Mage. Though they'd met no more than 3 times, this clearly wasn't Paul's usual style. Could it be that this guy and Paul share some connection? Or perhaps the tavern's demonic god, Paul, was once part of this dungeon himself, becoming the Pestilence Tavern's demonic bartender for some reason. It seemed that finding clues about Tiger Leap Ravine still depended on Shiluo. Chapter 72, Mom makes you pancakes. Young lady, I came here with one purpose, to help you. Would you make me a new Nuwa mask? After all, yours shattered in my hands. Consider this my compensation. Tu Yi slowly closed his eyes, as if another glance would make him sick to his stomach. Gentle words were useless. It was time for some harsh talk. Do you know what the demon god craves most? I relish extracting the bones from disobedient spoils, piece by piece, to craft skeletons. Then I observe how these once great warriors. The remaining flesh and blood become special research materials. Of course, if the spoils have value or even choose to submit to me, I might grant them a little mercy. Tu Yi trembled twice. Chen Yao observed that Tu Yi's reaction wasn't intense enough. Instead, it was Shiluo's expression walking beside them all along, wanting to speak yet daring not to, that was most intriguing. This fellow still remembered some things. Chen Yao realized that as the incarnation of a dark god, they wouldn't confide their true thoughts to him here. Tu Yi, you are a promising seed. Should you ever need my aid, call upon my name, I may assist you. My name is Plague Father, the dark god Negu. Shi Luo, the skeleton knight, will aid you here. I must depart now. After speaking, Chen Yao withdrew the remaining skeleton soldiers and the plague entity evil wandering spirit. Then, taking Su Mumei's hand, he vanished into the plague. Chen Yao now possessed perfect mastery over the spread and control of the plague. This ability stemmed from the hidden effect of the title beneath the Dawn Tower. After vanishing into the plague, Chen Yao silently followed behind the two. Traitors! Traitors to the dark god! Tu Yi, are they okay? Chen Yao's eyes flashed with sharpness within the plague. This guy knew something after all. Alright? The gates of Tiger Leap Ravine have been breached. The monsters within have escaped. Explain yourself. If you can't account for Luo Jiangshui's fate, I'll kill you myself. Shi Luo walked on. He shook his head, his fingers tapping relentlessly against his temples. I remember I went to find my mother. She's still waiting for me there. Shi Luo appeared to be in immense pain. I want to go back to Luo Jiangshui. Tu Yi said nothing more. He let the skeleton knight carry him on. They seem to know each other well, and I think Luo Jiangshui and Huiyue Jian are connected somehow. Su Mumei chimed in from the side. Chen Yao nodded. The two locations mentioned by these men, one was likely the village where they were born. Tiger Leaping Ravine was the guarded location. Chen Yao followed the pair for less than 2 hours before a raging river came into view. In the distance, wisps of cooking smoke rose from the village, indicating human activity remained. Tu Yi stared at the faint figures moving in the distance and froze. No, isn't Lu Jiangshui supposed to be devoid of life? Shi Luo's eyes flashed with realization. He swiftly removed the demon mask from his face and concealed it against his chest. She broke into a frantic sprint. Mom! 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 Shi Luo shouted as he ran. The woman slowly turned and saw her son's figure. At that moment, a smile as if long awaited lit up her face, the happiest expression she had ever shown. Share! Shi Luo threw himself into the woman's arms. Amidst the plague, Su Mumei and Chen Yao's pupils contracted sharply. Su Mumei's hand clenched even tighter. Mom! Mom! I missed you, Mom! The woman slowly tightened her embrace around her son. I've been waiting for you too, always waiting. You're finally back. She held Shi Luo tightly, tears streaming down her face. Mom! I missed you so much. I had a nightmare. At the mention of the nightmare, the woman patted Shi Luo's back. Don't dwell on it, child. Dreams are just dreams. I'll make you pancakes today. Are you going back to Huyao Canyon this time? I won't go. I'll stay here with you. I missed you so much. Shi Luo clung to the woman like a spoiled child, slowly making their way into the village. Outside the village, the skeleton knight halted in his tracks. Tu Yi, slung over his shoulder, stared in utter disbelief. I clearly saw everyone die. Why is the village still here? Why, did it reappear? Chen Yao emerged from the plague. Plague intestinal disease was confined to a small area under his control, serving as a means of movement. The scene he witnessed differed from what Tu Yi and Shi Luo saw. A familiar feeling welled up within him. But instead of explaining, he ordered the skeleton knight to set Tu Yi down. You two grew up by the Luo River, right? Go take a look. You might find someone you want to see. No. They're all dead. Chen Yao spoke up. Perhaps it was merely a dream of your own. A dream? With that, Chen Yao plunged back into the plague once more. To find clues, he only needed to observe they would appear of their own accord. Tu Yi watched Chen Yao and Su Mumei vanish. Her first instinct was to flee this place. But when she turned back toward Luo Jiangshui village, the villagers she had believed dead were now alive and well, flesh and blood. Doubt began to creep, and had she truly just experienced a bizarre dream? After a moment's hesitation, she entered the village. As Tu Yi stepped inside, an indescribable sense of dissonance permeated the surroundings. Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu paused, glanced at Tu Yi, shook his head, and continued walking. This feels so strange. Mom! Stop fussing. I'm staying for a long time this trip, I'll be home the whole time. No way. What if you have to leave? You need to take enough pancakes with you. I don't know how to make anything else, just pancakes. I'll make you some to take. So you'll have enough to eat later. Shi Luo sat at home, his face beaming with excitement. He glanced around the room and suddenly noticed the painting on the wall. A sharp pain shot through his head. Memories began to resurface. Flashbacks kept appearing. Images filled with blood and debris began to flash. Here, take a piece. Eat first. Just as Shi Luo reached out to take the cake, the flashbacks overwhelmed him again. His hands were suddenly covered in blood. Ah! Shi Luo stumbled backwards several steps, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins and corpses strewn across the ground. Ah! What's wrong, child? I'm fine. The mother before Shi Luo's eyes had been reduced to a mangled corpse, her ears and nose sliced off from her head. Mom! Child, I'll go make some more cakes. Mom! Shi Luo called out twice. Her mother turned away as if she hadn't heard. Mom! Her voice breaking into tears, her mother's footsteps halted. I'll go make pancakes again. Chapter 73, A Deal. Shi Luo stared painfully at his mother's retreating back. Everything felt strangely off. He couldn't remember anything. Why had it come to this? Shi Luo grabbed his hair with one hand while repeatedly tapping his temples with the other. Thump! 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 He wished it were all an illusion. After several forceful blows, a momentary flashback, the surroundings seemed to snap back into their original state. Like an old object that could be fixed with a few taps. He didn't know what was wrong with him, why he had seen that scene just now. What the hell is real? Why did that scene appear? No. Fragments of memory kept flashing back. The scene before his eyes shifted, as if everything were nothingness. The collision of hazy memories and harsh reality left Shi Luo momentarily disoriented. It's fake. Everything is fake. No. Fake. It's fake. Shi Luo clenched his eyes shut, then flung them open again, terrified the scene before him would revert to its ruined state. He spoke cautiously. Mom, you're okay, right? You're still alive, right? I'll go make another pancake. His mother's footsteps began moving again, repeating those words over and over. Mom, tell me. You're still alive, right? You're still alive. I'll go make you another pancake. Just wait a little longer. You really just need to wait a little longer. It's fake. It's fake. Shi Luo's mind felt like a churning mass of mush, constantly swaying. The woman's eerie figure stood before Shi Luo. Gazing at Shi Luo crouched on the ground, she reached out with heart-wrenching sorrow and plucked out her own right eyeball. Blood spattered as the eyeball was gouged out. The woman then placed it in her mouth and swallowed it. The shaky, dilapidated scene shifted again. She stared at her blood-stained hands and wiped them on her apron. Then she slowly crouched down, gently stroking her son's head. She whispered softly. Silly child, Mama's alive, alive. What are you thinking? Look around you. Did you have a nightmare? The trembling, soothing words echoed. This time, Shi Luo opened his eyes. Everything around him had returned to normal. It seemed he really had seen things. He told himself that perhaps something was truly wrong. Mom is alive. She's always been alive. Chen Yao walked through the plague-ridden village. He saw it lay in complete ruin, eerie corpses shuffling through the streets. The entire village's population persisted in the world through some other eerie means. Won't they harm people? Chen Yao stared at the familiar cursed glow. No. Don't you recognize this aura? Su Mumei stared at the village for a long time before finally spotting the problem. She exclaimed in surprise. This is Mr. Paul's protection. Yes, that's precisely why I didn't stop him from entering the village. Paul's protection permeates the entire settlement. Chen Yao slowly raised his arm, the curse mark of Alosis on it radiating a searing, burning pain. Let's go inside and take a look. The moment he entered the village, Chen Yao saw a corpse covered in blood, its features completely obliterated, clutching Shi Luo. Even more horrifying, the corpse's skin had been completely stripped bare. Shi Luo clung to the corpse, weeping and laughing at the same time. As if she had gone mad. Tuyi wandered through the village in a daze. Are they really going to be okay like this? Under Paul's protection, they won't be harmed. The villagers are all dead, yet they survive because of Paul's protection. But Paul isn't a philanthropist. In Chen Yao's view, Paul, who loved to trade everything, wouldn't protect this village for nothing. He made the village appear to the living as if it were still inhabited. It was like a peculiar hallucinogen, making them feel alive and thriving, when in truth, the people here were as dead as could be. But maintaining this illusion always comes at a price. And what is that cost? Chen Yao murmured. He looked around at everything. The protection, it can't hold on much longer. It's fading away. Son, stop worrying. I'm still alive. I'll make you pancakes. When you return to Huyao Canyon, bring some for them too. Mother. I can't go back. I've embraced the dark god. New masks could be carved with divine spirits, but they were the most repulsive, the most polluting entities. Evil gods were taboo in Lujiangshui. Lujiangshui had always rejected demon gods with deep-seated hatred. They despised them, and anything associated with demon gods was strictly forbidden. Shi Luo knew his worship of the demon god must never be exposed. If discovered, the Lujiangshui villagers would never spare him or his mother. Hearing Shi Luo's words, the woman showed no surprise. Instead of reproach, she smiled and spoke. It's all right. You don't have to stay in Huayue Ravine. Believing in the evil god is fine too. Just keep doing what you believe is right. Shi Luo's head began to ache again. His memories seemed to be slowly returning. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Off. Wrong. The new face on his chest began to emit waves of crimson light. The woman released Shi Luo's hand and hurried toward the exit, only to halt abruptly. Truthfully, holding on this long had already been incredibly difficult for her. Why was she running now? Staying to watch over her son was good enough. She withdrew her raised foot, slowly turning back. Her gaze was filled with nothing but doting affection for Shi Luo. At that moment, in the distant mountains, flocks of birds took flight. The deafening cries of crows filled the sky, their cries echoing across the land. Chen Yao gathered his plague energy and gazed into the distance. Tu Yi, who had always sensed something eerie in the village, turned his head. Shi Luo also looked up. A terrifying blue flame shot skyward. It burst forth from the mountain. This sudden inferno shattered everything, cleaving through the mountains, forests, and rivers like a chasm torn by the heavens. Chaotic, dark energies churned within it. Terrifying shadowy figures flickered within the flames. Countless grotesque third-tier creatures surged forth from within. Shi Luo. Hesitating. Go. Mom's still alive. She's not dead. You don't have to worry about me like a child all the time. Mom, I'm no longer one of the Tiger Leaping Gorge people. Huayue Canyon claims to be the guardians of divine spirits. Tell me now, what are they killing? What are they protecting? As long as they keep slaying these monsters, it's right. As long as they keep guarding. Mother will wait for you at home. Go now. Shi Luo hesitated, then turned and walked toward the village exit. Tu Yi hurried after him. After everyone had left, Chen Yao slowly emerged from the epidemic. He looked at the old woman standing before the house. The moment Chen Yao fully stepped out of the plague zone, everything here changed. The dilapidated village, the slow-moving corpses. Chen Yao had no intention of personally dealing with those third-tier monsters. He merely dispatched the plague entity Wandering Fiend to follow them. He looked at the old woman before him and slowly spoke. Can we talk, Paul? Chen Yao stared at the corpse before him. Tentacles like an octopus slowly sprouted from its body, twisting and contorting until it became identical to Paul from the Plague Tavern. Captain, wasn't my performance quite convincing? I played the part of a mother perfectly. Why? It was a deal. Chapter 74, Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire, Nuwa Mask War begins. A deal. When someone in this world prayed to the demon god, I agreed to the deal. On the third day of the fourth month 3 months ago, the people here have been exchanging the bodies of the elderly to the demon god. This ritual has continued for 30 full years. Their sole purpose was to bargain with the demon god to make children born in Luojiang River more gifted, more suited to carve Nuwa masks. A child with the innate talent to carve new masks could fetch 70 gold pieces in Huyao Ravine, enough currency to sustain the village for an entire year without lifting a finger. But, unfortunately, on the third day of the fourth month, the ritual was initiated by a woman. She didn't meet the age requirement, but with no elders left in the village, they had no choice but to force her as a sacrifice to the demon god. After all, this determined the village's harvest for the coming year. Compared to bargaining with the demon god, the toil of hard labor truly feels unbearable. Her son never returned from Huyao Ravine. He too had been a beneficiary for 30 years, born with extraordinary talent. Needless to say, the child Paul referred to as Shi Luo. Chen Yao added. The old woman reversed the ritual and struck a deal with you? Paul shifted uncomfortably. Wrong. It was Shi Luo. He happened to return, slaughtered the entire village, and sealed the deal with me using his mother's corpse and his own life. That was his wish. Chen Yao couldn't understand why Paul would send him to Tiger Leaping Gorge for clues if he could appear here himself. So this was all just a deal. Then why did you want me to investigate Tiger Leap Ravine using the Grand Magician's Potion formula? Paul's body slowly glided into the house. I wasn't entirely acting. Now, being both Paul and that woman, her memories influence me. Sometimes I don't even know why I make unfair deals. Honestly, I regret it a bit. The potion formula from the Grand Mage route was indeed too much of a loss. The matter was simple. Shi Luo slaughtered the villagers and made a pact with a dark god, and the dark god was none other than Paul of the Plague Tavern. That's why he ended up being brought to the Plague Tavern. Any leads on the matter of authority? Captain, haven't you already found it? Obtain all 37,128 masks engraved with deities. Now you are a demon god who can freely trade with them, or walk this world as a plague, slaughtering everything here. Paul's octopus tentacles reached out, grasping the doorknob to slowly close the door. You're right. A plague doctor can save lives or take them. That mask painted with fire, that is the key. Chen Yao found his direction. He ceased suppressing plague intestinal disease, unleashing it to spread at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, plague intestinal disease carried plague blood clotting plague, dispersing through the air. But time was never in short supply for Chen Yao. He let the plague spread throughout the entire dungeon. Walking through the plague, he obtained 37,128 Nuwa masks. Gained complete divine authority and perfect the sin ship. Su Mumei pursed her lips, watching Chen Yao spread the plague beside her. She didn't speak to stop him. It seemed Chen Yao had his own plan. She only needed to step in when she could help him. What are you thinking about? Noticing Su Mumei's silence, Chen Yao couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Spreading the plague is about exploring this world. Only through catastrophe can we see things otherwise hidden. Blood clot plague was, on one hand, a chronic affliction. Yet on the other, when reversed through treatment, it could restore health to full capacity provided the victim survived. A double-edged sword. At this moment. Tiger Leaping Gorge. Tiger Leap Gorge is formed by two towering mountains creating a sheer cliff. The cliff walls are carved with countless statues of leaping demons and dancing spirits. Over 10,000 statues adorn the 1,000-meter-long cliff face. Upon the largest statue, a frail figure moves with agile speed, hands raised to hold a human-sized horn. In an extraordinary posture, it stands firmly within the palm of a colossal divine statue, hands raised high as it sounds the horn. A piercing blast of the horn resounds. From the cliff caverns, a group of warriors wearing demonic Nuwa masks slowly emerged. All men over 20, follow me. Those under 15 and the girls stay behind at Tiger Leap Gorge. Old Pan. What's going on? The Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire, the horde of monsters, has emerged again. The hordes surfaced again? Everyone from the cliff and ravine is going? That's quite the operation. Quite a big one. After sounding the horn, the frail Old Pan removed the new face mask from his waist and donned it. The moment it touched his face, Old Pan raised his right hand high. He shouted, "Trust in the spirits. May the spirits protect us." The rallying cry echoed through the mountain ravines. The young man who had been questioning him immediately removed his own new face mask and put it on. Those emerging from the cliff caves donned their new masks, each bearing a distinct expression. Raising their weapons, they echoed the cry. "Believe in the gods. May the gods protect us." With each repeated cry, Old Pan leapt into action. All moved in unison. Over 1,000 warriors, each wearing a Nuwa mask, leaped along the cliff ravine toward the mountain. "Tu Yi! You don't even have a Nuwa mask anymore, what are you doing here?" Seemingly remembering the young girl who had caught up to him, Shi Luo couldn't help but shout out in protest. Without a new mask, fighting monsters was no different from courting death. Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire wasn't just the ceaselessly emerging monsters, its scorching flames could consume you in an instant if you weren't careful. "Even without my mask, I won't end up like you worshipping a demon god." The little girl, Tu Yi, frowned, unable to hold back his words. "My worship of the demon god is none of your damn business. Stop meddling." Tu Yi scolded, pouted and couldn't help but retort. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I always thought you killed everyone in Lujiangshui." "Shut up." Shi Luo darted behind Tu Yi, wrapped his arms around her, and swiftly retreated backward. Ghost Mountain Spirit Fires surged like a tidal wave, engulfing everything around them. Amidst the flames, 3 humanoid red wolf monsters burst forth, their bone spears instantly thrusting toward Tu Yi's chest. Shi Luo, wearing a new face mask, radiated pitch-black smoke. A pitch-black spear materialized in his palm. In a split second, Shi Luo unleashed a single-arm thrust. A flick. The bone spikes shattered. After the flick, Shi Luo clutched Tu Yi and continued retreating rapidly. 3rd tier. So powerful. Tu Yi blushed, feeling Shi Luo's arms around his waist. "Put me down. I can draw my bow." "Shut up. We can't get out of here." Unnoticed, the area within several meters had been engulfed by flickering fire serpents. Endless monsters lunged out from the flames to attack. Chapter 75, You haven't forgotten, have you? More and more monsters surged forth. Attacks came from every direction, impossible to defend against. Shi Luo held Tu Yi in one arm while wielding his heavy spear with the other. He could manage for a short while, but even with the blessing of the demonic god Nua's mask, the strain became unbearable as time dragged on. The scorching flames and rising temperatures around him made his head spin. "Put me down." Tu Yi struggled twice, and Shi Luo's hands were already strained. Instinctively, she let go. As soon as she hit the ground, she drew a bow and arrow, nocked it, and fired. The arrow pierced the skull of one of the monsters. Without the Nuwa mask, Tu Yi's bow power had dropped by more than 70%. Yet her aim remained unerring. 3 rapid shots in succession forced the monsters that had just emerged from the flames to retreat. This provoked a roar from the flames. Huge monsters struggled to surge forth. Amidst the surging tide of monsters, Shi Luo did not consider retreating further. She halted her steps. Holding her spear with both hands, she danced it beneath the demon mask, unleashing a powerful thrust. The muzzle curled and trembled. Air swirled, flames whipped up. A thrust erupted, flames exploding outward. Amidst the flames, another monster was impaled by the spear. The black spear, coiled with the scent of death, withered the monster's body. The demon mask covering his face grew even more vivid. Under this thrust, Shi Luo's breathing quickened. The most terrifying aspect of the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire was its endless flames and the monsters that burst forth from them. After 3 or 4 thrusts, the Nuwa mask on Shi Luo's face grew even more vivid, though his clothes were now completely scorched and torn. Tu Yi, without the new mask, flushed crimson as he strained to draw his bow. "Don't waste your strength. I'll use my spear to cut through the flames and clear a path. You dash out and escape." "No." Like a completely uncooperative teammate, Tu Yi refused to listen. The next moment, Tu Yi's words stunned Shi Luo. She spoke. I still have strength to draw my bow. Even if I die, it will be a meaningful death. This is the law of Tiger Leaping Gorge. When encountering ghosts and mountain spirits, one must die here. This makes no sense. You don't even have a new face mask. And you worship a demon god. Shi Luo's black spear flickered and another monster was impaled. Believing in a demon god isn't a crime. Just kill them. What's right and what's wrong don't you understand even now? Tu Yi froze, speechless. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly drew his bow again, shooting at the monsters bursting forth from the flames. Seeing reason was futile, Shi Luo could only focus on slaying the monsters himself. But the flames were growing ever more intense. It was no longer something he could hold back with sheer strength alone. Beneath the flames, the air grew thinner and thinner, making even breathing difficult for Tu Yi. Knowing she was only slowing him down, she finally spoke. If I die, I can be enshrined within the Tiger Leaping Ravine monument. But if you die worshipping a demon god, you lose everything. So please, don't die. She was struggling to hold on, blood beginning to seep from her fingertips. Even warriors bearing the Nuwa masks faced a 9 in 10 chance of death when entering the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire, let alone a girl without one. Truthfully, she had understood from the start that the appearance of the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire was her chance. Without the Nuwa mask, returning to Huoyue Ravine as a warrior was impossible. Her choices were either to remain in Tiger Leaping Ravine forever as a teacher guiding students, or to worship the demon god and have her Nuwa mask re-engraved. But she desired neither path. Dying within the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire would at least allow her to perish as a Nuwa masked warrior. This was Tu Yi's truest desire at that moment. When she could no longer draw her bow, death drew nearest. Beams of light streaked toward her. Thousands of warriors wearing new masks surged forth. You're late. Tu Yi had barely uttered the words when her strength began to fade. The next instant, she felt her collar being yanked from behind. In a flash, Tu Yi snapped her eyes open, cursing under her breath. Shi Luo! You bastard! Before she could finish the word, her entire body was flung into the air. Shi Luo flung her away with a single motion. After doing all this, the black gun in Shi Luo's hand erupted with black mist, thrusting forward, plunging into the flames. Within the flames, Shi Luo's entire strength coalesced. The sheer force of her body made the gun barrel shudder, creating a flurry of sparks. A thunderous roar. Open. A path was forcibly torn open within the flames. Watching Tu Yi flee, Shi Luo took a deep breath, murmuring between two mouthfuls of scorching air. Death? Screw that. Survival is the only way. A vision flashed through Shi Luo's mind once more, as if he had recalled something. A sea of corpses and blood, limbs severed and scattered. Spears pierced throats as hundreds of villagers were pinned to the ground in grotesque postures. The ground was an eerie ritual formation, as if they were bargaining with a demon god. Shi Luo loosened his grip on the black rifle in discomfort, staring blankly at his hands. In the flashback, beneath his eyes, his hands seemed drenched in blood once more. Had he committed such brutal slaughter? He couldn't help but begin to scream. What? What have I done? Flames surged upward, a tidal wave of fire engulfing Shi Luo as he released the black gun. Boom! An old man wearing a pink demonic no mask descended from the sky. With a single swing of his pink wolf tooth club, he cleaved through the flames engulfing Shi Luo. The monster within the flames was smashed to pieces by that single blow. Tiger Leaping Ravine, Pan Long. The little old man stood about 1.3 meters tall, yet he raised the pink wolf tooth club taller than himself with one hand. Swinging downward. His frail frame erupted as muscles exploded, superhuman biceps, pectorals, and trapezius bulging to the limit. Terrifying force surged through his thick arms, roaring forward. Bursting through. The pink flail smashed down. The whirlwind it stirred effortlessly tore through the flames. No technique whatsoever. Pure brute force. The little old man, Pan Long, turned slightly to look at the stunned Shi Luo. He recognized the demonic mask of the at a glance. But he slowly turned his back to Shi Luo, his aged yet powerful voice echoing. Shi Luo, pick up your gun. I taught you for 15 years, you haven't forgotten, have you? Shi Luo stared at his blood-stained hands, jolted awake by that sudden voice. His entire body jolted, and he reflexively hooked the black gun on the ground with his toes. He gripped it with both hands. A terrifying black mist began to seep out. Beneath the demon mask, his gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity. Pan Long roared with maniacal laughter. One hand raised the pink wolf tooth club high once more. The scene of Shi Luo saving Tu Yi had been fully witnessed by Pan Long. In his eyes, this bastard still had a chance. Swinging down. A monster that had just emerged was torn apart and smashed into pulp by the wolf tooth club. He shouted excitedly. Good. 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 Die here. I'll give you my card monument spot. But only if you kill enough. Enough. Enough, enough, enough. A terrifying aura radiated from Pan Long. Shi Luo gripped the black gun. Power erupted violently. Waist and horse became one. The black rifle thrust forward, its force erupting in a sweeping horizontal strike. Chapter 76, The Pink Club. That figure over by Instructor Pan looks so familiar. That new face? The demonic new mask? Why would a demonic new unmasked warrior come here to slay monsters? Killing monsters. Spreading rumors about the instructor. Have you all grown tired of living? A shout cut through the air, and over 1,000 men focused their efforts on charging into the flames to slay the monsters. Old Pan, you mustn't get involved with the evil god, don't make the wrong choice. After murmuring this, the lean old man charged into the flames. The pink wolf tooth club, the more he swung, the more critical hits landed. Pan Long wielded his pink spiked club with one hand, single-handedly cutting through a sea of flames. Though not as ferocious as Pan Long, Shi Luo's black spear excelled in agility, allowing him to spear and kill any monster that appeared. Their coordinated assault unleashed unparalleled devastation. Tearing open a clear path, this route became the combat line for the subsequent Nuwa-faced warriors. 1,000 warriors began to spread out, slaughtering monsters. In an instant, the momentum of the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire diminished by a third. Yet the flames, like a relentless tide, continued to surge forward. Feeding on every plant in the mountain forest, they raged wildly, bursting forward with unchecked fury. As long as the core flames within the central zone continued to consume vegetation, the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire would never cease. Countless monsters roared incessantly within the flames. Night had fallen. The flames illuminated the mountains, and now, held back by 1,000 Nuwa masked warriors, their spread had significantly diminished. Yet without eliminating the core, this Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire could not be fully extinguished. Hours of relentless combat. Most of the Nuwa masked warriors were now covered in wounds. Their ability to charge into the flames had greatly diminished. This had now become a pure war of attrition. The outcome was inevitable. Either the Numashi warriors would exhaust themselves to death, or the core of the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire would continue burning until no combustible plants remained. Chen Yao observed all this. He now faced two choices as well: either wait for these warriors to die, then collect their Nuwa masks and gradually gather divine authority. Or he could choose to unleash the plague and reverse the treatment to save them. Chen Yao was now deeply conflicted. For a moment, completing the dungeon quest clashed with his basic sense of humanity. This dilemma left Su Mumei unable to offer any advice. From their vantage point high above the mountains and forests, Chen Yao and Su Mumei witnessed it. Two distinct figures began charging through the flames. A black spear and a pink wolf's tooth club. Pan Long and Shi Luo. Two uniquely distinctive weapons carved a twisted path, zigzagging straight toward the core of the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire. Yet, having blazed their path through the flames, they too found themselves isolated and cut off from reinforcements. Over 1,000 Nuwa-faced warriors were stretched to their absolute limit in containing the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire's spread. Shi Luo and Pan Long had already plunged deep into the heart of the flames. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flames to roar like a tidal wave. Pan Long tore a path with his wolf tooth club, but within seconds, the flames surged back to close the breach. Both the flames and the monsters emerging from them had intensified beyond measure. The two lone warriors fought with bloodshot eyes. Damn it, these things are relentless. We can't kill them all. Those bastards haven't caught up yet. Forget it. They never will. Unlike Shi Luo, Pan Long cursed incessantly. His breathing grew ragged, his right hand trembling. He switched the pink wolf tooth club from his left hand to his right, squeezing it as blood seeped through his fingers. The muscles in his right arm began to twitch uncontrollably. He'd reached the limit of what one arm could bear. Shi Luo's breathing was equally labored. His dual-wielding black guns relied entirely on his full body strength. Now his legs felt weak, and blood began seeping from his fingertips. Beneath the demonic mask, his condition was far better than Pan Long's. The mask of the possessed three faces, each imbued with unique blessings. It seemed Pan Long had noticed Shi Luo still had reserves to squeeze out. Pan Long shouted, "Hey! Go chop down the tree. I'll blast it open." They had now penetrated deep into the core. Only by shredding the flame plants still sprouting within the inferno could they possibly end this. Pan Long took a deep breath, the scorching air piercing his lungs like a coiled dragon. The muscles in his left arm instantly surged with blood. With a roar, beneath the pink demonic mask, Pan Long's eyes blazed crimson. He raised his wolf tooth club and swung it down with all his might. One swing. Another swing. Yet another swing. Thud. 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 3 blows. After 3 blows, a clearing opened up ahead. Shi Luo stepped forward, leaning forward with his black rifle raised, leaving a trail of shadow behind him as he sliced through a large patch of trees at terrifying speed. But after taking just one step, something felt off flames re-engulfed his back. Shi Luo halted. Hesitating for just 3 seconds. He spun around, black gun in hand. One shot cleaved through the flames. Pan Long crouched low, his wolf tooth club braced against the ground. He was breathing heavily. Shi Luo's eyes hardened. From within the flames, a monster raised a bone blade to strike down. Shi Luo's body flashed violently. He appeared behind Old Pan. He raised the black gun overhead with both hands just as a massive monster swung its blade down. Clang! Shi Luo blocked the blow squarely. Shilua finally spoke. Old Pan. The familiar voice made Pan Long open his eyes. His left hand swung the wolf tooth club, crushing the fire-spewing monster with a single blow. Pan Long slowly straightened his body, speaking weakly. I'm so exhausted, I almost fell asleep. Didn't I tell you to chop wood? We've come all this way. I just couldn't do it. You stay here and guard me while I go chop. Shi Luo said nothing. He stared intently at Pan Long. The next second, Pan Long's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Old Pan. I know you too well. Do you really have the strength left to fight your way out? Pan Long slumped down, panting heavily as scorching air assaulted his lungs, leaving them burning. Is there any chance this old Pan here doesn't want to hand over my card monument spot to you, you little bastard? Shi Luo said nothing, his black gun continuing to dispatch monsters before they fully emerged from the flames. Rest. I'll hold the line. Don't waste your strength. I'll clear a path for you. You need to kill the core to end this. You've always been so emotional. The matter in Luo Jianshui village. I've actually known about it all along. The words Luo Jianshui made Shi Luo's footsteps falter. Some things, if left unsaid, lose their chance forever. Pan Long slowly rose to his feet, gripping the pink wolf tooth club in his left hand. With a single strike, a monster was torn apart. Too many warriors of Tiger Leap Ravine have fallen, and far too few possess the talent to carve the new face. We've long known of their pact with the Dark God, but, for the survival of Tiger Leap Ravine, we've reached a certain equilibrium. As Pan Long spoke, the wolf tooth club in his hand swung with increasing ferocity. Enough! Shi Luo snapped, his voice deep and grave. He flicked his black spear, and blood began dripping from his hands onto the weapon. Chapter 77, Isn't it better to live? Isn't it better? I'll fight my way out. Even if I can't destroy the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire, I can still protect your life. Shi Luo's black spear trembled in his grasp. He spoke in a deep voice. And take you away. Pan Long silently removed the new face mask from his face and hung it at his waist. If I die, you may take this mask. But never invoke the demon god again. Master. Don't you understand? Shi Luo's spear lashed out, tearing a monster clean in two. What I pursue has never changed. Whether it's gods or demon gods, it makes no difference to me. Shi Luo thrust his black spear into the ground. The surrounding flames roared. Monsters surged forward. When I was at my most desperate, it wasn't the gods who answered me, it was the demon god. The demon god. Shi Luo swung his spear. The strike swept across the field, cleaving every newly emerged monster clean in two. Do you now pray that the gods will answer you? Do you now pray that the gods will resolve the calamity before you? Do you now pray that the gods will aid you? No. They can offer you nothing but a shred of power for your faith, nothing more. Pan Long was momentarily speechless, his hands twitching weakly as he struggled to raise his wolf tooth club. His attempt to reach the core had failed. He was destined to die here. His greatest concern, however, was Shi Luo, the disciple he had once taught. A disciple who had strayed onto the wrong path, embracing darkness. He knew persuasion was futile now. He only wished for this disciple to survive. At that moment, the black aura emanating from Shi Luo intensified, the three faces of the demonic god on his mask flickering with an even more vivid glow. The flames grew ever larger, yet this sensation of death drawing so near did not fill Shi Luo with fear. When he became a Nuwa warrior at the Tiger Leaping Gorge, dying in battle had already been his highest honor. His gaze flickered toward Pan Long, whose aura was beginning to falter. You can try beseeching your demon god to extinguish this fire. We'll bear any cost. Give it a shot. Pan Long's voice rang out. Pray, then pray. Shi Luo roared, gripping his spear. I, Shi Luo, have spent my entire life taking lives, stealing others' existence. My sins are unforgivable. Shi Luo's feet began to move, his steps synchronized with the ritual dance. The black gun in his hand whirled and spun. Should I fall into hell after death, I shall have no regrets. I only pray for the response of the Dark God. Destroy this calamity and save my former comrades of the Tiger Leaping Gorge. Answer my plea, Dark God. End this calamity. Shi Luo's voice boomed, yet there remained no response whatsoever. Pan Long's faint, mocking voice echoed. The Dark God you pray to is just as unreliable, isn't it? No. You don't understand, the demon god has always been watching me. Shi Luo swung wildly, shouting incessantly. Pray for the end of this calamity. Pray for the end of this calamity. But beneath the cries, no response came. From atop the hill, Chen Yao could sense Shi Luo's cries, but he did not answer. A man who was always ready to trade his life as currency, such a man was not worthy of becoming a crew member, as Paul had suggested. If this disaster could make him grow, there might still be a chance. Otherwise, Chen Yao had no intention of considering him as a crew member. Neither his character nor his abilities were particularly remarkable. This time, he was nothing more than an observer. Chen Yao's gaze sharpened as he witnessed something astonishing. The 1,000 Nuwa-faced warriors, who had been merely holding back the advancing flames, suddenly charged en masse into the inferno. Chen Yao tapped his index finger. Beneath the bird beak mask, his eyes flickered with golden light. The flames suddenly swirled. Amidst the cries, a strange reaction unfolded. One by one, figures emerged from the flames. They tore off their scorched clothing. One of them roared in fury. Luo! Do you even call yourselves warriors? Chasing after this half-baked nonsense. Begging the dark gods, that pitiful sight is truly revolting. But it was your voice that led us to the right path. He sneered as he departed. Your demon gods served a tiny purpose after all. 10 Nuwa masked warriors, supporting each other, had made their way here. More and more Nuwa masked warriors charged out of the flames. They didn't clear a path with weapons, they forced their way through sheer physical strength, charging from the flames to this spot. Their battle was against an endless horde of monsters. Death was delayed only to reach the core. Shiluo raised his hand and thrust the black gun into the ground. He watched helplessly as those warriors bypassed them, charging straight toward the core. To Shiluo, this suicidal act was nothing but death for death's sake. It held no meaning whatsoever. You're insane. You're the cowards content with the status quo. Your deaths hold no meaning. Do you truly consider dying here an honor? Let me tell you, you've always been wrong. Wrong. Shiluo felt the scorching air around him. He was just a step too slow. Flames coiled around him, blocking his path. Behind him, several Nuwa warriors who hadn't caught up yet were instantly pierced and killed by the monsters emerging from the flames. After their deaths, the remaining Nuwa masked warriors stepped over their corpses to close the gap. In this manner, over 1,000 men preserved their strength through such formation, forcibly escorting more than 100 others to this place. Their own stamina had already reached its limit outside. Engaging in prolonged combat risked annihilation. They knew this was a battle they could not win, they could not outlast their foes. That was why they chose to make one last desperate push. Eliminating the core still offered a chance. Prolonging the fight offered no chance at all. Over 100 Nuwa-faced warriors glanced at Shiluo, then at Panlong on his back. Without a word, they charged straight in. The surrounding temperature soared. Shiluo turned, he had decided to follow. A single shot cleaved through the flames, revealing a shocking sight. A single step too late, and dozens of corpses already lay scattered on the ground. They had been burned alive, their bodies torn apart by the monsters. The other Nuwa masked warriors pressed onward without a glance. Shiluo never feared death, only meaningless sacrifice. Old Pan. This is what you've witnessed. They're dead. Utterly meaningless deaths. The people of Tiger Leaping Gorge will all die out. This is destined to be a battle with no outcome. Panlong on his back said nothing, only slowly closing his eyes. Shiluo demanded once more. Isn't it better to live? Isn't it better to live? The clamor of battle erupted. Shiluo steeled himself and followed. Hundreds of Nuwa masked warriors charged into the core, slashing through trees. They paid no heed to the monsters bursting forth from the flames. They let the hordes of monsters burst forth from the flames, tearing at their bodies, severing their heads, devouring their flesh and blood. As long as they had a shred of strength left, they kept chopping down those trees to complete the destruction of the core. Chapter 78, Trade. Trade. All you know is trade. Such a brutal battle momentarily threw Shiluo into a panic. He knew the Nuwa warriors were not meant to fear death. But why were they doing this? He couldn't understand. Kill the monsters. Kill the monsters. Kill the monsters, you fools. Shiluo's eyes blazed red as he roared, the black gun in his hand still lashing wildly. Are you out of your minds? What the hell are you doing? Old Pan closed his eyes. His body was paralyzed, leaving him to lean against Shiluo's back. He said nothing. The outcome was already clear. There was no need for explanation. Their numbers dwindled steadily. Shiluo noticed that for every monster he killed, 3 more burst forth from the flames. After wasting energy on this futile task for a while, he finally understood why the others weren't killing the monsters. The monsters were endless. At the very least, with their remaining strength, it was pointless to waste it on killing monsters when they could be heading straight for the core. The muscles in Shiluo's arms had begun to ache and tremble, his bodily functions rapidly declining. The effect of the new face mask was also diminishing. His own strength plummeted. They're endless. Endless. More and more people were dying here. Shiluo instinctively looked toward the core of the tree. Watching that group of people. More than half were dead or wounded. The black gun in his hand trembled once more. Kill them all, no matter what. This time, the demonic mask on his face emitted an eerie black mist, and the aura of the black spear in his hand surged with fierce intensity. The long gun swung out, his vital energy surging forth, steaming crimson blood dispersing like a red mist. With a single thrust, flames 100 meters away were instantly suppressed. The terrifying aura caused even the weakened Old Pan to instinctively open his eyes. He roared. What is right? What is wrong? What I do is right. I'll kill them all, even if it kills me. Shiluo bit down on his tongue, his vital energy dissipating as his strength rapidly waned. Yet he still drew his gun, sweeping it across once more. This time, the 100-meter stretch was cleared once more. Hundreds of Nuwa dance warriors seized the chance to catch their breath, frantically clearing the central trees. We just take different paths to persevere. I'll walk this path to the very end. Turn back? There's no turning back. I won't turn back. I'm not wrong. A fierce, ruthless energy radiated from Shi Luo as his spear whipped through the air with frenzied abandon. His words seemed to describe the present situation, yet they also echoed his past convictions. He had always believed he was right. The terrifying aura instantly suppressed the number of monsters emerging from the flames. Even some of the Nuwa-faced warriors were stunned. To maintain such combat prowess at this moment, in this place, the terrifying flames still attempted a counterattack. This time, over 1,000 Nuwa-faced warriors suffered heavy casualties. Fewer and fewer followed behind them until no more Nuwa-faced warriors came to reinforce the rear. With nearly all the trees cleared, the flames could no longer reach the core. The monsters within the flames began to dissipate. The flame's temperature began to drop, and fewer monsters appeared. Like a torrent losing its force. The flames grew smaller and smaller until the inferno that had once spread for thousands of miles vanished completely. Shi Luo's entire body was drained of strength, his knees crashing heavily onto the scorched earth. When he knelt, there was no one left alive around him. Even old Pan behind him had been roasted alive by the flames after removing his demon mask. This battle seemed to have no victor. Shi Luo's vital energy was depleted, and he clung to life solely through the power of the Nuwa mask. The sea of corpses and blood before him seemed to trigger memories deep within Shi Luo's mind. He seemed to recall something else. But it didn't matter anymore. Meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Everything around him creaked and groaned. The crackling sound of charred trees echoed in his ears. Only it grew fainter and fainter. It's over. I just won't get to see my mother. Shi Luo didn't know why he kept thinking about his mother. He never used to be like this. Though his memories were fragmented, he seemed to recall certain things. When had he begun worshipping the dark god? He still couldn't quite recall. Never mind. Like a revolving lantern, Chen Yao's figure slowly emerged from the plague, appearing before Shi Luo. Shi Luo's body was severely burned now, his tattered clothes fused with flesh and blood. It was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Your willpower is astonishing. You're still alive despite this. In Shi Luo's dying eyes, Chen Yao appeared like a demon god. The moment Chen Yao appeared, he gathered all the Nuwa masks, a total of 1,232. He was still far from the 37,128 masks of the divine spirits. Yet after absorbing those masks, Chen Yao sensed a peculiar connection forming between himself and this dungeon world. The instant Shi Luo saw Chen Yao, he struggled to muster his last ounce of strength to speak. A faint, weak voice emerged. Dark God. Did you hear my plea? It was you who helped me, wasn't it? Chen Yao remained silent, simply staring at Shi Luo. You're dying. Do you still believe the Dark God can save you? I haven't interfered with any of this. If you had given up from the start, perhaps this war wouldn't have ended like this. At least you wouldn't have become what you are now. Chen Yao raised his hand, and the plague-reversing treatment dispersed around him. He began healing Shi Luo. His body healed at a visible pace. This dual blessing from his innate talent and title. The intense healing instantly favored Shi Luo, restoring him to health. The newly healed Shi Luo immediately knelt on the ground and began pleading. Dark God. You have a way, don't you? We can make a deal. They can live, I want them to live, is that acceptable? Deal, always a deal. What else could this man do besides worship the Dark God and make deals? Chen Yao felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. He had already decided not to intervene in this war, but now that things had turned out this way, there was no turning back. Even though he'd laid the groundwork with the delusionists from the very beginning. But the delusionists demanded a price, and the cost of sacrificing this entire group of dead souls was too horrific. Deals. All you ever think about is deals. If you'd abandoned that old man the moment you saw the flames, after he split through the fire, you could have entered the core to drain it and this wouldn't have happened. You've always lived in your own world. You're not wrong, but your actions demand an even greater price to pay. Actually, Shi Luo had done nothing wrong. It was just that now, Chen Yao felt this guy was simply unsuitable to be the lookout on the sinner. Chen Yao surveyed the surrounding field littered with the corpses of the Nuwa warriors. This was yet another war that defied explanation. As the sole surviving Nuwa warrior and one who worshipped a dark god at that. I can let you revive him, but you'll have to bear the cost yourself. Chen Yao pointed a finger at Shi Luo's back, at the pan long he carried. I'm willing. I'll do anything. Any price is acceptable. Chen Yao frowned. Shi Luo was like a gambler, utterly indifferent to what he had to sacrifice. This feeling filled Chen Yao with utter disgust. Chapter 79, Believe in Me. The delusional ability resided within this group. From the very beginning, Chen Yao had implanted a state reset. Therefore, the price wasn't as severe as resurrecting the dead, but rather a state regression. It was considerably less severe in comparison. The cost is minimal, but the outcome might not be favorable. Are you still willing? I'll give everything I have. Half a palm. Prepare yourself, this is going to hurt. Why should Shi Luo bear the cost of the delusionalist's power? The reason lies in the new face mask he wears belonging to Chen Yao. This new face mask served as a bond connecting the two, a hierarchical relationship. Chen Yao's pupils spun golden. Shi Luo's newly restored body suddenly began to fracture, his right palm snapped. Crackling sounds erupted as his entire palm snapped backward 180 degrees at the center, the backs of his fingers pressing against his palm. The excruciating pain made Shi Luo's face go pale, though he didn't even cry out. The fracture was only the beginning. Next, all fingers except the thumb began to twist, contorting into twisted knots. This was merely the price for resetting one person's state. If it were 1,200 people, the cost would likely clean Shi Luo's life outright. Once twisted into knots, each finger began to melt like candles. Drip. Drip. Shi Luo watched his palm transform before his eyes. The excruciating pain turned his lips pale, yet he still did not cry out. Under these circumstances, Chen Yao's perception of him shifted slightly. At the very least, Shi Luo's willpower was beyond reproach. 4 fingers melted into a pool of blood before his eyes. With his fingers completely gone, even Chen Yao couldn't heal him. Regeneration of severed limbs was beyond his capabilities. This meant Shi Luo would never again wield his weapon, that black pistol. After the delusional condition was triggered, the state of Pan Long strapped to Shi Luo's back began to recover. His heart, which had ceased beating in death, was now being infused with vitality and started beating again. Within a few breaths, Pan Long's entire state returned to its original condition, including his memories. His sharp eyes snapped open. Struggling to dismount Shi Luo's back, the first sight that met his eyes was Chen Yao. The eerie visage of the three-faced evil god in his eyes sent Pan Long's vigilance soaring to its peak. Evil gods. Pan Long instinctively reached for his waist, only to find nothing there. His new face had vanished. When? Wait. Pan Long sensed something was terribly wrong. He hadn't gathered over 1,000 warriors from Tiger Leap Ravine to ambush the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire. Where were they? Was Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire ignited? How did I end up here? At that moment, Pan Long noticed a familiar figure again. Shi Luo. Pan Long saw the demonic Manhwa mask Shi Luo wore. The engraved mask was identical to the one on Chen Yao before him. Shi Luo, what have you done? No. Pan Long noticed the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire had gone out, and all around were burned to death Manhwa warriors. What happened? Shi Luo, half a palm severed, had no color left beneath the new mask. He lacked even the strength to speak, managing only a single cry. Old Pan. What did you call me? Have you no shame? Shi Luo, is you again. You destroyed the village, and this time it's you again, isn't it? I've always tried to talk you out of it. Pan Long closed his eyes in anguish. You killed them, didn't you? Shi Luo shook his head, struggling to speak. Chen Yao stepped forward and spoke. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself, the walking evil god, the plague father, the scourge. Chen Yao was quite fond of this name. Dirt collector, father of mercy. Not bad. That would be his name in this world. Pan Long took a step back, his expression as peculiar as could be. A walking, living demon god. You worship a demon god? That's why you summon such a disgusting thing? Old Pan raised his hand, drawing a pink wolf tooth club. It was hard to believe the very man who had fought alongside them, who had even begged Chen Yao to save his life, now brandished a weapon ready for battle. We value peace. We evil gods are never inherently evil. What we seek is special trade. You owe your very existence here to him. He sacrificed half his palm to bring you back to life. Ha! Evil god. Pan Long refused to believe it. In his eyes, the evil gods were nothing but disaster deities who preyed on others with deceitful lies to profit from chaos. You think I'd believe that? Pan Long stared at the fallen Manhwa-faced warrior on the ground, his fist tightening around the pink wolf tooth club. I always thought you could be saved. Even if you worshipped the evil god, I wouldn't have cared as long as you stood with us. I could have let you inherit my divine no mask. I won't live much longer anyway. But you've disappointed me beyond measure. Shi Luo clutched his wrist, the searing pain still fresh. He couldn't explain. All he could manage was a desperate, choked out no. Do you worship a false god? The abrupt question cut through the silence. Chen Yao looked at Pan Long as he spoke. Worship an evil god? These people can live for just a small price, like your disciple worshipping me to help you resurrect. No way. Their lives are in my hands. The longer they wait, the slimmer their chances of survival become. Do you truly want your warriors to lie here? Take these young warriors back and bury them in the graveyard? Chen Yao felt he had a natural talent for being a demon god, and he also held high regard for this old man. The old friend was clever and powerful. Especially that pink wolf tooth club, quite distinctive. Hearing Chen Yao's words, Pan Long fell into a rare silence. Instead of cursing, he genuinely pondered Chen Yao's words. Believe in you, and they'll live? They can live. Only one could be saved and taken back by Chen Yao. But nesting them would work. It's just that these people would pay a price, big or small, like Shi Luo losing half her palm. They'd never be able to use a gun again. The cost is random. Really? They can survive? He asked twice in succession, his hesitation evident. Shi Luo. I'm your master. Can you really survive? Shi Luo raised his left hand, half his palm folded, melted blood from his fingers dripping across his entire hand. This gesture spoke volumes. At that moment, Pan Long seemed to accept everything. That severed palm was the price he had paid. Pan Long's steps faltered, stumbling twice before steadying himself. So, I really was dead, and you brought me back? You could say that. So, truly believing in you can save these children? Yes, that's correct. The phrase "only one can be saved" lingered slowly in Chen Yao's mind. Chapter 80, 35,805 Nuwa Masks. Believe in me. Be loyal to me. After uttering these words, Pan Long hesitated, gazing at the corpses strewn across the mountains and valleys. Finally, Pan Long hesitated, glancing at the divine Nuwa mask that had long since vanished from his waist. Faith was paramount to them. Faith was the source of their strength and the very foundation of their lives. But now. I'm old now. Faith doesn't matter anymore. As long as they can live. Pan Long took a deep breath. The pink wolf tooth club slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He hesitated, staring at the demonic god before him. Right hand pressed to his chest, he slowly knelt. I worship you, evil god. Negu. After uttering the name Negu, Chen Yao felt a faint yet tangible power surge within his body. A force more potent than what he had absorbed from those divine masks. I accept your faith. The price for resurrection is. Chen Yao extended his hand. The price of delusion was bestowed. The right eye. Pan Long's right eyeball rapidly shriveled, shrinking in an instant like a plump grape being drained dry. The fear of death enveloped Pan Long's heart. A warrior with a demon mask lying on the ground was reversed. Pan Long stared at the lone warrior who had risen. His voice trembled as he spoke. But wasn't it supposed to revive everyone? I never used the word everyone. What about the others? I still have my left eye. And both hands. Pan Long's emotions flared, as if he'd been deceived. Yet bound by his faith, he couldn't bring himself to voice those words. Chen Yao addressed the newly resurrected Xiao Nuo warrior. The cost of resurrection is too great. Only by sacrificing everyone can we survive. Are you willing to pay the price for the dead and place your faith in me? Before this group of Nuo warriors who had forsaken life itself, sacrificing one's own life might seem insignificant. But when it came to others' lives, they would readily consider altering their beliefs. Sacrifice was a special quality within them. Once Pan Long placed his faith in him, he could never speak ill of him. This faith was not merely lip service. Gazing upon the mountainside strewn with the corpses of former comrades, the Nuo warriors, faced with their former beliefs, could not resist Chen Yao's temptation. They changed their allegiance. And so it went on endlessly. Thus, each Nuo masked warrior was revived with varying degrees of injury or disability. Once the number of believers reached 1,323, Chen Yao sensed his peculiar energy reaching a new, extraordinary state. He had successfully amassed an army of disabled Nuo masked warriors who believed in him. He possessed something unique to this group. Faith of the Nuo warriors 1,323. With 1,323 faith points, he could now enter the plague ship to craft plague artifacts. This group seemed quite promising. Meanwhile, cracks began appearing in the divine statues within Tiger Leaping Gorge. Chen Yao began to absorb the power of this world. At the same time, he understood what he needed. 37,128 Nuo masks. The masks given by these believers counted toward his tally, as did the ones he carved himself. Carving the remaining 35,805 Nuo masks. Collect 37,128 new masks, then truly seize control of this world. But this world held more than just new masks. Monsters and other evil deities lurked within. After reaching this realization, Chen Yao addressed all the Nuo mask warriors. I require 35,805 Nuo masks. Engrave me. This is the only task you must fulfill. Pan Long and all the Nuo mask warriors stared at Chen Yao with solemn expressions. Pan Long spoke first. Dark. Lord, 35,805 masks is an overwhelming number. We require sufficient time, and carving one mask per person is already our limit. Carving more demands immense power. Chen Yao understood exactly what they needed. This world held new masks, gods, evil gods, and monsters. The power of the evil god and the gods was the key to the new masks. Now, what he needed was to help this group of crippled Nuo mask warriors carve their masks. Chen Yao sighed. I will find a way. You just carve. Remember my face. Call my name when you need me. My children, I will protect you. With those words, Chen Yao turned and vanished into the plague. At that moment, Pan Long and the others exchanged glances. Old Pan, what should we do? We've sworn allegiance to a demon god. Pan Long answered with just two words. Engrave. Chen Yao brought Su Mumei into the village. His body darted swiftly into Paul's house. A peculiar conjecture formed in his mind. Paul. The wooden door creaked open slowly. Paul's twisted body tore through the human skin, revealing himself before Chen Yao. Captain, it seems you've successfully subdued that group. You truly are a genius. Did you unleash the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire? Would such a thing be so coincidental? Captain, if you've already figured it out, there's no need to ask. I'm merely helping you gain control over this world. I remember now. What I've always wanted is the spirit of Tiger Leaping Gorge. To slaughter that entire pack of hypocritical deities. Paul's voice began to grow hoarse as his body started to bloom and contract like liquid. The Tiger Leaping Gorge holds what you need to accomplish this. Finally. Paul's hand once again hooked the wooden door, slamming it shut with a loud snap. Su Mumei and Chen Yao watched Paul leave. Chen Yao stared at the closed door. Paul had a different relationship with this world. Chen Yao, what do we do next? Su Mumei felt utterly useless. I'm going to Huyu Canyon. Can you keep an eye on those Nuwa-faced warriors for me? Okay. Su Mumei agreed. This instance was straightforward. Paul's involvement made everything incredibly straightforward. So straightforward that all they had to do was follow the path. This time, it was pure windfall. But Paul's intense hatred for that group of deities must stem from some special connection. After delivering Su Mumei to the group of Nuwa-faced warriors to witness their engraving, Chen Yao stood alone beside a hillside. Though following Paul's method would allow him to end this world himself and gather the energy required for the Sin ship, he wanted to understand what was entangled within it. He used the delusion moment to begin deluding himself about his abilities, peering into the abyss. To ensure the minimum cost, Chen Yao only glimpsed 3 images of Paul. Under the condition of minimal cost, Chen Yao's arm began to twist. The cost was so great. Chen Yao immediately began healing. As long as the entire arm wasn't severed and vanished, he could pull it back through healing magic. Simultaneously, the vision of delusion began to surface within Chen Yao's mind. Chapter 81, The Floating World's Inferno, Blood Sacrifice to the Gods. The first image was a statue of a man. The statue was enormous, and beneath it stood a crowd of people wearing new masks, dancing. The second image showed the statue toppling. Amidst the surrounding flames, people clung to one another, their faces etched with fear, terror, and other raw emotions. The third image depicted a scene of war. This war is not between humans and monsters, but between humans themselves. New masks of various colors are engaged in combat. The information provided by these 3 scenes is scarce. One might even say they reveal nothing at all. Chen Yao could only speculate. Since the statue appeared in the scene, Chen Yao surmised that the man depicted in the statue was Paul's original human form. Paul. The statue being toppled, perhaps that was the reason Paul became a demon god. As for the war, it seemed unrelated to Paul. Yet peering into the past, the only possible connection lay in the spark that ignited it. The Tiger Leaping Gorge, the statue, and Paul. Chen Yao tended to his arm. He asked Paul, but Paul wouldn't say anything, so he had to figure it out himself. He hadn't even completed a second-tier ritual, yet here he was playing the role of a dark god within this dungeon. Chen Yao sighed in resignation. After shaking his arm and feeling the pain subside, he spoke. This price was truly not worth it. All useless information. It hurt like hell. Rubbing his arm, Chen Yao slowly faded into the plague, vanishing from sight. In the jungle. Facing Chen Yao's demand. The new face carved with the faith of thee. Only Shilua stood apart, leaning against a great tree. As before, he stood apart, observing everyone with his usual aloof gaze. Even now that they too were forced to worship the demon god Negu, he felt he had completely lost his place among this group. Shilua glanced at his severed palm. He'd never be able to hold a gun again in this life. He could only swing his fists in a gun-like stance now, though the power had dropped by more than 60%. But it was the only way he could still maintain his combat effectiveness. There was no choice. Trading half a palm for old Pan's life, there was no better option. After all, the old man had died for him once. Amidst the crowd, the young girl Tu Yi rose to her feet. Hesitating briefly, she approached Shi Luo holding the half-engraved Nua mask. You have the greatest talent for engraving. Could you help me? Her tone carried a hint of pleading. This was Tu Yi offering Shi Luo a way out, a chance to integrate with this group of warriors. Carve it yourself. I'm too busy. Oomph. Little Luo, I only chased you once, and you're still holding a grudge? At that sound, all engraving motions halted. Ears tilted slightly to listen. Even Pan Long couldn't resist pretending to shift his position to eavesdrop on the gossip. I don't. No? Then why did you teach me engraving? I know you were forced to worship the dark god from the start, and you saved me once, and... Tu Yi grabbed Shi Luo's arm with one hand. His severed palm was exposed. You paid the price just like the rest of us, didn't you? Why not just join our big family of cripples? The phrase family of cripples darkened everyone's faces. Shi Luo looked at Tu Yi. He sensed the creaking sound of carving knives pressing against wood around him cease. The silence was terrifying. Su Mumei, meanwhile, cradled her face in her hands as she watched from the side. Shi Luo desperately wanted to refuse. Teach me. Tuyi stepped in front of Shi Luo, bending down and tilting his head to stare intently at her lowered gaze. They locked eyes for a moment. Now, they were once again in the same boat. Shi Luo finally couldn't help but look away. Tuyi leaned in once more, and this time, Shi Luo reluctantly spoke up. I'll help you. That's more like it. After all, our beliefs align once more. The moment those words left his lips, silence fell over everyone. They were all followers of the Dark God. The sound of carving echoed once more. Senior brother Shi Luo. I need your help too. You possess the finest carving talent among us. Senior brother Shi Luo, I also need. A smile curved Pan Long's lips. Once you've sworn allegiance to the Dark God, everything else fades away. Nothing was insurmountable. Pan Long delivered the final stroke to the new face mask in his hands. A so-called demonic god Naga new mask was now complete. At that moment, he felt an intense, suffocating pressure in his chest. The sensation grew stronger and stronger. One by one, the warriors finished carving their first new masks. But Pan Long's palpitations grew more intense. Pan Long's eyes narrowed with resolve. He slowly rose, fastened the demon mask to his waist, then walked over to Su Mumei. Messenger, I've finished carving mine. But my heart is pounding violently. I have this feeling that something bad is about to happen. If you're willing, Messenger, after we finish carving the first mask, could we go back to Tiger Leap Ravine to get some pigments? Pan Long and all the warriors believed the girl accompanying the demon god must be his messenger. Thus, they addressed her with exceptional deference. Tiger Leap Ravine? Agreed. Su Mumei agreed. Because Tiger Leap Ravine was a place Paul had always been concerned about. A group of warriors, all wearing identical crimson Nuwa masks, marched in formation. After a stretch of travel, the warriors halted in the jungle to rest. A warrior who had sat down to rest curiously asked the leading elder. Elder Song. The number of Tiger Leaping Gorge's divine worshippers has plummeted drastically. What happened to them? Word is the Ghost Mountain Spirit fire erupted. Their deity is the weakest, but those warriors were the most fiery-blooded. By our calculations, they're all dead. All dead. Tiger Leap Ravine was a divine warrior camp just like ours. Elder Song remained silent. A young warrior beside him spoke up. Tiger Leap Ravine was never a good place. With the dwindling number of believers, the spirit will emerge. If what happened decades ago repeats itself, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why we're here this time to resolve it. Elder Song, could you tell us what we should do? Elder Song remained silent. A young warrior named Yun Xiong spoke up from the side. What else can we do? Before that, we must turn every living soul within Tiger Leap Gorge into devotees of the deity to suppress its revival. If their numbers prove insufficient, then we shall suppress it with blood. The floating life inferno, a blood sacrifice to the deities. Ah! What are you so shocked about, rookie? Places like Tiger Leap Gorge have been destroyed more than once. Death is death. We ensure the stability of this world, you know that's the greater good. Besides, if they all die, we just cultivate a few more seeds and toss them in. And the floating life inferno is the perfect place for us to earn the favor of the judging gods. Enough. Stop talking. Prepare to continue our journey. Elder Song seemed unwilling to dwell on the subject, silently turning to rise. Yun Xiong shot Elder Song a dismissive glance. Once this matter concluded, he, Yun Xiong, would become the commanding elder. He reached for the weapon in his hand, raised it overhead, and declared. Advance. Destination, Tiger Leap Ravine. Reach it within half an hour. For the gods. For the divine. For the divine. For the divine. A chorus of shouts erupted. Elder Song said nothing, silently leading the way at the front. Chapter 82, Fate and Timing. Cracks began to appear in the divine statue at Tiger Leap Gorge. The entire gorge began to shake. Rocks began falling relentlessly. The children and elders left behind in Tiger Leap Gorge began frantically emerging from the caves. Some elders seemed to grasp the significance. Cracks in the divine statues signified the loss of faith. And this could only mean one thing, they were already dead. The elders sighed in unison. The deities are shattered. They won't be returning. Does that mean Old Man Pan won't return either? Children, this was their fate. The old man stroked the child's head, his wrinkled face bearing bloodshot eyes as he spoke. It was their destiny. No way. Old Man Pan was so strong. And all the other brothers were so powerful too. Right. They're so strong, how could they die? They won't die. The children tugged at the old man's clothes, refusing to accept his words. The old man sighed helplessly. But the next second, his pupils contracted. At that moment, rows of crimson figures stood atop the mountain ravine. Each wore a demon mask adorned with crimson patterns. For the gods! Yun Xiong shouted from among them. All began to plunge downward in a frenzy, then shouted in unison. For the gods! For the gods! Elder Song, more agile than the rest, used the scattered rocks in the ravine as footholds and began moving. Amidst the cries, the residents left behind at Huyao Ravine began emerging one by one. An old man clutched a child as he watched the crimson-masked warriors emerge. Elder Song stood atop the highest divine statue, his Nuwa masked warrior gazing down upon everyone from above. This divine statue was the faith of all who lived in Tiger Leap Ravine. After a brief glance, he spoke indifferently. The faithful are insufficient in number. Only the floating life inferno remains a blood sacrifice to the deities. Elder Song raised his hand and issued a command. In the next instant, all the red-masked warriors began their work. Shrieks and wails echoed throughout the ravine. Those left behind in Tiger Leap Ravine were mostly elderly with insufficient combat strength for children whose new masks had yet to be carved. The slaughter commenced. Bodies tumbled down one after another, blood trickling through the crevices of the cliff face. Kill! 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 You bastards, I'm old, not dead. Children, stand behind me. The elders gathered, pulling the bodies of surviving children behind them as shields, once more donning their tattered new masks. Gathering before the cave entrance with their last weapons. I thought this would be a one-sided slaughter, but it turns out we've run into some tough nuts. Yun Xiong sneered, blocking the other Nuwa mask warriors. Elder Song, you handle this group of veteran warriors. Elder Song advanced silently, slowly drawing the weapon at his waist as he walked. A blade was drawn. The next second, Elder Song's figure flickered. A single swing. The group of elders shielding the children was cleaved in two at the waist by the blade. Gazing at the three surviving children huddled together, shivering violently, Elder Song slowly turned around. The next second, his blade slid back into its sheath. He did not strike again. Elder, are you showing mercy again? Let me help you. Yun Xiong's demonic mask contorted as he raised a 100-pound iron rod with one hand and swung it down toward the children. Blow after blow after blow. The sound behind him gradually transformed into the thudding of flesh being pounded. Elder Song gripped the hilt of his waist-mounted blade, then released it and silently walked away. He turned, leaned against the wall, sat cross-legged, and began to mutter to himself. Yun Xiong's grin grew more savage. Elder Song is truly merciful. Have you begun your tedious exorcism again? How amusing. The purgatory of mortal existence, blood sacrifices to the gods, those were your very own orders just moments ago. As if stimulated by the blood, Yun Xiong's crimson demon mask took on an eerie, distorted expression. Yun Xiong, upon our return, you shall inherit my position as commander. There's no need for this. I would have agreed. Go hunt some monsters. The blood sacrifice still isn't enough. Upon hearing Elder Song's words, Yun Xiong's gaze shifted. Then we shan't disturb Elder Song's rites. Everyone, withdraw. Yun Xiong raised his hand. All the crimson-masked warriors obeyed his command and departed from Tiger Leap Ravine. The entire Tiger Leap Ravine was left with only Elder Song, seated in meditation and chanting. Elder Song paused, murmuring to himself. It is fate. Above the mountain gorge. Beneath Pan Long's growing sense of unease. They sped up their journey. At breakneck speed, they reached Tiger Leap Ravine. Even before entering the gorge, an overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. In that instant, Pan Long's eyes turned bloodshot. His movements slowed as he trudged toward the ravine's edge. The overwhelming stench of blood was unmistakable, yet Pan Long dared not look. His hands trembled. His trembling lips whispered. Don't let anything happen. Don't let anything happen. Nothing will happen, nothing will happen. Pan Long came to a halt at the edge of the ravine. His pupils contracted. His fists clenched violently, teeth biting into his lips until blood flowed down his throat. Behind him, the warriors with demon masks all stood at the edge of the ravine. Their eyes were bloodshot from witnessing the brutal scene. Throughout the entire ravine, not a single elder left behind in the Tiger Leaping Gorge remained unharmed. Blood stained the entire Hoyue ravine crimson. Shredded flesh and corpses littered the valley floor. Upon witnessing this, Shi Luo's memories began to replay. His fragmented memories began to piece themselves together. Chen Yao stood in the distance. He had arrived too late. In other words, because he had deliberately controlled the plague earlier, the plague intestinal disease had not spread throughout Huyao Ravine. By the time he arrived, the tragedy had already unfolded. Beneath Huyao Ravine at that moment, Elder Song, seated in meditation and chanting prayers for the departed, paused. He slowly opened his eyes and looked upward. In that instant, Pan Long's gaze followed the 100-meter ravine, and their eyes met. One stood atop the mountain peak, the other below. One blazed with fury like a mountain fire, the other remained still as stagnant water. A flicker of emotion finally touched Elder Song's face. He slowly rose to his feet. Pan Long's right hand gripped the demonic mask at his waist. In a low, raspy voice, he spoke slowly. All who are willing, put on the filth-absorbing new face mask and follow me. Pan Long seized the demonic new face mask and slowly pulled it over his face. In that instant, a terrifying aura radiated out from him. If the deities had previously refused to grant Pan Long their power, and he could only harness less than a tenth of his immense innate power, consider that even Shi Luo, wearing the dirt-gathering Nuwa mask, his combat prowess under the black gun was comparable to Old Pan. Old Pan. In this instant, Pan Long's aura surged sevenfold stronger than when he wore the divine Nuwa mask in his youth. The warriors behind him simultaneously reached for the Nago masks hanging at their waists. Put them on! Shilua did so, and Tuyi followed suit. Put them on! Not a single soul was left behind. The terrifying aura of the demon god radiated from every one of them. All began to shout. Evil, retreat! Evil, be gone! Evil spirits, retreat! Under this overwhelming pressure, Elder Song slowly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Gazing at the terrifying aura that had nearly solidified into tangible form, Elder Song murmured helplessly. It is fate. It is destiny. Chapter 83, Death, 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 Death. Yun Xiong felt exceptionally elated. The conclusion of this mission at Tiger Leaping Gorge signaled their faction's imminent dominance. Perhaps even a portion of the divine power of Tiger Leaping Gorge might be bestowed upon him afterward. Seeing Elder Song's limp state just now, he knew his era had arrived. His ambitions extended far beyond becoming a mere ruling elder. Elder Song is powerful, but he's just a pitiful creature. Brother Yun, I feel a bit cold. Interrupted mid-sentence, Yun Xiong felt a pang of irritation. Just as he was about to speak again. The next second, the warrior standing beside him halted in his tracks. Cough. Before he could speak, a warrior wearing a red Nuwa mask suddenly removed it and violently spat out a mouthful of black blood. The sudden movement startled Yun Xiong. He turned to look. Every warrior behind him began to fall into a similar state. They halted in their tracks, clutching their masks as they tore them off, spewing gushes of blood. The next second, Yun Xiong's body was no exception. A mouthful of black blood spurted out, but he hadn't removed his new face mask, so his eyes were stained black by the blood. Guh. With that spurt of black blood, his strength seemed to be drained. In that instant, one word came to mind. Plague. Yun Xiong felt his blood begin to congeal, his body's vitality drained in an instant. A countdown appeared before his eyes. A death countdown. The surrounding trees began to wither rapidly. A figure with 3 eerie faces, shrouded in black aura, materialized out of thin air. An aura of terror and despair spread through the air. Yun Xiong and the Nuwa-faced warrior's pupils instantly contracted. This aura, this monster whose mere glance causes one's mental state to plummet. It was undoubtedly a demon god. An evil god. How could it have targeted them? Yun Xiong instantly realized the current situation was the work of this very demon god. Their divine new face masks were utterly useless against this plague-like affliction, which had nearly completely sapped their combat strength. Evil. Evil god, what do you desire? The spineless Yun Xiong pleaded for mercy while maintaining as much composure as possible. An evil god was absolutely not to be provoked. Chen Yao watched this group with cold indifference. He had arrived a moment too late. These bastards had already slaughtered every last survivor of the Tiger Leaping Ravine. Not even the old and weak were spared. The rage surging within him prompted Chen Yao to utter another cold, indifferent statement. I want only one thing. Your lives. Dark God, whatever you desire, I can give it to you. The deity I worship is Sukai, a god of slaughter. If we die and it emerges, it will surely trouble you, Dark God. Yun Xiong pleaded urgently. Sukai? They engraved the name of the deity. If they died, Sukai would emerge. The relationship between devotees and deities, Chen Yao couldn't help but feel it was also chaotic. Very well, I need your faith. Yun Xiong froze, a flicker of joy lighting up his heart. This could work. The next second, Chen Yao's hoarse voice spoke. You hesitated. Sorry, but I'll have to send you on your way. Yun Xiong froze. He hadn't hesitated. He wanted to live. Wait. Dark God, I can worship you. Plague black light. Chen Yao materialized before Yun Xiong, one hand clamping onto his face. Plague black light spread through contact, infecting Yun Xiong instantly. Yun Xiong's body began to convulse. Within mere seconds, tiny black spots began crawling across Yun Xiong's skin. The spots continued to spread across her skin like ink bleeding into paper. Yun Xiong tried to make a sound, but her throat felt like it was stuck. The mask clutched by Chen Yao on her face emitted a series of creaking sounds. The demonic mask dissolved into black ash, revealing Yun Xiong's face, now as dull and lifeless as burnt earth. In that same instant, the black spots on his body began to fester, oozing a black pus that emitted an eerie stench. Under the black light, the terrifying speed of transmission instantly caused everyone infected with the blood clot plague to exhibit the same symptoms. Such a transformation occurred in merely 3 breaths. But the horror of the black light did not end there. Those affected were also tormented by extreme mental anguish. The torment of their mental state was another matter entirely. In this mental state, every breath began to stretch infinitely. In this tormented state, it's no exaggeration to say that seconds feel like years. Yun Xiong and all the other infected began to experience a mental breakdown. The pain surged through them like a tidal wave, feeling as though thousands of ants were gnawing at their bones and nerves. Their vision blurred, shrouded by a layer of black mist, distorting the world around them into something alien and unfamiliar. Black light devoured their souls. Plague doctors never cared about rank. Their killing methods relied most heavily on the plague itself. They walked through plagues, killing without a trace. He was the messenger of plague, the embodiment of death. Now, Chen Yao seemed like a true demon god. In an instant, he claimed the lives of over 100 new masked warriors. Death spread, black light began to spread. Chen Yao raised his foot, then stomped down. The lingering black light around him began to reverse and dissipate, radiating outward from Chen Yao. Your lives are too tainted. I no longer desire your faith. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Chen Yao murmured, his cloak billowing as his form dissolved into a cloud of black mist. On the other side, Pan Long leapt into the void. Behind him, the dense crowd of people began to leap as well, plunging thousands of meters down the cliff ravine without any means of cushioning their fall. Within mere seconds, the crowd plummeted like black raindrops, crashing heavily before Elder Song. Pan Long extended his powerful right arm, gripping a crimson wolf tooth club in his hand. Raise! Whoosh! His figure vanished. Several meters away, Elder Song drew his sword. Clang! Sparks flew. Pan Long, wearing the mask of the demon god, struck back with his staff, sending Elder Song reeling. Old Pan, long time no see. I die. A warrior in a demon mask stood behind Pan Long, one hand gripping his shoulder. Using the momentum, he drew his blade and slashed toward Elder Song's neck. Clang! Immediately after, another new masked warrior charged downward, his twin blades crossing at an awkward angle to slash at Elder Song's lower body. Clang! With a deft flick of his blade, Elder Song dodged once more. In an instant, the killing intent flared anew. From the side, a black spear whipped toward Elder Song's throat with a single-handed flick. Clang! His blade snapped back, narrowly parrying the spear. Seamless coordination and relentless pressure. Behind them, over 1,000 new masked warriors began to coordinate with Pan Long, relentlessly swinging their weapons in succession. Clang! 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 With each clang, Elder Song retreated a step, his aura weakening with each blow. After holding out for several dozen seconds, a spray of blood shot from Elder Song's shoulder. His defenses crumbled. A hail of attacks rained down upon Elder Song. Then, chest, both arms, shoulders. Finally, his ankles were slashed. His knees were shattered. Elder Song's body jerked, collapsing to his knees like a blood-soaked man. Their coordination was terrifying. Before him now stood thousands of warriors wearing the plague-ridden, filth-covered masks of the demonic god Nuwa. The crushing weight of death descended upon Elder Song's heart. The new face mask on Elder Song's face split cleanly in two. What emerged was an expression of resignation. His arms fell limply to his sides as he murmured weakly. You've all embraced the demon god now. Why didn't you follow me in worshipping Sukhai back then? What good was your pride? You killed them. Am I right, old Pan? Chapter 84, The Moment of Delusion Without Cost. Pan Long stood before Elder Song. One hand grasped the demonic mask covering his face. He pulled it off. Song Hu, you're different from us. I never questioned your pursuit, but... Pan Long closed his eyes in anguish. Why did you kill them? Among them were elders you knew, and teachers who once guided you. Elder Song's head snapped up, his gaze locking onto Pan Long. He screamed with every ounce of strength. No questioning. No interference. I ask you, what is your faith now? Or is your faith something you can casually discard? Faith is replaceable. So in the end, you're just like me, seeing it as a source of power. I was here waiting for you, betting that you'd still be alive after replacing your faith. I was right. So old Pan, I'll be waiting for you in hell. You're no different from me, you're a traitor too. Elder Song burst into maniacal laughter. Beneath the laughter, his eyes were bloodshot as he threw his head back and screamed in agony. I believe in the gods. With that cry, Elder Song's life force flickered like a candle flame in a raging storm before extinguishing. Gazing upon Elder Song, who had knelt to his death, his words plunged all the Nuwa-faced warriors into silence. What is faith? Is it truly only about power? Pan Long gazed blankly at the demonic Nuwa mask in his hands, then turned his eyes to the shattered divine statue atop the tiger leaping gorge. His faith. What exactly was it? Was faith truly nothing more than a source of power for them? The deity he had worshipped since childhood seemed indifferent to him, never communicating. If mere power was all faith offered, then he needed greater strength, even if it meant betraying his beliefs. No. No. Faith. What is faith? He betrayed the divine faith for the sake of these children, becoming a follower of the dark god. But, is that truly a reason? He never harbored a single doubt before. From the very beginning, he never questioned his faith. At this moment of shifting faith, he was unsure what he truly believed in. In that moment, Pan Long was lost. The demonic no mask in his hand seemed to come alive in Pan Long's eyes. The octopus's tentacles began to coil up Pan Long's arm, burrowing into his heart. An aura of despair emanated from Pan Long's body. He began to question his faith in the demon god. Your follower's spirit has been corrupted. Reinforce his faith. Chen Yao rushed over immediately. Mental corruption is no trivial matter. He surveyed the devastation at Huayue Ravine, his gaze falling upon the Nuwa masked warriors now overcome by confusion. Mental corruption isn't easily reversed. If he couldn't drive this group of Nuwa-faced warriors into a frenzy of devotion, they might be lost forever. Su Mumei stood atop the ravine. As a mage, there was nothing she could do. 1,000 meters up. She couldn't possibly jump down. At that moment, Chen Yao appeared beside her. Chen Yao. The moment she saw Chen Yao, Su Mumei felt a pang of guilt. She sensed she might have made a mistake by bringing them to Huayue Ravine. Chen Yao watched the self-reproachful Su Mumei and reached out to pinch her cheek. Silly girl, you're blaming yourself now? Why are you so indecisive all of a sudden? I remember you were always first place in the school debate competitions. Now that these guys are starting to question their beliefs internally, I need your help. Can you win the debate for us? Chen Yao patiently guided Su Mumei. Alright. Su Mumei declared firmly, accepting the challenge. With that, Chen Yao swept his cloak aside. Riding the wave of the spreading plague intestinal disease, he carried Su Mumei down to the ravine at the base of Tiger Leap Gorge. He and Su Mumei materialized before all the Nuwa-faced warriors. Su Mumei glanced at Pan Long and the other warriors, who stood frozen in place. She glanced back nervously at Chen Yao. Chen Yao, wearing his bird beak mask, nodded. To Chen Yao, Su Mumei simply couldn't properly assess her own strength. Her potential was immense, and perhaps the events at the Dawn Tower had stirred unusual emotions within her. Chen Yao had always believed, deep down, that Su Mumei possessed immense potential. Su Mumei took a deep breath, turned back to the bewildered group of warriors, and spoke. What is a new face? Su Mumei asked, but seeing she hadn't captured everyone's attention, she continued. It might be a belief. It might be an ideology. Or perhaps it's a weapon. But faith is not the new face. Su Mumei stated, contradicting her own words. This time, Pan Long and the other warriors slowly lifted their heads to look at Su Mumei. Pan Long, most confused, asked. The Nuwa mask isn't faith? Then what is the demon god I worship? We carved the new face, why can't that be considered faith? Su Mumei continued. What truly matters is staying true to your own heart. Whether you worship a deity or a demon god is irrelevant. What you need is to truly understand why you exist as yourselves. If you were born solely for divine worship, then betrayal would be unforgivable. But you were not born for divine worship. You possess the ability to carve new masks, gaining power through new dance rituals. Is all this truly faith? What your true selves need most is to protect. Guard everything. Guard those still living. Guard the helpless common folk beneath the Ghost Mountain spirit fire. Guard whatever you wish to protect. Faith is an ideology, a weapon, a means to an end. It helps you safeguard everything you wish to protect. So worship the Dark God. Let the Dark God aid your protection, help you reclaim what you've lost. After these words were spoken, the expressions in Pan Long and the Nuwa masked warriors' eyes shifted. Something extraordinary seemed to ignite within their hearts. Chen Yao emerged from the plague. He surveyed the devastation around him. The power of delusion could be activated, but the cost was too great. Without the simple delusion of resurrection, the price was beyond what Chen Yao could bear. In other words, the delusionist was not yet capable. Yet he discovered that after absorbing the faith of over 1,000 Nuwa masked warriors, he felt a different connection to this world. Most notably, he could now choose to make others bear the cost of delusion. He could even sense the presence of a monster within the walls of the Tiger Leaping Gorge. That one monster was what they called a divine spirit. Its vitality was immense, so immense that Chen Yao could even activate a delusion moment. Indeed, slaying this monster in this world would grant him a cost-free delusion moment. To bring everyone back. Therefore, Chen Yao addressed Pan Long and the assembled Nuwa-faced warriors. Do you want to undo everything? Do you want to bring back the dead? At that moment, all eyes turned to Chen Yao. The three faces they saw were those of a corrupted demon god. Do you wish to see them again? Chapter 85, The Divine Remains of Suk. The moment those words were spoken, every warrior wearing the demon god's no mask erupted with unprecedented fervor in their eyes. Pan Long swallowed hard. He pulled the new face mask back over his own face. Beneath the mask, his eyes flashed with an uncontrollable fervor surpassing even that of his comrades. My lord! Resurrection from the dead, even that is possible. Shilua shook his head, clenching his fist and tapping his temples. Fragmented memories began surfacing again. He felt like he was recalling something, yet it slipped away in an instant. He seemed to hear whispers growing louder and more frantic in his ears. Let me out! Let me out! Why did you break our deal? Why did you betray your faith? You were chosen! You were chosen! The voices grew louder and more chaotic. The overlapping voices made it impossible for Shilua to make out the words that followed. At the same time, the demonic new face on his own cheek began to transform differently from the others. The demonic face atop the mask twisted into a chilling grin. The carved image of the demon god on the mask began to writhe. The chaotic clamor at his ears faded away. Chen Yao glanced at the altered Shi Luo and began addressing everyone. Death is not the end. The past illuminates the future. Through this reenactment, I can only grant you a reunion. Yet the price for this single meeting remains steep. Hearing the promise of one last meeting was like injecting everyone with a powerful shot of adrenaline. The fervor in their eyes nearly boiled over. Their aura began to expand without restraint. Their faith grew exceptionally powerful. Pan Long spoke first. Any price. Whatever it takes. The others echoed his words. Yes. Dark God. Any price is acceptable. If we could just see you once, that would be enough. Chen Yao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the cracked divine statue atop the cliff. Divinities of every kind were carved into the cliff face. Yet in Chen Yao's eyes, beneath those divine statues lurked twisted, struggling monsters bound by golden chains. Yet those chains had snapped, replaced by crimson fetters binding them. Now, the red chains began to seep crimson blood essence, slowly absorbed by the monsters. The chains grew thinner, and dozens of monsters' bodies underwent subtle changes. The deity they worshipped was one monster after another. And because of this blood, the monster grew ever more powerful. In the end, Chen Yao still did not speak of everything. Some things are more convincing when witnessed firsthand. Chen Yao estimated the monsters would depart this place in less than a day. Dragon Lying Cliff, renowned alongside Tiger Leaping Ravine. Carved into the cliff face stood a statue nearly a kilometer tall. The figure possessed a serpent's head and a human torso, clad in ornate robes and crowned with a jeweled headdress. It held a stone-carved staff, its tip adorned with a glowing red gemstone. Unlike the diverse divine statues found at Tiger Leaping Gorge, Dragon Lying Cliff boasts only one statue and it is immense. But now, at this very moment, tiny cracks began appearing on the gemstone atop the statue's staff. The cracks spread rapidly along the gemstone, the staff, the human torso, and even the serpent's head, their speed so swift that a creaking sound could be heard. Cliff Master. Disaster. The divine statue of Sukhai is cracking. Everyone began to exit Dragon Resting Cliff. Among them, an elderly man clad in white robes fixed his piercing gaze upon the crack-riddled statue. Without a trace of regret, he spoke in a tone tinged with excitement. These cracks signify that Song Hu is dead. Yun Xiong and the others are dead too. Clan Chief, what should we do? They only went to Tiger Leap Ravine, why has it come to this? The elder addressed as Cliff Master lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, speaking calmly and deliberately. It's only possible that the monster emerged. What a pity, I wanted to accumulate more time. But, well, it's for the best. That group of warriors was indeed difficult to kill, but since they're all dead, we might as well proceed to the next step. Clan Chief, what are you talking about? I don't understand your meaning. The old man looked at the bewildered young warrior beside him, his face softening into a gentle smile. He reached out and ruffled the young warrior's hair. Speaking in the gentle tone of an elder to a younger one. Little Ton, you've been with me for 3 or 4 years now. I know you love candy the most. I'll make sure to prepare extra for you later. As the words ended, before the stunned eyes of the young soldier, the most benevolent elder who had accompanied him for 4 long years. The most venerable elder of Dragon's Lair Cliff. Those vertical pupils were identical to the eyes on the statue's serpent head. The next instant, the young soldier's neck snapped like a rotten branch, pierced through by the ancient hand. Blood flowed down the old man's hand, staining his clothes crimson. I know not which worthless creature was chosen from Tiger Leaping Gorge, nor why it has failed thus far. But it matters not, the outcome remains the same. Now we await the arrival of our Lord. Sukhai is the true faith. Faith in the divine. The blood pooling on the ground began to solidify, transforming into spears that pierced through everyone behind them. A chorus of screams erupted from beneath Dragon's Lair Cliff as the statue of the deity Sukhai began to crack. The cracks spread rapidly. Until they ceased spreading. The old man known as the Cliff Master slowly placed his hand on his shoulder, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head. Worship the deity. In the next instant, the old man's body began to rapidly expand. As the chosen one, he rose to his feet, arms outstretched, ecstatically feeling his body being gradually overtaken by the deity he worshipped. Faith born of such agony, ecstasy, and torment contorted the old man's face. Emotions intertwined, and the sensation of pain vanished. He felt the surging vitality bringing immense power. The old man was ecstatic. This was power. A smile spread across his lips. Boom! The old man's head exploded like a watermelon. The surge of chi and blood was merely the prelude to his head exploding. The headless corpse swayed twice. Flesh tumors blossomed like flowers at the neck. The growths twisted and intertwined, transforming into a serpent's head in mere seconds. Eyes snapped open, vertical pupils flashed, and a red tongue flickered out. The old man was now completely replaced. The statue atop Dragon's Lair Cliff began to crack rapidly. Crumbling stones rained down like hail. I'm out. I'm out. You couldn't hold me back? I'm the first one out. Damn it, weren't we supposed to appear last? The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I'm not about to be that kind of thing. Amidst the shrill screams, Su Mumei raised his hand. Blood on the ground began to coalesce, and corpses behind him started rising one by one. Why has my power diminished so drastically? No! My power has been devoured. Su Mumei's serpentine head screamed in agony. Chapter 86, The Price, Flashback. Chen Yao looked at Elder Song, who lay lifeless on the ground. He's different from you? Why are you killing each other? Song Hu, kneeling dead on the ground. 4. Faith. They were warriors of Dragon's Rest Cliff, just like us of Tiger Leap Ravine. In this world, there are others who bear the engraved Manhwa masks and worship their own deities. They are the Dragon's Rest and the Leopard's Path. We each worship our own deities. Our former deity was called the Multitude of Gods. As you can see from these statues, all are representations of them. The dragon-lying deity is Su Mumei, while the leopard-walking deity is called Wuji Xian. The term Multitude of Gods truly fits this group of monsters. Except they're not a group of gods, but a group of monsters. Chen Yao glanced once more at Pan Long and this group of Manhwa masked warriors. Continue your carving here. Carve the Manhwa masks, wait for the statues to shatter, and see clearly what they once believed in. It wouldn't take much longer for them to shatter. At that moment, as if responding to some kind of surge, the Manhwa mask on Shilua's face emitted a shrill, piercing laugh. Simultaneously, he began clutching his face in agony. Other attempt to forcibly possess your followers' bodies. The protection of Aloysius Paul takes effect. Shiluo suddenly collapsed to his knees, hands clutching the ground. His entire body arched backward, his head pressed against the ground. Agony made his entire body tremble. His mouth kept repeating, I remember now, I remember now. I remember. His memories seemed to have returned in large part. I remember, these gods are monsters. Shiluo, what's wrong? Tuyi rushed forward anxiously, while the other Manhwa mask warriors also approached Shiluo with concern. Shiluo gasped for breath in ragged heaves. Through the Manhwa mask, his eyes were bloodshot, his mental state clearly deteriorating. Shiluo's words came in a rapid stream. The demon ghost, Wang Zhua, the plow ox, 100 souls. They aren't deities. We've been deceived. No. No. We must leave this place. They want to break free. Shiluo grabbed Tuyi's arm, struggling to stand as he repeatedly urged everyone to leave immediately. I was possessed. The deity among the gods sought me out. No. They're not gods, they're monsters. Faith suppresses monsters, and they're breaking free. Shiluo was now utterly confused. What's wrong with you? How can a deity be a monster? Crack, crack, crack. The shattered statue crumbled away a little more. At the sound of this, everyone turned to look in unison. Beneath the crumbling statue lay the distorted face of a monster with massive fangs. Immediately after, the divine statue carved into the cliff face began to tremble for some unknown reason. A cascade of debris began tumbling down, while cracks on the divine statues rapidly widened. Crack! 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 Shattered! Beneath the successive collapses of the divine statues lay equally hideous, twisted monsters. This scene perfectly validated Shiluo's words. These deities were indeed monsters. Perhaps it was fear stemming from the depths of memory and soul. Shiluo spoke numbly, eyes tightly shut. Run! 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 He was in agony, his subconscious screaming for everyone to leave quickly. He didn't want to. He didn't want to lose these comrades. Seeing Shiluo like this, Tuyi felt utterly heartbroken. He crouched down and embraced Shiluo's trembling body. Don't be scared. We're all here. We're not going anywhere. Pan Long stepped in front of Shiluo, glanced at him, and spoke. Tuyi, take care of him. Pan Long turned away. He drew his wolf tooth club. His muscles bulged. He stood before everyone, gripping the crimson wolf tooth club in his hands, its tip pressed firmly against the ground. Facing the monster that had once been his faith, Pan Long felt no confusion. Their entire lives had been controlled. Gods or demons, it made no difference, just as the demonic messenger had said before. All they cared about was protection, and the monster before them was their first step. I've longed to shatter these beliefs with my own hands. Will you pass up this chance? The words sounded like a joke. The warriors behind him, wearing new masks, raised their weapons in response. Of course not. To the Manhwa masked warriors, monsters were always monsters. Their duty was to protect even if it meant becoming followers of a dark god. Simple and pure. Chen Yao watched the monsters emerge from the cliff face. All were 5th tier or higher. The plague had no effect on these beasts. Either these monsters were immune to negative status effects like plague, or the plague intestinal disease variant wasn't potent enough. Deadly plagues like black light and blood were so potent that even with strict infection control, collateral damage was inevitable. This great battle was unavoidable. Only this band of faith warriors can defeat these monsters. Earlier you asked me what the price would be. Now I can tell you, the price is the corpses of these monsters. I will grant you my aid. Chen Yao clasped his left hand over his right. Then, golden light flashed in his pupils. The next second, a black glow began to appear on everyone standing before him. The delusionist's power activated. Pan Long's vanished eyeball began to regrow. Shi Luo, seated on the ground, felt his severed palm start to regenerate. 1 hour. That's the absolute limit I can grant you. Delusion, brief rewind. Brief rewind, restoring everyone's bodies to their intact states. 1 hour was the absolute limit for reversible consequences. If it exceeds 1 hour, then limbs may be severed or even organs disappear. All systems locked. This is the limit of the delusion's cost. Pan Long and all the Nuwa-faced warriors reached near peak condition. An aura as dark as ink pulsed wildly over them, a twisted power causing each warrior's strength to climb relentlessly. This declaration, combined with the state they were in, caused the fervor in Pan Long's eyes to nearly overflow. Every Nuwa-faced warrior was on the verge of becoming a fanatical devotee. For this demon god truly offered them the power to fight. Thousands of eyes fixed on the monstrosity emerging from the divine statue. Roar! Pan Long roared. The sound was like a trigger being pulled. All warriors propelled themselves forward, leaping into the air with eerie agility. The combat techniques fused with the Nuwa dance. The demonic new face, eyes burning with fervor. Combat strength unknown. Over 1,000 Nuwa masked warriors confronted this group of once venerated divine monsters at their absolute peak. Chen Yao knew this would be a tough fight. He took a deep breath and removed his bird-beaked mask. Because. The next instant, Chen Yao's hands began to twist. Snap. 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 The sound of bones snapping echoed. Su Mumei stared in horror at Chen Yao's condition. Before her eyes, his hands twisted like twisted ropes. She stepped forward to get closer, but fearing her impulsive action might cause Chen Yao further harm, she pulled her outstretched hand back once more. Chapter 87, Are Delusions Your Toys? Chen Yao's face was deathly pale. This time, the pain was excruciating. His lips trembled as he gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's nothing. Just a small price to pay. Seeing Su Mumei's worried expression, Chen Yao struggled to explain. Su Mumei pouted slightly, her eyes reddening as she spoke with heartache. Is this really a small price? Help me sit down. Chen Yao took a few deep breaths before preparing to begin treatment. This time, both hands were twisted like pretzels, causing some discomfort. This little pain is nothing. Truthfully, Chen Yao had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Only the initial jolt of pain stunned. The persistent ache had already begun to lose its sting. Watching Su Mumei's tearful expression, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Su Mumei approached him cautiously, reaching out to support him. Let me help you. After sitting down, Chen Yao spoke with a hint of resignation. Use the vines to twist my arm back into place just like twisting a pretzel. Su Mumei hesitated for a moment. She began manipulating the vines to straighten his arm. The dual series delusionalist is truly formidable. Especially under delusion, he can pair with almost any ability as long as he can afford the cost. Compared to the plague doctor, the delusionist was undoubtedly the most potent weapon the headmaster had left him. He couldn't intervene in this battle. The agonizing pain of his bones being wrenched apart forced Chen Yao to fix his gaze ahead, using this battle to distract himself. Faith unto death, fight without surrender. This was the creed of this band of Nuwa masked warriors. The sky darkened, and visibility began to fade. Over a dozen formidable monsters perched atop the cliff's protruding ledges. They looked down from their lofty perch upon this group of former believers. The aura of authority. These people carry the aura of authority. What a fine mess you've made, demon. Our strength is now less than a tenth of what it once was. The most humanoid-looking of the 10 monsters spoke. This creature was entirely pitch black, standing upright like a human, with a rhinoceros horn atop its head, fan-like ears, and crimson pupils. Devout believers, I permit your betrayal. Nothing is absolute. We gods have been bound within the cliff walls for a century, constrained by your faith. Now we have emerged. Renew your devotion to us, and the world stage shall be yours. A piercing whistle cut through the air as a crimson projectile hurtled toward the monster's face. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The creature sidestepped, raising its right hand to clash with the metal. You vermin! The crimson wolf's tooth club whirled through the air and crashed down. A short, stocky figure scaled the cliff face with one hand, leaping to land on the opposite side. Mid-descent, he caught the falling red flail with steady precision. My name is Pan Long. You can also call me Master Pan. Remember the name that'll smash you to bits. Whoosh! Swarms of warriors landed upon the cliff face. Even the smallest rock could serve as a foothold. Fighting in such terrain was disadvantageous for them, but a black spear pierced the air above Pan Long's head. At the bottom of the ravine, Shi Luo bent his right arm into a throwing motion. Another black spear materialized in his hand and shot forward. Black spears pierced the cliff face, providing footholds for all the warriors. Good disciple, very clever. With the black spears providing footholds, everyone began leaping across the cliff face. A battle erupted in an instant. The battle was brutal. Even though Chen Yao had absorbed most of their power, these 10 monsters were far from easy to shake. Some bore wings upon their backs, others had arms like apes, and some even walked on air. The cliff face was the only way for this group of Nuwa warriors to gain a foothold and close in on the monsters. Like ants, thousands surged forward, leaping across the cliff face in a relentless dance of Nuwa. Clang! 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 As visibility steadily diminished, Chen Yao could no longer discern the battle's progress. He could only hear the constant sparks of metal clashing and the thuds of heavy objects striking the ground. This went on. He had no idea how long they lasted. Chen Yao's arms snapped back into place. Your follower has died. Your follower has died. Your follower has died. The relentless stream of notifications made Chen Yao jump to his feet in panic. As wave after wave of death notifications flooded in, he felt compelled to take action. One more time today, the use of delusional abilities. 3 delusions. He didn't know if he was asking himself or Su Mumei. We'll win this war, right? They need my help, right? Chen Yao could now summon skeleton knights and skeleton soldiers, but he knew their combat power was utterly useless. The skeleton soldiers and knights couldn't even touch those monsters. From the very beginning, this war was inevitable. Beside him, Paul's twisted form began to materialize. Enveloped by the octopus's tentacles, Paul sat beside Chen Yao. Captain, you're lost again. The world is just the world. You only need to act sufficiently like a dark god. Watch all this unfold with the same cold detachment I do, offering them whatever aid you can. Your emotions won't bring you any positive outcome. Any impulsive action could spell utter ruin for our future voyages through these dungeons. Paul seemed to be lecturing. Your delusional observer has been spying on us quite a bit. You must be close to uncovering my true clues, huh? Oh, right. Captain, you wouldn't actually use delusion moment for this bunch, would you? Even with these monsters as support, the cost of that ability isn't something a level 1 like you can handle. Plus, delusion moment has a limited number of uses. You wouldn't waste it here, would you? Oh. Maybe that's how you've been handling them, Captain, giving them hope, then fighting, reaping the rewards. As your bartender, I'm just offering a little friendly reminder. Chen Yao desperately wanted to refute Paul, but he couldn't find the words to respond. Because all he knew was that killing these monsters aligned with the use of delusion moment. He hadn't considered anything else. He hadn't considered the consequences of delusion moment. He had witnessed Principal Luo Yang demonstrate the delusion moment. In that instant, he felt a strange urge to immerse himself in that moment. He fantasized about obtaining the moment himself. He had already treated it as his ultimate trump card, arrogantly believing he could wield it to make promises to these warriors. Now that he'd come to his senses, he seemed a complete and utter bastard. I. As if something had lodged in his throat, Chen Yao couldn't speak. Everything requires weighing the pros and cons, Captain. Your hesitation was unnecessary. They won't all die in battle. As long as you keep giving them a shred of hope, they'll keep fighting for you. They're born fighting machines. No. I won't do that. Chen Yao's voice faltered. His voice trembled with weakness. Su Mumei turned to look at Chen Yao, her voice filled with concern. Chen Yao, who are you talking to? Paul, the bartender. Can't you see him? Chen Yao looked puzzled. Su Mumei, who had entered the instance with him, could see Paul because they were both under the protection of Aloysius Paul. He turned back, but Paul had vanished. Standing in his place now was Luo Yang, covered in blood. Luo Yang suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs. Chen Yao! Is this how you wield the power of the delusionist? Is it your toy? The sequence I inherited with my life, is it your toy? Tell me. Chapter 88, I did the right thing. With each shrieking command, Luo Yang's face twisted into a hideous grimace. This inherited delusionist sequence was Luo Yang's very life. Now, no matter what he did, Chen Yao relied on it. Unrestricted delusion usage as long as he maintained his own threshold of sacrifice seemed to Chen Yao to carry no cost whatsoever. After all, physical pain was no longer a significant cost. He could heal it or endure it. Peering into the past, searching for clues, reviving others, all of it. Even using the delusion to help those warriors see the dead. Was he doing the right thing? Chen Yao was lost. Did I make a mistake? Chen Yao stared down at his hands, which now seemed stained with blood. The sequence he inherited with his life was being wielded like a toy in his hands, promised, even genuinely intended to be used. The blood-soaked inheritance of the sequence, used by him in such a manner. No, I was just deceiving them. As the words left his lips, the surrounding environment began to tremble. A whisper echoed in Chen Yao's ears. He turned his head. In the distance, it wasn't combat but thousands of blood-soaked, grotesquely disfigured warriors with demonic masks, growling low as they steadily closed in on Chen Yao. Why did you deceive us? We truly believed in you. We were fighting for you. Why did you deceive us? In Su Mumei's eyes, Chen Yao's pupils began to tremble. His entire body began to tremble. Crumbling to the ground in agony, cold sweat poured from his pores as incomprehensible words spilled from his lips. I deceived you. No, wait. I didn't deceive you. Delusion. Delusion is a skill. It's something you can use freely. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Principal. I'm sorry, Xiaosu. I'm sorry. Helplessness rapidly spread through Chen Yao's being. His mind began to shatter. The abilities of the delusionist sequence were beyond comprehension. Dead souls could return, and even time could be reset. But was the price of all this merely what Chen Yao saw on the surface? Luo Yong suppressed his three personalities, restraining his raging madness to maintain his sanity. The hidden cost was unimaginably immense. Luo Yong's life, decades of meticulous planning, and even sacrificial offerings, these were all part of the price. Chen Yao underestimated the delusional man too much. A double-edged sword, when wielded recklessly, one edge will inevitably cut you. The delusional man's mental state had always been a major concern. Luo Yong once faced the same dilemma. What exactly is a delusional person? Is it the fulfillment of an unattainable obsession, the pursuit of the impossible, or the realization that everything was merely a delusion all along? Gazing at the blood-soaked Luo Yong before him, Chen Yao finally understood that both the Paul who had just appeared and the Luo Yong standing before him now were mere figments of his own imagination. The true cost of delusion was plunging into a state of mental anguish. Without an anchor for his mental state, he easily descended into confusion. Chen Yao's breathing grew ragged. I don't know. I truly don't know. If this confusion continued, Chen Yao's mental strength would undoubtedly collapse. Chen Yao writhed in agony, a tangled mass of self-reproach, anguish, and regret. He gradually lost himself in the darkness. It felt as though an invisible hand was slowly pulling at his memories. Chen Yao! Chen Yao! Chen Yao! Different voices echoed in Chen Yao's ears. Chen Yao! Chen Yao! Chen Yao! Captain! A familiar voice rang in his ears. Countless white phantoms gradually materialized behind Chen Yao. Crouching on the ground, Chen Yao resembled a helpless child. A pair of translucent hands gently stroked his head. White lab coats, the emblem of Dawn Tower. Then more hands followed. The blessing of Dawn Tower has taken effect. You sense the will of Dawn Tower. A great physician who deciphers the blood clot plague through bodily analysis wouldn't succumb to such negative emotions. Snap out of it. Captain! Zhao Su's booming voice echoed. Immediately followed by Luo Yong's voice. Chen Yao, the delusionist's power is formidable. A profession's capabilities aren't measured by serial numbers. Under the delusionist's influence, you can achieve everything you regret. I preserve this fragment of ability not only because you're my student, but also because I want your life to mirror mine. Even with regrets, you can still make amends. That is the power of the delusionist. So the use of this power isn't about how much you've gained, but whether you can be certain you've done the right thing. Anchor yourself. Believe in your choices. Chen Yao's anguish receded behind him. The moment 2,921 white figures materialized, they were instantly suppressed. Negative emotions were instantly purged. Chen Yao slowly raised his head. He saw Luo Yong and the others' silhouettes. He wasn't sure if this was another figment of his imagination. After all, they were already dead. You're not dead. Death signifies the end of life, but you should understand that all life must end. The only difference lies in whether they died true to their own hearts. Amidst the white crowd, the shadowy figure of Chen Shi, wearing a blackbird-beaked mask, raised his hand. Chen Yao, the Dawn Tower stands behind you. You have witnessed its radiance. Therefore, your will now embodies the will of the Dawn Tower. Strive to grow and resurrect them. They await you within the tower. Chen Shi's counsel concluded, and his phantom began to fade. The shadows behind him also began to fade away bit by bit. Blessing of the Dawn Tower ended cooldown, 20 million days. Chen Yao stared at the notification that appeared before him. It was the lingering conviction of the Dawn Tower's title. The doctor beneath the tower had helped him countless times. He really wanted to slap himself twice. Here he was, still lost in confusion. He really was a little cutie. After the delusionalist's negative emotions were dispelled, Chen Yao seemed to have a clearer grasp on how to wield the delusionalist's abilities. He slowly rose to his feet, extending his hand as the bird beak mask materialized in his palm. Then he put it on. I did the right thing. Ship sailing far amidst the plague, obey the captain's command and appear where you should be. Chen Yao pointed his finger forward. Sinner, purge your sins, obey the captain, and sail. Summoning the sin ship at will was Chen Yao's innate ability. But he amplified this thought further using the delusionist's power. The price for amplifying this command was his finger twisting into a twisted knot. Yet facing this agony, Chen Yao uttered not a sound, letting his index finger twist and bleed. Su Mumei watched in agonizing distress. Chen Yao spoke in a low voice. What I'm doing is right. If a price must be paid, take it. The use of the delusionist had no limit on its number of activations. The 3-time cost was merely a precaution by Luo Yong to prevent Chen Yao from becoming too attached to the delusion and slipping back into his previous state. A true delusionist could achieve anything, as long as you have sufficient payment. Chapter 89, Delusion Moment Activated. Boom! A massive rift tore open in the sky. A massive, dilapidated vessel emerged from the rift. Creaking sounds and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Tiger Leap ravine. All surviving Nuwa warriors intensified their attacks, engulfing the horde of monsters. As the vessel emerged, immense gravitational force propelled it forward at breakneck speed. Boom! The Sinbringer crushed against the stone wall, grinding over the surviving monsters as it plowed forward 100 meters. The immense impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Chen Yao still held his hand aloft. His outstretched fingers were twisted, yet he paid them no mind, as if nothing had happened. Instead, his gaze fixed forward. This was the method he had devised to help this group of warriors defeat this horde of monsters. Purely in terms of combat strength, they would have to pay a heavier price to kill this group of monsters. How many of those monsters are still alive? The massive impact severely wounded 5 monsters, crushing the 4 already gravely injured ones to death. The one still alive struggled desperately to escape. But Chen Yao wouldn't let them escape. Pan Long wouldn't let this horde of monsters leave Tiger Leap Ravine alive either. For Pan Long, it was an utter disgrace that this legendary warrior training ground had become a haven for monsters. Pan Long leapt to his feet, drawing the Crimson Wolf Tooth Club in his hand. Behind every surviving warrior, identical warrior shadows began to materialize. In an instant, it was as if all of them had been infused with new strength. Each began to squeeze every last ounce of strength from their bodies. 421 fallen Nuwa Mask warriors sacrificed their souls. 421 Nuwa Masks shattered. The Nuwa Masks on the fallen warriors' corpses began to crack, dissolving into pitch-black energy that drifted through the air. This aura began to affect the other warriors. Pan Long's strength surged dramatically. His crimson eyes glared as he raised his blood-red wolf tooth club, the demonic new face on his face growing increasingly ferocious. Crash! The flailed wolf tooth club smashed down upon the sole surviving monster. Shiluo raised his hand and hurled his black spear. Though utterly exhausted, 3 warriors behind him caught his falling body. The black spear pierced the monster's body. Another thrust followed, then another, then another. The shoulder blade in Shiluo's left arm began to creak and groan. Despite his lack of strength, Shiluo began to gather the black spear in his hand and hurl it. The mask on Shiluo's face contorted in struggle. He knew that every shot he fired now was fueled by the strength of the fallen warriors. Each shot was thrown on their behalf. Shiluo's consciousness grew hazy. He could hear strange words echoing. "Help me throw a spear. Help me slay a monster." Crack! The faint sound of shattered bones scraping flesh echoed. The final throw sent the black gun piercing through the monster's skull. The massive body fell. The thud of the monster hitting the ground. Tiger Leap Ravine fell into a long-awaited silence. Scattered rocks, the fallen Sin ship, and the corpse of the no-faced warrior. All the monsters were dead. All dead. There was no cheering. Nearly all the warriors were utterly exhausted. Not a single one of the 100-plus warriors still standing was unscathed. The shadows behind them on the cliff face slowly faded away. A wave of exhaustion washed over them. Many had already perished. But war never spares the living. Death had always been a warrior's honor, especially when facing this horde of monsters. But death is the hardest thing for the living to accept. Shiluo, a blood-soaked warrior with a demonic mask, knelt on the ground, raising his head with his last ounce of strength to cry out to the heavens. Shiluo turned his head at once. He saw Tu Yi, his body pierced through. Suppressing the aching muscles and exhaustion throughout his body, Shiluo felt his blood surge as he charged forward. His eyes were bloodshot. What the hell? What does this mean? Shiluo, Tu Yi won't last much longer. She wants to talk to you. Those were the final words whispered by the fallen soldier. Shiluo rushed over and embraced Tu Yi. Tu Yi seemed to want to say something, but as she opened her mouth, blood gushed out in great gulps. Shiluo knelt on the ground, pressing her hands against the gushing wound. She shook her head repeatedly. It's okay. You'll be fine. The Dark God can heal you. Tu Yi tried to speak but couldn't. Her eyes began to change. She forced a smile onto her lips and reached out to touch Shiluo's Nuwa mask. But she didn't reach it. The next moment, a hand seized Tu Yi's arm. Chen Yao appeared. Chen Yao's arrival gave Shiluo a glimmer of hope. In the depths of despair, his entire being trembled as he spoke. Dark Lord, I beg you. Chen Yao said nothing, raising his hand to unleash the plague. Reverse healing activated. Intense green light began healing Shiluo's body. Simultaneously. Boom! Green light began to rise from the surrounding area. But Pan Long extended his hand, sensing not a trace of healing. The same was true for the other warriors. Shiluo stared blankly at Tu Yi, whose vital energy was steadily fading. No! Why isn't the healing working? She can be saved. Shi Luo turned to Chen Yao. This god of darkness. I know you want my organs. You need a part of my body to save her, right? I'll give you anything, my heart, liver, spleen, stomach, just save her. Chen Yao ignored Shi Luo's desperate cries. He looked at everyone around him, unchanged, and seemed to understand something. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his emotions and slowly rose to his feet. Chen Yao could only address Shi Luo. Say your goodbyes properly. With that, Chen Yao turned and walked away without looking back. Shi Luo wanted to chase after him, but he had no strength left. All he could do was hold Tu Yi in his arms. Why? 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 After Chen Yao departed, Su Mumei stood beside him. She hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her question. Why does the healing spell only work on Shi Luo? Chen Yao removed his bird beak mask, his face twisted into a bitter smile. Su Mumei exchanged a glance with him, seemingly understanding something. So they never had a chance, from the very beginning. They couldn't be revived, right? When Chen Yao attempted to use the healing spell, he discovered that this group of warriors, brought back to life by delusion, could not receive the treatment. Chen Yao had assumed the delusionist's ability to rewind time had restored these warriors to life. But in reality, the delusionist's reversal couldn't be sustained indefinitely. This also explained why Chen Yao had fallen into a frenzied state during the battle. At the same time, healing spells were useless on these men. Chen Yao murmured. Delusion. The delusionist. So that's what it means. Even when convinced they're doing the right thing, they doubt themselves. He looked at the monsters' corpses scattered across the ground and extended his finger. He took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. As long as I did the right thing, even if it was a delusion, I gave them a chance. That chance was enough. Chen Yao. Su Mumei felt the intense aura emanating from Chen Yao begin to spread. Delusion moment. Initiate. The cost, the corpses of the gods. Snap. Chen Yao snapped his fingers, and the surrounding environment began shattering like a mirror. Chapter 90, The End. Worshipping the evil god. With the snap of his fingers, the true power dispersed. The moment of delusion. The delusional one's true power manifested in that instant. The delusion dissipates. The entire tiger leaping gorge crumpled like a crushed two-dimensional painting. This two-dimensional scene began to crack extensively. A shattered mirror is the most fitting description. The shattered image tore apart every location. Each fragment, each location, was forcibly severed. Each severed fragment began to flow backward. Each shattered fragment corresponded to a soul lost within the tiger leaping gorge. Unlike Luo Yong's delusional moments, Chen Yao's delusional moment possessed a charm uniquely his own. His delusion was a rewind of time itself. Unlike Luo Yong's deceitful delusion, Luo Yong deceived the world, deceived himself, deceived everyone, forcing all the dead to return and descend upon an era and place that did not belong to them. Chen Yao, however, is time itself. Time's reversal, time's capture. As long as he believes he can do it, there can be no doubt, no denial, and absolute delusion of time. Impossible becomes possible. Beneath the bird beak mask, golden light radiated from his pupils, revealing the discordant state within Chen Yao. The surrounding colorful light reflected upon the tiger leaping gorge. The corpses of the gods dissolved into the price paid at this moment. The elderly and children slain by Elder Son's blade. The Nuwa-faced warriors who perished in battle. Tu Yi, whose life force faded in Shi Luo's embrace. At this very moment, all who should have perished came back to life. The twisted, shattered fragments of reality began piecing themselves back together. A terrifying force forcibly stitched the shattered fragments back together. Shi Luo's pained expression began to freeze. He felt the heartbeat of the girl in his arms, and even slowly opened his eyes. Finally, the familiar voice sounded. Pan Long stood on the ground, watching one by one of his closest loved ones come back to life. The most sincere words escaped his lips. Believe in the demon god. Then the wolf tooth club slipped from his grasp as he stared blankly at the resurrected figures. Delusion moment. Su Mumei murmured the phrase, her gaze turning toward Chen Yao as if something had occurred to her. Chen Yao's fingers trembled slightly as he snapped his fingers, then slowly withdrew them. You're all alive again, but your time is short. Say your goodbyes to everyone. His words were soft, yet they reached every ear with clarity. Intense negative emotions began to press down on Chen Yao. Beneath his mask, veins bulged prominently on his forehead. For a moment, his movements became laborious. Struggling to bend his knees, he slowly sank to the ground. Now, only 3 people remained alive in the entire tiger leaping gorge. Shi Luo, Chen Yao, and Su Mumei. The others were all fragments of shattered moments, forcibly pieced together at this instant by the delusion of eternity. Those who had died and come back to life stared numbly at their own hands, followed by confusion, then wild elation. In that single instant, 3 strikingly similar emotions surfaced across all who had been revived. Su Mumei, leaning against Chen Yao, felt his breathing grow ragged. Suppressing negative emotions caused a throbbing pain to surge through Chen Yao's head. Simultaneously, his thoughts sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. This world is composed of demon gods and monsters. The most primal state of the new face is rooted in the power that mirrors the void of one's own faith. Chen Yao murmured. Paul's dual sequence potion formula for the Grand Mage title really wasn't going to be easy to obtain. The chaotic negative emotions forced him to think rapidly to suppress them. Strange thoughts kept surfacing. Paul has always been the bartender at the Plague Tavern, mysterious and eccentric. He possesses many strange things, even dual sequence formulas he can produce. But he's become entangled with Tiger Leaping Gorge. Perhaps Paul's very origin stems from the new face, more like a mutated faith entity, the materialization of a warborn being. Shilua's appearance on the ship was strange from the start. Even if he made a deal with Paul, why was he on the ship? Even if he's the spokesperson for the awakening of the gods, perhaps there's an even crazier idea at play. Shilua, is Paul the method to tear down the gods? Paul, these monsters are already dead. Why haven't you appeared yet? Chen Yao pondered. All these warriors died by your design. Is this truly the outcome you desired? Deceiving Shi Luo into worshipping thee. The Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire caused this group of pure warriors to die in battle, forcing them to worship the demon god anew. From the moment the Ghost Mountain Spirit Fire appeared, these warriors had become Paul's pawns. Their lives or deaths mattered not. Even if only for an instant. Chen Yao sought to fulfill the deepest desire within these warriors' hearts. This was precisely why Chen Yao insisted on using the delusion moment. Because it was too unfair to these warriors. They died in a war where their beliefs were exposed and their loved ones slaughtered. None of that truly mattered to them. What they cared about was slaying monsters and banishing evil spirits. Their sole concern, it seemed, had always been protection. The farewell was brief. Shi Luo hugged Tu Yi as they chatted about everything from childhood to adulthood. The old man tugged at Pan Long's ear as he lectured him. But as he spoke, Pan Long's eyes turned red. The Nuwa warriors removed their masks, cradling the children in their arms, giggling and chattering. The warriors said nothing, only tossing the children high into the air again and again. The children clung to the warrior uncles, begging to be tossed again and again. It seemed as though the scene had frozen in time, truly a beautiful moment. The golden light began to fade from Chen Yao's pupils as he slowly closed his eyes. He no longer watched. Su Mumei pursed her lips, her nose twitching as she stared at the scene before her. First, the old man's body began to turn transparent and fade away. The old man stopped his rambling, his kind eyes fixed on the group of young soldiers as their bodies vanished into thin air. Next came the children's bodies, their laughter fading as they were tossed high by the young warriors. A sense of sudden loss swiftly spread. The brief reunion left those who hadn't yet begun to fade feeling lost. Shi Luo stopped her chatter with Tu Yi. People always die. That's just how life is. It's no big deal. Tu Yi said indifferently. But the next moment, her eyes reddened. Shi Luo said nothing, but tightened her arms around Tu Yi's waist. Tu Yi felt the warmth of Shi Luo's embrace. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Shi Luo, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm just so sad. Why did we only get such a short time together? I'm afraid I'll never see you again. The strength in Tu Yi's eyes vanished instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. As she spoke, Tu Yi's voice grew weaker. Her breath grew faint. Tu Yi reached out and touched Shi Luo's cheek. Mid-sob, a faint smile touched her lips. As if afraid that ending it would make her look too sad, the smile was forced, accompanied by a soft murmur. Hee, little bunny, be good. Tu Yi's hand fell limply to his side. His body began to fade away. Shi Luo slowly caught Tu Yi's falling hand, pressed the back of it to her lips, and kissed it gently. Then she pressed it gently against her own cheek. Her movements were gentle. Tu Yi's body faded away. Pan Long watched as one familiar face after another gradually vanished. He took a deep breath. Enough. This is enough. At that moment, he noticed his own fingers were also beginning to turn transparent. He instantly understood. Finally, a smile spread across his face. Relief, ease. He turned to look at Chen Yao, who now had his eyes closed. Pan Long pressed his hand against his abdomen and bowed deeply to Chen Yao. As the last vestiges faded, he murmured softly yet earnestly. In the end, faith in the dark god. Chapter 91, Shi Luo, become my crew. Chen Yao did not open his eyes. His response to Pan Long was equally measured. Thank you for your faith. All returned to stillness in Huyao Ravine. The delusion lasted but a moment. In the long run, this moment of delusion was nothing but a waste. It served no purpose whatsoever. But in that instant, Chen Yao gained the faith of all, the recognition of every Nuwa mask warrior. Even if everyone else deemed it unworthy, Chen Yao knew these fallen warriors were worthy. Chen Yao's eyes had opened by then. His open eyes saw only Shi Luo sitting alone in the distance. Shi Luo rose slowly, reaching up to brush his hair aside. The illusion faded, revealing his palm once more torn open. He staggered forward. Must he pray to himself again and demand endlessly? Shi Luo gave off the impression of someone who relied solely on the dark god for help. But that was human nature. In moments of utter despair, one would cling desperately to any lifeline, no matter how fragile. Shilua finally reached Chen Yao's presence. He knelt slowly, his forehead pressed against the ground. He uttered only one sentence. I worship the demon god. These words were spoken as an expression of gratitude. You have gained loyalty from Shilua crafting horn material. The moment this appeared, Chen Yao smiled. A self-mocking smile. So, is that all there is to it? Paul. Everything to you is just a copy, just a trial? Paul. Answer me. Paul. The Sin ship, smashed against Tiger Leap Ravine, began to tremble. Octopus tentacles extended from around the hull. Inch by inch, they lifted the entire Sin ship. Behind Chen Yao, Paul's figure gradually materialized. Everything around them instantly froze in a brown freeze frame. Shilua, kneeling on the ground. Su Mumei stood nearby. This time, it was no illusion. It was the real Paul. Octopus tentacles and eight-eyed monster wearing a cowboy hat. Aloysius Paul, bartender of the Plague Tavern. Captain, you're too immersed. As you said yourself, this is just a dungeon run for you, isn't it? Chen Yao smiled. Paul, you think everything is under your control, right? Paul's tentacles twitched. Captain, you're mistaken. I merely guide. You don't understand. No. You're the one who doesn't understand. Chen Yao remained seated. This was a conversation. A genuine conversation. You're just an inferiority complex. As the words left his mouth, Paul's 8 eyes simultaneously contracted and then dilated, fixing their gaze on Chen Yao. A true inferiority complex. This is the only way you can release it. Through my delusional powers, I peered into your past and saw 3 images. Those 3 strange images I never understood. But, when I gained Shilua's loyalty, I understood. Aloysius Paul, the possessor of the special world instance, Manhwa dance exorcism. Paul finally cut Chen Yao off. The truth is, the world instance reset exactly as you witnessed. Their memories reset, frozen in that instant. Their entire state becomes a looping fragment of history, perpetually replaying, unable to alter the reality of their deaths. I selected only this segment of history. In the true timeline, without your intervention, this group of Manhwa warriors perished in the Ghost Mountain spirit fire. The gods awoke, the warriors' faith collapsed, war erupted, and ultimately every warrior fell in battle. The world fell under the dominion of these so-called gods. And I am, the sole consciousness born from their war, death, faith, and chaos. Aloysius. Paul, I can change nothing. Absolutely nothing. You showed me what true faith is. Had you existed then, perhaps the Manhwa warriors wouldn't have been utterly annihilated. Captain, this dungeon run isn't over. Now that you know I am its keeper, you understand this is a trial. You should know what collecting all the divine powers signifies. The world will fade, drawing a final line beneath all this. But I refuse to let the no masks vanish. This is the only thing I can do. Gather the authority. Let it end, Captain. Paul walked forward, coming to stand beside Shilua, who knelt on the ground. He is unique, so unique that he is the only being capable of communicating with the new face. Even after becoming history, he still communicates with me, attempting to change things. But he has reincarnated millions of times, and nothing can change. His power is too feeble, like a tiny boat in a torrent. He cannot alter the current's course. He is a seed, engraved with the new face, dancing to exorcise evil. He will sprout, he will grow, and eventually become the finest lookout. Chen Yao understood in his mind. Why does this guy insist on choosing Shilua, wanting him to become his crew member? He's special. That's why Shilua's memories keep fading away, replaced by false recollections of terrifying events. All of those are repeated attempts. Before Paul walked away from Chen Yao, he left one final remark. The deeper his desperation, the more profound his plea to you. Chen Yao recalled each of Shiluo's pleas for help, that overwhelming urge to abandon everything. It wasn't dependence. It was a genuine desire to do so. Deep down, he had felt helpless and desperate far too many times. I know. Paul left everything behind and found peace once more. Shiluo, stand up. Chen Yao removed the bird-beak mask from his face, revealing his true face. The blessing of Aloysius Paul was actively released by Chen Yao. Shiluo lifted her gaze toward Chen Yao. Holding the bird-beak mask in one hand, Chen Yao sat on a rock. His weakened state forced him to lean forward, propping himself up with the hand holding the mask. He slowly extended his other hand toward Shilua. Shilua, become my crew. Chapter 92, Sended West. Shiluo stared at the hand Chen Yao had extended. Are you willing to walk with me? Disrupted memories began flashing through Shiluo's mind once more. He seemed to recall something else. Fragmented images began to appear before his eyes. It felt as though, long ago, another person wearing a bird-beak mask had stood before him. They had once extended an invitation. An invitation to enter the tower. But he couldn't leave, at least not until their wish was fulfilled. Are you willing to keep waiting? Even if it might be an endless cycle, a memory with no end? Yes. But this time, there seemed to be no regrets. This one was willing to bear even greater costs to help us insignificant ants fulfill our wishes. The demonic mask at his waist began to dissolve into black threads, gradually merging into his forehead. Countless memories began to merge. My name is Shiluo. I am one chosen by the pantheon of gods. But I was deceived by the gods. They were not true deities, they were a horde of monsters. They revived and slaughtered everyone. My name is Shiluo. I am one chosen by the gods. But I fell silent once more, as if I had dreamed of the gods slaughtering everyone. They revived and slaughtered everyone. My name is Shiluo. I found myself trapped in an endless cycle of rebirth. Hundreds of times I couldn't break free, forced to endure the endless repetition. A bird-beaked doctor stood before me with thousands of others, facing the light. He extended an invitation, declaring me a qualified watcher and urging me to join the tower. But I refused. I must save everyone. My name is Shiluo. My memories began to fade, yet I vaguely recalled needing to escape Tiger Leap Gorge. It seems I made a pact with the Dark God. My name is Shiluo. I only remember my name is Shiluo. I communicated with a higher being, the name of the demon god Aloysius Paul. He communicated with me. He took me away to a ship. My name is Shiluo. The pain brought on by the memory made Shiluo grab Chen Yao's outstretched hand. His entire body trembled. Overwhelmed by agonizing memories, he clutched Chen Yao's hand and began to weep. I accept. Nuemian 17, Tiger Leaping Ravine Left Army Officer Shiluo, I consent. I do. I do. I do. Shiluo's voice grew louder and louder, his entire being screaming through sobs. A smile spread across Chen Yao's face. My lookout. Shiluo cried for a long while before slowly rising to his feet. This time, as he rose, pitch-black threads began to appear around his body. The threads coiled around him, repairing his severed hand. The pupil of his left eye began to reflect endless images. A multitude of new masks began appearing at his waist. Strange ghostly monsters, deities, animals, and other beings. The parchment within Chen Yao's storage ring unfolded. Blood-red characters began to appear upon it. Plague item, Horn Lookout, crafted. You have gained your first crew member. Exorcism dance banishes evil. Partial authority powers return and align with the crew member. Note, the crew member possesses over 10 million overlapping personalities, with 17 active personality slots. You now possess the Lookout. The parchment began to warp, its surface rippling like water, undulating outward. Immediately, a purple horn emerged from the parchment. Finally, it came to rest before Shiluo. Shiluo took the horn in both hands. Su Mumei watched with envy and resentment. She had been the one who initially wanted to be Chen Yao's first crew member, yet now she'd been beaten to the punch. Captain. Shiluo's aura shifted. He pressed a hand to his temple. A frown creased his brow as he spoke. Captain, the opportunity to collect the remaining authority has arrived. Shiluo slowly turned to face the clearing at Huyu Canyon. At that moment, in the very center of Huyu Ravine, a pool of crimson blood began seeping into the ground. The blood was being pulled by a peculiar force, and a blood-red figure emerged. A voice slowly echoed. The scent of authority. Those fools are dead? Truly weak. The figure gradually became clearer. It was a serpent-headed humanoid, standing about 2 meters tall, clad in a white robe. The vertical pupils in its serpentine had fixed their gaze upon Chen Yao and Shiluo standing beside him. Whoa, still alive? Ha! Greetings, messenger of the dark gods. My name is Sukai. Sukai raised his hand, holding aloft the blood-soaked head of a leopard monster. Blood dripped continuously from the torn neck where the head had been severed. Clearly, this leopard monster had been slain only moments ago. Wuji Xian, the most worthless of deities, died in an instant. Now, of the leopard's path rock, dragon's lair cliff, and tiger's leap ravine, only I remain alive. Messenger of the dark god, surrender your authority. I shall take over the challenge and completely take control of this world. Chen Yao's lips curved into a faint smile. You're laughing? Facing the monster's accusation, Chen Yao simply sat back down on the rock. Mumei, sit down. It seems we won't need to intervene. Su Mumei also sat back down. Chen Yao even straightened his posture slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with remarkable composure. Sukai, gods, monsters, demon god Shiluo, what do you say I should do? Sukai tossed the leopard skull he held onto the ground. How remarkable. You don't seem afraid of me at all? Shiluo flicked her wrist, sending a jet-black new face mask flying upward. Chen Yao counted them carefully. No fewer than 17 new masks were stacked at Shiluo's waist. He grabbed the black mask and pulled it over his own face. In an instant, intense negative emotions erupted from Shiluo. His right hand rose, gripping a pitch-black spear. Captain, I suggest we slaughter them. Whoosh! The next second, a flash of black light erupted before Sukai, exploding into a burst of fire. The faintly visible wind scales were cleaved apart. The spear thrust straight forward. What the hell? Sukai stared in horror. His defenses shattered in an instant. This guy's strength is terrifying. Sukai moved swiftly. But the next second, the black gun flicked upward, and Shiluo's body danced across the ground like a dancer. Squeak! In the next instant, the mask on Shi Luo's face transformed into a demonic crimson no mask. Fangs, twin horns, white markings. The black spear in Shi Luo's hand seemed to be stained, turning red starting from his wind-like grip. In an instant, the black spear transformed into a crimson-hued broadsword. Whoosh! The howling blade slashed toward her. Su Mumei was stunned. How did Shi Luo suddenly become so fierce? Chen Yao watched Shi Luo's performance. This finale must be ended by his own hand. Swish! The blade sliced through Su Kahai's arm. It panicked. Its other hand lunged forward, aiming straight for Shi Luo's chest. He neither dodged nor evaded. The blade continued its descent. Once you're a crew member, you can't die near the Sin ship. Look out, Shi Luo, send it to the west for me. Chapter 93, Ritual completed, second stage. Shi Luo's blade sliced through Suk's neck. He roared. Exorcise the evil. Sukai's piercing scream echoed as its entire body convulsed. Suddenly, strange chains bound its limbs. Shi Luo drew his blade back and struck once more. With this blow, Su Kahai's body began to tremble. He couldn't move. Unable to move. Another strike. Su Kahai was cleaved apart. Don't kill me, don't. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes. Shi Luo's blade swung faster and faster. Su Kahai's screams grew fainter and fainter until they vanished entirely. A god was brutally hacked to death. Shi Luo took a deep breath, staring at Sukai's lifeless form before him. Su Kahai had been unlucky. From the very start, he had encountered Shi Luo, who had inherited his memories from countless reincarnations. Moreover, he was empowered by the authority of a deity, his fury reaching its peak. In this state, whoever met him would die. Divine Authority collection complete. Due to your low rank, Divine Authority begins to deplete. You begin consuming part of the Divine Authority to inherit the world's consciousness. You have obtained the Nuwa Dance Demon Slaying Authority for the world replica. You may reset history indefinitely or allow the world to progress as it will. Please choose. Sin Ship, Plague Tavern. Paul suddenly froze, shuddering. A wave of relief washed over him. He took a deep breath. A tentacle emerged from beneath the counter, gently wiping his octopus head. Ah, blissful relief. Finally fooled. Sent that worthless world packing. Produced nothing, gathered no negatives, utterly worthless. All that acting from start to finish was worth it. It felt like a long-held tension finally releasing in a torrent. So good. So damn good. I need to pour myself a drink, pig tongue and appendix cocktail, no. 100 drinks. Chen Yao stared at the two options that appeared before him. Simultaneously, he felt his mental energy begin to bear an inexplicable pressure. That pressure must have originated from the world of Nuwu exorcism. His mental energy slowed. His rank was simply too low. Just as Paul had warned, bearing the weight of the world proved exhausting. Like someone prone to motion sickness who kept staring at their phone inside a moving vehicle, a strong wave of nausea washed over Chen Yao. But he had no choice but to endure it. Resetting history to create a duplicate would yield immeasurable benefits in the future. For Chen Yao, resetting history was undoubtedly the best choice. Yet it was clear that, at his current level and with his current mental strength, he simply couldn't handle the burden of resetting history. But since he couldn't handle it, he might as well do someone a favor. He turned to ask Shi Luo. Shi Luo, do you wish to see them again? Shi Luo seemed to understand what Chen Yao intended to do. He shook his head. Captain, I don't want to continue this. They've already gotten what they wanted, and I don't want your efforts to go to waste. It was exactly as Chen Yao had imagined. Thousands upon thousands of times, endless cycles of history are enough to break a man. Even if you weren't mad before, you'd become mad. That's why Chen Yao was certain Shi Luo would say this. He cleared his throat and spoke. The world advances, the descent ends, and a new world begins. Choose world advancement. The world will continue to advance. The energy generated will influence your will, occasionally granting you special enhancements. He replaced the bird beak mask over his face. Feeling the sinner's vessel realign with himself, the sin ship slowly began to move. Chen Yao, Su Mumei, and Shi Luo all boarded the ship. The sinful vessel began its ascent. We're off. The three stood on the deck once more. Su Mumei suddenly received a notification. You have received the heartfelt praise of 3,214 Nuwa-faced warriors for your control. You have completed the ritual. You have ascended to Tier 2. Chen Yao. I did it. What did you complete? Chen Yao stared at Su Mumei in confusion. The ritual. The ritual. 3,214 praises. I've reached Tier 2. Second tier? Wasn't your ritual about controlling praise? Who did you control? Where did 3,214 people come from? Who did you? As the thought crossed his mind, Chen Yao immediately checked his own stats. You have completed 3,214 field surgeries. You have completed the ritual. You have ascended to Tier 2. Ignoring his new rank, Chen Yao rushed to the bow of the Sin ship and gazed toward Tiger Leap Gorge. He looked down. Su Mumei also ran over to look. The Tiger Leaping Gorge was now filled with shadowy figures. Those golden apparitions all held their heads high, gazing up at the Sin ship. At the very front stood a short, stocky figure, arms crossed over his chest. Old Pan Long bared a mouthful of teeth. This bunch of guys. Was this their final gift to me? Everyone who had ever dreamed of returning had given them their final gift, in whatever way they could manage. Chen Yao removed the bird-beak mask from his face. His whole body erupted in laughter, which grew louder and louder. With the ritual complete and Shi Luo's crew present, Chen Yao felt an unprecedented sense of release wash over him. As he laughed, tears began to stream down his face. His maniacal laughter tugged at Su Mumei's heartstrings. I was right after all, Principal Luo Yang too, did you see that? I didn't make a mistake. Not a mistake. Delusional. Chen Yao murmured. Shi Luo stood atop the mast. The broken mast had now been restored by the gathering of authority. Shi Luo watched the captain on deck, weeping and laughing. He could sense the negative pressure the captain was enduring, so similar to his own. He said nothing, not even glancing back at Hui Jian. Instead, he fixed his gaze ahead. For he knew that as a lookout, the only danger he needed to see clearly was the peril ahead of the ship's course. The sinful one returned to reality. Chen Yao also took a moment to glance back at the Plague Tavern, but this time, the tavern was unusually closed. A sign hung above its door, bartender drunk, closed for business. Chen Yao had every reason to suspect that Paul was absolutely terrified of him showing up. 2 or 3 days had passed in that world, yet in the real world, only half a day had elapsed. When Chen Yao and Su Mumei returned to the street, Su Mumei's phone began to buzz incessantly. A flood of missed calls and messages. Chen Yao, on the other hand, hadn't received a single message. He was already used to it. Su Mumei spent a long time making calls. Chen Yao stood idly by, waiting without saying a word. After a while, Su Mumei hung up the phone. She looked at Chen Yao with a serious expression. Chen Yao. My mom said we're having dinner tonight. The host is the dean of Shangjing Academy. This time she arranged special arrangements for us. You could call it a meal, or you could call it an interview. Chen Yao shrugged indifferently. A Sequence 001 plague doctor who graduated less than a month ago and already reached Tier 2? That guy was hot property anywhere, okay? Unless someone was blind enough to still think plague doctors were a liability. The dean visiting from Shangjing couldn't be that bad. Let's go. Might as well relax a bit. After reaching Tier 2, Chen Yao felt his mental pressure ease noticeably, though it still couldn't match his state at Tier 1. Still, he was now connected to another world. Captain, I'm a bit hungry. Can I join you for a meal? Shi Luo's voice by his ear startled Chen Yao. Chapter 94, Abyss of Demons. Chen Yao hadn't expected Shi Luo to follow him. Based on raw power, Shi Luo should be at least 5th tier. Combined with his physical prowess and the new face mask, his combat strength likely approached 6th tier. After all, the new face now belonged entirely to his dominion. Chen Yao glanced at Su Mumei. This was something he needed to ask her about. Let's go together. Alright, Shi Luo, just stay behind me. They hailed a random car on the street. They hurried toward the hotel. Throughout the ride, Su Mumei kept her head down, constantly replying to messages. Chen Yao stared out the window, bored out of his mind. Shi Luo, seated in the passenger seat, remained in a foul mood. Since the last incident, he seemed to have completely forgotten how to smile. Both Huayue Canyon and the village resembled agrarian eras. Electricity was nowhere to be seen. Cars, skyscrapers, even the bustling city center. After getting out of the car, Shi Luo paused and looked up at the world bursting with vibrant colors. Captain, are there no monsters here? Chen Yao hummed in acknowledgement. He murmured softly. There are no monsters here, nor any evil gods. But there are things far more terrifying than those. Chen Yao smiled and pointed to his chest. Human hearts. The family sacrificed tens of thousands, driven mad by their obsession with seizing fortune. Sometimes, some people have no bottom line. They can do things far more terrifying than you could ever imagine. Shi Luo followed Chen Yao in silence. In front of the hotel, Su Yuntian and Sun Yuan, the married couple, stood waiting at the entrance. Su Yuntian's gaze toward Chen Yao was filled with reluctance, yet he couldn't deny that this scoundrel had played an immense role in Jiangbei City's survival. As for Sun Yuan, Su Mumei's mother, she wore the look of a proud mother-in-law. Upon seeing Chen Yao, Sun Yuan immediately approached him with excessive warmth, grasping both his hands and speaking in a very friendly tone. My dear boy, why did you come so late? Today I've arranged for you to meet an academician from the capital. He'll help you apply for a special subsidy and a place at the academy. Sun Yuan's warmth left Chen Yao feeling somewhat flustered. Mom, I'm still here. Su Mumei wrapped her arms around her mother's hands, tugging playfully. Well, let's go inside first. Someone else should be arriving shortly. Su Yuntian snorted. That was the extent of his dissatisfaction. He dared say no more. Shi Luo, who had followed them, was stopped at the door. Instinctively, she pressed her hand to the new face mask at her waist, adopting a stance ready for action. Sir. He's with us, uncle and aunt. He's my cousin. Chen Yao explained. Only then did Su Yuntian notice Shi Luo's presence. Taking a closer look, the new face mask hanging at his waist caught him off guard. Nuxie? Shi Luo merely glanced at Su Yuntian. Their eyes met briefly, and Su Yuntian felt an overwhelmingly oppressive force spread through his entire body. But it lasted only an instant. Su Yuntian merely frowned in puzzlement before giving her another deep look. Impressive skill. Come in for dinner. With that, Su Yuntian turned and entered the hotel. Shi Luo followed silently. After taking their seats, Sun Yuan took Chen Yao's hand and said, "You're a brave and selfless kid. I have high hopes for you. Mumu is a good girl too, you'd better hold on to her." Starting off with such words, it gave Chen Yao the strange feeling that his future mother-in-law was coaching him on how to pursue her daughter. It felt so contradictory. This time, I plan to take all of you to Shangjing. Shangjing isn't just about the environment and resources. The pioneering teams there are far superior to anything in Jianbei City. Shangjing has 3 academies, Legion Academy, Dragon Roar Academy, and 100 Hunters Academy. All 3 focus on cultivating teamwork and are rare talent development bases. Chen Yao listened to Sun Yuan's plan without outright refusal or comment. He understood Sun Yuan was considering his interests, so he chose to listen further. I've secured resource approval for the Sun family. You'll receive the same resource allocation as Mumu. Additionally, the Dean of Dragon Roar Academy will meet with you today as a formality. After that, you may formally enroll. The greatest resource these academies offer isn't their teaching, but their networks. There, you can find the teammates best suited to you and form a team. Chen Yao understood Sun Yuan's intent. She intended to focus her cultivation efforts on him. Truthfully, with the Sin ship, Chen Yao wasn't lacking in dungeons or special experience resources. Still, he didn't refuse. It was, after all, Sun Yuan's kind offer. Thank you, Aunt Sunday. You're such a kid. The more I see you, the more I like you. You'd better catch up to Mumu soon. Shilua stood behind Chen Yao, not taking a seat. Even when Chen Yao invited him to sit down, he remained standing. Just like the 5th-tier warrior behind Sun Yuan, he maintained the same posture. Before long, the door to the room opened once more. It was opened by a white-haired old man in his 70s, leaning on a cane, his posture hunched. Following behind him was a youth roughly the same age as Chen Yao, distinguished only by his pair of violet pupils. A few strands of blue-dyed hair hung over his forehead, lending him a distinctive air of valor, though his looks fell slightly short of Chen Yao's. The youth's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Shi Luo before drifting downward to fixate on Chen Yao. Dean Long, you're finally here. That Sun family girl, how many times did she nag me? If you hadn't shown up, I'd have feared she'd storm over to my place and start tugging on my beard like she did when she was little. Dean Long's eyes crinkled into barely visible slits as he smiled, his wrinkles bunching up like folds. This? Let me introduce them. This is my daughter, Su Mumei. And this is Chen Yao. Dean Long looked at Chen Yao with a warm smile. Young Chen, your future mother-in-law hasn't stopped praising you. Sun Yuan chimed in again, the two chatting about this and that, appearing quite familiar with each other. Director Long didn't sit down but waved his hand instead. Long Hui, you sit down too. When it came to Long Hui, the dean's demeanor turned cold and stern, a stark contrast to his earlier self. Long Hui said nothing, simply sitting down beside Chen Yao. His gaze kept drifting sideways toward Chen Yao. Sun Girl, the pressure on the Capital Academy has grown immense this time, especially for the Dragon Roar Academy. We actually had no intention of recruiting students externally this time, because all the students from the previous cohort were lost due to the Abyss Demon incident. At this point, a sorrowful expression flickered in Director Long's eyes. After such heavy losses last time, shouldn't they be recruiting externally? Su Yuntian voiced his confusion. Dean Long waved his hand dismissively. It's not that simple. Every student who grows at Dragon Roar Academy represents more than just a single family. Sometimes, they stand for an entire clan. Though he hasn't held it against us this time, it's best for Dragon Roar Academy to consolidate its foundations. It will also ease the pain in these people's hearts. Dean Long phrased it delicately. What is the abyss of chaos? Chen Yao asked directly. Dean Long lifted his gaze to meet Chen Yao's eyes. This time, the smile that usually graced his face faded. Mentioning the abyss seemed to fill him with dread. It is a pioneering endeavor, a trial. As for its specifics, since you are not yet my student, I cannot reveal them to you. The demon god? Chen Yao blurted out, the words escaping him instinctively. For some reason, the dark god always seemed to be tied to dungeons. Evil gods, monsters, battles. Long Hui, seated beside Chen Yao, turned to look at him. You know about the evil gods? Well, it's not entirely wrong to call them demon gods. A group of bizarre demon gods, filled with madness and strangeness. They lure students in, and they're the ones who harmed that group of students. Chen Yao could sense it too, a faint aura of the evil gods emanating from Long Hui, seated beside him. Chapter 95, Dissecting the Evil Gods, Crafting Plague Tools. The aura of the evil gods. Chen Yao knew it all too well. He suspected that perhaps Long Wei had also become infected by the so-called abyss of demons. However, Dean Long hadn't elaborated on the exact nature of the abyss. But since she was brought by Dean Long, Chen Yao couldn't say much. He'd just have to keep a closer eye on this young woman named Long Wei from now on. Enough digressions. Since you recommended her, I'll grant you this favor. Getting these two youngsters into Longming Academy is straightforward. There are only two conditions. First, they must pass the standard entrance tests. Second, they must participate in a dungeon expedition with the Academy's forces. If they perform well in both, I'll accept them. This is the greatest concession I can make. Dean Long turned to Long Wei as he spoke. My grandson, Long Wei. He will guide you through the Academy entrance exams. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask him. After taking his seat, the Dragon Dean surveyed the table laden with dishes. Granddaughter, why haven't you touched your food? Did you come here just to discuss this matter without eating? The dishes are getting cold. How could we juniors dare to eat before you, grandfather? After this exchange, Sun Yuan and Dean Long resumed their conversation. Chen Yao glanced at Long Wei just as she lifted her head. Their eyes met in a subtle exchange. Long Wei wore a blank expression, her eyes as lifeless as a dead fish's, as if someone owed her money. Sun Yuan and Director Long chatted cheerfully. Su Yuntian felt like an outsider, unable to utter a single word. As they were leaving, Director Long rose to his feet. At the doorway, he suddenly turned and looked at Su Yuntian. He seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, perhaps feeling it inappropriate. Instead, he simply patted Su Yuntian on the shoulder. Take a deep breath. Yuntian, opportunities are for the taking. I've watched that girl grow up since she was a child. You know you're worthy of her, no need to be so timid all the time. No one else deserves her but you. If you need anything, speak up. I'll help you with whatever I can, after all, you were once my student. With that, Dean Long turned to leave. As she was leaving, Long Wei, standing beside Chen Yao, suddenly spoke up. That was a nuxie performance, right? Long Wei didn't look at Shi Luo behind Chen Yao. It was a nuxie performance. A very rare profession. Your personal charm seems far greater than what meets the eye. After uttering those inexplicable words, Long Wei turned and followed Director Long's footsteps out. After they left. After Sun Yuan gave some instructions, she told Chen Yao to pack his things. Tomorrow morning, they would all fly together to the capital. He bid farewell to Su Mumei, Sun Yuan, and Su Yuntian, who had remained largely uncommunicative throughout. Chen Yao departed. With no one else around, Shi Luo spoke up. Captain, that man carries an overwhelmingly strong aura of the Dark God. Moreover, the Dark God's presence seems hostile toward him and appears he's forcing contact. Chen Yao nodded. He had no intention of getting involved in such matters. Captain, one more thing, divine beings are actually a type of demon god too. I discovered that the corpses of Sukhai are nearly identical to demon gods. Perhaps you could craft some plague artifacts? Aren't you planning to conduct tests this time? Shi Luo reminded him. Chen Yao halted in his tracks. Evil god corpses, plague artifacts, you've reminded me. Chen Yao pulled out the parchment. He tentatively inquired. What is the abyss of darkness? This time, characters began to appear on the plague artifact parchment. Abyssal depths, a special designation for entities that borrow the power of the evil god, causing their own sequences to mutate. Their sequences become unknown, and they are referred to as abyssal depths. Sacrifice and bargaining again? No, it's different. Not sacrifices and deals, but direct contact with the dark gods. The abyss seems to merely seek the power of the. Since we already know about the abyss, and I can even sense the aura of a demon god emanating from Long Wei myself. Could it be that Dean Long couldn't sense it? Or could it be that the aura on Long Wei isn't that of a demon god, but rather stems from his own sequence? Like Shi Luo, 2 of his 17 Nuwa masks are related to the, so an extremely faint aura of the also emanates from him. Chen Yao stared at the parchment. The parchment required intervals to respond to questions. He hadn't expected it to even explain the term abyss of demons. He'd only tried it on a whim, yet it actually provided answers. Truly worthy of being called a plague artifact. This made Chen Yao eager to craft some plague artifacts himself. Shi Luo, come aboard with me. With nothing left to pack at home, Chen Yao prepared to board the Sin ship to study the plague artifact and Su Mumei's sequence formula for the Grand Mage Potion. Once the dual sequences were complete, Su Mumei's combat power would skyrocket. Grand Mage paired with Control Mage would be like a mobile artillery platform. Wouldn't that be a bloodbath? Serving as her accessory wasn't a bad option either. Because he possessed a world's primordial essence. Chen Yao's psychic energy was largely consumed by sustaining the already battered and broken world origin, leaving him with very little left. The strength of his psychic power directly affects only the delusionist sequence. The delusionist inherently exerts negative effects on both mind and body. If he casts it repeatedly, Chen Yao feels he might collapse. It's entirely possible. However, normal delusions pose no issue, one merely pays the cost. As for the delusion moment, that ability would likely be unusable for quite some time. Chen Yao and Shi Luo arrived at an open clearing. Shi Luo pulled out a horn and blew it softly. Woo! In the sky. A corner of the ship's hull tore through the sky and materialized. A translucent vessel, suspended between illusion and reality, the plague ship. The Sin ship appeared. This ship of sin remained unnoticed by others. Chen Yao lifted his foot and stomped forward. His foot pressed against the void. Step by step, he ascended the Sin ship. Shi Luo followed. Once both were aboard the Sin ship, the open space fell silent once more. On board the Sin ship, Shi Luo climbed the mast. His duty was that of a lookout, and upon returning to the Sin ship, he immediately resumed his post. Chen Yao descended the deck and headed straight for the ship's hold, the plague operating table. Sure enough, Suka's corpse lay upon the plague operating table. Just as Shi Luo said, there really is a corpse. Now we can craft the plague artifact. From what Chen Yao had encountered so far, plague artifacts possess strange yet powerful effects. Take that parchment that could answer any question, for instance. Chen Yao closed the cabin door. He entered the operating room, preparing to begin the dissection for crafting the plague artifact. The moment he approached the operating table, 3 special options appeared. Dissect the eye of the evil god Suk's remains to obtain a plague artifact. Difficulty, 1 star. Error rate, 0 stars. Dissect the entire spinal column of the corpse of the evil god Suk to obtain a plague artifact. Difficulty, 3 stars. Error rate, 1 star. Dissect the serpent skull of thee to obtain a plague artifact. Difficulty, 7 stars. Error rate, 3 stars. Note, higher difficulty increases completion time. You may freely choose how many procedures to perform from start to finish. Once completed, you cannot continue. Any error will result in the loss of all plague items. Chen Yao studied the 3 options. This meant he could gamble to obtain all 3 plague artifacts, or play it safe by dissecting only the eye from Shuk's remains to get 1 plague artifact. After all, the later stages were too difficult. If he made a mistake, the plague items crafted earlier would vanish. Chen Yao fell deep in thought. Gamble or play it safe? Proceed with dissection and crafting? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao smiled. I really am an idiot. All along, I've had a powerful ally, a surgical genius. Golden light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Su, help me. Help me one more time. Will you? Chapter 96, Talent. Surgical talent. When it came to surgical talent, no one could match Zhao Su, the most gifted surgeon in the Dawn Tower. His talent was precisely what Chen Yao coveted this time. Having wielded Zhao Su's scalpel before, he had also sensed the weight of her life's experiences. Chen Yao could only wield the power of delusion. Delusion, the talent of a person. Beneath the mask, Chen Yao's gaze had changed. His dark brown pupils held a calm composure for surgery. The hand gripping the scalpel moved with precision, as if belonging to a surgeon battle-hardened by countless operations. The scalpel rose, swiftly plunging toward Sukai's eyeball. Precise and ruthless. After the eyeball was gouged out, the parchment, a plague artifact, automatically flew out of the storage space. It unfolded behind Chen Yao. A special prompt appeared on the parchment. Plague item, Eye of Truth. True eye, through its transparent eyeball, one can see through all illusions and deceptions. It can even be used as a one-time consumable, though no one knows what happens afterward. Perhaps some peculiar reactions may occur. Crafting method: soak the snake eyes from Suk's remains in special sulfuric acid solution for 3 hours. Wrap in thick black cloth for 7 hours. Finally, place into a specially crafted container to complete the Eye of Truth. Process in progress? As the words appeared on the parchment, the snake eye preserved in the vial began to float. Chen Yao paid no attention to the parchment. He was wholly absorbed in the dissection. Dissecting the serpent eyes of the demon god Suk's remains was merely an appetizer. Chen Yao intended to complete the next 2 dissections as well. The next 2 tasks were the extraction of the entire spinal column. For a half-human, half-serpent entity like Suk's remains, the vertebrae were entirely different from those of ordinary humans. Compared to human vertebrae, his were practically embedded within flesh, with far more intricate nerves and tangled networks of blood vessels. It was truly laughable when the blood vessels of a demon god were severed. What flowed out was not blood, but a foul-smelling liquid. The stench emanating from this fluid was so potent that even a birdbeak mask offered no protection. Extracting the spine necessitates severing those very vessels. The stench is potent enough to induce dizziness. Perhaps this explains why dissecting the spine carries a 3-star difficulty rating. But this stench had absolutely no effect on Zhao Su, who was now suppressing his instincts and relying entirely on his delusions. Her hands didn't slow down, the scalpel's cuts grew faster instead. One vertebra after another was carefully extracted intact. A human spine consists of approximately 33 vertebrae, while Suk's skeleton had only 16, each one exceptionally elongated. A foul stench permeated the entire plague operating table. The procedure lasted approximately half an hour. The extracted spinal cord was meticulously arranged into a straight line and immersed in a special solution to purge impurities and contaminated blood from its interior. The parchment displayed text once more. Plague item, Serpent Spine Arrowhead 16 consumable. Serpent Spine Arrow, 1 arrow shatters myriad defenses. 1 arrow can withstand a million armies. Can be imbued with plague. Crafting method, subject the vertebrae of Suk skeleton to specialized decontamination. Their sharp nature allows for grinding with specialized tools to sharpen each tip. Each grinding session requires wiping with water to ensure the bone gradually absorbs the special liquid. Subsequently, infused with special pigments from the yellow yun flower to impart various hues, each vertebrate gains distinct energy enhancements. Chen Yao lifted his head and took a deep breath. It nearly stank to death. Instinctively, he used pathological analysis. Surprisingly, he actually acquired an additional pathogen. Pathological analysis activated. You've analyzed a special pathogen, blood stench. Blood stench can fuse with certain plague pathogens, imparting a foul odor that accelerates the plague's transmission rate. However, this completely neutralizes the plague's aggressiveness. When it came to transmission speed, nothing surpassed the plague intestinal disease. Chen Yao kept his head down, fully focused, beginning the third surgery on the plague artifact. The delusions of a visionary have a limited duration. The third procedure, however, was the most challenging. Success was non-negotiable. There was no time to waste. The dissection of the serpent's skull. The difficulty of dissecting the skull remains unknown. Chen Yao resumed his work with the scalpel. Surgical scalpel, precise dissection. Deluded by the belief that Zhao Su's talent would grant him divine favor, dissecting the remains of Su, a demonic entity, did not weigh heavily on his mind. But halfway through the dissection, as he incised the back of the skull, a crimson mist erupted. A peculiar, frenzied aura swiftly invaded Chen Yao's bird beak mask, gradually corrupting it without his awareness. This aura even interfered with the use of his delusion abilities. The scalpel in Chen Yao's hand faltered. The scene before his eyes began to shift at breakneck speed. His body felt pulled, and the large operating table before him melted like a candle. Everything around him vanished. Only Chen Yao remained, standing motionless with the scalpel in his hand. Like a driver nodding off at the wheel, he had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion without sensing anything amiss. Chen Yao didn't sense anything unusual either. Through the haze, a shrieking voice rang in his ear. "You lunatic! Put my child down! You're not even a doctor, why are you doing this? How dare you do this?" Then came a series of earnest, well-meaning voices, pleading for his sake. "You're just a soldier. You should follow a soldier's instincts, not wield a scalpel meant for someone else's hands." Though no one was present, strange words echoed through the empty space. Chen Yao stood frozen in place, holding the scalpel. The voices in his ears persisted. "Damn it! Don't touch my child. Who do you think you are? I don't trust you. Stop right now. Why are you operating on the patient? He's my patient. If anything happens to him, you'll be held fully responsible. You're not even a doctor, what do you think you're doing? You're a lunatic." The shouts and barrage of negative emotions made Chen Yao's ears ache. These words seemed directed at Chen Yao, yet they also seemed aimed at Zhao Su. The veins on Chen Yao's hand, gripping the scalpel, bulged as a surge of force surged within him, struggling to be contained. Pushed to his limit, Chen Yao's body began to tremble. Beneath the mask, his throat convulsed, erupting in a frenzied, low growl. "Get out! I don't need your approval. I only need to perform this surgery. You're merely stepping stones in my progress. Whether you sneer or mock, I don't care. I don't care. The only thing I care about is the fact that you need this surgery. Does it matter whether you want it or not? Does it matter? Get out! Get out!" The sharp rebuke drowned out all other sounds. This utterly different response made Chen Yao, who had weathered countless trials, realize one thing. When subjected to moral blackmail, those without morals cannot be judged. It was like the use of delusion at any moment. Caring about others' opinions only plunges one deeper into negative emotions. To be self-centered, to firmly believe that what one does is absolutely right. It was an extreme stance, yet also an excellent method for purging negative emotions. Suddenly, the scene before Chen Yao snapped back into focus. In the blink of an eye, he realized he was still on the operating table. The surgery must continue. He knew Zhao Su had endured immense skepticism, even his talent was questioned. Some stemmed from jealousy, some from disbelief, and some from stubbornness. But for Chen Yao, any wavering caused by such doubt stemmed solely from a lack of self-confidence. Chen Yao possessed absolute confidence in Zhao Su's abilities. Doubt? Doubt is me? Then you yourself are absolutely wrong. This was an absolutely lethal negative toxin for others, yet in Chen Yao's presence, it was rendered harmless almost instantly. He lowered his head and continued the surgery, proceeding with the dissection of the skull. After this, the dissection of the snake skull proceeded without further complications. Chen Yao lifted the snake skull with both hands. The parchment displayed characters once more. This time, Chen Yao noticed. Chapter 97, 3 Artifacts. Plague item, sacrificial skull. A consumable crafted by a dark god, seemingly capable of replacing the expenditure during moments of delusion. It can be replenished through special methods. Crafting method: submerge the skull of thea in a soaking solution for 17 hours. Subsequently, meticulously polish its surface until smooth and translucent. Each polishing session requires applying a layer of special sheep fat, one application per polish, until the entire skull surface gleams with a jade-like crystalline clarity. Chen Yao now noticed the previous content on the parchment. Plague Tool's Eye of Truth and Serpent Spine Arrowhead. After reading the effects of these 3 plague artifacts, Chen Yao couldn't help but exclaim. Exaggerated. The effects were simply outrageous. Each of these plague artifacts was more useful than the last. Even the third, most difficult plague artifact crafted from a serpent skull could serve as a substitute consumable for the delusion moment. And it's not even a one-time use. As expected, the higher the difficulty, the more powerful the plague artifact. The 2 items on the parchment had already been processed automatically. Once the parchment revealed the ritual skull's crafting method, the snake skull in Chen Yao's hand began to move on its own. He released his grip on it. The parchment could not only answer plague-related questions but also perform such functions. No wonder it was left for him in the captain's cabin. After the procedure concluded, the price for Chen Yao's delusion manifested. This time, however, it wasn't physical pain. His delusions of talent caused some of his plague skills to become directly ineffective. Field surgery, inactive 72H. Plague intestinal disease, inactive 72H. Pathological analysis, inactive 72H. With these skills disabled, Chen Yao could only utilize a few powerful plagues, reversal treatments, mystic potions, and plague attire. 3 skills, disabled for 3 days. The delusion of innate talent exacted a heavy price. It wasn't physical torment. Or perhaps he had grown somewhat immune to physical torment, causing the bodily toll to gradually fade. Whichever it wasn't good news. Losing 3 skills is bad enough. But if reverse healing and plague garb were gone, Chen Yao would lose his means of treatment, effectively rendering him useless for a time. Chen Yao left the parchment inside the plague operating table, allowing it to continue crafting plague artifacts. As if guided by some unseen force, Chen Yao found himself once again at the plague tavern. This time, the plague tavern was open for business. Chen Yao pushed open the door. Paul, as usual, used 2 of his tentacles, one holding a cloth, the other a cup, to wipe down surfaces. The moment Chen Yao pushed open the door, Paul froze completely, as if petrified in place. Chen Yao sat down naturally in front of Paul. "You don't mind offering me a drink, do you?" "Of course." Paul's tentacles moved with lightning speed. In less than 3 seconds, a glass of liquor was mixed and pushed toward Chen Yao. Chen Yao tapped the glass with his finger. "Paul, as a bartender, why would you try to rip me off?" Captain, what are you saying? Did you study acting before? You've been putting on such a convincing performance from the start, even telling me about the origins of the world." All that information was wrong. Paul was drenched in sweat. Strange mucus began appearing on the octopus's face, and one of its tentacles kept wiping and flicking away the slime. "All right, Paul. Your nervous act is convincing enough. Let's get down to business." Paul's octopus face crumpled into a ball. "You figured that out too? You really are the captain who's improved the fastest. Cut the chatter. That's water under the bridge now. Compensate me with the 3 most useful items, plus all the materials for the Grand Mage. Naturally, I'll pay you for the materials with corpses." After the initial transaction, there were still quite a few corpses left, roughly 8,000 more stored in the storage ring. "Captain, you really don't lose out at all. 3 items would truly drain my reserves dry, but there are indeed 3 decent new ones." Paul said this, but it was clear he found the terms acceptable. Its tentacles fumbled beneath the liquor cabinet. Soon, a pile of materials was retrieved. 3 sets of ingredients for the dual-sequence Grand Mage Potion. Potion brewing has a success rate. If all fail, Captain, you can buy more from me using corpses. 2,000 corpses. Chen Yao didn't hesitate at all, pouring 2,000 corpses directly from his storage ring. With each corpse dumped out, Paul's tentacles swiftly coiled around them and dragged them beneath the cabinet. Just how much space was under that cabinet? Chen Yao found himself growing curious. Immediately after, Paul's tentacles retrieved 3 items and placed them on the countertop. Let me briefly introduce these 3 items. The first item resembled a jet black repeating crossbow. Captain, you should be familiar enough with your plague props. This wicked masterpiece should be what you need most. Explosive repeating crossbow. When firing, arrows have a chance to deal 300% damage. After continuous firing, there's a chance it'll jam. Once jammed, the crossbow becomes scrap metal for 10 minutes. Even though it's not a Gatling gun, it shares the same overheating trait. In a word, finicky. Quality, evil masterpiece. Paul actually knows what his own plague item is. Alright, it's a decent item. Chen Yao casually grabbed the crossbow and stowed it into his storage ring. The second item is also related to your plague artifact. A pendant-like object. The second evil masterpiece, Captain, take a look for yourself. Paul's tentacles curled around the pendant-like item on the counter and placed it before Chen Yao. Screaming Pendant, a special pendant that amplifies the power of the item it's embedded in and allows viewing certain characters' attributes and status. However, it occasionally emits a shrill laugh during inspection, an unavoidable quirk. After all, no one can uncover another's secrets without a trace, not even an artifact. The pendant itself has no inherent function, but the higher the quality of the item embedded within it, the more powerful it becomes. The screaming attribute is merely the designer's twisted sense of humor and serves no practical purpose. Quality, evil masterpiece. Chen Yao noticed these evil masterpieces all seemed to carry various flaws, yet their attributes were so outrageously powerful it was hard to resist them. This pendant is perfect for the plague artifact, Eye of Truth. Alright, this one works too. Chen Yao couldn't help but think that the third piece of equipment should be related to the sacrificial skull. As if reading his mind. Captain, you must be thinking the third artifact shouldn't be connected to the third plague artifact you crafted, right? Paul truly lived up to his reputation as a dark god. His earlier meekness and nervous, sweat-drenched demeanor had all been in act. When interacting with him, one must constantly be on guard against the traps he sets. Isn't that so? Paul's next words left Chen Yao momentarily stunned. Captain, would you prefer to be involved or not? Speak. What do you want? Captain, you're truly brilliant. 1,000 corpses. The third artifact is guaranteed to be closely tied to your plague artifact and it's worth every penny. What was meant as compensation had been twisted into a purchase by Paul's maneuvering, truly a cunning demon god. And Chen Yao couldn't refuse. 1,000 corpses meant little to him, but the artifact concerning the sacrificial skull was the most crucial plague artifact for enhancing delusion moment. Agreed. Smooth. Chapter 98, Meeting Long Wei, First Clash. 072 Monkey Finger, a specially designated monkey whose body mutated due to lightning and acid corrosion. Its left hand was preserved as a specimen. Bending any finger grants the power to make a wish. However, wishes could only be made within the realms of reality, truth, and extreme emotions. Wishes could fail, and attempts were non-renewable. Each opportunity must be cherished. The creation of 072 Monkey Finger was meticulously crafted by a mad occultist seeking to resurrect his wife. Tragically, he was slain by an octopus before he could use it. Most wishes fail because people cannot grasp their true meaning. Quality, evil divine artifact. Chen Yao stared at the artifact before him. 072 Monkey Finger, its entire form was a dehydrated, shriveled monkey arm, as thin as a bamboo pole, still covered in dry, brown monkey fur. The monkey's thumb had been crushed flat, while the other 4 fingers remained stiffly extended. Paul, has this item been used? Paul spoke indifferently. I think so. I used it once when I was short on mixology supplies. But this is a masterpiece. If it had lasted 5 uses, it wouldn't be priced like this. Chen Yao didn't argue. He grabbed the 072 Monkey Fingers prop and stowed it away. It's a good piece. Mind sharing the trick to making wishes? On the surface, the 072 Monkey Finger prop seemed unrelated to the plague prop sacrificial skull. But the very word wish said it all. It could connect to anything. Paul's octopus-like face twisted, revealing strange human-like teeth that seemed to form a smile. I thought you were going to haggle again. Then say this thing isn't that great. There's no trick to wishing, just wish for what you want. It's that simple. Paul seemed unwilling to reveal more. After Chen Yao stowed away the 072 Monkey Finger and all the props, he prepared to leave the tavern. Captain. Paul's voice called out from behind him. Chen Yao halted, turning his head slightly. Captain, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said the tower could be rebuilt. Even if the world's origin is severed, what repeats endlessly are only shadows of history. Chen Yao's fingers trembled slightly, his heart skipping a beat. He understood what it meant when Paul spoke such words. You explained it before. No need to dwell on it. Besides, I don't care. I'm both a delusional dreamer and a plague doctor. If I want to see them, I can see them. Yes. He could see them whenever he wished. If delusion failed, he could resort to moments of delusion. If those moments proved insufficient, he could seize more authority and power. He could see them whenever he wanted, those people beneath the tower. Chen Yao pushed open the tavern door and hurried away. Hearing Chen Yao's final words, Paul sighed deeply. Luo Yong, you've truly created a monster. You've pushed him into the abyss. His mind is teetering on the edge of instability. After voicing his lament, Paul lowered his head and began wiping glasses again. The glasses seemed endless. After wiping each one, tentacles reached beneath the counter to retrieve more glasses stained with red, oily liquid. It continued polishing as if this were its sole purpose. After everything concluded, Chen Yao returned to reality from the Sin ship. Shi Luo followed him back to reality as well. He didn't ask why Shi Luo had followed him back to reality, and Shi Luo didn't say. He speculated it might be the differences between this world and his own that piqued her interest. But that wasn't the case. Without the protection of the Dark God, Chen Yao appeared merely as a second-tier being in Shi Luo's eyes, far too weak. He must protect his captain. That was the duty of a lookout. After returning home, Chen Yao gathered some clothes haphazardly before lying down to sleep. Shi Luo leaned against the wall, arms wrapped around herself, eyes closed. Creak. The window suddenly shifted. Shi Luo's closed eyes slowly opened. He didn't move immediately, only letting his hands fall slowly. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew open the unlocked window. Then, a dark figure flashed into view, crouching on the windowsill. One hand gripped the window's side rail, the other held a long sword sheathed in pitch-black scabbard. Whoosh. Shi Luo relaxed his lowered hand and grasped the new face mask at his waist. Hello. In the moonlight, Shi Luo recognized the figure perched on the window as Long Hui from the dinner table that evening. Those distinctive purple eyes were unmistakable. Lying on the bed, Chen Yao slowly sat up, showing no trace of panic. People in the capital prefer climbing through windows instead of using doors, huh? Long Hui leapt through the window into the room, his gaze fixed on Chen Yao. It's just a habit. I was grounded too often as a kid. If you don't like it, I'll use the front door next time. Chen Yao yawned, stretched lazily, and spoke in a languid tone. You're looking for me at this hour? Don't tell me it's for another test. I've looked into the Zhongbei City incident. You ended that group of failed experiments. You're the savior. Long Hui's choice of words was peculiar. Chen Yao didn't argue, though he knew it was wrong. Everything in Zhongbei City was entirely the work of the principal Luo Yongcheng and that group of doctors. It had little to do with him. Chen Yao wanted to see what this guy was really up to. Longming Academy isn't as simple as you think. What awaits you inside will be a nightmare. If you can, you'd be better off not going. Long Hui spoke with genuine sincerity. I can sense you're different. The aura around you isn't like theirs. If possible, I'd recommend a powerful club for you. Chen Yao remained silent, staring at Long Hui silhouetted against the moonlight. Her figure appeared unusually distinct. He still didn't understand what this guy was up to. Why aren't you speaking? Chen Yao finally spoke up. What do you want to hear? Long Hui's pupils fluttered slightly before steadying. Most people would curse me out. They wouldn't pass up a chance to go to the capital. The more cautious ones would ask why I did this, or even question why Longming Academy became a nightmare. Why aren't you asking anything? Chen Yao noticed the increasingly heavy aura of a demon god emanating from this person. You'll speak when you choose to. If you don't wish to, asking won't make you talk. Long Hui turned. A wave of demonic energy spread out. Shi Luo moved. A black spear materialized in his hand, thrusting straight toward Long Hui's chest. Simultaneously, purple flashed in Long Hui's eyes as he raised his right hand, gripping the ancient sword wrapped in cloth. Clang! The collision generated a tremendous shockwave, forcing Long Hui back against the wall. Shi Luo! Chen Yao called out. Shi Luo withdrew his raised attack, his hand gripping the pitch-black new face mask as he spoke. Captain, this guy has murder in his eyes. Shi Luo, wearing a different new face mask, spoke with a distinct tone. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. The Nuwa masks differed, their power systems varied, and the weapons and abilities they manifested their combat prowess also differed. Shi Luo removed the new face mask, his weapon vanishing from his hand as he stood before Chen Yao. Go back. I won't see you off. You can't beat him. Shi Luo's combat prowess was too formidable. In that world, they were a group capable of taking on gods themselves. They were born warriors. Long Hui's emotions surged. His voice rose as he spoke rapidly. Chen Yao. I'm genuinely trying to save you. Once tomorrow passes, everything will become irreversible. Once you join the Dragon Roar Academy, there's no turning back. You could have a better future. You remind me of someone I know, otherwise, I wouldn't be saying all this. Chen Yao frowned slightly. Watching the agitated Long Hui, he didn't seem to be lying. There really was something special about the Dragon Roar Academy. But Chen Yao possessed the Sin Ship, the Plague Outfit, the Delusionist, and his newly acquired Plague Artifact. All these bizarre occurrences only fueled his curiosity. Chapter 99, Anling. Especially the aura of a demon god emanating from Long Hui, coupled with the matter of the abyss of demons. The events at Longming Academy must be connected to the demon god. If another demon god corpse appeared, he could obtain even more plague artifacts. This only heightened Chen Yao's interest. Let's leave. Everything you've said holds no significance to me. Long Hui, I understand your condition, and I've also learned some things about the abyss. The relationship between Longming Academy and the abyss isn't as simple as it seems, is it? Adding to his own reluctance to go to the Dragon Roar Academy, Shi Luo had just sensed the malevolent aura emanating from Long Hui. So Chen Yao suspected this guy wasn't entirely well-intentioned. Shi Luo, see him out. Shi Luo grasped the purple Nuwa mask at his waist. Long Hui shot a wary glance before swiftly turning and vanishing through the window. With Shi Luo's formidable combat prowess on full display, Long Hui dared not confront him head-on. Annoying bastard. After he left, Chen Yao locked the window. He lay back down on the bed to sleep. Evil god. Shi Luo glanced toward the window. The hand holding the purple new face mask remained raised. Don't be nervous. Go rest on the sofa. That guy won't be coming back. Captain, he probably had other motives besides just trying to kill you earlier. I know. I suspect it's connected to the demon god behind him, or perhaps his mental state is also involved. Long Hui's mental state was also highly unstable. Should I follow him? Chen Yao rolled over and closed his eyes. Sleep. Relax. The situation isn't clear yet. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. Lying in bed with his eyes closed, Chen Yao pondered the connections between these events. At the dinner table, Dean Long had mentioned that the Academy's enrollment had plummeted due to the Demon Abyss incident. He couldn't justify it to the students' parents, which was why the Academy hadn't admitted any new students this time. The so-called Demon Abyss was connected to the evil god, and the evil god was linked to Long Hui. He had come to warn Chen Yao against joining the Academy. When Chen Yao failed to give a clear answer, he had even harbored murderous intent toward him. Poof. After sorting through the sequence of events, he found the situation growing increasingly intriguing. The so-called Demon Abyss was inextricably linked to the evil god. His target was the evil god. Originally, he had intended to go to the Dragon Roar Academy solely because of Su Mumei. Now, however, he had a compelling reason to go. A massive supply of plague artifact materials who wouldn't be tempted? The next day, Chen Yao boarded the plane with Su Mumei, luggage packed and ready. To save on one plane ticket, Shi Luo returned to the Xin ship to wait. This flight also carried Long Xiaoyuan and his grandson, Long Hui. Sun Yuan and Su Yuntian, due to certain matters, had delayed their flight and did not travel together. After meeting, Chen Yao carefully observed Long Hui, finding nothing unusual. Chen Yao deliberately glanced at him a few more times. After several exchanges of glances, Long Hui merely responded with a faint smile and a nod. It was as if last night's events had never occurred. It even made Chen Yao doubt whether the person last night was truly Long Hui, though those distinctive violet pupils were too unforgettable. Appearances could be altered, but pupils. Though I suppose you could just wear colored contacts. Never mind. Chen Yao stopped dwelling on it. He settled into the business class seat, pressed the button to recline it slightly into an extremely comfortable position, and closed his eyes. Chen Yao. Su Mumei called softly, then gently touched Chen Yao's arm. What is it? I just feel uneasy. Su Mumei's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of unease appearing on her handsome, pretty face. Scared of flying? Maybe, just a little. Don't worry. Accidents mostly happen with private jets. Ours is a commercial flight. Ours is private too. Chen Yao was momentarily speechless, as if his reassurance had backfired. Nevertheless, the plane landed smoothly. The moment they stepped outside, the sprawling mountain ranges made Chen Yao feel a bit uncertain. What the hell was this place? Beijing was supposed to be packed with high-priced real estate. Where did all these mountains come from? This is Anling. Dean Long spoke up after disembarking. We originally planned to take you directly to Shangjing. However, we decided at the last minute that conducting this test in Anling would be more suitable. So, we'll rest outside for a while, complete the test, and then proceed to Shangjing. Dean Long stepped forward and continued. I've mentioned the Abyss of Chaos before. The test should be straightforward for you, so I intend to give you a preview of it now. Chen Yao and Su Mumei remained silent. This dragon Dean changed course without a word, and announcing it after landing was far too late. Turning back, his face broke into a broad smile, making him look like a kindly old man. Are you feeling a bit nervous? Don't worry, I've already discussed the location change with Sunday. There's no need to feel pressured. Dean Long was just plain weird. No pressure? Yeah, right. If only he'd known, he would have stayed up all night yesterday to brew the Grand Magician's dual sequence potion for Su Mumei to drink. Chen Yao inwardly rolled his eyes, suspecting Dean Long was up to more shenanigans. Su Mumei furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something was amiss. Before long, a small squad of over a dozen people arrived in formation. A middle-aged man led the way. Dean. The middle-aged man approached, performed a standard salute, and stood at attention. Wang Hu, allow me to introduce you. This is Chen Yao, a mystic in the medical sequence 002. Hello. Upon seeing Dean Long introduce himself, Chen Yao extended his hand. Wang Hu politely extended his hand and shook Chen Yao's. Su Mumei, Mage sequence 035, control mage, a pretty promising prospect. A control mage, a promising prospect. The underlying implication in Dean Long's words was already a rather restrained, low evaluation. A mystic, a class with little combat potential. A control mage, another class with little combat potential. Wang Hu felt a headache coming on. All sorts of peculiar sequences were showing up, and this one was connected through family ties. These two are the students participating in this test. Long Hui will explain the test content and arrangements to you shortly. Come on, let me introduce you. After finishing his instructions, Dean Long led Chen Yao and Su Mumei away. Anling has always been the birthplace of special instances. It possesses unique energy fluctuations, which you'll come to know as special portals. These portals connect to unexplored instances. Anling holds a diverse array of instances and resources. Dean Long explained. Anling's mysterious magnetic field creates chaotic fluctuations, making the dungeons here unstable. But there's also an upside: a greater number of dungeons tend to appear in Anling. Dean Long pointed toward a distant row of massive gates crafted from a peculiar metal. Each gate stood about 3 meters tall, entirely formed from a cold, gleaming black alloy. Those were the special portals. To Chen Yao, these so-called instances were essentially separate worlds. Coordinate capture, World Instance Dragon Abyss. Coordinates acquired, World Instance Heart of Zillilan. Coordinates lost. Coordinates lost. These special portals have anchored portions of the instances, allowing students to enter and exit freely. The coordinates appearing and vanishing in Chen Yao's mind confirmed that the instances here in Anling truly moved constantly, just as Dean Long had described. What an intriguing place. Chapter 100, Sequence 008 Dragon Warrior. Only complete world instances could have their coordinates captured. In just this brief moment, coordinates for 3 world instances had vanished. Anling truly was a unique place. Dean Long continued with a smile on his face. This is a monumental undertaking. Such portals are unique to Dragon Roar Academy. Building them consumed immense resources, yet it was worth every sacrifice. The rewards they bring are unparalleled. But such colossal gains come at a price. The Abyss. The Abyss. I shouldn't have shared this with you, but I plan to make their existence public soon anyway, so it doesn't matter if I mention it now. Chen Yao and Su Mumei listened intently. The Abyss is a perilous place. It induces a peculiar mental state, what I personally call corrupted energy. This energy lurks within sequence practitioners, gradually corrupting their sequences until they become utterly unpredictable. Unpredictable? Why would their mental states be invaded? It's connected to the evil god. Chen Yao guessed the demonic energy the Dean spoke of must be the aura of the demon god. Just as Dean Long was about to continue, a figure hurriedly approached from the distance. A special alert flashed in Chen Yao's mind. World coordinates, 10,000 corpse karma ghost. Coordinate capture. Coordinates lot. Another unheard of world coordinate had appeared. 10,000 corpse karma ghosts? Principal. A frantic figure shouted while running. Principal. Principal. The demon abyss coordinates have appeared and been captured. The special portal is already under construction. It should lock in about 3 hours. We need a team to enter the instance now to stabilize the coordinates. Dean Long's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a piercing intensity in his eyes. With Long Hui and the others here, I'm at ease. You just lead everyone to secure the special gate. I'll go in alone. Principal. No, you can't go alone. The hesitation was palpable. The situation inside is unknown. You are the backbone of this school. Dean Long's hunched figure approached the instructor. He patted the instructor on the shoulder. I must take responsibility for what happened last time. I owe it to those children. I need to go there myself and bring back their remains. The ground beneath Anling began to shake violently. A beam of light shot toward the sky. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Above, countless stars became visible. A pitch-black arc materialized in the distance, its lines pulsing and shifting. The lines formed waves that trembled continuously ahead. The wave patterns grew denser and denser, eventually coalescing into a pool of pitch-black void. It resembled someone holding a pencil and repeatedly scribbling within a confined space until the black pencil created a dense, inky pattern on the paper. Don't panic. It's just coordinate capture. When they're confined without limits in another dimension, this is what happens. The black hole began to shrink. A temporary doorframe structure rapidly assembled itself. The pitch-black hole slowly sank into the frame, forming a vortex. Finally, it transformed into a portal. Yet this portal was unusually crude, its surrounding frame cobbled together from simple mechanical patterns. It lacked the intricate detail of the massive portals seen before. The black vortex within the portal began shifting up, down, left, and right. The door seemed to constrain it, causing it discomfort. Each time it brushed against the door's edge, a creaking sound echoed, causing the entire flimsy frame to shake violently. A large number of professionals gathered around, working closely together to swiftly reinforce the remaining parts of the doorframe, making it more sturdy. Looks like we got lucky, we actually managed to contain it. Dean Long turned to address Chen Yao and Su Mumei. It appears your entrance exam will be postponed. This was merely a coordinate adjustment. The recent incident had no impact on the surrounding environment of Anling. You may depart by plane directly to Shangjing. We will notify you of the exam date in a few days. Dean, are you okay? Can you go inside? Chen Yao eyed the stooped little old man, whose smile radiated warmth, with some skepticism. Dean Long chuckled. Look down on an old man? I reached the 7th tier 30 years ago. Even if I'm weakened now, I'm not so feeble that I'd die inside a teleportation gate. After speaking, he drew a deep breath, and the surrounding air currents rolled into his lungs like visible streams of water. His hunched back slowly straightened. His bones cracked and popped. A multicolored glow enveloped his entire body. Dean Long's hair began to grow rapidly, transforming into floor-length locks. A jet-black hue spread from his roots to the tips like ink being applied. The wrinkles on his face vanished, and his height began to increase by several dozen centimeters. His upper garment could no longer contain the transformation and began to tear apart, revealing skin covered in dragon scales. The scales continued to grow, emerging from beneath the flesh to cover his body, halting only at his neck. The golden scales reflected light, making the entire Dragon Dean radiate brilliantly. That radiance stemmed from the authority of the Dragon Dean. Warrior Sequence 008 Dragon Warrior. A wicked smile spread across the Dragon Dean's face. Kid, if you've got nothing better to do, get your ass back to the capital. Once you're tainted by something like the Abyss of Chaos, there's no escaping it. His tone had grown uncharacteristically arrogant. Is this still Dean Long? Does his authority carry such weight? Dean Long turned and stomped his foot down. The entire ground trembled. Dean Long slowly walked toward the portal. Upon reaching the portal, he seized the vortex with one hand. His body gradually entered the portal, sinking deeper and deeper until he was completely inside. Father! Long Hui ran frantically from afar, but an instructor beside her grabbed her waist. The headmaster is stabilizing the portal, Long Hui. Don't cause trouble. Chen Yao sensed the coordinates had been captured, meaning he could now enter the portal's fixed instance anytime via the Sin ship. Therefore, he felt no urgency. Dean Long possessed 7th tier strength. Despite his advanced age, his command over authority and power remained undiminished. Her combat prowess still far surpassed that of a 6th tier. So he cleared the path. If he returned, he might gain some special information about the evil god. Mumu, should we go now, or wait here? Su Mumei glanced at the portal. I want to go inside and take a look. When did this girl become so reckless? Everything requires caution. Wait. Chen Yao turned around and saw Su Mumei gripping that squeaky bird gun with both hands. Forget it. We should wait. Dean Long might already be wreaking havoc inside. Going in now would only make things worse. Chen Yao's skills were sealed, preventing him from conjuring the plague that allowed him to vanish at will. For him, this was an epic-level nerf. Nothing could match the transmission speed of plague intestinal disease. Only plagues with extremely high mortality rates could match it. It couldn't be deployed casually. After Dean Long entered, the tremors of the portal began to diminish. The vortex at its center ceased its violent swirling, gradually settling into calm. Abyss. Chen Yao murmured before turning his gaze toward Long Hui. He noticed the aura of the demon god growing even stronger around her. The connection between this man and the demon god's secret was growing stronger. Long Hui's eyes flickered. He seemed to notice Chen Yao's gaze upon him once more, and in an instant, his entire being erupted in fury like a madman. Catastrophe. You're the catastrophe. It couldn't be anyone else. How could you possibly capture the coordinates? Long Hui was like a different person, pointing at Chen Yao and cursing. Chen Yao remained silent. Adding to this, Dean Long had mentioned that the Abyss of Chaos was a disease that affected others' mental states. Long Hui's state perfectly matched that description. But consistent with his earlier thoughts, if he could see it, those around him couldn't possibly miss it unless they were all little cuties. Seeing Long Hui get stopped again, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. If they bothered him again, he could always give them a dose of that disease to keep them quiet. Chapter 101 Eerie Tentacles. Anling's unique geography had drawn the attention of the 10,000 Corpse Karma Ghost. 10,000 Corpse Karma Ghost. Chen Yao murmured the name of this instance. Strangely, he still couldn't contact the Sin ship. Perhaps only by leaving Anling could he establish contact. Dean Long and the others entered the portal to stabilize the coordinates. This team of workers moved with extraordinary speed. What would normally take 3 hours to reinforce the gate was now nearing completion after just 2 hours. Chen Yao, have you noticed the gate seems different? Chen Yao looked up and scrutinized the portal. The vortex within the portal began shifting from black to green, twisting as if a solution were mixing within it, an utterly nauseating sight. This sickening sensation was one he had only ever felt before when Shi Luo was carving the 3 demonic new faces. Something's not quite right. Chen Yao didn't believe he possessed the abilities of a savior. The previous 2 times, he'd been forced into action by circumstances beyond his control. He did want to slay the demon god, but only if he had sufficient intelligence to back it up. Faced with the unknown, humans often couldn't make accurate judgments. Step back. Something feels off. Temporarily avoiding confrontation wasn't a sign of cowardice. With most of his skills disabled, the plague artifact still in production, and no contact with the Sin ship. Charging in now would mean Chen Yao had truly lost his mind. No. Why didn't I run just now? Perhaps it was his confidence in the 7th tier practitioners. Chen Yao believed the old headmaster wouldn't cause any trouble. Inside the Sin ship. Inside the plague tavern. Aloysius Paul, working as a bartender, abruptly stopped wiping glasses. The human face on the octopus began to wrinkle into a frown. Negative emotions are the sustenance of the dark gods. The captain's condition would indeed attract those hideous things. But there's no reason it should happen so quickly, and it's the child of an old friend. One of Paul's tentacles emerged from beneath the counter. It wrapped around a rusted ancient coin. This was a special, wicked masterpiece. It had been found in the pocket of a fortune teller Paul had already digested. The ancient coin was tossed high into the air, landing simply on the table. Paul glanced at it. The patterned side of the coin flashed briefly with a gleam. A stream of information flooded into Paul's mind, and it spoke excitedly. Perhaps an exciting adventure and another chance for me to feast. The coin's prediction seemed to receive positive feedback, and Paul began humming a tune. His body trembled as he continued polishing the wine glasses. Even as a dark god, Paul needed something to enrich his life. Working as a bartender in the Plague Tavern was his happiest occupation. After all, every captain aboard the Sin ship was a character. Each one was fascinating, making his long existence as a demon god bearable. Burp, 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 burp. Whether from excessive swing or yesterday's deal leaving him stuffed, Paul belched a long, foul-smelling one. A slimy hand bone was spat out. Paul's tentacles curled around the bone fragment, tucking it back into his mouth as if it were a snack. Better cut back on the snacks. This is giving me indigestion. Diet starts with the next meal. On the deck of the Sinner. Lookout Shiluwine noticed a peculiar spot. He also sensed an unusual aura. But he couldn't get in touch with the captain. He could only continue observing. There lingered an aura unique to the dark god. If only I'd left with the captain yesterday. Now his coordinates are flickering on and off. I can't pinpoint them to steer the Sin ward there. Worse still, I can't even contact the captain anymore. Anling. The portal's malfunction was drawing increasing attention. Is the portal broken? No, this green glow looks like. It seems to be reverse transmission. Guards. Guards. Defend. Form ranks. S-level hazard alert. Non-essential personnel evacuate. Combat personnel, fully arm yourselves. Quickly. Quickly. Repeating. Non-essential personnel evacuate. Combat personnel, fully arm yourselves. Quickly. Everyone nearby sprang into action. Chen Yao and Su Mumei were pushed back several hundred meters. Every combatant capable of movement headed toward the portal. In an instant, everyone stood ready for battle. Every pair of eyes fixed nervously on the peculiar portal before them. Chen Yao had already taken Su Mumei far away. He couldn't get involved in matters of this magnitude now. Chen Yao suspected the aura emanating from the gate moments ago was most likely the true form of the evil god. After waiting for quite some time, the green glow on the special portal gradually began to fade. It seems to be returning to normal. Quickly conduct repairs. Once the coordinates are stabilized, we need to contact the dean and have him return. Already in contact. This group of professionals struck Chen Yao as exceptionally disciplined, well-trained, and relaxed yet efficient. The fact that Dragon Roar Academy could construct so many special portals in Anling was undoubtedly largely thanks to this group. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strange wind swept through. Su Mumei's unease intensified. Her hand clenched tightly around her wicked creation, the gurgling bird gun. Chen Yao's heart palpitations grew more intense. His breathing quickened involuntarily. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Something's wrong. Something bad is about to happen. The failure of the plague intestinal disease had already ruled that out. He grabbed Su Mumei and fled. Staying on the ground now seemed safer than being in the air. No. The palpitations are growing stronger. Chen Yao, my heart's racing. I keep feeling like something's about to happen. Back up. Chen Yao spoke while rapidly processing thoughts. Faced with this overwhelming sense of unease, there was little he could do. Delusional. But how to use it? Wait, he seemed to have another wicked divine creation. 072 Monkey Finger. Chen Yao pulled out 072 Monkey Finger, turned his back, and stealthily pressed down the monkey's index finger inch by inch. Simultaneously, he made a wish in his heart. His wish was that for one day, he and Su Mumei would be absolutely safe from any disaster or danger. To ensure the wish's success, Chen Yao deliberately added various restrictions: time, people. The 072 Monkey Finger emitted a red glow. At that very instant, the newly constructed portal suddenly shook violently. Form ranks. S-level alert. Before the forward observer could finish, the portal twisted violently. A pitch-black tentacle burst forth from within. Covered in dense scales, it writhed and twisted like a serpent's body, yet its tip held nothing, merely a tentacle-like appendage tapering from thick to thin. Snap! The moment it appeared, the tentacle swiftly coiled around the observer standing before the portal and yanked him inside. Immediately after, more and more tentacles lashed out. Chen Yao instinctively reached for Su Mumei's hand. Su Mumei had already loaded a vial of potion into the Gugu Gigi bird gun. The bird's eye on the Gugu Gigi bird gun glowed red. Bang! The bullet fired. Hit. Boom! The massive explosion sent the entire portal reeling violently. Calm lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. More tentacles, nearly 1,000 in number, swarmed out from within the portal. Chen Yao threw himself on top of Su Mumei, shielding her from the deadly assault. You got me, girl. I don't know why it fired. Su Mumei's eyes were red as she stared blankly at her hands. Chen Yao caught a fleeting flash of crimson light on Su Mumei's hands, accompanied by the sound of monkey-like laughter ringing in his ears. Before he could process it, a sharp tug seized his waist. In an instant, he instinctively unleashed plague black light. But Su Mumei was swept up too. Damn it! What the hell kind of bull is this? The tugging sensation dragged everyone into the portal. Chapter 102, The Living Dead. Cackle cackle cackle. The strange monkey's laughter echoed incessantly. Chen Yao was jolted awake by the monkey's shrill cackling. When he opened his eyes, the world was dim. A crimson moon hung trembling in the sky. Indeed, the moon in the sky was trembling slightly. In the glow of the crimson moonlight, Chen Yao could make out the shape of this world. Towering skyscrapers of modern cities stood crookedly, crashing into one another like architectural blocks carelessly tossed onto the earth. Piercing cavities dotted these skyscrapers like holes in Swiss cheese, an eerie sight. Chen Yao quickly scanned his surroundings. Countless corpses littered the ground. Most of those dragged inside had been torn in half by immense force. Viscera and blood flowed across the floor. Blood trickled down, staining the entire floor crimson. Beside him, Su Mumei lay unconscious with her eyes closed, but her breathing remained steady. Relief washed over him. The girl was still alive. Besides Su Mumei, there seemed to be no other survivors around. Chen Yao slowly rose to his feet, feeling a stabbing pain in his waist. He lifted his shirt to reveal a large gash around his midsection, where flesh and blood had been torn away. Chen Yao struggled to press his hand against his chest. Plague coagulation plague spread. Immediately afterward, he reached out and grabbed the unconscious Su Mumei. Plague infection. Immediately followed by reversal therapy. Green healing light spread, swiftly mending the wound at her waist. Su Mumei, lying on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. The monkey's laughter was likely the effect of the 072 monkey finger. Su Mumei's decision to fire the gun was likely due to the wish-granting effect of the 072 monkey finger. Earlier, Chen Yao had admitted his voice had been a bit loud, but he hadn't expected the wish to actually come true. Had he not made that wish, he and Su Mumei would have been dragged into this mess and likely met the same fate as the corpses around them. Log into the 10,000 Corpses and Demons dungeon. Synopsis: a peculiar demon god uses its malevolent energy to gradually corrupt and infect the creatures of this world. Its minions roam the land, slaughtering all living beings. For many, death might be a strange form of liberation. This world, ravaged by the demon god's invasion, is now riddled with holes, yet some still fight on. Background: a world invaded by demon gods, yet they always fall just short one step away from complete domination. Another instance. Chen Yao's current combat strength is extremely weak. He had no choice but to pull out the explosive repeating crossbow, that wicked masterpiece Paul had given him earlier. Due to the plague item's effects, the serpent spine arrowheads could be recycled, but they still counted as consumables. Thus, Chen Yao had stockpiled numerous steel arrowheads and now they were put to use. At long range, he can only attack with the exploding crossbow for now. At close range, he relied on his own plague to fight. The exploding crossbow could be loaded with 30 steel arrows at once. We need more backup. Chen Yao waved his hand. 10 skeleton soldiers stood at the front, and all the plague body necromancers were unleashed simultaneously. As for the 3 mutated dry doctor corpses and the skeleton knight, Chen Yao chose not to deploy them. The situation remained unclear. He couldn't play all his trump cards yet. The minions of the dark god sounded like troublesome scum. The top priority now was self-preservation, followed by locating Dean Long. As a 7th tier being, Dean Long possessed nearly the most formidable combat prowess imaginable. In this world, he should be able to push through anything. This is really giving me a headache. Searching aimlessly is a mistake. Therefore, Chen Yao could only rely on his ability as a visionary to help them locate Dean Long as swiftly as possible. By foreseeing the future, perhaps a few glimpses might yield sufficient clues. Staying in this world too long risks mental contamination, so action must be swift. Chen Yao could only minimize his use of the delusion ability as much as possible. Now he was deeply concerned. If the cost of using his delusion ability this time was the same as before, no longer physical pain but the continued loss of crucial skills, that would be devastating. Chen Yao's pupils turned golden. He slowly raised his hand, then gently tapped his temple with a bent index finger. With 3 taps, 3 images appeared. The first showed a crimson moon magnified to nearly fill the entire sky. Beneath it, grotesque figures stood rigidly, clad in peculiar attire. The only detail Chen Yao noticed was the banner they held aloft, a tattered yet still vividly crimson flag. The pattern on the flag was blurred, too distant to discern clearly. The second image showed Dean Long standing atop collapsed ruins. His right hand had transformed into dragon scales, and the aura emanating from his entire body had solidified. Even through the screen, one could sense the sheer terror radiating from that aura. He stood confronting something. The third image showed a massive hemispherical structure blown apart. Surrounding debris lay scattered upside down, while a terrifying river of blood flowed across the ground. As the 3 images appeared, golden light flickered within Chen Yao's pupils, swirling and echoing. He drew a deep breath, and the golden light in his eyes vanished. His arms began to twist irregularly. Accompanied by the cracking sounds of his bones, a prolonged contortion commenced. Su Mumei watched as Chen Yao's left arm lifted, the entire limb rotating counterclockwise from the wrist. Crack! 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 Su Mumei's mouth fell open in shock as she covered her mouth. This wasn't the first time she'd witnessed Chen Yao in this state. Chen Yao. It seemed to be some kind of price he was paying. Her eyes brimmed with heartache. Mumei, help me. Chen Yao's lips turned pale, yet a smile spread across his face. The crucial information was obtained, the semicircular white structure, the time being when the red moon grew larger. That was enough. Moreover, his abilities remained intact. Help me twist my bones back into place. If you lack the strength, use the vines to manipulate my bones. Chen Yao slumped to the ground, beads of sweat the size of beans forming on his forehead. Plague intestinal disease deactivated. There were simply too many things he couldn't do now. Su Mumei's eyes filled with concern as he used the vine control spell on Chen Yao's arm. With a series of cracking sounds. This time, the bones twisted more severely than before. Perhaps the price of delusion truly grew heavier with each attempt. Sweat beaded on Chen Yao's forehead. He closed his eyes, taking a long moment to recover before casting plague coagulation plague on his left hand once more, then reversing the treatment. I need to rest. Su Mumei embraced Chen Yao, cradling him against her body. Chen Yao closed his eyes, continuing to meticulously recall the details of the 3 images, afraid he might overlook anything. At that moment. Creak, creak. A strange sound echoed. Su Mumei looked up nervously. In the distance, 7 figures clad in bizarre, tattered raincoats staggered along. Each step they took produced a distinct creaking sound as they crushed gravel and debris beneath their feet. Chen Yao grew alert. He opened his eyes and immediately sized up the group. Strangely, fragments of some creatures' limbs hung from their clothes. Their bodies swayed unsteadily as they walked. Their appearance was unsettling. Their silhouettes seemed familiar, reminiscent of the group in the first image, yet not quite the same. As the group drew nearer, Chen Yao immediately sensed something was amiss. They carried no vitality, instead radiating a thick aura of demonic energy. Without hesitation, Chen Yao raised his explosive crossbow. He fired 3 bolts at the 7 figures. He suspected these creatures might be the so-called minions of the Dark God. Yet, he hadn't sensed any particular unease thus far. The emergence of a demon god always brought unease. The state of these undead beings, however, resembled what he had seen in Longhui. Whoosh! Chen Yao's steel arrow slammed squarely into the chest of one of them. Yet these creatures showed no sign of halting their advance. Should we subdue them? Chen Yao raised his hand in refusal. Wait a moment. Why does this feel so sorrowful? An inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over him. It was the complete opposite of the uneasy aura of the. A profound sorrow seemed to emanate from the group. Those faint murmurs grew clearer as the undead drew nearer. Rise, dragon. Rise, rise, dragon. Victory. Rise, triumph. Chen Yao's gaze sharpened once more as he noticed ice beginning to form on the bodies of these living dead. This was getting stranger and stranger. Chapter 103, The Academy Students. The ice thickened until they were locked in place. Within moments, save for their persistent murmurs, they were indistinguishable from ice sculptures. School insignia? They're students from Longming Academy. Su Mumei, standing nearby, recognized the group as students from Longming Academy. Chen Yao frowned, scrutinizing them closely. The familiar insignia was indeed pinned to their chests. His clothes, the school emblem, it's the mark of Longming Academy. But didn't the principal say all the academy students perished beneath the abyss? Chen Yao's gaze remained fixed as he took a deep breath. They did die. The state of these 7 individuals was peculiar. The snow and ice that had appeared on them without cause made it seem as though they were walking in a different world altogether. It was as if they were walking through a blizzard. It was a pity the pathological analysis had failed. Otherwise, Chen Yao would have definitely analyzed whether some peculiar pathogen had caused this condition in these 7 individuals. What should we do? Should we take them with us? The principal said he'd bring the students' bodies back, but they. That wave of sorrow quickly washed over Su Mumei as well. As she spoke, her gaze fixed on the students. Chen Yao glanced at the 7 bodies, then seemed to make a difficult decision. They're actually academy students. We can't leave them here. Let's take them away. The skeleton soldiers can carry 1 each. But in the very next moment, the ice encasing the 7 rapidly melted away, and flames began to leap from their bodies. The flames grew into a raging inferno in an instant. The 7 figures, engulfed in flames, stood motionless. This state made it difficult for anyone to approach. Fire, ice, their state seemed disconnected from this world. They're physical entities, yet their state borders on the illusory. These fellows don't want to come with us? As if responding to Chen Yao's words, a low, murmuring voice echoed. Death. 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 The murmurs of the 7 had condensed into a single word. What's the point of staying here if you don't want to go back? You're all already dead. It seemed as though he was speaking to these 7 souls. Or perhaps driven by the suppression of profound sorrow, Chen Yao began conversing with this group of corpses. Chen Yao! Chen Yao! Chen Yao! Su Mumei suddenly grabbed Chen Yao's hand to warn him. At that moment, a black snake, its body half a meter thick and its serpentine form stretching nearly 10 meters long, suddenly lunged forward. Bang! Su Mumei immediately raised the chirping bird gun in her hand and fired. The surrounding skeleton soldiers were just about to advance. Chen Yao also prepared for battle, his bird-beak doctor form appearing as he raised one hand, aiming his explosive crossbow at the black serpent. But the next second, a searing blast of heat swept past Chen Yao. He whipped his head around. What he saw was the corpse that had been shuffling slowly moments before suddenly charging forward. 7 figures engulfed in flames flashed forward, closing in on the black serpent. Flames flickered, and beams of light danced. All 7 bent low, adopting a sword-drawing stance. With blinding speed, they drew the blades from their waists in perfect unison. Slash! The blades, worn to jagged edges from relentless use, were now enveloped in flames. A single strike seared these bodies with intense heat. Their speed was astonishing. Their coordination was impeccable. They were all at least 5th-tier warriors. In this moment, they no longer seemed like the living dead. Facing the sudden appearance of the demon god's minions, they fought like true warriors. In less than 10 seconds, these 7 students of Dragon Roar Academy who should have been dead worked together to slay the black serpent. So fast. The slain black serpent suddenly burst into flames, its body slowly burning to ashes that drifted away. The aura of the demon god surrounding the 7 grew even heavier. Their faces remained hidden beneath their cloaks, but their silhouettes swayed clearly beneath the flames. Chen Yao suddenly understood. These 7 are using the demon god's followers as nourishment. No way. A far more horrifying suspicion took root in Chen Yao's mind. Could it be that these creatures, to avoid eating or drinking, had transformed themselves into living corpses through combat in this world, relying solely on instinct to fight? The moment this thought surfaced, Chen Yao felt himself going mad. How could such people exist? Impossible. Watching the 7 figures standing still, maintaining their killing stance, the aura of the demon god emanating from them grew even more intense. They swayed as they sheathed their blades, jagged and full of gouges. Then they continued staggering forward. Madmen, madmen, a pack of madmen. They've forged corpses into killing machines. Chen Yao muttered. Su Mumei spoke up, asking, what should we do? The state of these people was highly unusual, only Dean Long could handle this. The black snake that had just appeared could be dealt with if they fought it themselves, though it wouldn't be so easy. Climb high, find a vantage point. Once we locate the Dean, we'll bring them along. Chen Yao could only temporarily assign a skeleton soldier to accompany these 7 warriors. With the skeleton soldier present, the plague entity the necromancer could also join them at any moment. It was also convenient to pick up the mangled corpses of these minions along the way. Those worthless trinkets were Paul's favorite trading goods aboard the Sin ship. The minions are vanishing faster and faster. Why? Why? A crocodile turtle-like demon screamed from beneath the earth. Each roar sent tremors rippling through the entire subterranean realm. They're just a bunch of humans. How can they suffocate the minions of the demon gods in this world? Dragon Roar Academy. It's you again. You're nothing but humans, a bunch of humans who will be corrupted. Human civilization shall never be extinguished. Evil gods are monsters. They will forever exist in another realm, perpetually attempting to invade reality. Slay the demon god, protect civilization. I can't do it. I'm just a student. Right? We're just a bunch of students. We can't do it. Captain, if we don't handle this, we won't survive. Are you kidding me? We're only here to stabilize the coordinates. We still want to get back alive. Listen to me. Listen to me. We are students of Dragon Roar Academy. We can do what others cannot. Even if we die, we'll root ourselves to this world like nails. We've already been infected by the abyss. His minions can pinpoint our location. Even if we leave, they could use our portal to return to reality, and then. You want to see civilization destroyed? Snap out of it. I don't want to die. No one wants to die. Pull yourself together. If we must die, we'll die with dignity. We'll die standing tall. We'll die. But we'll kill every last one of them. We don't want to die, but it seems there's no way out. Yes, there's no way. I must die. I must die here. So, dragons rise, clouds surge, the academy endures. We shall prevail. We will prevail. Chen Yao? Chen Yao? Chen Yao? Chen Yao slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness, he seemed to have overheard a strange conversation. Me? Did I just fall asleep? Yes. You collapsed while walking, running a high fever. Over an hour has passed. Su Mumei's hair was damp, surrounded by the high walls formed by her unfurled vines. Time? Chen Yao looked up. The crimson moon overhead trembled more violently, growing larger until it obscured half the sky. Chapter 104, 7 Nameplates. Long Hui felt his body gradually losing balance. After being pulled into the portal, memories of the past began flooding his mind. It played like a continuous slideshow. A monologue from Long Hui echoed endlessly through the void. My name is Long Hui. I am merely a stand-in. From the very beginning, I have always been my brother's stand-in. From the very beginning, I always felt like a substitute, my brother's substitute. That belief never wavered. My brother was always smarter than me, more capable than me. He was the prodigy everyone looked up to, while I was nothing but a parasite feeding off my parents. I also wondered if, after my brother's death, I might finally become my father's sole focus, the center of everyone's attention. Sometimes it seems like overthinking leads to things actually happening. Later, my brother touched the dark god, and his mental state began to deteriorate. In the end, he willingly plunged into the demonic abyss under everyone's gaze. That day, everyone cried bitterly except me. Only I, at 10 years old, felt exhilarated. I nearly shouted it out loud. I could finally possess it all alone. But I couldn't understand the look in my hypocritical brother's eyes at the end. He had always possessed everything of mine, yet he still spouted nonsense about how from now on, he would take care of father and everyone else. But looking back, I realized his attention was only because of his own excellence. Father remained cold, and those around me still didn't care about me. In the end, I lost a brother. Beyond that, I gained nothing. I sought out the dark god, hoping that in the end, even a sliver of the attention my brother once received might finally fall upon me. But the demon god's invasion didn't go smoothly. I don't know why. Later, father left too. I had nothing left, but grandfather kept me by his side. I met a young man as self-important as my brother. Like my brother, everyone around him constantly hailed him as the savior. And like my brother, he was humble and cautious. He appeared utterly without pride, but I understood that deep down, he was just as overjoyed as my brother had been. They were cut from the same cloth, and I didn't want to see him. But he had a powerful subordinate, and my attempts to dissuade him failed. Perhaps I have always been a failure. A complete failure. A complete and utter failure. How much better it would be to die. Endless flashes of light flickered through the pitch-black surroundings, and Long Hui felt as though she were trapped in utter darkness. Even her ability to think was fading. Finally, a burst of red light tore through the darkness. He forced his eyes open. The instinct to survive drove him to greedily inhale the air, thick with a strange, bloody scent. I'm still alive? I'm still alive. After murmuring these words, Long Hui laughed a bitter, wry smile that couldn't be contained. Ha ha ha, I'm still alive. A strange emotional turmoil surged through his nerves. He was completely unaware that his emotions were gradually becoming extreme. Especially after being dragged into this world instance. His thoughts and desires became abnormally impulsive. Then Long Hui went mad, grabbing at his own hair. His eyes widened, bloodshot pupils filled with tears that streamed hotly down his cheeks. The agony overwhelmed him, making tears flow uncontrollably. Every emotion was amplified. Why am I still alive? As expected, only the worthless can embrace luck. In this world, the emotions he had suppressed began to pour out uncontrollably. In this world where no one knew him, he began to truly reveal his inner self. At this moment, Long Hui resembled a madman, yet he had never felt so free. Right. The world instance. Long Hui frantically scanned his surroundings. 7 swaying figures staggered toward him from the distance. Their sudden appearance caught Long Hui's attention. He lifted his bloodshot eyes. From the 7 figures in the distance, Long Hui sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura unique to the evil god. The aura of the demon god. Because he had always sought to make contact with the abyss of darkness, yet had always been repelled. Thus, that aura felt all too familiar. The aura of the evil god, it's a follower. I should have died here after all. In the end, father would find my corpse, cradle my bones, perhaps he'd even shed a tear while holding them. Long Hui murmured again, turning his head. More likely, he wouldn't shed a single tear. But, it doesn't matter anymore. A life of failure. I haven't seen him in so long anyway. Grandfather might be sad. He loved me dearly. 7 figures gradually grew larger. Within Long Hui's pupils, 7 flames reflected. The flames within his pupils kept growing larger. A chilling aura enveloped him, then in an instant, a searing heat roared in. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart. A massive black serpent silently coiled behind Long Hui. 7 figures rushed toward him. Only then did Long Hui realize she had been unknowingly targeted by a black serpent. A flash of flame. The black serpent was cleaved into fragments. The severed giant serpent's corpse crashed limply to the ground, its immense weight kicking up a cloud of dust. 7 figures engulfed in flames encircled Long Hui, forming a protective ring around him. They did not sheath their blades at the serpent's death. Instead, they fixed their gaze intently upon Long Hui. An anomaly emanated from Long Hui. The aura of a demon god. This aura plunged the warriors into hesitation. Long Hui noticed the familiar torn school uniforms and the familiar school emblem on the 7 figures. School uniforms. This style of uniform. The tattered cloak-style uniforms worn by these 7 were now riddled with holes, fluttering wildly in the flames. Like raincoats. Beneath the cloaks lay black bones, devoid of flesh. It seemed to evoke a memory. Long Hui's pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? You're students from Longming Academy. You're the students who died in the dungeon during the last run because of the abyss of demons. No. How did you become like this? How did you become like this? They didn't answer Long Hui's question. After mechanically confirming something, the flames on their bodies began to dim. Like flames deprived of fuel, they rapidly weakened. The flickering flames gathered inward. Long Hui reached out to grasp the blackened nameplates beside their school badges. Engraved upon those plaques were the names of each student. By the time Long Hui reached out, the flames on all 7 had vanished. They drew their swords in unison, retracting their battered blades. The sudden movement froze Long Hui's hand mid-air. Then, in unison, the 7 murmured as if right beside her ear. Long Shay. Rise. Long Shay. Victory. Chapter 105, Standing Still All Along. Long Hui froze. Dragons rise, clouds surge, the academy endures, victory is certain. Long Hui murmured the rest, his eyes glistening as if lost in memory. This was the motto of the elite class at Dragon Roar Academy. Every student in the elite class was a prodigy, destined to become the pillars of Shanjing's future. They were all top-tier sequence practitioners, both in character and combat prowess. These slogans were what they shouted before tackling any dungeon. He had once shouted them too. He found such rallying cries tedious and uninspiring. But at this moment, Long Hui felt a shock that shook his very soul. Even as corpses, this group of Heaven's chosen ones still repeated those pre-battle chants. Long Hui's hands trembled slightly, yet he swiftly seized the nameplate on one soldier's chest. He tore it off. The nameplate had been soaked black by decay, its original form completely obscured. The school emblem remained intact due to its special material. The emblem of Longming Academy was impervious to water and fire, a testament to its eternal preservation. She gripped the torn-off badge between her index finger and thumb, rubbing it vigorously back and forth. Carefully feeling the barely perceptible raised letters on the plaque. Long Hui slowly recited the words. Xiong. A-O. You. In that instant, the name evoked an overwhelming flood of memories for Long Hui. The expression on his face grew strangely complex. From shock, to excitement, to sorrow. 3 distinct emotions flashed across his face in an instant. Xiong Aoyu. Xiong Aoyu. He really was a member of his older brother's elite class. He tore off the next person's name tag. Sun Wan. Shou. Su Yuan. Zhou Tianyi. One by one, the blackened nameplates were torn off as the names were read aloud. Long Hui always remembered her brother entering the world instance. He had always intended to study and transform himself into a pure killing machine. He said that even if he died, he would become a nail that severed others' spines. Now this fate had befallen the academy's students. There was only one possibility. The one responsible for turning these people into this state could only be her brother, Long Yun. He was still alive, clinging to existence in some corner, using his despicable methods to turn his comrades into pure killing machines, doomed to wander this world endlessly. You truly are a piece of. You're nothing but scum. You're still alive, yet you've turned your teammates into something neither human nor ghost. You always wanted to experiment with killing machines, brazenly claiming you'd use them on yourself. Yet you ended up turning them on your own comrades. Brother, you're a piece of a failure even more pathetic than me. Long Hui clenched the 7 nameplates tightly in his hands. These were proof. Now he had to survive, escape alive, and let his father see what his once proud son had become. As if he'd found the evidence to expose everything, Long Hui felt more exhilarated than he had in decades. The 7 figures slowly dispersed, continuing their aimless march forward. Without the presence of the demon god's minions, they seemed to walk like numb, lifeless corpses. The demon god's minions were the fuel that kept them burning. Without them, these 7 would gradually freeze into ice sculptures over time. But as long as there were minions to hunt, they became killing machines, like perpetual motion devices. My chance has finally come. Where are you? Long Hui clutched the 7 nameplates. To him, these 7 nameplates were proof of his brother's guilt. After the 7 undead departed, Long Hui felt an odd warmth emanating from his body. The charred remains of the black snake slain behind him began to smolder, releasing black smoke that silently seeped into Long Hui's skin. Immediately, his chest grew increasingly tight. Long Hui suddenly began coughing. Something seemed to be blocking his chest, making it impossible to breathe. After violently pounding her chest twice with her hands, a lump of flesh was knocked out. The revolting growth bounced once on the ground before rolling back to his feet. Long Hui merely took a moment to sense the aura emanating from the growth. Demon Abyss. The aura of the Demon Abyss. The abyss he had longed for but could never attain. Long Hui crouched down ecstatically and grabbed the lump of flesh. Success! Success! The Dark God has acknowledged me at this very moment. At last, I too can experience the power of sequence mutation. In Long Hui's eyes, he had already died the very second before he was born. He should never have been born. Holding the flesh growth in his hands, Long Hui slowly moved it, and it writhed like a living creature. Yet he felt no revulsion. Instead, he excitedly tore off his clothes, baring his chest, and pressed the growth against his own skin. The growth touched Long Hui's skin and began to stir, gradually coming to life. Like a living creature, the edges of the tumor began to extend tiny tentacles. Like sharp spikes, they gradually pierced into the skin of Long Hui's chest. The excruciating pain made him suck in a sharp breath. Then he distinctly felt his rank rising. Originally only a sequence practitioner of the 3rd rank, his power instantly surged to the 5th rank. 5th rank. This sensation of power, this feeling of being embraced by the demon god. With such strength, brother, why did you ever pretend this power was ominous? Though he didn't know why the abyss had rejected him before, embracing it now felt absolutely incredible. Power surge. Originally Sequence Warrior 015, the Wanderer, he spread his arms wide in exhilaration. The authority of the Wanderer began to unleash. He felt the power surging from within himself. A golden Buddha's staff materialized in his hand. Everyone has read Journey to the West. They all knew the Monkey King. And they understood the significance of this pilgrim's title. But in truth, the pilgrim refers to the ascetic who shaves his head for enlightenment. The thrill of power growth had him hooked. He even felt the demon abyss had little effect on him, almost negligible. Even if he were to die soon, in this moment he had possessed the power of a 5th tier being and he felt it was worth it. Father would be proud of me, and those still living would mourn me. Let me make a grand spectacle. I will slaughter every demonic minion here. Long Hui swung his weapon. But the next second, he realized his body was no longer under his control. What's happening? He couldn't move. Apart from his eyes and mouth, which could still shift facial expressions, his fingers, and even his limbs were frozen. The exhilaration he'd felt moments ago from wielding such power vanished instantly. Now he felt as if he were being controlled. No. Why is this happening? Then, a figure familiar beyond recognition appeared before Long Hui's eyes. Staggering along. Long Hui murmured. Brother? Meanwhile, the blood-red moon in the sky grew larger and larger. Growing larger. So large it now obscured half the sky. The blood-red moon grew visibly larger by the second. The moon is still growing. Time is running out, we must find the semicircular structure. Waking up, Chen Yao gazed at the moon obscuring half the sky. He knew time was running out. He must locate that semicircular structure as quickly as possible. Dean Long would appear there. A semicircular building? You mean this cauldron? Su Mumei stood up, pointing at the structure ahead. A massive gash split open the distant road ahead. At the far end of this fissure stood a semicircular structure, only it was inverted, resembling an upside-down pot. Chen Yao stared intently at the structure Su Mumei pointed to. In that instant, he finally understood the 3rd image had been created by the inversion of the surrounding environment. So they had been right near the center of the prophecy all along. Mumei, you're so smart. His persistent fixation on the uncanny alignment of the images had caused Chen Yao to overlook the simplest possibility. Chapter 106, Long Yun? Long Hui? Revised. Brother? Is that you? The figure approaching her was both familiar and strange. A man with an acne-covered face and messy hair stood before Long Hui. The clothes made Long Hui uncertain. Was this really her brother? The familiar tattered school uniform was the only thing recognizable. The only difference was the gleaming name tag and spotless badge pinned to the man's chest. These two items created a jarring illusion against the filthy man's appearance. It seemed as though they never truly belonged to him. Long Hui stared at the gleaming nameplate. The nameplate appeared to have been polished repeatedly, smooth and reflective, rendering the name almost illegible. Long Hui stared for a long time before finally making out the two familiar characters. Long Yun. Brother. Joy? Excitement? Resentment? Indescribable, complex emotions swirled wildly within Long Hui's heart. Long Yun watched Long Hui standing motionless for over 10 seconds. Finally, his voice cracked as he spoke. Long Hui, why, did you come here too? Long Yun hadn't spoken in a long time, and his voice sounded unusual. His voice sounded strangely off. He walked toward Long Hui, slowly closing the distance. His eyes drew extremely close, as if seeking confirmation. Long Hui? Why did you come here too? Why? This time, Long Yun's voice seemed tinged with a hint of tears. He seemed to notice Long Hui's state, and his eyes began to change. Bloodshot veins began to surge upward. He reached out, his fingers hooking swiftly into Long Hui's chest. That pulsing flesh mass was seized by Long Yun. Then he slowly pulled it out. An excruciating pain shot through Long Hui's chest. Let go. Let go. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. You're not my brother. The agony drove Long Hui into a frenzy of curses and screams. No, please, it's my power, it's my power. You ruined the elite class. You're trying to stop me no matter what I do. From pleas for mercy to curses, every vile word imaginable poured from Long Hui's mouth. Yet before her, Long Yun's hand slowly plunged into her chest, inch by inch, prying out the flesh tumor embedded in her heart. In that moment, Long Hui had never hated his brother so intensely. The excruciating agony plunged him into the darkness of unconsciousness. Looking down at his brother lying on the ground, Long Yun crouched down, reaching out to touch his face. But just as his fingers were about to make contact, he saw the nameplates clenched in Long Hui's hand. His fingers jerked back as if electrocuted, rubbing them repeatedly against his tattered clothes. Only after wiping them clean did he slowly reach out and take the nameplates from Long Hui's hand. Holding the nameplates, Long Yun's body trembled violently as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He pressed the bundle of nameplates against his forehead, feeling the last vestiges of his classmates' presence. He kept murmuring softly through his sobs. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He took a deep breath, his sobs growing louder. After crying for a long time, Long Yun slowly stood up. This time, he tucked the nameplate into his pocket. Hunching over, he wiped the badge and nameplate on his chest with the same fingers he just used to wipe his own. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he stumbled forward. Chapter 107, Long Yun, the dead man living for others. Chapter 106 has been revised. Minor adjustments to the Academy chapters, feel free to revisit and refresh. Long Yun walked slowly. His left hand cradled the nameplates. Eyes closed, his fingers brushed against one of them. Xiong. A-O-U. Long Yun murmured softly. Xiong, it's you. The image of that lean, youthful face flashed through Long Yun's mind, the one who always raised his hand, eagerly announcing each time that he was the first to complete the task. Sometimes he'd even lower his voice, hinting for Long Yun to give him a little extra reward. Boss, give me some extra rewards. Being first all the time is so boring. Those frequent murmurs sounded like a younger brother chattering in his ear. Xiao Naoyu consistently delivered the best results, demonstrating the strongest combat performance every single time. He possessed an extraordinary mental resilience, and he was also the member she was most proud of. The memory flashed by. Covered in wounds, Xiao Naoyu gazed at Long Yun with unwavering resolve before saluting and swearing his oath. I, Xiao Naoyu, volunteer to serve as captain of the vanguard. I shall hold back the minions of the evil god, buying time for the others. Dragons rise, clouds surge, the academy shall endure. Victory is ours. Slay the evil gods. Slay all the. Xiao Naoyu, having lost an arm, sat alone on the ground, desolate. He looked up as Long Yun approached, forcing a smile. Boss, I've already repelled 97 of the evil god's minions. Do you think if I reach 100, I'll get the academy's reward? Don't you think I should qualify to be an outstanding academy member now? As he spoke, Xiao Naoyu could no longer hold back his emotions. A single tear traced down his grimy cheek. He grabbed Long Yun's hand. Boss, we can't go back, can we? We really can't go back, right? Half of Xiao Naoyu's face had been sliced away, the remaining half revealing stark white bone. He was clinging to life by sheer professional willpower, one hand gripping Long Yun's shoulder with deathly force. Boss, I want to try your serum. I don't want to go back. I want to help you here. I want to leave you my last ounce of strength. I need to keep my nameplate. I don't want people to see me looking like a monster and run away. They'll recognize my insignia, recognize my nameplate, right? Boss. Long Yun thrust the syringe into Xiao Naoyu's shoulder. The moment the liquid entered his veins, Xiao Naoyu suddenly grabbed Long Yun by the collar. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Boss. You have to go back. You absolutely must go back. Xiao Naoyu's voice grew weaker and weaker, turning into a sob. Boss, I want to go back. I want to go back. I miss my mom. I miss my little brother. Boss, you'll take me back, right? Right? Long Yun reached out, cupping Xiao Naoyu's head and pressing him against his chest. Long Yun murmured, I will. I will. I will definitely go back. I'll slaughter them all. I'll slaughter the demon god. Listening to the sobbing growing fainter against his chest, Long Yun's voice grew quieter and quieter, while his own sobs grew louder and louder. Long Yun's hand reached for the second nameplate. Sun Wanshou. Long Yun murmured. It's you, you little bastard. Captain, this is too dangerous. Is there a safer way? Safety comes first in life. Captain, this place is too dangerous. We should leave the abyss of chaos sooner. Safety first, safety first. Captain, 72 minions, I wasn't slacking off. Those things ran faster than I could kill them. Captain. Li Yuan, Zhao Long, Zhou Tianyi, they're all dead. Captain, am I a coward? Am I still alive because I didn't charge far enough forward? Captain, I brought back their bodies. It only cost me one hand. Worth it. Captain. I want to hunt alone. I don't want to see others die before my eyes. I'll be the only one crying, damn it. Captain, I'm not useless, am I? Can I be of use? Can I be your help? Can my corpse become a thorn embedded in the enemy's flesh, just like Captain Bear's? Captain. I'm dying. I want to stay here. I want to be with them forever. Wan Shou, you're the best little bastard. Long Yun clenched the nameplate tightly, staggering onward. He dared not touch any other nameplates. His memories refused to be reawakened again. Those memories were too painful. After securing the nameplates against his chest, Long Yun slowly made his way toward the semicircular structure. A skeleton behind him stared at Long Yun's retreating figure, then followed at the same leisurely pace. Chen Yao recognized the semicircular structure in the distance as the clue from the image and immediately stood up. Let's head there first. Su Mumei helped Chen Yao to his feet. The sudden high fever left Chen Yao utterly drained. He attempted to use the plague ability to perform a reversal treatment. But the outcome was the opposite of what he intended. This fever seemed to originate on a spiritual level. The treatment failed to produce any effect whatsoever. I feel incredibly weak. Do you sense anything unusual, Mumei? No, I'm fine. Su Mumei's hand trembled slightly as she supported Chen Yao. Her lips gradually turned pale, and her strength began to fade. It's fine, I'm perfectly fine. Su Mumei's vision darkened and she collapsed unconscious into Chen Yao's arms. Chen Yao felt another wave of dizziness wash over him. Damn it! What's wrong with me? My head hurts so bad. He couldn't hold on either, and his whole body slumped down again in a daze. Before losing consciousness, he saw a man approaching slowly. He pulled out a white, gel-like ointment, peeled it open, and held it under Chen Yao and Su Mumei's noses. Just take a whiff and you'll be fine. No big deal. A voice as hoarse as a male duck's quack sounded. Chen Yao sniffed the scent. His energy and vitality surged back instantly. He also noticed the man before him, who looked like a beggar. Clad in tattered clothes, he could barely recognize them as the uniform of Longming Academy. Is he also a student at Dragon Roar Academy? Thank you. The man placed the medicated plaster in Chen Yao's palm. Let her smell the ointment. One application lasts about a day. Chen Yao took the ointment and held it under Su Mumei's nose. Su Mumei gradually came to. This place is like that. Staying here too long messes with your mind. This scent feels so familiar. It's the fatty oil of the demon god's minions. It mimics the scent of the demon god. The man's deep, raspy voice grated on Chen Yao's ears. Hello? My name is Chen Yao. This is my wife, Su Mumei. Hearing Chen Yao introduce them, Su Mumei blushed and quietly reached out to pinch his thigh. Long Yun, a dead man living for others. Surnamed Long, and still a student at Longming Academy. Chen Yao immediately thought of Dean Long and Long Wei. Do you know Dean Long and Long Wei? Chapter 108, Can We Talk? At the mention of these two names, Long Yun lifted his gaze. Though disheveled, he possessed a pair of clear, mesmerizing eyes. Chen Yao met his gaze directly. After locking eyes for a few seconds, Long Yun spoke calmly. I don't know them. Alright, no problem. We're actually prospective freshmen at Longming Academy. Chen Yao introduced himself and Su Mumei. The Longming Academy uniforms they wore already revealed their identities. Combined with their current appearance and the skill with which they had just treated him and Mumei, this guy was definitely one of the previous batch of Longming Academy students who had survived the abyss of chaos. Long Yun stood up, clearly unimpressed by the term prospective freshman Chen Yao had mentioned regarding Longming Academy. Night is falling. The creatures lurking in the darkness will soon emerge. These ointments will buy you some time. Dropping the ointment, Long Yun slowly began walking forward. His destination was precisely the semicircular structure Chen Yao had envisioned in his family prophecy. Let's follow him. Most of Chen Yao's abilities were currently restricted. He couldn't even contact the Sin ship. Finding a human familiar with this environment who didn't harbor much hostility toward him, he had to latch onto this opportunity. Senior, if we stay here, we might die. Can we follow you? Long Yun halted his steps. His body remained rooted to the spot, motionless, while his head slowly turned. The sideways glance revealed eyes bloodshot and wild. Chen Yao's words seemed to provoke him. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low, pained voice directed at Chen Yao and Su Mumei. I won't abandon anyone. I won't. The violent aura he emitted made Su Mumei involuntarily take a half step back, reaching out to grab Chen Yao's arm. Sorry. Long Yun's violent aura retracted, his back filled with an indescribable loneliness. Chen Yao stared at Long Yun, feeling an uncanny resemblance to someone. So much like Jiao Su. Using fierce emotions to mask his true state, Chen Yao had also latched onto this guy. Senior, we might have a chance to leave together. Dean Long has arrived here too. His strength is more than enough to take us back. Chen Yao mentioned Dean Long's name once more. He didn't believe the name Long Yun had no connection to Dean Long. At the very least, when he later mentioned Longming Academy, Long Yun hadn't denied it. How could a student of Longming Academy not recognize Dean Long? Long Yun didn't even turn his head, only speaking in that deep, resonant voice. Follow me. After multiple probes, Long Yun offered Chen Yao only this single sentence. Just as Long Yun had said, darkness fell swiftly in this world. Just moments ago, the sun blazed overhead. After walking a few steps, within a mere minute, the sky transitioned from daylight to dusk, finally swallowing all traces of sunlight. Long Yun drew a flintlock-like device from his robe. Its faint glow became the sole source of light in this pitch-black world. The pitch-black surroundings made Su Mumei cling tightly to Chen Yao's arm. "Senior, what kind of world is this?" Seeking to build rapport with Long Yun, Chen Yao initiated conversation. Long Yun halted his steps, staring motionless at Chen Yao, as if savoring the meaning behind those words. A memory echoed in his mind, words once spoken by a former teammate. "Captain, is this world only inhabited by familiars and demon gods? Are there no native inhabitants? No other living creatures?" Long Yun's Adam's apple bobbed. His mouth opened slightly as his pupils trembled, fixed on Chen Yao. In the darkness, he glimpsed a young, innocent face. Instantly, the flesh began to rot and fall away, revealing pale, exposed bones. He reached out, wanting to touch it, but when the light from the firelighter revealed Chen Yao's face, his steps halted. A voice like a rooster's crow, laced with tremors, spoke. "This place is on the brink of collapse. It has become the playground of a dark god, constantly seeking opportunities to invade other worlds. There are no living souls left here." With that, Long Yun continued walking forward. "He seems to have endured so much. He has so many stories." Su Mumei murmured softly to Chen Yao from the side. Chen Yao didn't respond to Su Mumei. Dean Long and the Long Yun before them were undoubtedly the key to him and Su Mumei escaping this place. Chen Yao and Su Mumei kept close behind Long Yun. Long Yun led them to the semicircular structure. "If you come inside, don't touch anything, don't ask any questions, and it's best not to speak to me either." Leaving these words behind, Long Yun ignored Chen Yao and Su Mumei's responses and entered the semicircular structure through a small doorway. The moment the door to the semicircular structure opened, a bone-chilling wind lashed against their faces. Row upon row of dim lights flickered on, illuminating the metal walls on either side. Chen Yao and Su Mumei followed. The moment they stepped inside, an intense chill enveloped them, the temperature dropping sharply. It felt like stepping into a freezer. So cold that Su Mumei kept huddling closer to Chen Yao. "It's freezing. This place kind of feels like a morgue." Every inch of the metal walls bore peculiar scratches. Upon closer inspection, these scratches vaguely formed words or perhaps names. Names carved into the metal walls with a sharp object. Chen Yao continued to follow. As he ventured deeper, the space gradually opened up. Then, Chen Yao witnessed an unbelievable sight. A colossal skeleton had been assembled and arranged the remains of a massive serpent. The air was thick with a strange mixture of blood and formaldehyde. "The temperature in the small room next door will be a bit warmer. You can rest in there, but don't wander off." Long Yun sat down at the desk in the corner. On the wall in front of the desk hung a massive map, crisscrossed with red lines. Countless photographs were connected by these red lines. Every person in the photographs wore the uniform of Longming Academy students. "Mumei, you go rest first. I want to talk with him." Su Mumei obediently nodded and entered the adjacent room. Chen Yao watched Long Yun from a distance as he sat at the desk. He tore off a piece of yellowed paper, then rolled it around some peculiar tobacco. Rolling a cigarette, Long Yun lit it and took a deep drag. He pulled out the nameplates and arranged them one by one on the table. He stared blankly at the nameplates. Not a word. "Actually, I know a group of people too, much like you. Only they aren't warriors, they're doctors, just like me." Long Yun slowly turned his head to look at Chen Yao standing nearby. "Let's talk. It must have been a long time since anyone spoke with you." Hearing Chen Yao's words, Long Yun, who had been on the verge of losing his temper, fell silent. It had been a very long time since he'd spoken to anyone. Chapter 109, he wanted to go back. He wanted to go back. He wanted to go back. All right. Long Yun agreed. He really should find someone to talk to. The young man before him at least didn't put him off. "Got a cigarette?" Chen Yao pulled up a stool and sat beside Long Yun. Long Yun glanced at Chen Yao. "Are you of age?" "Just turned 20. It's not tobacco, just some dried poisonous weed." Long Yun took a deep drag, leaning his body slightly to the side. Chen Yao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "So stingy." He continued talking nonetheless. "Before coming here, I was still in Anling preparing for the test. The coordinates pinpointed the demon abyss." Dean Long entered the portal alone and said one thing. Long Yun turned slightly, feigning disinterest. But his eyes betrayed him the eagerness to know what the dragon Dean had said was practically overflowing. Chen Yao decided to tell him anyway. Dean Long said he wanted to bring back the bodies of that group of children. Long Yun's gaze darted away, then instantly filled with rage. His left hand clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly. His voice was hoarse, strained to the breaking point by fury. "Why? Why didn't I act sooner? Why didn't I act sooner? I knew all along what was happening here, why didn't I act sooner?" Long Yun began to mutter, his emotions growing increasingly agitated. 10 years. I've been stuck here for 10 years. I see no hope, and neither do they. They want to go back, but they dare not. The moment they arrived and saw everything here, they immediately sent messages back. Facing that monstrous, our dean had only one word: hold. Hold this instance. Stabilize this instance. Ha, one word: hold. Ha 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 ha. How easy it sounds, so incredibly easy. Hold. They all died for that word hold. Long Yun stood up and slammed his hand hard against the photograph on the wall. They all died. Did that old fool of a dean truly understand how difficult this place was? Did he know how many sacrifices we made? The demon god's minions swarm like endless ants. Kill one, and two more surge forward. We received no help whatsoever. Magic drained, we hack with blades. Blades shattered, we pound with fists. Hold. 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 Hold until the very end. They all perished here. Long Yun slammed his fist against the photograph on the wall once more. The photograph began to shake. A cold laugh echoed from the hoarse voice. Our headmaster will only be waiting on the other side of the portal. We just need to hold out, secure the coordinates, and that's it. Wait. 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 Wait until we're all dead. All dead. All 13 of Longming Academy are dead. What good is it for him to say that now, to bring back the bodies? Tell it to you, tell it to them. Long Yun's eyes blazed red as he bellowed in his croaky voice. He seemed to have found an outlet for his rage. His hand slammed against the photo on the wall once more. This time, the blow was exceptionally forceful. As if venting pent-up emotions. The impact sent the photos on the map fluttering to the floor. Xiaoyu, Sun Wanshou, Su Yuan, Zhou Tianing, Li Ziyuan, Wang Kui, Wei Qingsong, Zhao Tian, Wu Wanian, Zhu Biqiqing, Wu Dang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Yiming, Wang Qixing. None of them want to go back. They all know they've been abandoned. Only by holding their ground here can they salvage what dignity remains. We can't go back. We can't go back. We can't go back. Abandoned, do you understand? The photograph drifted from the wall and landed before Chen Yao. Chen Yao listened silently to all this. He didn't know why Dean Long had acted this way, nor what had transpired between them. He knew there was definitely a misunderstanding between them. Chen Yao understood how this group felt. In this alien world, they endured constant harm from the minions of the. How many years had they endured? How many lives had been lost? In the end, only he remained, waiting for those words from Dean Long. Anyone hearing it would break down emotionally. Chen Yao reached out and grabbed a fallen photograph from the table. On the yellowed paper, a name was written in special black carbon ink: Sun Wanshou. The image showed a youth baring his teeth, his face aglow with excitement as he stared intently ahead. Chen Yao placed the photo on the table and gently slid it toward Long Yun with his finger. Senior. Sun Wanshou. He wants to go back. Long Yun's eyes reddened, and he visibly froze. He mechanically lowered his head to look at the yellowed photograph on the table. Immediately after, Chen Yao picked up another photograph. He pressed it down and slid it toward Long Yun. It was another photo of a cheerful, short-haired teenager, labeled Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian. He wants to go back. His reddened eyes fixed on Zhao Tian's photograph. Long Yun's mouth opened slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He wanted to deny it, but somehow couldn't. It felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Chen Yao produced more and more photos. Xiong Aoyu. He wants to go back. Zhou Tiani, he wants to go back. Zhu Biqiqing, he wants to go back. Su Yuan, he wants to go back. Bai Qingsong, he wants to go back. Li Ziyuan, he wants to go back. Wang Kui, he wants to go back. Hu Wandian, he wants to go back. Wu Dang, he wants to go back. Zhang Yuan, he wants to go back. Lu Yiming, he wants to go back. Wang Qixing, he wants to go back. As Chen Yao laid out the scattered photographs one by one before Long Yun. Long Yun's eyes reddened as he finally couldn't hold back any longer. He roared with every ounce of strength in his body. Enough! Like a lone wolf, he used his roar to mask his emotions. Chen Yao paused his movements, his gaze locking with Long Yun's bloodshot eyes. He spoke his final words to Long Yun. You want to go back too, right? Senior. After those words, Long Yun's eyes instantly clouded over. His fingers pressed against the photographs on the table as he lowered his head to gaze at the arranged pictures. To Long Yun, these were not mere photographs, but living, breathing memories of the most vibrant people in his mind. They were teammates, proof of existence. Senior, if you can go back, you'll bring them back with you, won't you? Long Yun slumped as if all the air had been sucked out of him. His already stooped back curved further until his head rested on the table. He opened his mouth in anguish, wanting to scream, but no sound came out. Scorching hot tears streamed down his face. Chen Yao sat silently beside him. Slowly, he reached out and gently patted Long Yun's back. Sometimes it helps to just talk it out. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I really want to go back. I really want to go back. Chen Yao took a deep breath. He suppressed his emotions and spoke. Hold on for 2 days. I might have a way to get back. Chen Yao's skill cooldown still had 49 hours remaining. With Dean Long in his plague, they were absolutely certain they could deal with the demon god here. Chapter 110, Your brother is dead. Long Yun had heard the word hang on countless times before, yet every person who had said it to him was now gone. He carried too many obsessions. He was too exhausted. He was human too. He wanted to entrust this burden of perseverance to someone else, but there was no one left. Only him. Long Yun, who had suppressed his emotions for so long, wept for a very long time. He had grown numb. In this unfamiliar environment, this unfamiliar place, he was utterly alone. Even his heart was tormented by the departure of his classmates. No one blamed him, he alone refused to forgive himself. He needed to vent his emotions. That night, Chen Yao simply sat there, doing nothing. Accompanying Long Yun. Where the hell did you go, Dean Long? With the 7th tier powerhouse Long Yun and his own unlocked abilities, leaving this world wouldn't be too much of a problem. What was even more damned was that his abilities were suppressed by more than half. The cost of delusional moments kept growing. If all else failed, he'd have to predict again. The next day, Long Yun had reverted to his previous self, silent, unspoken. Yesterday's outburst had been nothing more than a simple release. The weight of so much pent-up emotion couldn't be shed in a single moment. Chen Yao made no effort to guide him, merely replacing all the photos on the desk back onto the bulletin board. Long Yun packed his worn backpack, its faded academy emblem barely visible. He slung the bag diagonally across his back. I'm heading out. You guys stay here or come with me. Together. Chen Yao patted his clothes and stood up. Su Mumei followed close behind Chen Yao, secretly reaching out to tug at the hem of his shirt. Chen Yao didn't call her out on this little habit and simply followed behind Long Yun. Long Yun walked with his head bowed. Chen Yao and Su Mumei followed him. Before long, they came upon the bodies of Longming Academy students. They stood atop a pile of the mutilated remains of, waiting. Long Yun set down his backpack, tugged at the tattered Dragon Roar Academy robes covering the corpses, then reached out to grasp the blades at their waists. He drew them out, carefully wiping the jagged edges with the cloth. Longming Academy students, corpses. Long Yun. Even Chen Yao, as slow as he was, instantly understood. Those who died here became corpses, walking among the fallen to slay thee. And Long Yun was the only living person. Long Yun worked in silence. He busied himself for a long time. Long Yun stood up, his gaze fixed on Chen Yao. His lips moved, and he finally spoke. Only 7 of them remain. A cold, matter-of-fact statement. Want to see them? Long Yun's footsteps halted. If you leave here alive, I can arrange for you to see them one last time. To see them again. Long Yun didn't turn around. Only his footsteps paused for a long time. Thank you. Only these 2 words came back to Chen Yao. Perhaps deep down, Long Yun felt he had no face to meet this group of academy students. When Long Hui regained consciousness, he found himself in a dilapidated junkyard. He sat up with a start. Brother! Brother! Turning his head, he didn't see his brother, but instead a familiar figure sitting beside him. Grandfather? Long Hui looked uncertainly at the extremely aged old man beside him. The old man's face was pale, his hair disheveled, and his aura was extremely unstable. Long Hui, you're awake. Director Long did not turn his head. Long Yun, that boy, he died long ago. My brother isn't dead. He's still alive. As if something had struck her. Long Hui's face lit up with excitement, like a child eager to share good news. He used his comrades' corpses to create puppets. He doesn't deserve to be a student of the academy anymore, right? He stood up, his words pouring out. He's a devil. He made puppets from his comrades' corpses. Grandfather, did you hear me? Grandfather, did you hear what I said? Dean Long remained silent, while Long Hui chattered on like a chirping sparrow. He's a monster. He's a monster. He stole my power, he stole everything from me. Director Long slowly turned his head. He looked at the slightly deranged Long Hui. I'm sorry. I never imagined you hated your brother so much. He died here. No one could have survived. It was me. I abandoned them. Grandfather? What are you saying? I don't understand. You abandoned them? I received a distress signal from the dungeon long ago. They weren't actually dead. But the power of the demon god here was too overwhelming. If I had linked the entire academy, Longming Academy wouldn't have been able to withstand it. It would have become a source of corruption for the world, allowing the demon god to erode reality. I had no choice but to abandon them. I left them only 2 words. Hold on. I don't understand. Weren't they already dead? Grandpa, you abandoned them? Long Hui's composure shattered. He stared at his grandfather, the man he shared every waking moment with, as though he were a monster. Grandpa, you're lying to me, aren't you? Didn't the academy say they'd never abandon anyone without paying a heavy price? Long Hui reached out to grab her grandfather's arm. But her grasp met only empty air. An empty sleeve. His right hand was gone. She looked at her grandfather, the sleeve of his right arm hung empty. Dean Long looked down at his right hand, then raised his left hand to grasp the empty sleeve before letting it fall. It's nothing. Even 7th tier power is so insignificant in this world. I don't know how they managed to hold on. Long Hui, please don't hate your brother anymore, okay? He's already dead. He's not dead. I told you. He's not dead. He used his comrades' bodies. Long Hui seemed to remember something. She immediately reached for the name tag she had removed earlier that was the proof. She just needed to show them to grandfather. Her hand fumbled up and down, searching in vain. Empty. Gone. The dog tags are gone. Grandpa's dog tags. Director Long finally snapped. Long Hui. Long Yun is truly dead. Your brother is truly dead. No one in this world could have endured that long. No one. The sharp rebuke silenced Long Hui at last. In 3 days, I will use my power to battle the demon god once more. When the portal opens, you can leave this place. We are the only living souls here now. Everyone else is dead. Long Hui lowered her head. Director Long thought she had heard him. The next moment, Long Hui ran out like a madwoman. Long Hui. Come back. Come back. Come back. Director Long tried to rise. But he collapsed with a thud onto the floor. His right leg was now empty and hollow. Having been seated cross-legged, it hadn't been apparent before one hand and one leg were gone. Long Hui. Long Hui halted in her tracks. He turned his face sideways and spoke in a deep voice. My brother isn't dead. He's a devil. Those corpses belong to academy students. Grandfather, if you truly let me return, I'll bring those bodies back. Long Hui. Long Hui ran off without looking back. Chapter 111, Final Showdown. Long Yun's days were simple, collecting corpses, wiping blood from blades. Blood-stained swords sheathed within 3 days rendered them useless. But no matter how much Long Yun wiped them, the nicks on the blades only multiplied. Like the corpses, they teetered on the brink of collapse. 2 days passed swiftly. For some reason, the demon god's appearances grew fewer, and Chen Yao's abilities unlocked completely. He could sense that the vision foretold in the prophecy was drawing near. Chen Yao, what are you thinking about? Su Mumei shifted closer and sat beside him. What if we can't leave this world? This unfamiliar dungeon world was filled with death and suffering unlike anything they'd ever known. It felt even more hopeless than the Dawn Tower instance they'd faced before. Over the past few days, Su Mumei had been quietly accumulating those negative emotions too, though she never voiced them. If I die here, will you take me away? Chen Yao reached out and grasped Su Mumei's hand. Nothing will happen. Trust me, we'll be leaving this place soon. The prophecy's deadline drew ever closer. Su Mumei stared intently at Chen Yao. She took a deep breath, her eyes already red. We can go back. No matter the cost, we can go back. She slowly leaned her head against Chen Yao's shoulder. Boom! Buzz! A piercing cacophony reverberated throughout the world. 7 corpses on the ground simultaneously erupted in terrifying flames. Long Hui, who had run outside, saw the sky suddenly darken as a slimy tentacle smacked down onto the ground. The entire earth began to tremble. Within the shattered building, Dean Long's cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with light. He struggled to prop himself up with a wooden stick. His left hand clenched into a fist, and the aged, wrinkled skin instantly tightened. His entire body gradually shimmered with a golden glow. Long hair flowed out as his physical condition rapidly recovered. Even severed limbs began regenerating at an astonishing speed. The golden light on his body began to turn crimson, a deep, blood-red hue. Dragon Dean's eyes were bloodshot. Long Yun lifted his gaze toward the exit. Seconds later, he rose to his feet and walked to a locked wardrobe. Opening it, he retrieved a tattered yet clean academy uniform and a long sword resting sheathed within. He slipped on the uniform, gathered his messy hair into a tight ponytail at the back of his head, and poured water from the bottle he'd been saving, water he'd been reluctant to drink, onto both sides of his hair, wiping away the dirt from his face. The entire sequence unfolded with lightning speed, as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. Long Yun grabbed the nameplate from the desk and tucked it into his breast pocket, then fastened the scabbard to his waist. He glanced back at Chen Yao, who remained seated, said nothing, and turned to leave. Watching Long Yun's retreating figure, Su Mumei turned to Chen Yao and spoke. Chen Yao, we. Not yet. He didn't follow but walked to the table instead, peeling each photograph stuck to the wall one by one. Xiaogayu, Sun Wanshou, Su Yuan, Zhou Tianing, Li Ziyuan, Wang Kui, Bai Qingson, Zhao Tian, Wu Wanian, Zhu Beiqiqing, Wu Dang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Yiming, Wang Qixing. This is the only chance to go back. We have to take them with us. Chen Yao stuffed the photos into his coat pocket. Gurgle. Monsters erupted from the earth like spring bamboo shoots. Countless creatures began crawling across the ground. 7 distinct flames flickered within Long Hui's pupils. He charged like a madman toward the 7 corpses, while opposite them, monsters surged like a tidal wave. Long Hui showed no fear, running at breakneck speed. Found them. Their bodies. Long Hui's pace quickened. The 7 corpses stirred, darting away like lightning in an instant, charging toward the surging tide of the evil god's apostles. A familiar figure streaked past Long Hui at an even greater speed, his eyes blazing with heightened excitement. Long Yun. Long Yun didn't pause his stride. He merely quickened his pace to match the 7 corpses' speed. He swept past the front of the 7 corpses. His hand seized the long sword at his waist, his feet halting abruptly. He drew his blade. A clean, straight gash appeared in the air, spanning 100 meters in diameter. The running corpse of the demon god kept moving forward, its torso completely severed as it tumbled and crashed to the ground. Dust and debris erupted in an instant. Long Yin sheathed his blade. Turning to face the 7 corpses still charging forward, he gripped the scabbard, arm extended taut. All 7 corpses halted in unison. In that moment, they seemed to fix their gaze consciously upon the scabbard in Long Yun's hand. Dragon rises, clouds gather, Academy endures forever. Battle. Victory is certain. Long Yun's voice was hoarse as he struggled to speak. I can finally accompany you on your final journey. Long Hui ran, watching as the sunlight in the sky was obscured by enormous tentacles. Sparse rays of refracted sunlight pierced the ground, while the backlighting obscured the faces of those figures. Beneath the 8 indistinct figures standing in the sunlight, their silhouettes grew taller. The signature Academy gesture. Raising the scabbard to swear an oath. He began to sprint, casting aside all emotion in that moment as he pursued the figures. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had only ever wanted to catch up to those figures. The apostles of the evil god surged forward once more. The evil god was poised to purge this world that had grown weary of the nails embedded in its flesh. This time, it would not hesitate to intervene directly, entering the world itself. Tentacles as vast as the sky itself crashed down. Boom! Boom! The sin ship shook violently. Inside the Plague Tavern, Paul's glass shattered on the floor as his tentacles dropped it. It stared at the shards on the floor. This is madness. Becoming a legitimate demon god doesn't require such recklessness. The world can't withstand this turmoil, and the captain is still aboard. What a lunatic. Well, if the captain dies, we'll just find another. But this new captain was truly fascinating, such a pity. Bang! Shilua shoved open the Plague Tavern's doors. Barging in like that isn't very polite, new crew. Coordinates. What coordinates? I know you have the coordinates, you're a demon god. I'm just a bartender. I can trade, but I won't force you. What's the price? Shiluo sat in the tavern, slamming his hand on the bar. The price? Now that's interesting. Tentacles emerged from beneath the bar, placing a slime-covered sheet of paper on the countertop. The coordinates are here. Shiluo grabbed the paper. The price is you need to make a trip for me. Shiluo walked away without looking back. You're leaving without asking where. Give me the coordinates, and I'll agree to any terms. We'll talk about this after the job's done. Paul let out a chuckle. That guy's charm is no less than any captain before him. Aren't you? You just need an excuse to give me the coordinates. Slam. The door slammed shut. Paul's octopus-like face froze in shock. Is that so? Is it? Chapter 112, Final Showdown Part 2. Countless minions of these surged toward the scattered group. Giant tentacles began to melt, and the sun in the sky started to vanish. An enormous moon hung overhead. The blood-red moon, obscuring the sky, bathed the earth in crimson light. Long Yin sheathed his blade and tore a tattered, half-face banner from the inner lining of his academy uniform. The banner unfurled, and with a swift twist of his right hand, it coiled around his arm. His eyes blazed crimson as a hoarse, strained growl tore from his throat. He had held back for too long. He had endured for too long. If hope of return was severed, he would rather die here alongside his classmates. Fight to the death here. Xiaonaoyu, Sun Wanshou. He growled out these names. With each utterance, he lifted his foot and took a step forward, his entire body beginning to radiate a crimson aura of malevolence. Su Yuan, Zhou Tianyi. Li Ziyuan, Wang Kuwei. By Qing Song, Zhao Tian. By the 4th step, his aura had reached its peak. Hu Wantian, Zhuge Keqing. Wu Dang, Zheng Yuan, Lu Yiming, Wang Qixing. He snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot. I remember you all. It doesn't matter if you don't answer my call. It doesn't matter if you hate me. I can't bring you home anymore. Long Yun raised his right arm high. The aura of a 6th-tier cultivator radiated to its peak. Wait for me. Dragon Roar Academy, Chief. Long Yun. Fight to the death. 7 shattered figures, engulfed in flames, streaked past Long Yun's body. They charged forward in unison, their blades flashing, overtaking him. Chen Yao raised his hand, tugging at his cloak to shield Su Mumei as they stepped out of the building. Sandstorms swept the land, the sky, and earth dyed crimson. Chen Yao, clad in bird beak physician attire, peered through the mirror beneath his mask. A blurred, tattered banner could be seen being raised ahead. The indistinct figures corresponded to the very first scene he had seen. His pupils dilated sharply. He had already guessed the identity of the figure in the prophetic vision. Long Yun's roar made his blood boil. His fists clenched. He was stunned by the scene before him. Pressing his left hand over the photos resting on his chest, he closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to steady his emotions. He had to stay calm. Having unlocked all his abilities now didn't mean he was invincible. On the contrary, in a dungeon teeming with 6th-tier foes, his petty tricks were as insignificant as mayflies before the heavens. He addressed Su Mumei in a voice strained with suppressed emotion. The visions have reached their final hour. Chen Yao, what should we do? Will Long Yun die? Chen Yao raised his hand. Plague intestinal disease spread at lightning speed. Now, with only the final 2 visions yet to unfold, he waited for his chance. It wasn't that he feared death, but Long Yun had already gone out. He didn't want the names of this group to be forgotten. I don't know, but I don't want him to die. Yet we have only one path now. That is to wait. Wait for Director Long to act. You and I are merely 2nd tier. In this instance, our sole purpose is to survive as long as possible. They will bring us back. He flung his cloak over Su Mumei, and both vanished in a wisp of black smoke. Even as a tier 2, he was the sole dual sequence user. His Plague Doctor and Delusionist sequences could prove immensely valuable. Using the Delusionist's power at the cost of sealing all other skills. But he had only one chance. He had to seize it. He had to stay calm as the headmaster himself. At the most opportune moment, his abilities would become the key to unlocking this final showdown. Make his abilities the trump card of this final showdown. Long Yun watched the 7 figures pass by. His right hand completely wrapped the flag around his forearm, then gripped the sword hilt to draw the blade. He charged forward. Long Hui ran until his strength gave out, collapsing to his knees with a thud. He stared at the blurred figures in the distance. His consciousness began to slow. His body swayed. He leaned forward involuntarily, bracing himself with both hands to prevent his face from slamming into the ground. A searing heat began to radiate from his chest. The whisper of the dark god echoed in his ears. Power, power. Long Hui's fingers slowly dug into the dirt as his entire body began to murmur incoherently. Power. I want power. Whoosh. A golden figure landed behind Long Hui. Dean Long stood expressionless, his entire form shimmering with golden light. His gaze swept over Long Hui on the ground. He extended his fingers, grasping a strand of black energy. Then he yanked. A twisted, agonized scream was wrenched from her. Get out! Director Long growled lowly, pinching his fingers together to crush the black aura. He looked up at the figure charging forward, his eyes flickering with emotion. Long Yun. You're still alive. Dean Long burst forward in a flash. The earth shook violently as a golden light pierced the entire land, tearing apart countless minions of the evil god. In an instant, countless minions of the evil god were torn apart. The heavens and earth emitted a strange, mournful wail. This force swept away nearly all the minions of the evil god. An aura familiar beyond recognition. Long Yun halted in his tracks. His joints creaked as he slowly raised his head to look ahead. He shifted inch by inch, hesitant to confirm. Long hair. Golden radiance. 7th tier. Dragon warrior. The moment he confirmed it, his emotions surged. All that time of perseverance. The tangled threads of death and solitude, the promises made as comrades departed one by one all surged back in this moment. Long Yun's lips trembled, his Adam's apple bobbed. Too many words, too many questions. Yet he found himself speechless. 7 figures stood before Long Yun. The golden figure descended. Dean Long turned. Long Yun, you've held on too long. Cough cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Director Long's mouth. He raised a hand to wipe it away. Long Yun remained silent, watching as the golden figure's aura visibly weakened. He seemed to understand something. He reached into his robe and drew out the engraved plaque. The nameplates clinked against each other in the wind. Long Yun finally spoke. You're gravely injured. We can't go back, can we? Dean Long offered no rebuttal. My time is running out. I'll fight for a chance to get you back. He turned to face the fallen minion of the dark god, which had just been struck down. Now, it began to burn with pitch-black smoke, slowly reviving once more. One by one, they rose again. Grandfather, you shouldn't have come. I know I can't return. I'm a sinner, and I shouldn't go back either. Long Ming Academy can't function without you. Long Yun. I'm sorry. Dean Long, they don't need your apology. Long Yun cut off the academy director's words, stepping before him as he sheathed his blade. His right hand gripped the scabbard, raising the blade forward as his aura surged. Dragons rise, clouds surge, the academy shall endure forever. Victory is ours. Chief Dragon roar. Long Yun. One strike. For the 14 souls of the academy. Chapter 113, Long Yun. Led them back. Does this count as an extra chapter? These minions of the dark gods had revived once more, their power surging over threefold. Each figure had grown slightly larger. For Dragon Academy Headmaster, these demonic followers now posed a pressure multiplied many times over. Long Yun's gaze sharpened as he gripped the blade's hilt. With a flick of his finger, the sword slid an inch from its sheath. Dean Long raised his hand to stop him, but lowered it again. Clang! Compressing his aura, he swung his blade. The heavens and earth paled. The crimson moon twisted and distorted in the sky. Like a mirage, the blade sliced through the heavens and earth. The earth split open in a massive gash, filled with murderous intent. Sweeping along countless blades of energy. Thousands upon thousands of demonic minions were instantly torn to shreds. The sheer power of that strike drew a smile to Dean Long's face. His grandson's strength had grown once more. Yet the smile only deepened the sorrow etched upon his face. Guilt overwhelmed him, leaving him abandoned in this dungeon for so many years. As the storm-shaking strike was unleashed, Long Yun held the same slashing posture, his bones cracking and popping. Blood dripped steadily from the hem of his robe. His entire aura weakened in an instant. Thud! The massive tentacle appeared once more, this time crashing into the distance before snapping with a sharp crack. Severed! The severed tentacle emitted a thick aura of demonic energy. The massive tentacle emitted a viscous, creaking sound as it began to contract. In just a moment, it transformed into a 2-meter-tall monster. The creature bore twin horns atop its head, possessed a humanoid form, and wielded an extremely long tail that lashed behind it. Its entire body was bulging with muscles, its skin a deep brown. Its body radiated an intensely potent, nauseating stench. An incarnation of the. It truly desires this world. Son, leave him to me. Dean Long charged straight ahead. The incarnation of the evil god also moved, and the two collided, generating a powerful shockwave. Long Yun twisted his wrist, attempting to withdraw his blade. But the slightest movement caused cracks to form along the blade's hilt, spreading instantly. Snap! The blade snapped. The blade shattered into fragments on the ground. Good riddance. You'd only be miserable staying here anyway. The battle ahead involving Director Long had reached a fever pitch. The Dragon Director's aura began to dissipate, his strength plummeting precipitously. Long Yun plopped down onto the ground. Every ounce of strength had been drained from his body by that single strike. He took a deep, resigned breath, accepting his impending fate. Even the slightest movement of a finger sent agonizing pain shooting through him. Smack! A hand slapped down on Long Yun's shoulder. He grimaced in pain, nearly letting out a cry. Long Yun. Long Yun turned his head with great effort and saw Chen Yao. Who are you? Long Yun had never seen Chen Yao wearing a mask before, so he didn't recognize either the bird beak mask or Chen Yao himself. He reached out with his right hand, grabbed the bird beak mask covering his face, and pulled it off. Seeing Chen Yao's face, Long Yun gave a bitter smile, revealing teeth stained with blood. I told you I had a way. There's only one chance. Are you willing to take it? Long Yun didn't respond to Chen Yao. Long Yun, don't you want to take them back? The words made Long Yun's eyes light up, his gaze bursting with an emotion he'd never shown before. I want to, but. You've held on this long, there's still so much you can do. What do you want? I've only got one life left, take it. Remember, you only get one chance. I can only give you one chance. Chen Yao's pupils held an unprecedented resolve. He squeezed Long Yun's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. As their gazes locked, Long Yun saw golden light swirling in Chen Yao's eyes. Originally, Chen Yao had resolved to prevent him from using the delusion moment. But now, he couldn't afford to hold back. He was willing to seal away all his sequence abilities as fuel for the delusion moment, granting Long Yun one chance, a single, desperate opportunity. Chen Yao fixed his gaze ahead, closed his eyes, and chanted each syllable with deliberate emphasis. Delusion moment. The next second. Long Yun felt an unprecedented surge of power erupt within him. A force far surpassing the 8th tier manifested in his body. He slowly rose to his feet, the pain throughout his body vanishing as expected. Staring at Chen Yao beside him, shock etched across his face. It was hard to fathom that a mere 2nd tier student could unleash power approaching 8th tier within him. Unbelievable. This was nothing short of a miracle. You. But. Chen Yao violently spat a mouthful of blood forward. His entire body began to go limp. His knees slammed into the ground. Long Yun instinctively reached out to support him. He hadn't anticipated that the price of his delusion would not only seal away all his power for a month, but also degrade every organ and physical function to barely survival levels. Chen Yao seized Long Yun's outstretched hand. I could feel his grip trembling violently as he summoned every ounce of strength to shout. Long Yun! Look behind you! They're behind you! Call their names! Call their names! Long Yun instinctively turned his head. 14 indistinct yet unmistakably familiar figures materialized behind him. His fingers trembled. Long Yun! Call out their names! Chen Yao shouted again. He knew the time for delusion was running out. He relied heavily on the delusion moment. The cost was growing ever greater, but it was truly Chen Yao's only combat ability, his sole trump card. Long Yun snapped back to reality. His eyes stung as he took a deep breath to steady himself, then grasped at the void. A golden blade materialized in his hand. Xiao Naoyu. Sun Wanshou. Su Yuan. Blurred yet familiar figures stirred, taking a step forward. The golden light faded, revealing faces so familiar they could not be more so, reflected in Long Yun's pupils. Xiao Naoyu. Sun Wanshou. Su Yuan. They really had returned. Long Yun recalled what Chen Yao had told him. He could make it so he'd see them again. He'd always taken those words as a joke. But in this moment, he understood it wasn't a joke. His eyes reddened as he continued to shout in a trembling voice. Zhou Tianyi, Li Ziyuan, Wang Kuei, Bai Qingsong. As each name was called out, familiar faces appeared one by one. Long Yun's voice grew faster and faster, trembling more intensely with each word. Zhao Tian, Buwandian, Zhuge Keqing, Wu Dang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Yiming, Wang Qisheng. As the final syllable faded, 14 figures materialized. Long Yun said nothing more, merely turning silently and raising his right hand. A single clap. The half-unfurled banner flew away. Dragons rise, clouds surge, the academy shall endure, and victory is ours. Long Yun drew his sword. A chorus of shouts erupted behind him. Dragon rises, clouds surge, academy forever, victory assured. Dragon rises, clouds surge, academy forever, victory assured. Dragons rise amidst the clouds, the academy shall endure forever, victory is ours. 14 figures behind him drew their swords in unison. Chen Yao lay collapsed on the ground, utterly drained, murmuring faintly. Long Yun, take them back. Chapter 114, Don't look back. Run. The figures halted abruptly. Long Yun stood solemnly. 15 figures charged toward the heretic god's emissary in unison. In the midst of battle, Dean Long, who had already been struggling to hold on, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After being forced back by a punch, his entire body slid along the ground for a long time before finally coming to a halt after colliding with a rock. His face aged rapidly, and the golden light radiating from him gradually faded. Cough. A mouthful of thick blood spilled forth. For the already crippled dragon Dean to have held on this long had nearly exhausted every ounce of his potential. Now transformed from a dragon warrior into this weakened state, he struggled to turn his head, wanting one last look at his grandson. What he saw were 15 beams of golden light charging toward him. Collision. Boom. The apostle of the evil god collided head-on with the golden beams. The explosive blast of air pressure momentarily blinded everyone. As the dust settled, Dean Long stared toward the distance in disbelief. 15 figures led by Long Yun appeared ahead, as if he were witnessing the very scene of this group of students departing. An illusion. Dean Long murmured, then closed his eyes and fainted. On the battlefield, Su Mumei appeared stealthily, then grabbed Chen Yao's foot and pulled him backward. Stop pulling me. Let's just stay here. We can't run far anyway. If we fail this time, we won't be able to return at all. Might as well stay and see what happens. Chen Yao coughed violently. It wasn't just his lungs, now every organ in his body throbbed with pain. This girl was reckless, dragging him along despite the pain. The gravel grinding against his back felt like 1,000 knives. Su Mumei immediately released his foot, rushing over to steady him. Chen Yao, how are you holding up? I'm fine. Not dying anytime soon. This is the price. Was it your power that brought those dead people back to life? Chen Yao didn't elaborate. He merely gave a slight nod. Yes. The dead can all be seen. They truly came back to life, right? No. It's absolute faith that allows them to hear the call and temporarily come here. Cough, cough, cough. Su Mumei patted Chen Yao's back and spoke with concern. Please don't speak anymore. I'm sorry I asked too many questions. It's okay. Mumei, come closer. Let me lean on you, I'm feeling a bit tired. Chen Yao, you can't sleep. You absolutely mustn't sleep. If you sleep, you won't wake up. Chen Yao really wanted to curse. He was utterly exhausted. Whoever had planted that idea that falling asleep meant you wouldn't wake up again was wrong. I'm truly exhausted. Su Mumei cradled Chen Yao against her thighs. Please don't fall asleep. I'm scared. Tears dripped steadily onto Chen Yao's face. As she spoke, the girl actually started crying. Too drained to explain, Chen Yao could only force himself to keep his eyes open, staring at the distant battle. Golden light collided in the distance, figures barely discernible amidst the constant bursts of sparks filling the air. Beneath the sky, the crimson moon cast its glow upon the earth. The battle engulfing the entire world felt eerie and arduous. The apostle of the evil god was truly formidable, holding his own against 15 opponents without falling behind for the moment. Chen Yao's every ability was now sealed. Even his bodily functions had slowed to a barely survival state. He could do nothing. The distant battle intensified. The clanging sounds in the air grew more frequent. This battle is exceptionally fierce. If only we could contact the Sin ship. After all, given the current situation, even if they defeated the evil god, it would be extremely difficult for the apostles to leave this world. His delusion moments had been exhausted, all his powers sealed away. Unless he truly gambled his life for one final delusion. After all, he had nothing left now. Every card he could play had already been played. Chen Yao merely pondered this. The faint connection in his mind gradually grew clearer. It was connecting to the Sin ship. No! It was real. Chen Yao, who had been utterly exhausted, struggled even to open his eyes. As he sensed that connection growing clearer, his pupils dilated instantly. The Sin ship. Logged in. This meant that as long as the Sin ship locked onto these coordinates and arrived here, they could escape this instance. But how to get this group of people aboard was another major problem. Long Yun and his companions, who had held the upper hand, began to weaken. Delusions come at a price. Chen Yao couldn't say how much longer this state would last, but seeing their energy steadily wane, he knew Long Yun couldn't hold out much longer. At that moment, Shi Luo's voice echoed in his mind. Captain! Board the ship! Captain! Leave this place! The Sin ship's sustained power won't last much longer. The coordinates of this world are extremely unstable. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chen Yao began to respond. Shi Luo? Is that you? It's me. Captain. 15 seconds. I'll manifest for 15 seconds. Leave this place. Just shout the code, and I'll appear for 15 seconds. That's the absolute limit. 15 seconds. Too short. To end the battle immediately and board the ship within 15 seconds. Too difficult. Now a choice loomed before him, either leave or die here together. No, we all have to get on the ship. Mumu, help me up. Su Mumei struggled to lift Chen Yao, his entire weight leaning heavily against her. Help me shout. Shout what? Follow me. Follow me? Yes, follow me. Shout. Su Mumei looked ahead and shouted with all her might. Follow me. Shout again. Follow me. At that command, Long Yun seemed to realize something and began retreating rapidly. Shout. Sinner. Shout. Su Mumei froze. She obeyed nonetheless. Sin ship. Chen Yao reached out and grabbed Su Mumei. With every ounce of strength she had left, she shouted. With that cry, a vast ship's silhouette slowly materialized in the sky. The battered vessel gradually solidified from the void. 15 seconds. Board the ship and leave. Let them follow you out. Chen Yao, what about you? Snap. Chen Yao wrenched Su Mumei's hand away. His lips were pale, his complexion utterly drained. In this state, forget 15 seconds. Even if Su Mumei dragged him, he couldn't make it. He had to make a choice. Making decisions, there was no room for hesitation. The Dawn Tower had taught him too much. 15 seconds. Lead the way. Go. They'll take me. You know what's at stake. No hesitation, no questions, no worries. I won't die. As Su Mumei turned back, the sky of sin drew closer in the sky before crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom. A deep gash tore through the earth. Don't look back. Run. Get on the ship. Chen Yao's words rang in Su Mumei's ears as she gritted her teeth and sprinted forward with all her might. Chapter 115, There's Still Time. Long Yun skidded to a halt, leaving a gash in the earth. He glanced back at the ship, spotting Su Mumei, then cast another look at the 14 still locked in combat. The aura of the demon god's apostle was fading, but Luo Yun could also feel his own power steadily waning. Chen Yao could sense his momentary hesitation. Long Yun, don't do anything foolish. Chen Yao collapsed onto the ground, torn between Su Mumei sprinting toward the Sin ship and Long Yun locked in combat. He truly hoped Long Yun would make the wisest choice to leave with the survivors. He also desperately wished everyone could truly escape. But at this point, getting even a fraction of them out was already pushing the absolute limit. So he prayed that Long Yun wouldn't make a foolish mistake. The fact that the Sin ship had appeared here at all was nothing short of a miracle. If they failed to seize this final chance, they would truly be unable to leave this place. Hearing Su Mumei's cries and the ships gathering in the distance, Long Yun instantly understood. But the apostle of the evil god was still here. Gritting his teeth, Long Yun saw the unconscious Long Hui and Dean Long once more. Long Yun, don't do anything foolish. Please don't. Turning his head, Long Yun charged straight at the apostle of the evil god, his body clutching the apostle as he retreated frantically. Everyone, get aboard the ship. Stay close. Move. The apostle of the evil god was sent flying far away. Long Yun showed no intention of leaving. He commanded the 14 people behind him who had just revived. The next instant, a hand seized his shoulder. Long Yun was yanked. His entire body flew back. Boss. Survive. Don't be foolish. Boss. You have to go back. You absolutely must go back. Shounaoyu's face and those all too familiar words echoed in Long Yun's ears. Boss. Shichi's voice rang out. 13 figures dragged him swiftly forward, then hurled him out. The instant he was thrown back up, only 7 seconds remained. Su Mumei had already stepped onto the Sin ship, which instantly solidified into physical form. Long Yun's eyes flashed crimson as he bit his teeth until they bled. After landing, he seized Dean Long without hesitation, propelling Long Hui toward the Sin ship. As he passed Chen Yao, he grabbed him too, and the entire group began sprinting forward. Only 3 seconds remained. Long Yun's foot landed on the ship as he charged inside. Only 1 second remained. Boarding. The moment the timer hit 0, the Sin ship began to fade into nothingness. The world began to echo with the howls of a demon god. It seemed to recognize an inexplicable familiarity in the ship that had suddenly intervened. The tentacles it had extended retracted. The very next second, a giant eye suddenly appeared across the entire world. The familiar voice of the bartender echoed throughout the world. What a feast you've left behind, you good children! This world is mine. A gaping maw like the abyss tore open in the sky, countless tentacles lashing across the land. The strange, demonic roar of the echoed across the heavens and earth. But so did Paul's laughter. After a long while, the world fell silent. A familiar, drawn-out belch echoed. Ugh. Full. Rarely get to be this full. On the Sin ship, Long Yun's mind still echoed with their cries for him to return before he left. The nameplates that symbolized their identities had been lost in the battle. Long Yun slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant. All his energy drained away in an instant. He felt as if his backbone had been pulled out, collapsing limply to the ground. In the end, he had failed to fulfill his promise to lead everyone to safety. I'm sorry. Long Yun murmured. I'm sorry. Moo. Chen Yao murmured, noticing Long Yun didn't seem to be in good shape. Su Mumei hurried over to support Chen Yao's body, pressing her ear close to his mouth to hear what he was saying. After he finished, Su Mumei looked at Chen Yao with a puzzled expression. Do we really need to replicate it 1:1? You can add your own emotions appropriately, but you absolutely must bring him back to consciousness. If you exhaust all your strength, I'm worried he might not wake up. Look at his current state. Su Mumei followed Chen Yao's gaze to Long Yun, who sat on the ground as still as a corpse. Indeed. Chen Yao was barely holding on to the strength to speak. He had no choice but to let Su Mumei take his place. The girl nodded firmly, stood up, and walked straight toward Long Yun, who sat motionless on the deck. Smack! Long Yun, still murmuring I'm sorry, suddenly felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. He turned around in confusion, only to see Su Mumei standing there, the one who had just slapped him. Smack! Another slap landed. Su Mumei stood with her hands on her hips, her voice dripping with disappointment. Man up. Chen Yao said he could get you out, and he can get you out. He said he could bring all of you back, and he can bring all of you back. Now listen to me. That power is still within you. Stop wasting time. Call out their names now and truly bring them back. A glimmer of light began to appear in Long Yun's eyes. Smack! A sharp slap landed on the back of his head. This wasn't something Su Mumei wanted to do himself. He was merely following Chen Yao's instructions to give the man a tap on the head whenever he seemed lost. Only when one is clear-headed can they make the most correct choices. Long Yun. There's still time. Call out their names. Truly lead them back. Su Mumei planted her hands on her hips and shouted again at the top of her lungs. Long Yun froze, then snapped back to reality. He tried to speak, but another sharp slap echoed. Long Yun leapt to his feet, utterly unfazed by the slap stinging the back of his head. He was fully awake now. Yes. There's still time. I still have time. Take them away. Chen Yao mustered every ounce of strength to utter those words before collapsing unconscious. Long Yun stood up, watching the world grow hazy as he tried to call out. Xiao Nao Yu. Sun Wanshou. This tentative call was answered. 2 golden beams of light appeared on the Sin ship. The familiar figures stepped out. However, the light surrounding them gradually dimmed and slowed, suggesting their time here might not last much longer. Su Yuan, Zhou Tianni, Li Ziyuan, Wang Kui, Bai Qing Zhao Tian, Wu Wanian, Zhu Bikiqing, Wu Dang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Yiming, Wang Qixing. Long Yun swiftly called out all the names, and 14 figures materialized before him. Boom! The Sin ship crashed onto a dilapidated playground. The school playground in Jiangbei City. The deep ravine in the distance hadn't been filled in yet, and now another profoundly deep gash had been carved into the ground. Chapter 116, I just want to watch the fun. The people of Jiangbei City, who had been sleeping soundly, finally got a good night's rest during that disaster. Boom! A massive explosion reverberated throughout Jiangbei City. The drowsy crowd jolted awake. Ships pressed against the ground, moving frantically at unstoppable speeds. They tore through the entire playground and slammed directly into the adjacent teaching building, slicing off half of it. The violent tremors sent shivers through everyone. Chen Yao was completely drained of strength. His vision went black and he passed out. On the Sin ship, Long Yun knelt on the deck, weeping with every ounce of strength he had left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you home. I'm sorry. Head bowed, hands braced against the deck of the Sin, he wailed and wept. For him, perseverance had become numbness. He had clung to the collective belief of everyone to survive. But now, having left that world behind, he truly felt as if a piece of his heart was missing. He had lost everything. What meaning was there in returning now? Repeating apologies was all he could do. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Crying. Su Mumei held the unconscious Chen Yao, slipping her hand beneath his clothes to feel his strong, steady heartbeat. He's okay. Tap, tap, tap. Strange footsteps approached Long Yun. Captain. Dragons rise, clouds surge, the academy endures, victory is ours. We did it, right? The voice was soft. Longyan snapped his eyes open and looked up. Before him stood the person he had imagined for so many years. Through the haze of time, he recalled the scene of them setting out together into the other world. Captain. Boss. Captain. 14 figures radiating golden light, their faces stretched into brilliant smiles, stood before him. You all. Longyan suddenly leaped to his feet and lunged forward. Captain. Don't come over here. The most slender student among the 14 raised his hand. Juga Kiching. Juga Kiching spoke with a smile. Captain, we're home. Thank you, and that guy too. Juga Kiching's finger pointed toward the unconscious Chen Yao. Captain, we did pretty well, right? Smiles spread across all 14 faces. It felt just like the day they first entered this world together. Captain, farewell. The 14 spoke in unison, their bodies growing ethereal until they began to fade away. No. No. You can't leave. You. Longyan reached out as if to grasp him. The 14 scattered like particles of light, like golden fireflies in the dead of night, drifting away into the air. It was as if they had never existed at all. Rising to his feet, Longyan suddenly dropped to his knees. He watched the fireflies drifting higher and higher. Senior, they've arrived home. We have arrived home too. Su Mumei couldn't help but speak from behind him. Tears still streaked Longyan's face as he spoke. Goodbye. This time, it was truly goodbye. When Chen Yao awoke, 7 days had already passed. He bolted upright, and Shi Luo, who was beside him, immediately stood up. Captain. Shi Luo. Chen Yao felt his head throbbing and his entire body weak. He reached up with his right hand to massage his temples, trying to suppress the aching sensation. How long have I been asleep? 7 days. 7 days. His last memory was the Sin ship returning to reality and plowing the entire school playground flat. What about the Sin ship? It went back. That's good. As long as it wasn't discovered, that's good. Hand me your phone. No one's been calling lately, right? Shi Luo handed the phone on the table to Chen Yao. A total of 712 missed calls. Why so many calls? Captain, it seems you've gotten yourself into something big again. As Shi Luo raced the Sin ship to the scene, he witnessed everything. Several people were battling a horde of demonic minions. In that single glance, he recognized the figures of those from Tiger Leaping Gorge. It seemed that in every world, there were always those who would step forward to sacrifice everything in the face of annihilation. Chen Yao massaged his temples. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I always feel like I'm unlucky, always getting dragged into these situations. All I wanted was to quietly run some dungeons and level up my rank. Your rank doesn't matter, Captain. What matters is your existence to others. Without you, they might have died in that world, forgotten forever. You've done more than anyone else. Shi Luo spoke these words sincerely. On a ship, the captain isn't necessarily the strongest or most versatile, but they are always the most indispensable. Chen Yao was that kind of person. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. I'm serious, Captain. Shi Luo's expression was unusually serious. Alright, I think I need to have a talk with Paul. Care to join me? Shi Luo nodded. Speaking of Paul, Shi Luo had a deal with him. Chen Yao got out of bed, dressed, smoothed his clothes, and stepped forward. An invisible black staircase materialized in the air. In just a few strides, Chen Yao materialized aboard the Sin ship. Captain. Shi Luo called out. What is it? Shi Luo shook his head, swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue. If you have something to say, just say it. Captain Paul's background isn't simple. I think. It doesn't matter. As long as he can bring me some good things. Chen Yao cut Shi Luo off. As he left that world, he had faintly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful dark god force occupying it. That aura bore a striking resemblance to Paul's, and combined with Paul's peculiar equipment, he could make a rough guess. Lower deck. Chen Yao noticed the tavern seemed to have a new lamp, with strange creatures carved on both sides. The lamp was lit. He pushed open the door and entered the tavern. Paul was still polishing glasses as usual. Captain, you're alive. Unbelievable. Back in business? Chen Yao plopped down. Paul, I'm too weak. Can you give me something useful? Paul paused, his glass wiping. Sure. I've got a fresh shipment in guaranteed pure. The cost of using delusional abilities keeps getting higher. Is there anything that can reduce that cost? Paul reached under the counter and pulled out a vial of potion, placing it on the table. Drink this. It will alter your body, amplifying your pain perception 100-fold. As long as you endure enough agony, the cost of delusion won't seal your abilities. It craves suffering, and suffering is practically cost-free for you, isn't it, Captain? Paul's voice carried an odd emotion. Chen Yao had only mentioned it casually, never expecting Paul to actually produce a vial of potion. How many corpses? Paul's eyes fixed on Chen Yao. Captain, drink it in front of me. I won't charge you. I just want to see the fun. A peculiar grin spread across the octopus-like face. Chen Yao reached out and grabbed the bottle of potion. Without even glancing at its properties, his gaze remained fixed on the pair of eyes on Paul the octopus's face. He downed it in one gulp. Chapter 117, What is the Truth? The moment the slippery liquid touched his tongue, Chen Yao felt as if a hand had clamped down on his heart. Intense pain surged through his entire body. His whole body began convulsing uncontrollably. Ugh, ugh. The excruciating pain made his pupils dilate, his mouth gaped open, and saliva began to drip from his lips. Paul glanced at Chen Yao's condition. You're handling the first stage well. This agony will only intensify, though it's purely physical suffering, of course. When you try to take something without giving anything in return, you always end up paying a higher price. Sometimes, the free stuff is the most expensive. The agony coursing through Chen Yao's body began to multiply exponentially. It felt no less brutal than having each finger bent backward one by one, then slowly snapped off. Every inch of bone and flesh screamed with the sensation of tearing apart. Chen Yao's consciousness began to blur. The intense pain triggered hallucinations in his brain, and the allure of instant gratification weakened his connection to the physical agony. Lying on the ground, Chen Yao was drenched in sweat from the torment, every bone still throbbing with agony. Delusionist ability cost reduction. Each delusion incurs a cost of pain, which accumulates with each use. Cooldown, 72 hours. Succeeded? You actually endured it. Paul's eyes sparkled with excitement. Looks like your recent ordeal has given you an extraordinary tolerance for pain. The old captain would have been rolling on the floor screaming by now. You haven't made a sound that surprises me. Chen Yao struggled to his feet. The aftereffects of the intense agony lingered, his hands still trembling. Compared to the helplessness of being unable to do anything, this pain at least gives me a choice. Captain, you have something you want to ask me, right? Chen Yao forced himself to sit upright at the bar. Was it you who dealt the final blow to that world's last evil god? Paul's tentacles reached beneath the counter. His expression remained impassive. This moment felt eerily like a murder to silence a witness reaching under the bar for a gun. Clunk! A rusty belt clattered onto the bar counter. Your space is too cumbersome for storing things. This should suit you perfectly, it's yours. Oh, and there's a lot of junk inside. I've made a few small markings for you. Chen Yao stared at the rusty belt on the bar counter, its surface studded with rows of peculiar rivets. The entire belt was coated in slime. Silk-woven belt, crafted from the hand bones of a malevolent deity skilled in distraction. Features an internal pocket for effortless storage and retrieval. Chen Yao reached out and grabbed the belt. Instantly, a dagger materialized in his hand. The retrieval took place with almost no time lag. It appeared the moment he thought of it. The spatial pocket inherent to the sequence not only required a designated storage location but also demanded advanced retrieval during combat. Dagger, Zhao Tian's weapon from Dragon Ascension Academy. It has begun undergoing peculiar transformations due to the corruption of the demon god's aura. Afflicted trait, Sever. Affliction, Incurable wounds. Chen Yao's pupils contracted at the sight of Zhao Tian's name. Seems the captain got the answers he wanted. I'm just a bartender paid to sit here behind the bar. The rest of the time, I like to scavenge around for junk. Paul's voice carried a hint of mockery, but Chen Yao couldn't bring himself to listen. He, too, had found his answer. Paul aboard the Sin was a dark god. Thanks. I can feel their goodwill. Chen Yao grabbed his belt and prepared to leave. Not buying anything? Captain, just freeloading? The term free ride sounded jarring coming from Paul's mouth. The remains of one crew member. 1,000 corpses. If you can't pay up front, you can run a tab. Paul seemed utterly confident. Then put it all on credit. Chen Yao's swift response left Paul's octopus-like face frozen in stunned disbelief. Captain, do you genuinely possess traits of other captains, or is this a common human trait? Chen Yao shrugged indifferently. The Dark God is my own crew member. That's absurd enough. Running a tab is only fitting. Crew? Ha 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 ha, crew? That's interesting. Hand over the belt, I'll put those bones inside for you. Paul burst into laughter, slime dripping from his octopus-like face. Tentacles coiled around the belt before returning it to Chen Yao's hand. He didn't seem to mind the slime. He grabbed the belt with both hands. You really are an interesting captain. Thanks. Chen Yao laughed with a parting thank you. Paul's face lit up with an unprecedented look of enjoyment. A strange emotion began to stir within me. Excitement? Thrills? Joy? It seemed far more intriguing than destroying a dungeon instance. Paul's face fell into confusion as the severed half of his octopus hand flopped onto the table. The wound won't heal. I won't be able to meddle freely for quite some time. Forcing the death of a minor demon god has left even my tentacles stretched thin. Paul's face reflected human-like contemplation. Ah, whatever. Time to wipe the glasses. It didn't like wiping the cup more than that. The cup always seemed to have an inexplicable amount of slime on it. The more it wiped, the more appeared. Paul never once considered that the problem might lie with himself. Chen Yao invited Shi Luo to return to the real world with him, but he declined. Captain, I might be stepping out for a while. Go out? Where to? Shi Luo pressed his hand against the Nuwa mask at his waist. To cultivate. To go cultivate. How long? I don't know. A journey across worlds. I'm still far too weak. Shi Luo didn't know how long Paul intended to send him away, but this was the price he had to pay. There was no need for the captain to know. Chen Yao patted Shi Luo on the shoulder. If you need anything, just say the word. Though my strength is lacking, I'll still do my best to help you. Captain, you're joking, haha. Chen Yao entered the operating room, carrying all the completed props with him. Plague prop, sacrificial skull, plague prop, eye of truth. Plague prop, serpent spine arrowhead 16 consumable. After retrieving these 3 props and leaving, an octopus tentacle casually tossed a fresh corpse onto the operating table. The corpse radiated a thick aura of evil. The octopus tentacle began repeatedly smearing slime over the body. Until the slime completely covered the corpse of that demon god. Chen Yao returned to his room. Daylight streamed in outside. He raised his hand to glance at the belt in his grasp. Inside the belt lay the skeletal remains and weapons of that group of warriors. Those weapons held little practical use for Chen Yao. They belonged to be passed down within the academy. Though Paul hadn't explicitly stated it, these artifacts proved beyond doubt that it was indeed a demon god, the very one who had ultimately helped him expel that world's demon god. Paul. Chen Yao raised his hand to examine the mark on his wrist, the imprint left by Aloysius Paul. Aloysius Paul. Look up Paul's full name at the Dragon Ascension Academy. Chapter 118, Bringing Them Home. The next day, Chen Yao and Su Mumei met again. From Su Mumei, he learned that Principal Long was in a dire state, nearly at death's door. That same night, the two boarded a flight together, heading to the hospital where Principal Long was being treated. In a corner near the hospital entrance, Chen Yao and Su Mumei spotted Long Hui crouched on the ground. The aura of the demon god that had once surrounded Long Hui had completely vanished. He sat on the ground, absent-mindedly picking up twigs and poking at stones. Chen Yao, that's Long Hui, Principal Long's grandson. He's here. They both understood. In that world, Long Hui hadn't committed any major wrongdoing, but seeing him now, they knew he was carrying a heavy burden. Mumei, you go in first to see Principal Long. I'll talk with him. Okay, I'll go in first. Su Mumei released Chen Yao's hand and walked straight into the hospital. Chen Yao approached Long Hui. Feeling someone approach, Long Hui dropped the branch he was holding and looked up. The disappointment in his eyes was evident the next moment. Principal Long isn't doing well. It's not realistic to expect him to wait here for your brother. Who's waiting for him? Long Hui stood up. I was just looking at the moon. Principal Long is in very poor condition. I hear he's near death. Long Hui immediately turned her head. My grandfather won't die. He's a dragon warrior. Long Hui couldn't continue. Chen Yao took a step forward. Because of you, your brother and your grandfather are both gravely injured. Because of you, the remains of those who fought alongside your brother to suppress the dungeon's demon god for over a decade can't be brought back. Because of you. It wasn't me. He was the one who was wrong. They were human too, their bodies were used like puppets in battle. My brother was the one who was wrong. Long Hui grew increasingly agitated. You're just jealous. Childishly jealous. Could you have done better than your brother? Chen Yao's heart was pierced by the words, causing Long Hui to raise her fist and slam it hard into his face. Chen Yao didn't flinch or dodge. The blow sent his head jerking to the side. Long Hui pulled her hand back, instinctively wanting to apologize, but she held back. Chen Yao's gaze locked with hers. Feeling better now? Once you've vented, go see your grandfather. At least apologize while he's still alive. You'll hear everyone's true thoughts. With that, Chen Yao turned away. Follow me. You won't be disgraced, and no one will say anything. After all, I saved you all. With that matter-of-fact statement, Chen Yao strode toward the hospital. Long Hui hesitated for a moment, then shifted her feet and silently followed Chen Yao's figure. His head remained bowed as he stepped into the hospital. Chin up. Walk tall. A voice echoed in her ears. You may have made a mistake, but your spirit must remain unwavering. Smack. Chen Yao's hand slapped him on the back. Long Hui looked up to find him already standing at the ward door. Through the small window, she could see her older brother standing by the side, while her grandfather lay in the hospital bed hooked up to a ventilator. Click. Chen Yao reached out to open the ward door, then pushed Long Hui inside. Long Yin slowly turned his head. The moment he saw Long Hui, the steely gaze of this tough man instantly softened. Long Hui. I thought you wouldn't come. Grandfather wants to hear you speak. Long Yin slowly rose to his feet. Long Hui tried to say something, but Chen Yao's hand pushed him forward from behind. They walked to the hospital bed. As Long Hui looked at his grandfather, a wave of bitterness welled up inside him. Thud. He dropped to his knees, head bowed, murmuring. Grandfather, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've been so selfish all this time. Long Yin tried to speak, but Chen Yao grabbed his hand. Let's talk outside. He exchanged a glance with Chen Yao and nodded. This youth was utterly unfathomable. To summon such a vessel, his sequence must be incredibly high. The records listed him as Dr. 02, a mystic. But what kind of mystic could summon a vessel that massive? He didn't seem like a doctor at all, more like a summoner. The two stepped out into the corridor. How much time does the old man have left? His oil is nearly spent. Tonight at most. He never intended to survive this, so he's using his abilities at any cost. I can heal him. Long Yun gave a bitter smile. It's too late. Even as a 02 occultist, crafting the potion would take too long. We don't have that kind of time. Swish. Chen Yao pulled out a belt. Remember to return the belt. There are some things inside you might find useful. I don't really need it right now. A dagger appeared in Chen Yao's hand. The instant the dagger materialized, Long Yun's hand shot out, snatching it away. His trembling fingers traced the blade. These were obtained with a friend's help, 15 weapons in total, each uniquely crafted. They hold greater value for you and for Longting Academy. They can be passed down as a legacy. Infused with soul and will, they've begun evolving into legendary masterpieces. Thank you. It's too soon to thank me. Didn't you want them all to come home? Long Yun snapped his head up, locking eyes with Chen Yao. He could see the tremor in Long Yun's pupils. You mean? Chen Yao thrust the belt into Long Yun's hand. Take them home. I've retrieved their remains for you. Thud. Long Yun knelt down on the ground. Chen Yao startled. Did the Long family all kneel? He reached out to help Long Yun up. Senior Long Yun, this is a hospital. Long Yun kept his head bowed, his body rigid as a board, impossible to budge. Su Yuan, Zhou Tianing, Li Ziyuan, Wang Kui, Bai Qing Zhao Tian, Wu Wanian, Zhu Bikiqing, Wu Dang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Yiming, Wang Qixing. He murmured these names etched into his memory. They wanted to go home. They wanted to go home so badly it drove them mad. Even in their final moments, their only wish was to see home one last time. I held on, clinging to that sliver of hope that I could bring them home. Even as they claimed how strong they were, how brave they appeared, they were still 18-year-old children. They missed their parents, they missed home. As their squad leader, I kept them there. I failed them. Long Yun lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Yao. Chen Yao took a deep breath. Everyone cherishes the idea of returning to one's roots. Principal Long is in my hands. I'll heal him. He can live several more years without issue. You go send them home. They still want to follow you, their class leader, back home. They still want you to take them to see their parents, to tell them in person what kind of heroes they were in that world, to tell them about the contributions they made for the entire world, for all of humanity. No one understands them better than you, right? Long Yun felt a tremor in his chest at Chen Yao's words and slowly rose to his feet. Also, I'm not the Sequence 02 mystic. Long Yun asked in confusion. I am Sequence 01, the Plague Doctor, inheritor of the Dawn Tower's consciousness. Like you, 15 stand behind me. The number behind me is no small figure either. A full 2,921 people. Chapter 119, Doctor Sequence? Never heard of it. This is also what Principal Long hopes you will undertake. Long Yun turned to look back. He saw Chen Yao opening the door in a different form. A birdbeak mask, black cloak, leather gloves gripping the door handle with a creak. Behind him, it seemed a crowd was pressing in. Long Yun rose to his feet, glanced at the ward door, gripped the belt Chen Yao had handed him earlier, and left the hospital. I'm sorry, the old principal's injuries were too severe. The critical wounds were only part of it. There were also incurable pathogens within him that seemed to be steadily eroding his vitality. Inside the ward, the doctor had already issued the death certificate for the old principal. This situation made it clear beyond doubt that there was no hope for him. High-tier physicians were typically controlled by the guild, requiring special permission to secure their services. My grandfather's been back for days? Not a single high-ranking practitioner came? Long Hui grabbed the doctor by the collar. Doctor? What doctor? I am the doctor. And what do you mean by sequence? Are you kidding me? A doctor-ranked practitioner could eliminate this thing. Are you kidding me? The doctor frowned, seemingly unable to comprehend Long Hui's words. You need to calm down. What do you mean by doctor sequence? I've only heard of warrior sequences and mage sequences. Doctor sequences? Do such things really exist? Su Mumei and Long Hui in the room wondered if they'd misheard. Su Mumei couldn't help but speak up. Healer, warrior, mage, these are the three major sequences of sequencers. The doctor's face twisted into an odd expression. After a moment's hesitation, he replied. There is no doctor sequence. None? How could that be? Creak. The door opened. Chen Yao, clad in beak-shaped plague attire, stepped into the ward. Thud. 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 Ignoring the doctors, he stood before Director Long's hospital bed and reached out to grasp the director's sole remaining arm. Plague infection, reverse treatment. A green glow emanated from Director Long's body. Nourished by the green light, his pallid face began to regain color at a visible pace. In that instant, the doctor's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body recoiling as if he'd seen a ghost. He collapsed to the floor with a thud. Devil, devil. Chen Yao glanced at the doctor before him. The mere turn of his head, the unfathomable gaze beneath the mask, instinctively struck fear into the doctor. The instant their eyes met, the doctor scrambled to his feet, hands braced against the floor as he scrambled away. He scrambled to his feet and scrambled out of the ward with a thud. Chen Yao, something feels off about this world. Su Mumei and Long Hui both noticed. Both of them stared at Chen Yao in unison. The physician sequence was one of the three major branches. How could it not exist in that doctor's words? Chen Yao remained silent. He had heard the doctor's words, and upon entering, witnessing the doctor's reaction, he too sensed that this world had grown strange. So what do we do now? Principal Long's condition, after treatment, only requires simple recuperation. Take him away from here. Once your brother Long Yun resolves the matter, we can discuss it together. Unnoticed, Chen Yao's hands flickered briefly before solidifying again. A sharp pang of dread surged through Chen Yao's heart. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Ever since he landed here, he'd sensed a faint, sinister aura permeating the city, though it was so faint, so subtle, that he'd barely registered it. As Chen Yao stepped out of the hospital gates, intending to leave immediately, a massive convoy of police cars began to surround the area. Chen Yao watched as one police vehicle after another pulled up, and ordinary officers began to disembark. Not a single one of them was a sequence holder. In this world, sequencers comprised 70% of the population. High-tier and mid-tier sequencers combined made up less than 10% of the population. The doctor rushed out like a madman. Demon! He's a demon! He healed a patient with cursed power. This world is corrupted. The doctor screamed hysterically, shouting like a madman. Immediately, a group of police officers began closing in. Sir, you're coming with us. This was no polite request. The officers advanced cautiously, guns drawn, closing in on Chen Yao. Su Mumei emerged from the hospital, followed by Long Hui. Witnessing this scene, they felt the world had gone mad. Doctors have their own dedicated physician towers. What purpose do those towers serve if there are no doctors? I've never heard of such a thing. Bang! The trigger was pulled. In that instant, Long Hui moved. She instantly stood before Chen Yao, her hand gripping the ancient sword blocking the bullet. You're all insane. Long Hui couldn't help but shout. Yet this group of officers seemed to have descended into a frenzy. Their fingers kept pulling the triggers. Pulling them again and again. Shoot! Shoot! Bang! 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 Bullets flew wildly. Su Mumei raised a finger, commanding vines to spread, instantly pinning everyone down. A control mage. A high-ranking control mage. A noble control mage. Every controlled officer's face lit up with unprecedented excitement. We're saved. We're saved. The ghost-headed Rakshasa sect of Shinjing is saved. Chen Yao's hands began to tremble. Ghost-headed Rakshasa sect. This name was specifically chosen when the portal to another world appeared in this realm. It had fallen out of use in less than 2 years. Moo. Long Hui. Moon. The moon in the sky began to flicker on and off, freezing the entire world in a grayish-white hue. The gun-wielding police officers froze in place. Time. In that instant, all three immediately pulled out their phones. Before their eyes, the time displayed on their screens began to jump erratically. Especially the month's digits accelerated wildly, dragging the year back with it. 30, 67, 65, 60, 58, 53, 51. 3051, 16 years ago. This phenomenon made Long Hui and Su Mumei feel like the world had gone mad. They seemed to be trapped inside some kind of virtual reality game. Long Yun, walking down the street with the belt in hand, suddenly looked up. In his eyes, the moon began to flicker like a light bulb. The cracked bricks in the alleyway rapidly repaired themselves, and the moss vanished. Long Yun fastened the belt around his waist, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He pulled out his phone. The time displayed matched that of Su Mumei and the others. It began to flicker, then flow backward, finally freezing at the year 3051. Time reversal? A widespread time reversal? Realizing something, Long Yun began sprinting back toward the hospital. In a dilapidated warehouse, the torn metal roof let moonlight pour through. A table littered with shattered medicine bottles. A man's withered fingers gripped a brown vial, its mouth pressed against the lips of the woman seated in the wheelchair. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly. When the liquid seeped into the cracks of her parched lips, her Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. Drink it. Drink it and you can go back. You can see your son. See them all. The moon in the sky began to flicker. In the shifting light and shadow of the dilapidated warehouse, the man's face gradually came into focus. His cheekbones were sharply defined, protruding prominently, his skin stretched taut over his bones. His sunken eye sockets and emaciated frame made him look as if a gust of wind could knock him over. I'm sorry, this is all I can do. I'm sorry. The man slowly knelt before the woman. Weeping, he placed his hands gently on her knees and buried his face in them. If only they never existed, we could all go back to how we were before. Chapter 120, Illusion and Reality, Captain Chen Qi. Special thanks for the generous tip extra chapter. When the world offered only despair, all he could do was use his abilities to overturn it. This was Zhao Qingshan's favorite line. He heard news of another disaster in Longjiang City, a place of perpetual unrest, for it had taken his son away. Time slowly reversed itself. The woman's hand gently rested on the man's head. Did you succeed? Qingshan? Is our son saved? 16 years ago, my son was still alive. He joined a 3-person squad in Longjiang. This point in time represents the greatest extent to which we can change things. If you can prevent him from joining those 2 madmen, he will survive. You must take him away from Longjiang exactly 1 year later. But the world isn't fully formed yet, and your abilities aren't fully developed either. You possess the power to rewind time, but each time you do, our lifespans diminish accordingly. Then let's go home right now. Our son is still waiting for us. Time hasn't frozen yet. Only after all the doctor sequences vanish from the world can it truly become the real world. Only when the moonlight turns red will it signify success. Lu Qingshan rose, trembling. He grabbed the dagger on the table and placed it in the woman's hand. Yuer, take this dagger. Only 3 doctors remain in the world now, me, our son, and those 2 madmen. Once the last 3 doctors are dead, the world will freeze. We can live well in this new world. I've made thorough preparations. Without doctors, their sequences are demons. So perhaps we won't even need to act, they'll die soon enough. Lu Qingshan stood up, his eyes filled with madness. Husband. Is this truly right? Nothing is wrong. Without that plague, how many would have survived? Our son wouldn't have died either. Why did he inherit your bloodline only to become a doctor? Why? Why? Lu Qingshan roared twice, his legs weakening. He braced himself against the table with one hand while frantically massaging his temples with the other, trying to calm himself. Due to plague sequence conflict, your abilities have been sealed. Your abilities are sealed due to conflict with the delusionist. Your connection to the Sin ship has been severed. Your connection to the Sin ship has been restored. The plague-induced armor on Chen Yao's body began to dissipate. What does that mean? Conflict? Dr. Sequence 03, the delusional one, inherited the role from Principal Luo Yongluo. Chen Qi, the original Sequence 01 plague doctor, had long since perished. No! 16 years ago. Before the Great Plague. Chen Qi was still alive. Chen Yao immediately grabbed Su Mumei and Long Hui's hands. Let's get out of here first. The next second, the 3 vanished from where they stood. The police stared at the empty hospital entrance, everyone around them looking around in a daze. Where is everyone? So your captain is Chen Yao, a plague doctor like me? Ha! I'm so jealous he actually has crew as amazing as you. What? One of your new masks is a separate personality? No way. Are you sick, or do you have schizophrenia? TSK. His first crew member really had it rough to have a sick one like that. Chen Qi sat atop the mast while Shi Luo watched this chatterbox beside him, and he too was one of these plague doctors. I'm gonna find so many more crew members in the future, so many. Enough to fill the deck. Thud. 3 figures materialized on the deck of the Sin ship. In that instant, Shi Luo leapt down from the mast. Chen Yao looked up to see a man standing atop the mast. Their gazes pierced through the Sin ship, finally locking together. Chen Qi followed suit, leaping down as well. This figure bore no resemblance to the captain who had descended upon his delusional world. But now, he radiated a blazing sunlight. He greeted everyone with a smile. Chen Qi, the former plague doctor Chen Qi, stared at the plague doctor Chen Qi. The 2 locked eyes, neither speaking. Su Mumei had never met Chen Qi before. She didn't know what he looked like or who he was. Shi Luo sensed the awkwardness and quickly spoke up. The captain's name is... I know. Chen Yao cut Shi Luo off. His name is Chen Qi. Hearing the man call his name, Chen Qi instantly felt a surge of excitement. This meant his name would be passed down through the ages in later generations. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chen Yao, the new captain of the Sinners 16 years from now. Chen Qi flashed a wide grin, smiling as he watched Chen Yao extend his hand. He grinned back and shook it. Yet a look of distress flickered across his face. Ha! Only 16 years to live? That's so short, yet somehow enough. Su Mumei, standing nearby, opened her mouth to speak but swallowed her words. Chen Qi caught Su Mumei's hesitation. Don't tell me I won't even make it to 16. The value of life isn't measured by time. You've done something truly great. How long did I live? Did I have any crew members? Chen Yao didn't answer. Want to go to the tavern and chat with Paul? Paul? That octopus? I'm a bit scared of him. He always tricks me into doing bad things. But if you want to go, I'll go with you. Chen Qi was quite talkative. After they stepped off the deck, Long Hui finally couldn't hold back. You know that man? The plague doctor from the last generation. Ha! That bastard. Su Mumei gave a wry smile. Rumors always lead to misunderstandings. He wasn't that kind of person. He doesn't seem like it either. Chen Yao and Chen Shi, who had been walking down the deck, stopped in front of the tavern. Chen Shi stepped back, positioning himself behind Chen Yao. He, however, entered the tavern without a hint of fear. But this time, upon entering the tavern, he saw two Pauls. Both Pauls froze simultaneously, halting their actions as they turned to stare at Chen Yao and Chen Shi behind him. Hard to believe two humans could cause such a ruckus. I know what you're here to ask about. This sort of thing is quite interesting, no charge. Ask away. Chen Yao. Chen Shi. Both Pauls spoke in unison, though when calling names, each addressed the corresponding captain. The real world has been invaded by an evil god, correct? Chen Yao, sensing the faint aura of evil lingering, voiced his thoughts. Not exactly. This world has entered a state of illusion. Illusion? What does that mean? Chen Shi stepped forward. Chen Yao, when you returned to reality, you used the Sin ship. That's why the illusion didn't affect you. The illusion means the past of this world has undergone some reversal. This reversal hasn't fully become reality yet, hence the term illusion. Once certain conditions are met, reality will solidify, and the current illusion will become reality. The doctor sequence, right? The doctor sequence has become their side effect? Both Pauls turned to stare at Chen Yao. You're sharp. Let me share crucial information. The blood clot plague will erupt in 6 months. Solving it is simple, it's not an incurable plague, right? Chen Yao remained silent. His plague abilities were sealed, preventing him from implementing the solution to the coagulation plague. But Su Mumei could replicate my previous method to resolve it. Understanding their objectives is paramount. Their goal is the plague itself. Sometimes, the best approach is to refrain from excessive interference. Paul didn't continue. All this mumbo-jumbo I can't even understand. I'm doomed to die before 16. Paul, can you help me live a little longer? Chen Shi spoke up. Paul merely glanced at him. That's your choice. You can ask him what you've done, after all, he's your heir. Chen Shi, the two Pauls looked at Chen Yao. Chapter 121, Will I become a great doctor someday? Chen Yao and Chen Shi left the tavern. Before heading up to the deck, Chen Shi still hadn't asked about his future. For him, knowing his days ahead was enough. Illusion, reality, so are you truly real, or an illusion? Hard to say. Perhaps because of the Sin ship, we weren't affected. Instead, we came to this world alongside the one who created the illusion. So the world I exist in now is illusory, right? As long as it hasn't been frozen in time. Then what about the future? Will I become a great doctor someday? Just tell me this one thing, have I always been walking the path of a physician? Always. Always? No comfort for me? No. You are a great doctor. By the time I'm around, everyone will still remember you. Yes. Chen Shi bounced around like a child, clenching his fist and shouting excitedly. But beneath that lively, smiling exterior, Chen Yao could see more. He simply couldn't bring himself to say it. Chen Shi had only half a year left to live. What do we do next? Go save that plague? That unsolvable plague, I'll be the one to solve it. Chen Yao was equally clueless. Before, at least he had the delusional one to rely on. Now, he had almost nothing left. A complete waste of space. How was he supposed to play this? The game started with the sky falling. But there were still some special items that could be put to use. They can boost combat effectiveness in unique ways. We need to find out who created the illusion. Whatever they're after, it must be about change the disappearance of the doctor sequence, plus Paul's words. What they want to alter might be that plague. Alright, you've got a sharp mind. I'll go with your plan. Chen Shi casually hooked his arm around Chen Yao's shoulder. Only now did he truly understand why Chen Shi, now a departed soul, had told him they would meet again. Indeed, they had met again. That plague originated from the Situ family. The thought flashed through Chen Yao's mind, perhaps eliminating the Situ family beforehand could have prevented the plague from spreading. But that thought was quickly dismissed. The physician sequence had vanished from this world. If it were truly frozen in time, the world would collapse completely. He had to know. Wait. Chen Yao turned to Chen Shi. What is your sequence designation? Doctor Sequence 001, Plague Doctor. How else would I be on the Sin ship? What if, after all doctor sequences perish, it becomes the condition for freezing the world? Chen Shi instantly understood. The two exchanged a glance. So it's highly likely that eliminating me is necessary to freeze this world? Only when all three major sequences the doctor sequence vanish will the world freeze? Exactly. Because of you, I can no longer use. Wait. Chen Yao suddenly remembered something. Both of his sequences had been disabled. Doctor Sequence 003, the delusional one, still existed. Luo Yong's abilities remained intact. That was why his own sequence powers had been disabled. If Chen Shi remained unaffected due to the Sin ship, it made no sense that Luo Yong remained unchanged. There was only one possible explanation. The one altering the world is connected to Luo Yong. They aim to change his state during the plague 6 months hence. A relative? A student? Or someone else? This meant. In that instant, Chen Yao had already considered every possible outcome. This conjecture best fits the current situation. Perhaps it's not just about eliminating you. We also need to find someone. And I think I know what they're likely planning to do. Who? Your crew member, Luo Yong. My crew. Once we're back in Shangjing, I'll need to call on Senior Longyun and buy tickets. Can't the Sin ship cross zones? Chen Qi suddenly added. I feel there's still room to deepen the Sin ship's development. I plan to add a like feature and some emotional metrics for captains to enhance later on. That way, we can properly milk it. Chen Qi's voice trailed off as he spoke. His gaze shifted to Chen Yao. After leaving the Sin ship with Su Mumei and Long Wei, Chen Yao contacted Long Yun. He recounted the entire situation. In the end, everyone decided that Long Wei would stay at the hospital to look after Director Long. After all, this was Shangjing, and the world-changing events only affected the medical profession. They wouldn't impact Long Wei much. As for Long Yun, possessing formidable combat strength, he chose to follow behind Chen Yao and the others. After all, Chen Yao's combat effectiveness was now virtually non-existent. In other words, it was time for this senior to repay his junior's life-saving debt. As the trio prepared to return to the Sin ship, Su Mumei hooked her finger under Chen Yao's sleeve and whispered. I want to drink that potion. The bloodstained boots and the Gugu Gigi bird gun are yours. You need the means to protect yourself. The dual-sequence Grand Mage potion. Su Mumei drinking it now was actually a decent choice. Putting it off indefinitely wasn't a viable solution. As for the cooling bird gun, Chen Yao declined. He possessed the plague prop, snake spine arrowhead 16. Combined with the explosive crossbow's brutal firepower, his offensive capabilities were solid. Chen Yao reached out to take the Screaming Pendant. Screaming Pendant, a unique pendant that enhances the power of the item it's embedded in and allows viewing certain character attributes and statuses. However, viewing occasionally triggers piercing laughter unavoidable, since no one can silently uncover others' secrets, not even artifacts. The pendant itself has no inherent function, but the higher the quality of the item socketed within it, the more powerful it becomes. The Scream property is merely the designer's twisted sense of humor and serves no practical purpose. Quality, evil masterpiece. This pendant will prove immensely useful during this operation. As for monkey fingers, Chen Yao felt that something with such unbounded side effects was best avoided if possible. It fulfills wishes only for the ultimate purpose. For instance, if your wish is to be with your beloved forever. If the monkey head finger falls short, it might instead grant that the wishmaker and their beloved die on the same day, only to be buried together. Unless you're facing certain death, it's best not to use such things. If you're taking potions, the Sinner's Elixir is the safest option. The dual-sequence Grand Mage has a success rate. Without extraordinary luck, achieving success on the first try is difficult. That's why Chen Yao had stockpiled numerous medicinal ingredients obtained from Paul so that if the first attempt failed, he could continue crafting potions for Su Mumei. Alright. This way I can actually be of help. Su Mumei spoke softly, her head bowed. Long Yun stood to the side, watching the young couple's movements. He shifted back slightly, giving them ample space. Chapter 122, Encounter, Plague emerges. Thanks for the support. 3 chapters tomorrow. Chen Yao ruffled Su Mumei's hair. She obediently closed her eyes, clearly enjoying his touch. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This time isn't much different from before. Exactly. Both were underdog situations, super support roles. Let's head back. Chen Yao chuckled at this playful nickname. The girl really knew how to get under his skin. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, were all 2,920 people who arrived in Jiangbei City back then crew members of Chen Qi's ship? I wasn't there at the time, so... They were all followers. Technically, they were crew members too. A slacker like him had that many followers? He doesn't seem to have even a tenth of your steadiness, Chen Yao. It was hard to fathom that his scam luring Su Mumei and himself into the instance had thrown the entire city into utter chaos. The trouble he caused wasn't exactly minor either. You only see someone's true colors when faced with specific situations. He's optimistic, so he can accept anything better than anyone else. Thinking of Chen Qi standing right before me, alive and well, if he knew that in 6 months, he'd sacrifice himself for the entire city of Jiangbei, only to bear a lifetime of infamy, I truly didn't know how to broach the subject. Stop him from doing all this? But what would be the point? As Paul had said, it would all be his own choice. Unfrozen illusions. They weren't people of this era, they were merely passers-by. Senior Long. What is it? Mumei drank the Grand Mage potion. Could you and my crewmate Shi Luo keep an eye on her? I'll head to Jiangbei City to find someone. The one responsible for all this must already be in motion, so we must act first. Understood. Leave this matter to me. Nothing unexpected would happen aboard the Sin ship, but becoming a dual sequence wasn't a simple matter. All preparations still needed to be made. He'd completely forgotten that he'd casually downed the dual sequence potion Luo Yong had prepared back in the rented apartment. After arranging everything, Chen Yao and Chen Shi used the Sin ship's teleportation to arrive in Jiangbei City. After stepping off the Sin ship, Chen Shi acted like a curious kid, asking questions left and right. This is actually my first time in Jiangbei. What's special about this place? Nope. Then are my crew members all quite unique? Chen Yao paused in his steps. Didn't you say you wouldn't ask? Just curious. Just curious. Chen Shi's footsteps abruptly halted, the playful expression vanishing from his face. He stood frozen in place like a statue. Chen Yao noticed Chen Shi's unusual state. Following his gaze, through the crowd, a jolly-looking fat man, a tall, lanky figure, and a handsome young man. Warrior sequence. 001, Angel of Light. Chen Shi murmured under his breath. He turned his head, his eyes devoid of any trace of just fixed on Chen Yao. A formidable warrior, terrifying talent. 001, Angel of Light. Isn't that Zhao Su? And beside her, Luo Yong and Sun Bei. In the split second Chen Yao froze, Chen Shi had already strided forward on his own. This encounter felt like destiny. As the sun rose, Chen Yao momentarily couldn't make out the faces of the three figures. All he could see was Chen Shi's retreating silhouette. He stood before the trio. Hello, my name is Chen Shi. I aspire to become a great doctor. I'm looking for like-minded individuals. The three froze for a moment upon seeing Chen Shi, but quickly broke into smiles. Want to join our team? All three of us are doctors, are you sure you want to join? Luo Yong spoke first. He didn't reject the enthusiastic Chen Shi. Perhaps at first glance, that fervor made it hard for Luo Yong to resist. Doctors. All doctors? Even better. 4 doctors can absolutely form a dedicated rescue team. Chen Yao watched the 4 quickly blend together, like kindred spirits destined to click. Perhaps just one sentence was all it took for them to become as familiar as lifelong friends. Zhao Su, surgeon. Sun Bei, studies epidemics. Luo Yong, a madman. Listening to their peculiar self-introductions, Chen Shi followed suit. Chen Shi, a soon-to-be great doctor. 666, your self-introduction blows theirs out of the water. Zhao Su laughed heartily. Amidst the laughter and chatter, all screens suddenly began broadcasting an emergency announcement. All residents of Jiangbei City are instructed to return to their residences immediately. An unidentified infectious disease has been detected in the South District. High-level professionals have been dispatched to investigate. Residents must evacuate to their homes, seal all doors and windows, and await further instructions. The news report's tone was stiff and robotic, as if mechanically controlled. Chaos erupted throughout the streets. South District was the oldest, most dilapidated area in southern Jiangbei City. This was clearly the work of someone behind the scenes, aiming to lure Chen Shi and his group there. The Situ family. You released the instant death plague? Impossible. Wasn't it agreed to release it in 6 months? But boss, look, it's spreading citywide. The news is reporting. Damn it. Who did this? Get ready. The instant death plague must be released. If this plague wipes out the entire city, our entire plan goes down the drain. Prepare. Get moving. Hurry. Release it. Release it. We release ours too. Situ Qingji slammed his fist on the table, roaring with fury. Fine, advance all plans. What about those not ready yet? Not ready? Then get ready. What the hell are you thinking? We deploy today, period. Yes. Honey, will this ad control really draw our son and those doctors over? But how can we act in front of our son? Pretend to be infected with the plague. When treating them, kill 2 people. Then I'll commit suicide to freeze the world. The timing to kill those people will be up to you. In your current state, 3 rewinds is the absolute limit. It can't exceed 1 hour. This ability comes at a huge cost. If you can avoid using it, don't. After all, isn't staying alive better? But Lu Qingshan grabbed Zhao Yuer's hand. My son has a future full of promise. He can't die here for nothing. He deserves to live and have a brighter life. What we're doing is right. Yuer, even if the world is upside down, as parents, we must do something for our son. I can choose to trade my life for my son's. From this moment on, it's worth it. At least I can make that choice, while some people don't even have that option. Zhao Yuer pressed Lu Qingshan's hand against her forehead, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded softly. She had come to agree with Lu Qingshan's words. Chapter 123, Changing Everything. I always thought humans couldn't freeze time, but Yuer, we did it. Lu Qingshan's smile remained fixed on his face even now. He and his wife, Zhao Yuer, had once again set foot on this land that had brought them unbearable sorrow. Their purpose this time was simple, to kill themselves, eliminate all doctors, and rescue their son Zhao Su. Jiangbei City. Following their footsteps, Chen Yao, Chen Shi, Luo Yong, Sun Bei, and Zhao Su also headed toward South Street. Amidst the sudden panic spreading through the city, no ordinary citizens would venture into the South District in the near future, only these few would make their way there. Meanwhile, the Situ family stirred. Like startled birds, they had strived for years to obtain the sequence. The truth hidden back then was unknown to all. The spread of the plague was believed to be the work of Sequence 001, the plague doctor. Even after he later atoned for his actions. This included Zhao Su's parents. They remained steadfast in their belief, without Dr. Sequence, the plague 16 years ago would never have occurred, and their son would still be alive. Their son would have walked the path of endless glory as Warrior 001. Each person acted solely within their own information, guided only by their own thoughts. Chen Shi, Sun Bei, Luo Yon, and Zhao Su all shared the same goal, to resolve the plague. Zhao Su's parents' thinking was, kill to save their son. Chen Yao, resolve everything, prevent everything. The Situ family preemptively spread the plague, ensuring everything unfolds in time. But their targets all converged on one place, the sparsely populated southern district of Zhongbei. This doesn't look like a place where a plague would strike. Chen Shi glanced at Chen Yao. Their eyes met, and a shared understanding formed between them. No rush. Let's explore. He hung the screaming pendant around his neck, his explosive crossbow already drawn. Even the snake spine arrowheads were prepared as a last resort. Friend, it's just a plague. No need to bring out the crossbow here. Zhao Su cautioned Chen Yao's actions. This might frighten the patients here. They're already suffering from the plague. Son. That single word halted Zhao Su's words. Dad? Mom? Aren't you in the capital? Dad, what happened to you? Even before meeting them, Zhao Su could tell something was wrong with her parents at a glance. In that very instant, Chen Yao raised his repeating crossbow without hesitation. But Chen Shi pressed down on his hand. He shook his head at him. Chen Yao didn't understand. Mom and Dad, didn't I say I'd be back in a little while? Lu Qingshan's gaunt frame shuffled toward Zhao Su, reaching out with trembling hands to grasp his son's. Feeling the warmth in his grasp, tears welled up in his eyes. Dad. Did something happen? No, nothing. I just missed you so much. So very much. Zhao Yuer patted her son's arm. Mom and Dad, why are you here today? You. Come with us. Let's go back to Shangjing. We won't stay here anymore. Mom and Dad, what's really going on? Zhao Su still hadn't grasped what was happening. How had her parents ended up here? I won't stop you from learning surgery anymore, nor will I stop you from doing what you want. Come home with us. Have a proper meal, then get a good night's sleep. After you wake up, you can do whatever you want. Zhao Yuer's hand clenched tightly around Lu Qingshan's arm. She yearned to see her son, but this reunion meant her husband had little time left. Her tight grip seemed to plead for permanence. Dad, Mom, I'm not going back. I'm fine here. I have a group of like-minded friends who are willing to. Smack. The slap sent Zhao Su's face flushing crimson. As this was a family matter, Luo Yon, Sun Bei, and Chen Shi found themselves unable to speak. Only Chen Yao stepped forward. Did you even ask him about this? When Chen Yao spoke, Lu Qingshan finally noticed him. And in that very instant, Lu Qingshan's pupils began to contract. He had seen this youth before. Why did he feel so familiar? It was entirely because this Dr. Sequence 002 mystic hadn't died yet. How could a new 002 mystic possibly appear in Zhongbei? Thus, the youth's face was one of the few features Lu Qingshan had committed to memory. You. How could you be here? This place is no place for you to be. Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. I think you should know the truth. Make your decision after we talk. After all this time, are you really going to miss this one moment? Lu Qingshan and Zhao Yuer exchanged a glance. Alright, let's talk over here. Zhao Yuer agreed. Zhao Su, however, was utterly bewildered. Why were his parents here to take him back? And how did this young man even know his parents? Too many questions flooded his mind. Zhao Su tried to step forward, but Chen Shi grabbed his hand. They're discussing matters you wouldn't find interesting. It's best we don't go over there. If you intend to kill me to end this, I can only say I'm sorry. I've spent 16 years planning this. It won't be so simple. And expecting me to give up with a few words? Even less likely. Nothing matters more than my son living. Lu Qingshan's words shut down all possibilities. He knew Chen Yao was trying to stop him. They could have ignored him, but the word truth made them want to spare even this little bit of time. I only want you to understand what the real truth is. I also want Zhao Su to survive. I also want the world to change. I want that plague never to have happened. But, since certain things have already occurred, what he did might have been the decision he most wanted to make. Your son is a great doctor. That is beyond question. And that's all you have to say to me? That plague was called the blood clot plague. It was a sacrificial ritual, an incurable plague. Only when enough people died could certain shadowy figures complete their bargain with the Dark God. I don't know why reports blamed it on the plague doctor. Perhaps pinning it all on one useless dead doctor was preferable to admitting collective failure. After speaking, Chen Yao glanced in Chen Shi's direction. Chen Shi seemed to catch his gaze, still grinning. What do you mean by that? I won't say saving a city requires sacrificing your son, nor that Zhao Su was destined for a life of certain death. But perhaps you should hear his true thoughts. If he were the type to back down, he should have survived 16 years ago. He wouldn't have operated until death 16 years ago. Everyone has the right to choose. You can choose to save your son, but he also has the right to choose to become a doctor, or to change everything. Chapter 124, An Interesting Process, Human Nature. Lu Qingshan's face turned ashen. So what? What we want. What you want, it's only what you want. As Warrior Sequence 001, he was meant to become a warrior. But he doesn't want that. He doesn't want it. Chen Yao's tone was calm, yet each word struck Lu Qingshan's chest like a heavy hammer. You know him. Or do I know him? He's my son. Lu Qingshan's voice grew louder. I know him. Of course I know him. I know his talents. I've witnessed them. I've felt them. The weight of Warrior Sequence 001 is an insurmountable mountain for him. No matter what he does, he can't climb over it. Everyone expects him to accept his gifted destiny, but his true talents will always be mocked when he shows them. The argument grew loud, seemingly hitting Chen Yao's weak spot. He had witnessed the madman Zhao Su preserving his brain's vitality by immersing it in insects. He had felt that crushing despair. He had seen Zhao Su's true talent. Even without his sequence, he would undoubtedly be among the world's most elite internal surgeons. But he had a sequence warrior sequence 001. If that's all you wish to say, then I'm afraid. Zhao Yuer spoke gently. You're right. Everyone has the right to choose, just as I will choose with unwavering resolve. A cloud of black particles drifting through the air caused Chen Yao to instantly retreat. He had lost the abilities of the plague doctor, but he could still perceive the changes around him. An airborne plague. Chen Shi also noticed the particles drifting through the air. He raised his hand and waved it. Analyze. Plague blood coagulation plague, a highly contagious plague spreading rapidly through human hosts. Its transmission radius disperses outward in 10-kilometer concentric circles centered on each infected individual, exhibiting extreme lethality and contagiousness. Without treatment within 24 hours, the blood of those infected will gradually solidify like jelly, leading to death. Any treatment administered by a doctor can only delay the onset of the blood coagulation plague. No cure. Chen Shi froze in shock. An incurable plague. The moment the plague analysis failed, Chen Shi's pupils contracted. A plague that not even a single plague doctor could solve. Blood plague. Hearing this term, Chen Yao was even more shocked. Wasn't this the weakened version of the instant death plague released by the Situ family? Wasn't the release scheduled for half a year later? Why now? No Doctor Sequence, number 2920 followers, no Tower of Dawn. Once this world freezes in time, no one can resolve this plague. Chen Yao had no time for idle chatter. He raised the repeating crossbow in his hand, aiming it at Lu Qingshan's head, while his left hand clutched the screaming pendant at his chest. In an instant, the screaming pendant erupted with a piercing shriek, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Lu Qingshan Physician Sequence 002, Occultist. Status, Weakened. Zhao Yuer Warrior Sequence 704 Weak Traveler. Status, Consumed Mystic Potion Professional Enhancement Potion New Twisted Sequence Emerge Time Traveler. Time Traveler, reverses the past. If all Dr. Sequence members die, the world will freeze. Special ability, Rewind consumes lifespan to rewind. In that instant, all information about the two appeared in Chen Yao's mind. He raised his crossbow and twisted toward Zhao Yuer. He knew this world absolutely could not freeze. Back up. Whoosh. Thud. Chen Shi tackled Chen Yao to the ground, firing the repeating crossbow in his hand. The bolt grazed Zhao Yuer's shoulder. In that instant, everyone sprang into action. Mom and Dad. Chen Yao. You're out of your mind. Lu Qingshan plunged a dagger directly into Sunbei's chest. Then, as Zhao Su watched in stunned horror, he lunged toward Luo Yong. Chaos erupted in that instant. But Luo Yong reacted too, stepping back as golden light flashed in his eyes. A look of bewilderment flashed across his face as he immediately turned to look at Zhao Su. He was seeing the future through the delusionist. Zhao Su was so overwhelmed by the chaos that she couldn't react. In the instant he glimpsed the future, Luo Yong froze in place. Lu Qingshan lunged forward, and Luo Yong offered no resistance, allowing his father to drive the dagger into his chest. In that brief instant, Chen Yao was knocked down by Chen Shi, whose crossbow wounded Zhao Yuer. Lu Qingshan plunged the dagger into the hearts of Luo Yong and Sun Bei. He was now utterly certain the plague hadn't originated from the physician sequence. Yet he had acted anyway. Regardless of the consequences, once they had reached this point, there was no turning back for any of them. Lu Qingshan collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. He flung the dagger toward Zhao Yuer. Son, I did this all for you. As long as you survive, everything is worth it. What the hell is going on here? Chen Yao kicked Chen Shi aside and lunged at Zhao Su, pressing the crossbow directly against his throat. Rewind. Rewind. Or I'll kill Zhao Su right now. To alter this dire situation, Zhao Yuer must voluntarily activate her rewind ability, restoring this illusory world to its previous state. Stop. Chen Yao, you're insane. If you hadn't stopped me, Luo Yang and Sun Bei wouldn't have died. Rewind. Rewind. Rewind for me. Chen Yao learned of Zhao Yuer's power through the screaming pendant. Yuer, kill me. Ignore him, he won't kill his son. Freeze this world. Lu Qingshan dropped the dagger in his hand and kicked it toward Zhao Yuer. Now, killing Lu Qingshan would freeze the world. But this world was too chaotic, not the outcome Zhao Yuer desired. She clutched her head and screamed. Everything began to reverse. Chen Yao opened his eyes, it was him and Chen Qi still aboard the Sin ship. Rewinding. This very instant. Chen Yao lunged forward, grabbing Chen Qi by the collar. Why didn't you let me act? Once this world freezes. His words trailed off as he saw the bitter smile on Chen Qi's face. Are you certain that killing Zhao Su's parents will shatter this illusory world? This counter-question stunned Chen Yao. He had been too reckless. But what you did was right. An unresolvable plague. So this is the plague this place suffers from. I'll die in that plague, right? Chen Yao let go. He didn't know how to answer Chen Qi's question. Never mind. Even without telling me, I've already figured out most of it. Only by repeatedly experimenting with the undead attributes aboard the Sin ship. Chen Yao voiced his solution to the plague. Chen Qi cut him off. You made a deal with the demon god too? What? Never mind. Just do as you said. Chen Qi finally spoke up. Head to the deck first. I need to retrieve something from another cabin. To dispel the illusion, we still need Zhao Su's parents to tell us how to proceed. Instead of heading to the other cabins alone, Chen Qi returned to the tavern once more. Both Pauls stared at him in unison and a smile spread across the octopus's face. What is it, Captain? Chen Qi walked up to the two Pauls. What's needed to activate the immortality attribute on the Sin ship? The two Pauls exchanged a glance, their smiles widening. One life a life from the doctor sequence. It can't be yours, but it mustn't be activated in the void. I can even offer you a special method. Paul pulled a piece of paper from beneath the cabinet. Bind the plague to a specific host's body. The Sin ship's immortality will stabilize those plagues. There's also the black insects, though you likely won't need that sort of thing. I understand. Chen Qi tucked the paper into his pocket and left the tavern. The tavern fell silent once more, while the two Pauls seemed to have found an exciting topic. One life? Your price is so low it's immortality we're talking about. You need to see the bigger picture. This is the price he can afford. If it were too high, he'd be doomed. As for who pays, that's the fun part. Do you think the future captain would make the sacrifice? I don't know whose life it'll be either, but I told you this is a fascinating play, truly intriguing. It is somewhat interesting. But you already know the future, and you're still so excited? The future can be slightly altered. Besides, I only know the outcome. The process is like savoring something over and over, it makes mundane life more interesting. You really like Chen Qi, going to such lengths to arrange this trial. What did you receive in return for the formula of that mysterious profession enhancement potion? Human nature. Chapter 125, The Captain's Virtues. This is ultimately an unalterable past. I wonder why human obsession is so strong even after witnessing death's outcome, they still choose to pay an even greater price. The other Paul spoke up. At least they still have a choice, don't they? The two Pauls exchanged a knowing smile. It seemed only they truly understood themselves. What left Chen Qi feeling more hopeless than Zhao Su's parents was that incurable plague. He didn't know what to do, because after Chen Yao left, he was all alone. What could he possibly do? Dazed and confused, Chen Qi returned to the deck once more. Got a plan yet? I think we should stick to the original plan and meet up with those people. That plague might just be the opportunity we need. What do you mean? People can't be persuaded, but events can influence them once. This is just an illusory world. I want to observe this plague and learn about this vile thing beforehand. Tell me about the history, the origins of these plagues, and who unleashed them. Su Mumei reached out and tugged at Chen Yao. Due to the retroactive effect, Su Mumei hadn't yet consumed the dual sequence serum. It felt like she was stuck in a bug, constantly trying to make the serum absorb better. Chen Yao wondered if drinking the dual sequence in this world would cause his abilities to vanish after shattering the illusion. Su Mumei leaned in and whispered. Should we tell him? A butterfly flapping its wings can alter the future. If he learns about the future, might he? Don't worry. I just want to know the future. Life is fixed. I believe the choices I make are the best possible ones. Su Mumei pursed her lips. Though her voice was barely audible, Chen Qi still heard her. Chen Yao's gaze met Chen Qi's. What if it's death? Death? Half a year. Half a year? Chen Qi's face showed no panic, no fear. Hearing that he only had half a year left, he merely shrugged indifferently. Ha! I thought I had 16 years left. 16 years seemed so short, but now it's only half a year. Chen Yao stared at Chen Qi's indifferent expression, feeling as though this world owed him far too much. Telling him this was truly cruel. But as fellow plague doctors, if Chen Yao faced this choice, he too would walk toward death without hesitation, just like Chen Qi. It wasn't that he considered himself noble, it was that he had once stood before a truly noble soul. Chen Shi saw nothing but his own conviction, which alone sustained his choice. That kind of person was truly great. Truly great. Chen Yao spoke softly, his voice slow and measured. Do you still wish to know more? A rare silence fell over the deck for a moment. No one spoke further. Chen Shi kept his head down, tracing something on the ground with his finger. Finally, he asked. I'll save many people, right? Yes. I will. Chen Yao cut him off. Save countless people. In a city this large, you're a great doctor. The role of a plague doctor is magnified infinitely through you. Almost everyone will remember this profession. Chen Yao spoke these words with solemnity. Su Mumei pursed her lips, unable to argue. Indeed, everyone remembered the previous plague doctor. Only, it wasn't a favorable memory. Done. Feels good. Chen Shi stood up and stretched lazily. Let's go. You meet those two, and I'll meet their parents. At that moment, Chen Shi seemed to have resolved his doubts. A simple conversation had already given him his own plan. I have a plan. You have a way? All eyes turned to Chen Yao. Sometimes what parents believe to be right isn't necessarily correct. This is an illusory world. If the plague spreads, they might witness Jiao Su's true choices heart for heart. But they'll pay a heavy price for it. He paused. Jiao Su has suffered greatly. If possible, I believe this should also be a solemn farewell. As he spoke these words, Chen Yao felt a sharp sting in his eyes. Jiao Su's life had been so bitterly painful. None of the doctors had ever seen a happy ending. Whether it was guarding the ghost ship for all those years, 16 years, or waiting for him to resolve it. From this perspective, perhaps this incident was truly for the best. Perhaps it wasn't a catastrophe at all, but simply her parents wishing to see their son one last time. Just to see him. Chen Shi remained silent, watching as Chen Yao presented his solution. What's wrong? Is this approach unacceptable? Seeing the other person staring silently at him, he assumed Chen Shi thought his plan was inadequate. Chen Shi smiled and spoke. No, it's actually a very considerate solution. You're truly skilled at putting yourself in others' shoes. You're genuinely a good person, no wonder so many are willing to follow you. Chen Shi voiced his true feelings. Those who embody ultimate gentleness always view matters from diverse perspectives. Just as he could see this disaster as a farewell between parents longing for their son. This truly commanded Chen Shi's respect. He genuinely considered everyone's perspective. Two plague doctors spanning different eras saw the various qualities in each other. Chen Shi's fearlessness, Chen Yao's kindness. Both possessed profoundly kind natures. On this vessel steeped in darkness, they stood as captains, the very beacons of light. This was the primary reason they could become captains of this ghost ship. Alright. Proceed as originally planned, but keep them apart. Engage with the three of them first. Chen Shi agreed with Chen Yao's approach. The two decided to try again. They'll be your core crew members later on. You need to have a proper chat with them. While there are slight differences between them now and the illusory versions, they're essentially the same. You really do worry about my affairs. It feels like you care about me a bit too much. Chen Shi said half-jokingly, constantly sensing the goodwill radiating from Chen Yao. With every increment of that kindness, his heart grew heavier. It signaled that his future would be incredibly difficult, so difficult that even this future plague doctor felt compelled to shower him with kindness at every turn. It was as if the world itself instinctively sought to compensate him. But Chen Shi had never feared when he might die, nor did he dread living only half a year. What terrified him was ending up utterly alone, with nothing to show for it, dying solitary and forlorn on this ghost ship. Unable to do anything for this world. But Chen Yao's arrival gave him courage. After writing this emotional piece, I feel like I've improved. Isn't it much more nuanced now? Chapter 126, this time, Daddy will be with you. After disembarking from the Sin ship, Chen Shi resumed his familiar banter with Jiao Su, Sun Bei, and Luo Yong. Perhaps because it felt like a repeat performance, Chen Shi's banter consistently drew hearty laughter from the other three. The citywide broadcast sounded once more. This time, however, Chen Shi, Jiao Su, and the others didn't rush over immediately. The plague spread required time. For the first time, Chen Shi had defied his instincts, allowing the plague to disperse on its own. This was an illusory world. Exposure to the plague would prepare him to handle the real world without panic when he returned. It was like a trial. It slowed their pace. When they reached the southern district, before even entering the neighborhood, Chen Shi froze in place. So did Jiao Su, Luo Yong, and Sun Bei. Their pupils dilated in shock. For the first time, they witnessed death with their own eyes. The very definition of death laid bare before their eyes. The body lay sprawled by the roadside, writhing violently like a corpse scalded by intense heat. A narrow alley was nearly filled with corpses, its walls covered in bloody claw marks. Those horrifying gashes and the scene of desperate struggle flashed back into the group's minds. The sight of the corpse crouched in the corner, clutching a child, made them all look away at once. Only Chen Yao unbuttoned his coat, draping it over the mother who had died in the corner while holding her child. The infant appeared to be no more than 1 or 2 years old. Watching Chen Yao's actions, Luo Yong turned back and snapped his fingers. A peculiar force enveloped the four of them, a strange energy shielding their bodies from the plague. Aren't you afraid of infection? Even if Chen Yao resolved the future blood-clotting plague and ended this catastrophe, this was his first glimpse of the horrific devastation wrought by the original plague. So horrific that an odd, burnt smell hung heavy in the air. This visual assault seemed to constantly trigger humanity's instinct to flee. Yes. Chen Yao turned to look at Luo Yong, who stood with his hands behind his back, a smile fixed on his face. His little finger had already begun to twist slightly. Paid a small price. We might need a doctor here. The bitter joke came from Zhao Su. Blood clot plague is a highly contagious disease that spreads rapidly through human hosts. Its transmission radius expands outward in 10-kilometer concentric circles from each infected individual, exhibiting extreme lethality and contagiousness. Without treatment within a day, the blood of an infected person will gradually solidify like jelly until death. But these people didn't even last a day before turning into this. Infants, the elderly, and the physically weak may succumb in mere minutes or hours. They were dumped here to die as quickly as possible. Shen Qi voiced a conclusion that sent a chill through the room. We must treat them. There are only 4 people. We need to contact more people. We need. Enough. Shen Qi uttered only these 3 words. A figure emerged from the corner, suddenly standing there, staring straight at Zhao Su. Son. The word son made Zhao Su turn around. Come with me. Lu Qingshan stood at the corner, his voice thick with exhaustion. This time, Chen Yao didn't draw his crossbow nor step forward immediately. Dad? Aren't you in the capital? How did you get here? Zhao Su walked over, and father and son locked eyes. After a few seconds, Lu Qingshan spoke. Come, with me. Dad? What are you talking about? Where to? Anywhere. Just away from here. Zhao Su could clearly sense something was off with her father. He looked much older than before, and his voice trembled noticeably. What happened? Sun Bei tried to step forward but was held back by Chen Qi. Let them talk it out. We've got all the time in the world. Lu Qingshan grabbed her son's arm. Come with me. This place is too dangerous. Did you see? That group of people were gone in less than 10 minutes. Lu Qingshan trailed off, unsure what else to say. He had witnessed a scene straight out of hell, a man turning crimson and struggling to his death before his very eyes. He hadn't realized the plague was this devastating. Even witnessing it filled him with unbearable dread. Biological instinct made him tremble with fear. Yet as a mystic, his instinct was to intervene. It felt like a gene etched into every doctor's sequence. All anyone knew was that a catastrophic disaster had struck Longzheng City. It was a terrifying plague, rumored by many to have been unleashed by plague doctors. But 16 years later, a new generation of plague doctors had cleared his name. Even Lu Qingshan, desperate to understand the nature of the disaster that had taken his son, found no answers. He always felt that if only his son had escaped that disaster, he could have lived. If only he had lived, nothing else would have mattered. He owed his son far too much. So much. Dad. What happened? Tell me. How did you end up here? He turned to see the figure sitting in the corner. Mom. Mom. What happened to you? Your skin? Zhao Su crouched down and touched her mother. Nothing's wrong. Son, you and your father need to leave this place, okay? You're infected? No. Son, you and your father must leave this place. I can't leave. I'm a doctor. Lu Qingshan had rehearsed this scene in his mind tens of thousands of times, taking his son away from the realm of illusion. He had anticipated his son's refusal. But when confronted with his son's refusal, he found himself unable to speak. The words felt stuck in his throat, utterly impossible to utter. He'll die here. Chen Qi stepped forward. He'll die here. If you don't want to die, leave with your father. Zhao Su turned to look at Chen Qi, a man he'd known for less than half a day. He hadn't expected Chen Qi, whom he thought was a confidant, a kindred spirit, to be a good partner. But now he uttered these words. You. Think about your parents. They want you alive. Here, you'll only die. This plague has no cure. I'll die too. There's no glory in death, no value in dying. Some things weigh heavier than Mount Tai, others lighter than a feather. If saving someone means sacrificing your life, do you think it's worth it? If not, go back with them. Chen Qi had learned much from Chen Yao. He truly saw everything a parent would do. Whether shattering illusions became reality or not, he didn't care. He would clean up the mess as best he could. That's right, what happens later is for later. He'd always find a way to handle it. I want to save them. The only response came from Zhao Su, 3 words. Mom, I won't let you die. Lu Qingshan glanced at the corpse in the distance, then at his infected wife. A bitter smile touched his lips, his eyes reddening. What a waste. Over a decade of research, so much sacrifice, and all for one glance at you. He turned to face Zhao Su. I'm sorry, son. This time, Dad, I'll go with you. Chapter 127, Sequence Agent 002, The Occultist. Lu Qingshan's face turned purple. As he uttered those words, it felt as though something had been ripped from his very core. His once straight back slowly bent downward. Some things aren't about relentlessly pursuing answers. Many people will die. Chen Qi's muttered words were heard clearly by Chen Yao. He said nothing. This was a catastrophe, one that no one could prevent. Perhaps Chen Qi appeared strong on the surface, but he too felt fear and dread. He simply didn't show it. Chen Yao rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Chen Qi. He recalled what his teacher had said when he first awakened. No one remembered what the previous generation of plague doctors had done, and there weren't even any records of it. It was fundamentally wrong that a man-made catastrophe should burden its saviors with the weight of its consequences. Chen Yao could even clearly sense the resentment Chen Qi suppressed within his heart. Yes, it was human nature to feel resentment. Who would willingly sacrifice their life to bear the blame? Who would? The Situ family. Those 3 words finally escaped Chen Yao's lips. He told Chen Qi. Chen Qi looked up, their eyes meeting. In that instant, 2 plague doctors in the same time and space read each other's emotions through their gaze. How tender. Chen Qi read much in Chen Yao's eyes. He was a sensitive man by nature. In that instant, neither spoke, yet it seemed they understood everything. Perhaps you have a chance to prevent everything that happened. Perhaps you wouldn't have to lose your lives. Perhaps. Smack. Chen Qi reached out and slapped Chen Yao on the shoulder. Do you think what I did in the future was right? But you always dwell on others' grievances. Truthfully, I'm not important. Heroes always get hurt, don't they? As a doctor, you know this. Don't agonize over my future choices. You already know what I'll choose, and it won't change. Join us as a doctor. Stay with us in this illusory world, trying to save lives. I wonder if a captain without his abilities can still carry himself like a doctor. Chen Qi's words seemed to be both guiding Chen Yao and echoing his own inner voice. All right, together. In that instant, Zhao Su rose to his feet. He walked over to stand beside his father, joining him shoulder to shoulder. Luo Yang and Sun Bei stood behind Chen Yao and Chen Qi. In this illusory world, there were no 2,921 doctors. Only 6 doctors stood before the plague. For the first time, Lu Qingshan witnessed his son, through Luo Yang's delusional vision, a genius of the warrior lineage, pick up the scalpel and perform surgery on Zhao Su's mother. He had truly transferred the disease through surgery. This seemingly incurable disease could not be eradicated, but it could be transferred through surgery. 1, 2, 3. Lu Qingshan stood at the back, seeming out of place among everyone else. He watched his son intently, performing surgery again and again with the scalpel. His emotions were complex in that moment. As Dr. Sequence 002, a mystic, he believed he understood the doctor's sequence thoroughly. Yet at this moment, his understanding of doctors seemed to crumble. Even his son, who lacked abilities and had taken a wrong path, was blossoming with a different kind of brilliance on another road. This brilliance wasn't the kind ordinary people understood. It seemed more like an extreme skill born from pure passion. From Zhao Su's tone earlier, he knew it was impossible to take his son away from this world. It seems our son truly cherishes the medical profession. Zhao Yuer, fresh from surgery, also noticed Zhao Su and the others bustling back and forth. Qingshan, did we make a mistake? Were we too foolish? No, we weren't foolish. We just couldn't see how truly exceptional our son is. He truly is a natural-born doctor. A natural-born doctor? Son. Lu Qingshan stood up and called out. Zhao Su turned around. He hurried over. Lu Qingshan looked like a clumsy child as he reached out to wipe the sweat from Zhao Su's forehead. His movements were careful and cautious. As if suddenly remembering something, he frantically searched for something. After fumbling around, he found several bottles of medicine and handed them to Zhao Su in a fluster. Only now did he recall the clumsy movements, the frantic mood, and Lu Qingshan's trembling hands holding the potions. His son never got to hold the potions he made before he died. His trembling hands clutched the potions, forcing them into Zhao Su's grasp. Lu Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot, the words "I'm sorry" stuck in his throat. It seemed he had never truly talked to his son properly, never truly looked at his son. That face, blurred by the passage of time, now seemed faint and distant. Dad, what's wrong? Take this bottle of medicine. Drink it to restore your strength. And this too. Lu Qingshan felt drained of all strength, collapsing with a thud. The man who had been strong his entire life now wept uncontrollably. He buried his face in his hands, his choked sobs rising despite his desperate attempts to suppress them. As a father, he had truly failed. Dad? Zhao Su didn't understand why his father was like this, but he cradled his father in his arms. Son, do you want to live? I can let you live. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not dead yet. Right. Lu Qingshan wiped away tears, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhao Su. His rough hands cupped Zhao Su's cheeks. Let Dad see you one last time. Dad, if you're here, you can look as long as you want. This plague isn't impossible to solve. We can. Finally, go talk to your mother one last time. Lu Qingshan patted his son's back. Zhao Su turned to speak, but Chen Qi had already taken the scalpel from his hand. Zhao Su, talk to him properly. Some memories are born of error, yet their existence can still fulfill certain long-held wishes. I will preserve these, no matter the cost. Zhao Su didn't quite understand Chen Qi's words, but he crouched down nonetheless. Let me see you properly. After surgery, Zhao Yuer's lips were pale, yet she forced a smile, reaching out with both hands. Zhao Su grasped his mother's hands. Mother, your hands are so cold. You need to rest properly. Lu Qingshan approached Chen Yao and Chen Qi. The illusion won't be fixed. It'll end once it passes 4 o'clock. We have less than half an hour left. I have a gift for you. He extended his hand, and a vial of potion materialized in his palm. This is my sequence's potion. Drink it, and you'll become the mystic of sequence 002. It won't conflict with any other sequence, for it is nothing but knowledge itself. Chen Yao and Chen Qi exchanged a glance. This potion. Chapter 128, let it be called the Dawn Tower. I'll give this potion to you. I won't be needing it. Chen Qi handed the potion to Chen Yao. Clutching the potion in his hand, he now possessed dual sequences. With the added knowledge of a mystic, he would fully encompass all 3 medical sequences, 010203. Chen Qi hooked his arm around Chen Yao's shoulder. Shall we talk properly? Time is running out. If there's any past you wish to change, I can help. After all, I can bring back memories. Chen Qi's words were dismissed as idle banter, not taken seriously. He didn't know that in that fleeting moment when this illusion seemed poised to end, an unfamiliar ache welled up inside him. Empty. Watching the silent Chen Yao, Chen Qi continued to encourage him. Pull yourself together. The captain of the Sin ship needs to carry himself with spirit. Looking like this, it's hard to believe you're the captain. What will you do when you return? Chen Yao finally spoke up. At his words, Chen Qi, who had been smiling all along, suddenly took a deep breath. But the smile on his face remained unchanged. What else can be done? It's a done deal, what's there to change? If you can complete the mission while preserving yourself as much as possible. Chen Yao, it's really unnecessary. Some groundwork is always essential. Accepting one's predetermined fate with composure is also what a hero should do. Facing the future head-on, I won't cower like a little dog. After all. Chen Qi stood up. The more you try to fix things, the worse they get. At least I'm glad we managed to suppress the plague. Compared to those who charge to their deaths without knowing the outcome from the start, I'm luckier than them, aren't I? Time is running out. This illusory world has been a strange journey. Who knows when we'll meet again? Perhaps we never will. Chen Qi still wore a smile on his face. This world is always like this. Those sudden, illogical encounters are truly captivating. Click, click, click. At exactly 4 o'clock. The entire world began to shatter into pieces. Lu Qingshan reached out one last time, pulling Zhao Su into his arms. The family clung together. With a shattering like a mirror cracking, everything exploded outward. Chen Qi's eyes flashed as he reached out and grabbed at the void. His left hand was pierced, yet he clenched something tightly, his expression unreadable. His hand began to burn. Though no flames were visible, the fabric on his left arm slowly turned to ash and vanished. His skin turned crimson, accompanied by a constant sizzling sound. The surrounding space began to vanish. Chen Qi suddenly whipped his head toward Chen Yao beside him. There's something I need to tell you. I envy you, Chen Yao. But I won't let you outshine me. Soon I'll have my own new crew. Their names will be forever engraved there. I'll name them myself. Forget it. Chen Yao, we've met. You told me time is running out. I'll think about it. The figures of Chen Qi and Chen Yao simultaneously began to grow increasingly blurred. Hearing Chen Qi's words, Chen Yao froze, as if something had struck him. Summoning every ounce of strength, he spoke. Call it Dawn Tower. It's a fine name. I like it. The future crew will surely like it too. Chen Qi's voice grew fainter and fainter until even Chen Yao's consciousness began to blur. The surroundings descended into darkness, ending in a deathly silence. Chen Yao forced his eyes open, staring at the ceiling of his home. It felt like a dream. A dream? Was it a dream? He turned his head and saw the bottle of mystic knowledge potion by the bedside. Not a dream. Paul, keep this thing. Inside the tavern, Paul watched as Chen Qi tossed out a fragment of the world. He glanced up at Chen Qi casually. You're a madman. Getting your hands on something like this will cost you dearly and you can't afford it. I've already paid. Paul looked at Chen Qi in confusion. The future. At those two words, Paul's octopus-like face visibly froze. You're the most slippery captain I've ever seen. What about him? Him? You know exactly who I'm talking about. Paul smiled back. Future says he's the most charismatic captain I've ever seen. Even though his combat skills are pitifully weak, he always uses every ounce of his ability to redeem others. Leave the stuff here, I'll keep it safe. Now get lost and get back to work. Chen Qi turned to leave. Paul paused in wiping the wine glass. Truthfully, this generation of captains was his favorite. Most people, faced with certain death, would show some fear or dread. But not Chen Qi. His face still bore that open, honest smile. It seemed death held no terror for him. One could even sense anticipation radiating from his being. You seem happy? Chen Shi stopped in his tracks. Paul, you're actually asking me a question. It's nothing. You don't have to answer. Paul lowered his head, ready to resume polishing the wine glasses. Because I met a great friend. It was brief, but he was truly wonderful, so it's worth being happy. Plus, I'll have 2,921 crew members. Tell me, isn't that worth celebrating? Even my good friend gave me a great name, Tower of Dawn. You're going to die soon. Paul lifted his octopus eyes and stared intently at Chen Shi, searching for a trace of fear. His tentacles had stopped moving. Even the slightest hint of fear would make him drop the glass and mock him immediately. But sadly, there was none. Yes, it's a pity. Pity? Just those few words? Paul sensed that this Chen Shi fellow wasn't human at all. He was a demon god who fed on fear, yet this time he detected not a trace of it. This wasn't an act. Chen Shi genuinely didn't care. Aren't you afraid? Paul pressed on. Why fear what's already happened? The future can be changed. If you want to escape, you can escape. Your life. Why should I escape? Paul was rendered speechless by Chen Shi's counter-question. Why escape? Isn't escape human instinct? After coming to terms with it, Paul extended a tentacle, retrieved a cup, and poured himself a drink. Drink up. It'll heal the wound on your left hand. Consider it payment for my questions. Chen Shi grabbed the cup and downed it in one gulp. Not very tasty. Kind of sour. He was still complaining. Paul's expression remained unchanged, lost in thought. Chen Shi set down the cup, his face flushed. Now his eyes began to redden. Paul, why would someone be so evil as to kill so many people by creating a plague? Chen Shi was drunk. Paul's drink still carried no trace of fear from Chen Shi, only a faint hint of resentment and deep sorrow. Perhaps he hadn't considered himself. He and Chen Yao were fundamentally the same, equally charismatic. Chapter 129, Legendary Artifact. For Chen Yao, it all seemed like a dream. Nothing had changed except for that bottle of mystical potion by his bedside. It felt as though he had just awakened. He was still in his own room. Even when he called to ask Su Mumei, Long Yun, and Long Wei, all three claimed they had no recollection. None of them possessed those memories. Chen Yao sighed. The feeling of being the only one with the memory was surreal. He turned his head to look at the bottle of mystical potion on the bedside table. It was a gift from Zhao Su's father, Lu Qingshan. They had come seeking help for their son in the first place. Perhaps this vial held the key to fulfilling his son's dream of becoming a doctor. In other words, it was Zhao Su's belated fatherly love, ultimately ending up in his own hands. Chen Yao seized the vial and carried it back aboard the Xin ship. Upon boarding the Xin ship, Shi Luo remained perched atop the mast, gazing intently at something unseen. In this vast expanse, the Xin ship was surrounded by utter chaos, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Spotting the captain's approach, Shi Luo, a crew member, leapt down from the mast and hurried to stand before Chen Yao. Captain. Shi Luo. Do you know Chen Shi? The previous captain? I've only heard of him. Chen Yao frowned. Even Shi Luo had no memories of the illusory world. He descended the deck and entered the tavern. You're here? This time, Paul spoke before Chen Yao even entered the door. A subtle tension hung between them. Chen Yao sat down at the bar and placed the mysterious vial on the counter. Paul's tentacles relaxed. An ultra-rare mystical potion. It contains all the knowledge and techniques of a sequence 002 mystic, even some unique formulas. This isn't an inheritance, it doesn't belong to a dual sequence but acts as an enhancement. Drink it, and you might become the first triple sequence professional in human history. Paul's eyes fixed intently on Chen Yao, his gaze radiating an oddly oppressive pressure. For the top 3 doctor sequences to reside within a single person, that's truly extraordinary. Did Chen Shi change anything? He's at peace with his fate. Meeting those sailors alone was enough to consume his lifetime's worth of luck, let alone encountering you. He sees the plague doctor's legacy carried on. Paul, you're suddenly saying a lot more than usual. You never used to comment on others' feelings. Paul visibly startled, as if only now realizing something. It had acquired a wealth of human traits. It seemed this humanity had been forged through its interactions with this group of little ones. Ahaha, feeling good? I can give you a special tip. Your next crew member is a peculiar fellow. He resembles Chen Shi, but he's a failure. That world is also in a state of collapse. Ever heard of Kwafu chasing the sun? While reading your human texts, that story caught my attention. That guy was like a sun chaser, ultimately failing in becoming the world's scapegoat. New crew member? Chen Yao didn't reply immediately. He couldn't shake the feeling that Paul was up to no good again. We'll see. Chen Yao didn't pursue the topic of new crew members. He needed to focus on advancing his rank. Especially now, if he consumed the mystical potion and attained sequence 3, advancing his rank would become 3 times as difficult. Rituals, materials. All required immense quantities. You really won't reconsider? The new crew member's position is quite special, you know. No way. You've dug me into too many holes already. Plus, I'm only at tier 2 right now. If I casually enter some dungeons, I'll get kicked to death like a stray dog on the street. Second tier. Reaching tier 2 just days after the college entrance exams? That level of power would make anyone a prodigy. But Chen Yao's opponents were constantly being surpassing even 5th tier with divine authority. Without the support of the Visionary and the Plague Doctor and their game-breaking mechanics, his grave would have been overgrown with weeds long ago. Paul's tentacle reached under the bar and retrieved a letter. From Chun Chi. This letter has been here for 16 years, but I preserved it perfectly with my fluid. 16 years. Chen Yao, who had been about to leave, halted and stared at the slime-covered letter resting on the bar. He reached out without hesitation and grabbed the letter. Thanks. After taking the letter and offering his thanks, Chen Yao left the tavern. He stowed away the mysterious potion and departed with the letter in hand. Just a simple thanks? Couldn't you at least give me a corpse or two for a little snack? Paul grumbled under his breath, but a smile spread across the octopus's face. In the instant he handed over the letter, he seemed to feel a surge of pride, though he couldn't quite name the feeling. A sense of mission entrusted by a longtime friend? Unable to process this emotion, Paul could only offer a faint, human-like upward curve of his lips. Chen Yao stood on the deck and opened the letter. The letter contained few words. Chen Yao, I'm not sure if you'll receive this letter. Today is the day the plague spreads. Just as you said, after the plague dispersed, I gathered like-minded members. I won't preach grand ideals, but I know you must be waiting for me in the future to resolve this disaster. Therefore, I am willing to sacrifice everything to suppress this plague as much as possible. When I walk through the plague wearing strange clothes, the uninfected grow fearful. They spit at me, but I don't care. I do not fear my own death. What I fear is leaving behind those I couldn't save. Finally. This letter from Chen Yao is the most crucial artifact. You may tear it to summon me to your side, granting my truest friend the mightiest aid. I shall appear in my most potent form. Paul and I traded many things before he agreed to part with this artifact. The letter emitted a golden glow. The text vanished, and before Chen Yao, it transformed. It became a legendary artifact, letter of sincerity, past assistance. A letter imbued with the power of friendship. Past and future friends, when torn open, the barrier of time shall vanish, and those from the past shall appear in their prime. Chen Yao stared at the letter in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. A guy he'd known for less than 3 days. This gift was too heavy. This guy. He says I'm always thinking about others, yet he's the one who's overly kind. What a strange fellow. Chen Yao's eyes stung, his nose growing sore. He carefully tucked the letter back into its envelope, then looked up at Shi Luo. Shi Luo. Captain. Chen Shi was a good man. He was a good man, the plague doctor of the previous generation. Shi Luo nodded, looking somewhat bewildered. He seemed to have forgotten something important. Chapter 130, Enrollment at Dragon Roar. Longming Academy, which had previously cancelled its admissions, reopened its doors once more. The news sent the entire capital city into an uproar. From the perspective of faculty strength, the cancellation of admissions at Dragon Roar Academy was already deeply regrettable. It was arguably the most prestigious institution in all of Shangjing. However, due to the excessive number of fatalities in the previous cohort and the immense educational pressure it caused, the higher-ups had remained silent. This sudden reinstatement of admissions came as a complete surprise. The most agonizing aspect was for other universities. With Longming Academy reopening admissions, their top students would be specially recruited. It felt like snatching meat right from their mouths. After consuming the mystical potion in Longjiang City, Chen Yao seamlessly integrated all the skills derived from mysticism. Among them, 3 skills stood out as particularly remarkable. Potion Mixing LV1 increases the chance to double potion effects. Potion Mastery LV1 doubles the effectiveness of potion usage. Mystic LV1 Any potion can potentially be created if you can conceive it, though the required materials might make you think twice. Only 3 skills, yet each was terrifyingly powerful. Last time, the Situ family used a cultist to create the fortune sequence. This time, Lu Qingshan crafted a potion that pulls people into illusory realms. Thus, potions are inherently multifaceted, their applications as diverse as they are bizarre. Combined with the inherent mystical knowledge possessed by plague specialists, Chen Yao's understanding of potions had reached an extremely high level. Now, Chen Yao's attributes have undergone a complete transformation. Attribute Summary. Name, Chen Yao. Position, Captain. Path, Physician. Sequence. 001, Plague Doctor. 002, Occultist. 003, Delusionalist. Authority, Sin Mark Broken Authority. Obtainable at Tier 5. Tier 2 Tier 1 consists of 10 levels. Each tier requires completion of the corresponding sequence ritual. Level, 20. Health 1810 for ordinary humans. Speed 9 normal human 10. Magic power 200 normal human 10. Talents. Pathological Analysis, Field Surgery. Skills: Plague Garb, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Pyrotoxicity, Death Extraction, Delusional Moment, Occult Potion, Potion Mixing, Potion Mastery, Occultist. Equipment: Bracelet Cloud Sky, Necromancer, Ring 100-inch Mountains and Rivers, White, Parchment Plague Item, Legendary Item, Sincere Letter, Past Assistance. Plague: Plague Intestinal Disease, Plague Incomplete Combustion, Blood Plague, Plague Body Furnace, Plague Body Necromancer, Plague Blood Clotting Plague, Plague Blood Freezing Syndrome, Plague Hemolysis, Plague Body Evil Wraith, Plague Black Light. Staring at his lengthy stats panel within the room. Could this truly be the interface of a second-tier being? Compared to the physician path of 001002002, Chen Yao could also command a skeleton legion. It's like adding another necromancer sequence as an external program. I need to advance. Staying stuck at tier 2 isn't ideal, my level's been capped at 20 forever. Chen Yao found it hard to fathom how a mere level 20 player like himself had managed to survive on battlefields dominated by tier 5 or higher opponents, even those where someone of Dean Long's caliber could be instantly killed. More skills, more options. Tier isn't everything. The delusionist's abilities accounted for nearly 90% of his support. He was genuinely grateful to his high school principal. Behind his growth, there was always a guiding hand pushing him forward. After resting for quite some time, Chen Yao stood at the entrance of Dragon Roar Academy, luggage in hand, alongside Su Mumei aboard the Sin ship. After all, flying was far too slow. The Sin ship had become his reliable mode of transportation. Mumei. How's your skill proficiency as a Grand Mage coming along? I've mastered the Blazing Strike spell and can cast it instantly now. No need to worry about my firepower being insufficient. Su Mumei had fully integrated the dual sequence abilities of the Archmage. Thanks to the Archmage's abilities, she could now learn powerful spells, even those beyond her current level. Particularly impressive was the Grand Mage's series' massive blue mana bar. Her combat prowess now far surpasses that of ordinary mages by dozens of times. Not only could she control instant casting, but she could also effortlessly perform hand-sealed instant cast strike magic. Chen Yao watched with such envy he grew tired of it. It seemed his original dream had been to become a mage who casually shattered the heavens with a single spell. But now, beyond mere verbal envy, he holds his own profession in even greater respect. Without the Plague Doctor, he would have been finished long ago. Chen Yao. Mumei. Long Hui had been waiting at the school gate for them. As soon as they approached, he hurried over. A smile now permanently graced Long Hui's face, gone was the perpetual coldness of before. I'll take you to handle your enrollment procedures. Also, your single dorm rooms have been arranged. No double rooms? We do have double rooms. Who would you like to share with? Long Hui glanced at Su Mumei and instantly understood. Single rooms it is. Feeling the pinch on his waist, Chen Yao quickly changed his mind too. We have everything. Whatever you want, we've got it. Dean Long. Much better now. I can walk normally again, though most of my power is gone. Since brother's back, Grandpa can just enjoy his retirement. With him at the academy, no one dares say a word. Long Yun's formidable strength commanded the respect of the academy's other teachers. Having endured countless trials in that world, he possessed the capability to fully control Longming Academy. We've enrolled quite a few students this year. Yes. This afternoon, the new students will assemble. Longming Academy's tradition is to conduct a 100-player dungeon run as their house placement test. The dungeon has some difficulty, but you and Mumei should hold back and not overpower them. After all, this dungeon is meant to temper the students. In Long Hui's eyes, Chen Yao's combat prowess was on par with her own elder brother's. Especially his ability to summon ships that sail through the void, that power was simply beyond measure. I'm only at the second tier. What could I possibly do? You're overestimating me. Ha! Long Hui halted in her tracks, staring at Chen Yao as if she'd seen a ghost. I thought the records hadn't been updated yet. I assumed you were at least 4th tier. Not that high. It's all just high-tier mechanics. Chen Yao waved his hand modestly. Seeing Chen Yao's cheeky expression, Su Mumei felt the urge to pinch him again. As a doctor, I have a specialized field surgery that can fully restore a person's condition. Chen Yao had 3 tasks to complete for his Tier 3 advancement. Physician Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. Perform 1000 field surgeries and create a plague that strikes terror into both enemy and ally alike. Plague doctors not only save lives but also spread disease. Physician Sequence 002 Occultist. Create an entirely novel potion and have 100 people consume it. Physician Sequence 003 Delusionist. Complete 3 consecutive instances without using delusionist abilities. Chapter 131 Dungeon opens. That impressive? Long Hui was somewhat surprised. A guy who could summon a massive ship was a doctor? He hadn't even seen Chen Yao perform any surgeries yet. Indeed impressive. He can resolve any negative status effect. For large-scale team missions, I believe I could become an exceptional doctor. Hearing this effect, Long Hui's eyes brimmed with admiration. After the previous incident, hearing such selfless words now made her eyes practically sparkle with eagerness to become Chen Yao's subordinate. Only Su Mumei knew that none of Chen Yao's so-called abilities were legitimate. Especially that field surgery nonsense. It was just that others ran out of mana, not that anyone actually needed their chest cut open. Su Mumei took a deep breath, inwardly repeating the word sin over and over. This newbie dungeon run should yield decent results for you all. Though frankly, your performance doesn't really matter. It's not about the results. The requirements for advancing our professions are complicated. Su Mumei and I also want to try our best to reach tier 3 in this dungeon run. Long Hui looked at Chen Yao with renewed respect. Ambitious, kind-hearted, and possessing high sequence abilities, this was undoubtedly a prodigy. He would undoubtedly become a major force at Dragon Roar Academy. After bidding farewell to Long Hui, only Su Mumei and Chen Yao remained. Field surgery? Su Mumei's skeptical voice rang out. It's necessary for advancement. Then, I'll help you trick some people. Help me trick some people? How exactly? I have my ways. How many matches do you need? 1,000. That number genuinely startled Su Mumei. 1,000 field surgeries? That advancement requirement is absurd. What about you? What's your task to advance to Grand Mage? Master 20 spells and cast each over 1,000 times. With Control Instant Cast paired with Archmage, this task isn't difficult. Chen Yao instantly realized that Su Mumei's task wasn't particularly difficult. After an unusual silence, Su Mumei suddenly spoke up. Chen Yao, I've always wanted to ask you, is Chun-Chi someone important to you? You asked me that the moment you came out earlier. Chen Yao's eyes flickered. Everyone had forgotten Chun-Chi, but he remembered. A friend, a mentor and friend. But he's probably dead now. I'm sorry. Sensing Chen Yao's emotion, Su Mumei quickly apologized. It's nothing. That guy would have helped me. The cryptic remark left Su Mumei with no desire to pry further. The two arrived at the playground dungeon, where over 100 newly recruited students had gathered. With Dean Long gravely injured, this semester's opening ceremony and dungeon oversight fell to Long Yun, who had returned from the abyss. Have you heard? Long Yun is a peerless genius who single-handedly suppressed the disaster dungeon for over a decade. Everyone thought he was dead, but he fought his way out of the abyss single-handedly. No wonder Longming Academy is recruiting again, they have such a powerful prodigy to hold the line. Everyone chattered excitedly, sharing what they knew about Long Yun. Hey, you're a freshman too, right? A boy stepped forward and greeted Chen Yao. My name is Lu Su. I've already gathered 72 people to form a team. We need more members. Everyone who makes it to Dragon Roar Academy is family. Chen Yao, this is my wife, Su Mumei. Su Mumei's face flushed as red as a boiling kettle. She nearly jumped up, her fingers already digging into the flesh at Chen Yao's waist. Truly, a little too much energy for someone so young. Ha, I never imagined you'd be married so young. Lu Su briefly outlined his team-building plans before leaving to recruit others. You. Su Mumei stammered, only able to stutter out you. She simply couldn't form any other words. Her face flushed bright red. Chen Yao seized Su Mumei's fingers. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered softly. We've met your parents, we've eaten together, why aren't you my wife yet? With my charisma, if you don't claim me first, just a hint of it outside might have girls lining up to chase me. Su Mumei stammered, I. Alright, give me a kiss. Su Mumei pulled her hand away. Dream on. But then she reconsidered, maybe a kiss when no one was around wouldn't be so bad. When she turned back, Chen Yao had already turned his head to chat with other guys. So angry, Su Mumei started stomping her feet. Long Yun's voice echoed across the playground. You are all the cream of the crop from various schools. This dungeon is an uncharted one where death is a real possibility. Longming Academy has allocated a death quota. To stimulate your teamwork and potential, the accompanying teachers won't overly intervene in your methods. However, anyone wishing to withdraw may declare so at any time. Withdrawal is permitted at any time. The death quota began to shake some students' resolve. This was a big deal, other schools wouldn't have deaths. Longming Academy's backing was too powerful, so much so that everyone had come here by reputation, abandoning the schools that had originally recruited them. But the mention of death made some growl in defiance. We're still young. Why must death be our trial? We need sufficient strength and capital to challenge. And ensuring our safety is your responsibility. Some had already stepped forward to voice their objections. Chen Yao, however, watched it all unfold with a detached air. Death was practically a daily occurrence for him. In less than a year, others would have been 6 feet under, but Chen Yao stood here. Without tempering through blood and sweat, even the ranks gained would be worthless. You may leave. This time, Longming Academy is opening enrollment, and every student admitted will receive resources 10 times that of the highest-ranking academy. But beneath these resources lies the necessity for you to fully experience death and fear. Those without strength have no right to claim these resources. Long Yun left some words unsaid. Guarding against demonic deities and purging evil spirits, this has always been the mission of Dragon Roar Academy. Their work has always been a dance with death. Greenhouse flowers who encounter demonic deities from the start are likely to become burdens to others. The offer to leave fell into silence. Not a single soul dared utter a word. Long Yun surveyed the entire field. He saw unease in most faces, save for Chen Yao, who wore an air of casual indifference. He sighed, hoping this dungeon would temper them all. Open the instance. At Long Yun's command, a massive portal opened, a vortex forming at its center. This was the first time anyone had witnessed such a method of teleportation. Typically, they entered instances via ID cards or the school's small teleportation gates. The 3-story tall transmission device instantly imposed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Countless soldiers and medical personnel were already waiting. Only now did some students realize that Longming Academy's death standard wasn't meant to scare them, it was real. Chapter 132, The Lonely City. Advance. At Long Yun's command, a powerful suction force emanated from the portal. All the students steeled themselves and entered the test. Who had ever witnessed such a scene? Chen Yao yawned. Su Mumei's finger gently poked Chen Yao. Chen Yao, aren't you nervous? Why be nervous? The more dangerous it is, the more effective field surgery becomes. With a skilled doctor backing them up, there's no real danger. Su Mumei remained silent. Strange thoughts always surfaced when it came to Chen Yao. He didn't see danger, he saw an opportunity for field surgery to advance its capabilities. Long Yun's eyes flickered. This was his first time as principal, and his first time sending this group of students into an unconquered dungeon. He pushed through opposition to approve this expedition. Even Dean Long, upon hearing the news, would never have approved sending this group of students most untested in combat to conquer the instance. But Long Yun remained steadfast in his conviction. Without witnessing the true brutality of war, no one would truly understand the value of orange gear. Flowers grown in a greenhouse were ultimately nothing more than pretty decorations. Principal Long, isn't this test too excessive? After all, they haven't even undergone formal training. If they encounter unexpected situations, they won't just lack the ability to handle them, they won't even possess the theoretical knowledge or practical skills. The Dean of Education's words were crystal clear. Pushing forward with this would only repeat the pain Longming Academy had endured before. This instance is unique. I believe in these students, and you should too. The Dean looked at Long Yun, but the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. They had hoped that after taking over as principal, Long Yun would manage the academy with a more peaceful approach. Instead, the moment this new principal took office, he dragged the students into an unexplored instance for their very first outing. Long Yun turned his gaze toward Chen Yao. He had studied Longzhong's history and clearly understood that hidden chapter. Everyone assumed rescue was their birthright. Someone would always step forward. But this instance seemed eerily similar to Longzhong. The only difference was that the figure who emerged from the instance did not resolve that catastrophe. The students began entering the instance in an orderly fashion. Logging into instance, Lonely City Guardian. Dungeon clear condition, hold out for 10 days without any resource assistance. Sensing scattered authority fragments pain authority. Chen Yao raised an eyebrow. This instance drops authority? The Sin ship isn't yet a complete vessel. As more powers are collected, it will gradually unlock additional functions. The authority of agony, which part of the Sin ship's hull does this represent? The word agony didn't exactly bode well. As the space shifted, Su Mumei squeezed Chen Yao's hand, leaning almost completely against him. This unintentional touch. He couldn't tell if the girl was scared or if she'd done it on purpose. Chen Yao suspected it was more deliberate than anything else. He strained his nose to catch a whiff of Su Mumei's scent. But as the surroundings shifted, a searing, scorching heat flooded his nostrils. The scene shattered, and the instance activated. Before everyone stood a charred section of city wall. Dark crimson seeped from cracks in the stone surface. The heat wave from the flames washed over them, distorting the outline of the half-collapsed gate tower into a monstrous, snarling form. Prepare for the first wave of combat. Boom! 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 Before anyone could react, the crimson instance exclamation mark yanked them back to reality. Chen Yao hooked his arm around Su Mumei's slender waist, raised his hand to activate his plague gear, and vanished from the spot, cloak billowing behind him. When Chen Yao opened his eyes again, he found himself atop a damaged pavilion in the city center. The two of them had completely separated from the main group. Chen Yao, what happened? Looking down from above, crowds poured like rain from both sides, relentlessly assaulting the ruined city walls. Below, the students chattered incessantly, trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding around them. They hadn't even made basic preparations for battle. It's a city defense mission. They probably don't need help. The first wave might catch them off guard, but every student recruited to Longming Academy is high tier. At worst, they'll just look a bit disheveled. I think we need to use this time to figure out a way to clear this stage. Isn't the mission to hold out here for a while? Hold out for 10 days? Does this city even look like it has water or food? Su Mumei pursed her lips. Her vision wasn't nearly as far-reaching as Chen Yao's. The wind carried the acrid scent of charcoal, making even Chen Yao feel queasy. He turned and spotted dust-covered modern tents on the other side of the city. Let's go check it out. Chen Yao had no intention of contributing to the first wave of the city's defense. He hadn't told Su Mumei that since arriving in this city, he hadn't spread the plague, the intestinal disease. His ability to move freely meant this isolated city was now embraced by the plague. He turned and vanished into the plague. We're running out of options. Supplies are depleted. This final wave will likely be our last stand buried with this city. How many men are still fit for battle? Commander, we're down to less than 3,000 men. Most have over 30% bodily deterioration from the disease, and food shortages have severely weakened their combat effectiveness. Infected wounded also need medicine replenishment. Inside the command tent, a mountain of a man sat with his back turned, his face etched with worry as he listened to the scout's report. Reinforcements are coming. Soon. He sighed in resignation. This rotting city clung to life by a thread held taut by those 130. Those 130 still capable of fighting were the only thing keeping this city from collapsing. In truth, no supplies would ever arrive. This city had already been slated for abandonment in the original plan. A city infected by plague must ultimately be abandoned. From the very beginning, human sacrifices were made. Strange creatures relentlessly preyed on the living, and soon, everyone's bodies began to undergo gradual pathological changes. This was a highly contagious plague. Dr. Nayland, give up. My body is already over 80% mutated. The muscular man, eyes reddened, continued bandaging the one-armed warrior. You must believe in me. I can overcome this plague. Once a cure or antidote is developed, even those with 100% mutation can survive. All you need to do now is endure and stay alive. The warrior said nothing, only leaning back slightly. With over 80% of his body mutated, his flesh had turned black and withered like dried bark. With no supplies left, he could only endure on his own. Chapter 133, as you can see, I'm also a doctor. This dungeon is strange. Indeed. A deathly aura permeates the area. Everyone stay alert. Every student participating in the dungeon sensed the unusual atmosphere. Survival dungeon. Wait, danger. When it came to sensing danger, this group of prodigies was the most sensitive. Everyone instantly shifted into combat mode. When they saw hordes of zombies, the kind only seen in movies, begin to hunt them down, alarm bells rang instantly. These zombies didn't shuffle slowly, they sprinted relentlessly, seemingly immune to fatigue. Monsters more undead than the undead. The undead surged forward like a tidal wave, overwhelming even the most psychologically resilient students. But in the next instant, a massive skeleton knight landed, followed by more skeleton soldiers appearing behind him. These skeleton soldiers positioned themselves in front of all the students. These are necromancers. Is there a necromancer in our party? After a moment of confusion, everyone snapped into combat mode at the necromancer's appearance. These undead were summoned by the plague entity Chen Yao had left behind. The zombies' bodily functions and states perfectly aligned with the spread of necromancer plague. By having the plague entities generate more plague to control the corpses, Chen Yao would indirectly command a terrifying legion of undead warriors. The most gratifying part? He wouldn't even need to lift a finger himself. He simply needed the plague entities, the necromancers, to do the work for him. He had wondered whether Paul would appreciate these bizarre corpses. After all, the Paul aboard the Sin ship harbored a deep fascination with corpses, and one could trade for all sorts of bizarre trinkets with him. Take Su Mumei beside Chen Yao now. She was holding a gurgling bird gun. You want to help? This is a trial anyway, and the potion you gave me to unlock my second-tier profession, Grand Mage, still needs some practice. Then why are you using this weapon for that? Su Mumei raised the cooing bird gun and cast a water spell. Just as a 3 cubic meter water sphere formed, the bird beak face on the gun's chamber began to struggle. It opened wide, creating a furious vortex that sucked the water stream in with wild intensity. 3 cubic meters of water vanished into the firearms chamber in less than half a second. I traded this bird gun with that octopus Paul earlier. The description said it needed liquid to fire. I discovered it has a strong suction effect on water magic. Su Mumei raised the bird gun, closed one eye, and aimed. She pulled the trigger, aiming at the zombie horde 500 meters away. Bang! At first, only a trickle of water emerged from the barrel, like water dripping from a slightly open faucet. The next second, Su Mumei's body lurched backward as the muzzle rose, the immense recoil slamming her into Chen Yao's arms. The muzzle slammed back with a thud. Boom! A massive jet of water erupted into the horde, slicing through the zombies it struck into fragments. Chen Yao's eyes widened. You're using a blunderbuss? After all, it's an evil masterpiece. I feel like further development could be quite useful. Su Mumei puffed out her small chest proudly. That single strike proved more effective than any grand spell. Clearing a path. Su Mumei lifted her little chin, her eyes stealing glances toward Chen Yao, seemingly waiting for his praise. After a moment, she realized Chen Yao was still staring straight ahead. Feeling a bit put out, she reached out and grabbed his hand, placing his large palm on top of her head. Aren't you going to praise me? Su Mumei pouted her lips, feigning hurt. No. Of course not. I'm just a bit stunned. After saying that, he ruffled Su Mumei's hair. That's impressive. This prop is more powerful than magic. She relished being treated like an obedient little kitten. Chen Yao glanced toward the distant battlefield. There's no need for extra hands over there for now. I'll head over to perform some field surgeries once this is wrapped up. As for now, Chen Yao glanced toward the medical camp on the other side. This instance still required more information gathering, especially since this instance was linked to the Greed Authority. Follow me, or join the main force in the melee to grind some experience points. Explore the instance? Su Mumei's expression darkened. After all, the last time Chen Yao had offered to show her around a dungeon, it had led to a major plague outbreak. And the time before that, the Dawn Tower incident had occurred. This dungeon probably isn't that simple. An unexplored dungeon without even basic difficulty. Do you remember the portal we got sucked into? Su Mumei's expression turned serious. Is there a demon god? Not sure, but better to be cautious. This isn't your average dungeon. Then I'll go with you. Logically, this dungeon shouldn't be excessively difficult after all. It was proposed by Long Yun to train his students. As a senior who had guarded the portal for so many years before returning, he wouldn't treat his students' lives lightly. There must be a special reason for this. Could this dungeon hold some special opportunity? Like in cultivation, where elders assign impossibly difficult tasks for disciples to complete. Su Mumei's analogy was quite amusing, making Chen Yao chuckle. Enough with the overthinking. Gathering more intel with me is the smart play. Why complicate things? Before turning away, Chen Yao ruffled Su Mumei's little head again. It felt incredibly soft and comforting. What he hadn't mentioned was that he sensed a faint, elusive plague lurking here. The phrase faintly perceptible felt odd, as if the plague existed yet had nothing to do with them, as if it were confined solely to this instance. Chen Yao plunged into the plague. To be safe, he also fitted Su Mumei with a scaled-down version of the bird beak mask. Though not as effective as his own, it still offered some protection. The two bird beak doctors stood before the military camp, shrouded in deathly silence. A man, seemingly driven mad, burst from the barracks only to be immediately subdued by a group of people. He kept screaming. Stop treating me. Let me die. I won't live much longer. I don't want to become one of those monsters. Burn me. Burn me alive while I still have life left. I beg you. Blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He writhed in agony. Chen Yao and Su Mumei heard for the first time a plea to be burned alive. These words, like those of a madman, were unbearably painful to hear. You can still be saved. Give me one chance. Nalan Yun knelt down, pleading with the man. Protect Dr. Nalan. Only then did the group seem to notice Chen Yao and Su Mumei. Their bizarre attire instantly thickened the already tense atmosphere. They positioned themselves in front of Nalan Yun, watching the pair warily. As you can see, I'm also a doctor. Chen Yao pointed to his bird beak mask. Chapter 134, Analyzing the Plague Major Chapter. As you can see, I am also a doctor. Chen Yao's voice, filtered through the bird beak mask, carried a low, peculiar metallic hum as he gestured toward his signature mask. The soldiers blocking his path exchanged glances, their eyes filled with distrust and wariness. This attire resembled less a physician and more the incarnation of the plague-bearing Grim Reaper. Nalan Yun, soothing the man writhing in agony on the ground, lifted his head. His sharp gaze pierced through the crowd's gaps, landing on Chen Yao's eerie mask. Doctor? Nalan Yun's voice carried weariness and a barely perceptible edge of sarcasm. We've had more than enough rescue doctors come here. What we're facing isn't ordinary illness or injury. Too many doctors had come to support this place, some from private organizations, others dispatched by the government, yet none had made a difference. The authorities had even begun to abandon this place. It was precisely this aura of despair that guided me here. Chen Yao's tone was calm and unruffled, as if stating a simple fact. He tilted his head slightly, signaling Su Mumei to follow. Ignoring the soldiers gripping their weapons, poised for action, the two walked forward with steady steps. The soldiers were instinctively intimidated by the intangible, icy aura of death emanating from them, unconsciously parting to make a path. Chen Yao's gaze swept over the man on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as his entire body convulsed violently from pain and terror. His skin bore an unhealthy, ashen pallor. Sunken eye sockets revealed veins that bulged abnormally beneath the surface, taking on a dark purple hue as if tainted by some foul substance coursing through them. Chen Yao could distinctly smell the bone-chilling stench of plague that hung over the military camp, not a traditional virus or bacteria, but rather an erosion and distortion of life's very essence, carrying a potent scent of decay and greed. How long has he been infected? Chen Yao asked directly, his voice sounding somewhat cold through the mask. As a doctor, assertive intervention demanded directness. Nalan Yun stood up, wiping sweat from his brow. Though filled with doubts about Chen Yao's identity, his instinct as a healer compelled him to answer. 3 days. He was one of the patrolmen who recently developed symptoms. High fever, intense pain, delirium, and then. He pointed to the dark purple, writhing beneath the man's skin. Subcutaneous tissue beginning to necrotize and liquefy, accompanied by an incomprehensible, metallic, rust-like stench. The most terrifying part is? Nailin Yun paused, a flash of profound terror and helplessness crossing his eyes. Their vitality is being devoured at an insane rate, yet their existence is being forcibly sustained in a twisted manner. It's as if something is alive, transforming them into vessels of another form, a process of excruciating pain. He begged us to burn him alive, terrified he'd eventually become one of those monsters out there. Chen Yao crouched down, ignoring the man's hoarse gasps of terror in his attempts to pull away. His fingers, encased in black leather gloves, did not make direct contact. Analysis. Analysis failed. Analyze. Analysis successful. Plague name, the corroding cast the greeting forge. Name analysis. Corroding directly corresponds to symptoms like a metallic, rust-like stench, ashen skin, and the sensation of inner vitality being eroded. Implies its greedy, devouring nature. Life being, its targets are living beings and the very essence of existence. Cast forge, its core function forcibly casting or forging living beings into unnatural, twisted forms like zombies, as if reshaped in a greedy crucible. Cast also carries connotations of imprisonment and molding, implying the loss of free will in the transformed. Symptoms and mechanism of action. 1. Incubation initial phase hours to 1 day post-infection. Inexplicable chill and mental exhaustion, infected individuals experience bone deep cold and fatigue, as if vitality is silently draining away. Mild auditory visual hallucinations, whispers of metal scraping echo in ears, while distorted metallic glints may flash before eyes. Subtle skin pallor, complexion loses its healthy glow, growing dull and lifeless like dust-covered metal. 2. Outbreak phase 1 3 days post-infection. Severe fever and bone-piercing agony, body temperature spikes dramatically, accompanied by excruciating, bone-shredding pain in every joint, muscle, and nerve torment that penetrates the marrow and defies medication. This signals the body's forced transformation. Mental confusion and extreme fear agitation, cognitive abilities plummet, plunging the infected into delirium. They may exhibit profound terror at their own transformation, e.g., seeking death or inexplicable aggression toward others. At its core lies the perception that their self is being stripped away. Rustification manifests. Dark purple veins beneath the skin, blood vessels become abnormally prominent beneath the skin, appearing dark purple or rust-colored, resembling contaminated metal pipes through which the flow of foul energy is clearly visible. Metal rust foul odor. The body emits an intense, nauseating stench resembling a mixture of aged rusted metal and putrid flesh, a byproduct of tissue erosion and transformation. Coexisting tissue liquefaction and sclerosis, subcutaneous tissues, muscles, and even some internal organs develop irregular areas of necrosis and liquefaction, feeling soft and mushy like mud, while adjacent regions become abnormally rigid and tough like inferior metal hardening, creating an extremely painful and bizarre physical state. 3. Transformation phase 3+ days post-infection, highly variable. Vitality is pumped out and locked in, the core function of the life erosion forge manifests. The plague acts like a greedy pump, frantically extracting the host's vitality life essence. However, this energy does not dissipate. Instead, it is forcibly used to lock the host's current distorted form, maintaining a minimal existence and preventing natural death. This causes the host to endure extreme agony while bodily functions, especially motor abilities, are distorted and enhanced. Sensory alienation and instinctual distortion, visual, auditory, olfactory, and other senses undergo mutation, potentially developing an extreme craving for life energy such as the aura of the living, a manifestation of greed, while perception of negative stimuli like pain becomes dulled or distorted. Accelerated in human physical transformation. Motor function abnormalities, joint movements become rigid or hypermobile, strength may abnormally increase, speed enhances corresponding to zombies' frantic running, and endurance becomes eerily inexhaustible due to life force being forcibly locked and sustained. Tendency toward flesh-metal transformation, liquidized areas may solidify into substances resembling low-grade metal or hardened clay, with hardened regions expanding. Nails and teeth may become abnormally sharp and rigid. Consciousness obliteration and puppetization, the host's self-awareness is completely eroded or overwritten by the plague's insatiable will, ultimately transforming them into mindless husks driven by the plague's instincts, a relentless hunger for life force and the urge to spread the infection. These beings become known as zombies. Their sole purpose becomes spreading the plague, assimilating more life and satiating their hunger for life energy, attacking living beings. Special analysis note: the life-eroding forge plague is a tangible manifestation of the power of greed. It erodes the essence of life, forcibly forging living beings into twisted, unnatural puppets driven by greedy instincts, zombies. This process is excruciatingly painful, centered on 1. Gulping, devouring, frenetically draining the host's vitality as fuel for transformation. 2. Forced transformation, ignoring natural life cycles and the host's will, it reshapes the body according to a template of high efficiency and durability, one that is inhuman. 3. Existence lockdown, utilizing plundered life force to forcibly sustain the distorted form, transforming it into an inexhaustible, plague-spreading tool that perfectly embodies greed's essence of endless extraction, possession, and distortion. 4. Consciousness corruption ultimately extinguishes the host's consciousness, implanting an insatiable hunger for life energy, the greed instinct, transforming them into both a source of plague transmission and an extension of greed's authority. In an instant, Chen Yao's vision transformed. He saw the plague ravaging within the man, a viscous, frigid, grayish-black energy stream pulsing with predatory intensity. Like a living entity, it coursed through veins and nerves, frantically draining the host's vitality life essence while brutally reshaping its physical structure. The once flesh and blood form twisted toward greater efficiency and durability, yet also toward something more inhuman. At the core of this force lay an extreme greed for existence itself, a ravenous hunger for life, a voracious drive to reshape form, and a relentless desire to perpetuate this twisted being. This was the first time Chen Yao had seen such a detailed analysis. Was this even a disease? It resembled a hurled bioweapon. Or perhaps it should be called a corruption of power, while his own condition was closer to a plague. Not a virus. Not a bacterium. Chen Yao withdrew his perception, stood up, and concluded in a low voice. It's a contamination by some kind of presence. A forced transformation plague of life forms, its source carrying an intense greed trait. Nailan Yun's pupils contracted sharply. Contamination? Greed? What do you mean? Do you know what this is? She detected an unusual note in Chen Yao's resolute tone. Chen Yao didn't directly answer Nailan Yun's question. His gaze drifted toward the depths of the military camp, where a thicker aura of despair and decay hung heavy. He could sense that the barracks itself functioned like a giant petri dish, where countless similar plagues were brewing and erupting within different individuals. Is every person here exposed to the source of contamination? Chen Yao asked. Yes. Nailan Yun's voice carried a bitter edge. Ever since that stone well emitting that eerie glow was discovered months ago, anyone who came near it, including the squad we sent to investigate, has gradually developed symptoms. The scope keeps expanding. We can't find an effective isolation method, nor pinpoint the transmission route. All known healing and purification techniques have negligible effects, they barely ease the pain but can't stop. She glanced at the man on the ground, writhing in agony once more, and trailed off. Prevent their bodies and souls from being slowly devoured and twisted by that voracious plague, ultimately transforming them into inhuman monsters. Ishii? Chen Yao sharply latched onto the key words. Greedy authority, the well emitting an eerie glow, the plague forcing life transformation. The clues began to connect. The core secret of this instance likely lay hidden within that well. Take me to see it. Also, quarantine all those showing symptoms immediately. Useless. This disease chooses its victims. Otherwise, would I be treating patients here without protection and remain uninfected? Nailan Yun rolled up his sleeves. He showed no signs of infection. He studied the enigmatic bird-beak doctor before him, then glanced at the equally quiet yet alert girl beside him. Ishii, I can show you around, but it won't yield any results. We're not little darlings. We've searched every inch of that place countless times. If there's even a sliver of a chance, we won't give up looking. A glimmer of hope flickered within Nailan Yun. He hoped this bird-beaked masked man truly understood this disease. Perhaps there really was a chance. As he just said, they'd fight tooth and nail for any chance they got. Chen Yao now seemed to be their only chance. Let's go. Take me to see it. Chapter 135, The Chirping Bird Gun. Explosion. A bitter resignation flashed across Nailan Yun's weary face, but he forced himself to rally. Follow me. He signaled the soldiers to watch over the patients, then led Chen Yao and Su Mumei through the camp, shrouded in despair, toward a temporarily cordoned-off area at its center. A seemingly ordinary stone well stood alone, its opening deep and shadowy, devoid of any light. A massive stone slab lay atop it, tangled with thick ropes. It was clear they had tried everything. This is it. Nailan Yun halted several meters from the well, his voice thick with frustration and bewilderment. Days ago, it suddenly emitted an indescribable, heart-stopping gray-green glow. Then the entire city began showing symptoms, the very life erosion forge you witnessed. We tried everything, sealing it, purifying barriers, elemental isolation, even attempting to fill it in. Nailan Yun's eyes held profound helplessness and bewilderment, a confusion that even overshadowed his fear. But it was useless. The glow vanished, yet the contamination spread like an invisible specter, permeating the entire camp and expanding relentlessly. We couldn't pinpoint the transmission route. Not airborne, not contact-based, it just randomly descended upon the soldiers out of nowhere. My medical skills, my knowledge, here, they feel like a joke. I can't find any solution. He twisted his lips into a self-mocking grimace, a smile uglier than tears. Faced with this bizarre plague beyond comprehension, his once proud medical craft had been utterly crushed, leaving only profound helplessness. All known treatments merely numbed their suffering like painkillers, unable to halt the drain on their vitality or the mutations in their bodies. We're like a group of blind men groping in the dark, not even knowing what the enemy is or where it lurks. We can only watch helplessly as our comrades one by one turn into monsters. His shoulders slumped slightly. The pride and resolve that defined a healer seemed so fragile in the face of this incomprehensible catastrophe. Chen Yao offered no response to her despair, merely walking silently to the well's edge before glancing back at Nailan Yun. This situation evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity in Chen Yao. It felt eerily reminiscent of that plague in Longjiang. Human effort proved utterly useless against that plague. Death became nothing more than a statistic. No one could truly grasp the sheer cruelty of that epidemic. Chen Yao. Su Mumei's fingers gently brushed against Chen Yao. He snapped back to reality. Sorry, I was just lost in thought. Nailin Yun, come with me to take a look down there. You know this place best, maybe you can spot something we missed. A flicker of light passed through Nailin Yun's eyes, which had grown dull from prolonged pressure. He nodded slowly. His parched throat managed to dry all right. All right. The two leapt into the dry well. At the bottom lay only cold rock, a damp, musty stench, and a massive chain broken and draped along the well walls. The chamber beneath the well was far larger than it appeared from above, an irregular circle with a floor of solid rock bearing no signs of artificial excavation. Nothing here. We've been down here more than 10 times. We can't find anything wrong. Chen Yao paused his movements. The absence of any issues is the biggest problem. The entire military camp is permeated with that plague aura, yet here there isn't even a trace of it, not a single hint. Chen Yao crouched down, his fingers brushing the cold surface of one of the chains. A indescribable pulse vaguely connected to some colossal entity deep within the rock layers transmitted through his fingertips. This pulse was extremely faint, occurring at long intervals, like the heartbeat of something that had been dormant for millions of years. Just as Chen Yao examined the broken end of the chain, attempting to sense a deeper pulse. Woo woo woo! A shrill, distorted alarm bell, like the death cry of a dying beast, tore through the oppressive silence above the camp without warning. This ringing was sharper and more urgent than any before, filled with the ominous sense of impending doom. Roar! Boom! Help! Instantly, a symphony of hell erupted. The shrill screech of metal tearing, the thunderous crash of collapsing structures, the frenzied roars of monstrous creatures, and the desperate screams of dying humans surging from the surface into the depths of the well. Chen Yao's eyes flashed with cold determination as he immediately charged upward. As his figure burst through the well opening, the scene before him instantly revealed the meaning behind the alarm. Monsters surged toward them like a tidal wave from the distance. The students seemed utterly defenseless, fighting while retreating until they reached the vicinity of the military camp. The distance had completely transformed into a living hell. Living corpses. Metal zombies. There used to be only 2 or 3. Why are there so many now? Nailin Yun's body began to tremble. Despair overwhelmed him, draining him of all strength. He felt himself about to collapse when Chen Yao grabbed his arm with one hand. Organize a defense. If we let them charge through, we're finished. Those metal zombies possessed immense strength. Like runaway war chariots, they charged forward with unstoppable force, their bodies radiating waves of scorching metal corrosion. Chen Yao's strong grip held Nailin Yun steady. Organize a defensive line. If we let them charge through, we're completely doomed. Chen Yao's voice echoed through the mask, low yet heavy as a hammer striking Nailin Yun's heart. The appearance of this horde of metal zombies certainly brought pressure. If it were only the barracks soldiers, resistance would be difficult. But this time, with the students of Dragon Roar Academy holding the front line, the pressure wouldn't be overwhelming. A petite figure charged against the retreating tide, surging to the very front of the defensive line to confront the surging metallic onslaught head-on. Her gaze remained utterly focused and composed. Both hands steadied the peculiar-looking, bird-beaked, snarling, gurgling bird gun. Water sphere spell multicast. The Archmage's magic surged within her. Space rippled around her as several pure, crystalline water spheres over a meter in diameter materialized out of thin air. Goo gak gak gak. The bird-beak face on the bird gun's breech seemed to smell the sweetest nectar, emitting an excited, distorted shriek as its mouth snapped open to an unbelievable angle, unleashing a terrifying suction force. Whoosh! The massive water spheres shattered as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, transforming into surging torrents instantly sucked into the bird gun's chamber. The entire process was lightning fast. The wooden barrel groaned under the sudden surge of immense water pressure, while the bird-beak face swelled another notch, eyes bulging with greedy satisfaction. Su Mumei's slender arms steadied the restless bird gun, locking onto the point where the metal undead's assault was densest, the very spot where the defenses were about to be breached. When did this girl get so reckless? The combined spellcasting of a Grand Mage and a Control Mage. It was simply overwhelming. Fire! She let out a sharp command and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang boom! This time, the sound was no longer the spray of a high-pressure water gun, but a terrifying roar like a mountain flood bursting its banks or a furious dragon's bellow. A super high-pressure water column, nearly half a meter in diameter and condensed to its absolute limit, erupted violently from the seemingly slender muzzle of the bird gun like a giant whip wielded by a celestial being. The water column was no longer clear. Instead, it carried a milky white shockwave generated by high-speed friction with the air, containing terrifying kinetic energy potent enough to slice through steel. Whoosh! Wherever the column passed, air was violently displaced, emitting a piercing shriek. The first 3 metal zombies bore the brunt of the assault. Their seemingly impenetrable, rough metal shells proved as fragile as paper against this fury. The jet instantly pierced the first zombie's chest, obliterating its dark red furnace core without even a chance to struggle, extinguished completely. Without slowing, the torrent sliced the second corpse clean in half. Its severed upper body, bearing a face of stunned metal, flew skyward. The third corpse attempted to block with its mutated metal arm, only to have the limb along with half its shoulder shredded by the furious current into a storm of iron shards and dark red pulp. Boom! The pierced, severed, and pulverized remains of the metal zombies flew backward like broken toys struck by a giant hammer, crashing heavily into the surging horde of zombies behind them and causing utter chaos. Beyond the physical destruction, the immense shockwave from the water column formed a brief water curtain barrier, violently pushing back the advancing metal zombies several meters. The scorching, rust-laden air wave was temporarily neutralized by the mist. The entire chaotic battlefield froze momentarily in the wake of this earth-shattering strike. The students of Dragon Roar Academy, who had been luring the monsters into an ambush, froze in shock. Which mage is this? Damn it! We agreed to lure these monsters with a feigned retreat, then wipe them all out. Everyone was supposed to get a share. How are we supposed to farm dungeon rewards now? Chen Yao turned and saw Neilan Yan's eyes wide with shock. Could that little girl's bird gun really deal such devastating damage? Chapter 136, A Thrilling Wilderness Operation. Su Mumei's earth-shattering strike had temporarily halted the metal undead's onslaught and cleared a section of the area, but it had also completely disrupted the students' original plan of luring the enemy deep and dividing them for annihilation. Staring at the ravaged clearing plowed by the high-pressure water jet and the scattered remains of monsters, the students poised to close in were collectively stunned. My monsters. One student stared at the empty frost trap circle he'd meticulously set, on the verge of tears. What happened to sticking to the plan? Who was that? How fierce! Another student stared wide-eyed at the petite figure clutching a bizarre bird gun, its barrel still steaming. Healing potions. We were supposed to split the monsters evenly for contribution points. What a waste! Neilan Yan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He pointed at Su Mumei, his finger trembling slightly. His dry lips parted several times, but no sound came out. That terrifying destructive power completely shattered his understanding of mages. She was essentially a human-shaped, self-propelled magic cannon. Chen Yao surveyed the injured crowd on the battlefield. With no progress on the plague yet, performing a thorough field surgery here seemed like a decent option. With that thought, his body slowly faded from view. Amidst the brief chaos and shock, a dark figure stirred. It didn't charge toward the undead horde, but instead blended like a specter into the lingering, unresolved plague mist swirling at the battlefield's edge. Chen Yao's figure flickered in and out of the thin black mist, moving with astonishing speed. His target, however, was not the metal monsters, but the wounded on the battlefield. A soldier, thrown by the scorching blast of a metal undead, lay dazed and disoriented, his arm fractured. He struggled to crawl up, reaching for a healing potion to administer himself. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision as a massive, icy birdbeak mask loomed before him. You! Before the soldier could finish his cry of alarm, an invisible force slammed him back to the ground. Terrified, he stared into the cold eyes hidden behind glass lenses, and saw the cold gleam of a scalpel and suture needles appearing instantly in the other's hand. You're injured. You need surgery. No need to waste the healing serum. Chen Yao's voice came through the mask, calm and unquestioning, as if stating the most ordinary fact. No. I'm fine. Let me go. The warrior was terrified out of his wits, struggling desperately. A monster wearing a bird beak mask was telling him he needed surgery in this environment? Was this madness? But under Chen Yao's overwhelming strength, his resistance was futile. Rip! Chen Yao's movements were lightning fast, precise to an unsettling degree. He skipped all the preliminaries, no sterilization, no anesthesia. That's how unreasonable field surgery is. The priority was survival above all else. The surgical blade flashed coldly in his hand, slicing through the warrior's dust-covered, blood-stained tunic and the simple armor beneath it as cleanly as paper. Exposing the arm beneath purple and swollen, with a clearly fractured and dislocated bone. The warrior let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, not from the pain, but from sheer terror. He was pinned to the ground by a bizarre bird-beaked monster, having his guts ripped open in public. Ignoring the screams, Chen Yao's fingers darted like a butterfly through the wound, precisely locating the broken bone. With a sharp crack, he used his palm to perform a simple reduction. Then, the skill of wilderness surgery brutally stimulated the cells surrounding the broken bone to accelerate division and repair. Simultaneously, his other hand grabbed suture needles and thread, beginning to stitch the wound at a dizzying speed. The stitches were fine and even, possessing an eerie beauty. But to onlookers, it looked like a demon threading a needle. Holy! What the hell is that bird-beaked monster doing? Is it dissecting a living person? This scene sent chills down the spines of the students and soldiers on the battlefield even more than Su Mumei's water cannon. They had just been stunned by Su Mumei's powerful support, only to witness an even more terrifying boss appear at the edge of the battlefield the next second, grabbing their comrades and starting to cut them open and stitch them back together. Help! A monster is eating people. Enemy attack. A new enemy attack. More terrifying than the metal monsters. Stop him. He's got Li Yuan. Panic spread like a plague through the already chaotic defensive lines. The students couldn't care less about their plan to lure the enemy into an ambush. All attention was riveted on this horrifying spectacle. Several nearby students instinctively lunged forward to rescue him, casting spells haphazardly, their magical light flashing wildly, nearly hitting others in the process. Don't come near. I'm fine. I think. Li Yuan, the warrior pinned to the ground undergoing surgery, suddenly realized after the initial agony and terror that his arm didn't hurt anymore. Moreover, the terrifying speed of the suturing caused a tingling sensation at the wound site, as if it were healing at lightning speed. This bizarre feeling left his mind blank, even forgetting to scream. But this brief silence did nothing to ease the panic. To the others, it looked like Li Si had been taken care of by that bird-beaked monster. He couldn't even scream anymore. Damn it! Let him go! In desperation, a student mage hurled a searing fireball toward Chen Yao's direction. The fireball screeched toward its target. Chen Yao didn't even look up, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He merely shifted his body slightly, and the fireball whizzed past the hem of his black robe, exploding on the ground far away. His hands never faltered in the suturing. The final stitch was perfect, not tied, thread cut. The entire process flowed seamlessly, taking less than 10 seconds. He released his grip and stood up. The warrior on the ground, Li Si, sat up in utter bewilderment. He instinctively flexed his arm, the one that had been fractured in agonizing moments ago, now perfectly whole save for a fine line of sutures. He could even feel a warm current surging beneath the wound, his strength rapidly returning. Next. Chen Yao's icy gaze swept across the battlefield, instantly locking onto a soldier nearby whose thigh had been gouged by shrapnel, blood gushing uncontrollably. The soldier's eyes met Chen Yao's gaze and froze in terror. Forgetting his leg wound, he scrambled backward, scrambling and crawling, screaming in panic. No! I don't want surgery. Don't come near me! Chen Yao paid no heed to his protests. With a flick of his body, he appeared before him as if teleported. A swirl of black mist, and the scalpel flashed once more. Slit open his belly. And not again. Run. The bird-beak doctor is catching people. He's going to turn us all into specimens. The defensive line completely collapsed. Some frantically fended off the surging metal zombies, while others fled like plague victims from the elusive bird-beak doctor, who snatched victims and instantly cut them open. The scene was even more chaotic and absurd than the metal zombie onslaught. Just as Su Mumei had reformed a water ball for her bird gun, ready to fire another shot, she witnessed the surgical panic Chen Yao had unleashed. Her face twitched as she helplessly pressed her hand to her forehead. This idiot, couldn't he save people in a gentler way? She muttered under her breath, her tone brimming with resignation and a resigned acceptance of I knew it. She knew Chen Yao all too well. His wilderness surgery skill clearly meant that anywhere could be his operating table, as long as it saved lives. These people had become his elite monsters for grinding skills. Watching the students and soldiers scattered in panic by Chen Yao, some nearly crashing into the clutches of metal zombies, Su Mumei sighed. She raised her bird gun once more, aiming across the chaotic battlefield. This time, she helped that horror doctor clear his operating environment. A roaring jet of high-pressure water erupted, temporarily suppressing another wave of metal zombies attempting to break through the chaos. Simultaneously, it swept several panicked students who had run in the wrong direction back toward relatively safer ground. Two really do make light work. Chen Yao watched the students being flushed back and gave Su Mumei a discreet thumbs up. Their eyes met, and an instant understanding formed between them. On the battlefield, the roars and charges of metal zombies clashed with the terrified screams of students dodging surgery, the thunderous roar of Su Mumei's water cannon, and Chen Yao's silent yet astonishingly efficient field surgery, all converging into an absurd intense hellscape. Neilan watched it all, frozen solid in place, his brain completely crashing. This development had utterly surpassed his comprehension. Chapter 137, The King of Hell calls roll, whoever's called gets operated on. Su Mumei's water cannon roar temporarily suppressed a wave of metal zombies, but the panic on the battlefield not only failed to subside, it intensified exponentially due to Chen Yao's actions. When Chen Yao seized the wounded soldier, the man's agonized screams and futile struggles like prey falling into a beast's jaws instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Soldiers couldn't compare to the students; those always carried healing potions in their pockets, making them perfect tools for Chen Yao's field surgeries. For these soldiers, even a moment's delay could allow the plague to spread throughout their bodies. While curing the plague at this stage proved difficult, Chen Yao's field surgery could still prevent a freshly wounded soldier from contracting it. With each field surgery performed, his proficiency accelerated rapidly. You need surgery. The voice was as cold as a weather report. No! Let go of me. A soldier collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear at Chen Yao's sudden appearance. Slashing. The cold gleam of the scalpel flashed as it sliced through the blood-stained tunic and armor like paper. A purple-black severed arm was exposed. The scream stemmed from utter terror, the fear of being disemboweled in public. Chen Yao instinctively ignored it. Fingers plunged in, snapping bones back into place. A faint glow flickered from his skill, brutally stimulating regeneration. threaded and stitched with dizzying speed. The stitches were fine and even, an eerie beauty that sent shivers down the spine. Dissecting a living person? Collecting specimens? But all the others saw was another comrade pinned down, cut open, stitched up. Then, quiet. He's got another one. This scene instantly sparked more commotion. Those near Chen Yao instinctively began backing away, jostling each other. Chen Yao paid no heed to the reactions around him. He plunged into the plague like a radar, pinpointing his next target, a pale mage student who had cast too many spells. He reappeared behind the Dragon Roar Academy mage student. Hey, you're out of mana, huh? Let me heal you. I'm a healer. I'm a healer. I'm a healer. The words clung to the student like a nightmare. His instinct was to run, but a powerful hand seized the back of his collar. A shoulder throw slammed him to the ground. No! Let go! I'm from Longming Academy. You can't. I don't need a healer. The student screamed. Rip! The scalpel sliced cleanly through his chest and abdominal garments. Let's have a field surgery session. Recovery will be quick. The indistinct face, the bird beak mask, loomed larger and larger before the student's eyes along with his own endless terror. He's attacking the students. That bird-beaked monster is attacking our people. He's cutting them open. The word gutting sent a chill down everyone's spine. This realization exploded like a bomb in the students' minds. The elusive monster was snatching people to perform surgery on them. Several students could no longer hold back. Spells, arrows, even warriors charging, they hurled everything recklessly toward Chen Yao. While some continued battling the metal zombies, others redirected their firepower entirely at Chen Yao. The battlefield fractured, forces hampered each other. The pressure on the metal undead suddenly eased, and they surged like a tidal wave toward the fragile breach in the defenses. Nalin Yun's futile shouts were drowned out by the chaotic clamor of battle cries, explosions, and screams. Chen Yao danced on the edge of a knife. He effortlessly dodged incoming attacks. A fireball even whizzed past his needle-stitched hand, nearly singeing the thread, yet his hands never faltered. He brutally pressed into the student's chest cavity, adjusting the scorched, twisted diaphragm. He forcibly injected the life force of the Plague Authority to stimulate repair. The suturing grew faster. He couldn't fathom why the Dragon Roar Academy students were attacking him. Perhaps. Was it too shocking to see field surgery? Could a single operation clear any debuff? Well, maybe it was too brutal. But it didn't matter. All that counted was accumulating proficiency. Chen Yao already felt that performing a surgery was faster for him than an ordinary person drinking a bottle of potion. Drinking a potion required taking it out, opening it, and swallowing it. But completing a field surgery only requires press, incise, suture. Blink and you miss it fast. The student mage watched himself get cut open and stitched back up. Even though the whole thing took only seconds, it left him with deep psychological trauma. The battlefield was gradually turning into a boiling cauldron. The roars of metal zombies, human screams, explosions of spells, the roar of water cannons, and the faint sounds of Chen Yao's scalpel slicing through flesh and sutures threading through tissue all intertwined in his own ears. Chen Yao saw only casualties and efficiency. In other words, only experience points and proficiency. Too many past events had caused his professional skills to fall far behind. Now, he had seized the opportunity of a team raid, one that even came with a plague that allowed for free movement. There was no reason not to max out his professional skills. As for those metal zombies? Come on, these students were the elite of Longming Academy. They could handle even the worst situations, and Chen Yao didn't see himself as causing trouble. Instead, he was meticulously treating each one. He'd just finished suturing the student mage's chest, leaving a neat little cross-shaped stitch. Such wounds could be healed with potions. Chen Yao felt his surgical skills, aside from the visual shock, made him practically an invincible battlefield medic. He immediately locked onto his next target, this time, a warrior officer whose abdomen had been pierced by metal shrapnel, intestines faintly visible, teetering on the brink of death. Time for the big job. Chen Yao slipped into plague, ignoring the hail of ice spikes and arrows fired his way, materializing instantly beside the officer. The officer was already delirious, but upon seeing the approaching bird-beaked mask, his pupils flashed with final terror, his throat emitting a gasping sound. Chen Yao's hand pressed down. The surgical blade flashed coldly as it sliced through the clothing and flesh surrounding the wound, preparing to address the internal bleeding and damaged intestines. The injury is quite severe. The surgery will take a while. Longer than usual meant it would take more than the typical few seconds. Captain. He's not even sparing the critically wounded. He's dismembering the company commander. Demon. Kill him. Or we'll all die. The soldiers could only scream in terror, too afraid to approach. After a dozen seconds, Chen Yao slowly straightened up, and several students who had been about to rush forward suddenly halted in their tracks. A pair of eyes beneath the bird-beak mask swept across the room. At that glance, everyone instinctively averted their gaze. The King of Hell takes attendance. Whoever's called up gets the surgery. Damn it! Whoever gets called, gets the surgery? Chen Yao stared at the nearly maxed-out wilderness surgery skill. Indeed, 321 surgeries. Over half of them had been fleeced 4 times or more. After all, the students got smarter as time went on, clustering together and making it harder to target them. Only those who had already undergone surgery remained numb, leaving them vulnerable for one final exploit. We can't keep this up. The undead are almost all taken care of. Chen Yao observed the steadily dwindling number of undead. The students of Longming Academy were formidable indeed, having forcibly suppressed this near catastrophe. Chapter 138, Let Me Pretend. Roar. A metallic roar, far more terrifying and thunderous than any previous zombie's bellow, crashed like a solid hammer against everyone's eardrums and hearts. The invisible shockwave swept across the battlefield. Soldiers standing too close instantly bled from their ears and noses, reeling with dizziness. Several weaker ones collapsed to one knee, clutching their heads in agony. Boss. The thought flashed through the minds of every elite student at Dragon Roar Academy like a cold bolt of lightning. Gee God. What the hell is that monster? A rookie soldier on the periphery dropped his weapon with a clang. His face turned as white as paper, his legs shaking like a sieve, his voice filled with the first signs of collapse. Yet, what met his cry was not more panicked screams. They've fused? They've fused. A mage student wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a stern expression barked out, his voice instantly drowning out the recruit's terror. His staff glowed with steady arcane light, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, locked firmly on the colossal form that was frantically coalescing from countless metal fragments, twisting and rising. As if this command had flipped a switch, the entire student body of Dragon Roar Academy underwent an instant transformation in demeanor. All eyes turned in unison toward the distant source of the tremor. Present were students selected from the top ranks of every city for Longming Academy. Many had been through the baptism of major dungeons. They all knew that upon a boss's appearance, the first instinct was not to scream or flee, but to observe and wait for an opportunity to strike. Students in the Mage sequence nearly simultaneously completed their elemental focus, multicolored magical auras stabilizing and swirling at the tips of their wands. Frost, flame, and arcane energy rippled together, weaving a solid field of magic. They rapidly chanted complex incantations, their temples beaded with sweat from the terrifying pressure and the urgency of casting. The frontline heavy warriors and guardian knights drew deep breaths, slamming their shields to the ground with a thunderous clang. Muscles bulged beneath their gripping arms, veins standing out as their eyes locked onto the gradually materializing metallic colossus. Their defensive stances solidified, immovable as bedrock. Agile figures scattered like ghosts, seeking high ground or advantageous angles to strike. Arrows knocked onto bowstrings, poison-tipped daggers glinting coldly in the shadows. The entire battlefield seemed split into 2 worlds. On one side, panic and chaos raged among the ordinary soldiers. On the other, the elite students of Dragon Roar Academy erected a silent, resilient defensive wall. The air thickened until it seemed heavy enough to drip. With every inch the metal colossus rose, the weight pressing on everyone's hearts grew heavier. Chen Yao watched from afar as the new students of the Dragon Roar Academy demonstrated impressive mental fortitude, exceptional battlefield adaptability. Feeling the pressure now, Chen Yao watched as the colossus, formed from countless twisted metal components, took its final shape. But, all this fuss over formations, to fight this monster. Chen Yao realized his reputation for field surgery must have spread far and wide. He had to make an impression. Moo. Chen Yao's voice halted Su Mumei, who was holding a clattering bird gun. She looked up, and in the next instant, a shadow appeared. Chen Yao's figure stood behind her, one arm wrapped around Su Mumei's slender waist. Mumu, fancy a quick kill combo? Instant kill package. The undead can't really be considered human anymore, and I've discovered they can spread intestinal diseases. The hidden multiplier attribute of intestinal diseases. Yes. My great mage, show off some flashy control skills later. Chen Yao glanced back at the students from Dragon Roar Academy. We need some respectable battle achievements. Once we're enrolled, there won't be too much trouble. Su Mumei hummed in agreement, tucking away her gurgling bird gun. Chen Yao wrapped his right arm around Su Mumei's waist, raising his left hand with fingers splayed. Plague intestinal disease. In an instant, the invisible plague spread at an astonishing speed. Without any earth-shattering spectacle, yet in Chen Yao's eyes, the plague coiled precisely and greedily around the metal giant's massive, newly formed body. Freeze. Grip of extreme cold. Su Mumei's clear voice rang out with unprecedented focus and power. A grand mage-tier spell was unleashed, interwoven with a control-type spell. Her hands danced like butterflies, shifting seals in rapid succession. The massive water elemental cannon instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless ice crystal chains more crystalline, more condensed, and radiating an absolute zero chill than before. Snap. Snap. Crackle. Crackle. The extreme cold and the plague's corrosion produced a terrifying synergistic effect. The metal joints, already weakened and structurally compromised by corrosion, emitted a crisp, thunderous crack like a millennia-old glacier shattering the moment the ice chains wrapped around them. Under this dual assault, the once hard metal became as fragile as glass. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant the ice chains secured their hold. Boom! Clatter! A colossal number appeared. 9999999999. The students of Longming Academy, who had been on high alert, now stared blankly at the floating number. A single spell had reached the monster's maximum HP? 9999999999 wasn't the damage cap, it was the monster's limit. It was over. In just 2 breaths? That terrifying metallic colossus, the one that had the entire elite student team on high alert, bearing immense pressure, even prepared for sacrifice, was just instantly obliterated? The battlefield fell into absolute dead silence. A stillness more profound than any before. Mage's spell-charged wands froze mid-cast, incantations abruptly halted, leaving only gaping mouths and wide eyes. Warriors' arms, clenched around weapons and shields, forgot to tense, maintaining defensive stances while their bodies froze in utter shock. Rangers and assassins emerged from their hiding spots, their eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Nalan Yun's mouth hung open. His mind was blank, replaying only the image of Su Mumei raising her hand and unleashing a fatal spell. Every student of Dragon Roar Academy, those elites who moments ago had been as cool as ice, poised for battle, now seemed collectively frozen in place. Their gazes turned, in unison and involuntarily, toward the 2 figures at the center of the battlefield. Su Mumei breathed lightly, her face slightly pale from the exertion of casting the spell at full power. Yet her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance, tinged with the exhilaration of having accomplished a monumental feat. Chen Yao calmly lowered his hand, as if merely brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve. How does it feel to pull that off? Su Mumei's cheeks flushed slightly, momentarily overwhelmed by the weight of so many eyes fixed on her. Chen Yao turned, raised his hand, and clenched it empty. Reverse healing. Releasing the plague intestinal disease and reversing it into healing light. Crack. Countless green healing lights surged throughout the entire dungeon. The magic spell that just dealt 9999999999 damage was shocking enough, but this group of inexperienced students witnessed true healing power once more. The entire map was blanketed in healing magic. Chen Yao said nothing, merely stepping forward. A moment later, he reappeared standing before the group of Longming Academy students. I've said it before, I'm a doctor who heals and saves lives. Su Mumei sighed, her face flushing. Chen Yao's suddenly acting all mysterious. He's hopeless, but this actually feels pretty good. Chapter 139, The Dungeon's Malice. Is that guy who keeps cutting people open really a doctor? Is he some kind of weird doctor sequence? That massive healing output, isn't he in the top 5 of the sequence? Whispers buzzed along the camp's edge as the students watched with lingering fear the mage who just obliterated the sky and the healer sequence, both apparently classmates from their own year. Dragon Roar Academy truly harbors hidden talents. More and more people were gradually letting down their guard regarding this instance. Chen Yao had already pulled Su Mumei away from the original spot, appearing on the roof of a relatively intact ruin on the outskirts of the battlefield. Below them, the plague-controlled wraiths necromancers silently commanded the newly transformed plague zombies. Their movements were stiff yet purposeful as they lunged toward the monster carcasses marked by Chen Yao, whose bodies remained relatively intact. The plague wove scattered death into twisted combat power like invisible threads. This instance should be fairly straightforward. Chen Yao's voice broke the silence as his gaze swept over the chaotic encampment and the ancient well faintly visible in the distance. Most threats come from these undead and monsters. For students entering the dungeon, as long as they coordinate well, dealing with them is just a matter of expending some effort. The greatest anomaly, or rather, the reason Longyun chose this dungeon as the opening ceremony, likely lies in the plague afflicting this group, and before he could finish, Su Mumei lowered her head. The flush on her cheeks hadn't fully faded yet, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Yao. Do you think I was a bit too conspicuous just now? Clearly, the sensation of being carried at high speed by Chen Yao and the stares from the camp had left the school beauty's thoughts lingering elsewhere. Want to do it again? Chen Yao raised an eyebrow, teasing her deliberately. That's not what I meant. Su Mumei snapped her head up, her cheeks flushing even redder as she hastily denied it. 2 more times? Su Mumei simply pursed her lips and fell silent, glaring at him with her moist eyes, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance evident. Chen Yao knew when to stop, his smile fading as his expression turned serious again. Enough teasing. Let's talk business. These undead are a catastrophic threat to the camp's original inhabitants, but they pose limited danger to students with sequence abilities. An ordinary, resource-depleted plague instance isn't worth Longyun going to such lengths to designate as the opening instance for the semester. The biggest problem lies in the inexplicable plague that refuses to be eradicated from this group of people, and he paused, his gaze sharpening as it fixed on the ancient well within the camp, which radiated an ominous aura. That well. Su Mumei followed his gaze and grasped the crux, interjecting, eliminating the source of the plague? It's likely more than just the source. Chen Yao shook his head, his voice low. This isolated city is itself a vast tomb. The plague is merely the surface manifestation, a catalyst accelerating death. Accompanying the plague and death comes a deeper despair and the malevolence of some rule. As if to validate his words, the instant his voice faded. Buzz. A cold, emotionless notification appeared in the center of every student's field of vision within the instance, as mandatory as a system announcement. The crimson text was blindingly vivid. Emergency notice, world rule intervention. Prohibited, consumption, usage, activation. Rule effective, within this instance. 1. Prohibited from using any restorative potions, food, or items excluding self-healing skills. 2. All satiety potions, food, and items are prohibited. 3. Prohibited, use or activation of any non-bound, non-sequence-derived functional items, weapons, armor, accessories, etc. subject to judgment. Warning, violators will suffer backlash from the world's primordial source. What? Healing potions are useless now? My energy crystals are useless. Even my compressed biscuits, the system says they can't be eaten? My talisman isn't responding? Inside and outside the camp, screams and chaos erupted, instantly more terrifying than facing the undead tide moments before. For professionals reliant on item supplies and equipment buffs, this sudden triple ban felt like pulling the rug out from under them. Chen Yao stared at the crimson warning in his vision. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a cold, grave expression. His earlier premonition had been fully confirmed. So it was. He murmured to Su Mumei beside him, her face equally stunned. His voice carried the chill of one who had grasped the core truth. This dungeon world, this twisted exam hall. From the very beginning, it never intended to let those who stepped inside survive easily. What it seeks to drain is not merely physical strength, but hope itself. His gaze locked once more upon the ancient well in the distance, its depths seeming to connect with the abyss itself. The grayish aura swirling around the well's rim appeared to mock everyone's struggles in silence. The moment the system notification appeared, chaos erupted across the camp. Deprived of supplies and powerful items, the students who had just begun to find their footing felt their confidence shattered. Panic spread like a plague, even faster than the physical contagion Chen Yao had unleashed. Some futilely pounded their now useless storage gear, others stared tearfully at their once precious talismans, now worthless scrap metal. Worse still, those who attempted to force the use of their items suffered backlash from the invisible rules, collapsing pale face to the ground. With their items unusable, their base combat power plummeted by 70 to 80%. Worse still, healing items and even food were rendered useless. Calm down. Everyone calm down. The burly warrior who had organized the defense roared, trying to steady the situation. Though his own weapon still functioned, the faintly glowing potions at his waist had completely dimmed, rendered useless trinkets. Su Mumei, too, was unsettled by this sudden blow from the rules. She instinctively touched the storage bracelet on her wrist and attempted to summon a thread of magic, her expression shifting slightly. Chen Yao, my mana regeneration seems suppressed? And I feel so hungry, not ordinary hunger, but this, weakness, as if the concept of fullness has been forcibly stripped away by the rules. Her already pale face now bore an added layer of fragility. Chen Yao swiftly scanned his own status. As a plague doctor, his core abilities primarily stemmed from his own sequence and the plagues he analyzed, making him relatively less reliant on artifacts. Yet the drain from plague garb and the mana demands of reverse cure both grew burdensome under the environmental suppression. More troublesome still, that rule-imposed hunger sensation was similarly eroding him, as if countless invisible hands were draining his vitality, attempting to drag him into weakness. Rule suppression. Chen Yao stated concisely, his gaze sharp as a blade. The dungeon's core malevolence is taking effect. It not only bars external aids but also slowly strips away our foundational states. Hunger weakens us, while mana recovery suppression limits endurance. Long Yun or whatever lies behind this dungeon wants us to exhaust our last ounce of strength and despair. He glanced toward the ancient well, where the pallid aura seemed to thicken, carrying a faint, heart-stopping sensation of suction? As if the very despair and vitality of the entire dungeon were ceaselessly flowing toward it. That well, is it the source? Su Mumei followed his gaze and felt that ominous pull herself, forcing back the discomfort as she asked. At least a pivotal point. Chen Yao nodded. The well likely holds the root of the plague, the foundation of the rules, and even the very reason this isolated city exists. Without resolving it, we'll be drained to death by these rules sooner or later, turning into the living corpses down there or worse. Chapter 140, They are eating grass roots? The students' panic quickly subsided. The chaotic, tidal wave of commotion was suppressed by something heavier. Without access to items, this dungeon couldn't be dragged out into a protracted battle or they'd truly become savages. Yet the sight before them froze that urgent thought in its tracks. They turned to look at the lifeless camp. Nalin Yun, the sole medic here, emerged with a small squad of soldiers. The soldiers trailing behind Nalin Yun moved with an unusual heaviness. Their armor was caked with dried mud and bloodstains so dark they were barely distinguishable. Each face was shrouded in a layer of ashen exhaustion. They pushed a crude wooden cart together, its wheels screeching creak on the dry, cracked ground, each turn sounding like a groan. Neatly stacked atop the cart were square, grayish-yellow blocks dried earth cakes. Thank you. Conditions here are harsh. You've been fighting for over an hour. If it helps, please eat something. Nalin Yun's voice was hoarse, his concern cloaked in a heavier resignation that almost sounded like a sigh. The road ahead is long. You'll need to save your strength. He knew this wasn't the first group to appear out of nowhere. People showed up at regular intervals. Only, as time passed, their numbers dwindled, the city grew more dilapidated, and the food they offered grew increasingly poor. Several students instinctively moved closer, but an indescribable stench, a mixture of earthiness, stale grain, and some peculiar rancid odor hit them in the face. A girl covered her nose and took a step back, waving her hands repeatedly, her face clearly showing discomfort. No, thank you, Dr. Naylan. We're not hungry, this. She swallowed the words that might have followed how to eat it, but the refusal in her eyes was unmistakable. A male student beside her frowned, his voice low but clear. Yeah, let's see what's going on in the barracks. Maybe we can find another way to end this. Their gazes, tinged with youthful curiosity and a subtle hint of superiority, swept past Naylan Yun and the soldier pushing the cart behind him, settling on the massive, dilapidated felt tent ahead, the main command tent. Naylan Yun's gaunt face bore no trace of reproach, only a numb, bone-deep sorrow. His eyes, which seemed to have witnessed all the world's sorrows, dimmed momentarily. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he merely stepped aside half a pace, clearing the path leading deeper into the barracks. All right. Go inside and take a look. Chen Yao and Su Mumei witnessed all this from a distance. Now that they've gone in, what about us? No need. Chen Yao's gaze fell on Naylan Yun. Well, maybe this is what Long Yun had in mind. Long Yun's idea? Chen Yao murmured. Not everyone has witnessed that kind of horror. He reached out and hooked his arm around Su Mumei's waist, causing her cheeks to flush. Just as he was about to speak. Let's go. We have our own business to attend to. We should check other areas for clues. This region shouldn't only have this one city. But that well. They'll notice that well. Let them investigate it. I sense something good waiting for us in the distance. Something worthwhile? Chen Yao, you always speak in half-truths these days. Where did you pick up that habit? Su Mumei piped up, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. The birdshot muskets are useless now. We'll have to rely on magic. Thankfully, under the Grand Mage's guidance, my mana reserves have been significantly boosted. Alright, it's just some fallen warriors' corpses. They're high level, and the plague of the wicked can control them, giving the skeletons a perfect upgrade. Su Mumei reached out and tapped the mask on Chen Yao's face, speaking with utmost seriousness. That's better. Speaking in half sentences always feels off. Next time you leave one hanging, I'll smack your mask hard. The next second, Chen Yao reached up, removed his bird beak mask, and placed it on Su Mumei's face. Wear it. Meanwhile, all the students entered the military camp with mixed feelings. The first few steps were steady enough, though the ground was unusually muddy, mixed with shredded grass and indistinguishable stains. But soon, a thick, overpowering stench, a potent blend of blood, sweat, sickness, the bitterness of herbs, and the foul odor of waste punched them like a heavy blow, slamming into their nostrils and lungs. The air was thick and sticky, as if you could wring water from it, pressing down on their chests until it felt suffocating. As far as the eye could see, a silent yet harrowing tableau of suffering unfolded. This was not merely the stench of death from a dungeon run. Across the vast training grounds, there was no sign of the drill formations or orderly barracks one might expect. Instead, the ground was densely covered with human forms lying motionless. Rough straw mats spread across the cold earth served as makeshift hospital beds. 8 out of 10 of those lying here were wounded soldiers. The light was dim, yet it revealed details that made one's hair stand on end. Some soldiers were missing arms, their severed wrists wrapped in filthy, blackened cloth. The fabric had long since lost its original color, deeply stained with dark red blood that looked like dried, decaying marks. Some limped on swollen, gleaming legs, their skin tinged with an ominous purplish blue. Crudely bound with wooden sticks, the makeshift splints bore no professional touch, and the bandages themselves were dotted with suspicious stains. Some had bandages wrapped around their chests, but the cloth was nearly soaked through, its color dark and dull. Others had wounds left completely exposed, uncovered by any cloth at all. Gaping lacerations gaped hideously, their edges a grayish-black hue, caked with dust and debris, where wriggling maggots could faintly be seen. Ulcers deep enough to expose bone oozed pus and blood, the lingering sweet-scented stench of decay in the air emanating precisely from these wounds. The moans were not a cacophony of cries, but a low, stifled wail, pain crushed deep in throats, escaping only through gritted teeth. A young soldier curled up, his hands clutching his left leg obviously fractured, yet bound only with 2 ragged strips of cloth. His body shook uncontrollably, his lips bitten purple, seemingly drained of even the strength to cry out. Beside him lay a man whose leg had been severed at the hip. The wound was hastily bandaged, but dark, murky fluid seeped through the cloth. He had slipped into unconsciousness, only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicating life remained. This hellish scene instantly drained all speech and expression from those who entered. Several girls who had just refused the dried cakes turned ashen-faced, their stomachs churning violently. Unable to hold back, they rushed to the tent poles and retched. The male students bit their lips hard, their fingers unconsciously clenching the hems of their shirts so tightly their nails nearly dug into their palms. A bone-chilling coldness shot straight up from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. This wasn't mere physical fear of blood and injury, but a soul-shaking tremor that ran deep into their marrow, brought on by confronting the very limits of survival. They finally grasped the true, terrifying meaning of the phrase desperate situation. Amidst this deathly silence, their gaze was drawn to another scene. At the edge of the camp, near a murky well, stood a row of even more rudimentary huts. Soldiers with relatively minor injuries or those still able to walk hunched over, performing movements bordering on reverence. They carefully placed dark green substances resembling tangled roots of weeds mixed with withered yellow stems into cracked earthenware bowls or battered iron pots. Then they poured in the murky, yellowish well water, so turbid its bottom was barely visible. The students watched a young soldier with sunken cheeks, cracked and bleeding lips, and a vacant stare. He stuffed a handful of freshly gathered grass roots, still dripping muddy water, into his mouth and chewed mechanically. Then, from a sooty clay bowl beside him, its walls seemingly coated with a layer of sticky green scum, he scooped up a ladle of murky water and gulped it down. The swallowing motion carried a sense of urgency, absorbing every ounce of nourishment. "They're eating grass roots?" a pale-faced student wearing glasses asked, his voice trembling. Chapter 141, I'll give it a try. Another soldier seemed to hear the question. He glanced up at them before numbly lowering his head again, resuming the task of crushing the grass roots in the basin. The pounding motions were slow and heavy, producing a dull thudding sound. What are they doing? That green stuff. Is it medicinal herbs? Are they brewing medicine to treat injuries? The girl who had refused the hard biscuit caught her breath, her voice tinged with incredulous hope as she whispered to her companion beside her. The question, like a pebble tossed into stagnant water, caught the attention of a veteran nearby who was laboriously chewing on a grass root. He paused, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over the group of relatively clean-clothed youths whose faces were etched with shock and confusion. A flicker of self-mockery and resignation seemed to pass through his cloudy gaze. A muffled grunt escaped his throat, but he merely shook his head before lowering his gaze once more, returning to his battle with the tough, chewy grass roots. Confused, the students turned their gaze to Nailan Yun, who had led them inside. He was the doctor here, the pillar of strength. Nailan Yun had stood silently nearby, observing the soldier's actions, his figure resembling a weathered, dried-out tree trunk. Hearing the students' murmurs of doubt, his shoulders shifted ever so slightly as if a heavy burden had been lifted, yet also as if struck by something even heavier. He slowly turned and walked back step by step, his boots crunching softly on the muddy ground. He stopped beside the soldier's boiling water, pointing at the floating grass roots and murky green liquid in the earthenware basin. His tone was flat, taut as a string stretched to breaking point, each word scraped painstakingly from a heart filled with grit. That isn't medicine. He paused, as if summoning immense strength to voice the brutal truth. His gaze swept over the students' faces, frozen in shock, before settling on the blackened clay bowl in the soldier's hands, where the murky green liquid swayed slightly. That is food. It's the only thing we could find, barely edible, just enough to fill our stomachs, to give us the strength to crawl up, stand, grasp our weapons, and hold the city walls for another half day. Nailan Yun's voice scraped like a dull blade against rough bark, each syllable grinding against despair. Grass roots, wild grass roots mixed with bits of elm bark, soaked in water that's been boiled who knows how many times. Food? The girl who had been retching earlier gasped aloud, her voice rising and then warping with sheer horror. That stuff, how could anyone eat that? Won't that make you sick? Nailan Yun's face bore no expression, or rather, all emotion had dissolved into a profound, overwhelming weariness. His gaze swept past the girl's wide, frightened eyes and settled on the wounded soldiers moaning silently on the straw mats. Plague? Dysentery? Bellies swollen like drums? Intestines rotting like cotton? His voice carried a near cruel calm, as if he were describing some weather report unrelated to himself. I know. Every day, someone collapses and dies. But compared to starving to death here now, like a withered leaf blown off by the wind, perhaps dying of illness tomorrow, the day after, or even later, sounds like a distant hope? At least, before starvation, there's still a glimmer of expectation? The hardened earth cakes were the last delicacy in the abyss. His words poured over the students like a bucket of ice water, chilling them to the bone. The earlier reluctance to eat the hard biscuits because of their smell now seemed childish and cruel. All eyes involuntarily, and with heavy hearts, turned back to the entrance of the training ground, to the creaking cart they had rejected upon arrival, its neatly stacked, grayish-yellow earthen crackers. Having witnessed the extreme shock of the grass root water, the students now viewed these so-called dried cakes with a completely different mindset. This was no ordinary, hard-to-swallow food. It carried an absurd symbolism of relative normality within the abyss of despair. Nailan Yun seemed to sense their gaze, and his eyes drifted toward the cart as well. A profound sorrow flickered across his weary eyes. That, he began again, his voice deeper and more raspy, as if each word drained his vitality, is also food. Not the pungent stuff you find repulsive. He paused, as if gathering strength to utter the name that sent a chill through the heart. Those are earth cakes. Just what you see earth. Mixed with bits of bran and rice husks ground finer than dust, kneaded with muddy water pumped from wells, patted into cakes, then baked under the sun or over the last embers of a dying stove fire. That's how these cakes are made. Boom! This time, a thunderous crash shattered their very understanding, reverberating through every student's mind. Dirt? Dirt? A cake made of dirt? Hardened by the sun? Baked by the furnace fire? The indescribable stench, a mix of earthy mustiness and rancid decay, suddenly found its cruelest explanation. This wasn't merely the smell of spoiled grain, it was the very essence of soil itself, a desperate signal sent by hunger when it forcibly redefined dirt as food. They couldn't fathom how anyone could swallow such a thing. Wouldn't it clog their stomachs, heavy as stone? Wouldn't it tear their esophagi, lacerate their guts? Wouldn't it congeal like a lump in their intestines, ultimately killing them? The earlier queasiness now transformed into overwhelming horror and a visceral, crushing repulsion. Nailin watched the youths turn ashen, their vacant eyes reflecting disbelief. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, seemingly trying to form a smile, but what emerged was a grimace uglier than tears, more heart-wrenching than any cry. You just complained it smelled strange, looked ugly, felt as hard as stone when squeezed. You're right. It is disgusting, coarser than the toughest bark, more throat-scraping than the most astringent grass roots. Swallowing it could choke you to death. His words carried a near-masochistic calm. But a painfully contradictory light suddenly flared in Nailin Yun's eyes. This is the best we can offer, at this moment. I'm sorry. Those final 9 words were practically gritted out between clenched teeth, each syllable forced through with an indescribable mix of humiliation and heartbreak. The best we have? For the man who saved their lives? For comrades who fought side by side? Even for their own surviving soldiers? This cruel contrast threatened to crush everyone's nerves. Grass roots and bark steeped in muddy water were already the last resort for survival, that was the supply for those still able to walk. But these dried earthcakes, baked from genuine yellow soil, these treasures requiring complex processes and precious firewood to produce, represented not ordinary delicacies, but in this hell of extreme scarcity, a relatively safe way to provide energy and sustain life just a little longer. The ultimate delicacy. That creaking cart, that pile of grayish-yellow cakes in the student's eyes, they were no longer mere sustenance. They were a crumbling, last bastion erected upon the abyss of hell, barely holding back the immediate devouring by starvation. This was the blood-stained compassion and final shred of dignity that Nailin Yun, as the squad leader, could muster with every ounce of his strength. The few students who had earlier refused the dry cakes now felt so ashamed they could barely stand, nearly breaking down on the spot. I'm sorry. I didn't know. The girl apologized, but Nailin Yun could only offer a bitter smile in response. It's fine. Nailin Yun turned away from the student's dazed expressions. He walked silently to the cart, stretched out his gaunt hand, and picked up a dry biscuit. He cradled it carefully in his palm, then hunched over, dragging his leaden steps toward the nearest figure, an old soldier lying on a straw mat, breathing faintly. He knelt down, using emotion almost as if cradling a fragile treasure, and gently yet insistently placed the grayish-yellow hardtack, a crystallization of the will to survive, into the old man's cold, emaciated hand. The moment it touched his skin, the withered hand began to devour the biscuit, shoving it into his mouth. Why don't you leave this place? This. The girl was about to speak when someone tugged at her sleeve. This is a dungeon. They're just emotionless, or we are living, breathing people too. Nailin Yun stood up, his gaze carrying a peculiar intensity. His voice trembled as he interrupted them. We are human too. All the students stared at Nailin Yun in shock. Meanwhile, Su Mumei suddenly spoke up. In a world not under control, that instance would keep progressing, right? They'd die, wouldn't they? Maybe. Chen Yao didn't know how to respond and only managed 2 words. Then just take down the instance, like. Chen Yao tapped his forehead with his finger. Mystic, delusional, plague doctor, plus I've already taken control of one world. My rank, my psychic energy can't handle it. But, you can try. I'll try it. Su Mumei suddenly spoke up. Chapter 142, Necrotic Pathogen, Summoning Skeletons. We don't need this food, but please have Dr. Nailin Yun explain the entire process to us. This might be our only way out of here. Among the students, the most level-headed boy wearing glasses stepped forward. All eyes turned to him in unison. My name is Wang Wuji, a graduate of the Shangjing Dragon Academy. I believe I have the right to lead everyone through this dungeon safely. Long Yuan Academy. Those 2 words sent a collective gasp through the crowd. Longming Academy ranked among the top 3 universities nationwide, meaning its high school graduates were essentially another Longming Academy. Dr. Nailin, I'm sorry, but I don't accept your claim that you're living people. Your resistance here is merely part of the dungeon's storyline. As for these things, the bespectacled Wang Wuji's gaze held a hint of indifference as he reached out, snatched a dry earthen cake, and crushed it with a slight effort. Some sensitive students felt Wang Wuji had gone too far. But no one dared to say anything. Nailin Yun glanced at Wang Wuji before silently turning away. If you have questions, no one here understands better than those still living. Go ask them. Nailin Yun walked away, and Wang Wuji gave him an indifferent glance. After all, in his eyes, this kind of dungeon required gathering every possible clue. He saw no need to develop feelings for a bunch of NPCs. Go gather intelligence. Without food sources, combat effectiveness will drop significantly within 24 hours. After 2 days, we'll lose 80% of our fighting strength. We don't have much time. Use whatever means necessary to obtain sufficient information. Don't worry about them being mere NPCs. Meanwhile, Chen Yao stood amidst a chaotic graveyard. A bitter wind howled through the gloomy, pitch-black landscape, whipping paper offerings and ashes across the ground. In the distance, shattered tombstones lay toppled haphazardly, as if uprooted by some colossal force. The air thickened with a mingled stench of decay and rust, the sedimented scent of time and blood. Chen Yao raised his hand, his black robe billowing in the wind. Beneath the bird-beaked mask, his gaze was as still as an abyss. "We're here." His voice sounded muffled through the mask. A peculiar emotion lingered here. Few dungeons could sustain the infection of the necrotic pathogen. After all, it wasn't a true necromancer. The infection of the necrotic pathogen always had specific requirements. Moreover, these undead can evolve. Among the skeletons, several had become part of the doctor sequence. As for the stronger skeleton knights, they too are exceptional beings. Hopefully, a better host can be found here. Su Mumei followed behind Chen Yao, gripping her staff tightly with a hint of nervousness. "The death energy here, it's so thick," she murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. It was a natural instinct for a young girl to feel fear in such an environment. Chen Yao, however, was different. The heavier the sorrow, the more he could sense the lament within such places. Without turning back, he simply raised his hand and pressed it into the air. The heavier the death energy, the deeper the obsession that once existed. The heavier it is, the more significant the story here. He closed his eyes, his spiritual energy spreading like a tide, communicating with the souls beneath the earth beneath his feet. Oof. Though it feels like a waste, I'd better use it sparingly. Delusion. Perfect domination. Golden light began to appear in Chen Yao's pupils. Delusionist activated. Chen Yao's eyebrows knitted together as his left hand began to contort violently in an unnatural manner. The sound of cracking bones echoed. Chen Yao. Intense pain forced Chen Yao into a crouch as he clutched his contorted left hand. "I'm fine. Let me help you." "No need. It's not just a simple fracture or dislocation anymore. The price of delusion now includes a period of untreatable condition, just a persistent cost of pain. Chen Yao, please don't use the delusionist anymore, okay? Life offers no room for trial and error. The principal sequence must be utilized. It's fine." The lingering echoes of battle and the clinging specters of the dead began to swirl through the air. Fragmented scenes, like shards of broken glass, violently flooded Chen Yao's mind. Scene 1, battle torches blazing across the sky, the setting sun like blood. A general clad in shattered black armor, drenched in blood, stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, gripping a blade with a curled edge. His battle banner had long been snapped, yet he still clutched it fiercely by his side. The faint character Lin on the banner had been stained a deep crimson by blood and fire. He roared to the heavens, his voice hoarse yet piercing like thunder. "Black Armor Corps. Fight to the death, never retreat." Surrounding him were countless shrieking, twisted undead surging forward. The general swung his blade, its gleam dim. With each strike, a wave of undead fell, but the wounds on his body multiplied. Scene 2, the final battle formation. A dozen soldiers formed a broken circle, shielding a dying lieutenant at its center. Their armor was shattered, their weapons broken. Each face bore a mix of blood, exhaustion, and a near madness of resolve. "For the general. For the city behind us. Kill." Arrows whistled through the air, blades clashed. Soldiers fell one after another, each maintaining a forward slashing stance until their final breath. The circle held firm until the very end. Scene 3, the silent oath. Dragged onto the battlefield by a group of men, the youth became a camp cook. From initial cowardice, as the warriors around him gradually fell, his gaze began to change. Finally, with a cloth-wrapped left hand, he held his broken blade across his chest, murmuring a vow. Chen Yao snapped awake, his breath slightly ragged beneath the bird-beak mask. 3 scenes, 3 military roles: general, soldier, cook. The method for perfect control lay within these visions. Chen Yao needed to piece together how to execute it, bit by bit. He hesitated no longer, raising both hands. Plague extraction plus malignant entity manipulation. Buzz. Centered on Chen Yao, the pitch-black necrotic pathogen blended with his own colossal magical power, spreading rapidly like ink droplets in water, seeping into every inch of the ground beneath his feet. The earth began to tremble faintly. Snap, crack. One by one, skeletons clad in tattered armor slowly crawled from the earth. Eyes glowing with ghostly blue flames, they clutched weapons rusted beyond recognition yet still refused to let go. Among them were over 100 skeletons clad in tattered armor, a one-armed skeleton general-class skeleton, and another skeleton with a slender frame whose left skeleton hand was bound with cloth strips. The necromancer began waving his staff, channeling the necrotic plague within him into these vessels. At their head stood the one-armed general skeleton, leaning on its sword. The soul fire burning in its eye sockets blazed most fiercely, as if fueled by an undying will. Chen Yao could feel the necrotic bacteria beginning to incubate within them. But what did those 3 hallucinated visions truly signify? What would grant them perfect control? An opportunity? Or The necromancer shifted his body and moved his hands once more, the undead pathogen spreading across the group of skeletons again. The skeletons remained motionless. Chen Yao stood up, his right hand clutching his still throbbing left. Follow me. Continue the fight. Continue fighting within the ruined city. Continue defending this land. Chen Yao's voice was quiet. Clack, clack, clack. All the skeletons shifted, turning their gaze toward Chen Yao in unison. Then they knelt on one knee, bowing their heads, no longer meeting his gaze. They possessed consciousness. Those 3 images revealed that this group of skeletons possessed consciousness. There should be other information as well, but Chen Yao couldn't fully grasp it all at once. After all, there was an element of conjecture involved. The price of delusion would plummet accordingly. Chapter 143, Skeleton Enhancement, Esoteric Knowledge. Idle hands add an extra chapter, comments appreciated. Chen Yao surveyed the rising skeleton legion, 100 skeleton soldiers, 1 general, 1 special type. This was practically a full legion. It was truly unimaginable that he, a mere doctor, could command an army of undead. Upon further reflection, he realized he had severely underestimated the potential of Dr. Sequence 001. The moment this thought surfaced, Chen Yao began pondering the consequences of adding a special plague to the necrotic bacteria infecting these skeletons. The moment the thought entered his mind, it became impossible to stop. Even if unsuccessful, further refinement through Mumu's control and his own extraction might yield fascinating results. This dungeon was undoubtedly the most suitable testing ground. The undead plague had elevated this dungeon's disease resistance to unprecedented heights. That was precisely how the original plague entity, the necromancer, had been refined. That blood-borne plague, trapped within the corpse of a deceased necromancer, became my puppet. Chen Yao? What wicked scheme are you hatching now? Whenever Chen Yao fell silent for too long, Su Mumei knew he was plotting something mischievous. I'm thinking there's still a slight issue with controlling these skeletons. What if we combine a special plague with the necrotic pathogens inside them? Could it create a unique plague? Why not give it a shot? Su Mumei stared at Chen Yao without blinking. The birdbeak mask was now covering Su Mumei's face, hiding the excitement in her eyes that was building up as she prepared to stir things up. Chen Yao hooked his right arm around Su Mumei's waist and the two vanished from their spot. They reappeared directly before the group of skeletons. Blood plague plus incomplete combustion could cause boiling blood. So what happens when you combine blood plague plus incomplete combustion plus high temperature toxin plus necrotic pathogen plus control enhancement? What would that create? Such a high-intensity plague sealed within a skeleton might cause extreme distortion. Chen Yao had considered abandoning Su Mumei's control enhancement. After all, an 8-fold enhancement would push the plague beyond control. In the instant of contemplation, the characters before Chen Yao's eyes began to writhe. Blood plague plus incomplete combustion plus high temperature toxin plus necrotic pathogen. If a host lacks blood, the blood plague will infiltrate the bone marrow. Simultaneously, the high-temperature toxin and incomplete combustion will cause the pathogen to generate pyrogenic gases, potentially igniting blue flames. The flames have no fuel source other than the necrotic bacteria. After the necrotic bacteria are depleted, the corpse reverts to its original state. However, for a period afterward, the target experiences extreme physical distortion. This is the knowledge of the mystic. After drinking that mystic's potion, he never attempted to understand the abilities of the mystic sequence. He believed that Sequence 002, the occultist, as Lu Qingshan had stated, possessed no skills, only pure knowledge. For Chen Yao, mastering this knowledge felt like storing an entire library within his mind. He could access it freely or trigger it instinctively. The consequence of multiple combinations is that these undead legions enter a frenzied state, consuming their own power. But if the necrotic bacteria is enhanced since it resides within these legions, it functions as an indirect control skill, then strengthening it is akin to elevating the fuel for the flames to unprecedented levels. The outcome is inevitable. Once the other plagues within the HR's body reach a state of peaceful coexistence, they will remain perpetually enraged, solidifying into a permanent form. Mumei, start releasing it the moment I say control enhancement. Su Mumei nodded. Let's test the waters with one first. Chen Yao looked toward the special specimen at the front. The gaunt skeleton with its left hand bound in cloth, wielding a blunt, long blade behind its back. He raised his hand. Upon seeing Chen Yao, the skeleton slowly knelt on one knee, propping itself up with its left hand on the ground and offering its skull to Chen Yao. Chen Yao placed his palm on the skull's head. Starting with you. Chen Yao glanced back at Su Mumei beside him. When I tell you to strike, do so immediately. Got it. This partnership had been repeated several times before, and the feeling seemed to transport them back to when they were testing their abilities in dungeons. It had been a long time since she'd been able to help Chen Yao. Beneath the bird beak mask, Su Mumei's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve, her small hands clenching into fists. Chen Yao's eyes glowed with a faint jet-black hue. He unleashed 3 plagues upon the skeleton: blood plague plus incomplete combustion plus high-temperature toxin. As the plagues were carefully injected, they spread across the skeleton's body like the sharpest surgical blades, black stripes covering its frame. I need you to grow stronger. Your enemies fear your strength. Grow stronger, slay your foes, and become my true servant. Chen Yao finished speaking. The skeleton felt its body undergo a sudden transformation. Buzz. The entire skeleton of the special skeleton shook violently. The injection of plague seemed to strike it with a giant hammer, nearly shattering its kneeling posture. The ghostly blue flames within its eye sockets suddenly began to flicker wildly and swell, their color visibly shifting into a violent, eerie crimson. Crack, crack, crack. A teeth-grinding, fine cracking sound emanated from its surface. Countless fine, bone-deep crimson cracks suddenly spread across its grayish-white skeletal surface. To Chen Yao's eyes, the cracks resembled viscous, scorching substances like molten iron slowly flowing within. Chen Yao stared intently at the skeleton's transformation. So far, nothing seemed too abnormal. All changes fell within the reasonable scope of the mystic's calculated knowledge. The skeleton's body began to tremble. Chen Yao shifted his feet backward, pulling his entire body half a step away. Dense white steam mixed with acrid black smoke erupted violently from every joint and crack in its skeletal frame. Within the heatwave, the blunt-edged blade in its hand instantly glowed red-hot where it touched the skeletal palm. The rotten cloth strips wrapped around its left hand, however, refused to ignite in the intense heat. Instead, they seemed to possess a life of their own, the stains and blood crusts on the fabric frantically absorbing the energy radiating from the heat waves. The cloth swiftly turned pitch black and hardened, crystallizing into sharp, obsidian-like plates that fused into a layer of menacing armored plating covering the skeleton's left arm. Now! Moo moo! Chen Yao barked, his eyes fixed on the skeleton's transformation. Su Mumei, who had been fully focused, was already prepared. Almost the instant Chen Yao's words fell, she flung out her control enhancement. Chapter 144, another outcome. Today's update will make up for the delay. As Su Mumei's control enhancement was unleashed. SSS-tier crack. The special skeleton's spine suddenly erupted with a crackling sound. Its entire spinal column protruded vertebra by vertebra, like vicious bone spikes. The ribs in its chest cavity expanded outward, emitting a bone-chilling grinding sound, while the crimson soul flame within its body burned with increasing ferocity. Chen Yao frowned as he observed the skeleton before him, now imbued with enhanced control. Its state felt somewhat out of control. The blunt-edged blade in its hand had turned completely crimson. On its left arm, the obsidian-like armguard formed from cloth strips now spread more black crystals, covering the entire shoulder blade. Hum! The skeleton abruptly raised its head, the crimson soul flames in its eye sockets flaring violently. Gripping the scorching blade tightly, it slammed its crystallized left armguard into the ground, creating a shallow pit as it braced against the pain and tremors that seemed to shake its body from the sudden surge of power. Chen Yao slowly lowered his hand. Above the skeleton's skull, he saw a line of text identical to Shi Luo's. An entity detached from their three major system sequences. War Sequence 0075 Bone Splitter. The existence of a sequence meant this skeleton had been born. Consciousness? War Sequence. This sequence sounds focused on slaughter. Did it work? Su Mumei's voice carried a hint of tension and excitement, muffled through the birdbeak mask. Chen Yao didn't respond immediately. He simply watched the skeleton, which had slowly ceased trembling and regained its stability. It remained kneeling on one knee, but its head lifted slightly. The raging crimson soul flame finally settled in the direction of Chen Yao, no longer shifting. Click, click, click. The skeleton's jaws opened and closed. It seemed to have something to say. We failed. We have failed. Its speech grew clearer as flesh began to cover the bones, pitch-black flesh slowly filling the skeletal structure. The blade in his left hand began to form notches, resembling a saw. What does this mean? Chen Yao stared at the skeleton soldier before him, now gradually taking the form of a human. We have failed. We have failed. The war failed, right? No, no. As the bone carver spoke with growing agitation, his body rose to its feet, his right hand flailing wildly. We failed. The undead failed. The undead have failed? What does that mean? At this point, the bone carver seemed to jam, unable to utter another word. Only a series of clicks escaped his mouth. Chen Yao lifted his head to look at the other skeleton generals and the group of skeleton soldiers. We won't get anything useful out of him for now. It seems the card control enhancement has a powerful effect on these skeletons. Let's take care of the rest. It'll be a significant boost to our combat strength. Su Mumei nodded. Chen Yao was tinkering with some strange contraptions again. The skeleton he'd just reinforced with control was practically human now, its oppressive aura making her tremble slightly. Though she had no idea how the control enhancement had been applied to achieve this effect, she nodded vigorously without asking any questions. Chen Yao immediately injected the remaining skeletons with the plague. Simultaneously, Su Mumei unleashed her control enhancement. True to expectation, they underwent an unprecedented transformation. War Sequence 0007 Butcher General. War Sequence 0972 Banner Bearer. The Butcher General's skeleton was clad in black armor, its sole remaining limb fused with an axe blade. The standard bearer skeletons were soldiers carrying short flags on their backs. If only all these thousands of corpses could be controlled, Chen Yao would command an army-level force. Nevertheless, the 100-strong standard bearers, combined with the Butcher General and the Bone Scalper, had already granted him a terrifying boost in power. Similarly, this group of enhanced corpses began to utter human speech. Repeating failure, failure. The Butcher General, whose consciousness was more human-like, spoke with slightly clearer articulation. This time, his words differed from the others. We have failed. Nalin Yun has failed again. Nalin Yun failed? What did he do? Chen Yao seized upon this crucial detail and pressed for answers. This group of fallen soldiers seemed to know something. This mission was not as straightforward as he had imagined. There were hidden truths at play. Dr. Nalin Yun's countermeasure failed. The undead he created couldn't suppress the plague. He failed. We failed. He and Su Mumei both turned to see the shock in each other's eyes. The undead virus developed by Nalin Yun? The corroding cast the Greeting Forge was created by Nalin Yun. Then why was he still helping others in the city, treating people and fighting the living dead? What is the plague? Chen Yao looked at this group of corpses that had regained consciousness. With flesh and blood restored, they could no longer be called skeletons. The Butcher General's body slammed to the ground with a thud. The blade of his right-hand axe plunged into the ground. He began to narrate in a low voice. The plague, born from human greed through research, yet also a form of existence granted by a strange creature to seize. They call it luck. As long as they plunder enough lives, they can become truly fortunate. Su Mumei's eyes widened in shock, while Chen Yao's fingers trembled involuntarily. Luck? Chen Yao took a deep breath. That word was all too familiar to him. He spoke softly. I understand now why Long Yun chose this dungeon as the Dragon Roar Academy's new student trial. Why? Su Mumei asked softly. The Dark God offers many paths, but not every place can resolve them perfectly. This dungeon represents an alternate outcome of that plague in Jiangbei City, Liaojing Province. Another outcome? Within the military camp, Nalin Yun gathered all his students together and recounted the entire story to them. Wang Wuji listened with particular attentiveness, for only by understanding the complete story of this world could they clear this instance. Thus, he attempted to extract more information from this so-called military doctor, Nalin Yun. A pathogen that turns people into fire zombies has invaded this world. As the last bastion, we must hold this city at all costs without reinforcements. Only by defending this stronghold can the rear remain safe and secure. Wang Wuji rose to his feet, casting a cold gaze toward the so-called rear. Nalin Yun mentioned a landscape still scarred beyond recognition. The pitch-black earth littered with broken weapons gave the impression that this place was no longer a city at all. It felt less like a fortress and more like an isolated island. Mr. Nalin Yun, I must ask, what exactly does your so-called rear look like? Why are they unwilling to supply you? Wang Wuji frowned, pointing out the flaw in Nalin Yun's words. The rear, it's a place where everyone has enough to eat. No disease, no hunger. They don't need to fight, don't need to face the living dead. Nalin Yun's eyes gleamed with a hint of longing. They all long to return, but here, they can never go back. Chapter 145, Lucky 001. Under the triple lockdown, everyone was in rough shape. Starving. Some students had already turned their eyes to the dried flatbread Nalin Yun had pushed out earlier. Hunger had begun to make them anxious. Wang Wuji sat on the ground, his gaze fixed on Nalin Yun. After asking so many questions, yet he'd gained almost no useful information. Under these circumstances, the difficulty of clearing the dungeon skyrocketed. Could it be that they needed to find a place to hold their ground, continuously defeating the undead to achieve some sort of accomplishment? But Wang Wuji dared not gamble on it. Under the triple ban status, even his thoughts were becoming disrupted. This is truly a Dragon Roar Academy dungeon. What an interesting academy. If you're truly starving, you can eat some dry biscuits. They're not tasty, but they're still the only thing that can fill your stomachs. Nalin Yun had already poured himself a bowl of grass root water and sat down to drink it by himself. The students glanced at Nalin Yun, then at the dry biscuits. Endurance is a noble virtue. We cannot be picky here just because the food isn't appealing. We are students of Dragon Roar Academy. Here, we are no longer individuals, but the backbone of the academy. Some students began moving toward the hard biscuits. Their hunger grew more intense as they neared the food. And their craving for food grew more intense. Wang Wuji opened his eyes, sniffed the air, then stood up and walked over to Nalin Yun, extending his hand. Nalin Yun looked at the youth standing before him with some confusion. Get me a cup of grass root water. Wang Wuji spoke these words expressionlessly. The other students turned to look at him in unison, utterly baffled. What you can eat, I can eat too. Nothing to be picky about. Nalin Yun gave Wang Wuji a deep look, then suddenly let out a bitter laugh. He raised the bowl of grass root water high in his hand. Smash! The bowl of grass root water slammed onto the floor. The bowl smashed against the floor, splashing water everywhere. Nailin Yun slowly rose to his feet, locking eyes with Wang Wuji. Their peculiar movements drew everyone's attention. Don't you think your performance is rather clumsy? Wang Wuji's voice was not loud, yet it reached every student's ears. You're clever. When did you figure it out? From the moment you brought out those prepared dried cakes. Such items are precious, taking a few might be plausible, but this quantity would seem suspicious. Of course, anyone with normal reasoning would find it odd, but under the triple restriction state, our cognitive abilities plummet. We couldn't even notice the most unusual circumstances. Wang Wuji clenched his right hand, and an iron sword appeared in his grasp. The undead spread a plague. Those in the barracks were infected, and even the uninfected were missing limbs, a horrific sight. But your condition is truly perplexing. A doctor working without any protective gear wouldn't contract any disease. Of course, this is just my personal theory, and it's rather far-fetched, but my instincts are usually spot on. Nailin Yun swept his gaze across the others. I've been through this so many times, I've stopped paying attention to the details. The first time I did this, I even put on a pitiful act to win sympathy from people like you. You're not the first batch, nor will you be the last. Dying in this instance doesn't mean real death, you just lose something. But they're truly gone forever, so I... Swish! Wang Wuji raised his hand, swinging his iron sword toward Nailin Yun's shoulder. Yet the blade bizarrely grazed his shoulder before crashing to the ground. Wang Wuji's eyes widened. He had absolute confidence in his swordsmanship. The opponent hadn't even dodged, yet he still missed. Nailin Yun took 2 steps forward, lightly tapping Wang Wuji's wrist. With that single touch, the weapon in his hand clattered to the ground. Utilizing every talent to the fullest is the greatest aid to the world. That's what the last group who came here told me, and I like it. Swish! All the students moved in unison. Some warriors in the ranks charged toward Nailin Yun with a thunderous roar. This sudden turn of events plunged the entire military camp into utter chaos. Chen Yao and Su Mumei, standing at the front of the camp, watched the unfolding chaos. Something's wrong. Su Mumei exclaimed urgently. Chen Yao, didn't you say this dungeon was like another version of Longjong City? Is this because someone successfully triggered luck by sacrificing a life? That's why it turned out like this. Those undead look more like the corpses of a demon god's minions, right? Chen Yao's eyes fixed on the barracks, where sounds of commotion kept echoing. Let them go. He raised his hand, and the bone splitter and butcher general vanished from his side, blinking toward the barracks. Chen Yao now possessed 3 unique plague bodies. Plague body necromancer. Plague entity bone scraper. Plague entity butcher general. The array flag soldiers could be considered a troop type controlled by the butcher general. Though they are 3 distinct plague entities, both the bone splitter and butcher general are entities that evolved from the necrotic pathogens within the necromancer's body. It can be said that necromancers not only mutate and control skeletons, but also transform powerful beings who possessed formidable physical strength before death into plague bodies through the fusion of other plagues with necrotic pathogens. These 2 plague entities had already reached the combat strength of a 6th-tier being, and they were still capable of further growth. As the 2 plague entities charged into the military camp, even more intense combat erupted within its walls. Soon after, a roar echoed as the bare-chested Nailin Yun burst out of the barracks. His fist slammed into the plague entity Bonebreaker's chest. The immense force caved in the Bonebreaker's chest. Such terrifying combat prowess had completely transcended the standards of a doctor. From a distance, Su Mumei saw the crimson text above Nailin Yun's head. Chen Yao. Chen Yao. That, above Nailin Yun's head. That's luck. He's the mastermind behind this. Floating above Nailin Yun's head was the luck sequence 0001, Death's Ode. He's been deceiving us all along, hasn't he? Chen Yao didn't respond to Su Mumei's words, instead watching the battle below the military camp. The bone splitter was being driven back step by step, yet the butcher general did not intervene, merely watching. The greatest difference between these 2 plague entities and necromancers was their intense self-awareness. Chen Yao could issue commands, but the degree of compliance was entirely up to them. In the distance, the boneman's right hand went limp, dropping his bone-scraping knife to the ground. The 2 began a frenzied melee. Thud. 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 Punch after punch, they fought as if locked in a turn-based rhythm, each strike met with an immediate counter to the same spot. This frenzied exchange raged on for over 10 minutes. Nailin Yun's body was now covered in blood. The Bonebreaker, however, possessed a unique resilience due to the plague within him. No matter how severe his injuries, the pathogens in his body would ignite like kindling, fueling his recovery. Chen Yao reached out and hooked his arm around Su Mumei's waist. Want to do something naughty? Su Mumei flushed as Chen Yao removed the birdbeak mask from her face. I mean, help me perform more field surgeries. Ha? Oh. Su Mumei was slightly shocked at first, then felt a bit disappointed. A little disappointed? Caught out, Su Mumei shook her head immediately. No. But aren't we going to help them? She pointed at Nailin Yun and the bone splitter, who had ceased fighting. Do you know what luck is? It might be the ability to emerge unscathed from a catastrophe, no matter how overwhelming it may be. Isn't that a good thing? Chen Yao suddenly looked at Su Mumei with a serious expression. What if he's the only one left alive? Chapter 146, We are doomed. In the distance, Chen Yao pretended to reach out and pulled Su Mumei closer. She flushed white but didn't struggle. Let's stay close. We'll teleport over to listen and help our classmate recover. After all, I'm a doctor. Chen Yao examined his palm. The delusion moment had finished its cooldown, but the sacrificial skull remained unusable. Activating the delusion moment demanded a price Chen Yao could afford to pay. Yet he needed to see first if the instigator of all this was truly worth such a sacrifice. He silently cursed the 3 prohibitions under his breath. They were truly disgusting. Doctors save lives, not torture people. Su Mumei turned her head and murmured the complaints softly. Suddenly, warm breath brushed against her ear. But those two things aren't mutually exclusive, are they? At the very least, as a doctor, I'm the absolute best, right? Su Mumei felt Chen Yao was like a devil, wickedly charming. But she loved it. The next moment, Chen Yao vanished from the spot with Su Mumei in tow. From the distant military camp, agonized screams began to echo. Boys get their guts ripped open, girls, nah, just some arm surgery will do. Why such a huge difference? Is it because cutting open their stomachs has a bigger effect? Su Mumei tilted her head, puzzled by Chen Yao's differential treatment. Of course there's a difference in effect. I guess. Even as he answered, Chen Yao wasn't sure why he'd started performing field surgeries with open chest procedures. He seemed to rigidly believe that's how surgery should be done, but upon reflection, the field surgery skill should theoretically clear negative effects regardless of the procedure. Chen Yao felt something was off. How had he become like a demon? Inside the tavern aboard the Sin ship, Paul stopped polishing the glasses. Instead, he used his octopus tentacles to play with the glass orb in his hand, rolling it back and forth on the bar counter. Wonder what sins the captain committed to make the crystals surge like this. But this boredom is killing me. Starting to miss my other self. The captain must be up to something too. Might be worth checking it out, could be another feast like last time. With that thought, Octopus Paul extended his tentacles, his body slowly fading into the darkness. Above the Sin ship, a massive phantom of Paul began to coalesce. Gah! That bastard actually succeeded in spreading luck in another world? No. What a pity that luck encountered a bone in dish. How amusing. This generation of captains always seems to stumble upon delicious food. Should I feast now, or wait a while? The colossal Paulus apparition wore a pensive expression. Seconds later, his features began to shift. Chen Yao is the most entertaining captain I've ever seen. He always strives for perfection, almost like he has OCD. Well, if I give him a little help, he'll come back and rake in a fortune from the corpses in the tavern. Those corpses weren't essential to Paul anyway, this deal merely gave it a sense of involvement. Now it was using a flimsy excuse to convince itself to help Chen Yao. Screams echoed through the barracks. They kept resurfacing, and soon some regained consciousness. The moment they did, they began bellowing at the top of their lungs. Dr. Naylan! Dr. Naylan! He's a demon! He's the final boss! This was all his scheme. Chen Yao wiped away cold sweat. Over 100 surgeries had taken their toll. Had it not been for the upgrade requirements, he could have easily assigned his 3 skeletons to assist. Those skeletons performed surgeries with astonishing speed, having inherited a portion of Jiao Su's medical skills. Unlike the other students who began screaming the moment they regained consciousness, Wang Wuji calmly turned his gaze toward Chen Yao. His eyes seemed to ask if Chen Yao had known all along. Why are you staring at me? I have no interest in boys. My feelings are only for Su Mumei. Su Mumei's cheeks flushed even redder after saying this. Declaring it in front of so many people even though they'd all met each other's parents was still so embarrassing. When she turned back, Su Mumei's head was buried in her chest, her ears bright red. Nothing in this world has a 0 probability. So I refuse to be that 0. Wang Wuji delivered the most lethal words in the most matter-of-fact tone. Chen Yao abruptly stood up. You lot can all stay in the barracks. This mission is over for you. Chen Yao's words left everyone utterly bewildered. Dr. Naylan, I'll handle this. Su Mumei immediately followed suit. As she stepped outside the camp tent, her gaze turned fierce as she shot a glare at Wang Wuji. Wang Wuji's expression remained unchanged. He glanced back at the wounded soldiers inside the camp, their expressions growing increasingly vacant. He spoke softly, this was purely an experiential mission. It will conclude in due time. The only danger lies in Naylan Yun's battle with this group of students. The students need only endure long enough, there's no need to defeat Naylan Yun. Chen Yao. The medical sequence people really are saints. Outside the barracks. Nah. Dr. Naylan. The bone splitter's voice scraped like coarse stones grinding against the floor, dry, hoarse, and grating. Naylan Yun paused. His gaze gradually went blank. The bone splitter continued. In the 72nd year of the Li Yuan era, the plague first emerged. I volunteered to be the first test subject. Doctor. Is there truly no hope left? Blood tears began to stream from the bone scalper's eyes. Everything truly failed, didn't it? A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Nai Lin Yun's eyes. No. It hasn't failed. There is life. Nai Lin Yun stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Excitement shone in his eyes. As long as we keep repeating this, we'll find a way to solve it. I will find a solution. Doctor, the world is shattered. We have failed. The butcher general, who had remained motionless, stepped forward. He spoke softly. I won't die. I am luck. No matter how much this world is destroyed, with luck, I can keep restarting it endlessly. Restarting and restarting, I will find every solution. Once isn't enough? Then twice. Twice isn't enough? Then 100 times. 100 times isn't enough? Then 1,000 times. Nai Lin Yun's eyes grew increasingly deranged. He began to roar. His voice dripped with intense, seething resentment. He lashed out with a violent swing of his hand. I don't want you to die. I want us all to live. I don't want this. General Butcher looked up at the pitch-black sky. We all calculate days by the stars. No matter how many times the world restarts, the stars always shift. Dr. Nai Lin, look at the sky, see how many times it's happened. General Butcher bent his knees, kneeling on the ground. His head bowed low as he spoke each word with pleading urgency. Dr. Nai Lin, we can live on in another form, standing before you. I know this is our only and final conversation. We beg you, don't continue this. It's happened over 1,000 times already. Don't continue. It's hopeless. Chapter 147, Ultimate Luck vs. Monkey Fingers. Thud. Nai Lin Yun slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. Those words stripped him of all understanding what had been the point of his relentless struggle? If persistence was meaningless, did everything he'd done also become meaningless? The syllable I escaped Nai Lin Yun's lips, the rest of the words catching in his throat. Every single time, it's like this. Nai Lin Yun slowly sank to his knees, his voice thick with despair. Every time disaster struck, I survived. No matter how terrifying the plague, no matter how brutal the battle, I was always the one left standing. He lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes. Do you know what it feels like to watch everyone die before your eyes, yet live on alone? Outside the barracks, Su Mumei couldn't help but step forward, but Chen Yao gently pulled her back. The first outbreak of the undead plague in Longming City. Nai Lin Yun's voice grew distant, as if he had returned to the past. I was the city's doctor, doing everything in my power to save every patient. But it was useless. The plague spread too quickly. His gaze grew hollow. My wife, my child, my parents, my friends, they fell one after another. No matter how I tried, I couldn't save them. Until finally, I realized my hands were covered in blood I hadn't even noticed getting there. I never killed them, but they all died before my eyes. As more and more died, I discovered. I somehow remained unscathed by the plague. Even without any protection, I simply wouldn't get infected. Panic grew as more people believed I was the cause of this catastrophe, but it wasn't me. I only wanted to save lives. I had to find a solution to everything. That incurable plague. I had to find a way to stop it. A bitter smile spread across Nai Lin Yun's face. But no matter how hard I tried, I discovered. I couldn't die. I tried dying with them, at least that way I wouldn't have to endure the rumors. I jumped into flames, drank poison, even let the undead bite me, but each time, I miraculously survived. Later, I realized this wasn't a curse but a miracle, an opportunity to save everyone. I could experiment without restraint, using myself as the test subject. Nai Lin Yun rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms covered in countless needle marks. I, Nai Lin Yun, have always been a doctor. A doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. Chen Yao listened quietly, his expression hidden beneath the mask. More and more people died. The sky turned black and the world rotted to a certain point. When the world rotted completely, I still wouldn't die. The world would reboot just for me. My survival caused this world to rot to the extreme time and time again, only to reboot. Nai Lin Yun pushed himself up from the ground, hands braced against the floor. I don't care how many times it repeats. As long as I'm still here, the world will keep rebooting. I'll use every means possible to break this plague. No matter how many times. Chen Yao finally stirred, glancing back at the students within the military camp. Nai Lin Yun's words had reached every ear without exception. The students who had earlier shouted for Nai Lin Yun's death now hung their heads. They were still students. They couldn't fully comprehend it, but merely contemplating Nai Lin Yun's ordeal allowed them to sense the endless torment and agony. So this is how they used the lives of those endlessly entering the dungeon to crack the plague. Impossible. They appear out of thin air. Even if you sacrifice their lives, they'll vanish and leave. I know this world rots away until it reboots, just like the legendary dungeons. My world has dungeons too, and I know you're outsiders. No matter how bad things get, everything here will return to its original state. No. Chen Yao raised his eyes. It hasn't become a dungeon. The students who die here truly perish. No matter how many times it reboots, it's merely a pseudo-state created by your luck. In this state, those who enter to help your students become sacrificial victims in your arbitrary experiments. Chen Yao enunciated each word clearly. As he uttered the final syllable, Nalan Yun's pupils began to contract. He continued his final blow. Your very existence is the greatest misfortune. Do you know how luck is born? Nalan Yun's eyes locked onto Chen Yao. I once witnessed a ritual. It was another being seeking to enter the sequence. They sought to plunder the lives of over 100,000 people to steal the lifetime luck of that entire group so they could join the ranks of the sequence of luck. And you? Do you know how many people died because of your 001? Because of how many people died because of you? How many people? You've got to be kidding me. Nalan Yun's breathing grew ragged, his body trembling. Even the most intense battles had only ever slightly weakened him. But now, Chen Yao's words sent uncontrollable tremors through Nalan Yun's body. Not me. Not me. Not me. A wave of despair surged madly from the depths of Nalan Yun's heart. Everyone he had tried to save had died because of him. Everything he had done only bred misfortune. The plague remained unsolved, perhaps not because of the plague itself, but solely because of him. Nalan Yun could no longer speak. He looked down at his raised hands. In that instant, he saw his hands drenched in blood, the liquid seeping steadily through his fingers. Chen Yao watched Nalan Yun gradually lose control. Su Mumei reached out and tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to stop provoking Nalan Yun. He smiled and ruffled Su Mumei's hair. The soft strands felt comforting. Chen Yao took a step forward, his cloak billowing behind him. Nalan Yun! The shout rang out, piercingly loud. Let me see what it is you truly want. Do you want everyone to survive? Do you want to eradicate the plague? Or do you want to restore this world to normal? Tell me what you want. What do you truly desire? Chen Yao's voice boomed. Nalan Yun, trembling, turned to face the young man. I want to save them. Yes. Save them. His gaze darted to the bone splitter and the butcher general flanking him. His eyes dimmed once more. Chen Yao pulled out the prop 072 monkey fingers, which had been used once before and now only had the pinky, index, and middle fingers still upright. He tossed the device before Nalan Yun. Understand what you truly desire. Make a wish and it will assist you within reasonable limits. His gaze fixed on Nalan Yun. Nalan Yun's luck defied description. It was beyond extraordinary. A collapsed world could restart tens of thousands of times because of him. The 0001 sequence always signified an existence defying common sense. What happens when that defiance of logic uses the monkey's finger, a power bound by logic yet fraught with bizarre side effects? The triple ban did not apply to Nalan Yun, the luck sequence 0001. Chapter 148, Forever Lucky. Nalan Yun caught the monkey finger Chen Yao tossed over. He froze for a few seconds. Break off a finger, make a wish, this thing should grant your wish. As for how it turns out in the end, I have no idea. Chen Yao watched Nalan Yun. This was worth a shot. If the monkey finger could solve the problem, that would be ideal. This world had truly rotted to its core. But the peculiar equilibrium formed between it and Nalan Yun was what intrigued Chen Yao most, making this world Su Mumei's exclusive dungeon. Though this instance was scarred and ravaged, Chen Yao recognized its distinctiveness. This instance still held immense potential for development. In an infinitely restarting world, if it became an instance, the power to initiate those restarts would likely fall into the hands of the instance's controller. Nalan Yun's trembling fingers traced the withered, eerie 072 monkey finger. Within reasonable limits. Reasonable? What in this world is still reasonable? Nalan Yun still snapped off that index finger. He made a wish in his heart. He wished for everyone to be resurrected, for everyone to live again. This was his sole obsession through tens of thousands of reboots. With a series of clicks, a drop of pitch-black liquid seeped from the severed tip of the monkey finger, falling onto the soil. Instantly, a kind of stillness spread like a plague from that droplet. Not dark patterns, but space itself thickened and solidified. The swaying tent fabric, the puzzled expressions on the students' faces, the drifting ashes in the distance, all movement slowed, eventually reaching absolute stillness. The sky did not darken, but lost its depth, resembling a cheap canvas stripped of all clouds and color, presenting a lifeless, ashen gray. Then, the earth did not tremble, but began to become transparent. Soil, bricks, shattered weapons, all physical matter seemed to fade, gradually taking on an ethereal quality. And upon this increasingly intangible land, one figure after another began to emerge. They did not crawl from beneath the earth, but rather materialized from nothingness, like reflections beneath water growing clearer. They were everyone from Nalan Yun's memories. His wife, children, parents, friends, the residents of Longming City, warriors fallen on the battlefield, dense and boundless. Yet they were not resurrected in physical form. Their forms were outlined by faint halos of light, translucent, their edges constantly shedding fine particles of luminous dust, as if they might dissolve into this great white world at any moment. In that instant, all who had passed stood silently in another form. The entire world seemed to have been silenced, even the wind holding its breath. Every soul, every pair of hollow eyes, gazed silently and unflinchingly at Nalan Yun in the center of the field. Chen Yao lifted his gaze. The monkey finger's role was merely to ensure everything achieved its purpose in the most reasonable manner. For instance, the wish for a family to become wealthy. This money wouldn't materialize out of thin air, nor would it come from winning the lottery in the short term. Instead, it would be achieved through a reasonable means, the unexpected death of a family member, yielding substantial compensation to attain a different kind of wealth. As for resurrection-type requests, based on Chen Yao's observations, monkey finger would invariably induce a state of living death to achieve the so-called resurrection. However, for Nalin Yun possessing extreme luck, this borderline method couldn't work on him. It would inevitably manifest in another form. Something like a delusional moment, projecting everyone's souls over? Nalin Yun's mouth hung open, yet no sound emerged. He felt as though all his blood had frozen. Dr. Nalin. Doctor. A cacophony of voices echoed incessantly. Nalin Yun's emotions began to shatter. This wasn't the resurrection he wanted. He wanted everyone to return to the world, to return to how they once were. No, this isn't right. Nalin Yun. Chen Yao looked at Nalin Yun. Sometimes whether something is good or bad depends on your perspective. This time, everyone you wish to save is here. Have a proper conversation. Perhaps this is your final chance. After speaking these words, Chen Yao turned his gaze toward the two plague entities, the Bone Splitter and the Butcher General. The three visions that appeared as the price of his delusion were not methods to fully control the plague entities, but rather how to master this world. The three paintings depicted war, military formations, and oaths. Everything pointed back to that one plague. Everything had come full circle back to that desolate well at the very beginning. In the distance, Nalin Yun began to breathe deeply, his eyes red as he watched the crowd before him. Those who had died from the plague now revived. Everyone was calling out his name. Dr. Nalin, Dr. Nalin. These words echoed incessantly in his ears. Nalin Yun stood amidst countless illusory lights and shadows, as if immersed in a silent dream. The figures outlined by light dust were both familiar and strange. Their gazes were calm and profound, as if they had crossed the barriers of countless reincarnations to finally reunite with him at this moment. He trembled as he took a step forward, his throat constricted, barely able to speak. Yet, just as he opened his mouth to utter a word, a gentle voice softly rang out. Dr. Nalin. It was his wife, Wan Qing. She stood at the forefront, her figure hazy like mist, yet still radiating the serenity and warmth he remembered. She smiled faintly, her eyes holding no resentment, no pain, only a profound understanding that nearly broke his heart. She smiled with the youthfulness of her youth. Wan Qing. He finally managed to utter, tears silently streaming down his face. I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. Wan Qing shook her head gently. Light rippled around her as if a breeze might scatter her. Yet she didn't vanish. Instead, she grew clearer. You never gave up on us, husband. Her voice seemed to come from afar, yet rang clearly in his ears. 10,000 reboots, 10,000 attempts, we've always been watching. Nalin Yun froze. You watched? Every reboot, every cycle. Wan Qing's voice was gentle yet sorrowful. We watched you try again and again, fail again, and rise again and again. Do you know? The most painful part wasn't death itself, but watching you bear all this alone. We wanted so badly to speak to you, but we couldn't. More figures slowly gathered around his parents, their smiles still kind as children, their eyes still holding that unique clarity of youth, and the residents of Longming City, the soldiers and civilians he had been unable to save. They all spoke, their voices overlapping yet not chaotic, instead deep and majestic. Dr. Nalin, thank you. Your determination kept us here. We never blamed you. Nalin Yun fell to his knees, tears blurring his vision. No. 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 I'm the one who harmed you all. I'm the one who harmed you all. He felt ethereal hands gently caress his cheeks. You've done enough for us, Yun. Wan Qing whispered softly. Now, it's time for us to depart in peace, and for you to be free. Father, live on with happiness. That's what Mother wishes, and Alwan wishes it too. Dr. Nalin, you must live for yourself. At that very moment, the light and shadow of all souls began to rise slowly, drifting like countless fireflies toward that grayish-white sky. I don't want to leave you. I want, Yun, someone as kind as you deserves to be this fortunate. We hope you remain blessed forever. Forever lucky. The surrounding points of light began to fade. Nalin Yun leaned forward, reaching out with both hands, only to fall flat onto the ground with a thud. Su Mumei's eyes were red as she whispered to Chen Yao. Did he make a mistake? Yes, he did. This pointless persistence serves no purpose. Chen Yao turned away. But Su Mumei angrily reached out and grabbed Chen Yao's hand. You're wrong. He just had bad luck and kept failing. Everyone's path forward is uncertain. He's not wrong for persisting. Yeah, he's not wrong. Come with me to the dry well. Chen Yao took the chance to ruffle Su Mumei's hair. He'd only said that on purpose just to get another chance to ruffle Su Mumei's hair. Chapter 149 Everyone. Enrollment. Nalin Yun sat motionless amidst the fading specks of light, the entire world resembling a faded ink painting. Chen Yao said nothing more, simply taking Su Mumei's hand and walking toward the dry well. Nailin Yun was unfortunate to have been chosen by certain forces. Yet he was fortunate too, for he still lived. Yet this existence felt more like torment than life to him. He was not Chen Shi, who had single-handedly rallied immense forces in that era to suppress a catastrophe. That was why Chen Yao had said Nailin Yun was more like a cautionary tale. He could only helplessly pursue his own goals, lost and bewildered, straying further and further down the wrong path until the world became what it was now. Yet this was all he could do. No one could blame him for it, not even Chen Yao could find words to criticize him. The cadets in the barracks fell silent, unsure how to respond. All eyes turned to Nailin Yun, crouched on the ground, in a rare moment of silence. If it were them, what would they do? Would they persistently search for a breakthrough, or simply give up? The suffocating atmosphere left every student unusually speechless. Chen Yao and Su Mumei stood once more before the dry well. Now, due to Nailin Yun's sudden change, the dark aura above the dry well roared and screamed like a twisted monster. Agonized whispers echoed incessantly in Chen Yao's ears. Chen Yao raised his hand and grasped at the void. The twisted aura was seized from thin air. Within the void, Paul aboard the Sin ship suddenly snapped his eyes open. "Captain! You actually found that bastard's clone. I was out there for so long and couldn't locate it. He's hiding deep enough." Boom! All eyes turned toward the sky. A massive gash tore open the dark sky, revealing the hull of a colossal airship emerging from the breach. Then, boom! The ship crashed straight down. Whoosh! The dark shadow clutched in Chen Yao's hand began to struggle and twist. The next second, strange octopus-like tentacles began to touch the black shadow, slowly clinging to its formless body. In moments, the shadow began to dissolve into black vapor and vanish. A splintered piece of wood fell into Chen Yao's hand. Greed for power. Chen Yao grasped the scepter and the Sin ship began to sprout strange patterns along its hull. These patterns intertwined and connected, transforming the scepter into the image of a sea monster within mere seconds. It settled on both sides of the Sin ship's hull. Is this the end? Paul had intervened. How could it not end quickly? Chen Yao glanced at the octopus tentacles rapidly retracting on the deck. "Mumei, this world is wretched. I had hoped to give it to you as... It's fine. I want this world." Su Mumei's small face was filled with earnestness. "Can you tell me why?" Su Mumei glanced back at Nailin Yun. "I need a competent subordinate. He's quite capable. He can assist you, and besides... You little girls still like to speak in staccato, huh?" Chen Yao moved closer to Su Mumei, and she immediately looked up. "No, it's because Nailin Yun looks so much like Chen Shi." After experiencing that time reversal, both Chen Yao and Su Mumei had seen the past Chen Shi. That was merely a projection. No one can truly reverse time. As a mystic, Chen Yao now fully understood that Lu Qingshan's actions had been self-deception from the start. Perhaps they truly just wanted one last glimpse of their son. But he is he, and Nailin Yun is Nailin Yun. It's not that I pity Nailin Yun, he hasn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he's managed to persevere all this time. I feel that this alone means we shouldn't let him continue to die in this world. Besides, this world needs to draw a line under it eventually. Those who give their all deserve to be treated with the same earnestness. Su Mumei spoke slowly, but with extraordinary earnestness. Birds of a feather flock together. Su Mumei felt just like Chen Yao back when he had ventured alone into the doctor's tower. No difference at all. The two were growing increasingly alike. This wasn't saintly self-sacrifice, it was affirmation for those worthy of dedication. At the same time, it was also an affirmation of the other person. The past Chen Shi, the present Chen Yao, and the future. Chen Yao reached out and ruffled Su Mumei's hair. It felt like watching a little girl he'd always known finally grow up. "Patting my head will stunt my growth." Su Mumei protested, yet she didn't brush his hand away. "But you can touch it a couple times," Chen Yao said with a smile. "If you want it, just take it. But to make that guy spit it out, we'll need something, right?" He just swallowed both the authority and the primordial source of the world fragments. "Paul?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fragment erupted from the deck of the Sin ship. The fragment landed before Su Mumei. Su Mumei froze, her head turning slightly. She timidly looked at Chen Yao. She spoke softly. Chen Yao, they heard what you said. Won't it be awkward to ask for favors next time?" "It's fine. Anyway. I know. Don't say any more." Su Mumei sensed something, nearly tiptoeing to cover Chen Yao's mouth with her hand. Chen Yao stared at the shards in Su Mumei's hand, his face burning with embarrassment. "Wait. I just said it might be tricky, and now it's out? Oh no. She heard it. Inside the tavern. I've lived this long, and this is the first time someone's gossiped about me, and not even behind my back. Me, a stingy octopus? Put. I'm super generous." Paul's tentacles wiping the glasses tensed up. Crack. 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 For the first time in its long life, it crushed a glass in its own grasp. And for the first time, its tone grew uncharacteristically sharp. Chen Yao noticed the entire Sin ship trembling. He knew he'd gotten himself into trouble. Paul was essentially his own backdrop, an incredibly powerful backdrop. Suddenly, Paul's face, still angry moments ago in the tavern, twisted into a look of utter bewilderment. Outside the sin ship, Chen Yao pressed his right hand flat against his left shoulder, elbow slightly bent but steady. His left heel shifted back half a foot, toes lightly touching the ground, knees slightly bent, back straight as an arrow. He tucked his chin slightly and bowed his head. After pausing for 2 seconds, his hand withdrew at a steady pace, and his left foot turned to face forward. His lips began to move softly. Thank Paul. Praise Paul. Su Mumei glanced at Chen Yao's movements. The simple-minded girl instantly understood. She awkwardly began mimicking Chen Yao's movements, repeating the same words. Thank Paul, praise Paul. Though clumsy, gratitude and praise couldn't be faked. Paul in the tavern gave a soft snort. It wasn't anger, but rather the proud and satisfied sound of Paul, who had lived for countless years. Being praised felt rather nice. Su Mumei's small hand grasped the shards of primordial essence. The already shattered world instantly merged into Su Mumei's ocean of consciousness. Possessing the abilities of both a grand mage and a control mage. Possessed mental power far surpassing ordinary humans. This fractured dungeon world was effortlessly brought under her control. The world began to undergo drastic changes. A sun rose in the pitch-black sky. Beneath the shattered darkness, sunlight streamed down. Soldiers in the barracks smiled as they gazed at the rays of light piercing the clouds. Bathed in sunlight, the soldiers began to dissolve into black ash, vanishing bit by bit. Until the entire so-called military camp was left with only the students Neilin Yun and the others. Classmates, the tour is over. Prepare your dungeon reflections in your hearts. Also, a figure stepped through the portal into the instance. The current principal Long Yun. He stood suspended mid-air, hands in his pockets, sunlight bathing his form. All students have successfully enrolled. Long Yun's gaze fell upon Neilin Yun, then shifted to Chen Yao, Su Mumei, and the sin ship behind them. His gaze lingered especially on Paul. Chapter 150, The Dream Come True Scroll. For this group of students, it felt like a dream. Even after passing through the portal back to reality, they still hadn't fully come to terms with it. Only Chen Yao, who had weathered many storms, naturally took Su Mumei's hand and led her away. He shot Long Yun a meaningful glance. The students' academic abilities were decent, but their mental resilience was lacking. They still needed more training. After settling all the students, Long Yun brought Chen Yao back to the principal's office. How did you find the dungeon I chose this time? Quite educational. Chen Yao's response surprised Long Yun, especially since everyone else had opposed his choice. Only Chen Yao's answer resonated with him. Honestly, at your level, you probably don't even need to attend school anymore. Are you kicking me out? Not exactly. Aside from your lower rank, everything else, you've already surpassed these students by a wide margin. In some areas, you're even stronger than me. I'd like to hire you as a professor at the academy. Professor? Chen Yao sat to the side and politely declined. My rank advancement is still a complicated matter. Rank advancement unlocks authority. With your power, you could summon a massive ship to traverse dungeons at will. Don't tell me you haven't unlocked that authority. Long Yun's words hit the nail on the head. This time the students were in quite a bit of danger, and you've gained quite a lot. Long Yun was clearly referring to the 3 plague entities Chen Yaoxin had recently acquired. Butcher General, Bone Stripper, Banner Soldier. So come help me out. Longming Academy needs you as a professor more than as a student. And we're running out of time. Long Yun suddenly spoke up. Have you ever considered what would happen if our world turned into a dungeon? Whoa! Chen Yao stared at Long Yun in shock. He had pondered this very possibility before. Other worlds had become copies because they were broken. What made their world different? Why could they conquer other worlds, while their own world remained completely unaffected? The world is like a great tree. Those eroded worlds are like rotten fruits. Before the fruits fall, their nutrients must be reabsorbed. That's how portals come into being. Conquering a dungeon means entering a shattered world to steal its primordial essence, thereby gaining control over that damaged realm. Long Yun spoke at length. He stood up. Currently, there are over 3,000 dungeons that have been conquered and opened. Most are low-level dungeons, but some of the sequences controlling these dungeons have begun to lose their rationality. The highest authorities have already secretly executed over 100 sequences to prevent our world from being corrupted, decaying into what other worlds call a dungeon. The situation is dire now. Long Yun sighed. Is there a solution? I don't know. Perhaps you could consult the bartender under your authority. You possess far greater power than others. This time, one of the elders controlling 7 top-tier dungeons has been infected. Some factions want to execute the elder, while others seek to save him. The conservatives believe that as long as all who control the copies die, the world won't be contaminated. The radicals think the conservatives are too cautious. They even want to destroy the so-called sequences, returning the world to how it was hundreds of years ago. The saviors, however, seek a solution to completely suppress this disaster. Long Yun spoke at length, and Chen Yao listened quietly. I need substantial resources and personnel to advance my plague doctor to tier 5 or even tier 6. Mumei also needs to break through to tier 6 in the short term. That's easy. Chen Yao shook his head. It's not easy. I possess 2 sequences and the complete knowledge of another. Beyond tier 4, the changes that occur at tier 5 are unpredictable. Longyan stared at Chen Yao in shock. Wait a minute. You just said you possess dual sequences and complete knowledge of another sequence. Yes, Mumei also has dual sequences Grand Mage and Control Mage. This sort of thing is best kept quiet. She and I need resources to advance. If things are truly as urgent as you say, we'll need sufficient power to intervene. Longyan pressed his fingers to his temples. I can guarantee 4th tier, but 5th and 6th tiers depend entirely on your mission and the resources required. If it becomes too much to sustain, we'll have to abandon it. The 4th tier marked a watershed. Reaching the 5th tier unlocked the authority. Dual sequences mean activating 2 authorities simultaneously. The cost escalates exponentially. I understand. 1 month. I'll seclude myself during this period to help you break through and advance. But before that, you must ask your bartender if there's any way to resolve this. Chen Yao agreed. Asking such a question was no big deal. The world pollution issue must be resolved swiftly. Both he and Su Mumei held a world copy. Shi Luo's new face world, Nailan Yun's lucky world. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Yao entered the Sin ship in an unoccupied area. Inside the Sin ship, it was rare that Shi Luo wasn't at the lookout tower. After entering the tavern, Chen Yao scanned the area but saw no sign of Shi Luo. Looking for that little brat? Paul's lips curled upward, but he quickly suppressed the smile. He casually wiped the rim of his glass. He's handling some business for me. Don't worry, nothing too dangerous. Paul set down his glass. He looked at Chen Yao. Go ahead. What is it this time? Can't I just come over for a drink? Of course you can. You're only here because you need something. Even as captain, you wouldn't just drop by for a casual visit. After all, every captain is the same. Paul's eyes fixed on Chen Yao. True. I do have something I'd like to ask your advice on. Paul placed his damp tentacles on the bar. How much do you know about the contamination of the primordial essence in those dungeon worlds? Corruption? It's rotten to begin with. You treat it like a treasure, holding it in the palm of your hand. The corruption comes from not exterminating the or within it completely. Just wipe them out. But that thing can never be fully eradicated. Rotten things always attract flies. Paul pulled out a bottle of liquor and placed it on the bar. Care for a drink? 3 corpses will do. Chen Yao didn't refuse. He wanted to learn more about the world copies. All right. Paul, tell me again, is there any way to fix this? Looks like someone's in trouble. There's no solution. Evil gods vary in strength. The weaker ones thrive in decaying worlds, gathering and growing within them. But it's not entirely hopeless. Paul extended a tentacle. This is a complicated matter. I need 3,000 corpses to give you an answer, and they must be the corpses of apostles you personally hunted down. 3,000? Chen Yao didn't haggle. No problem. You must have a target you need me to go after, right? I appreciate a sharp captain. The coordinates are on the ship's wheel. I've coveted those corpses for ages, but devouring them all at once is too messy. Each corpse is like a spiked obstacle. Picking them off one by one is exhausting. That's why I need you. This is the price. Chen Yao downed the glass of liquor on the bar in one gulp. I'll handle it for you in a month. My rank is too low. Low rank? No problem. I offer advance credit. 2 scrolls were placed on the bar counter by a wet, slimy tentacle. Dream come true scroll X2. Chapter 151, Others give me beans, I become their soldier. Dream come true scroll. This scroll's core ability is to help the holder fulfill any wish, whether material like acquiring wealth or altering appearance, or spiritual like repairing relationships or achieving goals. The fulfillment of wishes comes at a cost. The holder must pay a small price, the form of which is unpredictable. It could be time, energy, a personal possession, or some other intangible sacrifice. The cost typically increases in proportion to the scale and difficulty of the wish. It demands a price, and an unknown one at that. Chen Yao pushed the scroll aside. Clearly, he wasn't interested. I'll handle the side effects of wishes that reach the 5th tier, but for other wishes, I won't control the side effects. Is Paul really that desperate? Did he ask for 2 copies so Mumei could join too? Paul sighed. That place is like a monstrous growth, spawning bizarre rules without restraint. You need to prune those rules bit by bit before I can enjoy a proper meal. As an old man, I haven't had a satisfying meal in ages. Be more specific. Chen Yao knew the things Paul described felt. His underestimation would come at a price. You can bring that young man surnamed Long. He's got decent combat skills. Chen Yao leaned forward, cutting off any chance for Paul to interrupt. Paul, I need specific details. That place has 2. Both seek to ascend to a higher plane. Because of them, that world has spawned all sorts of bizarre minor. It's utter chaos. Those minor have even begun rebelling against the major. Chen Yao felt a sharp pain in his temples. But just the sheer number of evil gods was utterly absurd. All sorts of rules emerged from these gods restraining each other. Hundreds of thousands die their everyday delicious morsels. You know that feeling? Seeing those corpses like hamburgers, but covered in steel spikes. Paul started drooling as he spoke. Chen Yao grabbed the dream come true scroll. I can accept your mission. The requirement remains the same, you tell me how to solve the pollution in those worlds. Also, he looked at Paul. Paul had prepared for a chance to bargain. But what Chen Yao uttered was something else entirely. Last time, thank you. With that, Chen Yao took the dream come true scroll and left the cabin. Paul watched Chen Yao's figure approach the doorway and called out to him. Captain. Chen Yao halted in his tracks. I have 3 followers aboard. They were disciples I took in long ago, and they're utterly loyal. If you can take them on as crew members, they'll be a great help. Of course, with so many dark gods this time, it's extremely difficult. Whether they're even still alive is questionable. This is just extra assistance, no charge. Chen Yao waved his hand, agreeing to the offer. World instance. The obliterated world. A small village. Bodies littered the ground. In the village center, corpses piled high like a mountain. The lingering aura of these suffocated the entire village with an inexplicable pressure. In the distance, the fields lay parched and barren, not a blade of grass visible on the scorched earth. A gaunt man clad in tattered Taoist robes crouched down. Before him, an old woman lay on a tattered straw mat, her emaciated body starved to the point of being as thin as a bamboo pole. The Taoist priest pulled a yellow cloth strip from his pocket. Scrawled upon it in twisted, tadpole-like small seal script were characters he tied around the arm of a corpse lying on the ground. A small boy knelt nearby, watching the Taoist's movements with a numb expression. His mother had starved to death today. He was now the sole survivor in the village. The Taoist rose and sprinkled water from his moistened fingers over the old woman's body. He gently placed his hand over her protruding eyes, closing them. It's all right. Once she sleeps, she won't feel hungry anymore. She's dead. The 3 words burst from the boy's lips, who had remained silent until now. Mother is dead. He repeated it, as if speaking to the Taoist priest, yet also as if telling himself. The Taoist looked at the boy's equally emaciated body, hesitated, then scooped a handful of beans from the cloth sack. He opened his palm, placing the beans before the boy. Eat them, and you shall become a follower of Alaxis. You will live. Alaxis, is he like the evil gods worshipped by those demons? The boy summoned every ounce of strength to rise to his feet. Beneath his emaciated frame, his eyes shone with a dark, intense light. Eat? The Taoist offered no reply, merely raising his hand. The boy could no longer resist the primal hunger within him. His movements were rough as he grabbed the beans. His fingers, thin as bamboo sticks, dug into the Taoist's palm painfully. The hand that grabbed the beans then frantically shoved them into his mouth. In just a few bites, the already meager portion was entirely swallowed. He wished he could shove his own hands into his mouth. The boy wolfed down the beans in a village littered with corpses. After devouring the handful of beans, the boy returned to his cold demeanor, though a faint flush finally returned to his pallid lips. What should I call you? Zhang Wuming. The Taoist rose to his feet, performing the final rites on the corpse lying on the ground. Perhaps from eating a few beans, the boy's face visibly plumped up. If I follow you, I'll have my own name too, right? I don't need my old name anymore, do I? Yes. Then I want to take the surname Zhang too. As he spoke these words, the coldness in the boy's eyes began to fade. The Taoist priest halted, sensing a shift in the boy's demeanor. From now on, you shall be called Zhang Tsuani. What are we going to do? Kill the demon god and sacrifice it to Aloysius. Have you ever succeeded? No. 2 of my brothers died. Then why do you still go? Because I believe in Aloysius. It says it will end all this. The boy halted, clasping his hands into fists. His voice was barely a whisper. Demons slaughtered people, tore open the earth, left nothing to eat or drink. The entire village starved to death. My father and grandfather were killed and devoured. My mother starved to death. Lord Aloysius, grant me strength, I too wish to slay all the evil gods. Stop praying. Aloysius can't hear you. He hasn't heard the adults' voices for a very long time, nor has he ever offered any help. The boy was confused again. If he can't hear us and won't help, then why do we still worship him? The Taoist stretched out his hand and gently touched the boy's forehead. I told you before. He told the 3 brothers he would end all this. What if it's lying to you? Then let it lie. The boy didn't understand, but his steps quickened. The 2 left the village. After they departed, the yellow talisman papers ignited into a towering inferno, consuming the corpses scattered throughout the village one by one in the raging flames. Chapter 152, 5th tier. Back at school, Chen Yao found Su Mumei and handed her a dream-come-true scroll. He explained everything. Su Mumei had no strong objections about venturing into other dungeons. All she wanted was to be with Chen Yao. After all, she was the crew. A crew member must always follow the captain's lead. With Su Mumei's consent, Chen Yao set the time for that evening and instructed Paul to elevate their ranks to Tier 5. Simultaneously, he notified Long Yun, now serving as the academy's dean. He instructed Long Yun to arrange all school affairs before joining him in the instance. After all, this dungeon run was primarily to obtain information from Paul. Long Yun still needed to contribute his share. What Chen Yao urgently needed now was to strengthen his own power. His current abilities primarily relied on the precognition effects of the delusionist and the plague entities released by the plague doctor. His command over the plague remained limited. Once both the delusionist and plague doctor reached Tier 5, he intended to test whether the mystic's abilities could synergize with these two powers. Delusion formulas, occult fabrication, plague control. If necessary, I could even have Su Mumei conduct experimental enhancements on certain deceased items. This seemed like a viable path forward. However, this remains purely theoretical. Practical implementation would have to wait until reaching the 5th tier. That evening, after packing everything, Chen Yao took Su Mumei and Long Yun to the Sin ship. Care for a drink? This time, it's on the house. Sure. Paul mixed a drink for both Long Yun and Su Mumei. It'll help you relax a bit. Paul retracted his octopus tentacles and looked at Chen Yao. Made up your mind? Head to the deck and use the dream come true scroll directly. I'll help you eliminate the side effects. Su Mumei set down her wine glass when Paul called out to her. Finish your drink before you go. Paul's slimy tentacles pushed the glass forward again. Su Mumei grabbed the glass and downed it in one gulp. After finishing, she followed Chen Yao out of the tavern. The entire tavern was left with only Long Yun and Paul. Something on your mind? Paul spoke in his usual nonchalant tone, two wet octopus tentacles wiping the glass. I've heard a lot about the evil gods in that world. I've already informed the captain about the dangers of that world. He has no objections. Long Yun's fingers fiddled with an empty glass on the bar. No one knows the horror of those gods better than I. If there are multiple gods present, even a 7th tier adventurer could easily become cannon fodder, let alone a 5th tier. Do you want your captain dead? Long Yun's voice betrayed not a hint of emotion. This ship has no shortage of captains. Each generation has its share of glorious deeds, but that's not why I remember them. What about Chen Yao? This time, a slight tremor crept into Long Yun's voice. Paul paused in wiping his glass. He's one of only 3 captains I remember to this day. Only 3? That's not how you use the word only. Paul set down his glass. The first was Chen Qi, the second was Chen Yao, and the third. I don't think I should tell you. The third? Long Yun seemed to have caught something. A human-like smile began to spread across Paul's face, a strangely unsettling one. Future, past, present, I can grasp a little of each, but only a little. This ship will have a new captain. Paul's body began to emit gurgling sounds. Don't pry too deeply. Asking questions here comes at a price. Are you prepared to pay with your life? Paul seemed somewhat angered. His entire body began to turn red. Crack. Is this one life worth the question I just asked? Paul's state gradually returned to normal. No. On the deck, Chen Yao and Su Mumei stood facing each other, scrolls in hand. Let's make wishes for each other. It might feel better that way. Chen Yao suddenly suggested. Make wishes for each other? Just wish for each other to reach the 5th tier, then tear up the scrolls. As he spoke, Chen Yao's gaze remained fixed on Su Mumei's face. He had an idea, but it could only be used once. The method for using the dream come true scroll was simple: state your desire aloud, then tear it apart. Both lowered their heads to the scrolls in their hands, silently murmuring their wishes before tearing them apart. Rip. As the scrolls tore, a strange transformation began to occur within their bodies. Chen Yao felt an invisible force surging through his body. Name, Chen Yao. Profession, Physician Sequence 001 Plague Doctor. Appearance, clad in heavy black robes, wearing a bird-beaked mask. Physician Sequence 002, Occultist, possesses knowledge only, cannot attain rank abilities. Physician Sequence 003, Delusionist, what one imagines or perceives comes at a cost. Level, Within Dreams. Core role, a beacon-like figure in chaotic times, possessing survival, healing, growth, and support capabilities with formidable strength. Core skills. Tier 1 talent, Plague Analysis. 5th tier talent, Dreaming. Tier 1 talent, Delusion. Tier 5 talent, Dreaming. 001 Plague Doctor skills. Plague Garb, Reverse Healing, Plague Extraction, Mystic Potion, Field Surgery. 5th tier skill, Dreaming. 003 Delusionist. Delusional Moment, Cognition. 5th tier skill, Dreaming. 002 Occultist. Elixir Mastery, Free Combination, Death Correction, Empty-Handed Experiment. Equipment. Bracelet, Cloud Sky, Necromancer's Ring, Necromancer, Ring, 100-inch Mountains and Rivers, 3 ordinary scalpels, Legendary Masterwork, Critically Damaged, Unusable Bloodstained Boots, Parchment Plague Item, Serpent Spine Arrowheads, X16 Consumable, Eye of Truth Plague Item, Screaming Pendant, Evil Masterwork, Monkey Finger, Evil Masterwork, Sanity Goggles, Evil Masterwork. A black glow emanated from Chen Yao's body. Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor's 5th tier talent is born. Area control, your mastery over the plague reaches perfection, allowing you to define unlimited boundaries within its scope. Sequence 001, Plague Doctor's 5th tier skill emerges. Seize, can seize low-level targets. Seizure can target physical objects, skills, status effects, or diseases. Cooldown, 1h. Immediately, the black light surrounding Chen Yao began to recede inward. Sequence 003, the Delusionist's 5th tier talent is born. Personality mask, utilize one of your own emotions to erase memories and forge a personality mask. Upon death, your soul will reincarnate through the persona mask. Sequence 003, Delusionist's 5th tier skill awakened. Frozen delusion, after paying an immense price for a short period, you gain unlimited access to delusions for a duration. Chen Yao could distinctly feel his state undergoing drastic changes. Chapter 153, The Realm of Corpses. This chapter contains extensive data. Feel free to skip if not interested. Previous chapters are undergoing refinement to consolidate complete data. Characters lack power attributes, magic has been omitted. Only items, skills, and talents remain. Is it over? A crimson glow erupted from Chen Yao. A colossal octopus apparition materialized around the Sin ship. Kid, I'm getting screwed. The Sin's authority mutated your skills, this cost will be exacted later. Paul's muffled voice echoed across the deck of the Sin ship. The next instant, a phantom figure sat atop the Sin's mast. He wore an even more tattered version of the Birdbeat Doctor's attire than Chen Yao. The apparition slowly rose to its feet, its gaze fixed on Chen Yao, who was ascending ranks on the deck thanks to the dream come true scroll. Long time no see, Chen Yao. Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor's 5th tier talent underwent a mutation due to the Sin ship's authority. Area control, Curse type Plague. Curse type Plague, you may inflict plagues with severed transmissibility upon single or multiple targets. You have inherited the Curse type Plague from the previous captain. Slowing Curse Plague. Aging Curse Plague. Rapid Death Curse Plague. Sequence 001, the Plague Doctor's 5th tier skill has mutated due to the authority of the Sin ship. Grasp Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, you may detonate any corpse infected with the plague at will. The explosion's power depends on the corpse's peak state level prior to detonation. Immediately, the crimson glow enveloping Chen Yao began to recede inward. This time, another phantom figure joined the one already standing atop the mast. The Delusionist's abilities, you wield them better than I. Sequence 003, the Delusionist's 5th tier talent has mutated due to the authority of the Sin ship. Personality mask, Delusion Wheel. Delusion Wheel, sacrifice an equipment piece. The equipment's quality determines the probability of 4 distinct states: enhancement, immunity, descent, or nullification. One state is randomly selected. Enhancement can enhance any skill, status, or weapon. Duration, 2 hours. Immunity, use delusion once without cost. Descent, delusion can be used at any time without cost and has no cooldown. Invalidate, the delusion wheel draw is nullified and inflicts a brief negative effect. Sequence 003, the Delusionalist's 5th tier skill mutates due to the Sin authority. Frozen Delusion, Cause After Effect. Cause After Effect inflicts 5 random debuffs: blindness, mutilation, slowness, disease, agony, upon self. You receive the outcome first, then gradually repay the cost later. Example, as a blacksmith, you could use this to obtain a legendary sword forged in the future, but must later endure the grueling forging process. Paul's phantom gazed at the figure poised atop the mast. The phantom bowed low toward the colossal Paul looming in the void. A gust swept past, and the phantom dissolved like black ink on the mast. Longyan stood at the cabin hatch, gazing at Paul's colossal shadow of a demon god. He murmured, sometimes connections are also a form of power. Chen Yao slowly opened his eyes. He felt as though his body had undergone 2 transformations, with all his attributes greatly enhanced. He looked at Su Mumei before him. He took a deep breath, and immediately the entire Sin ship began to tremble. Black light erupted from Su Mumei's body. The Archmage sequence and control sequence underwent a frenzied metamorphosis. Name, Su Mumei. Profession: Mage. Path sequence 035 Control Mage. Mage. Path sequence 00H Archmage fabricated by the Dark God. Level, Dreaming. Core role, powerful damage dealer and controller, an exceptionally potent mage under the lighthouse's light. Core talent, Control Effect Amplification. Mage Pathway sequence 035 Control Mage skills. Skills, Lightning Surge, Poison Vine Bind, Paralysis, Hypnotism. 5th tier skills, Dreaming. Mage Path sequence 00H Archmage skills. Skills, Abundant Magic, Rapid Casting, Meteor Strike, Gravity Pull, Multiple Blessings. 5th tier skill, Dreaming. Su Mumei's face twisted as the 5th tier skills began to manifest within her. Mage Path sequence 035 Control Mage 5th tier talent awakened. Infinite Learning, your mastery of control magic deepens. Any low-tier control spell, simply knowing its name allows you to effortlessly chant and wield it. Path of the Mage sequence 035, level 5 Control Mage skill unleashed. Chain control. Targets within a 10-meter radius will be subjected to chained area control. This chaining effect will also transmit any control, damage, or status ailments inflicted upon the first target. Mage Path Sequence 00H Archmage 5th Tier Talent Unveiled. Infinite mana. Your mana becomes limitless, but all spell cooldowns increase by 50% when casting. Mage Pathway Sequence 00H Archmage 5th Tier Skill Unveiled. Multiple casting. When casting any spell, you have a high chance to cast it again, a low chance to cast it 3 times, an extremely low chance to cast it 4 times, and an almost impossible chance to cast it 5 times. Fortune's Blessing. Casting Fortune on a single target greatly increases their luck value derived from the sequence power of Nalan Yun from the minor world. Boring Divider. Su Mumei slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at her 5th tier skill description. Already 5th tier. 5th tier is just the beginning. It merely grants a bit more combat power. Long Yun spoke from the ship's hatch. Are you all ready? Then prepare to journey to that world. Paul's voice echoed. Prompts appeared before Chen Yao, Su Mumei, and Long Yun. Realm of the Dead, world coordinates successfully located. Landing time, 3 minutes 27 seconds. Note, the realm of corpses. Its name mirrors its reality, a land strewn with corpses where human life holds the least value. Diverse faiths clash head-on here, reducing people to trampled ants utterly powerless to resist. The Sin ship traversed the void. On the deck, the backs of Chen Yao, Su Mumei, and Long Yun's hands sizzled like roasting meat. Strange patterns were being branded onto their arms. Aloysius Aura, usable 3 times. Emits the aura of Aloysius Paul, deterring lesser demon gods from approaching. Aloysius followers gain special blessings. Blessings include but are not limited to strength, speed, stamina, and health. Chapter 154, Aloxus Response Extra Update on Weekend. The obliterated world, the realm of corpses. The heaviest and only snowfall in 30 years blanketed the entire world. Old Taoist. It's snowing salt outside. Pure white salt. My mom let me taste a bit. That stuff's precious, precious. Worth a fortune. Zhang Suini wiped his cheeks with both hands, grabbing pots and pans as he rushed outside. The biting cold wind halted his steps momentarily. Just as he was about to continue, the Taoist grabbed the back of his collar and yanked him up. That's snow, not salt. The Taoist's voice trembled slightly as his gaze fell upon the vast expanse of white. This heavy snowfall. Many, many people would die. Snow? The word snow was still too unfamiliar to Zhang Quni. Yes. Its arrival means many, many people will die. A lot of people? Zhang Suinyu jumped up, grabbing the old Taoist's hand. Old Taoist, why won't you teach me the art of talismans? I already have deep faith in Aloysius, yet I still feel no power at all. The old Taoist turned and walked into the room, preparing to continue making talisman water. It's still early. You're young, and your faith isn't pure enough yet. Zhang Suinyu grabbed hold of the old Taoist's sleeve. May I observe? No. The old Taoist pushed Zhang Suinyu's hand away. Before stepping into the room, he paused and turned to address the disappointed Zhang Suinyu. Drink the talisman water daily to ward off evil spirits. The old Taoist, Zhang Woming, had taken in a young boy a year ago. The boy had been renamed Zhang Suini. He had witnessed the Taoist's miraculous abilities. A bowl of talisman water could revive those on the brink of death. The Taoist saved everyone, including followers of all manner of evil deities. Most of those he saved were the lowest of the low people like himself, like his mother and father, those who possessed no faith whatsoever. All these people wanted was to survive. The old Taoist offered them a glimmer of hope. He called it connections. People might worship different evil gods, but they weren't inherently wrong, they just wanted to survive. What he loathed most were the vile deities themselves, the true culprits who had plunged the world into chaos. Over the course of a month, Zhang Quni and the old Taoist traveled to many places. The old Taoist possessed no means of self-defense, yet wherever they went, acquaintances came forward to assist them. Zhang Suinyu understood this was what the old Taoist meant by connections and relationships. Such connections were built through years of accumulation. He wanted to learn talismanic water, simply to share the burden. He could see the Taoist master aging daily, his head growing whiter by the day. If only he could master talismanic water. Zhang Suinyu wrapped his thin clothes around himself and crouched alone by the doorway. He extended a finger and gently poked at the so-called snow covering the ground. When fingers touch the white snow, it melts instantly. Aside from a slight chill on the fingertips, there is nothing unusual about it. Why does the appearance of snow lead to so many deaths? Zhang Quni had too many questions, but he wouldn't interrupt the old Taoist as he prepared the talisman water. Just then, the pattern on the back of his hand began emitting waves of heat. The pattern of Aloxus. It glowed. Zhang Suinyu sprang to his feet, feeling warmth spreading through his body. Bang! The inner room door kicked open. The old Taoist's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the back of Zhang Suinyu's hand. The pattern on his hand, identical to his own, was emitting white smoke. Simultaneously, a strange power surged through both of them. Aloysius is responding to us. The old Taoist stammered. Aloysius is responding to us. The old Taoist rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Suanyu's shoulders. They can live. Many can live. Many can live. Aloysius has responded. A dark shadow flashed across the sky. The entire world began to tremble. Beneath the earth, within rocks, crowds, and structures, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly snapped open. A faint, low murmur echoed throughout the world. A pattern appeared in the minds of all the followers of the dark gods. Hunt down those who possess the pattern. The same message spread across the world at an eerie speed. Every follower of the dark gods, regardless of age or status, received the voice of their deity. Hunt down those bearing the pattern at any cost. Hunt. Hunt. These two words caused the eyes of some deeply devoted cultists to turn bloodshot, their murderous intent radiating outward. The entire world descended into chaos. Chen Yao, Su Mumei, and Long Yun, who had just arrived in this world, immediately sensed the hostility emanating from it. Upon entering, their bodily functions plummeted to their lowest levels. Even normal walking became increasingly difficult, let alone using any sequence-related skills. However, this state lasted less than a minute. The imprint of Aloysius' aura on their arms began to radiate heat. Soon, the force restraining their movements began to weaken, finally ceasing only after all their skills and attributes had been halved. This world is too bizarre. Long Yun had spent considerable time in the world instance controlled by the evil god. He had thought the malice emanating from that instance was already absurd enough, but arriving in this world instance felt like stepping into a pool of mud. A cacophony of chaotic voices echoed incessantly in his ears. The whispers of the evil god: do not listen too closely. Long Yun pressed his index and middle fingers together against his forehead, casting a golden light over the three of them. A 5-hour protective buff is now active. I'll renew it for you after 5 hours. Long Yun's expression grew increasingly grave. This world is far more chaotic and dire than we imagined. What are your plans? Chen Yao raised his arm. First, we'll utilize the mark given by Aloysius. Find his followers in this world to learn about the types of evil gods here and their locations. Blindly wandering around is far too dangerous. Alright, let's contact Aloysius' followers first. The bartender once told me he only had 3 followers in this world. Whether they're even still alive is questionable. We'll try anyway. The 3 pressed their palms against their arms, their consciousnesses gradually sinking into the darkness. Chen Yao was the first to sense a tiny flame flickering in the dark spiritual realm. Found it. But the next second. In the darkness, the flames began to multiply, like lanterns lighting up one by one in the shadows. One by one, in the blink of an eye, thousands of sparks converged toward the very first one that had ignited. Weren't there supposed to be only 3 believers? Why so many? Chapter 155. Brother. 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 Zhang Quni. The boy stood up straight. It was the first time he'd heard such a solemn tone from the old Taoist. Old. You've been asking how talisman water is made, haven't you? Come with me. The boy sensed an unusual sense of tragic grandeur emanating from the old Taoist. This feeling grew stronger as the mark of the demon god on the back of his hand began to heat up. After a moment's hesitation, he followed the old Taoist's pace. The room that had always barred his entry greeted him with bone-chilling cold the moment he stepped inside. Shivering, he scanned the dimly lit room. Various iron torture devices, each stained with dried blood. Old Taoist priest. The old Taoist pulled up a wooden stool and sat before the table. Pain can bring pleasure to certain dark gods, you see. The old Taoist extended his other hand, slowly rolling up the sleeve. The boy's pupils began to contract as he saw the intricate patterns densely covering his arm. This meant the old Taoist worshipped more than one demon god. He couldn't understand why the Taoist, who seemed to despise these deities so deeply, would worship so many of them. I believe Aloysius will appear. It will fulfill the promise made to us 3 brothers. Let me tell you a story. His face seemed to age another 3 years as he spoke. My brothers were Taoist priests on Longyun Mountain. The eldest served as the celestial master, and the second was also a highly respected priest. No matter how chaotic the world became, the priests on the mountain never lacked offerings. Their abilities were immense, truly formidable. With just a few words, people would bring them wealth and food. The grain piled up in the mountain storehouses was more than they could ever consume in a lifetime. The old Taoist sighed. Even when dark gods descended and some souls were lured away, diminishing the mountain's offerings, they still lived in comfort. But until one day, an old woman, nearly starved to death, appeared at the mountain gate clutching a small boy. My elder brother witnessed a human life perish from starvation right before his eyes, while behind them lay warehouses filled with grain enough to last them a lifetime. That very day, my elder brother and second brother led everyone in distributing the grain. They chose to descend the mountain. They walked for 20 years. Over those 2 decades, the cult of the evil god grew stronger. The disciples who had once guarded the mountain gates followed the 2 elders, and as they rescued more and more people, a force emerged that rivaled the cultists in size. The boy listened quietly as the old Taoist spoke. The evil gods took notice of them. Yet all the brothers truly wanted was for more people to survive. They had no desire to engage with these so-called evil gods. But the conflicts grew increasingly fierce. The two brothers could no longer control the situation. The world had rotted too badly. Too many people clung to the will to live. The numbers swelled, grew ever larger. The evil gods grew increasingly wary of the brothers. Finally, the evil gods pooled their strength. Through wave after wave of chaotic battle, they shattered the last glimmer of hope for those who sought to live. Cough, cough, cough. The old Taoist priest began coughing violently. In that moment of utter despair, the demon god known as Alaxis offered us a promise as elusive as the void itself. Everyone knew demon gods were masters of deception. And for a demon god that hadn't responded in years, how much credence could one possibly give to its words? The boy finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. If you didn't believe it, then why, still? Precisely because it has offered no response at all. The old Taoist coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped his lips. No response is the best response. At least from one perspective, perhaps it isn't a greedy demon god. There's a 1 in 10,000 chance it might actually fulfill its promise. My brothers died, and the boy we found grew up. He named himself Su Mumei. Perhaps he should never have had a name at all. The boy opened his mouth, watching as the old Taoist reached out and lifted the hem of his robe. Beneath lay 2 layers of tattered Taoist robes. He slowly removed one robe, then another. You remind me of myself. And you've chosen a name for yourself. These 2 robes belong to my brother. Cough, cough, cough. The old Taoist coughed violently. I don't want you calling me old Taoist or master. I've never taught you anything, just as my brothers never taught me those things. But I want to carry on their will.